When I went to catch the adulterer at night, I accidentally fell under the school beauty's skirt and unexpectedly found myself able to hear her inner thoughts. I didn't expect baby to actually like looking at my lingerie. Should I take it off and stuff it in baby's mouth? But the school beauty was looking at me with a face that seemed to say, "You're like a little dog from someone's house. What's with that expectant look in your eyes? You're truly a hopeless pervert." I looked at Lin Xianyue in astonishment, only to see her expression still icy cold, as if the words just now didn't come from her. I began to suspect if I had hallucinated from writing too many assignments. Lin Xianyue, the recognized school beauty of Bayan No. 1 High School, is known to be aloof to outsiders, and very few people in the entire school can exchange a few words with her. I never expected that I would encounter Lin Xianyue at my doorstep in the middle of the night. After a brief surprise, I quickly got up from the ground and averted my impolite gaze. "Lin, what are you doing standing at my doorstep so late at night?" "My doorstep?" Lin Xianyue furrowed her brows slightly, turned her head to look at the door in front of her. "Isn't this 1003? Hey, 1003 is across the street. This is my home. 1001. I pointed to the door opposite mine. "With my instructions?" Lin Xianyue nodded slightly. "Oh, I got it wrong. I intentionally got it wrong. Otherwise how could I talk to you? The door number is so obvious. How could I not know that 1003 is across the street?" Oof. I was stunned, shaking my head. "Well, it's okay. Lin, is 1003 where your relatives or friends live? But I remember 1003 has always been unoccupied." "Indeed, no one lived there before. But from now on, 1003 will be my new home," Lin Xianyue said lightly and coldly. "New home?" My mouth slightly agape, eyes widened. "What do you mean? Is Lin Xianyue moving to live next door to herself? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Shin Yochu's voice rang out. Hey, Yi Shou, we're going to be neighbors. But why aren't you staying at home properly this late and running out? Don't you know it's very dangerous for a boy to go out alone at night?" Ha. My heart trembled, pupils slightly contracted, looking incredulously at Lin Xianyue. When those two sentences just appeared, Lin Xianyue's 37-degree small mouth didn't move at all, but the voice was clearly Lin Xianyue's. Most importantly, as aloof as Lin Xianyue is, how could she speak in that tone? This is quite a contrast. After hesitating for several seconds, I still couldn't figure out what was going on, so I simply stopped thinking about it. "That Lin school flower. From today onwards, you are my new neighbor. Please take care of me in the future." I thought that by being so warmly proactive, Lin Xianyue would soften her deadly cold expression a bit. However, she just nodded and dragged her suitcase towards the opposite room 1003. Seeing that Lin Xianyue didn't seem interested in talking to me, I shrugged and decided to turn around and go home. Just as I stepped into the house, I heard Lin Xianyue's voice again from behind me. "Student Yi, what's up?" I turned around to see her already standing in room 1003, our eyes meeting across the hallway. "Student Yi, we are neighbors now. Xiaoye Island. The next step is moving to your bed." I watched in shock as the door of room 1003 across from me closed. It's strange, really strange, that I could actually hear Lin Xianyue's inner thoughts. What's even more absurd is that those inner voices of hers are completely different from her usual aloof image. And to think she even wants to move into my bed. The contrast is just too much. How is she even the cool campus beauty? She's more like a pure lustful woman, and a bit like a whimpering ghost. Not sure. I'll see how things go in class tomorrow. Early the next morning, as I closed the door with my backpack on, I saw the door of room 1003 open, and the aloof Lin Xianyue walked out. I greeted Lin Xianyue with a smile. "Good morning, Lin. What a coincidence." Lin Xianyue nodded expressionlessly. "Good morning, Yi. Of course it's a coincidence. In order to bump into little Yi Zhou, I woke up at 5 o'clock, washed up, and waited in front of the peephole for you to leave. Yi Zhou, you must go to school at this time every day, right? From now on, I will also leave the house at this time every morning and say good morning every day." After Lin Xianyue finished speaking, she turned and pressed the elevator button. Walking in first, I heard her inner thoughts again, and I was completely stunned. Wasn't she supposed to be the aloof school beauty? She only said 6 words, but her heart was restless, like a silly admirer. Is this right? I silently complained a few times, and just as the elevator doors were about to close, I hurriedly stepped in. There were only Lin Xianyue and me in the elevator. I couldn't help but glance at her, and no matter from which angle I looked at Lin Xianyue, she always gave off an extremely icy feeling. He realized that Lin Xianyue, who was high and cold in front of everyone, her real character didn't seem to be what outsiders saw. Oops. Yezhou was looking at me. I slept a little late last night. My face seems to be a little puffy. I don't think I'll be discovered by Yezhou, right? So nervous. Can you stop looking at me? As Lin Qianyue's heart rang out. Lin Qianyue also didn't move and pulled her collar higher. Apparently it was the same as what she was thinking inside, not wanting Yizhou to realize that her face might be a bit puffy. Listening to Lin Qianyue's grunting heart, and looking at her behavior of not moving to hide it, Yizhou couldn't help but feel a little amused. Schoolgirl Lin, kind of cute, but it seems like she's in a bit of a different mood towards me, like she's treating me like prey? But things don't seem right now. You think I'm the prey, but is there a possibility that all true hunters appear as prey? Yizhou was puzzled by this point, but he couldn't be bothered to ask Lin Qianyue directly. One couldn't tell Lin Qianyue, so what? Schoolgirl Lin, I can actually hear your heart. Why are you a boing boing monster? After getting off the elevator, Lin Qianyue straightened her steps and headed out of the neighborhood. Wait for me. When I'm a little braver next time, I'll ask for an invitation to go to school together. You ride to school alone. Be safe on the road. At 6 in the morning in mid-April, the sky was still gray, but across the distance, Yezhou saw the black Maybach that he had seen last night parked in front of the neighborhood. As Lin Qianyue walked toward Maybach, her heartbeat grew farther and farther away. That is, until she walked to her car and a driver in a black suit and white gloves came out of the car and opened the door for her. Seeing this scene, Yi Chao drifted off. So that's her family's car. But if her family is so rich, why did she move to this neighborhood where I live? Is it really as if she meant to be my neighbor, as her heart says? But then why? Yi Zhou looked at the Maybach that had already left. He rode his bike with a puzzled mood and rushed towards the school, because he had been pondering about Lin Qianyue on the way. Yi Zhou arrived at school 10 minutes later than usual. When he got to the classroom, he found that most of the people had already sat down in their seats to start their morning reading, and Lin Qianyue was sitting quietly in her seat. She looked up just in time to collide with Yezhou's gaze. Yizhou clearly saw her eyes light up for a moment before she withdrew her gaze. Yizhou is finally here. So slow. Do you want to shout to come with me by car tomorrow morning? That way, the two of us can still stay together on the way. But what excuse to use? To invite him along? So annoying, so annoying, so annoying. As expected, the next second Yizhou heard Lin Qianyue's twittering heart. He looked deeply at the expressionless Lin Qianyue. If other people knew that Lin Qianyue was actually like this inside, wouldn't their jaws drop in shock? And for me, a little overzealous, aren't you? Yizhou returned to his seat, and his fellow tablemate and soul nemesis, Xiong Kai, was lying on the table, huffing and puffing. Xiong Kai's height of 1.85 m, coupled with the fact that he was a sports student training in the sun all year round, the color of his skin, which was tanned to a wheat color, appeared to be even more muscular, and he stood in front of the ordinary students with a sense of oppression. He was now sleeping on the table and at first glance looked like a brown bear. At that moment, the math rep came over to collect the homework. After Yizhou handed over the homework, the math class representative went to call Xiong Kai, who was on the side. Xiong Kai, hurry up and hand in yesterday's math paper. Mr. Wang is in a hurry to correct it, and he's going to talk about it in class today. It's not written. It's not being handed in. Kai was woken up and responded casually. The math rep rolled her eyes, as if she had gotten used to it, and turned her head to collect the other students' homework. Yizhou couldn't help but spit. You kid, you don't do any homework since you got a standardized score on your physical exam. You're going to heaven. He. Ah Chow, you don't understand. Buddy, I call this the 12 scrolls of the military book. And the scrolls have the names of the masters. Kai hemmed and hawed. Yizhou didn't say much about this. He was still very clear about his dead friend's situation. As long as he maintains his current level of culture, he'll be on a solid first class by then. So Yizhou covered his face with a book and lowered his voice mysteriously to Xiong Kai. Xiong Kai, in the wee hours of last night, schoolgirl Lin moved next door to my house. Aha! I got a text message this morning from Northern Sports about the bailout. When Yizhou heard this, his eyes widened. Are you kidding me? How can you be guaranteed a place in the Northern Sports? You were kidding me first. Xiong Kai hugged his arms and looked at Yizhou with a smile. Ah Chow! Who doesn't know Lin Big School Girl's family is a rich mess? To and from school are Maybach S680 transportation. The rent in the neighborhood you live in is only $1,800 a month. How could Lin Qianyue move next door to your house? It's better to believe you than to believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. Chapter 3: The Three Great Illusions of Life. No, Lin Qianyue really moved next door to my house. Ah yes. Seeing Xiong Kai's appearance of not believing himself no matter what, Yizhou sighed and did not continue to explain. From Xiong Kai's point of view, this is indeed something that sounds why. After all, right now Yizhou was also puzzled as to why Lin Qianyue's family, who was obviously so rich, would move to live in his neighborhood. Alright Yizhou, You're going to go up and give a speech at the presentation after recess this morning. The speech your kid prepared won't be very long, will it? Kung Kai asked. Yi Zhou shook his head. It's just a few hundred words. It'll be over soon. That's fine. I'll take a nap. Remember to give me a shout if old Ben comes on his rounds. Aha. Early morning reading passed quickly, and the first period on Monday morning was physics class. The physics teacher with the extra thick glasses walked in with his textbook under his armpit and a cup of hot tea in his right hand. Standard middle-aged old teacher posture. The physics teacher took a strategic sip of tea and spoke slowly. Class, turn to page 42 in your exercise book. We are reviewing the motion of charged particles in an electric field today. Yi Zhou shouted to wake up Xiong Kai, who was still sleeping, and then lowered his head and started writing exercises. Regarding physics, Yi Zhou can be said to be the existence of the best grades in the whole grade. He has a complete grasp of what was covered in class today. Halfway through the class, the physics teacher suddenly said, Yi Zhou, you come up and talk to everyone about this question. I've seen your second model paper. You have your own thoughts on this type of question. I think it's quite good. Come up and talk to the class. Okay. Yi Zhou nodded and put down the pen in his hand. A number of his classmates' eyes were on him as he made his way to the podium. This also included Lin Shangyue. Whoa. Yeah, Yi Zhou is going to go on stage to talk about the topic. Finally I can see him properly and openly. Humph. Little Yi Chao. See if I won't look at you hard and fierce this time. Ahem. Hearing Lin Shangyue's heartfelt words, Yi Zhou stumbled and nearly fell when he went on stage. He looked back at Lin Shangyue and realized that the other party was sitting there with an icy expression on her pretty face. Just look at him quietly. Well. You can't stop gabbing in your mind, but you're so calm on the surface. You're worthy of it. Yi Zhou muttered twice in his heart before he took the pen from the physics teacher and started to talk about the problem facing the whole class. Regarding the motion of charged particles in an electric field question type, Mr. Yang's solution is most suitable for the usual conventional solution, and my personal solution, although Mr. Yang thinks it's good, may not be suitable for everyone, so all of you should listen to it first, and if you don't think it's suitable for you, you'll still have to use Mr. Yang's solution as the main one in the end. Regarding the question on the board, you can first see that the two are at rest relative to each other, accelerating together to the left under the force of the electric field. And then, as Yi Zhou opened his mouth, the students on the stage listened intently. After all, Yi Zhou was the top existence in the class, and his solution to the problem was still very skillful. Yang En, who was on the side, was looking at Yi Zhou with a face full of relief. This kid Yi Zhou, his solution to the problem is clearly more simple than mine, and he's still so modest after going on stage. Good grades and high emotional intelligence. In the future in society is also absolutely bright existence na. Yang En is very optimistic about Yi Zhou. It was just that he couldn't help but let out a dark sigh when he remembered Yi Zhou's family situation. Yi Zhou was seriously explaining his solution to the students on the stage, completely immersed in it, occasionally glancing at Lin Shangyue, who was sitting in the second row. Yi Zhou is so handsome. This high nose, this angular jawline. Shaka. Ha. I'm drooling It's really worthy of Yi Zhou The solution is easier than even Mr. Yang's. So handsome I love it. / //// dash omega / dash / Ye Zhou. Lin Shangyue's heartfelt voice kept drifting into Yi Zhou's ears, and his facial muscles couldn't help but twitch. Hey, schoolgirl Lin, you're just opening your mouth to old dog-licking literature. Every time I'm first in the class, it's you or me. We're not that far apart, are we? Hard to boast, right? Yi Zhou's head was full of black lines. As he lectured, he was forced to listen to Lin Shangyue's inner heart that was committing nymphomania, and he could feel very clearly that there was a beautiful eye looking at him unscrupulously from the stage. *********. Why does it feel like I'm not wearing anything when I'm clearly wearing dress pants? After Yi Zhou finished talking about the questions and returned to his position, Yang En began to talk about the next part. Yi Zhou couldn't help but glance in Lin Shangyue's direction, realizing that the other man also happened to be looking back at him. Several rows of seats apart, the two of them looked at each other for 1 second, and then Lin Shangyue turned her head to continue listening to the lesson as if nothing had happened. But the next, stared at Ye Zhou, face so hot, lucky he didn't see it. But he's looking at me. Yi Zhou's expression changed, noticing that Lin Shangyue's ears, which were white and tender in their own right, reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. If one were to stand in front of her right now, one could definitely notice that her face was much redder than usual. This made Ji Chao couldn't help but think of a saying, the blush of a young girl is better than all words of love. Therefore, combining all of Lin Shanyue's heartfelt words that he had heard from last night to just now. A strange thought sprang up in Yi Zhou's mind. Lin Shanyue likes me. But why? Yi Zhou stared at Lin Shanyue's back, full of doubts. He didn't feel that there was anything particularly outstanding about himself that would make a schoolgirl like Lin Shanyue take a fancy to him. But if Lin Shanyue wasn't fond of herself, then how could she explain her philandering heart? Not sure. Look again. After all, there are 3 great illusions in life: that your phone vibrates, that I can kill back, and that she likes me. Yi Chao had a moment of frustration. After 2 morning classes, it was time for recess. Originally, we were supposed to do radio gymnastics during recess, but today we cancelled it because of the 50 days of college entrance examination seminar. Once all the students in the school had stood in line according to their class positions, the school leaders began to take the stage in turn to give their speeches. Immediately after that, it was time for Yi Zhou to take the stage. Dear teachers and students, hello, I'm Yi Chao from the senior class, 5, and I'm honored to be here today. According to the prepared speech, Yi Zhou stood on the stage and began to speak. About 15 minutes later, Yi Zhou finished his speech and stepped down from the stage, ushering in thunderous applause. Is that senior Yi Zhou? The 3rd in his senior year? It's a bit more handsome than I thought. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? There are tons of guys in our school who are more handsome than Yi Zhou. Why do you guys have to do that? But people study well. What about those people? I thought all schoolboys looked the same, wearing heavy eyeglass frames, with iconic inches and a key hanging from a red string on their chests. Yi Chao is a complete breath of fresh air. Yeah, Chao when he got off the stage. Clearly see the stage among the crowd. There is an inch-head pretty boy silently put away the chest of the red rope key. Immediately afterward, the presentation went on for another half hour, and it was time for a lunch break for dinner. The principal announced the end of the presentation, and all students were dismissed on the spot. Xiong Kai laughed as he put his arm around Yi Zhou's shoulders. Let's go, Ah Chao. There's a new pig's foot rice restaurant in front of the school. Let's go and try it. Okay, it just so happens that I made a fortune last night, so it's on me today. Xiong Kai raised an eyebrow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fruit really? Before Yi Zhou could respond, a girl with a ponytail, a pink butterfly hairpin and a petite figure appeared in front of the two. The girl raised her head to look at Yi Zhou. Her cheeks quickly flushed a scarlet red, and she said in a shy tone, Senior Yi, I'm Li Xiaoya from the sophomore 8 class, and after listening to your speech just now, I feel particularly inspired. So, I would like to ask you for your usual study tips. Can you add a QQ? Ye Zhou froze. It's not like he hasn't had girls asking for his contact info. It was just like this girl in front of him, who dared to ask him directly for his contact information in front of everyone, or the first time he had encountered it. Xiong Kai was the first to react and playfully poked Yi Zhou. Ah Chao, what are you waiting for? The schoolgirl asked you for QQ. Oh, my QQ. Yi Zhou froze, subconsciously preparing to read his QQ, but before he could finish reading, he felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. The audacity. This girl is really bold. Actually dared to ask Yi Zhou for her QQ number in front of me. I don't even have it yet. What's this girl's name? Go back today and have Uncle Lee investigate this girl. Kill them all. Oh. Yi Zhou, I have not your QQ it. Can you not give other girls Chapter 4, you have no intention to penetrate the wind, but your arrogance leads to a mountain torrent. Gar. Feeling the strong killing intent behind him, Yi Zhou's words came to an abrupt end. He gulped and looked back. Sure enough, he found Lin Shanyue standing right there, her eyes revealing nothing but coldness. Her eyes slightly narrowed as she stared at the girl named Li Xiaoya. Yi Zhou only felt his scalp go numb, so he immediately changed his words to Li Xiaoya. I won't add my QQ, right? Schoolgirl, I'm about to take the college entrance exam, so I won't look at my cell phone if there's nothing going on. So, if there's anything, you can just come to my class and look for me directly. Being rejected by Yi Zhou, Li Xiaoya's pretty face flashed with despondency. Well, I'm sorry for the disturbance. Senior Yi. She turned and walked quickly away. As she left, Yi Zhou also noticed that the strong killing intent behind her disappeared. He was hanging on by a thread. Yi Zhou is really afraid that if he gives QQ out, Lin Shanyue will have to explode with anger on the spot. After all, she had the intention of having that what's-her-name Uncle Lee investigate all of Li Xiaoya's information. This Uncle Lee wouldn't be her family's personal assassin, right? A mobster's daughter, right? Ha. Yi Zhou is awesome. I knew you weren't a casual boy. How can you just give QQ to a girl? At least give it to me first. Lin Shanyue's heartfelt voice once again rang in Yi Zhou's ears. Yi Zhou couldn't help but look back at her again, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but tug. Want my QQ? Tell me about it. I'll just present a ing storm spiral with both hands. Although from the beginning to the end, Lin Shanhua's expression hadn't changed much, and she had always maintained a cool stance. But her heartfelt words made Ji-jo feel that this niece was arrogant and cute. TSK. Ah chow. You kid is a urea bag. So able to load? Still say what soon college entrance examination. Will not add QQ. Words I'll let you say. Xiong Kai flirted a bit and didn't take this matter seriously. In fact, this situation had been encountered quite a few times by Yi Zhou, and Xiong Kai had gotten used to it a long time ago. The two of them hooked up and headed off campus for lunch. Looking at the backs of the two departing, the coldness in Lin Shanhua's eyes dissipated quite a bit. In its place was overwhelming tenderness. At this moment, Yi Zhou's back seemed to overlap with that teenager's back in her memory. The corner of Lin Shanhua's mouth curved into a nice arc, her eyes curving in a smile. You didn't mean for the wind to blow through the room, but you're arrogant enough to cause a flash flood. Ah chow. You went to work part-time again? It's almost the college entrance exam. If you get hurt while working part-time, won't that delay the entrance exam? In the restaurant, Xiong Kai said to Yi Zhou as he gulped down his pig's foot rice. When Ye Zhou was 2 years old, his parents died in a car accident. Later, Ye Zhou was adopted by his only relative, his aunt, who had a cousin 2 months younger than Ye Zhou. Aunt and uncle don't really like Yi Zhou, and adopted him just for his parents' death compensation, and Yi Zhou was well aware of that. So since little Ye Zhou is living very carefully, housework is he to do. There are troubles he dealt with. Even so still always suffered from the aunt's family of blank stares. So, Reed High School Ye Zhou chose the most distant school from the aunt's home, and hid from them. From the resident student did the procedure for day students. This way, he could earn some living expenses while studying. If he relied on the living expenses given by his aunt, he would have enough to eat every day. Hearing Xiong Kai inquire, Yi Zhou shook his head. Didn't go part-time, earned it from a neighbor. Yesterday. Asterisk. Such a big melon. You should have called me then and I would have arrived in minutes to block the door with you. Xiong Kai learns the truth about Yi Zhou's fortune and looks remorseful. Without this melon, his whole body was bad. Suddenly, Yi Zhou's cell phone rang. Seeing the word aunt on the caller ID on the screen, Yi Zhou glanced up with a frown. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to connect. Hello, Auntie. Yi Zhou. Chenshur has already finished the school exams and will go back from the provinces soon. Just now on the way I ran into Chenshur's mom and heard her talking to Chenshur on the phone. Chenshur seems to want to buy some kind of Burberry watch. You and Chenshur are from the same school. You two know each other. It just so happens that it's been a long time since we've seen each other. You grab a piece of that watch in the next few days and give it to Chenshur when she comes back. Zhou Lan spoke in a commanding tone. Yi Zhou's frown deepened after hearing this, and he pursed his lips. Auntie, I know you want to maintain your relationship with Chenshur her parents, but I don't think that's how relationships are maintained. I think, what do you know as a little kid? It's called the human condition. Don't you talk back to me, just do what I say anyway, and hurry up and go fast on that Baba Watley watch. Seeing his words interrupted by Zhao Lan, Yi Zhou sighed. Well, Auntie, that Burberry watch, the cheapest one costs $300 or $400 apiece. I don't have that kind of money. You have to send it to me. A watch costs that much? I don't understand it, but I'm not a cutie either. Don't think I don't know that you're trying to take advantage of the situation to ask for more money. Auntie, I'm not lying. If you don't believe me you can search the internet. I'm not searching. I've heard from your teachers that you got an $800 scholarship not too long ago, and you're telling me you don't have any money? I still give you $600 a month for living expenses. You can spend it all? Besides, which of the food and clothes you grew up with weren't given to you by your aunt and uncle and me? Now that I'm asking you to spend some money, you're not happy about it? Yi Zhou, you are a white-eyed wolf. Zhou Lan was babbling on the other end of the phone, getting worse and worse. Yi Zhou listened to all this and was just silent, and then silent again. He had long since gotten used to Zhao Lan's senseless, even morally kidnapping words. Until the end, Zhao Lan only coldly dropped a sentence anyway. This thing you have to give me a good job. Otherwise I must let your whole school know that you are a white-eyed wolf. After hanging up the phone, Xiong Kai, who was sitting opposite Yi Zhou, heard everything Zhao Lan said because he was so close. He was extraordinarily angry, his eyes blazing with rage. Ah chow, your aunt is too rebellious. It's fine if she wants to climb up the Chenshur family's relationship. Why should you pay for the money it costs to climb up the relationship? She's really good at saying she's giving you $600 a month to live on, which averages out to only $20 a day. Bayan is a first-tier city. For a normal lunch, it's at least $10, plus breakfast and dinner. $600 a month won't even fill you up. How did she have the nerve to say you couldn't have any money left over if you weren't still working part-time every month and not being able to eat? Seeing the way Xiong Kai fought for himself, Yi Zhou couldn't help but smile. So what if you don't have parents or people who love you? At least, there's a good brother. Yi Zhou waved his hand, signaling Xiong Kai to take it easy. It's not the first day you know my aunt like this. It's okay. Anyway, I'm going to take the college entrance exam soon, and when I go to college, I'll be rid of them. But, ugh. Xiong Kai wanted to say something, but in the end, he just sighed heavily. But then, as if he seemed to have thought of something, a sudden light dawned on him. Ah, Chow. If Lin Shangyue really lives next door to you, it would be great if you could just go crazy and take her. Then your predicament wouldn't all be gone? Yi Zhou looked at Xiong Kai with a strange expression. No dude. I told you all about it this morning. Lin Shangyue, she really lives next door to my house now. Chapter 5, so it's her contrasting heartbeat. Aha. Lie to your buddies, okay? Never dare to lie to yourself. Let's go. Accompany me to the playground to play some ball. The lunch break still has almost an hour. Xiong Kai shrugged his shoulders, still not believing that Lin Shangyue had become Yi Zhou's neighbor. Yi Zhou shook his head. No. I'll go back to the classroom and brush up. What the hell? If you ask me, you nerds are all the same. Astronomical at the top and paralyzed at the bottom. Xiong Kai bristled. Knowing Yi Zhou's character, he didn't detain him much. In fact, Yi Chao is in very good physical condition, because he works part-time outside, mostly as a day laborer. What courier sorting, courier loading, assembly line assembly, etc. These are the norm. 3 years of high school had allowed him to put on a lot of muscle as well. Ka-dash. Pushing open the classroom door, Yi Zhou squinted his eyes. There were only a handful of people in the classroom, all asleep on their desks. Only Lin Shangyue, who was in the second row by the window, was sitting in her seat holding a pen and writing questions. The sunlight from the window gently drizzled down on her dark hair, and the occasional breeze that blew through would ruffle the strands of hair on her forehead. But she didn't seem to care, fully absorbed in the exercises in front of her. The lines of her side face were soft and delicate. During the writing process, her brows would occasionally knit gently, revealing a hint of seriousness and persistence. This fantastic scene made Yi Zhou look a little dumbfounded. Lin Shangyue was as if she had walked out of a painting. Lin Shangyue also heard the sound of the door being pushed, and she subconsciously looked up towards the door. The next second, Yi Zhou is back. Everyone else in the classroom is sleeping today. It seems like he and I are the only ones awake right now. Should I go up and say something to him? But it's a bit socially alarming. Or maybe it's time to say something? Lin Shangyue, how can you be so timid? He is Ye Zhou, and not an outsider. Yi Zhou couldn't help but snicker in his heart. The cold as an iceberg. Lin Daifa is a bit rich in psychological activities. Thinking that Lin Shangyue always only dared to whisper BB in her heart, Yi Zhou simply took the initiative to walk towards her. Lin Shangyue's expression changed slightly when she saw this scene, and she couldn't help but frown. Why is Yi Zhou coming towards me? Lin Shangyue, this is a good opportunity to talk to Yi Zhou. Take the initiative. Yi Zhou ignored her heartfelt words and took the lead. Schoolgirl Lin, when you get home from studying tonight, I'll introduce you to Big Brother Zhang, who lives in 1002. He should be resting at home tonight. Okay, good. Lin Shangyue nodded in a daze. Yi Zhou gave a hum and went back to his seat to start writing the questions. He had just sat down when Lin Shangyue's heart blared. Yi Zhou took the initiative to talk to me. This must be the 7th time he's talked to me since I transferred to the first high school in my senior year. You're going to introduce me to Big Brother Zhang after study hall tonight? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Big Brother Zhang, Big Brother Li, Big Brother Wang. What's important is that you can still meet Yi Zhou alone after you go home at night. Hear this. Yi Zhou couldn't help but look up with odd eyes at Lin Shangyue. Hiss. No way. Even remembering so well how many times I've initiated conversation with her? The afternoon session went by in the blink of an eye, followed by evening study time. Near the end of the evening study hall, a deafening thunder broke the quiet atmosphere of the evening study hall. Rumble. The crowd looked out the window and realized that lightning was constantly breaking through the sky, and a steady stream of bean-sized raindrops began to fall. In the blink of an eye, it was raining heavily. Holy, what's with the thunderstorms again? Didn't it just rain at the beginning of the month? It's not like it's your first day living in Northam. It's like that every year at this time. Ugh. I didn't bring my umbrella. I'm going to get wet again when I get home tonight. Annoying. The class wailed, and Xiong Kai couldn't help but complain to Yi Zhou. It's so annoying, and I didn't bring an umbrella, and I just washed my school uniform last night, so I'll have to do it again tonight when I get home in the rain. Aha. There's no way to play on this vacation. Aha. Let's go to the gaming hotel to play games. One last blast before the college entrance exam. Aha. Not buddy, so cold? It was only then that Xiong Kai reacted to Yi Zhou's perfunctory remarks. He let out a disgruntled sputter. I originally thought that Yezhou was writing the question, so I was so perfunctory. As a result, he looked sideways and found Yezhou staring intently ahead. Following Yezhou's gaze, he realized that he had been looking at Lin Shanyue. Ah, Chow. What's wrong with you kid today? I didn't see you so interested in Lin Shanyue before? You kid. You wouldn't like her, right? Oh no. Just thinking. Yezhou shook his head and withdrew his gaze obediently. The sudden sound of thunder just now made Yezhou realize something he had never discovered. Since he could hear Lin Qianyue's heart, then he was sitting in the classroom, so close to Lin Qianyue. It was logical that he was able to hear the heart of the thoughts about solving the problem that were in her head while she was listening to the lecture. But he hadn't heard a peep from morning until during the evening study period. Nor had he even heard Lin Shanyue's heartbeat of thinking about other things. Yezhou combined the previous situation and he quickly judged. I can only hear Lin Shanyue's heartfelt voice that contrasts with her own high-strung personality. Other than that, all the other voices of her heart, I can't hear them. Man, that makes a lot more sense. If I can hear her whole heart, I just need to run to her and ask what's the combination to your safe. She will definitely subconsciously recite the combination in her mind. Won't I be able to go straight to the peak of my life? What's the point of trying? While Yezhou was pondering over his understanding, the bell rang for the end of class. Jingle bells. The walk-ins are starting to pack their bags for home. Yezhou was on duty today, and by the time he finished cleaning and went to the carport to get his car, there weren't many students left in the school. Yezhou bashfully took out the umbrella from his school bag and pushed on his bicycle with the intention of going home. He was used to having an umbrella from time to time, but just as the steps were taken, Yezhou saw a familiar silhouette standing in front of him. It's Lin Shanyue. She seemed to be on the phone with someone and her expression looked a little hard. Uncle Lee, are you sure you can't make it? I'm really sorry, miss. Tonight the rain is too heavy. The road has several car accidents. I'm blocked in the road at this moment, can't pass. Why don't you take a taxi and go back first? I'm afraid of delaying you, but it's hard to get a cab on this side of the school. Then wait a little longer, miss. I'll be there to pick you up as soon as I can. Well, then Uncle Lee, please hurry up. There aren't many people at the school anymore. I'm a bit scared to be alone. After Lin Shanyue hung up the phone, she looked up and saw Yezhou, who had appeared in front of her at some point. Her eyes flashed with surprise. Yi student? I'm so scared to be alone. All the other students have gone home, and the only way to be a little less scared is to stand by your bike. Yezhou heard the entire phone call between Lin Shanyue and the driver. I'm sorry, I heard you on the phone earlier. Is your driver unable to come pick you up at this time? Lin Shanyue was just stunned, then subconsciously nodded her head. Well, Uncle Lee is stuck in traffic. Yezhou heard Lin Shanyue's wailing heartbeat, and she was clearly terrified. She'll be scared out of her wits when her chauffeur comes to pick her up. After hesitating for a moment, Yezhou asked tentatively, You're still staying back at the apartment tonight, right? If the driver can't make it over for a while and you don't mind, I can take you back with me on my bike. I brought my umbrella. Will it be a pain in the ass? It's no trouble. You're sitting in the back just in time to help me with my umbrella. After Yezhou finished speaking, he saw Lin Shanyue's eyes become pleasant. Whoa. Yezhou is taking me back with him. I get to ride his bike, help you with your umbrella, right? I can. Yezhou didn't hold back a laugh and continued. Schoolgirl Lin, do you want to go back with me first? Of course, if you mind. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Don't. I'll go back with you. Seeing that Yezhou seemed to be leaving, Lin Shanyue, in her excitement, pulled Yezhou. This was doubly surprising to Yezhou. It was obvious that Lin Shanyue was really a bit anxious. Yezhou handed the umbrella to Lin Shanyue and earnestly admonished. Okay, then you sit tight in the back. One hand on the umbrella, one hand on my shirt. Don't let go. You'll fall. Well, then I'll talk to Uncle Lee and tell him not to pick me up at school. Okay, then you send it. Lin Shanyue nodded, then edited a text message to send. When Yezhou didn't notice, the corner of her mouth pulled up a nice curve. If Yezhou had seen the content of the text message, he would have called out that the world was full of ing actors. Uncle Lee, Yezhou really offered to send me home. You don't have to worry about me. He'll send me back safely. Chapter 6, Prefer Black or White Silk? Rumble. Another muffled thunderclap rang out, and the rain didn't let up at all. Yezhou rode a bicycle. Lin Qianyue sat sideways on the back seat, one hand carefully grasping his clothes, the other helping him with an umbrella. If you stand on a passerby's point of view, you can instantly see that the young girl deliberately tilted her umbrella forward for fear of getting wet to the teenager on the bike. Her clothes were already much dampened. Due to the very close proximity to Lin Shanyue this time, the fragrance of her body, which was uniquely belonging to a young girl, drifted into Yezhou's nostrils. Yezhou's heart throbbed a little and shouted against the sound of the rain. Schoolgirl Lin, You must hold on tight. I can't afford to pay for breaking you. Don't worry. I won't fall. Of course I'm holding on tight. I'm even tempted to just hug you. It doesn't matter if it breaks. Then I'll have a reason to rely on you. You can't afford to pay, can you? If you can't afford it, I'd like it even more. If you can't afford it, you'll have to give yourself to me. Yizhou, there is such a good thing? Well, if you say so, then I'm going to have to drop you. Of course, Yizhou was just thinking about it. He couldn't really go and wrestle Lin Shangyue. On the contrary, after hearing Lin Xian use heartfelt words, he rode more steadily. As he passed the first intersection in front of the school, Yi Chao's attention was fully focused on the area directly in front of him. He didn't see in the slightest that the black Maybach that always picked Lin Shangyue up and took her home was parked around the corner. At this time, Li Nian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, saw the scene and looked down at the text message that his own young lady had just sent, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. In the evening before the evening study at Bayan No 1 middle school was almost over, Li Nian received a text message from Lin Shangyue, says it's raining tonight and he won't be coming to pick her up, and instructs him to put on a play with himself later. Thinking that his young lady had gone to great lengths just so she could go home with Yizhou, Li Nian couldn't help but sigh. Miss, what are you doing? Who dash? Schoolgirl Lin, home. Yezhou rode back to the neighborhood and parked the car. Lin Shangyue nodded her head and also walked down from above, her eyes clear and cold as she looked at Yizhou. Thanks. How come it feels like Uncle Li didn't drive me here so fast yesterday? I still want to sit for a while longer. It's so hard to be so close to Yizhou. Damn it, can it rain every day from now on so I can ride Yizhou's bike home every day? Yezhou thought, if you ride my bike home every day, seen by other boys in school, I have to be on the assassination list in a minute. He chuckled. You're welcome. Hurry up and go upstairs. Just in time to introduce you to Big Brother Zhang. Good. Yizhou and Lin Shangyue got on the elevator and went to 1002 to knock on the door of Brother Zhang's house. Ding dong. Ding dong. No one responded to the doorbell after several consecutive rings. Yizhou couldn't help but hiss. Strange. Yesterday, Zhang Daogao worked the night shift. It is reasonable to say that he is off today. How come he is not at home? Thinking, he sent a tweet to Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang, aren't you home? Sorry Chao, I forgot to tell you. I moved out during the day because the thought of my ex-girlfriend in my bed with another man makes me sick to my stomach. Chao, good luck on the college entrance exam. I'll see you in the Jianghu. Seeing the content of Brother Zhang's text message, Yezhou was a little surprised, but felt that it made sense. Yizhou looked at Lin Shangyue again. That, Brother Zhang had something to do and moved away during the day, so there's no way to introduce you. Lin Shanyue's beautiful eyes lit up for a moment before she nodded slightly. Oh, well then, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Thanks for tonight. After Lin Shanyue finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards 1003, and her heartbeat came crashing in. The residents of 1002 have moved out, so the entire 10th floor will be left with just Yizhou and I? Great. I'll call Uncle Li later and ask him to rent 1002 right away as well, so that no one will bother me and Yezhou from now on. Then I can do whatever I want to him. He. Yizhou couldn't help but fill his head with black lines when he heard this cheering heart of Lin Xianyu. Miss Lin, have you always been so brave? Yizhou came home and started cooking for himself. The average student in the school chooses to eat in the school cafeteria, or off campus, in the evening, but Yezhou and monthly living expenses are so little, plus now close to the college entrance examination, he did not have so much heart to go outside part-time work, so saving what little he could, he cooked his own dinner. Rumble. Thunder roared outside the window and lightning continued to cut through the night sky. Yezhou sighed. It looks like the rain won't stop tomorrow. For those like him who ride their bikes to school, the thing he hates most is a rainy day because it is a bit dangerous to ride with one hand under an umbrella and the other hand on a bike. Ding dong. Yezhou had just finished eating and was planning to wash the dishes when the doorbell rang. Who is it this late? Puzzled, Yezhou went forward to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a pair of large, bright white legs came into view. It's Lin Shangyue. Lin Shangyue stood in front of Yizhou's house, wearing a light blue pajama top, and the pajama pants underneath didn't even reach her knees. Those big white legs that were white and slippery were so recklessly exposed in the middle of the air. Lin Shanyue's hair was draped over her shoulders, and the faintly yellowish light in the hallway hit her flawless face with a kind of still sculpted frozen beauty. There was more than a hint of uneasiness in her normally cool and incomparable eyes, and her vermilion lips were slightly parted. Ye students. Schoolgirl Lin, what's the matter? Is this a convenient time for you? The window in my house seems to be broken and I can't close it. It keeps rattling in the wind and I'm a little scared. Lin Shanyue bit her lip, and after she said these words, A blush quickly rose on her white cheeks. Lin Shangyue, you're also too timid. Yizhou will definitely think you're a troublemaker. But again, I'm really scared. I always feel like something is going to crawl in through the window. Yizhou removed his own eyes on Lin Shanyue's legs. I think the screws are old and stuck. If you don't mind, let me go take a look at it for you. Maybe I can fix it. Aha! Yizhou, you're so nice. Yizhou grabbed a screwdriver and new screws from home and followed Lin Shanyue into her house. As soon as he entered, Yizhou smelled the exact same smell as Lin Shanyue's, except that the decor wasn't as lavishly organized as he'd thought it would be. It should be that Lin Shanyue had only moved in and hadn't had time to set up. Lin Shanyue pointed in the direction of the balcony. It's the balcony window. Okay, let's see. Yezhou found the problematic window, and found that the screws were really stuck. He began repairing it at once. However, Lin Shanyue's heartfelt voice drifted over. Yizhou is so good. He can actually fix windows. Just now too scared. Did not have time to change clothes. I should have known to wear a pair of stockings. The internet says that boys like it. I just don't know whether Yizhou likes black silk or white silk. This heartfelt statement Yizhou heard and almost reflexively blurted out. Black silk. As a result, his entire body froze in place as soon as the words left his mouth. Bad. How to put the heart out. Yizhou's heart instantly rose to his throat, and he hoped that Lin Shanyue hadn't heard those words. But in the next second, Lin Shanyue's incomparably icy voice immediately came from behind her. What did you say? Chapter 7, Make Yi Chao Behave Water. Hearing Lin Shanyue's ice-cold questioning voice, Yizhou's heart thumped, hanging by a thread finally, completely dead. But as the saying goes, a man's mouth is hard until he dies, as long as he hasn't been caught in the act. So Yizhou immediately changed his words. I said it's dark as hell. It's raining and it's really dark. Fix it. I'll close the window for you. Oh, Lin Shanyue didn't doubt it and gently nodded her head. Turning back to see her like this, Yezhou breathed a sigh of relief. Hard at work. I'll get you a glass of juice. Lin Shanyue opened her mouth, her voice less cold, and then walked towards the refrigerator. While she was getting the juice from the refrigerator, Yizhou couldn't help but sneak another peek at Lin Xianyu. The pajamas she was wearing reflected her exquisite figure to the fullest. The legs that were so white that they glowed, as well as the slender waist, didn't grow a bit of extra meat. Most importantly, Lin Shanyue was not only tall and thin, but also very material, shrugged up, firm and round, and could be completely described as convex in the front and curved in the back. Gar. Yizhou couldn't help but gulp. The Taoist heart is a bit unsteady. The promised cement to seal the heart was moved a few bags by Lin Shanyue. Gee, I'm tempted to drug the juice. That's how it's done in the movies. Yi Chao is delirious after drinking the juice, so I can't just do whatever I want. Aha! Tomorrow, I'll ask Uncle Li if he has this Make Yizhou Behave water. Yezhou. 6. Yezhou corner of the eye twitched a few times, and the cement that had just been moved, and then collectively sealed back overnight. He resolved that if he had another chance to come to Lin Shanyue's house next time, there was absolutely no way he would take another sip of water. Soon, Lin Shanyue came over with 2 cups of juice. Your juice. Thank you. Schoolgirl Lin. Yizhou and Lin Shanyue sat opposite each other on the sofa, the two of them looking at each other speechlessly. This atmosphere is really a bit awkward. Yizhou took the initiative to find a topic and said, Everyone says you live in a villa. Why did you move to this neighborhood? This shouldn't be half as big as your family's villa. Lin Shanyue sipped her juice and shook her head. They're wrong. I don't live in a villa. That's just a rumor. Yeah, okay. Yizhou heard. Suddenly felt that the rich second generation is not so exaggerated. Sure enough, living in a villa is all just a movie exaggeration. But Lin Shanyue suddenly turned her words around. Her tone light, I live in a manor. Put. The juice that Yizhou had just drank into his mouth almost sprayed out. Well, the villa's too small for you. Damn. Lies don't hurt. Truth is fast. Lin Shanyue ignored Yizhou's dumbfounded expression and continued. I'm staying here because the entrance exams are coming up and it's closer to the school and it gives me more rest in the morning. On weekends, I have to go back to stay. Humph. Good thing I had my excuses ready. I can't tell you that I moved here specifically for you, right? Humph. That would make it seem like people are too unreserved. Lin Shanyue had one thing on the surface and one thing in her heart. She felt that her argument was simply seamless. However, the villain inside Yizhou applauded vigorously. Snapdash. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Master Shifu is worthy of being a master at playing dumb na. If I couldn't hear your heart, I'd almost believe it. More rest in the morning? You've been lying on your back peeking through the cat's eye ages in advance in order to go out with me in the morning. I'm afraid you haven't had as much rest since you moved here as you did before. Lin Shanyue. The Oscars owe you a little gold medal. Of course, Yizhou didn't poke Lin Xianyu. He just pretended to nod his head. I see. But don't your mom and dad worry about you living here alone? Dad. Mom? Lin Shangyue froze, her eyes suddenly dimming. My mom got sick and died when I was very young. And my dad. He had more important things to do, I guess. Seeing Lin Shanyue's depressed appearance, Yi Zhou's pupils contracted. He didn't realize that Lin Shanyue, who seemed to be beautiful in every way, didn't have a perfect family situation. For a moment, Yi Zhou seemed to see Lin Shanyue as a child. With her mother gone and her father busied with work rarely visiting her, she was left alone, hugging her knees and sitting in a room full of dolls. I'm sorry, schoolgirl Lin. I didn't mean it. I didn't know your mom. It's okay. Lin Shanyue shook her head slightly, and her expression quickly returned to her usual high and cold look. Ye students, I'm a bit tired. Oh good. Then I'll go back first. We can add a QQ. If you encounter another broken window or something similar, you can send me a message. I don't have QQ. I'll add it tomorrow after I register. Yi Zhou wasn't stupid. Hearing Lin Shanyue's words, he wisely got up and left. During the day, Lin Xianyue was still eager to add his QQ, but this moment she said so. Obviously she was in a bad mood. But when he walked to the door, Yi Zhou still couldn't help but look back at Lin Xianyue. Weird. He hadn't heard Lin Xianyue's heart since she mentioned her parents. Is this a time when she is without any contrasting heartfelt voice? Early the next morning, Yi Zhou still left the house at 6 o'clock to go to school. Sure enough, just as he opened the door, Lin Xianyue, who lived across the street in 1003, also opened the door to her house. Good morning, schoolgirl Lin. What a coincidence. Running into each other again. Good morning, Yi student. Lin Shanyue's tone was like ice, but the heart sounds that pleasant. Good morning, Yi Chao. It's not a coincidence. It's an opportunity one created. You idiot. I'm afraid you'll never find out. Yi Chao La Ku. The heart said that even if he couldn't hear Lin Xianyue's heart, as long as he went out in the morning for 3 consecutive mornings and encountered Lin Xianyue, he would inevitably suspect that the other party was doing it on purpose. If there was another chance encounter next, he would be able to sit on that suspicion. I'm stupid? Don't be silly. The bag isn't stupid. The two of them were the same as yesterday morning. With Yezhou riding to school and Lin Xianyue riding in the Maybach, she hadn't been able to work up the courage to invite Yi Zhou to join her after all. When he arrived at the classroom, Xiong Kai, in a rare occurrence, did not sleep through the morning reading. Yi Zhou put his book bag away and flirted. Yo, the sun's beating down on the west side today, and you didn't even sleep through your morning reading? Don't mention it. I'm getting pissed off. It was raining last night. I rode my bike back especially fast, and when I got home I realized I lost my cell phone at some point. In a fit of rage, I went out in the pouring rain to look again, and the result was, in a fit of rage, a fit of anger, and no farts. Xiong Kai cried out. His whole body was bad. Yezhou smiled. Losing it is just right. Anyway, the college entrance examination will be held soon. This is a direct way for you to quit your cell phone and have a good college entrance examination. Don't tomorrow will be a vacation. I still think about the impact of the country Han Xi in it. This is no cell phone. Is considered a complete waste. Yi Zhou's brow furrowed. Tomorrow is Wednesday. What kind of vacation? I knew you must have forgotten. Didn't the old class say last week that the first and second years of high school are going to take the academic level exams this week? And our school is the test site this year, so the third years of high school will have a 3-day vacation. Hearing Xiong Kai say this, Yi Zhou was a bit impressed. Seeing Yi Zhou recalled, Xiong Kai continued to fool him. Zhou, since I lost my cell phone, let's go to the gaming hotel to play tomorrow on vacation. This time I'll treat you. No, I'm not going. I'm going to review. It's not a conflict. Let's go play in the morning and review together in the afternoon. Combining work and rest. Yi Zhou wanted to refuse, but seeing Xiong Kai's expectant eyes, he agreed. All right. You can take this money for opening the gaming hotel. You go ahead tomorrow and I'll wait for my mom to go out and I'll go over there. Oh yeah, my QQ has a password protection and I can only log in by SMS verification. Waiting for tomorrow morning I use my home big ass computer. Re-register a QQ to add you. You then send me the room number. Chapter 8. It's over. The sky is falling. After Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai discussed where to go, they started the whole day's lesson. The day was uneventful until school ended in the afternoon. Xiong Kai and Yezhou said goodbye in front of the school. Ciao. Tomorrow morning do not see. Tonight my father is. Do not dare to open the computer. Tomorrow morning I will use the new QQ to add you. Just after saying goodbye to Xiong Kai, Lin Shangyue came face to face with Yi Zhou. Her eyes were clear and translucent as she came straight to Yi Zhou. Her expression clear and cold as she extended her jade hand to him. Give it to me. What is it? Yi Zhou was dumbfounded. Lin Shanyue's willow brows furrowed. Your QQ number. Last night you said you wanted to add QQ. I'm going back to the manor to live today, so I have time to register to add you. Oh, yeah. So take notes. 150 asterisk 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 asterisk. Humph. Finally got Yijo's QQ number. How bold a man is. How productive a pig is. If you dare to add his QQ today, you'll dare to pounce on him tomorrow. Yijo, don't believe me, unless you pounce on one and try. After Lin Shanyue got Yijo QQ, she turned around and got into the Maybach and left. Looking at the Maybach's taillights, Yejo cupped his chin and muttered to himself. No wonder there were so many people in the school before, asking around for Lin Shanyue's QQ or not heard from. It turns out that she does not have it at all. However, there are so many people in the school who dream of adding the QQ of the schoolgirl, and I'm just going to stand there and add the QQ? Yijo went back to review for the night and washed up and went to bed early to prepare for rest. He didn't even wait for Lin Shanyue's friend request before going to bed. Shouldn't have given it a miss, right? It shouldn't. Yijo was a bit puzzled, but he didn't think much about it and quickly entered dreamland. When he woke up early in the morning, he took the money Xiong Kai had given him and went to the Amumu Hotel. Coming to the front desk of the hotel, Yijo lightly handed his ID card to the receptionist. Hello, get a gaming room for two. The room is on the 5th floor. Room number is 5010. Enjoy your stay. Yijo took the room card and whistled as he found the room. When he opened his cell phone, he found that a QQ with a head that looked like a small penguin and a level of 0 had applied to add him as a friend. I don't have to think. This must be Kai Xiong. Yejo passed the application and typed quickly. Hotel Amumu. Room number 5010. Meanwhile, Kai Xiong's house. Xiong Kai Si obviously already ate to work time, but his mom half a day not to go to work. He was anxious. Have to hurry to apply for a QQ number plus a zhou, otherwise the room number are not known. Xiong Kai hard across. Also do not care about their own mom is still at home. He sneaked to the study. Turn on the big-ass computer at home and get ready to apply for a new QQ. As a result, the computer was just turned on. Xiong Kai's ears hurt, and he couldn't help but scream out in misery. Ouch 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 ouch. Mom, stop pulling on your ear. It's breaking. When Xiong Kai turned around, he saw his mom staring at him with narrowed eyes. Xiong Kai's heart went cold for the most part. Bad. Xiong Kai's old mom did not let go at all, but instead increased her strength, while reprimanding. Xiong Kai, you finished calf stuff. Soon to be college entrance exams. Still playing games? I lost my phone and I can't play. So now I can't even get my hands on our big-ass computer. Can I? I think you're really hungry. Mom, I'm scheduled to go review with Yijo today. I'm just going on QQ to contact him. Don't use Yijo as an excuse for me. If you know how to study, dogs don't eat. Xiong Kai's mom knows her son's pissiness too well, and she dislikes him nonchalantly. Immediately afterward, she wrapped her arms around her and said nonchalantly, you're not going anywhere today, and it just so happens that I'm off work to watch you study in person. No mom. Don't call my mom until you finish those papers today. Xiong Kai saw his mom's attitude so resolute, want to cry without tears. He knew that he would inevitably not be able to get out. Xiong Kai said silently in his mind, Ciao, buddy, I'm sorry. Lin family manor, main villa, living room. Lin Shanyue sat on the sofa, staring intently at the message Yijo had sent her an hour ago. Hotel Amumu, room 5010. Chao asked me to go to the hotel? This. We just added a QQ. There is no progress in the relationship yet. Will this be too fast? But he's Yijo. Should I go or not? If I go, should I wear a little dress? Today's weather is not bad. It won't be cold. And with a black silk bar or not? But if I really go, will Yejo think I'm a very casual girl? Lin Shanyue sat on the sofa torn between happiness and fear. She was happy that Yijo was actually willing to call herself out alone. She was afraid that the place she was going to was a hotel. Although she didn't resist Yijo, but after all, they were still in high school. And so it was. Lin Shanyue was torn for a full hour, not deciding whether she wanted to go or not. Hello? What the hell? Your mom caught you with your computer on? Yijo received a call from Xiong Kai on his mom's cell phone and was instantly dumbfounded. Kai chagrined. Yeah, my mom had to make me finish my paper before I could go out. Dude is kind of wasted today. Ciao. Before Xiong Kai could finish his sentence, Yijo hung up the phone. Xiong Kai looked at the cell phone suspiciously, thinking that Yijo should have been angry and hung up so quickly, but didn't take it to heart. Just invite him to dinner when we next meet. It's just that Kai doesn't know. Yijo learned that he did not even use QQ to add himself. Instantly felt that the sky has collapsed. If that new number isn't Kai, it can only be Lin Shanyue. Asterisk 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 the sky is falling. Yizhou's scalp tingled when he thought that the message he had sent the room number to was actually sent to Lin Shanyue. He glanced at his cell phone. Good thing Lin Shanyue hadn't replied and hadn't really come over. If this let Lin Shanyue's family know that she came to the hotel with a boy of her own, then wouldn't this be assassinated in minutes by a killer? Then cemented the barrel and thrown directly into the sea? Yizhou was so scared that he hurriedly took out his cell phone and edited the message to Lin Shanyue again. I'm sorry, schoolgirl Lin. Don't take the message I just sent seriously. I sent it to the wrong person. This time, Lin Shanyue returned the message in seconds. When Lin Shanyue on the other end of the cell phone saw this message, her original flowery and still tangled expression instantly went cold. Yes, it's not too much to say it's absolute zero. Sent to the wrong person? So, Yizhou was originally going to send this message to another girl. In this instant, Lin Shanyue no longer had any more tangled thoughts. She narrowed her eyes, and in those beautiful eyes was endless anger. Yeah. I'd like to see which girl dares to go today. Lin Shanyue immediately pulled out her cell phone and called Lin Yan. Her voice as cold as 10,000 years of ice. Uncle Li, prepare the car. Immediately. At once. Chapter 9, The Urgency of Being Caught in the Act of Adultery. Yizhou, who was sitting in the gaming hotel. He looked at Lin Shanyue's reply of, typing the explanation with fast hand speed. Schoolgirl Lin is really sorry. Xiong Kai made an appointment to play a game with me today at the gaming hotel. The room number was going to be sent to him, but I ended up sending it to the wrong person. Don't get me wrong. I really didn't mean to send it to you. I didn't have any intention of trying to get you to come to the hotel. After Yizhou's message was sent, he waited for a while and realized that Lin Shanyue was no longer replying to him. He sighed in relief. Phew, there shouldn't be anything more to it. She's not coming for sure. She'll think I'm too flirty at best. Hey, that's a big shame. Yizhou laughed bitterly for a few moments, then returned his attention to the computer. Now that Xiong Kai couldn't come, Yizhou felt that playing the game alone wasn't much fun, and planned to finish this game and start reviewing. It was just how Yizhou had never thought of the two messages he had sent to Lin Shanyue later. In Lin Shanyue's eyes it wasn't even considered an explanation. In her opinion, it was purely and simply sophistry. It was supposed to be sent to Xiong Kai, but it was sent to me? Yizhou, do you think I'm a child? You and Xiong Kai must have friended each other a long time ago. We friend each other this morning, but you wouldn't send it to the wrong person if you took a look at it, right? You must have added some new girl's QQ and confused me with her. Humph, if I catch you in a hotel with another girl today, you're dead. Lin Shanyue sat in the back seat of the Maybach. Looking at the chat box, the force of her grip on the cell phone vaguely increased. The aura emanating from his body was extraordinarily terrifying. Lin Yan, who was driving, felt it and got goosebumps and a sweaty feeling. He said silently in his mind, I Luo Leaf young master ah. What on earth did you do to piss off the lady like that? Knock, knock, knock. Yizhou heard the knock on the door and immediately took off his headphones. He raised an eyebrow. Xiong Kai the rebellious son sneaked out from home? There's something. Now he's not even afraid of his mom. Yezhou did not suspect, ran over to open the door as soon as possible, and even looked at the doorway to quickly run back to the position to continue to play the game. Said to Kum Kai as he played, okay, your mom found out and you still have the nerve to come to the hotel. We'd be dead if we were caught red-handed at the hotel. Why don't you go wash up first? It's pretty dirty. You're dying. Did you really ask another girl to come to the hotel? Also, still so calm and directly let people go to take a shower. Yizhou, how are you such a person? Hearing this piercing heartbeat, Yizhou, who was playing the game, trembled and almost slipped off the gaming chair. He looked sideways incredulously. There's no such thing as a bear Kai. Right in front of him was a Lin Shanyue standing there watery, her body radiating an icy aura that was simply not too cold. Not. Why is Lin Shanyue here? Yizhou's voice trembled and said, Lin schoolgirl, why are you here? You're the one who messaged me to come. I've explained it all. I sent it to the wrong person. I was going to send it to Xiong Kai. Lin Shanyue sneered. If it's Kum Kai, then why did you just say you'd be dead if his mom caught him? Because he's about to take the college entrance exam and his mom won't let him play games. Yeah, and what's the point of letting go to the wash? Lin Shanyue's voice grew colder and colder, and there was even a trace of imperceptible self-deprecation in her tone. Is it hard to tell me that you can't play the game without a shower? And Yizhou clearly saw a look of disappointment in her eyes. Yizhou froze, his emotions becoming complicated. At this moment, it seemed that he no longer needed to doubt Lin Xianyu's feelings for him. If Lin Shanyue didn't like herself, how could she question herself with such an attitude and look? In fact, based on those heartfelt voices, it could have been inferred that way a long time ago, only that Yizhou thought it was too ridiculous. Taking a deep breath, Yizhou explained with a serious expression. You misunderstood what I just said about going to wash. I didn't mean taking a bath. Because there are a lot of people coming to the gaming hotel. Even if there is a housekeeping cleaning, the keyboard won't be that clean. So every time Kai Xiong and I come here to play a game, the first thing we do is rescrub our keyboards ourselves with a little bit of toilet paper and water. Hearing Yi Zhou explain in this way, Lin Shanyue's eyebrows twitched. The compelling coldness in his body dispersed a lot. But Lin Shanyue was still half convinced. But you should have been friends with Kai Xiong for a long time. How did you get us two mixed up? This is a better explanation. Xiong Kai lost his cell phone the night before last. His QQ login must be verified by SMS. So he can only reapply for a new QQ at home to add me. I have to send him the room number. Turns out, you friended me this morning and I thought that was Kai Xiong. After hearing this, Lin Shanyue narrowed her eyes and looked condescendingly at Yi Zhou, who was sitting on the gaming chair. It seemed to ponder the truth of his words. The atmosphere in the room was instantly quiet. 1 minute later. If you explain it that way, it seems like there's nothing wrong with it. It seems like I misunderstood Yi Zhou. That attitude and tone of mine just now was simply questioning Yi Zhou. But he and I are only classmates now. Will this make Yi Zhou feel that I'm baffled? Lin Shanyue, why can't you remember that impulse is the devil? You're so stupid. Just now, I was so enraged that I rushed straight in, not even thinking that much. What the hell am I supposed to say now? Good society death. Hearing Lin Shanyue's heartfelt voice again, Yi Zhou also reacted. Hiss. Yeah, Lin Shanyue and I are just classmates. Now we add a neighborly relationship at most. Even if I did ask another girl to come to the hotel and she found out, nothing very horrible seemed to happen. Then why did you have a sense of urgency just now, when you were mistakenly caught in the act of adultery and rushed to explain? Seeing Lin Shanyue's inner embarrassment to the point of picking her toes, Yi Zhou took the initiative to break the silent atmosphere. Schoolgirl Lin, do you believe now that I sent the wrong message? Well, it was a misunderstanding on my part. Then if there's nothing else, you can go back. Schoolgirl Lin, it's more or less not too good if people see you appearing in a hotel with a boy. Yi Zhou wouldn't dare to be alone with Lin Shanyue in the hotel for too long. If the Lin family knew about this, he would be wasted if not dead. Lin Shanyue didn't leave, but looked around the entire room, finally resting her eyes on the other computer beside Yi Zhou. She pointed a white, soft finger at the computer, her tone clear and cold. I'd like to try the game too. Going back? Sayashu, you're the one who called me here. Oh, I'm sure I won't be leaving so easily. Chapter 10, A Game for Two in a Hotel. Oh, the classics are coming. Yi Zhou muttered in his mind before opening his mouth. It's okay to play, but still, don't play here, right? Why? Why does Kai Xiong get to play and I don't? Xiong Kai, that big black guy can even hang out with you. Don't I look prettier than him? Ooh, did you really ask another girl out after all? Hearing the heartbeat, Ye Zhou did a double take. Kai was dark, yes, but wheatish-skinned at best. Called the big black egg more or less stained with personal grudges. Right, okay, if you don't think anything is wrong just play for a while. What game would you play? Play anything. Lin Shanyue raised her chin and spoke in a slightly haughty tone. With such a look, Yi Zhou was doubly surprised. It looks like Lin Shanyue is still a hidden internet addict. 10 minutes later, Yi Zhou's face was a blackened mess. Schoolgirl Lin, I asked you if you could play LOL, you said you were good. But then you went in and couldn't even put your skills. You said it was a keyboard problem. Changed the Jedi survival. People close to the face to hit you. You hold down the left button to release all. The human body tracing hanging are not as excessive as you. You said it was a mouse problem. So now that you're playing Plants vs. Zombies, why did you plant the sunflowers in the first row? You're not going to tell me that it's a computer problem, are you? It's not the computer. Lin Shanyue's body was stunned for a moment, and she looked sideways at Yi Zhou. A hint of determination flickered in her cool gaze. It's called protecting our brains from being eaten. 6. Ye Zhou gasped and laughed. Lin Shanyue was not a game master at all. She was completely a white person who had never played a computer game. But it's just that she's vegetable and fun-loving. Forget it, schoolgirl Lin. Let's not play if we're vegetables. I don't dish. Being told by Yi Zhou that the dish was unconvincing, Lin Shanyue asked with a serious expression. Then why are you playing so well? Nothing else? Only the hand is familiar. Lin Xianyue nuzzled her mouth after hearing this and refused to get up, insisting on continuing to play. In desperation, Ye Zhou found 4,399 minigames and opened the Forest Ice Fireman for her to play. This time, Lin Shanyue finally had a gaming experience. She stared intently at the screen, her slender fingers tapping clumsily on the keyboard. Those beautiful eyes gradually flickered with pleasure. Yi Zhou, what's the name of this game? Forest Ice Fireman. Oh, Lin Shanyue nodded, then tapped the next level. seeing Lin Shangyue playing the game like a child. Yi Zhou couldn't help but laugh out loud, and then started sizing her up. Before today, Lin Shangyue didn't have QQ, nor had she played any games. Looking at it, she seems to have grown up with very little entertainment on the internet. Plus, knowing that Lin Shangyue didn't have a loving mother in her childhood and that her father worked outside all year round, she stayed alone in a huge house surrounded only by maids and housekeepers. It was not difficult for Yi Zhou to guess that nowadays, this high and cold character of Lin Shangyue was forced to be raised. She doesn't socialize much in reality or online, and being high-strung and sociopathic is a given. While Yi Zhou was thinking, Lin Shangyue suddenly turned her head. This game has a two-player mode. You play with me. No good? Why not? Ooh-hoo, I must have been too good at playing other games just now, so that Ye Zhou doesn't even want to play with me now. Lin Shangyue, you're really stupid. Xiong Kai's kind of simple-minded and limbless person can play and understand. How come you can't? The corner of Yi Zhou's eye twitched and he almost burst out laughing. It turned out that Big Black Egg was just Lin Shangyue's name for Xiong Kai. Simple-minded and limber is the true understanding of Kumkai. Well, pertinent, correct and spot on. Xiong Kai, who was working on his paper with a worried face, suddenly sneezed twice in a row. He scratched the back of his head, his eyes clear and stupid. Hey, am I catching a cold from the rain the night before? Facing Lin Qianyue's invitation, Yi Zhou waved his hand. No, you can play by yourself. I got tired of this little game in elementary school. There's no way the pack is going to play it with you. 5 minutes later, Yi Zhou sat beside Lin Shangyue frantically tapping on the keyboard, sweating profusely as he got stuck at a certain level for half a day. Lin Shangyue had passed, and he was dead set on passing. Yi Zhou cursed under his breath. It's not scientific. Why can you get by and why can't I? Lin Shangyue raised her eyebrows lightly. Light as usual. Nothing else, only the hand is familiar. A word, as if Galen had uttered a whisper. Silent and defense-breaking. Yi Zhou instantly red-warmed. He didn't expect that he would be choked by Lin Shangyue in turn so soon. The two sat and played for half an hour, and the time came to almost 11 o'clock. Schoolgirl Lin, why don't we just play here today? But I haven't had enough fun. Lin Shangyue revealed a rare expression of dissatisfaction. Yi Zhou couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This was an addiction to play. But he and Lin Shangyue were in the hotel room and had been alone for an hour, and he wasn't sure if the driver waiting downstairs would report this to the Lin family. So Ye Zhou lied. Let's play later. It's getting late. I have to start reviewing. You, just go back soon. You review yours, I'll play mine, and I won't influence you. But this isn't the place to learn. Yi Zhou is determined to leave the hotel today. Lin Shangyue's eyes narrowed. Are you trying to drive me away? Ye Zhou didn't panic at all after being poked and prodded. Of course not. Look at my book bag sitting over there. It's full of sets of questions with test papers. And what Xiong Kai and I had agreed on was that we'd go over it after the game. Oh, seeing the book bag placed not far away, Lin Shangyue didn't pester to continue playing the game. She got up and headed outside. Time has passed so quickly. I haven't had enough fun with Ye Zhou yet, but it only counts. He's going to go over his studies. He mustn't be disturbed. Yi Zhou, in order to make sure that Lin Qianyu could really leave the hotel, he pretended to grab his school bag and left the room together. He planned to return to his room to review after Lin Shangyue left. Maybe K-Bear can sneak out for a little while at night. But Ye Zhou blundered. As she passed the front desk, Lin Shangyue, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Why don't you go check out? Sure enough, Yi Zhou just wants to drive me away. Then when I'm gone, he calls another girl over. Yi Zhou took a deep breath and simply went straight to the checkout procedure. If I don't check out of this room in front of her today, I can't get rid of the charge that I'm going to yell at another girl to come to the hotel. When Yi Zhou returned after checking out of the room, he really found that Lin Shangyue's icy aura was a few points less. Hey. I really did misunderstand Xiao Ye Zhou. He really just asked Xiong Kai to play a game. That's a relief. Chapter 11, Maybach is really something. When he left the Amumu Hotel, he said goodbye to Lin Shangyue. Yi Zhou simply chose the city library next to him directly, intending to review here in the afternoon. He found a quiet corner on the second floor, then pulled out the set of questions and placed them on the table, ready to make a killing. Little tart question. See if I don't write you to death. It was at this point that the chair across the room was suddenly pulled away. Ye Zhou looked up blankly, only to see Lin Shangyue not say a word and sit down across from him. Schoolgirl Lin, what are you following me for? Lin Shangyue frowned slightly, her tone somewhat dissatisfied. I didn't follow you, so what brings you to the library too? Lin Shangyue didn't know where to bring a canvas bag and pulled out the test papers from it and laid them on the desktop with a bland expression. I'll review it too. Yi Zhou was momentarily speechless. Halfway through the day, he said, okay, but why did you choose to come to this library as well? I'm a member here. What's wrong with coming here? Lin Shanyue said, pulling out a golden card from her small wallet. Without waiting for Yi Zhou to see, she simply put it away and gently spat out. Perhaps, I've been here more times than you. Yi Zhou was half convinced. It's true that he doesn't come to this library very often, as it's still some distance from where he lives. But infrequent does not mean not come. He remembered the VIP card of this library. It seems not long Lin Shanyue showed him like that. Lin Shanyue wouldn't just take a card to fool him, would she? Schoolgirl Lin, this isn't right. Why do I remember that the city library's VIP card isn't long? Student Yi, you're disturbing my studies. Lin Shanyue didn't even raise her head and directly interrupted Yi Zhou. Ouch ouch. Yezhou hello annoying oh. If you continue to pursue the question I will be exposed. I just want to stay with you a little longer only well. However, Yi Zhou seems to like to review in the library, so we'll have to come and run into him more often in the future. Later when I go back, I'll have Uncle Lee help me get a VIP card for every library in Bayan, so I definitely won't show my face next time. Yezhou. Although he knew that Lin Shanyue's family was rich, he still wanted to say that he was disturbed. In order to meet him by chance, he actually went out of his way to spend a lot of money on a library membership card for the whole of Northam. It's ing trenchant. What's that saying? The poor man's romance is worthless. The rich man's rascality is extraordinarily charming. Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue sat face to face, both sides writing the questions they had in their hands, without opening their mouths to say a word in the middle. However, Yi Zhou could occasionally hear Lin Shanyue's heartfelt words and knew that she hadn't actually written the questions wholeheartedly. Instead, they were looking for a chance to peek at him. It's still the first time I've seen Yi Zhou so close. He's so serious when he's studying. He's so cute. His hair is so fluffy. I want to touch it. Yi Zhou was puzzled. He recalled that he had just started his senior year of high school, and after Lin Shanyue had transferred to Bayano, one middle school, it seemed like he had never spoken to Lin Shanyue at all except for some necessary circumstances, not to mention any contact. So, why on earth did Lin Shanyue like him? Yi Zhou knew that if he directly asked Lin Shanyue, not only would he not get an answer, he would more likely scare Lin Shanyue away. So much for thinking about it for the time being, and focusing all my thoughts on the test paper in front of me. From 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Zhou finally finished writing the paper he brought with him. He sat up straight and stretched hard, then silky smoothly put on the cap of his pen as if Long Aotian had lifted his pants. Oh, sticky paper, your tawdry questions were filled with answers that I filled in ruthlessly. I'll take this knowledge. I'll call the grade in later. Okay, you're useless. Now get off my desk. Yi Zhou was BB while he was contentedly putting away his test papers. He looked up at Lin Shanyue, who was sitting across from him. Schoolgirl Lin, I'm done writing. Well, me too. After a pause, Lin Shanyue added, I'm ready to go back. Ugh, I'm a bit reluctant to leave, but I can't help it. I've been with Yi Zhou since the morning, and just now, I deliberately came to find him to review together. If I make any more excuses to pester him, I'm sure I'm going to be found out. I don't know when the next opportunity like this will be. Yi Zhou's eyes were slightly downcast, and suddenly his words changed. Schoolgirl Lin, it's just about mealtime. If you're not in a hurry to go back, how about we have dinner together? Lin Shanyue's eyes instantly lit up. She immediately grabbed her canvas bag and stood up straight from her chair. But the next moment he saw Yi Zhou's dismayed gaze. Lin Shanyue was stunned, and she realized that she seemed to appear to be in too much of a hurry. Yi Zhou saw Lin Shanyue's cheeks instantly flushed with two bright blushes, like the most delicate petals of a flower in spring being lightly brushed by the morning dew. She lowered her head to look at her toes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, hiding the shyness and uneasiness in her eyes, but the slightly upturned corners of her mouth still revealed a hint of joy that was hard to hide. Ahem, let's go. Ye Zhou gave a dry cough. In order to not let Lin Shanyue continue to be embarrassed, she quickly got up and walked outside. Only after Yi Zhou left did Lin Shanyue calm down quite a bit. She looked up and pursed her lips, lifting her canvas bag to catch up with the teenager. The steps are light and freaky. Yi Zhou originally wanted to go for fried noodles or something like that, but on second thought, if you love to eat, others may not love to eat. Lin schoolgirl, how can people say that they are a luxurious daughter who lives in an estate? So they take Lin Shanyue to eat Korean barbecue. I've heard online that girls love this stuff. Schoolgirl Lin, let's go eat East Tower Old Grandpa's barbecue. It's recently opened and the online reviews say it's quite tasty. Aha! Getting Lin Shanyue's consent, Yi Zhou was ready to call DDT on his cell phone. But soon, the black Maybach steadily stopped in front of the two. Lin Shanyue smiled slightly. Stop yelling and take my family's car. Ha 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 ha. Little Yi Chao. I can always trick you into my family's car this time, right? Yi Zhou's eyebrows were raised and his tone was very dissatisfied. What do you mean? Is it a big deal to have a car? To have a Maybach and look down on drops? With that, he opened the car door and sat down on his butt, in a serious manner. I'd like to see for myself today what's so great about this Maybach. In fact, Yizhou almost screamed out in comfort just as he sat in the car. This Maybach S680 is pretty damn comfortable to sit on. Maybach is truly remarkable. Lin Shanyue smiled and got in the car as well. Li Nian, who was driving, turned his head with a smile. Miss, young Master Yi, where are we going? East Tower Grandpa Grill. Yes ma'am. Li Nian nodded and the car quickly drove off. However, Yi Zhou was instantly frowning. His expression became extraordinarily wary, his eyes glaring at Li Nian. I don't think we've met before. Have we? Then how do you know who I am? Chapter 12, How can I let you spend money? Li Nian, who was driving the car, heard Yi Zhou's questioning, and he was obviously a bit surprised, but after only a few seconds of silence, he laughed. Don't be nervous, young Master Yi. It was Miss who mentioned you to me after she moved to the new neighborhood. After all, you and Miss are still in the same class at school. It's what Uncle Li said. Lin Shanyue chimed in smoothly. Mom, yeah, almost revealed. Fortunately, Uncle Li reacted quickly. Must process the salary. Yi Zhou's eyes narrowed. Hearing Lin Shanyue's heartfelt words, he realized that this driver knew his information, and it definitely wasn't something Lin Shanyue had mentioned by chance. Oh, so that's it. I'm being too sensitive. Yi Zhou didn't poke at these two. Li Nian drove very well, and on the way to the barbecue restaurant, he hardly ever slammed on the brakes. After arriving at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, Lin Shanyue took the lead and got out of the car. Yi Zhou, who hadn't yet had time to get off the bus, found Li Nian turning back to him with a kind and composed smile. Young Master Yi, I see that this barbecue restaurant is doing quite well, but my young lady is not too used to eating in the hall. So, later on, could you please trouble young Master Yi and take my young lady to the private room? No problem. Then thank you, young Master Yi. Li Nian had been very polite to Yi Zhou since the beginning. Yi Zhou nodded and got out of the car, taking Lin Shanyue to the private room of the barbecue restaurant. Schoolgirl Lin, you order first. No need to be polite. Yi Zhou handed Lin Shanyue the menu. The other party was not polite, took the menu and ordered. Not a moment later returned to Yi Zhou hands. I ordered it. It's your turn. Hiss. Yi Zhou casually looked at it, and his heart didn't jump out of his chest. It's worthy of being you. Ms. Lin. When I said you're welcome, I meant you're polite, but you're really not polite. You pick the expensive ones. My treat. Xiao Yezhou. See how scared you are. How could I possibly let you spend money? Look at how skinny you are. Since I have the chance to treat you today, I must let you eat more meat. Shown Kai that big black egg has grown so strong. My Yi Zhou can't be inferior to him. Yi Zhou's mouth changed instantly and laughed playfully. If that's the case, then so am I. Of course, Yi Zhou also said on his lips, and did not really go overboard with a messy point. Lin Shanyue had already ordered a lot. He just symbolically ordered a few and handed the menu to the waiter. Yi Zhou silently thought in his heart, when the college entrance exam is over, this meal will definitely invite back. He didn't like owing anyone anything, much less a girl. I've got beans. Miss Lin, who taught you to grill meat by throwing such a big piece directly onto it? Watch your hands when you put the meat on it to roast. Hey, this burns may leave a scar. Also, chopsticks that have held raw meat should not be used to hold cooked meat for eating, in case there are meatworms or something on them. After starting to eat, Lin Shanyue gave a blind operation, giving Yi Zhou a silly look. Well, it's not just the games that are vegetable and fun-loving, it's the meals too. In desperation, Yi Zhou simply took over the entire desktop alone, each time the meat was roasted, then used the male chopsticks to give it to Lin Shanyue. Such a scene made Lin Shanyue a little embarrassed. She sounded slightly apologetic. I'm sorry Yi Zhou, I seldom eat out. Usually eat something like that. It's the maid at home who helps me. So, Yi Zhou, don't be mean to me. I'll try to learn it when I get home today. Go back and fire all the servants. Definitely can't let Yi Zhou think I'm a little punk who can't do anything anymore. But Yi Zhou helped me grill meat look so handsome and gentle. Not even started to eat a little full. He. So this is what it's all about. Ha, suck it. Yi Zhou forced back the inner urge to laugh and pursed his lips. It's fine. Eat it while it's hot. Thanks. Just like that, Yi Zhou was in charge of grilling the meat, and Lin Shanyue was in charge of eating it. No one spoke next. Yi Zhou always felt that the atmosphere was awkward, but he didn't know what to say. TSK. You have such a rich heart, and your mouth froze without saying a word. Yi Zhou couldn't help but spit in his heart. Unexpectedly, just as this thought appeared, Lin Shanyue took the initiative to speak. Yi Zhou, which university do you want to go to for the college entrance exam soon? Yi Zhou didn't answer the first time. He wanted to listen to Lin Shanyue's heart, but in the next few seconds, Lin Shanyue actually didn't even say a single heartfelt word. Weird. Really weird. Yi Zhou was stunned, so he had to grab his mouth and answer. Northampton Transportation University, I think. Hearing this answer, Lin Shanyue's eyes slightly lowered, perfectly hiding the surprise that flashed across her eyes. She didn't move to take a sip of the water. Why did you have to choose this college? No reason. The main thing is that it itself is the best double first-class university in Bayan. It doesn't really matter which school, as long as it's far away from that so-called home. Yi Zhou paused, his expression changing slightly. Speaking of which, I seem to have made a pact with someone when I was a kid to go to NCTC. It was just so early that I can't remember it somewhat clearly now. An appointment? What kind of covenant is that? Kaching dash. Before Lin Shanyue finished her words, the door to the private room was pushed open. Lin Yan walked in from outside with an anxious look and tone. Miss, the master is back. I have to take you back to the manor immediately now. But Uncle Li, Yi Zhou and I haven't finished eating yet. That's the truth. But you know the master's temper, miss. If I don't go back now and let the master know that I took you out secretly, I'm afraid, Lin Yan said, glancing in Yi Zhou's direction and didn't continue. Lin Shanyue's willow brows furrowed, revealing an extremely reluctant expression. I don't want to go back. This is the first time Yi Zhou and I had dinner, and we were just interrupted like this. So annoying, so annoying, so annoying. Why is Dad coming back now? It's obviously during the week. Seeing Lin Shanyue's silence, Lin Yan embarrassedly said to Yi Zhou, I'm really sorry, young Master Yi. My master came back temporarily today. I have to immediately take Miss back first now. Young Master Yi, you can rest assured that you can continue to eat here. The order I have already bought for Miss and you. Yi Zhou froze and hurriedly said without much reckoning. That's fine. Schoolgirl Lin, if there's a chance next time, I'll treat you to dinner. Just any kind. Aha. Lin Shanyue nodded without much expression and then left with Lin Yan. However, as soon as her steps stepped out of the booth, her cheerful heartfelt voice floated back to Yi Zhou's ears. There's a next time. That's great. Next time we'll have barbecue, but when the time comes, it'll be my turn to help Yi Chao bake. Chapter 13, I'm afraid my dad is interested in me. By the time Lin Shanyue left, Yi Zhou was full without taking a few bites. Since it was still early, I simply put on my backpack and found another quiet place nearby to review. Until the evening, Ye Zhou received a call from Xiong Kai on his mom's cell phone. Hello? Chow. I've finally finished the paper my mom assigned me. I've suffered a lot. Welcome the Dragon King from prison. Blah 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 blah. Don't bring buddies together with the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. You wait for me at the Wanda over at Daming Palace. I'll buy a little smartphone to use, or else I won't be able to get in touch later. Hurry up then. I happen to be in the neighborhood. Hanging up the phone, Yi Zhou packed up his things and got up to head to Wanda Plaza. Wanda Plaza, women's watch counter store. Chen Shi and her best friend Su Miao Miao. The two of them stood in front of the counter. Chen Shi, the original school beauty of Bayan No. 1 middle school, coupled with the fact that she was a dance art student, made her nearly 3 years of high school shine brightly in the school. It was only after Lin Shengyue transferred here in her senior year of high school that she was pushed down quite a bit. Chen Shi's family and Yi Zhou's aunt's family live in the same neighborhood. When Zhao Lan learned that Yi Zhou and Chen Shi both applied for the Bayan No. 1 middle school, she spared no effort to let Yi Zhou and Chen Shi make a good relationship. Xiao Shi, the last time you looked at the 700 plus one was indeed a little bit expensive, and it's normal that your mom is not willing to buy it for you. I think this 388 is quite good. You can buy this one to wear for the time being, and replace it with a new one after the college entrance exams. Chen Shi looked at the watch Su Miaomio was talking about and nodded slightly. I think it's pretty nice too, but I just called my mom and she didn't answer, so I guess she's busy. Let's wait a little while, and when I ask my mom for the money, I'll just buy it. You're so pretty. You'll look especially good wearing it with a little dress in the right color. Faced with her good best friend's praise, Chen Shi was very happy. She inquired of Su Miao Miao, by the way Myrtle, did you try on that dress I gave you for your birthday last week? Not yet. This today my dad is home. Not to mention trying on dresses. I don't even dare to put on makeup. I'm afraid my dad is interested in me. Chen Shi was surprised. How can that is your father. How can he treat his own daughter? What's impossible? Xiao Shi, if you think about it well, the possibility of such a thing happening is very high. After all, removing the filter of my dad him being my father, he's just a normal middle-aged man. But that's just your guess, yeah. Isn't your dad still like that? Su Miaomio shrugged, her tone frivolous. So what? The little shopper guide standing in front of the counter had the conversation between Chen Shi and Su Miaomio intact in his ears. The facial muscles twitched and twitched. No. What kind of anticlimactic statement is this? The shopping-eyed little brother held back the inner urge to smack Su Miaomiao's big mouth and squeezed out a professional smile. Two beauties. Our counter is going to be restocked tonight, so we're leaving work early at 7. If you're going to buy this 388 Burberry watch today, I'm afraid you'll have to hurry. Getting off at 7? Chenshur was slightly stunned. There were only 10 minutes left until 7 o'clock, but now mom hasn't even returned the call. Thinking about it, Chenshur is not willing to make another trip here tomorrow. How troublesome. So her eyes looked to Su Miaomio for help. Mio Mio, why don't you lend me some money first? I'll pay you back when my mom sends me the money later. But I don't have that much on me right now, so if I can't, I'll help you. Hey, look at those two boys outside. Aren't they Yizhou and Xiongkai? Chenshur followed the direction of Su Miaomiao's finger and saw the familiar figure. It's really Yizhou. That's good. Isn't Aunt Yizhou's family always courting your parents? Call him over and ask him to pay for the watch for you. Besides, isn't he still secretly in love with you? He surely can't wait to have such an opportunity to give you a gift. Faced with Su Miaomiao's proposal, Chenshur was a bit hesitant. Sure, Ori, don't hesitate. There are so many boys in the school who like you. They're begging for a chance like this, but you only gave Yi Chao a chance. It was an honor for him. He, in turn, should be thanking you for giving him this opportunity. And haven't you let him buy things and run errands for you before? This time it's just a little more expensive. After a pause, Su Miaomio righteously said, to see how much a guy likes you, you have to see how much he's willing to spend on you. Myrtle, I think you're right. Chenshur was spoken to by Su Miaomio in such a manner, and he no longer hesitated. It was just the right opportunity to test how much Yizhou liked her. Thus, Chenshur took Su Miaomio on his arm and walked towards Yizhou together. Yizhou and Xiongkai had just met up and were planning to go to the cell phone store when they were met by two silhouettes blocking their way. Chenshur wrapped his arms around himself and came to Yizhou with a face full of condescension. Yizhou, I want to buy a watch. I don't have enough money with me, so help me advance a little first. Su Miaomio chimed in. Yizhou, you move faster. That store will close in 10 minutes. If you like Chenshur, you grab it and go buy it for her. Before Yizhou could open his mouth, Xiongkai beside him directly opened his mouth. No, are you too sick? What do you want to buy that you can't buy yourself? Why are you looking for Yizhou? What are you getting excited about? You weren't asked to buy it. Chenshur rolled his eyes and looked at Yizhou again. Yizhou, we haven't seen each other for a month since I went to the school exams. It's not too much to ask you to give me a gift when we meet again, right? Yizhou didn't say anything, just looked in the direction they came from, the ladies' watch counter store. TSK. Chenshur should be planning to buy the Burberry watch that his aunt mentioned on the phone last time, right? Seeing that Chenshur was pampering Yizhou, and Yizhou hadn't refused at first, Xiongkai was instantly anxious. Before, Chenshur would have nothing to do but let Yizhou run errands and send small gifts during the holidays. Xiongkai counted him down many times in response, but Yizhou kept silent and did not refute. Xiongkai gradually believes that the rumors are true and Yizhou really likes Chenshur. How else would he have been willing to do what he did? But in the current situation, it was obvious that Chenshur was using Yizhou as an ATM. How could he stand by and watch his good brother go and be a clown? Xiongkai hurriedly said, Ah Chow, wake up. Even if you really like Chenshur, you can't be a licking dog. You can go after her openly and honestly, but not in such a pleasing way. Yizhou didn't respond to Xiongkai and just said faintly, you're thinking about fart eating. Kumkai froze. Chenshur and Su Miaomia glanced at each other, and both of them laughed out. Chenshur lightly grunted. Xiongkai, listen, you're thinking of farts to eat. Yizhou wants to buy it for me. Why do you care so much? But as soon as her words left her mouth, Yizhou threw her a strange and complicated look. That is there a possibility that the phrase you're thinking about fart food is something I'm saying to you? Chapter 14, facts aside, isn't he at fault at all? Hearing Yizhou's words, the smile on Chenshur's face instantly froze. Su Miaomiao's smile disappeared. According to the law of conservation of smiles, smiles don't disappear, they just transfer to other people's faces. For example, Kumkai doubled over in laughter. Asterisk ha 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 ha. Ah Chow, you just scared me. So that's what you said to the two of them. Chenshur and Su Miaomio were both confused. If they hadn't seen Xiongkai's reaction, they couldn't believe their ears. Yizhou's phrase you were thinking about fart eating was actually said to Chenshur. Is he crazy? Chenshur couldn't believe that Yizhou, who had unconditionally helped her run errands and take the blame for her since her freshman year of high school, dared to talk dirty to her today? Nope, he must be joking. Yizhou, don't joke with me. Hurry up and go buy that watch for me. I really like it. The store will be closing soon. Do I have to buy it for you if you like it? Yizhou dropped a sentence nonchalantly and continued. Anyway, I don't have a dime of the money, but I can come up with a way for you to make enough in 10 minutes. What way? Chen Shi subconsciously asked. Yezhou pointed to the mall's main entrance, where people were constantly coming in and out. Here, you go there and set up a bowl. And when someone passes by ask for money, it's quick money. Then am I not a beggar? A huffy look appeared on Chen Shi's face, but Yezhou just laughed easily and said with a single word, then you come up here and let me buy you this. No. Also, is, beggar. Beggar. Chen Shi was anxious. How could she be a beggar? So she immediately prepared to retort back, but opened her mouth for a moment not knowing where to retort. On second thought, Yezhou seems to be talking as if it doesn't seem to be a problem. But how could Chen Shi admit her mistake? She was the high and mighty schoolgirl. She is always right and wrong. Then I don't care. You have to buy me that watch today or I'll never let you come to me again. And that's a good thing? Then it's a deal. That's what you said. Yezhou's eyes lit up. Like Chen Shi, this kind of childhood was pampered grown-up small public. Yezhou cannot wait to get away from her 10,800,000 miles away. Before, when he had gone to Chen Shi's class to look for her, he had been completely forced to do so by his own aunt. If he does not go, his living expenses will be cut off. Now it's different. Soon to graduate from high school, Yezhou no longer has to endure the threat of his aunt, nor does he have to maintain that ridiculous relationship with Chen Shi. Yezhou, you! Chen Shi was exasperated and stomped her feet, her entire face red with shame. Before this she hadn't even thought that Yezhou would actually let her make a fool of herself in front of Su Miaomiao and Xiong Kai. Come on Xiong Kai, don't you want to buy a cell phone? Oh, yeah. Xiong Kai snapped out of the shock of Yezhou's angry dislike of Chen Shi and hurriedly caught up with him. Chen Shi was so infuriated that his chest stumbled and his eyes started to redden, and he saw that the little pearl was about to fall down. Seeing this scene, Su Miaomiao finally reacted and shouted at Yezhou. Yezhou, are you crazy? How dare you treat Chen Shi like this? You quickly rolled back and apologized to Chen Shi. The super loud shouts attracted the attention of many passers-by. Yezhou waved his hand. It's fine. Don't pay any attention to it. Like her, it's usually a problem on the old graveside. Ah, Chow. What's wrong with you today? Although you disliked Chen Shi and Su Miaomiao especially big time, weren't you quite nice to Chen Shi before? Xiong Kai couldn't help but get curious as he walked out a distance with Yezhou. Yezhou's face was as usual. That's because my aunt had to curry favor with Chen Shi's her parents, and I had to do that in order to keep dropping the living expenses. So how are you, today? There's still the last month or so left before the college entrance exams, and I've saved enough for next month's living expenses now, and I'm capable of earning money when I go to college, so I don't have to look at other people's faces to get by anymore. Xiong Kai's eyes widened momentarily. Ah, Chow. I always thought that you put up with your aunt and Chen Shi because you didn't dare and were too embarrassed to rebel. I didn't realize that for so many years you were deliberately putting up with them? And what else? Starve to death on the streets? Yezhou let out a bitter laugh. Xiong Kai gave Yezhou a thumbs up. Awesome. Yezhou's gaze was cast outside from the giant windows of the mall, and the stone that had been weighing on his heart for more than a decade was finally moved away. It's never been easier. In the meantime, when Chen Shi saw Yezhou leaving without looking back, large teardrops fell down. She felt aggrieved. Miao. What do you think gives Yezhou the right to use that kind of tone and attitude towards me? Leaving aside the fact that I asked him to buy me a watch, isn't he at fault at all? Before Su Miaomiao could say anything to comfort Chen Shi's cell phone rang. Seeing her mom finally return the call, Chen Shi was especially aggravated to pick up the phone. Ooh, Mom. Xiao, why are you crying, Xiao? Who bullied you? Yang Xiuan heard her daughter's sobbing voice on the other end of the phone and instantly became anxious. Sure, Ori. I was just talking to your Auntie Zhoulan. I didn't hear the call. What's wrong with you, Auntie Zhou Lang? Learning that her mother and Auntie Zhou were staying together, Chen Shi instantly cried even harder. I was short of some money just now when I was shopping, and I happened to meet Yezhou. I asked him to borrow money, and even if he didn't lend it to me, he even scolded me. Yi Chao? Yang Xiuan was on speakerphone, so Zhoulan, who was on the sidelines, also heard the conversation. Zhoulan was filled with dismay and hurriedly said, Sure, I'm your Auntie Zhoulan. Are you mistaken? Yezhou usually treats you so well, how could he do such a thing? But Yezhou did just that, and he said I'm just like a beggar. Woo. Hearing this, Yang Xiuan's face instantly darkened. She looked at Zhoulan with a cold face. Zhoulan, how did Yezhou become like this now? This, Director Yang, don't be angry first. Yezhou, this kid has always been quite good to Shi. There must be some kind of misunderstanding when this happened today. I'll apologize to you and Shi on behalf of that bastard kid. I'll call a car to go to Bayan. I'll definitely give Shi a statement on this matter. And I definitely can't let Shi suffer. Zhoulan spoke to Yang Xiuan in a pleasing tone. Inside, He had already cursed Yi Zhou. Yang Shouwan's face was ice cold. As soon as possible. The college entrance examination will be held soon. I don't want this negative emotion to affect Shi's college entrance examination. Don't worry, Director Yang. Then just now my family's old Chen's matter. You see. Let's put this on hold for now. Xiao's emotions are most important. Yes, I understand. When Zhao Lan heard this, she wanted to kill Yi Zhou. She had managed to beg Yang Shouwan to help her husband find a good job, but it turned out to be messed up by Yi Zhou, this little bastard. Even before he could materialize, Zhao Lan left from Yang Shouwan's house. She immediately called her husband, her tone angry to the core. Chen Guozheng, immediately book me a train ticket to Bayan. Yi Zhou this little. I have to peel him a layer of skin. Chapter 15 Yi Zhou, you're a bit stupid. Let's go with this vintage machine. It's only $78. Enough to last me until the end of my senior year. Xiongkai finally picked a vintage machine with oversized buttons. It's like a handful of years at a young age. After Xiongkai saved Yi Zhou's phone number, he put his arm around Yi Zhou's shoulder. Let's go, Ah Chow. To celebrate your angry dislike of Chenshi and your intention to get rid of your vampire aunt, dude is buying dinner today. Alright, just find a roadside stall to eat. Your mom shouldn't be giving you that much to live on now that your physical exams are over. Kumkai hemmed and hawed. Indeed, it does seem a bit saccharine. Eventually, the two of them found a roadside stall at the night market to eat and went their separate ways. For the next 2 days of vacation, Ye Zhou didn't go anywhere and stayed at home to review. Let there be any movement outside. Yi Zhou didn't care at all. Until the afternoon of the last day of vacation, Yi Zhou finished writing the last paper and stretched long and hard, his eyes a little bleak. Other people's children arrive at this period of time. Our parents all kinds of concern, and then make all kinds of food to replenish the body. For example, son, never put too much pressure on yourself. It's okay, son. Just try your best. Even if you don't do well, you have mom and dad. Son, rest for a while. Your mom made you rib soup, go have some. Blah, blah, blah. Yi Chao had never had such an experience. On the surface it looks like Ye Zhou has no feelings, but in fact every night when he comes home from school, his loneliness would quickly consume him when he saw all those lighted windows on the road, none of which were lit for him. He also longs to care and be loved. Ding dong. The sudden ringing of the doorbell pulled Yi Zhou out of his low mood. Ye Zhou froze and got up to open the door. Lin Shangyue is back. She wore a light beige skirt today, with a simple white shirt on top, so that the combination of wear does not lose her high cool temperament, but also adds a touch of tenderness unique to young girls. Yi Zhou looked a little dumbfounded and even forgot to speak. Seeing this scene, Lin Shanyue's eyes flashed with imperceptible cunning. I'm sure being well dressed today did the trick. Xiao Ye Zhou's eyes are looking straight up. Why don't you come to the bowl? Yi Zhou, are you busy at this moment? Not busy. Hearing that Yi Zhou wasn't busy, Lin Shanyue revealed a rare smile. Then come to my house and play Forest Ice Fireman together. Yi Zhou's brain buzzed, and thought that he had studied stupidly, and didn't react for a while. What the hell? If I heard correctly, Lin Shanyue was inviting me to her house to play 4,399 minigames? The Forest, Ice and Fireman? Yes. Lin Shanyue nodded her head in a serious manner, not feeling anything wrong at all. Ooh, looking at Ye Zhou, why does it feel as if he doesn't really want to play with me? But I specifically asked Uncle Li to equip me with a computer so that I could play with Ye Zhou. Looking at schoolgirl Lin's serious appearance, Ye Zhou was really a bit unable to refuse. Good. It's hard for your child to learn a game. What if you don't play it with her? That's fine. Ye Zhou entered Lin Shanyue's home for the second time. Unlike last time, she had a lot more furniture in her house, and it all looked like a piece of the kind that was more expensive than Ye Zhou's life. In the corner of the living room, placed a brand new computer table. The table on the screen and the Seaview room host to the Ye Zhou looked dumbfounded. ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** 10K. No! You're on such a high configuration and you're just playing 4,399 minigames? The graphics card is going to catch a cold from you freezing. Yi Zhou gave a spit take. Forget it. Who made them rich? As she was shocked, Lin Shangyue was already sitting in front of the computer. She turned her head towards Yi Zhou and patted the vacant seat beside her, a hint of sultriness unfolding in her eyes. Can we start? Come on, Ye Zhou. I can't wait. Come on. I can't wait to play you. I can't wait to play your game. Yi Zhou pulled the corner of his mouth and sat down next to Lin Shangyue. And with that, a very strange picture was born. Two 18-year-old high school students sitting in front of computers configured up to tens of thousands of dollars, playing 4,399 mini-games. Because he was sitting very close to Lin Shangyue, plus sharing a keyboard for two-player games. So on the way to play the game, Yizhou could clearly smell the fresh fragrance emanating from Lin Shanhua's body. It's a little intoxicating. Moreover, he would occasionally accidentally touch Lin Shanhua's arm. The smooth texture of her skin caused Yizhou's heart to constantly throb. But after playing for a while, Yizhou gradually noticed that something was wrong. He was afraid that Lin Shanhua would mind. So he had been sitting as far to the side as possible and keeping his movements small to keep himself from making physical contact with the other party. But despite this, he would still keep having physical contact with Lin Shanhua. It's a good thing he wasn't a gym student with that big black egg. Come Kai. Or his skin would have been terrible. But if Yizhou becomes a gym student, he'll go to play basketball a lot. And don't all the boys who play basketball love to take off their clothes? Then I can. Had ha ha ha. Listening to Lin Shanhua's heart, Yizhou's scalp tingled. Luckily, he wasn't a gym student and was able to hear Lin's heart. Otherwise, the clothes he changed out of might have to be stolen by Lin Shanhua if he wasn't careful for a moment. The most important point was that the matter of losing the clothes would never be suspected on Lin Shanhua's head. After all, no one can possibly associate the maniac who stole the original clothes with Lin Shanhua, who was as cold as an iceberg. Yizhou always felt like his ass was about to hang in the air and finally couldn't help himself. That, schoolgirl Lin, if you keep squeezing, I'm going to be squeezed off the chair by you. Ha? Yeah, sorry. Lin Shanhua immediately detached herself from the joy of stealing touching Yizhou. Her face looked a little embarrassed. She hurriedly took a seat inside, her movements quite curtailed. Starting next, Lin Shanhua put her entire mind on the computer. Lin Shanhua seems to have been born with a super talent for the forest fireman, and she always passes each level quickly. But Yizhou played to the back of the level is particularly struggling up. Several levels found themselves unable to pass. Lin Shanhua's willow brows furrowed, and her voice was quietly transmitted into Yizhou's ears. Yizhou, jump faster. Always I'll wait for you at the pass point first. Yizhou, you're going the opposite way. That's not how you pass this level. Yizhou, you're a bit stupid. Yizhou, you're vegetable and fun-loving. Chapter 16, of course you should put the one you like on the bed. Yizhou looked blankly at Lin Shanhua. No buddy, didn't you call me to come to your house? How come I'm a novice and a fun lover? What kind of inverted Big Dipper is this? But there's one thing to be said for Yizhou admitting that he's not as skilled as he is. And there's nothing wrong with Lin Xianyu calling him a dish. Spare a thought. The two of them played hard from 6 o'clock in the afternoon to a little after 8 o'clock. Yizhou's stomach was really a bit topsy-turvy and asked tentatively, why don't we go get something to eat? Good. Oops. I was so focused on playing that I forgot the time. Lin Shanhua gently nodded her head and turned off her computer to go out with Yizhou. There is a not-so-small night market near the neighborhood, and the residents who live in the surrounding area especially like to come over here to eat at night. Yizhou took Lin Shanhua to walk in the night market, and the turnaround rate was 99%. Lin Shanhua seemed to be very uncomfortable with such a scene and subconsciously lowered her head to hide behind Yizhou. Ah, why are there so many people here? I want to go back so badly. No. Lin Shanhua, you have to be brave. Just treat them all as cabbages and baby carrots. It's just a bunch of cabbages with baby carrots looking at you. Don't be nervous. If you don't even have this much courage, Yizhou will definitely look down on you. Yizhou walked in front, his ears constantly drifting into Lin Xianyu's heartfelt voice. He didn't expect Lin Shanhua to be so resistant to a crowded environment, and immediately stopped in his tracks. If you're not used to this environment, why don't I take you somewhere less crowded for dinner? No need. Lin Shanhua raised her head and returned expressionlessly, but inside, he was grunting. That's okay, if you're not used to this place, there's a less crowded night market nearby. We'll just take a cab there. No really, I've never been to a place like this before. I find it quite new. I'm just not used to so many people. Lin Shanhua firmly shook her head. Yizhou was going to hold out for another change, but she soon heard her heartbeat again. It's really not necessary. This is the legendary night market, eh? Never been here before. The air here is filled with the scent of a good smell. Shaka. There must be a lot of junk fried food and cancer-causing barbecue here, right? I'd love to try them. Eating it once should. It shouldn't kill you. Yizhou, if this stuff kills you if you eat it once, how did I survive this long? Given that Lin Shanhua was actually interested in this place, Yizhou no longer insisted on taking her to a different place, solely picking a stall where he regularly eats. He sits down and waves to the owner. Boss, 10 skewers of grilled tendons, 10 skewers of grilled beef, 20 skewers of grilled squid, and... Lin Shanhua's face changed slightly. No need to order so much. These things are unhealthy. I'll only taste one bite. Oh, don't believe it. What do you mean? Lin Shanhua's eyes looked at Yizhou in disbelief and repeated her explanation. I really only ate one bite. But Yizhou just smiled. 10 minutes later, Lin Shanyue had dozens of extra iron sticks in front of her, and with so many kebabs ordered, Yi Zhou hadn't even eaten a few bites. Almost all of it dazzled her. The expression was slightly embarrassed. Yi Zhou looked at Lin Shanyue with a smirk. Just one bite? It's a billion bites, right? Being flirted with by Yi Zhou in such a way, Lin Xianyu sat upright, remembering what she had just said. Her cheeks instantly flushed red. So Yi Zhou ate so well before. Damn. I didn't realize these little things were so delicious. I didn't hold back for a second. At that moment, Lin Shanyue looked like she had made some sort of determination. She raised her head and looked straight at Yi Zhou. Can I order some more? Seeing that the young girl's cool eyes revealed a sense of supplication among them, Yi Zhou barely hesitated to turn his head and shouted to the boss. Boss, 30 more skewers. Okay. The boss answered joyfully and came over with skewers in a short while. Yi Zhou was a regular here, and the owner had been familiar with him for a long time. Realizing that Yi Zhou didn't come alone today, and the person he brought with him was also a girl who was so pretty that she was a mess, the boss laughed. Yo, Yi, got a girlfriend? The meat in Yi Zhou's mouth almost spat out, and his eyes glazed over. But Lin Shanyue felt differently inside. Good to hear. Love it. Boss, if you can talk more. Before Yi Zhou could say anything, the boss continued. This niece is pretty. You're lucky. Xia, you two are too good for each other. No boss. She's not my girlfriend. We're just classmates. Yi Zhou hurriedly explained, fearing that Lin Shanyue would get angry. The boss, however, smiled heartily. Okay, I understand. Today is a classmate. Tomorrow is a sister. The day after tomorrow is a little baby. Not the boss. You're just a kebab maker. This is full of smooth talk. You're going to graduate school. The owner left with an anti-smile on her face. Yi Zhou hurriedly said to Lin Shanyue, don't misunderstand me, schoolgirl Lin. I often come here to eat. The boss is joking with me. Don't take it to heart. Aha. Lin Shanyue's expression didn't change much, but the scarlet redness at the base of her ears was clearly visible. Of course you have to keep the person you like in your heart. Of course, a favorite is not only to be kept in the heart, but later in the bed. Yi Zhou's eye muscles twitched, saying that you only dare to be in your heart. Try putting me in bed for real if you can. I promise not to pull you under the covers and show you the watch that glows. Ahem. Eat it. It won't be good if it gets cold. Yi Zhou pushed the skewer towards Lin Shanyue. He realized that the ninja didn't seem to have been exposed to anything more than the internet, and had actually never even seen things like night markets and kebabs. What ordinary people took for granted seemed very new to her. Based on her heartfelt words, Ye Zhou slowly realizes that not only does she not have much of a social life, she seems to be forbidden access to many things by her father. Maybe the rich aren't so free and happy. Close to 10 o'clock, Lin Yan silently appeared beside the two. Young Master Yi, it's getting late. If you're almost done eating, please take my young lady back. The night market isn't like other places. There are a lot of drunk people here by night. It's easy to get into trouble with things. Oh, okay. Yi Zhou nodded, knowing what Lin Yan was worried about. Usually it was fine for him to eat alone at the night market until what time, but today he brought Lin Shanyu along. She was already the center of attention of the entire night market, and it was inevitable that she would encounter drunken people who would come over and harass her. However, Lin Shanyu didn't have the slightest intention of getting up. I'm not done eating. Uncle Li always spoils my good deeds. Yi Zhou heard Lin Shanyue's heartfelt voice and was very dissatisfied with Uncle Li. He couldn't help but say, Uncle Li is right. The night market is quite chaotic at night, so we'll come back to eat next time. Yes, but you buy me that first. Lin Shanyu pointed behind Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou looked back. It was a cart stand, colorful cloud cotton candy. Chapter 17, Eating Melon on Your Own Head. You want marshmallows? Lin Shanyu gently nodded her head, her eyes glittering with anticipation. Well, I've never had it before and wanted to try it. Okay, then tonight you'll eat all of these that you haven't even eaten before. That cart stand was full of colorful cotton candy, not to mention Lin Shanyu being a girl. Just Yi Zhou, a boy, found that thing quite appealing. It wasn't hard for him to guess Lin Shanyue's reason for not having eaten marshmallows. Lin Shanyue's father must have said that marshmallows were highly pigmented and unhealthy. Whoa. These marshmallows are really cute and pretty. Can't even bring myself to eat them. The pink and blue ones both feel so yummy. Which one should I get? I'm so torn. Hearing Lin Shanyue's tangled heart, Yi Zhou smiled faintly. Boss, I want the blue one. Schoolgirl Lin, how about this pink one for you? I can do both. Lin Shanyu nodded her head haughtily, but the impatience in her eyes had betrayed her. When the boss handed the cotton candy to Lin Shanyu, she finally couldn't help but have a bright, starry smile on her face. The entire night market seemed to be brighter because of her smile. Lin Shanhua opened her cherry lips and took a small bite. Her small pink tongue flickered in her cherry red mouth, her expression pleasurable. Seeing this scene, Yezhou passed the blue marshmallow in his hand to her. That, schoolgirl Lin, would you like to try this from me? Lin Shanhua looked at Yezhou suspiciously. Aren't you going to eat? I suddenly remembered that I have high blood sugar and can't eat such sweetness. It's too wasteful to throw it away. So you can eat it together. Yezhou has high blood sugar and can't eat anything so sweet? In that case, I can only reluctantly eat it for him. Otherwise it will go to waste. So I get both colors. He. Even though Lin Shanhua thought this inwardly, she still pretended to be cold and hesitated before taking it from Yezhou's hand. Good. Lin Yan, who was standing on the side. He had long seen through Yezhou's small mind. Seeing her own young lady so happy on a rare occasion, she smiled gratefully, then silently turned away. If only the young lady could be this happy all the time. Unfortunately. Alas. Master, how did you become like this now? Have you forgotten Mrs. S last words before she left? After Lin Yan left, Yezhou and Lin Shanhua also returned to the neighborhood the same way. No one noticed. Not far away, there was a boy wearing the uniform of Bayan No. 1 middle school. Looking at the backs of the two departing, his pupils quaking. The boys don't know Yezhou, but they do know the school beauty. Lin Qianyue, the Lin schoolgirl, who was regarded as a high and cold goddess by countless boys in the school, was actually having a late-night snack outside with a boy this late? He quickly pulled out his cell phone and hurriedly snapped a picture of the backs of the two walking together. Immediately after that, the first time it was sent to his class group. Holy, amazing news. Don't sleep, all of you. Get up and go back to sleep. I just ran into Lin Shanhua on the side of the road. She actually went to the night market to eat with a boy. The photos are proof. The students in the group were stunned when they saw the photo. Asterisk. It's really schoolgirl Lin. She's really walking with a boy? Who is this boy? Why is his back only? Did you get a picture of his face? This boy is not from our school, is he? Maru Spice. The sky is falling. My goddess is actually walking with another boy. Why isn't that boy me? No. After a moment of surprise, the group quickly forwarded the message to their best friends in other classes. Then those people, in turn, sent the message to their class groups, 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Overnight, the news spread throughout the entire Bayan First Middle School. Discussions in the major class groups are on fire. When I was a student, people liked to talk about this kind of gossip. Only the hero and heroine of the matter do not know anything about it. Western suburbs, somewhere in a rental house next to Northam's 78th High School, Jialan said as she helped her son Chen Mo wash the dirty clothes he had accumulated for many days. Xiao Mo, tomorrow I'm going to make a trip to Bayan No. 1 middle school to look for your brother. After school at noon you'll eat outside by yourself. Be good. Mom will come back in the evening to give you stewed pork chop soup to drink. Chen Mo was concentrating on playing the game and didn't pay any attention to Jialan. He didn't get up impatiently until that game was lost. What are you doing going after that loser? I had all talked to your Auntie Yang to arrange your father's work thing. But it turned out that little maid Chinshur cry, and this thing is now hanging. Your Auntie Yang wanted Yezhou to apologize to Chinshur before she was willing to continue to arrange your father's job. Zhao Lan's tone was filled with abhorrence when she spoke of Yezhou. Chen Mo coldly grunted. That trash. Besides being a parasite in our family, what else can he do? He can't even flatter anyone. He's a waste. If it weren't for his parents' pension, there's no way our family would care about that evil bastard. Mom, that punk has come of age last month. According to the plan it's already possible to leave him alone. Anyway, the pension is now spent by all of us. It's no problem to tear up with him now. Zhao Lan nodded and doted on Chen Mo. Xiao Mo, you are right. But right now we have to take care of the matter of your father's work. When this matter is done, Yezhou this little is dead or alive has nothing to do with us. Oh, yes, it's only right to squeeze the last value out of him. Chen Mo smiled disdainfully and continued. Mom, give me 648 yuan. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, and I want to participate in the sprint class organized by the school. Didn't I just send you 648 last week? Chen Mo's expression changed and he hurriedly rounded off the lie. That time it was a science and chemistry sprint class. This time I'm going to enroll in a language, math and English sprint class. It's not the same. Oh, so it's like this. That's fine. Mom will transfer it to you here. As long as it's something that helps you with your studies. This money should be spent. Mom, you're so nice. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and smiled. After receiving the transfer, backhandedly recharged into the king pesticide. The next morning, Yezhou pushed his bicycle into the school gate and found groups of people in 2s and 3s along the way, all excitedly discussing something. Yezhou was puzzled. Usually there are many small groups that enter the class in groups, but most of them get up too early and are basically no different from the spiritless zombie squad. There simply won't be a gathering of chatter in high spirits, as there is today. So, what's this new melon to eat? As Yi Zhou was curious, he happened to see by Xian Ming, who was sitting at the left and right guardian positions below the podium in the class. This guy is the school's famous gossip can do, nicknamed a windear. Yi Zhou hurriedly shouted, "Right guardian." "Bah, white dazzling Ming." Bai Xianming ran his ass to Yi Zhou's side. Good morning, brother Zhou. What's your order? What's everyone talking about? Is there some new melon you can eat at school? I'll go. The melon that shocked the entire first middle school last night. Chow, you actually don't know about it? Cut the crap and talk. Ye Zhou can't wait. Shocking the entire Bay and no. One middle school's melons? Definitely shocking. Bai Xianming hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened a photo and handed it to Yi Zhou. It's that last night there was a sophomore schoolmate, photographed our Linda schoolgirl, eating with a boy at the night market. Last night our school is not a boy's heart is broken. Ye Zhou looked down toward the photo. On the photo, it was the back of him and Lin Shangyue walking together last night. It's also an ING-HD. Broken. Eat melon on your own head. Chapter 18, Your aunt is here. Back in the class. Yi Zhou realized that many people in his class had little to discuss this matter instead. After all, the person in the photo, Lin Shangyue, was in the class, and this kind of rather behind-the-back cricket behavior wasn't so honorable. But to Yi Zhou's credit, the photo was focused only on Lin Shangyue in order to purposely capture her clearly. Instead, his back looked blurry. Plus, usually at school, Yi Zhou only had the opportunity to wear a school uniform. That's why no one recognized the boy on the photo in civilian clothes, even if he was in the same class, was actually Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou just sat down. Xiong Kai immediately blocked himself with a book, and his voice was suppressed to a particularly low level. Chow, you should have heard about it on your way here, right? About Lin Shangyue and the boys eating at the night market last night? What a surprise. I thought that schoolgirl Lin wouldn't have any private contact with boys at all. I'm really curious about what kind of conditions that boy had that he could actually be favored by schoolgirl Lin. Xiong Kai was full of emotion. Yi Zhou had a suspicious look on his face. Even if other people couldn't recognize it, Xiong Kai, who was his sworn friend, actually didn't recognize who the person in the photo was? Yi Zhou asked tentatively. Xiong Kai, didn't you recognize who the person in the photo was? You are not unaware that I am now using a senior citizen's phone. If not for the fact that I heard a lot of people discussing it on the way here, I am afraid that I would not have had the chance to know about this news. Kai deflated and continued. So let alone seeing the photo. Besides, everyone is rumoring that the boys in that photo are blurry shots. That's why so many people all over the school looked at the photo and didn't recognize who was in it. So how could I? Oh, that's okay. Yi Chao nodded. If it was put that way, then it made sense. Then he took out his textbook and prepared to read in the morning. It was best that his identity as a leading man was not exposed. Yi Zhou wasn't afraid that he would have a scandal. He was afraid that the exposure would cause Lin Shangyue to suffer more attention. After the past few days together, Yi Zhou knew very well that she didn't like it. However, Kai is one of those. I don't sleep and I have to find someone to talk to. He rolled his eyes and poked Yi Zhou meaningfully. Ah, Chow. I heard that the night market where Lin Shangyue hangs out is the one next to your house. You asked me that just now. You couldn't have taken the opportunity of the blurry photo to pretend with me that the boy who went to dinner with Lin Shangyue was actually you, right? I didn't. Can't believe a bit. 2 days ago you told me that Lin Shangyue moved next door to your house. Don't you want to take this opportunity to punch your buddy in the face? Buddy satisfy you. Kai sounded. Then make a particularly exaggerated face. I Lua Bina. A Zhou you really Lin Shanyue's neighbor ah. Last night and she went to the night market with dinner people really you ah. Too powerful. Chow. Start a class. Teach me how to chase the schoolgirl. Chow why don't you say something? Pay attention to me. Xiong Kai leaned over to Yi Zhou's ear and blathered with feigned shock. Seeing that Yi Zhou did not pay attention to himself, soon lost interest, spat out no fun and fell asleep on the desk. Jingle bells. As soon as the bell for the morning reading dismissal rang, Right Guardian by Xianming ran his ass over to Xiong Kai. Brother Bear, I heard you lost your cell phone and are now using a senior citizen's phone? Well, it's lost. What? Xiong Kai has a get up and go and speaks to Bai Xuanming in an impatient tone. White Hyunming bared his teeth, looked back toward Lin Shanyue's seat, and lowered his voice. Then you must have only heard about schoolgirl Lin having dinner with boys by now, but you definitely haven't seen the pictures. I will never allow anyone else to be in a place where I, Baek Hyunmyeong, am not able to see the pictures. Baek Hyunmyeong winked triumphantly and quickly pulled his cell phone out of his pocket to show Xiong Kai the picture. Although Xiong Kai was sleepy, he did wonder what the man who went to the night market with Lin Shanyue looked like. He rubbed his eyes and sleepily peered over to see. In the next second, Xiongkai's sleepiness was gone and his eyes stood out. The face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was in hard control of the photo for a full 5 seconds, because with just one glance, Xiongkai recognized who the boy's back was on the photo, beside Lin Shangyue. To be precise, that man. He recognized him even if he turned into ashes. Who else could it be if not my brother Yi Zhou? Seeing Xiongkai's shocked reaction, Baek Hyunming wanted to say something, but his afterglow caught a glimpse of the director of instruction passing by the classroom door. Frightened, he hurriedly put away his cell phone and scurried away. Xiongkai's neck stiffened as he turned to Yi Zhou, on the verge of tears. I Lu a big chow. Lin Shangyue is really your neighbor? Ah? It was really you who went to dinner with her last night, wasn't it? No dude. You come for real? Ah? Damn you to hell. Woo woo. Hearing Xiongkai repeat what he had just said again with a sniffle, Yi Zhou almost laughed like a turd. The bag changes face, our old brother. Ye Zhou shrugged helplessly. Ahem. I've been telling you from the beginning. You're the one who didn't believe me. Plants. You don't say it. When I think of my deadbeat face before, I feel like I'm Zhao Kuangyin wearing a dragon robe, and Tang is finished. Afraid that Xiongkai will publicize this news, so Yi Zhou urged, this thing you know on the line, but do not spread the word, or buddy bag on the school assassination list. No problem, but you have to tell me what else happened between you and Lin Shangyue. How come she went to the night market to eat with you? She's at least a high-flying schoolgirl come Lin family daughter. Yi Zhou's expression was a bit difficult. I think it's better if you don't listen to it. I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. No way. Dude can take a lot. Well, that day we both agreed to go to the gaming hotel to play games together. You didn't come in the end. Lin Shangyue came, and then, Xiongkai had the feeling of being pierced by a million arrows. Before Yi Zhou could finish his words, he said in a lifeless manner, stop it. I admit I was a little loud just now. Just thinking about you being neighbors with schoolgirl Lin now makes my eyes red. Your own failure is hard, but your brother's success is even more heartbreaking. Hearing the class bell ring on time, Yi Zhou patted Xiongkai's shoulder in a serious manner. It's okay, you're tall and strong. You won't worry about attracting girls when you go to college. Really? Yi Zhou nodded seriously. Of course it's true. Gold always shines, right Iron? After 2 periods, radio gymnastics are done at recess. The old class Wang Yang answered the call. His eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. He hesitated before waving to Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, come here for a moment. Yi Zhou quickly came to Wang Yang's side. Mr. Wang, is there something wrong? Well, Yi Zhou, your aunt is here to see you. She's waiting for you in the janitor's duty room. Yi Zhou was surprised to hear that Zhao Lan was waiting for him in the janitorial duty room. He then nodded. Got it, teacher. I'm on my way. Yi Zhou, wait. Wang Yang pursed his lips and his eyes were filled with concern. The doorman told me that your aunt seemed angry. Is she giving you a hard time about something again? If you really can't, I'll go over there with you. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I'm fine on my own. Yi Zhou rejected Wang Yang's kindness, smiled slightly, turned around and ran towards the janitor's duty room. Looking at the teenagers departing back, Wang Yang let out a sigh. Ugh, what a great kid. It's a shame to have a family like that. Without waiting for Wang Yang to recover his mind, Lin Shangyue, who was standing in the first row, suddenly walked to his side. Lin Shanyue's eyes looked flatly at the direction Yi Zhou had left and said expressionlessly, Teacher, I'm not feeling too well and would like to go back to class to rest. Chapter 19, Blowing the Heart of a Teenager. In her 3 years of high school, Zhao Lan came to Bayan No. 1 middle school only a few times. There were even many times when she didn't show up for Yi Zhou's parent-teacher conferences. Combine that with the fact that old Ben said just now that Zhao Lan looked angry. Yi Zhou quickly guessed that Zhao Lan rushed over today. It must be that after he disliked Shenshi that day, Shenshi had brought this matter to Zhao Lan. It's just that Ye Zhou was puzzled. According to her own aunt's pissy nature, she would only call for an insult even if she was angry. I can't believe I was so excited to school myself this time, Yi Zhou thought and quickly arrived at the janitor's duty room. Boom! Before Yi Zhou could push the door open, Zhao Lan was the first to do so. Zhao Lan's face carried obvious anger, and Yi Zhou took a deep breath and tried to keep himself as polite as possible. Auntie, what brings you here? Oh, why am I here? You little don't know what you've done yourself? Zhao Lan's anger increased when she saw Yi Zhou acting like nothing. Did I call you ahead of time the other day and ask you to buy Qinshi a watch? Instead of buying it, you bastard kid actually made Qinshi cry after meeting her. Are you crazy? Auntie, I told you the other day that the watch Qinshi wanted was very expensive. I can barely get enough to eat with the monthly allowance you give me, and I can't get any extra money to buy for her. You're full of... Zhao Lan broke into a fit of rage. She didn't care about the eyes of the 2 doormen in the duty room and pointed at Yi Zhou's nose and cursed. Don't think I don't know that you've only just received a scholarship. And even if we take a step back and say that you don't have anything left over from your monthly living expenses, can't you use your scholarship for that? Faced with Zhao Lan's accusation of being so unreasonable and disregarding the eyes of those around her, Yi Zhou had gotten used to it long ago over the years. He didn't have much of a mood swing and just continued to speak calmly. Auntie, I'm in my senior year of high school, and in addition to eating every day, I need to buy tons of sets of papers and workbooks to practice in, and all of that costs money. After a pause, Ye Zhou continued. I never asked you or my aunt for the money to buy these, my scholarship went for exactly that. Chen Mo was in his senior year of high school just like me, and the exercise sets of papers he bought and asked you for were thousands of dollars long ago, weren't they? I don't need you to tell me that. Zhao Lan's tone was hard, knowing that she was at a disadvantage. She was a bit speechless for a while. Indeed, as Yi Zhou said, his own son Chen Mo had long ago spent thousands of dollars on buying exercise books. On the contrary, Zhao Lan and her own husband never gave Yi Zhou any money in this regard, but an adult like Zhao Lan would never admit his mistake even if he realized it was his own. Zhou Lang crossed her arms and displayed a more aggressive stance. Even if that's the case, then you shouldn't have treated Chen Shi that way anyway. Your aunt and I, in order to make life better for you and your brother Chen Mo, how we've lowered our voices to curry favor with the Chen family over the past few years. Don't you know? Your aunt's husband is unemployed after the year until now. I begged Chen Shi, her mother, to arrange a job for your aunt's husband. That day she agreed with great difficulty, but it turned out that because you little bullied Chen Shi, it put the matter on hold. Zhao Lan's voice was sharp and piercing. Her words were as dense as a barrage, each with a strong accusation and disgust. Yi Zhou tried to interject an explanation, but Zhao Lan didn't give him a chance at all and continued. Who do you think you are? After your parents died, if it wasn't for me and your aunt's husband raising you from a young age, you'd be begging for food somewhere by now, all day long. He thinks he's so self-righteous and self-important. He's just a white-eyed wolf who doesn't know how to be grateful at all. The more Zhao Lan spoke, the more agitated she became, and her voice became more and more high-pitched, and the few doormen in the duty room looked sideways, looking at Zhao Lan's eagerness to vent all of her unjustified resentment on herself. Yi Zhou's heart was completely cold. Over the years, he's seen it all right. Yi Zhou is no longer as stoic as he used to be. He lifted his head, his eyes looking straight at Zhao Lan. Auntie, you're saying that you and Auntie's husband have been whispering to the Chen Shi family over the past few years in order to make life better for Chen Mo and me? Zhao Lan was startled by Yi Zhou's chilling eyes, but she still straightened her chest and said angrily, isn't it? But all these years, the person who went to curry favor with the Chen family was never just me. The benefits you get after currying favor with the Chen family have never been enjoyed by just the three of you, your aunt and uncle, and Chen Mo. So all these years of so-called currying favor with the Chen family has only made your lives better. Yi Zhou pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled, continuing to stare at Zhao Lan's dislike. Auntie's husband is unemployed. Why should I have to curry favor with Chen Shi again and then benefit from my auntie's husband? Why isn't Chen Mo going? Anyway, no matter how much money my aunt makes, you all call me $600 a month for my living expenses. To give me a penny more is as great a sin as if it were a great sin to you. As for saying that I won't be grateful, Auntie, ask yourself, have you three ever done a single chore or cooked a single meal over the years whenever I was at home? In one breath, Yi Zhou said all the words that had been suppressed and hidden inside for more than 10 years. Zhao Lan looked at Yi Zhou with a face full of dismay. He's talking back? Yi Zhou, you, white-eyed wolf, little wild seed, you really think that I don't have a temper, don't you? Since you think $600 is less, there's no way I'll give you another penny from now on. Zhao Lan was going crazy with anger and cursed out all the swear words she could think of. I thought Yi Zhou would admit defeat and apologize to himself for this. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhou just faintly said, Auntie, the $600 a month you give me would have been part of my parents' death benefits. Fine, then let's talk about this time. You must personally buy that watch today and send it to Chen Shi to apologize to her. Auntie, you haven't even understood what happened. On what basis do you indiscriminately make me apologize to Chen Shi? Growing up, Yi Zhou had always gone against the grain, but today he seemed extraordinarily rebellious. Zhao Lan felt that Her Majesty had been greatly provoked. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Zhao Lan directly raised her hand. Stop! As the slap was about to hit Yi Zhou's face, Zhao Lan's arm was grabbed by the older doorman. This parent, in our school, it is forbidden for anyone to lay hands on a student, even the student's parent. It's none of your business if I educate my own children? It's none of our business how you educate your children outside of school, but as long as it's still in school, we have no choice but to call the police to deal with it if you insist on doing it, the doorman said in a cold voice. Zhao Lan was furious. Well, Yi Zhou, you are really a good person. The same as your deadbeat parents. It's fine if you don't go apologize to Chenshur today. You take out $1,000 and give it to me. Otherwise you won't be able to go to the school today. I don't have that kind of money. Do you really think I, Zhao Lan, am easy to fool? Don't think I don't know that you've been renting a room outside by yourself since your freshman year of high school. You have money for renting a room. How can you not have $1,000? This $1,000, consider it as you repaying me for the 3 years of high school that I paid for your accommodation. Yezhou gasped and laughed. How did she dare? Wasn't tuition, housing, living expenses, even half of what you used to buy your new house, all from my parents' death benefits? Yi Zhou looked at his aunt, who was starting to play the rogue, and his face was expressionless. I just don't have the money, believe it or not. If you don't give me the money, I won't leave here today. Later, after class, I'll show your entire school what a white-eyed wolf you really are. Zhao Lan stared viciously at Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou's brows furrowed, not expecting her to be so difficult. Always cool and collected, he finally felt the meaning of the difficulty. For a while, the atmosphere was breathtaking. Suddenly, a cold voice came. $1,000 is it? I'll give it for Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou looked back suddenly and realized that Lin Shangyue had stood behind him at some point. Late spring 2018. A sudden wind, wrapped in the impending summer heat, ruffled the teenager's crushed hair. It also blew the teenager's mind. Chapter 20, When You Meet a Debtor Like Me. You're kicking cotton. Lin Shanyue's appearance caused the suffocating atmosphere to surge into a sweet, clear stream. Auntie, don't you want money? This $1,000. I'll give it to you for Yi Zhou. You give for Ye Zhou? Who are you? Zhao Lan had just uttered $1,000 to deliberately make things difficult for Yi Zhou, because she had long ago figured out that the money Ye Zhou spent on renting out the house was earned from his part-time job outside every holiday. That's why Zhao Lan is certain that as the college entrance exam approaches, Yi Zhou doesn't have any extra time to work anymore, and he can't possibly have that much money on him right now. Unexpectedly, a girl popped up halfway through the day. Facing Zhao Lan's question, Lin Shanyue smiled politely. Hello auntie, my name is Lin Shanyue. I'm Yi Zhou's classmate. Classmate? Then I don't want it. You pay for Yi Zhou? What if you want to rely on me later? I only want Yi Zhou's money. Zhao Lan snorted coldly. Despite Zhao Lan's tough attitude, Lin Shanyue didn't let it deter her. She still maintained a faint smile and said in a calm tone, Auntie, I can understand your concern. However, this money was lent to me by Yi Zhou before, so this money is considered to be given to you by Yi Zhou, not schoolgirl Lin. Don't. Seeing that Lin Shanyue really wanted to pay for herself, Yi Zhou immediately opened his mouth. But before the words were finished, Lin Shanyue gently pressed his arm and softly said, Yi students, don't worry. Yi Zhou opened his mouth, clearly wanting to say something else, but I couldn't open my mouth no matter what, and my nose was sore. Zhao Lan looked at Lin Shanyue's determined eyes, and then looked at the money in her hand, her eyes shining straight up. After all, the situation in front of her did make her feel very surprised. Her original intention was just to give Yi Zhou a downward spiral. I did not expect that it could really whore $1,000 for nothing. Well, that's a windfall. Okay. Zhao Lan pretended to hesitate, but finally nodded. In that case, give me the money. Lin Shanyue handed the money directly to Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan immediately put the money into her pocket, fearing that Lin Shanyue would back out. Yi Zhou was witnessing the whole process, and a warm current surged in his heart. Zhao Lan took 2 steps backward and looked viciously at Yi Zhou. White-eyed wolf, let's spare you today. When I'm done with the matter at hand, I'll definitely make you look good. After saying that, Zhao Lan pushed away the doorman who was in her way. Quickly, he left Bayan No. 1 middle school. The doorman saw this and both returned inside the duty room. Only Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue were left behind. Yi Zhou sniffled and looked at Zhao Lan's departing back without much emotion. $1,000? You're going to have to spit out a lot more than $1,000 when the day comes to liquidate. Let's see me fling one piece of evidence in your face when the time comes, complete with exploding kills. Immediately after that, Yi Zhou resumed his usual appearance and looked at Lin Shanyue with a smile. Thank you schoolgirl Lin, but you don't actually have to pay my aunt. She's being deliberately nosy and difficult. I know. Then you give it back to her. I was just passing by and saw it, and I don't think you should be stuck with all this with your senior year coming up. Lin Shanyue said expressionlessly. Silly Ye Zhou. I just don't want you to be embarrassed by your aunt in front of outsiders. A soft spot in Yi Zhou's heart was touched. He opened his mouth and eventually just said, Schoolgirl Lin, I'll return this $1,000 to you as soon as possible. Aha. Then from today, I'm your debtor, but you're kicking cotton when you meet a debtor like me. On the way back to the classroom, Yi Zhou's mood recovered a lot as he playfully laughed. Then again, it's amazing that you carry so much cash on you at school. Are all you rich people so posh? Lin Shanyue smiled bashfully as she straightened the broken hair in front of her forehead. It's just a coincidence. I don't usually carry this much cash. That does seem like a coincidence. Ha ha, oh wow. Ah chow. Just now during the morning exercises, what did the old class say to you? I saw that you left in a hurry after listening to it. And you didn't even do your morning exercises. In third period class, Xiong Kai poked Yizhou under the table. My aunt is here. What the hell? What's that old vampire doing here looking for you? Short of blood to drink. Come and draw some. Seeing Yizhou's deep eyes, Xiong Kai realized something, but he didn't know how to comfort him because he was stupid. Ultimately just say, okay, don't take it too hard. Come over to my house this weekend and let our mom cook us a big dinner. Good. Yizhou didn't refuse. As for Zhaolan, soon, when the entrance exams are over, she'll never get a chance to spill her guts at him again. Over the years, Yizhou hadn't kept much evidence of how Zhao Lan's family had hijacked his parents' pension. The day of reckoning is right after the high school exams. The moment of the hunt, it's here. Third period in the morning. Yizhou rarely listened to the lesson and his attention was always on Lin Shanyue. He wondered more and more where Lin Shanyue's feelings for himself actually came from. Third period in the morning has just ended. The class cheered, because the last period was the bi-weekly gym class. It's finally gym class, and I'm going to play basketball hard in this class. By the count, this would be our penultimate high school gym period. Yeah, time flies. The crowd discusses this, and then walks in groups toward the playground. Almost before arriving at the playground, Old Ben stood at the entrance of the playground, and he waved to Lin Shanyue. Asaj, come with me to the office. The teacher has something to say to you. Aha. Seeing Lin Shanyue being shouted away, Xiong Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me. I saw my old class standing in the doorway and thought he was coming over to ask me for my homework, which I didn't write a word of yesterday. But then again, what's old Ben doing yelling for schoolgirl Lin to go to the office? Approaching the college entrance examination, the school authorities will generally take the students who are expected to be admitted to prestigious schools, and privately conduct one-on-one psychological counseling to prevent such top students from having any problems in their mindset at the last minute. Oh, I suppose you'll be called for an appointment too then? It should be. Yezhou nodded, but he didn't think it was necessary at all. Waiting for class to start, Xiong Kai clutched the basketball and headed straight for the basketball court. Yezhou originally planned to sit down and rest for a while, but in the direction of the back wall of the playground, he saw a person who was familiar but shouldn't be in the playground. With curiosity, he headed for the back wall. Li, Uncle Li? Aya, it's young Master Yi. Are you guys in gym class this period? Lin Yan turned around and was also surprised to see Yizhou. Yizhou nodded. Uncle Li, why are you here? Lin Yan scratched his head in embarrassment. It's a long story. This morning, when you guys were doing your radio gymnastics, the lady suddenly called me, sounding quite anxious for me to get a few $1,000s in cash and send it inside the school, and I wasn't allowed to use the front door. This is not. Then I can only from the back wall tumbled in, but after I climbed in, it was not easy to climb out from the inside, and I had delayed one class time before I could get out. It's just as well that you're here, young Master Yi, so please lift me up by one hand. Yezhou froze. Suddenly, the cement sealing his heart loosened a little more. This time, he didn't want to make it up. P.S. I'm going to kill Auntie later. Yi Chao backed down on purpose. You dads are so not toxic. Chapter 21. I want to pinch his face. Phew. It's not easy to come up at last. Young Master Yi. Thank you. You're welcome, Uncle Li. Yizhou smiled and waved goodbye to Lin Yan. After Lin Yan disappeared into the wall, he remained standing there motionless. So, it wasn't some coincidence that I brought that much cash at all. But just now, face to face, about this matter of the heart, you are not at all. So, it's not a contrast to act like this. Yizhou's heart rippled. Zhaolan used the money Lin Shanyue gave her and searched several shopping malls, and finally bought a 700-plus Burberry watch. Yizhou, this little today actually dare to use that kind of attitude to me. In the future there will be good fruit for him to eat. I don't know who brought him up by the handful, and now he's playing flip-flop with me? Zhaolan cursed and then bought delicate boxes to package the watches. Although she didn't know why Yizhou was acting out of character today, what she could make sure of was that she definitely couldn't persuade him to personally apologize to Chen-Shur today. But the apology cannot be delayed. Otherwise it would have been hard to talk to Chen-Shur's mom about arranging a job for her husband and it would have gone down the drain. So, Zhaolan put the phone to Chen-Shur, intending to apologize under the name of Yizhou. Hello? Is this Shirori? I'm your Auntie Chiulana. Auntie Zhou, what's the matter? Didn't Yizhou bully you 2 days ago? I rushed to the school today to teach him a lesson, and he immediately realized how excessive he was and wanted to apologize to you in front of you. We're right next to your school at the moment. So if it's convenient for you, come over and pick up your gift. You'll love it. Apologize? Chenshur was sitting with Su Miao Miao eating lunch, and when she heard that Yi Zhou wanted to make amends, her eyes instantly lit up. Damn Yi Zhou, you were so angry with me last time. You deserve to be taught a lesson by your aunt. In order not to let Yi Zhou think she was so easy to coax, she deliberately refused. Auntie Zhao, let's forget it. I don't think it's necessary. I won't forgive Yi Zhou. Sure Ori, just give Auntie a face. As for forgiveness or not, you get the gift and then consider it. Chenshur was silent. That's fine. Auntie, you came all the way from Yulin. It's indeed inappropriate for me not to go over to meet you. Yeah. Or Shirori has a heart. Hanging up the phone, Chenshur guffawed at Su Miao Miao. Miao. Ye Zhou was taught a lesson by his aunt and now he wants to apologize to me. Su Miao Miao hurriedly said. I knew it. Yi Zhou must have had a brain fart that day. Otherwise how could he treat you that way? However, sure are you going to forgive him later? Let's see the gift later. If it's not good, who's going to forgive him? Also, the two girls quickly finished their meal and rushed towards the place Jiaolan said they were going to. When he was almost at the place, from a long distance away, Chenshur saw Jiaolan standing there. Jiaolan greeted them with gifts. Geez, Shirori hasn't seen you in a while. You've grown beautiful again. Chenshur looked around and did not see Yi Zhou and could not help but frown. Auntie, why isn't Yi Zhou here? It's like this. You know, boys are good at saving face. Yi Zhou felt that last time he was too much for you, and was too embarrassed to apologize to you in front of you, so he asked me to pass the gift on to you. And he also said that he hoped you guys would continue to be good friends in the future, and that he would never bully you again. Chenshur's face was unhappy. He won't even apologize to me in person. That's so insincere. I don't want to forgive him. After saying that, she pulled on Su Miao Miao and turned around to leave. Jiaolan hurriedly stopped and shoved the gift to Chenshur. Sure Ori, don't be in a hurry. Look at the gift Ye Zhou bought for you. He picked it out with all his heart for a very long time. Yeah sure Ori, why don't you open your present first? Su Miao Miao gave her best friend a wink. Then he lowered his voice and said, Sure Ori, have you seen the exposed hang tag? That looks like a Burberry tag Chenshur's face changed slightly before he took the gift and opened it. It was a pleasant surprise to see the gift in the box. I'm sure it's a Burberry. Best of all, it's actually the 799 one that I first looked at. Sure. It seems like Yi Zhou was really sincere in apologizing to you. He didn't even buy you the 388 one and directly chose your favorite 799 model. But, I didn't mention to him that this was my favorite? Chenshur looked skeptical. Su Miao Miao laughed softly. It must be that Yi Zhou went to the counter store we went to last time and asked the clerk about it. We've been there more than once. The clerk must have remembered you. Jiaolan froze and followed Su Miao Miao's words. Yes. Shio, your classmate here is right. That's it. Well, seeing as Yi Zhou is so attentive, I'll forgive him la. Chenshur narrowed his eyes and smiled. His heart was happy. I didn't think I could get a watch that my own mom wouldn't even buy for myself for simply being angry. That's a great way to do it. Use it again in the future. When Jiaolan saw Chenshur loosening up, she was all smiles. That's right. Sure. Then Auntie has something to do first. You turn around and remember to tell your mom that you have forgiven Yi Zhou. Don't let your mom worry. I know. Auntie Zhao, take care on your way. When Jiaolan left, Su Miao Miao said to Chenshur in an envious tone. Sure. Before I was curious about how Yi Zhou suddenly treated you that way. Now it seems like I finally understand. Chenshur was confused. Understand what? You went to the school exams. Yi Zhou didn't see you for too long. So it's normal to fight once you're back. Everyone says that quarrels are the result of longing. I want to buy osmanthus flowers to carry wine with me, but it's not like, in the end, a young man's tour. The author of this article, in the last paragraph of the article, quotes a line from the Song Dynasty poem Lug was Tang Dueling, read leaves filling Tingzhou. This verse appears at the end and serves to summarize the whole text, which can be called the finishing touch na. Students, it's the end of April, and it's only just approaching summer, and it's already starting to get a hot and dry vibe. Add to that the language teacher droning on and on about reading comprehension questions on stage and the buffs sort of stack up. Almost all of the students in the last two rows fell asleep behind the high wall of books. As strong as Yi Zhou was, he was also sleepy and forced himself not to fall asleep. Xiao Yezhou eyes fluttering. Fast asleep or so cute like a baby, so tempted to pinch his face. Hearing Lin Shanyue's demented girl-like heart, Yi Zhou glared and instantly perked up. He miso looked toward Lin Shanyue's position. Sure enough, he found her looking back at himself. Maru Spice. He. Why is he looking my way all of a sudden? Are my eyes too blatant? realizing that she had been discovered. Lin Shanyue hurriedly turned her head away, not daring to look back. Listening to her twittering heart, Yezhou felt more and more. This high cold school flower. Simply do not be too contrasting. Chapter 22, I want to challenge my bottom line. Monday night, just before the upcoming evening study session, old class Wang Yang came to the class with a very solemn tone. Let me remind you again that the second model exam is on the last 2 days of the month. Excluding today, there are still the last 4 days before the exam. I've emphasized many times that the second model exam is very important, so I hope that all students will pay attention to this exam. Ding 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 ding. The old class had just finished when the bell rang. Originally, everyone was in high spirits because school was about to end. The good mood dissipated for the most part when old Ben said that Shonkai's whole body was bad, and he said in a raw manner, I'd really like to know what big smart leader came up with the timing of the test? Who's a good person to take a model test before the May 1st vacation? It's not intentionally adding to the problem. It's normal. The May Day Labor Day holiday is the last one in high school. If I'm not mistaken, after this exam, the results will probably be released soon. The aim is to make students weak after seeing the results and then not slack off during the holidays so that they can revise hard. Yezhou had long seen through the nature of each stage of arranging exams. Kumkai let out a sigh. Okay, father, I'm on duty today. Why don't you help me? Yes. It's just as well that you ride me back at night and stop by to pick me up in the morning. It's weirdly tiring. That's too heavy a price to pay, isn't it? Row, Kumkai complained. Neither of them noticed that their conversation happened to be caught in the ears of Lin Shanyue, who was passing by. After cleaning up, there wasn't much left in the school. Yezhou and Shonkai went to the carport together to get their bikes. As a result, just as they reached the entrance of the school, a figure walked towards the two of them head-on. Ling Yan always had that smirking expression on his face as he politely said, Young Master Yi, Miss invited you to ride back together. Yizhou and Shonkai were surprised at the same time, especially the latter, who looked at Yizhou incredulously. Ah Chow, has your relationship with schoolgirl Lin now developed to the point where you can ride back together in her family's car? I don't know. Seeing Yizhou say this, Shonkai was mostly relieved. He then looked at Lin Yan with a bottomless look. Uncle, I've accepted schoolgirl Lin's feelings for Yizhou. I think she underestimated the bond between our brothers. So, please schoolgirl Lin, don't test our brotherhood in such a way. How could we possibly not be able to withstand such a test? Besides, I'm sure Yi Chao prefers to ride in my self-propelled than a Maybach. Ah Chao, when did you get in the car? Seeing that Yizhou had already opened the car door and sat on it, he was directly dumbfounded. No dude, you're starting at 0 frames per second? What happened to the promise of being brothers in arms? It's really only in the mind, isn't it? Yezhou gave Shonkai a hefty grin. It's really not that dude can't stand the test. It's mostly that dude wants to challenge his bottom line. When Lin Yan saw this scene, the smile on his face increased. He turned in his car and drove off with a kick of the gas. Looking at the taillights of the Maybach, Shonkai stood in front of the school a little messy. Plants. It's really a glass of grape wine at night. A glass of oxen and horses and a glass of me. Schoolgirl Lin, thank you for taking me home. It's nothing. They're all neighbors. By the way, Lin Shanyue's tone was as cold as ever. Actually inside, living next door to Yizhou's house, with the status of neighbor, it's much more convenient to do anything. Slightly, I've got to make good use of being a neighbor. The corner of Yezhou's mouth pulled. That's so you. I don't know if it was his own illusion. Yizhou realized that Uncle Li seemed to be making a detour. He couldn't help it. Uncle Li, why don't you take the Tech 4 road? It should be much faster to take that road. Ooh, there's construction going on over there. It's not convenient to go through there. It's safer this way. But there's no need to go this way. It's not the same as going in a big circle. Sorry young Master Yi, the car ran out of gas. I came over here to refuel. I remember a gas station not far from the neighborhood? Lin Yan was sweating for a while. You don't know, young Master Yi. The Maybach has to be filled with 95 gasoline. And that gas station doesn't have 95 gasoline. Yezhou came to his senses. What with the construction? What with the car running out of gas? And what with number 95 gasoline? All of it is just fooling him. This was already obvious. It was definitely Lin Shanyue who had ordered it in advance. Yi Zhou looked meaningfully at Lin Shanyue, who was sitting on his side. The other man wrapped his arms around his chest, his face expressionless. Yippee-ki-yay. Yi Zhou, why you ask so clearly? Obediently sitting in the car is good. Eventually, Yezhou usually takes only 20 minutes to ride a bike, but it took 30 minutes by car to get home. Arriving home, Yizhou followed his usual custom and first made dinner for himself. Then I ate and brushed up hard on a set of science papers. It's quickly approaching the second model year, and this is never a time to take things lightly. In fact, Yi Zhou's current achievements were enough to reach his goal. Only now still work so hard to play well enough for the entrance exams, because when the grades come down, the university does award $5,000-$20,000 in grants if you reach the top 3 in Northampton 1 and succeed in getting an acceptance letter from a dual-tier university. The time quickly came to 11:30 a.m. Yi Zhou was planning to wash up and rest when his cell phone vibrated. QQ alert, you have a message to view. Yi Zhou clicked into QQ and was surprised to find that it was actually a message from Lin Shanhue. Yi Chao. Tomorrow morning, take my family's car and go to school together. After a few days, Lin Shanhue had already changed the little penguin avatar that came with the QQ system. Incidentally, a new nickname has been created, Shallow Moon in the Forest. Yi Zhou replied, okay, thanks Lin schoolgirl, but there's one thing, your new screen name is a bit low. You're rather like surfing on the net with your real name. Surf the web more often when you have time. Maybe that will give you more to talk about with the people around you, and you'll feel more approachable? What is web surfing? Presumably, this means browsing the web, obtaining information or having fun on the internet, etc. All of which fall under the umbrella of web surfing. I see. Maybe my screen name is indeed a bit low. Thank you. Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes at the message and always felt as if Lin Shanhue was mocking him. Can't be. With my screen name, I should be quite fashionable, right? Yi Zhou deflated his mouth and simply replied you're welcome. Go to bed early, then went to take a shower and wash up. Lying comfortably in bed, it didn't take long to fall asleep. It's just that Yi Zhou couldn't have imagined it. He had only made a casual remark himself, but the young girl had really taken it to heart. Lin Shanhue sat alone in front of the computer, her fingers slightly awkwardly operating the mouse. Her eyes reflected the contents of the computer, her cherry lips slightly parted. So, will it be closer to you? Chapter 23 Positive Response to the Three-Child Policy. Morning. Yezhou got up a little late. He was too late to eat breakfast at home, so he hurried out with a piece of bread in his mouth. Good morning. Hey. Yezhou was taken aback. Looking up, he found Lin Shanhue standing in front of his house with a pink school bag on her back. Yi Zhou then remembered that last night, he said he wanted to go to school together with taking her family car. Ahem. Sorry for getting up late in the morning. You, wait for me for a while, right? No, I just went out not long ago. There's no need to rush. Uncle Lee drives fast. Lin Shanhue glanced at the bread Yi Zhou was holding in his mouth and said faintly. Turning around, he pressed the elevator button. The bread in Yezhou's mouth looked so delicious. I want to take a bite. That sudden little thought in Lin Shanhue's heart made the corners of her mouth rise slightly. The elevator door slowly opened and Lin Shanhue sidled in. Yi Zhou hurriedly swallowed the bread in his mouth and hurriedly followed him in. The elevator doors closed again, and the breathing of both men seemed to become audible in the small space. Lin Shanhue secretly glanced at Yi Zhou with her afterglow. Yee, there's a dorky hair on Yezhou's head that's sticking up, and it's a billion points of cuteness. Her gaze, all over the restless dull hair on top of Yi Zhou's head, couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising. Nerdy? The air froze for a moment. Yezhou raised his hand, not moving to smooth his hair. Seeing this, Lin Shanhue, who was standing behind him, puffed out her fragrant cheeks and her eyes flashed with a hint of resentment. Sitting on the Lin family's Maybach S680, looking out the window at those who were still struggling to pedal their bicycles, Yi Zhou had an indescribable feeling of superiority. Is this what it's like to ride a Maybach to and from school every day? Damn. This luxury car can't be sat in often. Sat in too much. Gave the sitting feeling of the ass or raised grippy. You can't keep spoiling it. Yi Zhou couldn't stop feeling emotions in his heart. Best of all, it only took 10 minutes in the morning for the car to pull up to the east entrance of the school. Yezhou couldn't stand it anymore. Combined, it was hard to spare an extra 20 minutes last night. Miss, young Master Yi, we're here. That, schoolgirl Lin, why don't you get off the bus first? I'll wait until there are fewer people around before I go down, so that I don't get a grudge from the other boys who see me. Yi Zhou looked at the school gate where people were coming and going. His heart was weak. I thought that Lin Shanhue's character would drop a sentence of whatever you want and then get off the car directly. What Yi Zhou never expected was, Lin Shanhue glanced at him and spoke shocking words with an expression as if nothing had happened. Brother is so cold. How can a 36-degree mouth say such icy words? Yi Zhou and Uncle Lee's pupils quaked at the same time. Looking incredulously at Lin Shanhue, both of them thought that they had gotten up violently in the morning and were hallucinating? Otherwise, what kind of tart words had just popped out of Lin Shanhue's mouth? I Luo Lin school flower where did your high cold persona go? Gulp. Yi Zhou swallowed, his eyes extremely complicated. Schoolgirl Lin, this, who did you learn it from? Surfing the web. Lin Shanhua angled her chin, her expression smug. He, I've been surfing all night. Kobayashi compliments me. No he. Kudos to you. Yi Zhou held his forehead and laughed bitterly. The line you said wasn't appropriate for the scenario, and the expression didn't go with it. Then I'll surf again tonight to relearn. Yi Zhou broke into a sweat. Good boy. We won't flush anymore. It's not good for your health. Oh. Lin Shanhua resumed her high-flying appearance, picked up her book bag and got out of the car to walk towards the school. Inside the car, Uncle Li slowly turned his head and looked at Yi Zhou slyly. Young Master Yi, is this all what you taught my young lady? Ahem. Uncle Li, I'm going to be late. Bye dash. Ye Zhou scurried out in a puff of smoke. Seeing the two leaving one after the other, Li Nian was filled with anti-smiles. TSK. Miss and young Master Yi are becoming more and more compatible. The old man's young girl's heart that has been dusty for many years. It's more fun than watching the bamboo school bully keeps teasing me. Yi Zhou ran all the way into the classroom, just sat down on the seat. Xiong Kai came over to the gloomy. Yo, young Master Yi, you were almost late today. Was the Maybach stuck in traffic? Don't be shady, like a little eunuch. Xiong Kai was still jealous of last night's incident, and he was particularly disgruntled. Ah chow, you're too spineless. I thought you could withstand the test of women's temptation, but Lin Shanhua attacked you with a Maybach. What words this is? Yi Zhou raised his eyebrows, his face extremely serious. Comrade Xiong Kai, small pattern. This thought of yours is greatly problematic. What Maybach? What takedown? I admit that Lin Shanhua is a bit of a looker, but testing a cadre with this stuff, which cadre can't stand up to such a test? And for the record, who are women to test me? The only ones who can test me are the party and the country. Yi Chao made a set of silky smooth combos to instantly elevate his compulsion. Oh, I'm a Sigma man. But this time Xiong Kai didn't eat this at all. He sneered. What if the next time Lin Shanhua makes you get into a bed instead of a car? Positive response to the national three-child policy. Xiong Kai Hong warmed up. What about modesty? Where's your sense of humor, brother? Damn. I can't believe you answered that dryly. And the dog thing has such a determined look in its eyes. You're joining the ING party. Just as the two of them were bickering, a silhouette walked in from the back door. She snapped, without warning, put the bag filled with bread and milk directly on Yi Zhou's desk. Yi Zhou, this is the breakfast I bought for you. Eat it while it's hot. Eating cold will give you diarrhea. Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai looked at each other and both saw surprise in each other's gazes, because the one who brought breakfast to Yi Zhou was no one else. It was Chen Shi. Yi Zhou was a million times more shocked. Breakfast? For me? Or what? Don't look at me like that. Today this lady is in a good mood and bought it for you, by the way. I'm warning you, you have to finish it. No leftovers, okay? This is the first time I've ever brought a boy breakfast. Chen Shi had a condescending face, and among his commanding tone, he was constantly revealing a sense of superiority. Before Yi Zhou could reply, Chen Shi raised his left hand again and waved it in front of Yi Zhou's eyes. The Burberry watch on his wrist stood out. A light hum followed, and he turned away in a good mood. A moment later, Yi Zhou came back to his senses, feeling that Chen Shi was inexplicable. Xiong Kai, on the other hand, looked at Yi Zhou in confusion. Ah chow, what's going on with Chen Shi? Nothing to bring you any breakfast? I thought she always asked you to bring her breakfast before. Is this the last time you were pissed off in the head? How should I know? Maybe, just to show off her watch for me? Yi Zhou thought back to Chen Shi's performance just now and cupped his chin to guess. Xiong Kai couldn't help but spit when he heard it and thought it was the same thing. What kind of full-blown retard is this? Chen Shi is not just trying to tell you. Yi Zhou, you see. No, you buy me a watch. There are people to buy me. Now regret it? She probably still thinks that, after provoking you a bit the old-fashioned way, you'll buy something more expensive and send it over just to coax her. Gee, that's so done. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, Chen Shi was in a great mood after coming out of the senior 5 class. Su Miao Miao was standing outside the door waiting for her. Sure, Ori, did you give Ye Zhou your breakfast? Of course I gave it. You just did not see. Yi Zhou, that surprise, unexpected expression, simply not too obvious. I guess he couldn't have imagined that I would actually buy him breakfast. Chen Shi said with a smile. Mio, you need to learn. If you want a boy to pursue you, you have to give him some appropriate sweetness. Like Yi Zhou, he pissed me off and then gave me such an expensive watch to coax me. In that case, the game he wanted at first was my forgiveness. But now that I've given him breakfast again, it will make him especially surprised and touched. And he will feel that it was well worth his while to give me a gift. In that case, he'll only give me more gifts in the future, because he'll think he'll get more tenderness from me that way. Men, they always think like children. They are too easy to pin down. Chen Shi had a smug look on his face. It's just that she doesn't even understand that boys are indeed childish when they like you. When he doesn't like you anymore, then he's more mature than your dad. Not to mention, Yi Zhou never liked Chen Shi. Chapter 24, The Trickster Lin Shangyue. Ah chow. So this breakfast from Chen Shi. Are you going to eat it? Here, do you eat? Xiong Kai shook his head repeatedly. When I think of Chen Shi's T0 level mouth, I can't eat this meal. It's revolting, then it's not over, and I can't eat it. Yi Zhou looked at the breakfast on the table and did not have the slightest appetite. His reason for not eating was not quite as disgusting to Chen Shi's mouth as Xiong Kai's. After all, it's breakfast for free, so it's a good idea not to eat it. Only this time, the reason for not eating it is that it's less daring. From the moment Chen Shi put breakfast on the table, Lin Shanyue's heart didn't stop ringing. Chen Shi? What's she doing here looking for Yi Zhou? Is she going to make my little Yi Zhou again? Yi Zhou. She's a bad woman. Don't have contact with her anymore. Chen Shi seems to be here to deliver breakfast to Yi Zhou? Bold. I haven't delivered breakfast to Yi Zhou yet. What gives her the right? Yi Zhou. You are not allowed to eat the bad woman's breakfast. As long as you dare to eat it, I won't play Forest Ice Fireman with you from now on. Lin Shanyue, you're so spineless. Even if Yi Zhou ate the bad woman's breakfast, you'd still play Forest Ice Fireman with him. This richness of Lin Shanyue's heart made Yi Zhou especially want to laugh. Even if you don't dare to say threatening words in your mouth, do you have so little courage to say threatening words in your heart? Schoolgirl Lin, your quality needs to be lowered. Xiong Kai saw that Yi Zhou did not intend to eat this breakfast, looked at the trash can and said tentatively, how about, throw it away? Who knows how hard it is to eat on a plate, and how hard it is to eat every grain. I'll penalize you for copying Merciful Farmer 100 times. Xiong Kai deflated. If you don't eat it, I don't eat it either. What else can I do if I don't throw it away? I'll eat. Right Protector by Xianming suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He stared at the breakfast on Yi Zhou's table, his eyes glowing green. Brother Xiong, Brother Chao, if you two don't eat this breakfast, why don't you give it to me? It just so happens that I've recently filled up all my living expenses in the game, so I can eat this meal for lunch. Alright. Sent you. Righteous Father Yi Zhou is above. Receive a bow from Righteous Son by Xianming. Yi Zhou white eyes straight rolled, Lubu among people, Red Rabbit among horses, Square Sky painted halberd, specializing in stabbing Righteous Father is it? He. Anyway, thanks Chao. By Xianming took the portion of breakfast that Chen Shi had bought and ran away with his ass. Don't mention the fun. Lin Shanyue, who was sitting in the front row, saw that breakfast had reached by Xianming's hands, and her good-looking peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. I knew for sure that little Yeju wouldn't eat a bad woman's breakfast. Back Hyun Myung, you're a good person. Then from today, you're considered a member of the Chalky Party. Yi Zhou's head was filled with black lines when he heard Lin Xian use heartfelt words. Well, it's really different after learning to surf the web. You're aware of the XX Party thing, and you've learned to call it CP, haven't you? At noon after school, the class is almost gone. Yezhou only then put aside the pen, woke up Xiong Kai who was lying on the table sleeping. It's time for dinner. Xiong Kai stretched his back. Chow. What's for lunch? Let's go to the cafeteria today. I heard that the aunt who does the dishes doesn't have shaky hands lately. Okay. It just so happens that it's been a long time since I've had sweet and sour pork from school. The two of them had just gotten up when Lin Shanyue silently appeared in front of them. Yi Zhou was a bit surprised. This was the first time after becoming neighbors with Lin Shanyue that she had taken the initiative to find herself in class. What's wrong? I heard you guys talking about going to the school cafeteria for dinner. Right. Lin Shanyue pursed her lips, her eyes shifted to the window, and her voice weakened a few points. Well, I want to go too. Lin Shanyue, you're so brave to take the initiative and say it. Everyone says the cafeteria's food is superb, so I'm definitely going to try it this time. With Yi Zhou along, today definitely won't be like last time, when he arrived at the door but backed out. Kum Kai's jaw dropped. Lin Shanyue actually took the initiative to go to the cafeteria to eat with Yi Zhou? It's not right, is it? Hasn't Mr. Delu released a new work yet? And what sci-fi masterpiece is this? But after the shock, Xiong Kai's heart was filled with trust in his good brother. Kum Kai coughed lightly. Schoolgirl Lin, Cha was able to ride home in your Maybach last night because you two are neighbors. But today he will never take you to the cafeteria. After all, if the other boys see this, Zhou will certainly be on our schoolboys assassination list. Schoolgirl Lin, you don't want your relationship to be discovered by other people either, do you? Is that so? Lin Shanyue looked towards Yi Zhou. Her tone was one of undisguised loss. Yi Zhou is not difficult to imagine. Lin Shanyue obviously want to go to the cafeteria to eat. In the way there are too many people. To the door, do not dare to go in. Thinking of this, he fell straight to saying, Of course. No, don't you listen to Xiong Kai's dayglow nonsense. If you want to go, I'll just take you with me. If I remember correctly, you haven't been to the cafeteria to eat since you transferred to first middle school. So if you have the chance today, let's go together. Thanks. Lin Shanyue's eyes shone with anticipation. Yeah. Yizhou is the best. Humph. Xiong Kai, you big black egg with a simple mind and 4 limbs. I will never give you a Chow Moon Party CP card. Yizhou secretly gave a thumbs up. Good. Xiong Kai, you have been expelled from the party. Xiong Kai said to Yizhou with a dark face. Ah, Chow. You wrote in a Maybach last night and said it was to challenge your bottom line. Don't tell me that you're doing it again now. Of course not. It's just that after last night when I challenged myself on my bottom line, I realized my bottom line is as low as the Marianas Trench. Xiong Kai's face reddened with anger, and he stretched his neck toward Lin Shanyue and asked, Okay, but what kind of relationship do you have that allows you to eat together? Lin Shanyue angled her chin. Is it unreasonable for neighbors to eat together? Reasonable. Xiong Kai was speechless and could only compromise to bring Lin Shanyue along, not to say anything, but in fact, in the heart of the vicious flying jealousy, the scheming Lin Shanyue has actually begun to bully herself. Chapter 24. The watch is not from Yizhou? Yizhou and Xiong Kai had already finished their meals and found a seat as quickly as they could, but Lin Shanyue was still fighting for food. Catching a break, Kum Kai grumbled. Ah, Chow. Schoolgirl Lin is a bit too slow to beat the food, isn't she? Understand. It should be her first time eating in a big cafeteria like this. It's normal to be slow in line and all that. Yizhou ate a mouthful of rice and returned indifferently. Besides, Lin Shanyue usually appears outside the classroom except for going to and from school, and it's rare that she has a chance to appear in this kind of public place. Those hungry wolves see her and want to catch almost a close look, and the line for food is bound to slow down. That's true. After schoolgirl Lin entered the cafeteria just now, quite a few people's gazes were attracted. Kum Kai nodded with emotion. Meanwhile, in front of the cafeteria, Chen Shi and Su Miao walked in on each other's arms. Mio, the school cafeteria is so crowded. Why do you suddenly want to come here to eat today? Su Miao's cheeks flushed slightly, a little embarrassed. I heard that the captain of the varsity basketball team eats in the cafeteria every Tuesday, and I wanted to come see him. Chen Shi would smile, causing Su Miao to be very shy. When the two girls had finished their meals and were looking for an empty spot in the cafeteria, Su Miao's eyes suddenly lit up. Sure, look. Yizhou is over there. Looking in the direction of Su Miao's finger, Chen Shi really saw Yizhou and Xiong Kai sitting not far away to eat. In front of the two men, there were 2 more empty seats. Chen Shi's eyes rolled. Miao. Let's have dinner with the 2 of them. Give Yizhou some more sweetness. He'll definitely give me another new gift right away this time. That's true, but I just saw quite a few boys who like you eating in the cafeteria. If they see you and Yizhou sitting at the same table for dinner, will they get jealous and stop chasing you? I'm just sitting at a dinner with other guys, and if I'm not going to pursue me because of that, then I don't need such a low-quality suitor. The guys who really want to chase me, they see me having dinner with other guys and they just try to do everything they can to treat me better and try to make themselves the one I'm having dinner with. The corners of Chen Shi's mouth lifted into an ordinary and confident smile. Afterwards, she carried the dinner plate and brought Su Miao towards Yizhou's seat. Splat! Chen Shi put the dinner plate on the table, and she ruffled her hair on purpose. Yizhou and Xiong Kai, who were eating with their heads down, were startled by the sudden deathly movement, and looked up to see Chen Shi and Su Miao both standing in front of them. Appetite was mostly gone. Kum Kai was the first to speak. No, why you two again? Last time at the mall you did not say it yourself, so that Yezhou will not be allowed to look for you. So what? Yezhou does not find you. You find yourself. It seems that Yezhou didn't tell you anything. Seeing Xiong Kai's tone towards himself, he was still emphasizing on what happened last time at the mall. Chen Shi directly rolled his eyes at him. Cut. Your good buddy couldn't resist running to me a long time ago to make amends. When Xiong Kai heard this, he looked at Yizhou blankly. Ah, Zhou, what have you been hiding from me? Yizhou was full of confusion. I didn't do anything. Seeing this, Chen Shi and Su Miao both looked at each other. They all thought that Yizhou didn't tell Xiong Kai about sending the watch to apologize because Yizhou couldn't save face in front of his good brother. After all, last time at the mall, Yizhou had shown a very tough attitude. If Xiong Kai knew that he had privately approached Chen Shi to apologize for his loss, wouldn't he lose all his face in front of his good brother? Chen Shi waved his hand, his posture extremely proud. Okay, there's no need to make some things so clear. Anyway, today at noon, I'll have dinner with you. Yizhou's muscles twitched at the corners of his eyes. What's wrong with this pushing girl? Why did she act like this lady eating with you is a reward for rewarding you for giving it to you? Yi Zhou looked at Lin Shanyue, who was about to finish her meal not far away, and said expressionlessly, "Please get out of the way. That seat is taken." "What do you mean?" Chen Shi was very dismayed. "Yi Zhou, do you know what you're saying? I mean, I'll have lunch with you at noon today. Don't you understand?" Yi Zhou nodded. "I can hear you, but I don't want to eat with you. And that seat is already taken. She'll be right over." Chen Shi didn't react for a moment. She hadn't thought at all that Yi Zhou would actually say that. "That's not possible." Chen Shi's brows furrowed. "Hey, I chose to forgive you because you gave me my favorite style of watch. Now that I'm taking the initiative to have dinner with you, you're actually treating me like this. Do you want me to ignore you again? What the hell? When did I give you a watch?" Yi Zhou was filled with confusion. Seeing Yi Zhou's blank look, Chen Shi froze and subconsciously said, "Wasn't it you who bought the Burberry watch yesterday at lunch? Was too embarrassed to apologize to me in person yourself, and then asked your aunt to pass it on to me?" Put. Hearing Chen Shi's words, Yi Zhou almost laughed out loud without holding back. He finally figured it out. Nice guy. It turned out that Zhao Lan had apologized to Chen Shi under the guise of him in order to be able to get Chen Shi's mother to arrange a job for her husband. Yi Zhou forced to smile and said, "I said, why are you going against the grain and wanting to have dinner with me? Do you think I gave you that watch? I don't know what my aunt told you. But anyway, I never gave you a watch. Who are you? I'm sick in the head to spend so much money on you." "Cool. It's just too good to be true." Yi Zhou finally said the words he had held in his heart for so many years, and both Chen Shi and Su Miaomiu were dumbfounded. "What? The watch wasn't from Yezhou? Did Aunt Yezhou give it to you without authorization?" "No way. Absolutely not." Yi Zhou, he must be talking tough. The watch must be from him. He is just too embarrassed to admit it. Chen Shi's tone was very certain. "If the watch wasn't from you, how could you have accepted my breakfast in the morning?" Between the polls, the confrontation between the two had attracted the attention of many students around. In Bayan No. 1 middle school, Chen Shi's face value itself was second only to Lin Shanyue's existence. Such a movement attracted a lot of gourmets. Yi Zhou rubbed his nose. He was embarrassed for Chen Shi. "Is there a possibility that it's because you left so quickly this morning that you were gone before I could react? You're full of. You definitely ate it." Chen Shi didn't believe it at all. Yi Zhou deflated his mouth and was about to say believe it or not when Right Protector by Xianming came out from nowhere. Chao didn't talk nonsense. In the morning he told Xiong that dogs don't eat this breakfast, and he was wondering whether to throw it away. "Hey, guess what? I'm a dog, he, so I'm going to come over here and plan to eat it for lunch. Here, I haven't finished it yet." With that, he pulled out his handy bag. It was the same one that Chen Shi had given to Yi Zhou in the morning. When Baek Hyunmyeong took out that handy bag, Chen Shi broke his defense. She recalled that in the morning, she had proudly brought breakfast to Yi Zhou and deliberately showed off her watch in front of him. She recalled that just now, she had condescendingly sat directly across from Yi Zhou and said that she wanted to have lunch with him. Thinking of this, Chen Shi's face blushed with anger. Annoyed, she snatched the convenience bag from Bai Xianming's hand and slammed it hard on the ground. Her eyes filled with tears. "I bought this for Yi Zhou. Who let you eat it? Yi Zhou, you bastard. You pissed me off." Ye Zhou spread his hands innocently. Unexpectedly, this attitude of Yi Zhou angered Chen Shi even more. She pulled Su Miaomiao to sit down on her butt and said angrily, "Okay, even if you didn't give me the watch, I'm going to sit here and eat today." Yi Zhou frowned slightly. "I told you, there's someone in that position." "Yi Zhou, don't think that I don't know. Didn't you say that there is someone here just because you want to make me angry? Today, I want to see if there is really someone here." Chen Shi hugged his arms and Su Miaomiao sat on the bench. She was certain that no one would be here. Taking a step back, even if there was really someone, I thought for sure they would not come over for the sake of her. Chen Shi, the school flower. In this school, Chen Shi had yet to meet anyone who didn't give her face. At a time when the atmosphere is stagnant, Lin Shanyue's clear and cold voice suddenly came out from the crowd. "Classmate, please move over. That's my spot." Chapter 26, I know I'm wrong. Next time I'll dare to do it again. Lin Shanyue's voice came out, and the onlookers and eaters looked sideways. The whole room was in an uproar. Asterisk. The person Yi Zhou is talking about. Is it Lin Shanyue? Holy. This is interesting. I didn't realize that the owner of that position was actually Lin Shanyue. Ahem. It's not purely the little king meeting the big king. But why would schoolgirl Lin eat at the same table as Yi Zhou? I don't know. But it seems like the two of them are in the same class coming up. Reasonable. And unreasonable. The munchers discussed it in low voices. Lin Shanyue's appearance in the cafeteria today was already surprising enough. I didn't expect that there would be a scene where I would run into Chen Shi. It's a meal that's really not wasted. At this moment, Chen Shi also looked at Lin Shanyue with incomparable surprise. She had thought of 10,000 possibilities of who the owner of this position might be. She just hadn't thought that that person would be Lin Shangyue. How's that? Didn't Lin Shangyue never come to the cafeteria to eat? And how did she sit at the same table with Yi Zhou for dinner? Chen Shi froze for a moment and looked at Lin Shangyue with extremely complicated eyes. You're sitting here? Aha! Lin Shangyue had her dinner plate in her hand and looked at her condescendingly, without any emotional fluctuations on her face. Hearing Lin Shangyue admit it again, Chen Shi's expression became extraordinarily complicated. She herself disliked Lin Shangyue, because before Lin Shangyue transferred to Bayan No. 1 middle school, she was the one who was sought after by millions of people. But since the beginning of Lin Shangyue, her fame in school had been suppressed by most. Most importantly, Lin Shanyue's conditions were indeed too much better than hers. She was pretty, she studied well, her family was rich, she didn't compare to any of them at all. That was why Qinsher tried his best not to appear at a certain occasion at the same time as Lin Shanyue as much as possible, to avoid the situation where he and Lin Shangyue were put together and compared. Right now, there seems to be no avoiding it. Qinsher didn't want to show weakness in front of so many people, so he just hardened his scalp to the end and faced Lin Shangyue directly. That's not right. This table doesn't have your name on it, and you didn't use anything to take your seat earlier. So this seat is only for whoever sits here first, right? That's just it. Su Miao Miao hurriedly agreed, backing up her bestie. With such a scene, Yi Zhou's eyes flashed with a stern color. This Chen Shi was even more of a downer than he had imagined. It won't rain all the time, but the head will. Yi Zhou's tone was displeased. Chen Shi, Shon Kai and I already told you that there were people here when you came. It was you who insisted on sitting down. The school isn't run by your family, so if you say there's someone here, there's someone here. Su Miao Miao raised her chin and directly disliked it. Chen Shi laughed softly without saying anything. Good sister. Good job. Yi Zhou still wanted to dislike him, but Lin Shangyue was the first to speak. Her eyes were clear and cold as she looked at Chen Shi. It's okay, if you like to sit here, I'll just let you. Give, you, just, yes. 6 words. Storm damage plus 999999999. 6 short words instantly made Chen Shi break his defense. Her brain was buzzing and she felt a tightness in her chest. She felt that she had been strangely humiliated, and that Lin Shangyue actually didn't look angry at all at the words she had racked her brain to think of. And you're talking about giving up your spot to her? Chen Shi was shaking with anger. She forced herself not to go crazy and stand up. Her tone was incomparably resentful. Are you kidding me? Chen Shi, need you to let? Who do you think you are? I don't need you to let. When he said that, he didn't even carry his dinner plate away. He just shrugged it off and left. Su Miao Miao glared fiercely at Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, you'll never be able to chase Chen Shi again. Then hurry to catch up with Chen Shi's footsteps. Ye Zhou deflated his mouth. Neuropathy. When did I chase her? These words reached the ears of Chen Shi, who had not yet traveled far, and she stumbled on her feet, nearly falling flat on her face. After Chen Shi left, the onlookers were too embarrassed to gather around and dispersed. Shon Kai happily patted his thighs. Ha 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 ha, too relieved. I didn't expect you to be such a strong fighter. Schoolgirl Lin. 6 words almost made Chen Shi vomit blood. I didn't mean to. Lin Shangyue swallowed the rice in her mouth and said faintly. I certainly did that on purpose. Humph. Bad woman, see if I won't die of anger. Yi Zhou took this seat for me. There's no way I'm going to let you take it away. The bad woman is really unbearable. Next time she dares to deliberately provoke, she must ask Uncle Li to investigate her properly. The corner of Yi Zhou's mouth pulled slightly. What you call an investigation is the same as an assassination, right? Oh, Chen Shi was almost on the Lin family's assassination list. But then again, Yi Zhou didn't expect Lin Shanyue's fighting strength to be as terrifying as it was. She had simply perfectly pinpointed Chen Shi's jealous and wanting mentality. TSK. That would be intellectual crushing, right? Yi Zhou pursed his lips and reminded Lin Shangyue. Lighten up on the abuse next time. It's against the law to piss people off. Aha. Lin Shangyue nodded her head. I know I'm wrong. Next time, don't you dare. He. Inside the cafeteria at this time, many students were secretly observing Yi Zhou, Lin Shangyue and the 3 of them, Shon Kai, inwardly shaken. Let alone boys. I don't think schoolgirl Lin has ever eaten with a girl, right? She actually sat down to eat with 2 boys today. Indeed. It's interesting that the school bully Yi Zhou actually doesn't like Chen Shi. It seems that the previous rumors were all rumors. Nonsense. Isn't Lin's school beauty better looking than Chen Shi? Yi Zhou and Lin's school beauty are still in the same class. His brain is kicked by a donkey before he would like Chen Shi. Hey, this is not even the point. Do you guys think? Yi Zhou's back. And Lin Shanyue went to the night market together to eat that boy a bit like? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't say. You don't say. First period of the afternoon. It was the old class's math class. Anyone who has been to school knows how much math class kills the first period of the afternoon. Old Ben was rambling on the stage, and the crowd was drowsy. Many people simply lie down on the table and snore directly. Seeing this scene, Old Ben sighed heavily. He simply put down his chalk and tapped the board after 2 light coughs. Ahem. I digress. Off-topic talk. As soon as those 3 words came out, the people who had already begun their weekly cuts were instantly obscenely transformed. Play it up. Yes. The current state of contemporary students in class. Lesson. What a crap question not to know. Gossip. This melon will never rest until you understand it. Old Ben intoned. I know that as we approach the college entrance exams, students are studying late into the night every night, and with the weather getting hotter lately, afternoon classes are a bit overwhelming. So I decided that after the results of the second model exam come out, I'll readjust the seats of the students. As for the adjustment mode, just pick your own according to your wishes. Once the old class made this decision, the originally silent classroom instantly came alive. After all, according to this model, that could all be at the same table as someone you're close to. Seeing that the atmosphere was mobilized, Old Ben made a sudden change of tone. But those who pick their own spot have to meet one of 2 conditions. Either meeting the top 20 in their class or meeting an improvement of 30 points or more in their overall first model score. Despite this prerequisite, the crowd continued to feel excited. For a while, no one fell asleep on the table anymore, and all began to listen carefully. After all, who wouldn't want to be at the same table with their inner favorite? Before graduation, with teenage girls who are in the midst of puberty? And at the cost of just 1 test effort. Yi Zhou smiled and couldn't help but say, the old class is really tactful, and has totally figured out the psychology of the graduates. At that moment, a familiar heartfelt voice drifted and broke into Yi Zhou's ears. Xiao Yezhou, you won't be able to escape this time. Are you going to sit at the same table as me? Or are you going to sit at the same table as Lin Shanyue? Or, what about having to sit at the same table as your neighbor? Chapter 27, Sigma Men. Never falling into a woman's trap. Yi Zhou couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth when he heard Lin Qian use heartfelt words. This is a guy who was a total Kaolin presence in the eyes of others. If outsiders knew that she was so full of inner activities and acted like a domineering obsessive girl from time to time, I am afraid they would all be shocked, right? Not only does it add another layer if you become a tablemate, and, being that close every day, you should be able to hear more of her heart, right? Yi Zhou was thinking internally when Xiong Kai beside him poked him with his elbow. Ah, Chow. Let's both sit in the same position now. No switching, right? Why? Come, Kai bristled. You're the one I'm closest to in class, and since I don't have a girl crush, I'm most comfortable sitting with you. Besides, the 2 of us are now in this position, completely the setting of the male protagonist of the manga penultimate row by the window, home of the king. That's true, but this time, according to the ranking of the results of the self-selected position, your cultural scores, completely last to choose a position. Xiong Kai wasn't worried at all and laughed playfully. It's okay, who doesn't know we're close? Plus you're number 1 in the class. No one but me would want to be at your table, so when the time comes, it's just a matter of you picking the spot, and it doesn't matter if I pick it first. Yes? Yi Zhou silently glanced at Lin Shanyue, and a ripple ran through his heart. Kai Xiong beside him didn't notice though, with a wistful look on his face. Ah, Chow. In that case, we've been at the same table for 3 years in high school, and in the last month, we must still be at the same table in the last month, right? Since the old class announced that they would choose their own positions according to the rankings of the second model exam, the learning atmosphere of the senior class, 5, quickly became different. No matter what class you are in, morning or afternoon, it is almost impossible to see people sleeping on their desks. Sure, exclude Kai Xiong, a student who has already reached his or her struggle and has no desire to choose his or her own seat. 3 days passed quickly. It came to the eve of the second model exam. On this day, Yi Zhou finished the last evening study before the second model exam. Bike back home. Today he wasn't going to write any more exercises before going to bed. He should have rested and rested properly before the exam. This way it would make the next day's exam easier instead. Ding dong. Yezhou was cooking himself dinner when the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Lin Shanyue stood in the doorway with her textbook clutched to her chest, cold as ice. Yi Zhou, are you busy right now? Not busy, but the second model exam is tomorrow. It's not good to play forest fire and ice on the eve of the exam, right? Yi Zhou thought that Lin Shanyue had come to play games with herself. Unexpectedly, Lin Shanyue shook her head and said, I don't know a math problem and want to ask you for advice. Yi Zhou's eyes were stunned. He narrowed his eyes, trying to hear Lin Shanyue's heart. Knowing that Lin Xianyue's math scores were close to perfect on every test, Yi Zhou was ashamed of himself. Lin Xianyue was now going to ask him for math advice. That was a bit too fake, wasn't it? Unfortunately, this time, Lin Xianyue stood silently in front of Yi Zhou without any heartfelt sounds coming out. Yi Zhou was slightly stunned. It was hard to believe that she really just simply had a math problem she wanted to ask for advice. So few. Yi Chao squared his shoulders. No problem, but you'll have to wait a little while. I'll have dinner ready in a minute. Or why don't you go back and wait for me to get it? Okay, I'll sit at your house and wait for you to make dinner, Lin Shanyuei said and took a step forward, walking directly into Yi Zhou's home through the door. Seeing Lin Shanyuei walk into his house without warning, Yi Zhou's head was a bit confused. No, schoolmarm Lin Yu, and just walk in all watery? And, I think I remember saying that I wanted you to sit in your own home and wait for me, right? Given that Lin Shanyuei had already come in, it was impossible to kick her out on principle. Yi Zhou could only open the shoe cabinet and take out a new pair of slippers for her and said, "That. Schoolgirl Lin, you make yourself comfortable first. I'll be done soon." Okay. Lin Shanyuei nodded gently. She leaned over to change into her slippers and sat down on the couch, seemingly unobtrusively surveying her surroundings, but in actuality her eyes were full of curiosity. It's still the first time I've been to Yi Zhou's house. What a marvelous feeling. It's cleaner and neater than expected. I didn't realize that Xiao Yezhou loved cleanliness so much. Eat Jack. While surfing on the internet, they say that boys' rooms are neat and odorless, either pseudo-masculine or, little Yi Chao Yu. Lin Shanyue's pupils were 10 magnitude earthquakes. Yi Zhou, who was in the process of serving the noodles into the bowl, heard this heartfelt voice from out of nowhere, and his body trembled, almost throwing the pot in his hand out. Bad. All I said at the time was to tell her to surf the internet more often. I forgot to tell her to read those middle school forums less often. Yi Zhou let out a bitter smile and brought the served noodles to the table to grab a bite to eat. In order for Lin Shanyuei not to wait too long, Yezhou quickly sucked noodles. The only sound left in the otherwise quiet house was the sucking of spaghetti. Stare. Yezhou inhaled several mouthfuls before suddenly feeling inexplicable stares. He stopped the chopsticks in his hands and looked up to find Lin Shanyuei sitting on the sofa staring straight at him. Her face was clearly still the same cold as ice mountain expression, but the sizzle in her eyes betrayed her. Oh, the noodles Yi Zhou laid smell so good. I want to taste it so bad. You want some too? No food. Lin Shanyuei retracted her gaze with difficulty, wrapping her arms around herself, her head averted to the other side. No, absolutely not. Eat noodles this late. You'll gain weight. But, it's really gluttonous. Crying. Emoji. Yi Zhou grinned. Got it. I'll give it to you below. Lin Shanyue's willow brows furrowed. I said not to eat. Girls say don't means do. Eat when you want to. No need to deliberately lose weight at night. Want to lose weight? Dieting is useless. More exercise is the truth. Besides, you're in perfect enough shape that there's no need to lose weight. Immediately afterward, Yi Zhou couldn't help but relower the noodles in the pot. Oh, women, even if I can't hear your heart, I can hear your subtext. Sigma men. Never fall into a woman's trap. Seeing this scene, Lin Shanyue's face blossomed into a light blush, and a light-hearted smile spread from the corners of her brows. Not long after, Yi Zhou recarried the bowl of noodles to Lin Shanyuei. Here, taste it. Thanks. Lin Shanyuei picked up her chopsticks and very reservedly and elegantly took a small bite and put it in her mouth. With just one bite, the eyes instantly sparkled with surprise and pleasure. Damn Yi Chao, even if it makes me like it so much, it's actually so delicious down there. Chapter 28, the other party has rejected your friend request. Both of them finished eating. Yi Zhou cleaned up the dishes and then said, Schoolgirl Lin, which question do you want to ask me for advice on? Well, it was a question about parabolas, and I didn't really understand it after reading the answer explanations. Lin Shanyuei took out her test papers and handed them over. Seeing the title, Yi Zhou's eyebrows furrowed and quickly unfurled again. By coincidence, I just did a similar one on this question a couple of days ago, and it did seem a little less understandable, and it took me an entire late-night study session at the time to fully figure it out. The first two sub-questions are not very difficult. The difficulty lies in this third question. When doing the third trivia question, it can be misleading to link it to the second trivia question. So first, saying that, Yi Zhou picked up a pen and draft paper and began to explain to Lin Shanyuei. Luckily, Lin Shanyuei was already a learner herself, so it only took Yi Zhou 10 minutes to make the questions clear. Yi Zhou put aside his pen and laughed. Okay, this problem will be solved along these lines to find the correct answer. Thanks. Lin Shanyuei nodded her head, collected her test papers, and got up to leave. She had just walked to the door when she suddenly turned around. her scented hair sweeping right over Yi Zhou's nose. It tickled him a little. Yi Zhou was puzzled. What's wrong? Are there any other questions you don't know? You'll get 3 days off for Labor Day after the exams and play Forest Fire and Ice together. Didn't we get through it all last time? Lin Shanyue pursed her lips, revealing a shallow smile. The pass was Forest Ice Fireman 1. 0. This time play 2. 0. Well. I've seen addiction to FPS games. I've seen addiction to MOBA games. Or the first time to see the 43.99 game addiction. Sending Lin Shanyue away. The home once again returned to being cold. Only the fresh scent of her body remained in the air. Yi Zhou looked down at the slippers Lin Shanyue had just worn, licked his lips, and expressionlessly put the slippers back into the shoe cabinet. Bayan First Middle School. Girls' dormitory. Chenshir sat in front of his desk and showed a sad face. Su Miao, who happened to be coming back from the bathroom to wash up, saw the scene and came over to her with concern. Shirori, what's wrong with you? It feels like you're so moody. Chenshir let out a long sigh. Ugh. I just called my mom and told her that I want to go to JJ's concert on May 3rd and that I want to buy an infield ticket so that I can have a chance to take a picture with JJ. But infield tickets are no longer available through normal channels, so you have to buy them from ticket sellers at an extra cost, which works out to be $2,000 a piece. Auntie thinks it's too expensive and won't agree to buy it for you? Agreed, yes. But she said she had to score 20 more points on this second model exam than last time. Chenshir paused, and his expression became even more bleak. But I've been busy with the school exams for a while now, and I've fallen too far behind in my cultural subjects, let alone improving 20 points. It's unlikely that I'll be able to get the same score as last time if I want to. It's so hard for JJ to come to Northam for a concert. It's the closest I'll ever get to him and I want to go so badly. Seeing that her good best friend was going to miss her favorite star's concert, Su Miao cupped her chin and thought about it. Eyes suddenly lit up. Shirori, do you remember this morning? When we went to see the list of the distribution of people in the examination room? Remember. Why? Yi Zhou is sitting right in front of you. If you want to get good grades, you can ask him to copy for you. Yi Zhou was third in his grade last time. Hearing Yi Zhou's name again, Chenshir immediately recalled the humiliation he received in the cafeteria 2 days ago. Chenshir snorted coldly. There's no way I would have copied his answers. If it wasn't for him, how would I have lost face in front of Lin Shanyue? Besides, Yi Zhou was treating me that way. How could he copy my answers? However, Su Miao had a serious expression and analyzed Chenshir very seriously. Sure. I think that Yi Zhou treated you that way in the cafeteria, but it was actually on purpose. In the end, it's his boy's pride at work. Ha? Why? Although Yi Zhou is dead set against admitting that the watch was from him, as long as one assumes that the watch was really from him, then all of it can be explained away if he treated you that way yesterday. First of all, yesterday, when you just sat down in the seat opposite Ye Zhou, Xiong Kai directly brought up the previous incident at the mall. Obviously he did not know about Ye Zhou's private apology to you. At that time, you didn't think much of it at all, and immediately said the words. It seems Ye Zhou didn't tell you anything. After a pause, Su Miao continued her analysis. The reason Ye Zhou didn't tell Xiong Kai the truth is that he didn't want his good brother to know about him apologizing to you. He thought it was disgraceful. So the words you said at the beginning directly caused Xiong Kai to suspect Yi Zhou. So Yi Zhou, in order for the truth not to be revealed, from that time onwards planned to pretend to be crazy, and refused to admit that the watch was given to you by him. By going on like this in dead silence, he can save his face in front of Xiong Kai. Think carefully about what I said. Doesn't it make sense when you think about it like that? When Chenshir heard this, his brows furrowed. In the past few days, when she thought of the way Yi Zhou had treated her that day, she couldn't stop the anger in her heart. What right does he have to Ye Zhou? So never took a moment to look back. Now, listening to such a logical and clear analysis from my own good sister, it seems that it really makes sense. Ye Zhou really likes me. Chenshir nodded. It does seem to make sense, but why did Yi Zhou even deny that he liked me at that time? Su Miao smiled, full of confidence. That's even easier. Shirori, didn't you say that boys are always like children? So think about it. Originally Yi Zhou was secretly in love with you, never daring to admit it. But the people present at that time weren't just Xiong Kai. There was also Lin Shanyue with so many onlookers. Yi Zhou must have had childlike pride at work to deny liking you. If he really didn't like you, why did he willingly buy you things and run errands for you before? It's not like anyone forced him. Hearing this, Chenshir's eyes became clear. The logic closes and makes perfect sense. She slapped her thigh in realization. So that's how it is. No wonder Yi Zhou treated me that way back then. Humph. It's all about ridiculous pride. Really, is it a shame to like me? Su Miao saw that her good best friend was finally clearing up her thoughts, and she was all smiles. It's not hard to understand. After all, Sure you're the school's flower. And what else does he, Yi Zhou, have going for him besides being a good student? So, he must have felt from the bottom of his heart that he wasn't good enough for you, and so he only dared to have a secret love and didn't dare to admit it. Aha! So if I offer to copy his answers on the second model exam now, he'll definitely say yes? Su Miao Miao nodded heavily. Packed. He's definitely been in extra pain these past few days and must be racking his brain trying to figure out how to apologize to you. Now you add his QQ. Propose to copy his answers? Which is equivalent to the initiative to give him a step down. He Pack is immediately rolling with the consent. Upon hearing this, Chenshur nodded his head and then took out his cell phone. While asking people who know Yi Zhou for his QQ, he said smugly, "Humph. Before this I simply will not add Yezhou QQ. This time because of this matter added his QQ. Is considered cheap. But, let's just consider this as a reward for him having a crush on me for so many years." Soon, Chenshur inquired about Yi Zhou's QQ and directly launched a friend request. Within seconds, the phone vibrated. Chenshur and Su Miaomia glanced at each other. She was quite surprised. Agreed so quickly? Could it be that Yi Zhou has been waiting for me to add his QQ for a long time? Saying that, she smiled like a flower and clicked on QQ again. The next second, the smile froze. Add failed. The other party has rejected your friend request. Chapter 29, a yellow pisser to wake her up. Rejected. Rejected? Chenshur stared at the system prompt in a daze, his head going blank. Yi Chao actually refused? Could it be that the speculations he had just made with Su Miaomia were all conjectures? Chenshur had a complicated expression. Myrtle. This. What's going on here? This. Su Miao was confused. Su Miao was confused. Su Miao figured it out again. I know. Sure you just sent a friend request to Yi Zhou. Did you not identify yourself in the verification message? Ah yes. I hadn't thought about it that much. Hearing Chenshur say that, Su Miao instantly snapped her fingers. So that's it. Case solved. You see, in the past, Yi Zhou wasn't qualified to add you as a friend at all, so he couldn't even imagine that one day you would actually take the initiative to add him as a friend. So you just didn't indicate that you were Chenshur in the verification message, and he thought it was a strange QQ, so he just rejected it, and couldn't even imagine that this person was actually you. Chenshur once again came to a realization. A dead heart, rekindled. Phew, great. It wasn't all wishful thinking. Chenshur held Su Miaomia's arm and patted her chest. I was shocked when I was rejected for friend application just now. Miao, it's still you who thought it through. Worthy of being my good sister. Sure. Hey. Su Miao laughed, jealousy flashing in her eyes. Sure. Your QQ avatar and nickname looks obviously a girl, but Yi Zhou didn't hesitate to reject it. This shows that Yi Zhou likes you to a crazy degree, never adding any girls other than you. Humph. Of course. Otherwise, Yezhou wouldn't deserve to be a fish in my pond for so long. Chenshur was somewhat fluttered by Su Miaomia's compliments. She was a little more determined within herself. Yezhou really likes me. Super favorite kind. She raised her hand and re-entered Yi Zhou's QQ, ready to identify herself to Yi Zhou in the verification message this time. Unexpectedly, Su Miao pressed her hand and shook her head with a firm expression. Sure. Don't add it. You are a high goddess in Yi Zhou's eyes. Adding once is fine, but adding a second time will make you look cheap. Since we have already made it clear what Yi Zhou's state of mind is now, it doesn't matter whether we add friends or not. Tomorrow at the examination center, you tell him face to face, he will take the initiative to add your QQ friend later. That makes sense. I'll listen to you. I won't add it. JJ concert. I'm going. Chenshur smiled sweetly and simply put away all the review materials in front of her. With Yi Zhou, the school bully, helping himself in this exam, not to mention raising 20 points, as long as he was bold enough, 100 points were possible. With Yi Chao, why do I need to review? Yezhou really likes me. Chenshur is crazy, right? Why don't you find a jail cell if you're so bored by staying up all night to add me as a friend? Yi Zhou was all set to go to sleep when he saw Chenshur's friend request. Didn't even think about it, declined in seconds. As for why Yi Zhou knew that this person was Chenshur, it was entirely because not long ago, he happened to have seen this QQ number in the senior division group. At that time, someone at her said, Sister Chenshur, is the school examination for dance students difficult this year? Yezhou immediately remembered that the nickname Xiaochen does not eat cilantro account is Chenshur. In order to prevent Chenshur from inexplicably adding his friends again in the future, Yezhou simply set Chenshur directly to no longer accept this person's friend application. After doing this, Yezhou set the alarm clock and beautifully entered dreamland. The next day, early morning, Yezhou washed up and ate, and rode his bike to school on time. After finding your exam room, sit quietly in your seat and wait for the invigilator to distribute the test papers. Chenshur arrived late. She poked Yezhou with her pen as she took her seat. Yezhou turned back. His first reaction was that this little fairy absolutely want to be on his own last night rejected her QQ friend application. To raise the blame. Unexpectedly, Chenshur looked in a good mood as she raised her chin and said, Yezhou, you know, I've liked JJ for a long time. My mom said that as long as my total score in this exam can be raised by 20 points on top of my total score in the first model, she'll buy me tickets to go see JJ's concert. Yezhou was a bit confused. Not sis. How come I don't know? I know you've liked JJ for a long time. Before Yezhou could say anything, Chenshur blinked and started to say in a petulant tone, Yezhou, I know you must really want me to be able to go to the JJ concert too, right? So yeah, this exam, after you finish answering the questions remember to put your answer card on the top right corner of the table. I just need to draw on your multiple choice questions. Yezhou came to a realization. No wonder Chenshur suddenly added her friend last night. So it was for this matter. Yezhou was about to dislike the sentence, you're thinking of farts to eat, but the words did not come out of his mouth. Remembering the experience of Chenshur deliberately teasing and humiliating him once, Yezhou had a new idea. So he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Good. Yezhou, I knew you'd say yes. You're the best. Ha! Yezhou smiled faintly and did not respond. At this time, the invigilator happened to start distributing the test papers, and Yezhou turned his head in a smooth manner. I said to myself, where is the yellow urine? Grab Chenshur and bear your mind. That abacus bead is crashing down on my face. Oh yeah, and don't come if you're diabetic, lest she get a taste of it. The first is a language test. Yezhou got the paper. The first was to turn to the column of the essay, quickly scanning through the proposition requirements, before returning to the first question to start doing. This is a habit he has developed over the years. Language exams, first look at the essay topic, while writing other questions in his mind to conceptualize how the essay will be written. This will save Yezhou some of the time spent thinking about the content of the essay. At this time, Chenshur, who was sitting behind Yezhou, saw Yezhou burying his head and writing hard. His heart was completely put into his stomach. Yeah, Chao is so nice. The first time you get the answer card is not to write your name and test number, but actually to start doing the questions right away. He must be afraid that the time left at the end is not enough for me to copy. Chenshur was happy in his heart, since there were very few multiple choice questions in the subject of language, plus the fact that this subject was not weak in Chenshur itself. She wasn't that desperate to copy the answers. With the last 20 minutes left in the exam, Chenshur saw Yezhou finally put aside his pen, put the scribbled answer card, and silently placed it in the upper right corner of the desk. Relying on her superb eyesight, Chenshur grabbed the few multiple choice questions and scribbled them against the answers on Yezhou's answer card. It was only when he was about to close the roll that Yezhou reclaimed his answer card. This action appeared in Chenshur's eyes, and Yezhou felt that she had finished copying the answers before she bothered to write her name and test number. Next, math test, science test. Both Yezhou and Chenshur used the same method. Yezhou coded the answer card and placed it in the upper right corner of the table, and Chenshur grabbed the answers. She didn't even look at the multiple choice questions topic. She completely trusted Yezhou, a school bully with top grades. Seeing that it was finally the last English exam before the vacation, Chenshur's entire body became incredibly relaxed after copying the answers Yezhou placed on the upper right corner of the answer card. 70% of the English exam is multiple choice. This means that as long as you copy Yezhou's answers, even if you don't write the last two questions, corrections and grammar fill in the blanks. Counting all the multiple choice questions and the essay that he got 10 points steadily, Chenshur her English score is also bound to be 110 points upwards. That's great. It's not just 20 points higher than the original total. It's at least 50 points higher. I can go to the JJ concert. Honey, I'm coming. Chenshur kept fantasizing, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. At that moment, the stage invigilator looked at his watch and reminded as per usual. There are 10 minutes left until the end of the exam, so please hurry if you haven't finished your paper yet. Chenshur smugly looked around the examination room. Some of the candidates who were still writing hard, contempt flashed in his eyes, but just as she withdrew her gaze, she saw a sight that confused her. Yezhou used an eraser and erased all the answers to the multiple choice questions on the answer card, then grabbed a 2B pencil and rewrote the answers against the test paper with fast hand speed. Chenshur froze and couldn't help but murmur, "SH, what's going on? Chapter 30, please, let me copy it." How did Yezhou erase all the answers on the answer card? Chenshur looked at Yezhou's very pompous movements. His brain was confused. When she came back to her senses, Yezhou had already recolored the answer card and placed it on the upper right corner of the desktop. The last 3 minutes remain until the end of the exam. Wait, this isn't right? After Chenshur saw the answer on Yezhou's answer card again, her beautiful eyes glared and she instantly became alarmed. because the answers on the answer card this time were completely different from the answers she had just copied. To be precise, almost none of the answers overlapped with the earlier ones. Could it be that Yizhou writes the wrong answer on the answer card, and then when it's close to closing the paper, he scribbles in the correct answer? He should not do that, right? Chen Shi panicked. To put her mind at ease, she simply looked for 2 questions that she would normally hardly get wrong, trying to test her inner guesses. However, when she wrote out the answers and compared them, her brain buzzed and a chill instantly ran through her body. Not the same. It was nothing like the answers she had copied, but it was exactly the same as Yizhou's changed answer. From this, it can be seen that Yizhou really did intentionally put the wrong answers in the beginning, and wrote them on the answer card for her to copy. Aha! Yizhou, you lunatic! What the hell are you doing? Chen Shi, who realized that he had been duped, was angry and fearful inside. Right now she didn't have any time to pursue the issue, as there were only the last 2 minutes left before the rolls were collected. If you don't correct the wrong answers on the paper yourself, it's all over. Chen Shi hurriedly erased all the wrong answers with an eraser and began to frantically copy up against the new answers on Yizhou's answer card. Unexpectedly, Yizhou seemed to have realized this. He deliberately sat down to the right, his body directly blocking the answer key. This behavior made the already anxious Chen Shi sweat even more. Yizhou, get out of the way. Chen Shi lowered his voice and said. However, Yizhou seemed as if he couldn't hear it at all, and was dead set on not letting it open. Now Chen Shi was completely anxious. There was only 1 last minute left. Her voice took on a sobbing tone in her haste. Yizhou, get out of the way. Please, let me copy. Oh, Yizhou moves out of range of the body this time. Chen Shi couldn't think of anything else and picked up his pen to quickly start copying. As a result, just after scribbling a couple of trivia questions, the bell rang for the end of the exam. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. 3 bells rang, shocking Chen Shi's brain. Sparing her, she still didn't dare to stop her hands and frantically scribbled her answers. But soon the teacher came to Yizhou's table and took away his paper. Then came Chen Shi. Seeing that his paper had been taken away and 60% of his answers had not been corrected, Chen Shi instantly burst into tears. Done. It's all over. According to those answers on her English test paper, not to mention the 110 points she had thought of beforehand, I'm afraid she wouldn't even get 50 points. It's all because of Yi Chao. After reacting, Chen Shi, with reddened eyes, looked towards Yizhou who was packing up his things. Yizhou, you bastard. You deliberately wrote wrong answers on the English answer card for me to copy, and then changed all the answers in the last few minutes. You just want me to do poorly in the exam, don't you? Yizhou's expression was indifferent as he faintly said. I didn't. Then why did you do it? What did I do? I just realized I made a mistake in the answer I wrote the first time and corrected my mistake in the last few minutes. Is that a problem? Chen Shi was so angry that she was trembling. She raised her hand and pointed at Yizhou's nose and cursed. How can correcting a mistake change all the answers on an entire English answer card? You're definitely playing a trick on me on purpose. Facing the angry Chen Shi, Yizhou was not angry at all as he shrugged his shoulders. Okay, I'll show my cards. No more pretending. I did do it on purpose, but you obviously promised that you would give me a lesson. And now that I've failed the English test, it's not as high as if I wrote the test myself, and the total score will definitely be pulled down. Woo woo woo. When Chen Shi heard Yizhou's admission, her little pearls of grievance fell down. It simply won't stop. But Yizhou was looking at her with an expressionless face. I only promised you to put your answer card in the upper right corner. I did not promise to copy it for you. As for your own choice to copy my answer card when you see it, that's your business. Besides, if you had but done a few questions on your own, you would have realized that there was something wrong with the answers on the answer card. But you didn't. And apparently you were so lazy that you didn't even want to look at the questions. So it's a shame to get this grade? You. Chen Shi was so disliked that he had no words and looked embarrassed. As Yizhou said, if she had done a few questions on her own at the beginning, she would definitely have realized that there was something wrong with those answers written for the first time on Yizhou's English answer card. But out of her trust in Yizhou, she didn't even look at the questions more than once, not to mention doing them herself. Seeing that she was in the wrong, Chen Shi wiped her tears and her tone was very stubborn. So what? Now that things have come to this, I don't believe I'm the only one at fault. Don't you ever reflect on yourself? Aren't you at fault in any way? Yizhou was hard controlled by Chen Shi's words for a full 10 seconds. Good. It's worthy of being the 9th paragraph of the tea ceremony. This punch is afraid that even the great sage of Qi Tian de Sheng can't carry it when he comes. Seeing that Yizhou didn't say anything, Chen Shi immediately felt that he had the upper hand. She said as she resumed her usual condescending tone. Forget it, since we're both at fault. I'll look at the fact that you've learned from me in the previous exams. And I won't bother with you much about the English answer card that you intentionally filled in wrong. So at least I'll be able to have a total score that's 20 points higher than the last one. Yi-jo touched his nose and nodded. Aha, I have to withdraw beforehand. Bye. When he was almost at the door, Yi-jo suddenly turned around and smiled brightly. By the way, Chen-shur, I have to correct one thing. It's not just the English answer card that I intentionally filled in the wrong answer, but the 3 answer cards for language, math, and science. I intentionally filled in the wrong answer at the beginning. What did you say? Chen-shur was instantly dumbfounded when he heard this. It was only then that she suddenly remembered that in the last few minutes of every exam before, Yi-jo seemed to take the papers back. At that moment, she was naive enough to think that Yi-jo was waiting for her to copy the answers before filling out the exam information. Now recalling Yi-jo's movements, it seems almost exactly the same as the movements of scribbling the answers just now. It's just that compared to the English exam, the movements are not as flashy and not blatantly displayed in front of her eyes. So, the multiple choice questions she copied in every exam before were all the wrong answers that Yi-jo deliberately filled in? After Chen-shur reacted, Yi-jo had long since run out of sight. Done. It's all over. Not only was English screwed, but several of her other subjects were all screwed this time as well. Not to mention that it is 20 points higher than the previous total. Now I'm afraid that it is close to 100 points lower than the last time I took the test. Chen-shur sat on his butt on the bench, his face bloodless. Obviously, I had already figured out Yejo's mentality with Meow Meow the night before. Why would he do this to me? Chapter 31, Legs all over my head. Yi-jo, who walked out from the examination room, was secretly pleased when he thought of Chen-shur's defeated expression just now. What a great defense breaker. In the past 3 years, Chen-shur had not missed out on deliberately teasing him, relying on Zhao Lan's desire to flatter her parents. During this time, it was finally time to return these to Chen-shur. Yejo pedaled his bike with the intention of going home. Coincidentally, he bumped into Xiong Kai, who had been waiting for him for a long time. In front of the school, Xiong Kai waved excitedly to Yejo. Ah, Chow. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you just coming out? I've been delayed for a while. Aren't you going back after the exam? Xiong Kai licked his lips and said with a bad smile, it's because I can't go back after the exams. This is the last vacation before the college entrance exams. Let's go to an internet cafe tonight and have an all-nighter. I had a hard time convincing my mom. No, you go ahead. I have to work part-time this vacation. Yi-jo didn't even think about it and directly refused. Why? Didn't you say before that you've already earned all the money you need to use before the entrance exam? Why do you want to go part-time again? I did earn it all before, but 2 days ago, I owed Lin Shanhua $1,000, so I have to pay it back urgently. You know, I don't like owing others anything. Saying that, Yi-jo told Xiong Kai all about the original story of the money owed to Lin Shanhua. Learning the reason, Xiong Kai opened his mouth, and although he was angry with Yi-jo's aunt, he could do nothing about it. In the end, Xiong Kai just let out a dark sigh. Okay. By the way, if you're looking for a part-time job, just keep looking for that Mubai kid. He's got a lot of contacts. It's done. When the college entrance exam is over, I'll accompany you to the internet cafe to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi-jo bared his teeth and smiled. Xiong Kai's eyes instantly lit up when he heard it. This is what you said. Saying goodbye to Xiong Kai, Yi-jo rushed to get home before 6 o'clock. He couldn't be bothered to do anything else and called Mubai at the first opportunity. Mubai, a junior high school classmate of Yi-jo and Xiong Kai. Mubai's father died of cancer not long after he was born. His mother remarried and had a younger brother, and Mubai was sent straight to a martial arts school by his stepfather. Unheeded, because Mubai is always bullied in the martial arts school. His grandparents really cannot bear, only to pick up Mubai back to pull up to the big. Although this kid is not good at studying, but the speculative way wild. All the part-time jobs Yejo has done in the past, are Mubai helped find. Mubai picked up the phone. Chow, what's wrong? Bye. Can you still help me find a part-time job on your end these days? I'm available for the 3-day Labor Day holiday. Ah, just in time for vacation. I'm going to work part-time. There's a part-time day job wearing doll clothes and handing out flyers. $150 a day. Only it's a bit tiring. Yi-jo didn't hesitate and directly replied. Tiredness is not a problem. Alright brother, then I'll wait for you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock on Phoenix Road 5. Ending the phone call with Mubai, Yi-jo planned to cook and eat, and rest early in the evening. After all, for the next 3 days, it's straight from the country's future flower to a cow horse hitman. How can you have the energy to turn the screws properly without enough energy? Yi-jo had just put his apron on when his cell phone vibrated. Yeah Chow, Forest Ice Fireman, passionate double row. Yi-jo stared at the chat box in a daze, repeatedly confirming that he was not blinking. Is this a message from Lin Shangyue? Ever since Yizhou mentioned to Lin Shangyue on QQ that night that she would surf the net more and more, this girl's mouth has been filled with more and more internet phrases. TSK. Getting addicted to playing Forest Ice Fireman and now you're calling me in a commanding tone? It's a bad habit. You can't keep spoiling it. The bag won't go. Yizhou snorted disdainfully and put away his cell phone expressionlessly. Ding dong. 5 minutes later. Yizhou stood in front of Lin Shanyue's house and rang the doorbell. He still felt the need to deepen the neighborhood. Just after the doorbell rang, Yizhou heard a did sound of rapid footsteps coming from inside the house. Kaching dash. The door opened and a small scented breeze hit the room. Yizhou's breath stuttered as he looked dumbfounded. Lin Shangyue seemed to have just finished her shower. Her hair half wet and half dry on her shoulders. She wore a loose white t-shirt on the upper half of her body and only a pair of shorts on the lower half of her body. Two long legs so white that they were reflective and dazzlingly long were exposed. What made Yizhou most unable to move his eyes was Lin Shanyue's pink jade smooth toes without shoes, stepping on the ground in a watery manner. Lin Shanyue glanced at Yizhou. A touch of shyness floated on her cheeks, but her tone was indifferent. Seen enough? It was only when he heard the voice that Yizhou came back to his senses, and his face became a little embarrassed. Ahem. I didn't look at the legs. Lin Shangyue looked at him with a smirk. Did I say you were looking at my legs? Yizhou was confused. Yizhou was embarrassed. Ya Chao she died. Damn it. It's all ing legs in my head. Where did my sanity go? Alright, come on in. Xiao Yezhou. If you keep looking, your mouth is going to water. Oh, can you sneak a look later? I'd be embarrassed to look at it like that. Sitting in front of and behind the computer, Lin Shangyue lightly opened Forest Ice Fireman 2.0. The grim little expression made Yizhou couldn't help but smile. Lin Shangyue really took this little game and played it like a 3A masterpiece. On second thought, having never touched any games in the past, it wasn't really hard to understand her sudden addiction to this game. One of the few she could get her hands on. Except, does she really just like playing this game? Yezhou wasn't sure, and he was even less sure. The corners of his mouth lifted as he gave his full attention to the game. Schoolgirl Lin, I'm definitely not a vegetable this time. I feel terribly strong now. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yizhou and Lin Shangyue played Forest Ice Fireman 2.0 for close to 3 hours. Eventually, it lived up to the hype, and version 2.0 was thoroughly played through by 2 people. Yezhou got up to go to the bathroom. After resolving it and just walking out, Lin Shanyue's voice leisurely came from the living room. Yizhou, please help me get a pair of my socks in the second cabinet in the check room. My feet are a bit cold. Yizhou, I finally caught you going to the bathroom. Hurry up and get me a pair of socks. Yizhou froze slightly and looked at the bedroom next to the bathroom. It had been used by Lin Shangyue as a check room. Remembering that Lin Shangyue had been barefoot just now, it was already 9 in the evening. Your feet do get cold when you step on the ground without shoes or socks. So, Yizhou didn't think much and opened the second cabinet in the check room as Lin Shangyue said. Hiss. The moment he opened it, Yizhou sucked in a breath of cool air, and his old face suddenly reddened. I had thought that Lin Shanyue's socks were placed in one of the clothing boxes in this cabinet. Who would have thought? The whole cupboard is full of socks. Black silk, white silk, flesh silk, lace thin socks, knee-high tube socks, and all unopened. Yizhou had never seen such a wide array of images, and for a while, he looked a bit dazed. He was afraid that Lin Shangyue would mistake him for doing something in the check room, so he casually grabbed a pack of unopened socks and hurried out. Yizhou had a less than natural expression as he handed the socks to Lin Shangyue. Inner one. I took one at random. Thanks. Lin Shangyue nodded without much expression, then took it from him and started changing her socks. The cheering heart stumbles to. Yoo-hoo-hoo. Yi Chao turns out to like black silk. I knew he wouldn't admit it the last time he fixed my window when it was clearly black silk in his mouth. Humph. What a tough-talking little boy. Chapter 32. What's wrong with giving your neighbor noodles to eat? Lin Shangyue unwrapped the black stockings and started to put them on her feet in front of Yizhou. Wearing socks is obviously a perfectly normal thing to do. Yizhou didn't know why, but he felt an inexplicable sense of shame as he stood here watching, especially when Lin Shangyue gently bent down and put the stockings on her smooth white legs. The gas and blood in Yizhou's body surged as he watched. Yizhou's reaction. Lin Shangyue saw it all with her afterglow. She lowered her head, the corners of her lips hooked up, and her eyebrows were full of the smugness of a successful plot. Eventually, Yizhou's throat knots squirmed up and down, swallowed hard, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, since the game's over, I'm going to head back. Saying that, Yizhou paced and turned to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to go to bed early in the evening. Yizhou had just touched the door handle when Lin Shanyue's voice leisurely came from behind. Yezhou, I'm a little hungry. Looking back, Lin Shangyue had already put on her black silk. and her white and delicate skin was hidden under the black stockings covering it. Ya Chao is not a cutie. Lin Shanyue didn't even need to order takeout. A phone call at any time would allow Uncle Lee to send up what she wanted to eat in the shortest amount of time, but it was preferable to say he was hungry when he wanted to leave. Yi Zhou knew very well that Lin Shanyue wanted to spend more time with him, so he said tentatively, "So, let's go to the night market and get some cancer-causing little barbecue." Greasy. Well, there's a ravioli place downstairs that's pretty good. Want to try it? There's parsley in the ravioli, so I'll put you down for spaghetti. Wanted 2 bowls. Lin Shanyue's frowning brows soothed away, her eyes looking at Yi Zhou rather expectantly. Yi Zhou was dumbfounded. Alright, then let's go to my house. It just so happens that there is still an amount of noodles left for the 2 of us. Aha! Lin Shanyue doesn't seem to be so high-strung anymore. When she arrived at Yi Zhou's house, she wasn't sitting on the couch as peacefully as last time. Instead, while Yi Zhou was cooking the noodles, he was looking here and there, like a curious baby. If it wasn't for that indifferent expression that was always on her face, Yi Zhou would have wondered if she was Lin Shanyue's twin sister. As he made the noodles, he recalled the conversation he had just had with Lin Shanyue. She doesn't want greasy, doesn't like cilantro. Interestingly, the noodles Yi Zhou made last time had neither oil nor cilantro, so Lin Shanyue already had an answer in her mind from the moment she said she was a little hungry. It's just a roundabout way of getting Yi Chao to offer to make noodles. Yes, even though Yi Chao's heart is sealed full of cement, he can give his neighbor noodles to eat. What's wrong with that? Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue each had a bowl of noodles and sat face to face on the dining table, sucking in a mouthful of noodles. Ye Zhou felt that after spending time with her these days, excluding the 2 relationships of classmates and neighbors, it's also considered a good friend. Solely, boldly asked, "Schoolgirl Lin, the last time you asked me which school I wanted to get into. After I said that, I didn't get a chance to ask you where you were going. Dad wants me to go back to Shanghai to study." "You're from Shanghai?" Lin Shanyue shook her head. "Mom and Dad are both from Bayan. But after Dad and Aunt Xiao got married for the second time, they shifted their work focus to Shanghai." Yi Zhou came to a realization. No wonder Lin Shanyue said it was hard to see her father when she was a child. It's because her father simply settled in Shanghai after his second marriage. The reason why Lin Shanyue refused to go to Shanghai together was mostly because she didn't want to be too far away from her deceased mother. Of course, there's another layer to it, the stepmother. Yi Zhou inhaled the noodles again and continued to ask, "So, college, are you going to Shanghai?" However, Lin Shanyue didn't answer Yi Zhou this time, but suddenly raised her head and looked straight at him. "Yi Zhou, will you still come and play Forest Ice Fireman with me tomorrow?" Ye Zhou was a bit unresponsive to her jumpy thinking, subconsciously wanted to say I can't play. I have to go part-time, but suddenly remembered a few days promised to play games with Lin Shanyue during the holidays, so he changed his tone and said, "Play, didn't we agree before? I'll see you tomorrow." Lin Shanyue froze, a quick flash of unspeakable emotion flashing through her eyes. In the next second, her eyes curved up, the corners of her lips rose slightly, and shallow pear swirls rippled on her cheeks. Good. Ye Zhou didn't understand why she was suddenly so happy and forgot about her own question just now, but was just a little curious. "Didn't you say before that you would go back to the manor to live whenever you were on vacation? Don't you have to go back on this vacation? Back at the manor there'll be no one to play forest fire and ice with ya." Lin Shanyue's eyes curved in a smile. At this moment, she completely lost her usual high and cold appearance, as if the tip of the iceberg had melted without notice. Ye Zhou froze, expecting to hear Lin Shanyue's heartbeat next. Unexpectedly, her heart was not heard at all. For a moment, Ye Zhou seemed to have caught some important information, but it was only a moment. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Shanyue came back from Ye Zhou's house, sitting alone on the sofa, the mood that was filled with warmth just now slowly dissipating. She'd been surfing the internet recently and had read about the scientific name for the feeling, the withdrawal reaction. But it's happier than living in the manor. I'm only a door away from Ye Zhou. The corners of Lin Shanyue's mouth spread into a smile once again. She went into her bedroom and pulled a picture frame out of a drawer. In the photo set in the frame was a little girl whose eyebrows resembled Lin Shanyue's was wailing, teardrops hanging on her tender cheeks. Beside her stood a little boy, a lollipop clutched tightly in his hand, carefully reaching out to her, his eyes full of concern and comfort. Lin Shanyue rubbed the picture frame, her eyes flashing with unknown emotions. Ding dong! The doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Shanyue was pleasantly surprised, put down the photo frame, couldn't care less about wearing slippers, and dashed to the door. She thought it was Ye Zhou, but when she opened the door, she found it was Li Nian standing in the doorway. The mood was instantly low. Li Nian always had that kind smile on his face and respectfully said, "Miss, well, Uncle Li, come in and talk." "I won't go in. Miss, I came up here to tell you that Master will be staying in Bayan for the next 2 days. and I'm afraid I'll have to take you back over to the manor. Lin Shanhua's good-looking brows furrowed. Didn't Dad go abroad with Aunt Xiao? There's been a mistake in the documents to be used for the cooperation, and his lordship won't be going abroad for a while. But Yezhou and I have an appointment to play games together on vacation. Lin Yan let out a bitter smile. If you don't go back, his lordship will definitely blame. Let's do it this way. I will accompany you to stay on young Master Ye's side during the day, and at night, you must go back to the manor with me no matter what you say, or else there's no way to explain it to his lordship, because this time, the second mistress is also here. Despite her reluctance, Lin Shanhue eventually nodded gently. I know, Uncle Li. Good. Then you have an early night, Miss. Chapter 33, Iron Body. Watery cattle and horses beating workers. May Day vacation. First morning. Yezhou got out of bed at 7. Ugh. It's so hard to take a vacation and only get an hour more sleep than usual. What a body made of iron and watered down by cattle and horses beating workers. Yezhou got on the subway, and after 6 stops, he finally arrived at Fengcheng 5th Road. Just as he exited the subway, he saw the lean Mubai standing not far away waving to him. Chow, this way. Yezhou frowned slightly. Xiaobai hasn't seen you for half a month. Why do you feel you've lost some weight again? Letting you see less of that stuff is not good for your body. Brother, I really didn't look. Mubai denied it, then hurriedly changed the topic. Let's go, Chow. The part-time job of handing out flyers today has to wear work clothes. We have to hurry up and go change into our costumes. Aha. 10 minutes later. Yezhou looked at the pink Ling Na Bayardal clothes that Mubai had changed into and fell into silence. White. You call this thing a work outfit? Ahem. Clothing worn at work, isn't it called work clothes? Chow quickly change into it. After all, we are handing out flyers for a newly opened cake store. It's normal to be slightly feminine. Yezhou sighed and eventually changed into his doll costume. The young cake store manager came over holding a large box of flyers and said to both Yezhou and Mubai, "Two brothers, here are all the flyers you'll be handing out for the next 3 days. Well, I'll have to talk to you guys about the requirements at work. First, flyers are not to be thrown away, and wages will be docked if they are found. Second, the workday is 6 hours, and there will be a 2.5-hour break at noon. And third, speaking of the third point, the store manager paused before continuing. Third, you're not allowed to talk when you're handing out flyers. The main store is hoping that we'll be able to recruit girls for this job, but this job is a bit tiring, plus time is running out, and I really didn't find any girls, so the 2 younger brothers should condescend, and don't say anything, otherwise it will be a big trouble if it reaches the main store. Ahem. Okay. After Yezhou and Mubai were given the job requirements, they went out on the streets and started distributing flyers within the specified area. At first it was fine, just handing out flyers wasn't much of a chore. It wasn't until 2 hours later that Yezhou felt like he was going to be smothered inside the doll suit. Holy, this thing is heavy and boring. No wonder no girls want to do this job. Yezhou complained frantically inside. Naiha came all the way. Can't now scatter and leave. Then the previous 2 hours is equivalent to working for nothing. When he thought of working part-time now, solely because of Zhao Lan, the hatred in Yezhou's heart became even stronger. But it's just as well. She'll be sanctioned soon enough. What's that saying? Justice may be late, but it never forgets to hit you over the head. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yezhou and Mubai finally finished handing out today's flyers. The 2 men were as sweaty as if they'd just gotten out of the shower after removing their doll suits. Xiao Bai, where did you find this job? This is even more torturous than the time we went to the construction site to move bricks. Stuffed in a doll suit, just like a moving coffin. Mubai smiled bitterly. It was introduced by an intermediary friend of mine, who said that this one leaf, early summer cake store has been on fire in Bayan in the past 2 years, and that this side needs to publicize the opening of a new store and let me come over. Yezhou in the short video platform to brush to. It is said that the founder of A Leaf Early Summer is 2 girls in their college days to create. It's all over the place now. Gee, it's a real crowd pleaser. Ciao. Tomorrow morning old time I first withdrew Today this work is done. Ottoman have to light up the red light. Yezhou bids farewell to Mubai and drags his tired and paralyzed body home. It took a shower to slow down quite a bit. Yezhou lay on the bed and rested for a while, then got up and went next door 1003 to ring the doorbell. As a result, the doorbell was rung several times and no one answered the door. Yezhou was puzzled. Hey, we said we'd play Forest Fire and Ice together yesterday. Why aren't you home? After waiting a little longer and still no one opened the door, Yezhou planned to go back and lie down for a little while, and come back later to find Lin Shanhue. Yezhou, who had returned home, dove headfirst into his bed and fell asleep almost instantly. When Yezhou woke up from his sleep, he found that it was faintly bright outside the window, and that tiredness in his body was gone. Phew, I didn't expect to fall asleep. It must be almost 8 o'clock at night by now? Yizhou let out a breath, picked up his cell phone and looked at it, his eyes hanging out. May 1st, 7:12, sunny, grip it. How come it's 7 in the morning? I've been working since 6 o'clock last night and slept through the next day? Yizhou was confused. No wonder there was no trace of that tiredness left in his body. Dare I say I slept for a whole 12 hours. He looked at QQ and found that Lin Shangyue also did not send him a message, and subconsciously felt that yesterday Lin's schoolgirl probably had something to do, or else she would have sent him a message yelling for a passionate double row. Yezhou did not think much, grabbed breakfast, hurriedly rushed to Fengcheng 5 subway exit and Mubai rendezvous. Another full day of busyness ensued. Off work again and tired as a husky again. This time, the cake store manager came in front of both Yizhou and Mubai with a smile on his face. Two brothers, you've worked hard these past 2 days. It originally took 3 days to distribute the flyers, but I didn't expect you to distribute them all in 2 days. You don't have to come tomorrow, and the $150 a day that was agreed upon beforehand will now be billed to you at $200 a day. Yizhou and Mubai looked at each other and both saw the color of surprise in each other's eyes. The two men went back to their homes with the $400 they had earned in 2 days. On the subway, Yezhou's cell phone vibrated. Found out it was all messages from the class group. Holy, the second modeling results are out? This efficiency is really no one. It's okay, 10 points higher out than the last total. The first and second in the class are really Yizhou and Lin Shangyue again. 691 points and 689 points. The second and third in the grade ranking respectively. What a cow. Hey, have you guys heard? The bottom of the grade this time is actually Chen Shi. She only scored 264 points. Really fake? Although Chen Shi is a dance student, her previous cultural class results haven't reached such an exaggerated level. Right. Is this which one of the exams she missed? 264 points? Against all odds. Yizhou looked at the messages in the group and didn't feel much about his results. As long as nothing unexpected happens, his grades have remained steady at 685 or above. But what Yizhou didn't expect was that Chen Shi actually didn't even reach 300 points. He almost didn't laugh. Even if you got all the multiple choice questions wrong in several other subjects besides English, it's not exaggerated to this extent, is it? No wonder I had to copy mine. It seems that those days when I went to the school exams, I didn't review my culture at all. Yizhou was in an unbridled mood. This is the moment when the dark pleasure of revenge materializes. Thinking, he touched the $400 in his pocket, counting the 600 yuan he received from helping his neighbor brother Zhang block the door on the previous day. He was able to gather enough 1,000 yuan to return to Lin Shangyue. After the release of the results of the second model, some people are happy and some people are sad. Yang Shouwan looked at her daughter Chen Shi's report card and almost fainted with 2 black eyes. Her voice trembled as she held back the anger inside her. Sure, Ori, before the exam, Mom promised you that if your total score was 20 points higher than the last time, Mom would buy you tickets to the concert. But you're a full 100 points lower than your first model exam, and you're at the bottom of your grade. Are you trying to piss off your mom? Hearing her mother's shocked tone, Chen Shi's eyes reddened and she cried out with a wow. The more she cried, the harder she cried, and her tone was particularly aggravated. Ooh, it's all Yizhou's fault. Chapter 34, Are you going to destroy our family? Blame it on Yi Chao? Yang Shouwan's anger was dispersed quite a bit when she saw her daughter crying so hard. Her brows furrowed in confusion. Sure, you don't cry first. Tell mommy why it's all Yizhou's fault if you didn't do well in the exam? Seeing her mother's anger dissipate a bit, instead of calming down, Chen Shi cried even more aggressively. Even cried until I came up for air a bit. Now, once Yang Shouwan saw the mention of Yizhou's name, her daughter looked even more aggrieved, and her remaining anger completely dissipated. She sensed that there seemed to be something hidden in her daughter's failure to do well on this test. Yang Shouwan wiped her tears, then hugged Chen Shi and softly said, Shirori, don't cry. Don't cry. What exactly happened? Tell mommy. Mommy isn't the kind of person who is indiscriminate. Chen Shi hugged his mother and cried for a long time before gradually calming down. She knew that she had to put all the fault on Yizhou now that she had gotten such a good grade and still wanted to go to the JJ concert. Of course, there was no way she could tell her mother the truth that she had tried to copy Yizhou's answers, but had been set up by Yizhou. So Chen Shi planned to avoid the important things. Chen Shi sobbed a few times and choked. Mom, do you remember not long ago when I called you to say that Yizhou gave me a watch to apologize for my loss? Well, I remember. And you said Yizhou was embarrassed himself and asked your auntie Xiaolan to give you the gift for him. Woo, that's all a lie. Yizhou didn't even give me an apology. That was Auntie Xiaolan borrowing Yizhou's name and giving it to me without authorization. Chen Shi said and cried again. I didn't know at that time. So the next day, in order to be able to make up with Yizhou, I specially bought breakfast for Yizhou. He ended up giving away the breakfast I gave him to someone else to eat and humiliated me in front of a lot of people. He said the watch wasn't even from him. Cootie. It's what cost me so much money. What? That means that everything was Zhao Lan's trespass. And in fact Yizhou didn't apologize to you at all, and later humiliated you in front of many of your classmates? When Yang Shouwan heard this, her face was instantly colored with a layer of frost. She instantly realized that Zhao Lan was doing this solely because she wanted to coax Chen Shi quickly. The ultimate goal was to get her to help arrange Chen Guozheng's job. Chen Shi continued to commiserate. Yes, I was especially sad after this incident. I didn't get any rest at all in the days leading up to the exam, and I couldn't concentrate at all when I was revising, which led to filling in the answer key in the wrong order during the exam. Mom, I'm sorry, it's all because I cared too much about Yizhou, letting this matter affect my mindset, causing me to fail this exam. I've embarrassed you. I'm so useless. It's all my fault. After knowing the truth of the matter, Yang Shouwan's face became extremely ugly. Yang Shouwan was both angry and heartbroken as she hugged Chen Shi once again and comforted him softly. Sure. It's not your fault. No need to apologize to Mom. If it wasn't for that profit-oriented woman Zhao Lan, Yizhou wouldn't have had the chance to treat you like that, much less affect your exams. I'm sure my Shi could have done better on the test than before if it wasn't for this incident. After a pause, Yang Shouwan took out her cell phone to transfer money to Chen Shi. Sure is not sad. Mom, now transfer money to you to buy concert tickets. Don't think about the matter of grades again. Adjust your mind. Ooh, thanks Mom. I'd better study at home. Who am I to go to a concert when I did so poorly? Listen, if Mom tells you to go see it, just go see it. Don't have any mental burdens. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi jumped into his mother's arms and bawled once again. But inside, I was filled with the elation of being able to go to a concert soon. Yang Shouwan's eyes were full of doting love as she patted her daughter's back. Then her face turned disgusted. In addition, this matter is not finished. Yizhou's behavior and attitude that made you angry one after another. Mom will definitely make his family give a statement. Must let their family know that my Yang Shouwan's daughter is not that easy to bully. When she had calmed her daughter down, Yang Shouwan clutched her cell phone to the door and called Zhao Lan. Answering the call just connected, Zhao Lan said in a flattering tone, "Hello, Director Yang. I heard from my family Chen Mo that the results of the second model have come out. Sure should have done very well this time, right?" Yang Shouwan sneered. Thanks to you and Yizhou's blessing, my daughter scored at the bottom of her grade. First gu. Congratulations to Director Yang Sure art candidate. Did not expect the cultural class actually contest first. Wait, the penultimate first? Zhao Lan's breathing stuttered, and she only reacted halfway through her words to the fact that Yang Xiaowen was talking about the bottom of the list. Or is it thanks to her and Yezhou? What the hell is going on? Yang Shouwan's tone was incomparably cold, or else, Zhao Lan, you're really good. In order to be able to get me to arrange a job for your husband as soon as possible, you actually dared to apologize to Shi on behalf of Yizhou. What do you take my daughter for? This, Director Yang listened to my explanation. This is a misunderstanding. There's no need to explain. In short, there's no way I can arrange your husband's job. In addition, Yizhou didn't apologize to Shi last time, and later used the fact that you went AWOL and apologized to Shi to publicly humiliate her. This incident caused my family Shirori to be in a trance before the exam, fill in the wrong answer key during the exam, and finish at the bottom of the grade. If you still want to befriend our Chen family in the future, immediately bring Yizhou to apologize to Shi face to face. Otherwise, in the future, our two families will pretend that we don't know each other. Director Yang, do. Zhao Lan still wanted to argue, but the other party simply hung up the phone. She stood frozen in place for a long time, and when she reacted, anger instantly filled her heart. Yi Chao, you spoilsport. Are you trying to destroy our family? Zhao Lan was so angry that her face turned red and her feet kept stomping the ground. Now absolutely cannot lose in Chen Shi family friendship. Otherwise their husband's work is not only completely unsettled, after a lot of backdoor also have no way to find Yang Shouwan help. Chen Mo, who was playing the game on the side, looked up with a disgruntled tone. Mom, what are you mad about again? It's noisy. Zhao Lan yanked off Chen Mo's headset and shouted frantically, Play. All you know how to do is play that crap game all day long. Your brother, who's a bad luck star, is about to destroy our family. Hurry up and go find your classmates to inquire. That dead thing Yizhou is renting a room somewhere. If I don't skin him this time, my name isn't Zhao Lan. Really, why doesn't that Yi Chao guy go to hell? Seeing that his mother was really angry, Chen Mo muttered and quit the game, looking for someone to inquire about Yizhou's residence outside of school. Chapter 35, Raising You All These Years for Nothing. Ding dash. The elevator doors opened. Yizhou saw Uncle Lee and two burly men in black suits carrying something to Lin Shanhua's house. Uncle Lee, what are you doing? Uncle Lee froze, and when he turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Yizhou, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Young Master Yi, you are finally back. Oh yes, we are moving new furniture for Miss. After all, Miss will be living in this house for a while longer, and it's not comfortable for Miss to live with fewer things. Okay, then, where is she? Lin Shanhua? Yi Zhou looked toward 1003 and did not see Lin Shanhua's figure. Hearing this, Uncle Lee's expression changed and handed over all the things to be moved to the other two men in suits. Then Uncle Lee sighed slightly. Alas, the lady has returned to the manor. Back to the manor? That's nothing, why the sigh? Yi Zhou could see that Uncle Lee was different and asked after him. Uncle Lee, is there something you want to say? Miss didn't let me say it. But, alas, young Master Yi, I'll be straight with you. You agreed with Miss to play games together before your vacation? Yeah, I've been working part-time during the day for the past few days, and I only come back at this hour every time. I came back yesterday evening, and even took the initiative to look for Lin Shanhua, but no one was home. Part-time? Part-time? When Uncle Lee heard that Yi Zhou was working part-time during the day, his whole body froze, then he smiled bitterly. Seeing this, Yi Zhou's brows furrowed. Uncle Lee, what happened to her? No, don't worry, young Master Yi. With me there is no way something will happen to Miss. The main thing is, I don't think you told Miss that you have to work part-time during the day, right? Since yesterday, the young lady has been waiting for you to come to her after waking up early in the morning so that she can play the game with you. Waiting for the afternoon. There is no news from you. Until it was time for the young lady to have to return to the manor, she was waiting for you to come to her to play the game. After a pause, Uncle Lee's eyes flashed with heartache. Early this morning, the lady asked me to send her back and keep waiting for you. I told Miss, why don't you give young Master Yi a call? Maybe he forgot? But the young lady said that you must have remembered, and stubbornly sat in the hallway waiting for you. It wasn't until an hour ago, when it was time to go back to the manor again, that she left reluctantly. Yi Zhou was stunned. After a long time, he opened his mouth with an extremely complicated expression and inquired, why didn't she knock on my door? If I had knocked, I would have known right away that I wasn't actually home. That's what I said. But Miss said that you told her, young Master Yi, that you would come to her. Uncle Lee sounded a bit helpless. Apparently he also felt that his lady was being a little too persistent. However, Ye Zhou heard but did not feel so. His heart is even more mixed. He could imagine that Lin Xianhua had been waiting for him to come and play the game since she woke up from her early morning sleep. Until the afternoon had not waited, so she just moved the small bench and sat in the hallway and continued to wait. No matter how much Uncle Lee tried to persuade her, Lin Xianhua refused to call, message or knock on his door, because, on the night of the fresh vacation, Yi Zhou had said the words that he would go find her the next day. Yi Zhou knew very well that the reason why Lin Xianhua was so stubborn must be because she recalled the memories of her childhood, when she was alone at home waiting for her father to visit her. Lin's father should have said the same thing, Xiao Yu, I'll visit you tomorrow. So, her dad should have gone back on his word back then, but she doesn't think I'll go back on my word. After sorting out this layer of logic, Yi Zhou felt a sense of guilt in his heart. He hadn't even thought before that just a simple promise would be viewed so highly by Lin Shanhua. She didn't think much of playing games, she just wanted to be with him. Uncle Lee, when will Lin Shanhua come back to live over here tomorrow? I'm sorry young Master Yi, this I can't say. In the past 2 days, Master and Second Mistress are staying at the manor. When Miss can leave the manor, it all depends on when Master and Mistress go out. Good. Yi Zhou nodded and said goodbye to Uncle Lee and went back to his house. Bathing, cooking, brushing short videos. What to do after returning home? Ye Zhou is a little distracted. Thinking about it, he immediately pulled out his cell phone to send a message to Lin Shanhua. I'm sorry I didn't bother to tell you. I've been out part-time since morning for the past 2 days and I didn't get home until evening. I didn't forget about the appointment to play games together. I went to knock on your door after I got home the first night, but you weren't there. I met Uncle Lee this afternoon and he told me that you've been waiting for me for the past 2 days. I realized that you only stay over here during the day and go back to the manor at night. If it's possible, will you still come back to stay tomorrow? I don't have to work part-time tomorrow, so I can play games with you all day. After the message was sent, Ye Zhou stared at the chat box. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour. Lin Shanhua never replied. Hiss. It's not angry, is it? From Lin Shanhua's perspective, Yi Zhou was indeed considered to have stood her up. Yi Zhou had an indescribable feeling in his heart. At night he lay in bed tossing and turning, not knowing what time in the morning it was before he fell asleep. Knock, 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 knock. Early the next morning, Yizhou was awakened by a sharp knock on the door. He sat up violently from the bed, and his first thought was Lin Shanhua had returned, but after slowing down, he immediately felt that it definitely couldn't be Lin Shanhua, because Lin Shanhua wouldn't even knock on the door so rudely. So, who could be knocking on the door this early? Yizhou put on his clothes and opened the door with doubt. As soon as the door opened, Yizhou saw Zhao Lan's face, which was so angry that it was twisted, appear in front of him. Aunt? Yizhou was surprised. He hadn't expected at all that Zhao Lan would actually be able to find the place he had rented. Even more so, I didn't expect her to kill her early in the morning. Zhao Lan confirmed that the person in the room was Yizhou, and she directly pointed at Yizhou's nose and cursed. Yizhou, you sweeper. Little white-eyed wolf really lives here. Goddamn thing. No conscience at all. Are you trying to completely destroy our old Chen family? Old mother has obviously helped you wipe your ass clean and went to make amends and apologize to Chen Shi on your behalf. Even if you don't like Chen Shi in your heart anymore, won't you default to apologizing that it was you who went? You have to stir things up and take it to Chen Shi's mom before you're satisfied, don't you? I really raised you for so many years for nothing. Chapter 36 T0 is T0. Zhao Lan again came up with a torrent of splitting insults without giving a reason. In response, Yizhou's mood did not fluctuate. That's exactly right. He had been right about his aunt all these years. Auntie is always like that. But it was good. The more she was like this, the less Yizhou would feel any sense of indebtedness in the future. Yizhou coldly opened his mouth. Auntie, I don't know what you're talking about. I never meant to destroy your home. Ha, what are you playing dumb with me for? Zhao Lan spat. You're not a cutie. Knowing full well that the watch on Chen Shi's hand was given to her by me in your name to apologize for you. Why can't you keep this lie going? Having to tell Chen Shi that the watch wasn't from you. Even if you told her, why did you humiliate her in public? Now it's good. Because of these reckless behaviors of yours, it caused Chen Shi to lose sleep before the exam. She scored at the bottom of your school's grade on this second model exam. All because your behavior kept her from resting and scribbling the wrong answer key for the exam. Now Chen Shi's mom called me and said with certainty that it's impossible to arrange a job for your aunt's husband. And it's all because of you. Humiliate Chen Shi in public? Insomnia before a test. Wrong answer key for a test? The bottom of the list is because of me? Hearing those words, Yezhou didn't hold back his laughter. T0 is T0. And the ability to twist the truth is pretty much unmatched. Yezhou said with an expressionless face. Auntie, even though you wouldn't believe me if I told you, I still want to tell you. First, I didn't humiliate Chen Shi. It was her own nonsense in front of many people. Secondly, she scribbled wrongly on her exam answer card because she wanted to copy my answers, and ended up copying the wrong one. So she got the bottom of the exam. What the are you talking about? Zhao Lan didn't even listen to Yizhou's explanation and cursed out without any qualms. The saliva splashed on Yizhou's face. Zhao Lan's face twisted with rage. Not hiding her emotions. Do you think I'll believe your bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Do you think you have good grades just because you got a scholarship? It's only luck. Yizhou wiped the spittle from his face and said, keeping his cool. Auntie, I'm the third best in our grade, with a total score of 691 in the second model exam. If that's not a good grade in your eyes, that's okay. Chen Shi, a dance art candidate, usually can't even score above 400. And this score of mine is enough to satisfy her wanting to copy the answer sheet. Surprise flashed across Zhao Lan's face. Since Yizhou went to high school, Zhao Lan had not held a single parent-teacher conference for him, much less cared about Yizhou's grades. In her opinion, Yizhou is not her son anyway, and whether he learns well or not has nothing to do with her. She only cares about her son, Chen Mo. When she heard from Yizhou that he was the third in his grade with a total score of 691, her brain didn't react for a while. How is that possible? Yizhou is so good at studying? But only for a moment. Zhao Lan once again resumed her unreasonable appearance, her eyes full of sneering disgust. Are you saying that you're the third place is the third place? Besides, Chen Shi is a class well-behaved and understanding child. How could he possibly do something like plagiarizing his own heart? Don't think of other people as being like you. Alright, since you don't believe me, Auntie, I have nothing more to say. Yezhou doesn't care. But Zhao Lan didn't want to let Yizhou go at all. She took a domineering step forward and directly crossed into Yizhou's house. Humph. Of course you have nothing to say after being exposed. You come with me right now to find Chen Shi and apologize to her in person. No go. She's the one who attempted to copy the answers and came in dead last on the test. So who am I to apologize to her? Then you're not right to tell Chen Shi that you didn't send the watch? Of course that's right, if you hadn't gone AWOL. Auntie, there wouldn't have been a follow-up. Zhao Lan looked at Yizhou's glib manner and her whole body exploded with anger. She grabbed the vase sitting on the shoe cabinet in her hand and fought her way to the floor. Bang! Immediately after, she blushed and scolded. You mean it's my fault if I apologize to Chinshir for you? I'm telling you, today you have to go apologize to Chinshir for whatever you say, or else you won't be able to go home again in the future. Yizhou raised his head to look at the camera not far away that Zhaolan did not notice, and inwardly snickered, but still only laughed blandly. Home? Auntie, I haven't had a home for a long time. What you call home? That's just your family of 3. When have you ever treated me as family? Yi Chao's rhetorical questions hit the soul. Zhaolan was momentarily speechless. She had never thought that Yi Zhou would actually say it so bluntly. You, forget it, say what you like, but now that you've angered Chenshir's mom, this is something you have to go and fix for me. As long as this is settled, you can do whatever you want from now on, even if you die outside like your parents. I don't care about you, Auntie. I don't think you're getting it right now. What makes you think I'll promise you to go apologize to Chenshir and her mother? Yezhou really wanted to laugh sometimes. He was completely confused as to how people like Chenshir and Zhao Lan's brains grew. Why do they always look so righteous when they clearly don't have the upper hand? On what grounds? By the fact that I've raised you, the White Wolf, for 13 whole years. Oh, raised me for 13 years on my parents' death benefits? What the are you talking about? You think your mom and dad have a lot of pensions? It ran out long ago. A look of panic flashed across Zhao Lan's face. Again, feeling that her bottom line didn't look quite right, she puffed out her chest and lay back in a gesture. Besides, even if I use your parents' pension, what are you going to do to me? Seeing this, Yi Zhou sneered and did not continue. Zhou Lang finally got that out of her own mouth. Yi Zhou looked deeply in the direction of the building's camera. In her ecstasy, the moment of reckoning is today. Zhao Lan saw that Yi Zhou was determined not to go with her, so she once again learned what she did before in school, sitting on her butt on the ground and crying, trying to control the situation with emotional kidnapping. You ungrateful thing, how dare you say such things to me? I've worked so hard to raise you for so many years, and this is how you treat me? You white-eyed wolf. I, Zhao Lan, was really blind. Why did I adopt such a thing like you back then? Zhao Lan's cries were incredibly piercing, echoing throughout the building. Yi Zhou's brows furrowed, took a deep breath, tried not to let his ecstatic mood be seen, and deliberately said calmly, Auntie, do you have to be like this? You know that the fault itself is not mine, and yet you must make me go with you to apologize to Chinshir. You're just trying to make sure that your aunt can get placed in a good job. But really, if you'd been more honest with me, maybe I would have agreed to go with you. But you had to put a bunch of trumped-up charges on me. Zhao Lan, however, was unforgiving and continued to cry loudly. I don't care. If I say you're guilty, you're guilty. If you don't go apologize with me today, then I won't leave. What kind of bull ***** reasoning? I won't listen. Yezhou narrowed his eyes. Well, good to hear. Love it. Tell me more. After all, it's all evidence. He knew that today Zhao Lan had to carry out her shamelessness to the end. So, he silently took out his cell phone and typed in the 3 digits 110. At the same time, he sent a message to Mr. 1, advancing the planned moment of reckoning to today. Auntie, I'll just have to call the police if you're being so disruptive. Report it. You report it. The police are here. Let them judge and see what a white-eyed wolf you really are. Woo. My life is so bitter. Yi Zhou no longer hesitated and immediately prepared to dial the phone. Just at the moment he was about to press down, Lin Qianyue's voice interrupted his movements. It's just a job position. I can arrange it for Yezhou's aunt. You need to stop giving Yezhou a hard time. Chapter 37, Exploding and Killing Zhao Lan. Lin Qianyue, who was tall and slender, walked out of the elevator. Her eyes, which were as clear and cold as cold water, glanced at the vase on the ground that had been broken by Zhao Lan, and a bit of sullenness clearly flashed between her brows. She first came to Yizhou's body and gently pulled on his clothes, giving him a reassuring look. I'll help you. Schoolgirl Lin, how do you? Yi Zhou looked at Lin Qianyue with an unexpected expression. Facing Yi Zhou, the corners of Lin Qianyue's mouth rose slightly and she laughed lightly. Isn't it a date? Play Forest Ice Fireman together Well, but this time, I'm not going to hold back. The evidence is enough. She's just a vampire. No need to give in to her. Yi Zhou said, coldly looking at Zhao Lan, dialed the police and recounted the scene to the other side of the phone. Then he raised his eyes to the camera mounted in the corner of the building, his eyes thoughtful. This surveillance footage, it's going to be a jinx. At this time, Zhao Lan also reacted with a very dissatisfied tone. Little girl, it's you again? Last time at school I won't say much, but a girl's family has the habit of listening to corners. I'm afraid it's not that your parents didn't raise you well, right? I'm sorry Auntie, I didn't mean to listen to you and Yi Zhou talking, but I live right across the street from Yi Zhou's house and came home to coincidentally hear you guys talking. Lin Shangyue said and looked in the direction of 1003. When these words came out, Zhao Lan's face showed surprise, obviously not expecting Lin Shangyue to actually live across the street from Yi Zhou's house. In that case, it does seem like a coincidence. Still, Zhao Lan snorted coldly. Since that's the case, then hurry up and go back. Why are you still coming over? It's fine for you to be nosy last time. This time it's our family's family matter. Do you still want to meddle? Auntie, I'm not qualified to meddle in Yi Zhou's family affairs, but as Yi Zhou's friend, I just want to offer what help I can. Help? What kind of help can you offer us? A student doll? What a joke. Zhao Lan rolled her eyes, her tone filled with mean sarcasm and merciless mockery. In response, Yi Zhou's heart had long since ignited with anger. He pulled Lin Shangyue's arm and lowered his voice. You go back first. I'll settle this matter myself, and when the police come to settle this later, I'll come to you right away. No, you're not allowed to settle this alone. I'll stay with you. Lin Shangyue's willow eyebrows rose lightly, her tone dry and unquestionable. Yi Zhou's heart warmed. Without waiting for Yi Zhou to say anything else, she looked up at Zhao Lan. Auntie, you're making things so difficult for Yi Zhou right now. It's just because you want to help Yi Zhou's aunt seek a job, and then make him admit his mistake to someone else. But it's really not right for you to do this. Yi Zhou has no obligation to do this for you. Zhao Lan's expression was contemptuous. Humph, what do you know as a little kid? If it wasn't for Yi Zhou, the spoilsport, my husband would have been placed in a job that pays $7,000 a month by now. Besides, I'm Aunt Yi Zhou, his current guardian. He's obligated to do something for me. After a pause, Zhao Lan continued. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. My husband's name is Chen Guozheng. If you're capable, you can arrange a job for him, or else mind your own business here. Auntie, it's not reasonable for you to make such a request. Yi Zhou should not be responsible for your husband's work. Moreover, it is not right for you to force him like this. Lin Shangyue said righteously. Zhao Lan snorted. Little girl, don't just talk without practicing. If you are really capable, arrange a good job for my husband, or don't get involved here. I'll say it in front of you. If you can't do it, get out of my sight right now and stay out of our family's business. What a nuisance. Lin Shangyue's willow brows furrowed. She didn't expect Zhao Lan to be so unreasonable, distorting common sense in all sorts of ways. At this moment, Yi Zhou stepped forward to protect Lin Shangyue behind her. You don't need to say too much to this vampire. She won't know wrong. Yi Zhou glanced icily at Zhao Lan and directly tore his face off. First, I definitely won't go with you to apologize to Qinshe. Since you want to flatter their family, you go apologize yourself. Secondly, this is my house. You trespassed in and dropped my vase. What do you think the police will do when they come later? Third, Auntie, to tell you the truth, all these years how you and Auntie abused my parents' pension and support money, I have left evidence just now has been submitted to the lawyer. Now is the stage of organizing information. You will soon be my prosecution. Prosecution? Evidence? Lawyer? Zhao Lan's eyes instantly widened when she heard those words. The color of chaos kept flashing in her eyes, and her voice was sharp. You, what are you talking about? You white trash? You're suing me and you got a ING lawyer? The fact that you broke into my house today and dropped the vase, as well as what you just said, are the most favorable evidence? Zhao Lan's face stared, recalling her words just now when she admitted to abusing the pension. Her expression immediately became ugly, but soon she calmed down and said contemptuously, Evidence? What did I just say? What evidence do you have? Sure enough, Yi Zhou pulled the corner of his mouth. Having expected Zhao Lan to resist like this, Yi Zhou then pointed to the camera in the corner behind Zhao Lan and narrowed his eyes and smiled. That camera, connected to my cell phone, recorded everything you said and did just now. Zhou Lang turned back, shocked to realize that there was actually a camera behind her and it was pointed right at where she was currently standing. Finally, a look of horror crossed her face. Damn it, Yi Zhou, this kid, he had guessed that there would be such a day. You. Zhao Lan's eyes went black and she staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. At that point, the police arrived on the scene. Seeing this, Zhao Lan became even more flustered and immediately tried to leave. It resulted in a direct police stop. Hello, who called the police? Me. Ye Zhou raised his hand. After the police understood the situation, the expression of huffing and puffing, and criticized and educated Zhao Lan. It's not right for you to act like this. You can't take excessive behavior just because of family conflicts. There should be good communication to solve problems, and the child just said that you, the aunt, as his provider, have been abusing his parental pension and support over the years? I have to give you a little bit of knowledge that it is illegal to abuse the pension as a provider. It stands to reason that the child is entitled to the remainder of the pension when he reaches the age of majority, and he's got a lawyer now, ready to sue you. The more Zhao Lan listened, the uglier her expression became. It seems that what Yejo said was all true. Even though Zhao Lan was unconvinced in her heart, she didn't dare to be too unrestrained in the face of the police. The previous arrogance was gone. And other than glaring at Yejo with his eyes, he didn't dare to say a single harsh word. Zhao Lan's eyes rolled and she pretended to be repentant to the police. Okay, I know. I'll speak to him properly now. Hard work, guys. You can go now. I'm sorry, but in light of your behavior just now, coupled with the strong wishes of the alarmist, you can't stay here for the time being. If you insist on staying here, even if you are his guardian, he has the right to evict you. Zhao Lan clenched her fists, itching to dismantle Yejo, but there was nothing she could do at the moment. She could only glare at Yejo and said, "Fine, count yourself lucky this time, but this matter is not over. You wait for me." After saying that, Zhao Lan was about to leave. Yejo looked at Zhao Lan and coldly said, "Of course it's not over. I will sue you to get back the pension. Auntie, retribution will come eventually. See you in court." Zhao Lan was so angry that she wanted to spit out blood, but she still kept her mouth shut. The word retribution is not in my dictionary. Oh, I hope you don't come begging for it when the time comes. Yejo said nothing more and let Zhao Lan leave. How arrogant she is now. She will regret it after a while. The police confirmed some things with Yejo and then left as well. All these years, you've had a rough time, haven't you? Lin Shanhua looked at Yejo with eyes that were both complicated and heartbroken. Yejo shrugged his shoulders and looked at Lin Shanhua with a smile. Doesn't matter. In any case, we finally completely tore our skin today. Next time we see her again, it's time to explode and kill her. Let's go. Play Forest Ice Fireman. Yejo was in a good mood. P.S. This is just the trigger. The evidence will be thrown in the face later. Popping and killing ants. Chapter 38, Changing Seats. New tablemates. Grip it. This little game. There's actually a 3-0? Yejo sat next to Lin Shanhua and saw her open Forest Ice Fireman 3-0 from her computer, and her entire body was confused. The corners of Lin Shanhua's mouth rose, looking a little smug. There's also 4-0, an optional version, and an invincible version. Awesome. Since he had already played 2 versions, Yejo's skills were now perfect. The two of them, he and Lin Shanhua, worked very well together, and almost rarely encountered a level that would get stuck for half a day. Halfway through the game, Yejo took out the $1,000 he had prepared long ago from his pocket. Schoolgirl Lin, here's the $1,000 I owe you. You went to a part-time job the last 2 days just to pay me back? Lin Shanhua revealed a rare look of surprise. Ah, Yejo, you're such a sizable cutie. I didn't want you to pay me back. Yejo ignored her heartfelt comment and nodded back. Well, actually, I only made $400 in 2 days, and the rest of it was all the money I had before. Oh, Lin Shanhua didn't have many emotions and turned her head to focus all her attention on the game. Looking at her like this, Yejo thought about it and couldn't help but say, "Schoolgirl Lin, thank you. Thank me for what? If I hadn't insisted on calling the police just now, you would have arranged for my aunt's job again, like you did the last time you gave my aunt money. And thank you for trying to solve my problems for me. But, they're not worth it. Well, it doesn't really matter. It's just a job. I can get him into the Jindong processing plant with one phone call. It's my family's anyway." Yejo was hard controlled for 2 seconds. What the hell? You, family? That's the Jindong group. Is it possible that your father is Lin Jindong? Lin Shanhua looked at Yejo suspiciously. How do you know my father's name? Grip it. Nice guy. No wonder Lin Shanhua said she could arrange this job with one phone call. It's like the company is her own family. What shocks Yejo is that Lin Shanhua's father is actually the chairman of Jindong Group. In that case, living on an estate doesn't seem too hard to understand. It is important to know that Jindong Group has opened no less than 20 factories and shopping malls across the country. It's masterful. Can't spray. Okay, count you trench cross. But don't be so stubborn in the future. You'd rather carry a small bench and sit in the hallway waiting for me than send me a message. Lin Shanhua turned her head, her small face taut and full of seriousness. I didn't move a small bench to sit in the hallway, but Uncle Lee told me. Yesterday, I was obviously sitting in the stairwell, pathetically waiting for you. Oh, I'm so pathetic, aren't I? I don't even have a little bench. Humph, I'm so pathetic. So that in the future, whatever Yejo goes to do, he'll definitely tell me beforehand. Lin Shanhua, you're such a little wit. Yeah, Chow heard the heartbeat and called it a scam. Acting up again. How in the world does this woman manage to lie without moving? Yejo, slow down. Don't go too fast. There's water there. Ah, that's the place, isn't it? I'm going to punch it. Phew. Yejo let out a long breath, his reddened face gradually returning to normal. Lin Shanhua's expression could hardly hide her excitement as well. The last level has a fire baby that needs to be operated to sprint. And if you fail, you will fall into a puddle and die. After he failed 5 times, he finally passed. It's so hard, because Forest Ice Fireman 3.0 has a few more levels than the previous 2 versions. Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue took a whole day to clear them all. Even the 2 were so oblivious that they ordered takeout for lunch. Ye Zhou glanced at the watch hanging on the wall. May 3rd, 1745. Schoolgirl Lin, it's time to go to school for evening study. Aha! Today, the seats will be changed. Lin Xianyue's eyes were slightly lowered, the corners of her mouth lightly raised. Xiao Yezhou is the first place. Choose your seat first. I'm the second place. How can I be his tablemate? Ah, right. Yi Zhou muttered in his heart. His own total score this time was 691, and Lin Xianyue 689. She couldn't have gotten a lower test than him on purpose, could she? Ahem. By the way, where do you want to sit this time? Lin Xianyue pursed her lips. Anything. It doesn't matter where I sit as long as it's with you. Hearing the answer whatever, Yi Zhou nodded in silence. Then he said, Schoolgirl Lin, borrow the restroom. Good. Ye Zhou got up and headed for the bathroom. Kaching dash. The door closed and Ye Zhou began to release the flood of power. When I finished washing my hands, I happened to catch a glimpse of the dirty clothes basket on the side of the washing machine, and my eyes instantly went straight. Hold the grass. The gray one? Strapless model? No, it doesn't have to be gray. Not sure. Look again. After a second, Yi Zhou silently withdrew his gaze. The old blush was a little too strong. Even though he had read countless movies with a critical eye with that guy Mubai, this was the first time he had seen it in reality. Is that a C or a D? Yi Zhou opened the door and found that Lin Shangyue happened to turn off her computer. Schoolgirl Lin, I'll go back first. I'll go straight to school by myself later, huh? Bye, etc. Lin Shangyue just opened her mouth. Yi Zhou had already opened the door and left in a puff of smoke. Her eyes were confused and she stood mumbling. What why is Yi Zhou's face so red? Lin Xianyue walked into the bathroom with a puzzled mind. The next second she swish a red, dirty clothes basket is exactly yesterday she took a shower to change down. Not yet had time to wash off the bra. When she thought of Yi Zhou's unusual attitude just now, she instantly understood what was going on. Woo! The scarlet in her cheeks quickly spread to the base of her ears and neck. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Yi Zhou arrived at the classroom. Most of the students in the classroom looked very excited, and everyone was looking forward to the old class starting to switch seats later after study hall. Ah chow! I've done it all. I've just asked everyone. No one will steal the seat next to you from me. Xiong Kai exclaimed. Ha ha, yeah, that's nice. Yi Zhou laughed dryly twice. He knew that Xiong Kai had mostly just ignored Lin Shangyue. In fact, he was the only one in the class who was a sports student, not even an art student. So, in addition to the right guardian by Xian Ming, who has already been determined to go to the specialties, this second model exam Xiong Kai's cultural achievements ranked the bottom of the class. Later on, once Lin Shangyue chose the seat next to Yi Zhou, Xiong Kai would become the newly promoted left protector. Jingle bells. The bell rang and the crowd quickly returned to their seats. Soon old classmate Wang Yan walked in with the report card. He pushed up his glasses, narrowed his eyes and smiled. This time our class average has increased by a full 16 points from the first model, so I can see that everyone put their best foot forward. A lot of students who are usually ranked at the bottom of the list also improved very much this time, and the teacher was really pleased. Since you've all worked so hard, I'm going to honor the promise I made before the exam, the top 20 students in the class, as well as those who improved their total score by 30 points, get to choose their own spot. Okay, next everyone move outside the classroom first and enter the classroom in order of ranking to choose your seat. Chapter 39, We're neighbors. It makes sense to be at the same table, doesn't it? In front of the senior 5 classroom, students were chattering and discussing. It was hard to hide the excitement on their faces. The old class stood at the classroom podium and first looked over the report card in his hand, then called out to the outside of the classroom. Yi Zhou, you're top of the class again this time. Come in and choose your seat. Yi Zhou nodded his head and took the lead towards the classroom. As he passed by Xiong Kai whispered, Ah chow, keep picking our lead position. Good. Entering the classroom, Yi Zhou simply sat down in his original penultimate row by the window. Seeing this scene, the crowd outside the classroom had few surprising emotions, because Xiong Kai had already greeted them one by one before the evening study. The old class looked at Yi Zhou, then called out Lin Shanyue's name towards the outside of the classroom. Although Lin Shanyue had a lot of attention in her class, she had been sitting in the second row of seats ever since she transferred here. Her name is Lu Ting, and she is a low achiever in her class, has few friends, and is not very talkative. Thus, in the eyes of the students in the senior 3-5 class, Lin Shangyue and Lu Ting couldn't have been more suitable for a pair of tablemates. One is high-strung and doesn't talk. The other is introverted and nonverbal. Therefore, when Lin Shangyue walked into the classroom to choose her seat, everyone, including the old class, thought that she would still choose her original seat like Yi Zhou. Lin Shangyue stood in the doorway, and after a pause in her footsteps, she walked inside. It wasn't until she crossed over to her original position, with no intention of stopping, that the crowd was jolted. Lin Shangyue actually doesn't sit in her original seat? I guess it's normal to sit in one spot for too long and want to change. That's true, but who would have the guts to be at the same table with her after she switched to another seat? If I remember correctly, isn't Lu Ting ineligible for a self-selected seat? This is simple. In the end, no one dares to sit at the same table with Lin Shangyue. Is not still Lu Ting sitting there? Maybe there is any bold dare and Lin Schoolflower sit it. After all, the last month time, if not timid, I guess half of the boys in our class would want to try it, right? While the crowd was chattering and discussing, Lin Shangyue had already crossed over to the first 4 rows. Then, in full view of everyone, she sat down beside Yi Zhou without changing her face. The voices of the people who were still discussing in low voices came to an abrupt end. With a lull in the collective breathing, the noisy atmosphere instantly quieted. The faint sound of cicadas chirping in the crooked willow tree outside the classroom window seemed especially clear at that moment. This, fake, right? What's the situation? How come Lin Shangyue took the initiative to sit down next to Yi Zhou? I'm fun. Another shocking melon. I remember a few days ago there was a small group of people who said they saw Lin Shangyue and Yi Zhou sitting at a table in the cafeteria to eat. I thought that was nonsense. Lin Shangyue and Yi Zhou, 2 people who usually look like they can't be bothered with each other, are now directly at the same table? I just thought that Lin Schoolgirl is not sitting in the original seat. I want to take the opportunity to pick up a leak, so that in the future to go to college can boast that they and the schoolgirl have done the same table. Seeing Lin Shangyue literally sitting down in the empty seat next to Yi Zhou, the people waiting outside the classroom all boiled up. All sorts of hot discussions were going on. Xiong Kai was the only one who stood frozen in place. His hanging heart, finally, was completely dead. Oh, it's over. It's all over. Before going to the evening study hall, Xiong Kai did ask everyone to confirm that absolutely no one would steal Yi Zhou's seat at the same table with him. The reason why Lin Shangyue was ignored was that Xiong Kai didn't feel from the bottom of his heart that she could sit at the same table as Yi Zhou. Otherwise, what was her high-flying schoolgirl persona for the past year? Now Kai knows what counts. Count him as naive. Count him out. Counting all his calculations, he didn't realize that Lin Shangyue would actually sit at the same table with Yi Zhou. At this point, the old class standing at the podium was also stunned. Hiss. Weird. Really weird. It's obvious the two won't cross paths. He didn't think much of it though. After all, both were top students in their classes. Whatever the reason for sitting together, it is only beneficial and not harmful. So the old class settled down and called out the name of the third-place winner in the class toward the outside of the classroom. Fan Xing, it's your turn to pick a spot. About 10 minutes later, all of them reselected their seats and settled down with very satisfied expressions. 90% picked seats they were happy with, and the remaining 9% weren't as happy, but were at least matched to a normal table. As for the remaining 1%, it was the newly promoted left guardian, Xiong Kai. He was lifelessly lying on the table, looking at Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue, the new pair of tablemates, with unwillingness in his eyes. But I can't help that I'm at the bottom of the list and I can't do anything about it at all. There is a feeling that young people do not know the value of physical strength, and old people look at their daughters and shed tears. Xiong Kai gritted his teeth in anger and muttered, "Damn Lin Shangyue. Obviously she already has the identity of a neighbor. And now she's actually stealing the identity of a tablemate from me. What a ding-dong chill. Aha. Really become the same table with Yi Zhou. So excited. So excited. You'll be able to get a super close peek at him in class from now on." Shar. Ever since Lin Shangyue had taken her seat, her heart had not stopped ringing. Yi Zhou sat next to him, forcing himself to hold in his laughter. He wasn't at all tired of Lin Shanyue's incessant chattering of her heart, coupled with the fact that she was cold and clear on the surface and her heart was extremely contrasting, such that Yi Zhou only felt funny and cute. In fact, Yi Zhou was also surprised. Although in advance from Lin Shangyue, Heart Voice has long known that the probability that she will be the same table with him, but Ye Zhou subconsciously feel, with Lin Shangyue having already established the persona of the flower of the high ridge in everyone's mind, even if she wanted to be at the same table with him, she would definitely find a perfect opportunity or reason. Unexpectedly, she actually did not do any padding and simply sat down directly next to Yi Zhou. Okay, a high-strung personality that does things without explaining them to outsiders seems to fit the persona better. Yi Zhou thought in his heart and called out to the experts. After adjusting his position, the old class began to explain this second model exam paper. After the old class started to talk about the problems, and after the attention of the class was finally no longer completely on them, Yi Zhou then poked Lin Shangyue. He wondered how Lin Shangyue would explain on the surface the act of being directly at the same table as him. "Schoolgirl Lin, why did you suddenly remember to be my classmate?" Lin Shangyue said very calmly. "I like this position. It's just that you happened to pick the seat next to it. So you didn't pick this spot before?" "Since I couldn't surf the internet before, when I surfed everyone said that the penultimate row by the window was the home of the king, and I wanted to try that out." Yi Zhou was horrified and shocked. Abominable. The online surfing that he had casually mentioned before had now become an excuse for Lin Shangyue to do all sorts of behavior that didn't fit her persona. Not waiting for Yi Zhou to say something else, Lin Shangyue's eyes slightly drooped, and she said rather justifiably, "Besides, we're neighbors. It makes sense to be at the same table, doesn't it?" Chapter 40, Sensible, Reasonable, and You. Ha, reasonable. It's too reasonable. Neighbors are just your lies. Oscar rolled over to give Lin Shangyue an award. As the saying goes, sensible, reasonable, and you. Lin Shangyue utilized these three weapons in a perfect manner. This made Yi Zhou wonder if Lin Shangyue had already planned how to develop her identity as a neighbor to the fullest since the day she moved in next door to his house. Just be reasonable. Lin Shangyue raised her chin, then turned her head sideways to give her full attention to the blackboard, a small hint of smugness flashing across her pretty face. "When I was a student, there wasn't really much of a dog and pony show like in the movies. There's even less of a bridge between not studying for 3 years of high school and just taking the bottom exams, then bucking the trend and getting to the top of the grade in the last month of the college entrance exam sprint. It's really more of a gossipy behavior between boys and girls that gets a rise out of getting close enough to say a few more words, and then spreads throughout the campus over the course of a few class periods." So, Lin Shangyue's move of voluntarily choosing to be Yi Zhou's deskmate was only in the gap between classes in the middle of the evening study hall, and it quickly spread throughout the entire senior class. "Have you heard? This time when the senior class, 5, switched seats, Lin Shangyue voluntarily chose to be at the same table with a boy." "Seriously? Who is that boy?" "Boys are also a school bully. Just our grade every time the top 5 Yi Zhou. This time the second model he got the second place all. My mom, my basil, my socks and my coat. What kind of divine bridge is this? 2 high-color schoolboys actually become the same table? Bad. These two aren't secretly dating to get into a college hand in hand, are they? The package is impossible." Lin Shangyue is not only a high-color schoolteacher, she is also a rich girl. If you want to go out with her, in addition to being excellent in yourself, you have to at least be a good match for your family. Hearing the students around him discussing this matter, Jiang Ming was so angry that his body trembled. Jiang Ming is the class president of the senior class, 4, and the first resident of the senior class of Bayano 1 Middle School. Ever since the first day Lin Shangyue transferred to Bayano 1 Middle School, Jiang Ming had been stunned by her temperament and looks. After learning that Lin Shangyue's academic performance was also outstanding, she simply fell in love with her directly and uncontrollably. Since then, Jiang Ming felt that he finally had a goal for his studies. For a girl as outstanding as Lin Shangyue, Jiang Ming felt for a moment that he was the only one who understood Lin Shangyue's profound heart the most, especially in this year. Lin Shangyue's indifferent attitude towards all the boys made Jiang Ming even more convinced that Lin Shangyue shared the same concepts as he did. Only Jiang Ming and her resonated on a soul level. So when Jiang Ming heard about the scandal between Lin Shangyue and Yi Zhou, his mind instantly exploded. These stupid guys. Asajai is just sitting at the same table with Yi Zhou. What's this blind rumor that they're dating? Yi Zhou couldn't even get into the top 3 of his grade in the past, and the last 2 model exams were just a fluke. And that's how he attracted Asajai's attention. Humph. For Asajai to sit at the same table with Ye Zhou, it's definitely just to have convenience in studies. If I'm also in class 5, then what's the point of having Ye Zhou? A look of hatred flashed across Jiang Ming's face. Jingle bells. The bell rang and I listened to the class still chattering about the incident. Jiang Ming was on fire, and relying on his status as class president, he directly walked up to the podium and angrily rebuked. "Are they all deaf? The bell has already rung. What kind of crap are you talking about if you're not studying? Did you memorize all the biology points? Or did you memorize all the English words? Each and every one of you. Don't you feel ashamed for scoring so low and pulling down the class average? I'm not as proud of myself as you guys are when I've been number 1 every time." The crowd on stage shut up, but some of the students who couldn't stand looking at Jiang Ming sneered in whispers. "Pretend what? Pretend? Not just the first grade it. Do not know that you think you are the city's first. Harm. Who doesn't know that the class president likes schoolmarm Lin? Now everyone is talking about schoolmarm Lin and Yi Zhou being at the same table. He's in a hurry. It's a laugh." Jiang Ming, who was standing on the stage, heard the whispers from the stage and became furious. He attributed it all to Yi Zhou and clenched his fists in indignation. Yi Zhou, wait for me. On the first day of school after the Labor Day holiday, the atmosphere on campus became completely different than before. All the students who are about to take the college entrance exams know that the countdown to the entrance exams thoroughly enters the last month. Everyone's spirits were so taut that gossip outside of studying was rarely talked about after just one night had passed. Yi Zhou parked his bike at the carport, intending to turn around and walk toward the classroom when a stabbing pain came from his heel. Hiss! He sucked in a cold breath at the pain and looked back with his brow furrowed into a chuan, spotting a boy standing behind him pushing his bike. Apparently the boy's car had hit his foot. I'm sorry, I just got distracted and didn't pay attention to the road in front of me. Jiang Ming opened his mouth to apologize, but his face was expressionless with no intention of apologizing. Not paying attention to the road ahead? Ye Zhou narrowed his eyes. He came earlier today. At this moment the carport in addition to him and Jiang Ming, pressed no third person. The road to be as spacious as possible. Besides, he was parking in a space on the steps. Jiang Ming shouldn't have hit him in any way. Combined with Jiang Ming's bland demeanor, it was already obvious. The kid did it on purpose. Yi Zhou showed a cold face. Jiang Ming, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Of course it wasn't on purpose. I'm number 1 in my grade. What's the point of purposely bumping into a dick like you when I have nothing better to do? The corner of Yi Zhou's eye twitched slightly, saying that it was exactly the same as what the rumors said. Jiang Ming, who tested first in his grade every time, is indeed a freak. After squatting down and rubbing his heel, confirming that he was only hit by the pain without any trauma, Yi Zhou glanced at Jiang Ming and directly turned to leave. Seeing this scene, it was Jiang Ming's turn to be confused. No buddy, you're not even mad at me for provoking you like that? How am I supposed to carry out my own program then? Jiang Ming was sure that as long as he was a normal person, he would definitely be on fire after being provoked like this. In addition, now in adolescence, basically the boys are a little restless, so after being provoked like that, you will absolutely just hit someone. So Jiang Ming planned to deliberately provoke Yi Zhou. As long as Yi Zhou dared to make a move, he would definitely be disciplined by the school. By then Lin Xian you would see the nature of Yi Zhou, a person who was a violent maniac despite being a better student. In Jiang Ming's opinion, he was a good student and had a high emotional intelligence, and had already had a maturity that far exceeded that of his peers, so his ploy would be 100% successful. Seeing Yi Zhou's behavior, which was not quite what he expected, Jiang Ming was anxious and hurriedly said, Hey, Yi Zhou, why are you ignoring me? I think you're right, you didn't mean it. Jiang Ming was stunned. What the hell? Ye Zhou at least contests to the second place in the grade, and this behavior of his own as long as it is not a little cute. All saw that it was intentional. Yi Zhou actually believed that he didn't do it on purpose? Asterisk. This kid trusts me too much for first place. It's stupid. Jiang Ming cursed and simply said directly, Hey, to tell you the truth, I did it on purpose. With that said, Jiang Ming stood in place, intending to face the storm head-on. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhou just faintly said, got it. The dog bit me. I won't bite the dog. Have fun. Chapter 41, 5 Clean Births, No Guilt Dragon and Phoenix Children, Dogs. Jiang Ming froze. When he reacted, he was so angry that he shouted frantically, Yi Zhou, who are you calling a dog? I'll curse whoever picks me up. Yi Zhou shrugged his shoulders and turned around to leave, seeing that his plan to provoke was going to completely fall through. Jiang Ming became anxious and he directly blocked in front of Yi Zhou, putting on a very beaten expression. Yi Zhou, I've told you that I bumped into you on purpose. As a man, aren't you angry at all? Angry? Then why don't you hit me? Looking at Jiang Ming's urgent little eyes, Yi Zhou laughed out. The corner of his mouth tugged lightly as he laughed. You kid shaking begging for someone to hit you. Psycho. After saying that, Yi Zhou no longer paid attention to Jiang Ming and walked around him towards the classroom. Hey, Yi Zhou, you're not allowed to leave. You come back here. Yi Lao Er. Wan Nian Lao Er. Come back here, you hear me? No matter how much Jiang Ming shouted, Yi Zhou did not turn around. Such a reaction made Jiang Ming so angry that he stomped his feet in place, with the feeling of a punch hitting cotton. He had clearly provoked Yi Zhou so much, but the other party didn't seem to be angry at all. The corner of Yi Zhou's mouth tugged as he came out of the carport. While in the carport, Jiang Ming's eyes kept glancing in the direction of the carport's camera equipped. It was already obvious that Jiang Ming was deliberately provoking so that Yi Zhou would strike him in anger and be caught on camera. If it wasn't for the surveillance, Yi Zhou would have really wanted to give Jiang Ming a taste of his own medicine. The expression on his face just now was so underpowered. TCH, let's just forget about it. How expensive a punch is nowadays, and it's quite a relief to see him impotent and furious. But it's really strange. I have no grudges with Jiang Ming. The no. One in the grade. Why did he think of this bad trick to trap me? Yizhou thought and went upstairs to the classroom. As soon as he entered, he saw the huge body of Kum Kai, nestled in the seat below the podium. Yizhou froze and subconsciously said, Xiong Kai, what are you doing sitting here? If I don't sit here, where else can I sit? The home was all stolen by that scheming woman Lin Shangyue. Kum Kai turned back, his expression on the verge of tears. Yi Chao hemmed and hawed. Ayo, almost forgot. You're the new left protector now. No buddy, do you have to say something so heartfelt to me so early in the morning? Kum Kai deflated and lowered his voice to ask. Ah Chao, tell me the truth. What exactly is the relationship between you and schoolgirl Lin right now? She actually managed to actively choose to be at the same table with you? Of course it's a clean slate. No relationship whatsoever. Xiong Kai didn't believe it and raised his thick eyebrows and teased. 5 clean births and a clear conscience for the dragon and phoenix child? 6. Yizhou sat down in his seat and realized that Lin Xianyue actually hadn't come yet. I haven't seen her since I left the house this morning. She took the day off? Yizhou was a bit surprised. He wanted to quietly use his cell phone to send a message to Lin Xianyue, but there was a grade-level director patrolling back and forth outside the classroom during morning reading, so he could only give up. Ask again at next morning's reading. However, halfway through the morning reading, Lin Xianyue arrived late with her school bag. Lin Xianyue sat down beside Yizhou and a small fragrant breeze hit her face and refreshed her heart. Yizhou wondered. Schoolgirl Lin, why are you late today? Did you oversleep? Lin Xianyue's expression was not quite natural, subconsciously touching her belly before vaguely muddling through. Well, got up late. Damn it. I want to punch it and show it who owns the body. Hearing Lin Xianyue's heartfelt words, Yizhou came to a realization. Turns out it's the physiological period. Yizhou didn't move to pick up his own water cup to get water. Not a moment too soon. He handed Lin Xianyue the cup of water filled with hot water. Ahem. I was going to catch water to drink, but I accidentally caught boiling water. Pouring it out is a waste. Just in time for you to warm up your tummy? Afraid that Lin Xianyue would misunderstand, Yizhou added. When it gets cold later, I'll still drink it. Lin Xianyue's deep eyes flashed with surprise, and her pretty face flushed a scarlet red. How do you know? I saw you rubbing your belly earlier. Lin Xianyue was surprised, not expecting Yizhou to actually observe so carefully. She stared at Yizhou for a long time, her eyes flickering. Why won't you admit it when it's obvious that you got the hot water especially for me? We're clean and good neighbors. It makes sense to hook up a hot water. Jingle bells. At the end of the second period, the bell rang for morning exercises in the main classroom. The classroom was almost empty, and Yizhou realized that Lin Xianyue was suddenly lying on her desk, her face flushed with a burst of green and red. The hand also kept rubbing at the location of the belly. Yizhou frowned slightly, and with a glance, he could tell that Lin Xianyue was having menstrual cramps. At this moment, Lin Xianyue slightly looked sideways at Yizhou. The tone had long since lost its usual icy, weak tone. Yizhou, can you help me ask the homeroom teacher for a vacation? I'm not going to do morning exercises today. I'm not feeling well. Good. Remember to drink lots of hot water during special times. I know. Lin Xianyue saw Yizhou turn away after dropping such a sentence, her shell teeth lightly biting her lips. Even though I knew it was normal, I couldn't help but see a flash of loss in my eyes. Actually, Yizhou didn't go to morning exercises at all. He first went to find his old class to give himself and Lin Xianyue a leave of absence, then ran towards the school kiosk, planning to buy tampons and warm babies for Lin Xianyue. It just so happens that I brushed up on the internet before that a warm baby applied to the sacrococcygeal end can relieve menstrual cramps pretty quickly come what may. After buying the stuff, Yizhou quickly ran towards the classroom. As a result, just after returning to the 4th floor where the classroom was located, he collided with a girl who was hurrying urgently around the corner. Ouch! That hurts! Shenshur was knocked to the ground sitting on his buttocks, cursing as he got up from the ground. You're such a man. You walk without eyes. Yizhou. When Shenshur saw that the person in front of him was Yizhou, he was filled with surprise. Immediately afterward, she glanced at the baby warmer and sanitary napkin in Yizhou's hand with her afterglow, and her eyes lit up. Just now, Shenshur was in a hurry to go to the bathroom, so she let her best friend Su Miao help her to buy sanitary napkins. Now that she saw Yizhou appear in front of her, Shenshur subconsciously thought that it was definitely Su Miao who had met Yizhou on the road and then asked Yizhou to send her over. Although she had fallen out with Yizhou twice before, but now Yizhou was able to come and deliver sanitary napkins to her in spite of the other people in the school looking at her differently. In Shenshur's opinion, all of Yizhou's previous behavior didn't seem so excessive anymore. Because he was willing to send me tampons. Shenshur covered his belly and rejoiced. Myrtle sent you, didn't she? Okay, Okay, just give me the stuff. Seeing as you were willing to buy me tampons today, I forgive you for what happened before. Chapter 42, you've succeeded in making me like you more. Forgive me? Who asked you to forgive me without permission? Yizhou raised his eyebrows and subconsciously looked down at the sanitary napkin in his hand. What a coincidence. Chen Shi also got his period. What are you waiting for? Give it to me. Seeing Yizhou standing still and not saying anything, Chen Shi pouted unhappily. Yezhou tried to hold in his laughter. He really couldn't figure out that he had clearly treated Chen Shi so badly the first 2 times. How is it that she always manages to have a very puritanical perspective on her own strategy? Yizhou pulled out his ears and said, "You're talking a lot of nonsense. Who told you this tampon was for you?" The smile on Chen Shi's face instantly froze. His eyes blank. Yizhou. You. What do you mean? This sanitary napkin. Didn't Su Miao Mao ask you to buy it for me? Definitely. I have nothing to buy you this stuff for. Start dreaming in the morning. Really down. Chen Shi looked at Yizhou incredulously. She wondered if she had heard wrong. Yizhou. You. Are you swearing at me? If you don't think it's dirty enough, I can say more. Yizhou's face was calm as he spoke faintly. The loathing of Chen Shi under his eyes was undisguised. Chen Shi was about to say something else, but soon felt a warm current welling up in his belly, and his face suddenly changed. Not good. It's going to leak out. Chen Shi bit his lips tightly. His face flushed a little. Yizhou, are you crazy? Don't joke with me at this time. I'm in a hurry. Quickly give me the sanitary napkin. Yizhou saw Chen Shi's embarrassment and laughed. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. If you have to be in a hurry, there's nothing for me to be in a hurry about, because I know what you're in a hurry about. Only I'm not in a hurry from start to finish. After saying that, Yizhou bypassed Chen Shi and walked straight towards the classroom. Chen Shi wanted to reach out and grab Yizhou, but the warmth in her belly made her not dare to move much at all. She could only watch as Yizhou took the packet of sanitary napkins and walked towards the classroom. Chen Shi had tears in his eyes. She couldn't figure out why Yizhou, who used to be submissive to her, would become like this after she returned from her school exams outside the province. Is it because of Lin Shangyue? Suddenly, Chen Shi remembered the rumors circulating about Lin Shangyue taking the initiative to be at the same table with Yizhou during the evening study session yesterday. She bit her lower lip with her silver teeth in indignation. Yizhou, you scum! Obviously secretly in love with me for so many years, but actually turned his head to like Lin. Oops, it's going to leak out. Chen Shi's chest stumbled. The warm stream in his belly grew warmer and warmer, and his eyes flashed with panic. She couldn't think of anything else and rushed into the women's restroom. Yizhou returned to the classroom and found Lin Shangyue still lying on her desk, the expression on her face still painful, and it was already hurting so much that cold sweat was oozing from his forehead. Hearing the sound of footsteps ringing in the classroom, Lin Shangyue subconsciously looked up and was surprised to see that the visitor was Yizhou. You, why didn't you go to morning exercises? Did you ask the teacher for leave for me? Didn't get around to it. So what did you just go and do? In the face of Lin Shangyue's inquiry, Yizhou did not speak. He placed the tampons he'd bought on the table and then pulled the warmer out of his pocket before speaking softly. Just went to buy these for you. Sanitary napkin school kiosk sells seems to be only daily use models. You first make do with warmer babies you can put on the sacrococcygeal area, and the belly there to make the menstrual cramps more comfortable. There was a pause before Yizhou thought of something and added, by the way, warm baby should be put on through your clothes, not directly on your skin, or you'll get hypothermia burns. Hey! Lin Shangyue's pretty face was filled with surprise. She looked at the tampons and baby warmers on the table and a warmth welled up in her heart. Is this all for me? Lin Shangyue's voice trembled a little. Or what? It's hard to believe I used the rest of it. I don't have a great aunt either. Ha ha. Yizhou let out a playful laugh. Lin Shangyue's cheeks blushed slightly as she pursed her lips and whispered. Thank you, Yizhou. No need to be polite. Where's your water glass? I'll get you some hot water. It's okay, I can self. Lin Shangyue was about to refuse, but Yizhou had already seen the glass of water she had placed by the left-hand windowsill. So, without any further ado, he directly took the water cup and went to the front water fountain to get hot water for her. After catching the hot water and placing the water cup back on the table, Yizhou followed Lin Shangyue's example and narrowed his eyes and smiled. Neighbor, catch the water. Be reasonable. Lin Shangyue was slightly stunned. Blushing, she lowered her head. Yizhou bought me tampons. Man, who told you to be so gentle? You've managed to make me like you even more. Like, Yizhou's pupils quake. Even though it had been half a month since he had been able to hear Lin Shangyue's heart, but this was the first time he had truly heard Lin Xianyu admit that she liked him. Lin Shangyue could see that Yizhou was different and said suspiciously, What's wrong? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Yi Zhou waved his hand in a hurry. To hide his unnaturalness, he grabbed his water glass in passing and took a sip. Just drank it down to my stomach before I remembered. This water, by Lin Shangyue, had just warmed her stomach. Although the water did not directly touch Lin Shangyue, Ye Zhou always felt that this water seemed sweeter than usual. Third period in the morning. It's chemistry class. 5 minutes after the bell rang, the chemistry teacher didn't even show up. The chemistry class representative was just about to get up and go to the office to find the teacher when the old class Wan Yang suddenly appeared at the door. Your chemistry teacher had a temporary problem at home and has taken a leave of absence to go back. This class has been changed to self-study. Yi Zhou, Lin Shangyue, you two come with me to the office. Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue exchanged glances. Both saw doubt in each other's eyes. The two men got up and walked toward the office with the old Ben. Before he could walk out far, Yi Zhou heard the uproar coming from the class. Lin Shangyue obviously heard it as well, and a touch of imperceptible shyness surfaced on her cool face. She lowered her head slightly and quickened her pace to keep up with her old class, trying to hide her inner turmoil. When he reached the office door, Wang Yang said to the two of them, "The great director is waiting for you in the office. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue nodded and pushed open the office door, only to see Liang Bin, the great director, sitting on a chair, was painstakingly persuading the boy in front of him. "Jiang Ming, you are the first place. Physics thinking is even far beyond the other students. Participate in this competition, at most fall behind an afternoon class. The school will let any teacher to make up for you one-on-one." "Director, I still say that even if I get first place in a competition, it won't help me much. I personally don't need such a competition to gild the lily for me." Liang Bin sighed heavily as he listened. It was during this gap that he saw Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue, and his eyes lit up. Yi Zhou and Asajai Moon are here. Come quickly, come quickly." Then, Liang Bin said to Jiang Ming in front of him, "All right, Jiang Ming, since you really won't participate, the director won't force you. I'll give the spot to Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue." "What? Lin Shangyue? She'll be attending too?" Jiang Ming was shocked. He hastily pushed down his glasses and changed his previous impatient expression to a straight face. "Director Liang, I suddenly feel that as a member of Bayan No. 1 Middle School, and even more so as the No. 1 in the senior division, I, Jiang Ming, have an incumbent responsibility to participate in this physics competition." Chapter 43, He likes Lin Xianyu? Liang Bin is 53 years old. His biggest dream in life is to see an authentic Sichuan opera face-changing. Unexpectedly, in this ordinary day, Liang Bin from Jiang Ming here to see no trace of the speed of light change face. 1 second Jiang Ming was sternly refusing, and the next second he said he had an obligatory duty. "Quick, it's really fast." Liang Bin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Jiang Ming, are you sure you want to participate? You're refusing one moment and participating the next. It makes the teacher very unsure of you." "Don't worry, director. I, Jiang Ming, will say anything." Jiang Ming pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose once again and obediently picked up a pen, quickly filling out the registration form for the physics competition. When Liang Bin, the head of the grade department, saw the enrollment form that was handed over, joy always flashed in his eyes. Only then did he turn his head to look at the two of them, Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue. "Yi Zhou, Shallow Moon. Things are just like what you just heard. The province held a double physics competition, and our school was allocated a place in the team, because the competition topic has a certain degree of difficulty. So after the school management discussion decided to give one of the two places to Jiang Ming. After all, this year, Jiang Ming time and again ranked first in the grade." After a pause, Liang Bin touched his nose and smiled bitterly. This second spot, the intention was to select people based on their physics scores in the second model science exam, but as you just saw, Jiang Ming felt that there was some delay in his college entrance exam review planning, and really refused to participate. "So I thought, let the two of you together to participate well." But now, Jiang Ming filled out the enrollment form, and there's only one spot left. Yi Zhou scored 92 points in physics in the second model year, ranking second in the class, and Lin Shangyue scored 91 points, ranking third, so why don't Yi Zhou go for it? Jiang Ming was dumbfounded when he heard this. Just now, he only focused on looking at Lin Shangyue, directly ignoring Yi Zhou beside her. Now that he heard the head of grade, he realized that Yi Zhou had also come. "Holy, didn't I say Lin Shangyue would participate with me as a combo? How come you're letting Yi Chao and I participate now?" Jiang Ming hurriedly said, "Director, we can't let Yi Zhou participate." As soon as the words came out, they immediately attracted Liang Bin's puzzled gaze. Jiang Ming realized that he had overreacted and explained with a dry cough. "Ahem, the director is like this. Personally, I feel that since it's a two-person physics competition, boys and girls should be paired into combinations. This way tricky puzzles encountered in competitions can be parsed from the different thinking perspectives of girls and boys, which has the use of competitions to solve problems. After a pause, Jiang Ming continued to explain. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin's physics scores are more stable. Throughout the past few exams, Lin's physics score is higher than Yizhou's. That's why I'm more inclined to let Lin participate in the physics competition with me. It can increase the probability of winning the prize. Yizhou's average level is still not as good as Lin's. Listening to Jiang Ming's serious speech, Yizhou's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly understood why Jiang Ming had deliberately provoked him in the carport in the morning. Nice guy. So this kid likes Lin Shangyue? Previously, when Yizhou and Xiong Kai were still at the same table, he had heard Xiong Kai say that Jiang Ming, the number one in his grade, had a crush on Lin Shangyue. But at that time, Yizhou thought that a serious school bully like Jiang Ming, who could only study, wouldn't have any interest in girls in high school. In hindsight, LOL, TSK. Mostly because she heard that Lin Shangyue and I were at the same table and got jealous and envious. So she deliberately provoked me. Yizhou thought darkly. Combined with Jiang Ming's reaction to seeing Lin Shangyue just now, he thought that there was absolutely nothing wrong with his speculation. Jiang Ming finished his explanation and looked at Lin Shangyue with a smile. Mr. Lin, I'm sure we can definitely win if we participate in this two-person physics competition together. However, Lin Shangyue just looked at Jiang Ming indifferently and did not respond. Jiang Ming didn't feel embarrassed either, but instead grew more and more excited. Aha! It's this indifference that I love so much. At this moment, Liang Bin cupped his chin and thought carefully about the reason Jiang Ming had given, eventually nodding slowly. Makes a bit of sense. In that case, what do you mean? A sage eye? Oh yeah. This time, since it's a provincial competition, as long as they can win, the organizer will issue a professional certificate. These kinds of certificates, when you go to college and study related majors, you can give preference to your instructors, and they are still very golden. Hearing Liang Bin say this, Yizhou realized that the magnitude of this competition really should not be underestimated. The school authorities would never have sought the participation of a few top students like them if the certificates were not gold. Because of their high school grades, they all have high expectations from the university. The school authorities can't wait for their top students to spend all their time preparing for the college entrance exams, so how can they be willing to let them spare time to participate in competitions? At this time, Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow at Yizhou with a smug expression. Ha, how about Lin Shangyue and you being at the same table? So what if you deliberately ignored me this morning? Now Lin Shangyue is going to go with me to the double physics competition. We'll team up to get the prize and make the future ah. However, in response, Yizhou just looked at him lightly, with little emotion. First in the grade? Childish. Okay director, then it's decided. This physics duo competition. Let me and Lin participate in it. Don't worry, However, before Jiang Ming could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Shangyue alive. Who asked you to make decisions for me? Lin Shanyue's willow brows frowned slightly, and there was still displeasure in her icy tone. She looked at Liang Bin and faintly said, Teacher, I don't want to participate in this competition. What's wrong with this boy? Did he just look at Yizhou with that provocative look? Who wants to be in a two-person contest with you? If I want to participate, it'll be with Yizhou. Yizhou was surprised. I didn't expect Lin Shangyue to see Jiang Ming's expression as well. A cold sweat crossed Liang Bin's forehead. He completely didn't expect Lin Shangyue's attitude to be so firm and clear. He also didn't dare to advise Lin Shangyue like he advised Jiang Ming. What was the status of the Lin family? He couldn't afford to mess with it as a small grade department head. What Lin Shangyue had refused once, not to mention Liang Bin, even the principal didn't dare to open his mouth to advise a second time. Jiang Ming's heart broke as soon as he heard that Lin Shangyue refused to participate. That's not right. Completely wrong. How could Lin Shangyue not want to participate in the competition with him? Jiang Ming looked at Lin Shangyue in great confusion, pushed down his glasses in a panic, and hurriedly pursued the question. How come? Mr. Lin, how come you don't want to team up with me for this two-person physics competition? I'm in the same category as you. We should be in sync on a learning level ah. Participating in this competition will help us understand each other better. Yizhou, Lin Shangyue? Liang Bin. Chapter 44, Kissing Can Get You Pregnant. The moment Jiang Ming opened his mouth, he directly gave all three people in front of him dry silence. What a niche text. Obviously every word spoken is in Chinese. So why is it unintelligible when linked together? Yizhou reacted with goosebumps. Is this a true 0 frames per second starter? Lin Shangyue even looked at Jiang Ming with strange eyes, and was silent for half a day before she asked suspiciously. I know you? You don't recognize me? Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. How is that possible? How can Lin Shangyue not recognize me? In the entire Bay and First Middle School, she and I are the only ones who are in the same category. There is a resonance. Ah. He didn't die and squeezed out a smile. I'm Jiang Ming. Ah. Number 1 in my grade. How could you not recognize me? Didn't you sit at the same table with Yi Zhou because he came second in the second model exam this time? If I were in the same class as you would definitely choose to sit at the same table with me, right? I'm sorry, I do not know you. Eat. This guy's nuts, right? It's so weird. I sit at the same table with Yi Zhou because he's Yi Zhou. Why should I be at the same table with you? Which little cookie do you count? After a pause, Lin Shangyue added, much less be at the same table with you. The indeed do not recognize, much less would be with you at the same table. 2 short sentences made Jiang Ming's scalp tingle, and he felt like he was going to die. Did we resonate on a learning, soul level, all of which I fantasized about? Lin Shangyue actually doesn't even know my name? Ye Zhou tried to hold in his laughter. He suspected that Jiang Ming loved to brainstorm himself when he had nothing else to do besides studying. It had been exaggerated to the point where he clearly didn't have any interactions with Lin Shangyue and still felt that he had soul resonance with Lin Shangyue. Where is this joker from and why hasn't Batman come to get him yet? Seeing that the atmosphere wasn't quite right, Liang Bin hurriedly turned his gaze to Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, it's better for you and Jiang Ming to participate in the competition together. I'm sorry, director. I don't want to participate either. Yi Zhou retracted his gaze on Jiang Ming, and without even thinking, directly rejected Liang Bin. If he was attending with Lin Shangyue, of course he would be happy to do so, but now the other person is Jiang Ming. Participate in a hair. This clown, as soon as he opens his mouth, he knows he's an old lickspittle and competes for. When Liang Bin heard this, he immediately wanted to open his mouth to persuade Yi Zhou. He can't persuade Lin Shangyue, but Ye Zhou can still persuade him. Yi Zhou, this competition school is very important. The director wants you. Teacher, Ye Zhou said he doesn't want to participate. Lin Shangyue spoke again, her tone very certain. Liang Bin froze, looking at Lin Shanyue's eyes staring straight at him. A little frightened. Okay, I know. I'll ask the other students. And Jiang Ming, who was on the side, heard Lin Shangyue helping Yi Zhou. The heart breaks once more, but he was not willing to lose face in front of Yi Zhou, so he said to Liang Bin, Director Liang, since none of them are willing to participate, I won't participate either. Nonsense, you're full of. Upon hearing this, Liang Bin angrily slapped the table. He looked angrily at Jiang Ming and sternly scolded. One moment you don't participate, the next moment you do, and now you've filled out the enrollment form and you're saying you want to quit? What do you take me for? What do you take the school rules for? Jiang Ming was taken aback. It's not ing right. Lin Shangyue and Yi Zhou both refused, and the director's attitude was still so good. How come it's my turn to rage? Jiang Ming stammered. I know, director. Liang Bin took 2 deep breaths before he turned his head to both Lin Shangyue and Yi Zhou. Well, since neither of you want to participate in the competition, go back to class. Okay, bye director. Yi Zhou nodded and left with Lin Shangyue. Come out of the office. Yi Zhou pursed his lips and looked at Lin Shangyue. Thanks for helping me out earlier. Lin Shangyue was a bit puzzled. Help you with what? Help me turn down the director's invitation. If it wasn't for the director's face for you, he would have tried everything to get me to participate in the competition just now. Oh, you're welcome. Of course you can't be allowed to participate. You'll get stupid with that kind of competition. It says on the internet that stupidity is contagious. Listening to Lin Shanyue's worrying heart, Yi Zhou smacked his lips. Silly would be so easily contagious then. Then you can get pregnant by kissing. The years go by and time passes. Time slips away in silence. The seniors were buried in their studies, with books and test papers piled up on every desk. And the cicadas outside the classroom window grow louder and louder. And the countdown to the college entrance exam above the blackboard diminishes day by day. An air of tension and parting seemed to permeate the hot, dry air of the summer campus. Everyone felt that the cicadas were noisier this summer than in any past year. The branches and leaves growing wildly outside the classroom window couldn't keep out the bright sunlight. On this day, there are 10 days left before the college entrance exam. The last gym class of the senior class, 5, was changed to a study hall. The dry heat at 11 o'clock in the middle of the day made it impossible for many people to carry on, and they lay down on their desks and huffed and puffed. Near the end of class, the old class walked into the classroom. He tapped on the board to wake up the students who were sleeping, then cleared his throat and announced, "This afternoon, our senior class is going to take graduation photos, so later on, after school at noon, we will all hurry up and clean up our appearance, and then we will collectively wear our class uniforms to take photos in the afternoon. Girls, today you are exceptionally allowed to wear makeup in school, but don't be too thick. After all, At this age innocence and cuteness is the main color. Besides, all the girls in our class are very beautiful. Even without makeup they look the best. As for the boys, you brats, don't you usually love to primp your hair? Later after dinner, old king, I will fund it and collectively give me a trip to the barber store to get the most handsome hairstyle, so that the girls in the class can see that you are all potential stocks. There was a hint of reluctance in old Ben's words as he rubbed his nose and continued, this is the last group photo we'll take at school, so I hope you'll use your best to take the photo and leave the best memories of your youth. Many students' eyes were slightly moist when they heard this. 3 years seemed to flash before our eyes, and all the interesting things that happened in class are still fresh in our minds. Some people began to whisper about the details of the photo shoot, while others silently organized the books on their desks. At this moment, the cicadas seemed to soften as well, as if they were accompanying this precious time. Yejo had experienced much sadder partings than this, so he wasn't as sad as most of the people in his class. Youth is all about non-stop encounters and misses. So, he rested his chin, looked sideways at his table-mate Lin Shangyue, and smiled. Schoolgirl Lin, are you going to put on makeup at noon? Lin Shangyue blinked her eyes. Without her usual coolness, she stared straight into Yijo's eyes and said softly, that, are you going to take me home to put on my makeup? Chapter 45, the beautiful woman who lowers her head and doesn't see her toes. The height of summer is the sweetness of orange-flavored lollipops and the scent of teenagers carried away by the wind. Lin Shangyue sat on the back of Yijo's bike as they traveled through various alleys. This is Yejo often ride home route. Fewer cars, fewer people, then to take the main road to save a lot of things. Everyone walking down the alley couldn't help but turn around when they saw them, because the face value of the two people is just too stunning, like the male and female protagonists in a youth drama. Lin Shangyue, who was sitting in the back seat, asked in a low voice when she saw the slightest beads of sweat seeping out from Yijo's forehead. Yijo, will I be heavy? Of course not. I figure you're only about 100 pounds. Pretty light. It's 107 pounds. I ate cancer-causing little barbecue twice with Yijo these days, and I've gained 2 pounds. Oh, but they're really tasty, yay. Lin Shanyue's heartbeat whistled into Yijo's ears, and the corners of his mouth gently rose. In fact, Lin Shanyue's height of 5 feet 7 inches, 107 pounds didn't match up with heavy at all, and was even a bit light, but she was well proportioned in a somewhat anticlimactic way, with a reservoir of meat where it should be, and no excess at all where it shouldn't be. Soon, Yijo rode his bike to take Lin Shanyue to her home, and Uncle Lee, who had been following behind in his car, obediently parked his Maybach on the side of the road. Uncle Lee's car carries 2 bottles of ice water out of the refrigerator. To get to the 2 ran to pull, full of Aunt Smile to hand them the water. Young Master Yi, it's been a hard journey. Receiving the ice water, the corner of Yijo's mouth pulled. TSK, had I known that Uncle Lee you were at the school gate, I should have let you drive us back by bike. It's weirdly hot this day. When Uncle Lee heard this, he shook his head and denied it, his face full of smiles. No, 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 young Master Yi, you must have been mistaken. I just happened to meet you and miss on the way. I definitely didn't wait at the school entrance all the time. Ha! Yijo smiled and looked deeply at Lin Shangyue beside him. The latter just gently picked up the water bottle and raised his slender white neck to take a sip of water, then twisted her head and went straight up in the elevator as if she really didn't know anything about it. Yijo drank all the mineral water in one gulp before he was ready to go up in that elevator next to him. Unexpectedly, he was called by Uncle Lee. What's wrong, Uncle Lee? Hey, young Master Yi, I'll have to trouble you to take Miss there on your bike when you go to school later. I still have some things on my side. Aren't you schoolgirl Lin's full-time driver? What else could it be? Uncle Lee coughed dryly. Cough. It's a full-time chauffeur, yes, but once in a while there's a bit of important matters that need to be dealt with, so it's really troublesome for you. Young Master Yi. Okay, I get it. Yijo didn't think much about it and turned around to take the elevator upstairs. Looking at Yijo's departing back, Ling Yan hurriedly drove the Maybach to a hidden place before he breathed a sigh of relief. Then the anti-laugh reappeared. The two of them, Miss and young Master Yi, are really sweet. It's a pity that we can't go into the school. Otherwise we must take a camera to take a picture of Miss and young Master Yi together. Ling Yan adjusted the seat in the car backward and prepared to open his cell phone to continue reading. Bamboo Horse School Bully keeps teasing me, but I just unlocked the screen, and the interface is still stuck on the text message from Missy just now. Uncle Lee, you're not allowed to show up when Yijo takes me home later. When we go to school in the afternoon, you also have to pretend that you have something to do, so he can give me a ride on his bike. The costumes for the graduation photos were purchased collectively by each class on the internet using class fees. The class uniform of the senior class, 5, is a small, fresh, teenage look for the boys with a white shirt with a striped tie on top and gray straight-legged pants on the bottom. As for the girls, The top was also a white shirt with a bow-style bow tie, and the bottom half was a gray pleated skirt that contrasted with the boys' pants and was just the right length, just below the knee. It is in line with the status of students, but also does not lose the characteristic tenderness of young girls. Taking advantage of the gap between Lin Shanhua's makeup, Yizhou changed into his class clothes and just re-washed his hair once more. Primping your hair with hairspray and hair clay. In the middle of the day, Xiong Kai called. Ah, Chow. The old class spent a lot of money to bring all the boys in our class to the barber store to do hairstyling today. Where are you? I've just finished. I feel like I've transformed into Daniel Wu. You guys get it done. I'll do it myself at home. Mr. Tony in front of the school can't be trusted a bit. Ah, Chow, you're confused. The only opportunity to whore Lao Ban. You actually so easily let go. Get. Don't talk to you anymore. I have to go pit Lao Ban for another meal. Jia. Hanging up the phone, Yizhou quickly primped himself. TSK. Not a bad technique to learn on a short video. Standing in front of the mirror for a few times, Yizhou was very satisfied. He planned to knock on Lin Shanhua's door and ask her if she was ready. As a result, just as the door opened, Lin Shanhua on the opposite side of 1003 also opened the door at the same time. Shasta. Yizhou looked dumbfounded. Lin Shanhua was perfect looking enough in her own right. And right now, after she put on a light amount of makeup, it brought out her delicate features even more. The white shirt fit just right on Lin Shanhua's body. The buttons at the neckline seemed to be unable to be fastened because of the too full chest. The delicate collarbone was hidden, exuding a kind of unspeakable sexy charm. Long, straight legs, bare and glowing in the sunlight, the hem of her skirt swaying lightly, her cherry lips pursed lightly, as delicate as flower petals, and her eyes looked at Yizhou with anticipation. Yeah, Chow, is it good? Good looking. Super nice, Yizhou said from the bottom of his heart, and his eyes were all stunning colors. Previously, Lin Shanhua either wore her school uniform at school or very loose clothes at home, causing Yizhou to never realize that her figure was actually exaggerated to this extent. Lo and behold, the toes are already the best on earth. Hearing Yizhou's praise, Lin Shanhua smiled sweetly. Thank you. Seemingly calm. She actually looked like a bolt of lightning had struck her inside long ago. Aha! Yizhou is so handsome. This broad shoulders, this tight waist, do not even dare to think that he is hidden under the clothes. I wonder if Yizhou has abs. He. So want to touch it? Lin Shanhua's heartfelt words caused Yizhou's old face to blush and his expression to become less natural. Ahem, let's go eat. We still have to be at school at 2:30. Good. Yizhou carried Lin Shanhua and rode towards the hotel. The young girl sat in the back seat. Her usual high and cold expression no longer existed. Just the corners of her mouth slightly hooked up, and the color of her eyes flowed. There were also two long, slender legs that waved restlessly in the air. She held the car seat with one hand and gently grabbed Yizhou's clothes with one hand, raising her head to look at his back. Tenderness in the eyes. The wind of summer is often wrapped in an ambiguous and gentle atmosphere. It carries the plum-flavored heart of a young girl, gently blowing over the white shirt of a teenager. It also blew red on the young girl's cheeks. Chapter 46, Sesu. What are you looking at? The playground. The school's logistics teacher was busy setting up the station where the graduation photos would be taken later. In the senior division, all 13 classes gathered in the playground. Wow, Chen Shi, your makeup skills are too good. It's so beautiful. Yeah. Compared to Chen Shi, I feel like my makeup skills are completely child's play. Chen Shi was already good looking. I feel that with makeup, she looks even better than those netroots on Jitterbug. She's simply my white moonlight. Chen Shi listened to the girls and boys in the class praising herself, and her whole body was a bit fluttery. Despite the fact that her heart had long been happy, she pretended to be plain and modest. No. The senior class, 5, happened to be lined up next door to Chen Shi's class. So Chen Shi looked around the entire class 5 and didn't see Lin Shanhua. She grunted softly. In the past month, the fact that Yizhou and Lin Shanhua had been deskmates had become known throughout the school. Most importantly, not long after that, there were rumors that Yizhou and Lin Shanhua were still neighbors in private, which made Chen Shi very upset. She was very sure that it was because Yizhou had become Lin Shanhua's neighbor that caused Yizhou to treat her coldly. I blame Lin Shangyue. The vixen. Sure. Are you looking for Lin Shangyue? Don't worry. She doesn't know how to put on makeup. You'll definitely be the most beautiful girl in the whole school when you take your graduation photo today. Su Miao Miao came over to Chen Shi's side and said with a smile. Chen Shi raised his chin and said smugly. Humph. I don't lose to her without makeup. Of course. Anyway, when Yi Zhou sees how beautiful you are later on, he must especially regret being so indifferent to you during this period of time. I really don't know what he was thinking. He even went to be Lin Shanyue's licking dog. Is he worthy of others? I don't really think Yi Zhou went to be Lin Shanyue's dog licker. He probably did it just to deliberately piss me off, trying to get me to change my attitude towards him. Boys, they always like to use this kind of childish behavior to attract the attention of the girls they like. Chen Shi smiled smugly. Ever since she watched a lot of boy psychological analysis on the short video platform, she suddenly figured out why Yi Zhou treated her so well before. Thus, Chen Shi became confident once again. She expected that after the graduation photos today, Yi Zhou would definitely find a reason to come to her for a group photo. So what if you live next door to Yi Zhou? You're just a means for Yi Zhou to piss me off. It's happening right now. A gasp of surprise came from the wave of people at the entrance to the playground. The crowd followed the sound, followed by an uproar, only to see Lin Shangyue wearing her class uniform, walking from outside the playground in the direction of the senior 5 class team. That is Lin Shangyue? Grass. It's really Lin Shangyue. This beauty is a bit foul, isn't it? White shirt, pleated skirt, little white shoes. Is this the white moonlight kill? I'm crying my eyes out. It's so beautiful. Dude, wake up. There's no such thing as a white moonlight. It's just a fantasy on your deathbed. It has to be schoolgirl Lin Chen Shi and her. Compared to her, it is completely the gap between netizens and stars. The gazes of most of the people on the playground always followed Lin Shangyue closely, as if they were enchanted and could not be moved away at all. The light that was still gathered on Chen Shi's body earlier was instantly eclipsed at this moment. She looked at Lin Shangyue woodenly. Indeed, as she had guessed earlier, Lin Shangyue didn't know much about makeup, and only wore very light makeup, but that alone is breathtakingly beautiful. A complex emotion surged in Chen Shi's heart. There was jealousy, loss, and an unspeakable feeling of frustration. She had thought that she would be able to steadily press Lin Shangyue today, but at this moment, standing in front of Lin Shangyue, she felt as if she was an ugly duckling. The closer Lin Shangyue and Yi Zhou got, Chen Shi could feel the gazes of the people around him shifting from himself to Lin Shangyue. She bit her lip and tried to keep herself calm, but the waves in her mind couldn't be calmed. Su Miao Miao was also stunned. After a brief moment of stupefaction, she was afraid that her good best friend would not be able to think straight and rushed to comfort her. Sure, Ori. I'm fine. Chen Shi almost said it through gritted teeth. Yo, Hikaru, what are you looking at? A familiar voice came from beside his ear. Xiong Kai glanced sideways and realized that Yi Zhou had appeared behind him silently at some point. Xiong Kai pursed his lips. Sourly. Look at your unearthly neighbor chanting. TSK. Ah chow. Your ing food is really good. Don't be ridiculous. We're clean and good neighbors. Yi Zhou had a serious face, but Xiong Kai didn't believe it at all. He said sourly, don't lie to your buddies. I saw you and Lin Shangyue in the carport just now. You actually went back with her at noon, right? You caught me. Yi Zhou was directly demolished and turned his head as if nothing had happened. Xiong Kai continued, since you two came together, why don't you enter the playground with her? Standing next to Lin Big School Flower, feeling the envious and jealous gazes of so many boys, it's exciting to think about it. This one? I went to use the restroom and didn't make her wait for me. Yi Zhou vaguely muddled through, his expression looking unnatural. The stretch of road nearing the school's entrance was slightly overrun with oncoming traffic, so when Yi Zhou rode his bike, he constantly pinched the brakes to prevent crashing, while Lin Shangyue, who was sitting on the back seat, sometimes didn't have control and would hit Yi Zhou's back at once. TSK. Who the hell could top that soft touch? So, Yi Zhou just parked his car at the carport and let Lin Shangyue go to the playground first. Instead, he bent over, grayed out, and ran into the bathroom to wash his face with cold water. Soon the station for the graduation photo was set up. The order in which the graduation photos were taken was from class 1 to class 13 in that order. The classes that didn't get a turn were sitting in the shade of the playground waiting. Lin Shangyue sat alone under a tree. Even though this place had the densest shade and was one of the coolest locations around, everyone else in the class was too embarrassed to get too close to her because Lin Qianyu's high and stunning temperament was just too powerful. However, as Lin Qianyu's neighbor and tablemate, Yi Zhou would not have any psychological burden at all. Patting his butt and sitting down beside Lin Qianyue, Lin Shangyue didn't have any scruples about Yi Zhou either, and she very naturally leaned against the tree. Her full breasts, and those proud curves held the shirt tight. as if each button was under tremendous pressure and could fall apart at any moment. Lin Shanhua didn't notice Yi Zhou's constant swallowing of saliva in the slightest. She looked at the blue sky and suddenly said, "Yi Zhou." A sparrow flew past. Yi Zhou was dumbfounded for a moment and subconsciously said, "Big and white. Sparrow. Isn't it brown?" Lin Shanhua looked sideways at Yi Zhou, her eyes all bewildered. Yi Zhou's breath stuttered and he withdrew his gaze without moving. "Is that so? It's probably a mutated breed then." Lin Shanhua narrowed her eyes and lowered her head again. In the next instant, a slight wrinkle of the agaric nose. "Sasu. Obviously looking at my boobs." Chapter 47, Youth Never Ends. Teenagers are always in their prime. Hearing Lin Shanhua's heartfelt words, Yi Zhou's old face reddened, and he was the first to speak out in rebuttal. "Smear. That's pure and simple. I swear, I was definitely not looking at your boobs." Lin Shanhua's expression became more intriguing. She wrapped her arms around herself, looked at Yi Zhou with a smile, pursed her lips and said, "I didn't say you were looking at my breasts. Grip it." Yi Zhou was horrified and shocked. A hand covered his face, embarrassed to the point that he used his toes to pick out a set of 3 rooms and 2 rooms on the spot, and hated that he could not find a crack in the ground on the spot. Yes, it's true that Lin Shanhua didn't say anything, because it was her heart. The moment Yi Zhou opened his mouth, it was the equivalent of a no-holds-barred confession. Looking at Yi Zhou's embarrassed appearance, the corner of Lin Shanhua's mouth gently rose and she pursed her lips and said, "Yi Chao. I'm just a flat A and tricked you out of your big moves." "Ah yes, yes, yes." Ye Zhou turned his head away, no longer daring to peek at the big, white sparrow. At this moment, a smile like the warm spring sun blossomed on Lin Shanhua's ever-cool face. She just sat against the tree and quietly watched Yi Zhou. There was a hint of teasing in the smile and an imperceptible warmth, as if the icebergs were melting and spring water was gurgling. Such a scene was caught in the eyes of Xiong Kai and by Xianming, who were sitting not far away. Right Protector by Xianming was filled with envy and said in a sour tone, "Brother Xiong, Chao is so dashing. Even if you're neighbors and deskmates with Lin's schoolgirl, now it looks like the two are getting better and better. Alas, it's hard for one like me to strike up a conversation with a girl, let alone a school beauty level." Xiong Kai frowned and corrected by Xianming, "Only good-looking people are called dashing, and ugly people are called frost goblins." "Well, I plan on being the warm guy when I go to college, even if it's the central air conditioner, and I'm sure I'll be able to strike up a conversation with a girl." Xiong Kai deflated. "Don't be silly. Only good-looking people are called warmongers, and ugly ones are called blazing kobolds." Bai Xianming's expression was a bit ugly as he swallowed hard for several mouthfuls of saliva and remained silent for a while before he silently said, "Well, I'd better be a good foodie then. Good girl. The ugly ones are called overeating kobolds." "Brother Xiong, I'm ugly is really ugly a bit, but at least I'm 5 feet 8 inches tall. Boys are tall as a plus okay." Xiong Kai looked sideways to scrutinize Bai Xianming and nodded heavily, followed by, "That being said, those like you who are taller than 5 feet 8 inches have already left the goblin race to join the troll race." Only the world of Baek Hyunmyeong's sadness reached. It was finally the senior class, 5, turn to have their graduation photos taken. The boys let their best buddies make the final adjustments to their ties, while the girls each looked into the small mirrors they carried and cut their broken hair on their foreheads. The big guys stand in front. The little guys go stand on top of the platform. Hey yes, yes, yes. The teachers are sitting in the C-seat right in the middle. Everyone as close as possible. The photographer stood at the front of the platform, directing the senior class, 5, to take their positions in the hot sun. Although a little parched by the sun, everyone cooperated by adjusting their positions according to the photographer's instructions. Since they stood according to their height, the first row was almost entirely filled with boys like Yi Zhou, who was close to 1 meter 8.5 tall. In the second row, although most of them were boys, it might as well be Lin Shanhua and a few other girls around 1 meter 7 standing among them. TSK, ah Chow. If you were a little bit lower, you could stand in the second row and stand together with schoolgirl Lin to take a picture. This is a graduation photo. You two stand together. Will not be rubbing together to pull up the photo style? You're the one who talks too much. Yi Zhou rolled his eyes. Subconsciously, he turned back to look at Lin Shanhua, who was standing diagonally behind him. Coincidentally, Lin Shanhua happened to be looking at him as well. Ooh, why can't I be taller? I want to stand with Yi Zhou and take a picture together. This is the only chance to take a picture with Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou's heart fluttered as he touched the cell phone in his pocket, his eyes thoughtful. It didn't take long for everyone's stations to be adjusted under the direction of the photographer. Teachers sat in the center of the C-suite with smiles of relief on their faces, while the students all had smiles on their faces that were uniquely youthful. The sunlight poured down on each of them as if it had draped them in a golden glow. The photographer was constantly adjusting his angle, looking for the best shot. Okay, Everyone keeps smiling and don't move. When I yell 123 later, everyone yells eggplant together. The photographer's voice echoed through the air. Youth never ends. And teenagers are always in their prime. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Eggplant. Ka-chow. A white light flashed as the camera shutter was pressed. On this hot summer day, the youth of all the students in the senior class, 5, framed with the blazing sun, brilliant and dazzling. In the photo, the young woman's face was softly directed toward the lower right position, her eyes deep in love. Interestingly, the teenager also happened to look sideways to his upper left. The two of them looked at each other like gorgeous fireworks falling down the Milky Way being frozen in time. It's an out-of-print summer limited edition. After the class group photo was taken, the crowd descended from the platform and grabbed their places to make room for the class behind them. That's when everyone started taking individual pictures with people they were close to. Lu Ting, who had been Lin Shanyue's deskmate for almost a year, came to Lin Shanyue's side with her cell phone. She pursed her lips and asked in a small whisper, Asa, Asaj, can I take a picture with you alone? Seeing Lin Shanyue a little surprised, Lu Ting reddened her face and hurriedly explained. Ma, graduating soon, and you sat at the same table for almost a year. I want to take a picture to remember. Good. Lu Ting looked excited when she was promised. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and huddled with Lin Shanyue to take a picture. This scene happened to be seen by Yi Zhou and was equally surprised. I didn't expect that Lu Ting, a small, inarticulate girl on weekdays, was instead the only one who dared to take the initiative to come to Lin Shanyue for a photo shoot. Lin Shanyue's beautiful eyes narrowed lightly as she finished taking the pictures. I also want to take a separate photo with Yi Zhou, so I can use it as my cell phone wallpaper. But it would seem contrived to use the neighbors and tablemates as an excuse again this time, wouldn't it? After standing in place and contemplating for a while, Lin Shanyue looked like she had made some sort of determination. She took out her cell phone from her pocket and took the initiative to walk towards the class. Zhangjiang Wanqing, squad leader, I want to take a picture with you. Jiang Wanqing was very dismayed. It's not, is it? Usually Lin Shanyue, a high-cool white beauty, wouldn't even say a few words in class, and she actually took the initiative to look for herself to take pictures? Seeing that Jiang Wanqing didn't say anything for half a day, Lin Shanyue bit her lips. No. Of course you can. I'm just a little surprised. Jiang Wanqing shook her head repeatedly, then was quite excited to take pictures with Lin Shanyue. After taking the pictures, Lin Shanyue said thank you and then walked towards the others again. For a moment, the entire senior class, 5, was stunned. What the hell? Lin Shanyue actually took the initiative to seek them out for a photo shoot. Hey. Chapter 48 Good Neighbor Photos. On graduation day, the whole class was embraced for the sake of embracing one person. Yi Zhou watched Lin Shanyue take pictures with each girl in her class one by one, and this phrase that was very popular on the internet immediately came to his mind. The other boys in the class had a look of eagerness on their faces when they saw Lin Shanyue finish taking pictures with all the girls in the class, even though they knew it was impossible for them and Lin Shanyue. Who wouldn't want to leave a picture with schoolgirl Lin? When you go to college, pull it out and blow awesome on your roommate. Look, this is our high school sweetheart. She had a crush on me at the time and I begrudgingly took a picture with her. Low key. When you go out, you give yourself an identity. Not to mention the story behind a photo. How you make it up all depends on how imaginative you are. After taking pictures with all the girls, Lin Shanyue clutched her phone and looked at the other boys, her eyes finally revealing a hint of difficulty. Help! Really don't want to take pictures with them, aha. It's so weird. This is for a photo with Yi Zhou and it's already halfway through the plan. Lin Shanyue, go for it. Then let's choose Baek Hyun-myung first. He's part of the chalky party. Lin Shanyue's heartfelt voice cuckoo drifted towards Yi Zhou's ears. Immediately after that, Lin Shanyue took a step towards Right Protector Bai Xianming. Originally, Bai Xianming was still immersed in the grief of Xiong Kai calling him a kobold plus a troll, and when he saw that Lin Shanyue actually took the lead and walked towards him, his eyes instantly filled with light. There's a scene. Lin Shanyue and I have a scene. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Yi Zhou suddenly appeared to stop in front of Lin Shanyue. Schoolgirl Lin, why don't we go take a group photo with our old class? We're at least the first and second in our class, and for a school bully like us, it seems too ignorant not to take a picture with our old class. Lin Shanyue was dumbfounded. Then immediately her eyes lit up. Tablemate, you're right. Bai Xianming watched as Yi Zhou intercepted Lin Shanyue, and his entire body was dumbfounded. There's a show? Oh, there is indeed a play. There is a play for me at the circus tonight. Yi Zhou brought Lin Shanyue to find the old class that had just finished taking a group photo with Xiong Kai and coughed lightly. Old Ben, the two of us would like to take a picture with you. Ah, well, come on. I was thinking that neither of you should like to be photographed with that kind of personality. Wang Yang froze and was suddenly filled with smiles. Yi Zhou stood in the middle of the two and raised his cell phone. It's about to be filmed. Say cheese together. Ka chow. Ka chow. 2 shots in a row, neither of which came out very well. Wang Yang, who teaches math, pursued perfection the most, and looking at the photo he frowned and said, Yi Zhou, you can't do this photo taking technique. Ye Zhou was very surprised and deleted 2 bad photos. Then chagrined. Really? Then you take the picture. Teacher, I heard that your usual hobby is to capture landscape photos with your camera. You must be much more professional than me. That's right. Hearing Yi Zhou praise him like this, the corners of Wang Yang's mouth instantly rose. He waved at and said to both Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue, Come, you two come closer. Watch me show you my hand. Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes and smiled, turning his head to Lin Shangyue. Schoolgirl Lin, let's watch old Ben show his hand. Ah, good. Just like this. Lin Shangyue stood with Yi Zhou in a daze, and Wang Yang stood in front of the two of them with his cell phone raised and started taking pictures. Here, you two smile. Ka chow. Soon, a photo of just Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue appeared. Wang Yang walked up to them with a smile on his cell phone. Here, the teacher took a good shot, didn't he? Not bad for you. Wang Yang angled his chin, a little floated by the compliment, and once again raised his cell phone triumphantly. That's for sure. Come on, this time I'll take my cell phone and take a picture of the 3 of us, teacher and student. No teacher, we both have things to do. Without waiting for Wang Yang to react, Yi Zhou took the cell phone from his hand and directly put it into his pocket and turned around. The 2 of them came and went quickly, and only Wang Yang was full of blank faces and clear eyes. This isn't right? I remember the 2 of them saying earlier that they wanted to take a group photo with me. Why do I feel like I'm becoming their photographer? On this afternoon of graduation pictures, there were groups of 3 or 2 students taking pictures on almost every corner of the campus, even though they violated the school rules that do not allow cell phone use within the confines of the campus building. The teachers and school leaders just ignored them, because they all knew that this was the students trying to document their entire high school memories. Of course, no one dares to pull their cell phones out anymore during evening study sessions. The head of grade loves to catch such pricks who take advantage of the end of a school event and blatantly pull their cell phones out to play. Strange, haven't you returned from your vacation until now? In the evening self-study, Yi Zhou looked at the empty seat beside him and couldn't help but murmur. Ever since she sent the photo of the 2 of them together to Lin Shangyue in the afternoon, she took the first opportunity to leave school. At this point, some photo developing store in Bayan. Lin Shanyue's expression was cold as she transmitted the photo to the clerk. Take these 3 photos and have 100 copies of each developed. Just these 3? Aha. The clerk was a bit frazzled, but rinsed as requested. On the side, Lin Yan was very curious. In the afternoon Miss called him urgently and asked him to pick her up from school quickly. Lin Yan thought something big had happened. Without saying a word with 2 bodyguards a foot of gas to kill the entrance to a middle school. As it turned out, when I met the lady, she just said she wanted to go to the best photo developing store in Northam. What kind of pictures are you washing, miss? Lin Shangyue angled her chin. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but raise, her eyes watery. Good neighbor photo? Good neighbor photo? Lin Yan and the 2 bodyguards behind him were a bit confused, and the 3 of them boldly moved towards the machine that developed the photos. It just so happened that a developed photo spit out of the machine. Hiss. The 2 bodyguards took a deep breath, then looked at each other and realized that earthquakes were in each other's pupils. It's over. The lady actually took a picture alone with a boy. If this were to be known to the Lord, would the Lord not kill the boy in the picture? The only one who saw it was Lin Yan, who instantly revealed an ant's smile. Good knock. Good knock. The old man is fit and healthy, and this is all guilty of hyperglycemia. Miss and young Master Yi, it's sweeter than bamboo horse school bully keeps teasing me. Chapter 49, Xiao Yezhou's mouth is so tough. June 5th, 5 p.m. The classroom fan clang fan, and the window outside the willow tree on the cicadas chirping mixed, as if in the performance of the college entrance examination before the unique pre-war music. 10 minutes until the end of class. After writing the last word on the blackboard, the old class on the podium gently put down the chalk and turned to look at the students on the stage. Well, that's the end of the last class of high school. When you go home from school later, you are considered to be saying goodbye to your high school careers. And after coming in tomorrow to confirm your entrance exams, the day after that will be the final battle of the high school exam. It's the same as playing a game. Starting from zero and breaking through, accumulating equipment plus skill points step by step. The day after tomorrow is the time to take on the big boss. Old Ben spoke with a smile on his face to the crowd on stage, all of whom sat up straight, their eyes filled with dismay. Yi Zhou glanced at his tablemate Lin Shangyue and realized that a hint of sadness also showed in her eyes. After a pause, old Ben's eyes reddened a bit as he continued to lament. As of today, you are no longer the worst class of students I've ever spoken of, but you actually know very well that your teachers want you to be better adults. I'm not very talented and I'm already stretched to the limit even though I'm pouring my heart out. So may we all have a bright future and a great deal of success. All in all, having the honor of knowing you all is my Wang Yang's third life's fortune, and I thank you all for your 3 years of companionship. With that, the old class walked to the center of the podium and bowed deeply toward the stage. The stage was first silent, as if time had frozen at this moment, but just for a moment. I don't know who applauded first, followed by thunderous applause in the classroom. Right Protector by Xianming Niso got up and choked. Old Wang, you are the best teacher in our hearts. We will never forget you. With him taking the lead, there was a steady stream of people speaking with choked voices. Old class, we'll definitely work hard in the college entrance exams, and we'll definitely not disgrace the senior class, 5, and we'll never disgrace you. Mr. Wang, thank you for your 3 years of teaching. Everyone said something and almost all the girls cried. Most of the good-looking boys turned their heads sideways and quietly wiped tears from their eyes. Old Ben straightened up and looked at the group with a smile and a glint of tears in his eyes. Students, the college entrance examination is not the end, but a new starting point, no matter where you go in the future. Remember the days when you used to struggle together and remember our warm family. Old Ben's voice was a little shaky, but full of strength. Then he lifted his glasses and wiped his eyes, his voice hoarse. Okay, there's still a few minutes left of class, so you guys can look at your books again and I'll look at you. The atmosphere in the classroom was both warm and sad. Everyone knew that this might be the last time they would be together in this way. The crowd silently cleared the table, tears glistening in their eyes. At this time, Lin Shangyue handed Yi Zhou a tissue and faintly said, "Rub?" Yi Zhou stubbornly said, "I didn't cry." "Then raise your head and talk to me." "Humph, Sayaza's mouth is so hard. Her little pearls are dripping on the ground." Ye Zhou turned his head away, his nose sore. He was dead set on not raising his head for fear of letting Lin Shangyue see that his eyes were also red. Jingle bells. Soon the bell for the last class came as promised. With their backpacks on their backs and books clutched in their hands, the crowd reluctantly looked once again at their classmates, whom they had spent 3 whole years with, before leaving in silence. "Let's say goodbye in the summer when we meet in the summer. Will you remember tomorrow? What you wrote in your diary yesterday? Will you remember tomorrow that you used to cry? It was only by looking through the photos that I remembered you at the same table. Who married the sentimental you? Who reads your diary?" On the campus radio, the song "At Your Table" came on. Countless people walked and stopped, constantly looking back at the school building, their eyes somewhat blank, because she had to move the books back. Lin Shangyue suggested last night that Yi Zhou not ride his bike today and ride home with her. Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue couldn't help but pause in their footsteps when they heard the song playing as they walked towards the school entrance. Suddenly, Lin Shangyue said with a sideways glance, "Yi Zhou, the two of us are next to each other in the college entrance exam. Haha yeah, it's kinda coincidental. I didn't think we'd still be neighbors in high school." Yi Zhou scratched the back of his head and laughed nervously. At that time, when he and Lin Shangyue got their passes and realized that the 2 exam rooms were next to each other, don't mention how surprised they were. It's like fate. Ah chow, let's go to a barbecue together at night, and call on that Mumbai kid to join us. Eating barbecue on the eve of the college entrance exam. There's something indescribably exciting about it. Xiong Kai appeared out of nowhere and gave Yi Zhou an arm around him. Glancing at Lin Shangyue beside him, he added, "Schoolgirl Lin, do you want to come along too?" "Go, of course. Big black egg. You're a good man." Lin Shanyue's eyes were bright, obviously very moved. As a result, Yi Zhou was shaking his head and rejected Xiong Kai. "Forget it. It's going to be the college entrance exam. It's best to consolidate the knowledge. Moreover, isn't the college entrance exam the day after tomorrow? How come today is the eve of the college entrance exam?" Hey, that's not tomorrow night. There's no way my mom will let me out." Xiong Kai hemmed and hawed, not dying in the face of Yi Zhou's refusal. Let's go. I'm the organizer today, so it must be my treat. You guys are responsible for the food. Can't really go." Seeing Yi Zhou refused again, Xiong Kai took a deep breath, took out $50 from his pocket, and directly opened big. "As long as you are willing to go, righteous son, I am willing to offer my loyalty to righteous father." Yi Zhou's face changed and his tone was serious. "Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few stinking dollars? Oh, let me tell you, of course there's no problem." Yi Zhou very doggedly accepted the money and turned to look at Lin Shangyue beside him with a smile. "Schoolgirl Lin, let's go. Someone's treating us." The corner of Xiong Kai's mouth twitched. "Damn, What a dog! Kumkai first patted his book bag behind him, then addressed the two. Then we'll meet at the second factory night market later. I'll go back and put down my book bag first. It's too heavy. When Kai left, Yejo beautifully put $50 into his pocket. Hurry up and go, schoolgirl Lin. Don't make Uncle Lee wait. Well, Yejo, will you do whatever Kai tells you to do as long as you can get money for nothing? Definitely. Who wouldn't like a white whore? Not to mention Kai. It's the same for anyone. Yejo smiled and raised an eyebrow. Who'd with money? However, when Lin Shanyue heard his answer, her eyes narrowed and she stared at Yejo for several seconds. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth rose gently, and her eyes glittered with a leap of faith. Yeah, chow. I have a few stinking dollars too. Chapter 50, is this something I can look at? After Yejo and Lin Shanyue put all the things that should be put away, Uncle Lee drove them to the second factory night market. The second factory night market is very close to Kai's house, and the two of them had just gotten off the bus when they saw Kai waving at them with his arm around Mubai. This way, this way. Yejo introduced Lin Shanyue. This is Mubai, my good buddy with Kai. Mubai, this is Lin Shanyue, my neighbor. The four of them met, and Mubai's eyes were filled with amazement at the first sight of Lin Shanyue. Even though Kai had already told him before he came that Chao's tablemates were coming together for dinner, Mubai subconsciously felt that it might just be ordinary classmates. When Mubai saw Lin Shanyue, his whole body looked dumbfounded. A girl? Or such a good-looking girl? Mubai froze, and was the first to speak after responding. Aha! Hello, sister-in-law. Yejo's expression instantly froze. Kai was also outright dumbfounded. Mubai, this kid so want to progress? So good at screaming? Yejo was anxious. Hurriedly reached out and slapped the back of Mubai's head. Your kid don't call blindly. Her name is Lin Shanyue. Have said is my neighbor. At most there is a table identity. What sister-in-law? Oh, brother, I get it. After saying that, he immediately apologized to Lin Shanyue. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. It's because my mouth was in a hurry. Plants. But shut up. Yejo covered Mubai's mouth as he pulled Kai and Mubai hurriedly towards the night market stalls. Looking at the trio's backs, Lin Shanyue pursed her lips and smiled as the breeze blew by, her skirt rippling with it. It's beautiful in the hazy nighttime light. There's a new addition to the chalky party. The four of them found a barbecue stand and settled down, and Kai handed over the menu. Ah, chow, shall buy, and schoolgirl Lin, the three of you order whatever you want. Yejo waved his hand. I'll eat whatever I want. Let them both order. Mubai waved his hand. Me too. Let's sister-in-law order. Lin Shanyue nodded. I'll order. Seeing this scene, Kai was happy and secretly gave Mubai a thumbs up under the table. And Yejo watched Lin Shanyue order a lot of kebabs, and then with a clear and cold expression handed the ordered menu back to the waiter and resumed sitting upright. His heart suddenly tightened a little, and he felt a breathless, choking sensation. Soon the kebabs were served by the waiter. During the meal, Kai, a chatterbox, chatted with Yejo and Mubai one sentence after another. The three of them got so high on conversation that they barely bothered to eat. No one paid any attention to Lin Shanyue, who was sitting beside Yejo, taking small bites to show off her skewers. The faster the speed dazzled, the more pleasurable the little eyes became. By the time the three of them reacted to the fact that if they didn't eat, the kebabs would get cold, they looked down and realized that there was not much left of the kebabs. Kai stared, his eyes very incredulous. Not. Where are the strings? Where did all the strings go? Lin Shanyue froze, quietly putting down the skewer she had just picked up and wiping the corners of her mouth with a tissue. Mubai bristled. Chow, you don't talk about martial arts. You steal food like crazy while you're talking. That's right. You're too much of a dog, aren't you? Chow. At those words, Yejo was horrified. No, I didn't eat it. Lin Shanyue fell silent and turned her head to look at Yejo with a displeased expression. Yejo, why don't you admit that you ate so many skewers? Yejo was confused, and was about to argue, when he realized that the iron skewers for skewering meat were all neatly placed in front of him. Who the put iron sticks all over my plate? You admit this is your plate? Lin Shanyue frowned slightly. Since you're so hungry, then order some more. Yejo was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that he had just had a heated conversation with Kai and Mubai. While I did eat a few skewers along the way, I definitely didn't eat that many. So where the hell did you get so many iron sticks on your own plate? Thinking about it, Yejo violently turned his head to look at Lin Shanyue. The latter, on the other hand, had his eyes drifting off to look into the distance, as innocent as he wanted to be. Since they had to visit the examination center tomorrow, as well as conduct the English listening test before the college entrance exam, the four of them were planning to go back at 9 in the evening. Not long after, A black Maybach S680 parked on the street side of the night market of the second factory, and immediately attracted a group of people's attention. Under the eyes of everyone, Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue both sat up and left under the envious and jealous eyes of the crowd. Mubai's eyes glowed, and he said to Xiong Kai in the middle of the day, "Brother, Chow when he was in junior high school confessed to the class president was rejected, then said the cement-sealed heart not to fall in love? How is this?" Xiong Kai sneered. "In love? That dog be said, they are clean and good neighbors. Where is the love affair? If it's not a relationship, then why didn't Lin Shangyue retort when I called her sister-in-law just now?" Kai froze hard. Hold the grass. It seems like that's really what's going on. At first, he thought that Lin Shangyue ignored Mu by calling her sister-in-law because her character was already so cold that she was just too lazy to pay attention to it. But if you think about it carefully, just now during dinner Mu Bai called sister-in-law more than once. Lin Shangyue did not refute. So, White, you blind student, you seem to have found Hua Point. That's finished. Will Chow still go part-time with me in the future? Sister-in-law's family has a Maybach. Hey, Chow doesn't have to work hard anymore. Xiong Kai cupped his chin for a long time in silence, and finally murmured, "I would have thought he would have tried harder." Why? Because if he doesn't work harder, if he doesn't work a little harder, he'll have to go back to being a flunky. Grass. What an eyeful. Back home, Yi Zhou took a shower and planned to read a book for a while to review. It's only the last day left until the college entrance exam. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something very important. He opened his cell phone and pulled up the security footage from the camera he had installed in the hallway a long time ago, and rummaged through it to find the day a month ago when Zhao Lan had spilled her guts at the door. Yi Zhou intercepted all the videos after Zhao Lan's appearance and sent them to Lawyer Wan. After doing this, Ye Zhou was just about to pull out a book to review, when QQ suddenly received a new message. "Yi Chao, can you fix the plumbing? The plumbing in my bathroom seems to be broken." "Bad plumbing?" Yi Zhou froze, replied "I'll be right there," and then went to knock on Lin Shanyue's door with his toolbox. In the 3 years that he lived by himself in high school, in order to save money, Ye Zhou repaired light bulbs, windows, plumbing, and home appliances, so it can be said that he has gathered all kinds of repair skills into one. Ding dong! Ye Zhou rang the doorbell. The doorbell ended up ringing just once and the door quickly opened. "How the plumbing?" Hiss! Ye Zhou just glanced towards the door and his eyes almost flashed blind. "Is this something I can watch?" Chapter 51, My Eyes Are the Ruler. Life is like a box of sandwich chocolates. You never know what the next piece will taste like. For example, Lin Shanyue's door had just opened, and a pair of bright white legs appeared directly in front of Yi Zhou's eyes. Looking along these legs, only to see that Lin Shanyue was only wrapped in a pure white bath towel. Her porcelain-like delicate skin exuded luster under the light, and her wet hair was casually pasted on the side of her cheek, adding a few points of lazy beauty. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water, with a hint of shyness mixed in. The delicate collarbone was almost able to hold a small glass of water, and the beautifully shaped shoulders were round but not bony. The bath towel in front of her chest was slightly bulging, and her slightly flushed cheeks were as delicate as the first bloom of a peach blossom. Yi Zhou's eyes widened, and for a moment, he didn't know where to put his gaze. The old face couldn't help but blush and stutter. Sorry, I didn't know you. You like that." Lin Shanyue's face was also a bright red as she tightly grasped the bath towel, her tone a little flustered. "It's okay. I was taking a shower when the pipe suddenly cracked and spewed water and there was no hot water." Hearing Lin Shanyue's explanation, Yi Zhou looked up in surprise. It was then that he noticed that Lin Shanyue's wet hair and arms did have unwashed foam on them. "I guess there's no way to wash down because there's no hot water. So, I try to fix it." "Aha." Lin Xianyue lightly bit her lips and nodded her head repeatedly. Yi Zhou didn't have the heart to continue delaying at the door, grabbed the tools he brought from home and asked Lin Shanyue to take him to the bathroom. Following behind Lin Shanyue, Yi Zhou lowered his head, afraid of seeing something else. As a result, once he looked down, Lin Shanyue's round and perky ass was wrapped in a bath towel, making it look particularly enticing. Yi Zhou had a feeling of excitement that was about to choke him. When I first entered the bathroom, it was filled with a mist of water and a strong scent of shower gel. When he thought that Lin Shanyue was bathing here just now, Yi Zhou's belly was hot and he couldn't help but think about it. But the sound of Lin Shanyue's clattering footsteps behind him pulled him out of his rambling thoughts. Yi Zhou walked to the place where the water was spraying and realized that it was the water pipe connected to the shower that was leaking, frantically bearing water towards. It's all over the walls. As the water pipes bared water all around, Ye Zhou only just approached and his clothes were immediately wet. "It's okay, not a big problem. It's an aging pipe that's causing water to spray from a small crack. You'll have to replace this section of water pipe to fix it completely, but it's pretty late and it's a bit of a hassle to go buy new plumbing, so I'll patch you up with plumbing tape first, and tomorrow you can have Uncle Lee bring someone to fix it." After squatting on the ground to check the water pipe, Yi Zhou wiped the water on his face and turned his head to Lin Shangyue. Okay, then, please. Yi Chao is so good. He can fix windows and plumbing too. Who wouldn't like such an all-around boy? Ye Zhou held down the water pipe with one hand and started pulling the water pipe tape to start winding it with the other. Since he couldn't spare his hands, he could only ask Lin Shangyue to help. Help me pull off the tape. Oh, Lin Shangyue obediently began to pull the tape. Halfway through the tug, Yi Zhou hurriedly shouted to stop. Enough is enough. 30 centimeters is enough. After 5 minutes, the hose finally stopped spraying. The water on the floor clattered toward the spout on the floor. After taking care of that, Yi Zhou got up and exchanged a glance with Lin Shangyue, who had the feeling that he was going to spurt nosebleed. Lin Shangyue also realized that she was wearing a bit less, slightly lowering her head, her 2 bare toes rubbing against the ground endlessly. The atmosphere became ambiguous at once. This time, it was Lin Shangyue who took the lead in breaking the awkwardness. That, Yi Zhou, how could you tell at a glance that those bandages I just pulled were enough for 30 centimeters? Oh, that, my eyes are the ruler. Understanding that Lin Shangyue was already somewhat intentionally looking for something to say, so Yi Zhou scratched the back of his head and subconsciously replied. Oh, Lin Shangyue nodded slightly. Her voice is tiny as a mosquito fly. The eye is the ruler. She looked down at her breasts, not moving to pull the towel higher on her chest. Noticing Lin Shangyue's small movements, Yi Zhou touched his nose, embarrassed to the point that his head hurriedly don't go over. I'll leave you to rewash it then. There's still lather left in your hair. Good. After saying that, Yi Zhou hurriedly walked towards the door with hurried footsteps, taking the door with him in passing. After Yi Zhou left, Lin Shangyue leaned against the door with an unfading blush on her face. She pursed her lips, and a strange feeling flooded through her. Soon, the sound of the shower came from the bathroom again. Lin Shangyue came out of the shower, shaking those big fair white legs, and walked to the bedroom desk. Flipping open a light blue journal, he wrote a line in a beautiful script. Yi Chao is a coward, not daring to stay a second longer. Early the next morning, Yi Zhou slept until 10 o'clock in the morning before waking up. He sat up from the bed and scratched at his disheveled hair, his whole body drained and with very heavy dark circles under his eyes. To top it off, there were quite a few balls of paper scattered on the floor next to the bed. Achoo dash. Achoo dash. Looking at the paper ball on the ground, Yi Zhou sneezed twice in a row before falling into a moment of silence. TCH, I just got soaked fixing a pipe last night and I caught a cold in the middle of the night. After a senior year of high school, you're really not as fit as you were before. Yi Zhou sighed, then got up and went to brew himself a drink of banlangen. Last night I went to bed in the middle of the night and my nose wouldn't stop running and all the paper balls on the floor were from wiping my nose. Then his mind couldn't help but conjure up last night, when Lin Shangyue was only wrapped in a bath towel. Xiao Yezhou was instantly nonplussed. He shook his head off hurriedly, thinking that if he thought about it any longer, there would be more than just wiped noses on the floor later on in the day. After lunch, Xiong Kai came to find Yi Zhou to go with him to visit the examination room and take the English listening test. When Xiong Kai waited for Yi Zhou to change clothes, he saw that the trash can was full of paper balls, and his mouth directly became an O shape. Shake the grass. Did you kids get high last night? So many paper balls? Asterisk 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 off. Can't you see I've got a cold? Yi Zhou cursed without a good breath. Get changed and go to school with Kung Kai. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked into the school gates, and saw Chen Shi and Su Miaomia walking face to face across the distance. However, Yi Zhou only glanced at her faintly. Seeing this, Chen Shi's shell teeth bit her lower lip tightly. Ever since the graduation photos were taken, rumors of Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue's growing relationship were everywhere in the school. Several times, when Chen Shi was eating in the cafeteria at noon, he bumped into two people sitting face to face. This, coupled with Yi Zhou's behavior just now when he clearly saw her but only glanced at her, caused Chen Shi's heart to be incomparably tingling. There was no emotion in Yi Zhou's eyes, looking at her as if she was just looking at a stranger. No, even a stranger would still have a flash of amazement in his eyes when he saw her Chen Shi for the first time. Well, at least she's good looking, but Yi Zhou was the emotionless kind. Chen Shi's mouth pouted and said to Su Miaomia with some sadness, "Miao Miao, is it true that Yezhou doesn't like me anymore?" Chapter 52, I want a little cancer. The price of the shirt is £9.15 dash. The English listening test was playing inside the radio, still with that slurred, phlegmatic sound. After going to the examination center for signature confirmation, Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai planned to have lunch together and then go back to their respective homes. Halfway there, Xiong Kai looked like he suddenly thought of something as he flirted. By the way, Ah Chow, how come I didn't see the little neighbor who's clean with you today? How do I know? You really don't know or you don't know? Of course it's true. We're just neighbors, not living together. Yi Chao followed through with his tough talk. In fact, he had planned to come with Lin Shangyue today to visit the examination center, but not long after waking from his sleep, he heard the sound of movement in the hallway. Yi Zhou lay down in front of the cat's eyes to take a look and found that it was Uncle Li who came to look for Lin Shangyue, as if to say that the master had returned or something, and then hurriedly left. It didn't take long for Yi Zhou to receive a QQ message from Lin Shangyue. 10:25. Yi Chao, my father is back. He has to go back to the manor to eat at noon, so I can't go with you to see the examination room in the afternoon. 12:13. Yi Chao, the Michelin chef's cooking is not good at all, and the carcinogenic little barbecue is even better. We'll eat together after the entrance exam. Thinking back to the text message sent by Lin Shangyue, the corners of Yi Zhou's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. I don't know when, but Lin Shangyue began to use QQ to send him messages often. Looking at his nemesis with his mouth up to his ears, Xiong Kai pulled him back to reality. Hey, don't giggle. Chao, I haven't slept on my desk since I was promoted to the new left guardian after the last seat change. Besides, I realized that I'd become much more handsome. I think we can go to a nightclub to be male models after high school. Yi Zhou froze and looked at Xiong Kai with a strange expression. Who gave you the confidence? Everyone's giving me confidence. Didn't you notice how the turnaround became especially high when you walked with me today? They have a noticeably different look in their eyes. Ye Zhou pursed his lips. Well, let's just say, is there a possibility that the turnout is high because your pants are unzipped? Gee, it's still purple. You're such a... Kung Kai was dumbfounded for a few seconds and looked down. I'm drying him out. I'm so used to wearing my uniform at school that I finally wore my jeans today, and I forgot to pull them out after I went to the bathroom. The two of them scuffled around and then rode their bikes apart at the intersection. Ah, Chao, cheer up for the college entrance exam tomorrow. Cheer up. Tomorrow. Shine. June 7th, 2018. Bay and No. 1 Middle School 19th Examination Room. At the moment the official examination bell rang, Yi Zhou put up his pen and began to answer the questions. The only sound in the exam room was the rustling of pen tips on the test papers. There is also the occasional sound of turning over rolls. Many candidates encounter difficult problems. Sad face. Very few candidates with a bad mentality, and even because of a very small knowledge point, under the tension to think not to lead to tears on the spot. But Yi Zhou writes questions fast. As long as the question is not thought out within 2 minutes, he will choose to give up directly, so there is almost no pause. Jingle bells. This examination has ended. Please stop answering the questions. As the bell rang for the end of the last English exam, Yi Zhou, who had finished answering the paper 20 minutes earlier, let out a long breath. High school career, completely over. When the invigilator finished collecting the papers and answer cards, the crowd walked out of the examination room. It wasn't just the floor Yi Zhou was on, it was the entire school that had candidates on their floors that were cheering. Liberated. Finally. 3 years. 3 whole years. Do you know how I've gotten through those 3 years? Finally the college entrance exam is over. From today on, nothing but the Constitution can bind me. 10 rounds a day. As long as you don't pass out and never stop. There were countless revelers in the school, and naturally, there were many low sobs. The crowd was in tears as they reflected on how hard it was to get to this point over the past 3 years. Finally got over it. Through the cheering crowd, Yi Zhou saw Lin Shangyue walking out from the next examination room. She stood quietly in the center of the hallway, a light smile on her face. Yi Zhou waved his arm at Lin Shangyue and walked over to her. How was the test? Play normally. English exams are the easiest, and there's still 40 minutes left to write them. After scribbling the answer key, I wrote a lot of your name on the draft paper. He. Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes at Lin Shangyue, standing in the corridor of people. She still has the same cool expression. A kind of I'm a thief look. How can an inner bleep be so much like a sickly nymphomaniac when you obviously look like absolute zero? Yi Zhou, I'm hungry. Lin Shangyue suddenly spoke. Let's go for fried chicken then. Our house. Yuck. I mean there's a new fried chicken place near our neighborhood. Lin Shangyue narrowed her eyes and looked unhappy. But yesterday you promised to take me to a barbecue. Too much of that stuff causes cancer. So I'll take you for a change. Yeah, Chao. I want a little cancer. Looking at Lin Shangyue, who was full of high spirits, Yi Zhou wondered if he had heard wrong. Hello. It's not heartfelt this time. What you're saying doesn't match the high-flying persona anymore. Yi Zhou stared at Lin Shangyue for a long time, confirming that it was indeed not her heartfelt words just now, but words that were truly uttered, and his expression became wonderful. Okay, then let's go have a barbecue, but you're not allowed to sneak an iron bar onto my plate after you're done eating this time. Okay, humph, and throw it this time. Sure. Ori, how did the test go? After Su Miaomia waited for Chen Shi from the school entrance, she was the first to inquire about it. Play normally, LOL. Chen Shi answered. looking very depressed. Seeing this scene, Su Meow Meow frowned. That's quite good, but why do I feel that you're very unhappy? After I finished writing my paper just now, I just sat in my seat and fretted, recalling that Yi Zhou was quite good to me before, and his external conditions are also good. He is good at studying, tall, and small handsome, and there seems to be no one in my suitors whose hard conditions are better than his. So what you're saying is, after the college entrance exam, I want to try a relationship. Ye Zhou is quite good. I'm going to give him a chance. Su Meow Meow froze. Su Meow Meow was shocked. Su Myrtle agreed. Well sure. I've actually always thought Yi Zhou was quite good, although he's been treating you badly lately. You also said last time that he got close to Lin Shanyue to get your attention. Now that you've directly told him that you're willing to try dating him, he'll definitely leave Lin Shanyue behind and come looking for you on his ass. Well, it's time to show Lin Shanyue that she's just a tool person. Chen Shi nodded bashfully. Right at this moment, Su Meow Meow suddenly said excitedly, Sure look, is it Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue in front? It's still true. That's just right. Now let Lin Shanyue know that she's inferior to me. After saying that, Chen Shi straightened his broken hair and took a step towards Yi Zhou. Chapter 53, Self-Rating Warrior. Yi Chao. Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue had just walked to the entrance of the school when they ran head-on into the two extremes, Chen Shi and Su Meow Meow. For a moment, Yi Zhou's brows instantly furrowed. These two guys showed up and definitely didn't hold their farts. As expected, without waiting for Yi Zhou to react, Chen Shi glanced blandly at Lin Shanyue beside him, then raised his chin. How did you do on the test? Very good. That's good. That's a relief. By the way, I also did very well on the exam, and with my cultural and artistic scores, the volunteers I can apply for should be similar to yours. Chen Shi finished and confidently ruffled his hair. Why is this bad woman here again? I'm going to have a carcinogenic little BBQs with Yi Zhou now, and somehow, who should care if you did well on the test? Hearing Lin Shanyue's complaining heart, Yi Zhou was likewise a bit confused. The best of the best. Who cares about your grades? It's none of my business what you volunteer for. Yi Zhou's eyes were lowered, and he returned a salty "oh," then intended to bring Lin Shanyue to leave directly. Oh, Chen Shi froze. Her first reaction to this cold attitude of Yi Zhou. He's still on his end. After all, right now Lin Shanyue was next to him, and his true purpose was to attract her Chen Shi's attention. Chen Shi simply lowered his stance, intending to show his attitude directly. Yi Zhou, what I mean is that there's a good chance that the two of us will apply to the same school. Aha. I've been deliberating carefully for a while, and I think you've been pretty good to me these past 3 years in high school, so I'd like to give you a chance, and the two of us can try to date. Yi Zhou looked at Chen Shi in shock, and goosebumps instantly rose on his body. Lin Shanyue, who had a high and cold expression in front of her, finally showed a different expression on her face when she heard Chen Shi's words. The reaction of the two people satisfied Chen Shi. Playing straight ball in the middle of a relationship is the truth. She raised her head arrogantly and continued. I know that you've been treating me like this for a while now, and you've been walking around with Lin Shanyue for so long because you're trying to attract my attention. I admit, you succeeded and made me see myself clearly. Now you can ditch Lin Shanyue as a tool person. Let's have a normal relationship. I don't like the idea of you having other girls around. Ye Zhou was happy. Good lord, dare Chen Shi to think that during this period of time, he was getting so close to Lin Shanyue in order to piss her off. I would call you an ego-rating warrior. You're overthinking it. Me getting so close to Lin Shanyue has nothing to do with you. I'll clarify once more. I never liked you. Everyone is an adult. Less self-brainstorming in the future. Good boy. Chen Shi's eyes widened, and her pride was instantly stung to the core. He never liked me? No way. That's absolutely impossible. If Yi Zhou never liked me, then why was he so nice to me before? Yi Zhou, I have already taken the initiative to propose to go out with you. Why do you still have to be tough? I can clearly tell you that you don't need to crush on me in the future. You can express your liking openly and honestly. After a pause, Chen Shi continued. If you don't like me, why did you help me carry all that luggage downstairs to the girls' dormitory when senior year just started? Because my aunt wanted to butter up your family, so she told me to please you more at school, and it was all I could do for living expenses. Then why did you buy me candy for the senior field day when I had low blood sugar after running? Because my aunt wants to flatter your family. My sophomore year of high school I participated in my first dance competition. When I didn't do well and cried all afternoon, why did you have to skip night study to comfort me? Or because my aunt is trying to flatter your family. So when I skipped breakfast the first half of my senior year to lose weight, and you were the one who bought breakfast every day and talked me into eating it, was that because of your aunt too? Ye Zhou shook his head. Oh, it really isn't because of her. Chen Shi stomped her foot and her eyes instantly lit up. See, I told you that you like me. Ahem. The main thing is that at that time, your mom didn't know where to know about this matter. She privately found me, and slipped me $1,000, so that I could find a way to let you eat breakfast every day. I was not wanting to agree. Who let her give too much? So, I'm the tool man? Chenshur was about to explode with anger. Yizhou, wouldn't you have done this without your aunt? Nonsense. Am I the one who's sick in the head? If it wasn't for my living expenses, let's not even talk about me doing this. What do you think qualifies you? A scum. To hook up with a school bully like me? Yizhou looked at Chenshur with contempt. It's like Erlangshan's attitude towards his nephew. If you weren't my nephew, you'd have to call the sun-swallowing divine monarch when you see my dog. Because of the test for a whole day, plus not eating much at noon, Yizhou was starving early at this moment. In order to quickly go to eat with Lin Shangyue, he immediately wanted to pull Lin Shangyue on board to bypass Chenshur and Su Miaomiao. As a result, he was stopped by Chenshur, whose expression was already twisted to the point of shame and indignation. Unfolding his arms, Yizhou, I'll give you one last chance. Leave Lin Shangyue immediately and be with me. I can dance. I'm good looking, and my family is very good. Why do you have to pester Lin Qianyu? Why do you think Lin Shangyue isn't as good looking as you and isn't as well off as your family? Chenshur was choked. In his own haste, he directly forgot that Lin Shangyue was transported to and from school in $1 million limousine. His own family, on the other hand, was only moderately well off at best, and it really wasn't enough compared to the Lin family. Seeing that she had no advantage at all, Chenshur's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Even if that's the case, so what? Yizhou, you don't even have a mom and dad. What makes you think you're worthy of Lin Shangyue? You were able to get close to her. It just so happened that she became your neighbor. In your words, if she didn't happen to be your neighbor, what qualifications does someone like you have to get involved with Lin Shangyue? If I were you, I definitely wouldn't pester her. This time, without waiting for Yizhou to open his mouth, Lin Shangyue pursed her lips and said in a clear and cold manner, "This student, you have misunderstood." Yizhou, did you hear that? Lin Shangyue is saying that you've misunderstood. Look at yourself, okay? You're just neighbors. Chenshur excitedly interrupted Lin Shangyue and shouted up to Yizhou with a red face. As a result, her behavior made Lin Shanyue's expression unhappy. How does this bad woman like to interrupt? Lin Shanyue narrowed her eyes, and her voice rarely increased by a few points. This student, I haven't finished my words. I mean, you misunderstood. It's not Yizhou pestering me. To be precise, it's me pestering Yizhou. Well, I also moved next door to his house for Yezhou. Chapter 54, not only with but with billions of dollars. I was the one who pestered him. I moved in next door to him for Yi Chao. When Chenshur heard these two words, his mouth opened slightly and his head buzzed. Now she was completely dumbfounded. She had thought that Yizhou would find an excuse to dislike him, but she hadn't expected that Lin Qianyu would actually take the initiative to stand up for him. Lin Qianyu, the high and cold school flower who was called by the whole school as the one who doesn't eat earthly fire, would actually say such words that she was the one who took the initiative to pester the boys? Are you kidding me? Even if Yizhou had privately passed the gas with Lin Qianyu and let her be angry at herself, it would not be possible to do this, right? Did Yizhou and Lin Shanyue's relationship was not at all that of an ordinary classmate and neighbor? After a long time, Chenshur looked at Lin Shanyue with an extremely complicated expression. What's your relationship with Yizhou? Neighbors, tablemates. Lin Shanyue answered flatly. Then why did you take the initiative to approach Yizhou? Because he'll play forest fire and ice with me and we're game hitchhikers. Lin Shanyue had a faint smile on her face. It was at this moment that Uncle Li pulled up beside the four in his Maybach. Uncle Li got down from the car wearing white gloves and came in front of Yizhou and Lin Shanyue. Miss, young Master Yi, we should get going. When it's time to get off work later, the road might be jammed. Aha. Lin Shanyue nodded gently. Yizhou, I'm very hungry. Dry rice. Yizhou froze, and Lin Shanyue went straight to the car. He was crazy happy inside, originally thinking that his killing power was already enough to explode and kill Chenshur. He did not expect that Lin Shanyue would take the initiative to come forward and help him. There are masters. It's a murder and a heart attack. Sitting in the Lin family's Maybach in front of Chenshur and Su Miaomiao, the two very best of the best, Yizhou felt his waist, which had been bent for many years, branching out. Gee, the internet is honest. Sure enough, Maybach and low self-esteem can't go hand in hand. Buzz. After Lin Shanyue and Yezhou sat down, Uncle Li kicked the floorboards. The Maybach's engine let out a low rumble and the car drove straight out. At the entrance of the school, only Chenshur and Su Miaomiao were left. Chenshur was silent for a long time, and opened his mouth with some difficulty. Mytho, the forest ice fireman. What is it? It's like it's a little two-player computer game? I went to my cousin's house and saw him playing it. Su Miao Miao was also a bit dazed. If she understood correctly, just now Lin Shangyue and Yi Zhou played match? Can just a little two-player game make Lin Shangyue do this for Yi Zhou? Chen Shi was disappointed. Moreover, just now, Lin Shangyue had called her this student, and it seemed that the other party hadn't even remembered her name. How ironic is that? And Su Miao Miao, who was on the side, pursed her lips and thought for half a day, thinking that this was completely unreasonable. How could the Lin family's daughter, who was transported to and from school by a Maybach, be bought by a two-player minigame? Eventually, she came to a conclusion and spoke carefully. Sure. Is it possible? I'm just saying it's possible. That the game was actually just an excuse? Maybe Lin Shangyue is doing this because she likes Yi Zhou? She likes Ye Zhou? Are you kidding? Chen Shi looked at the direction where the Maybach disappeared and froze for a long time. The breeze blew through her, and the broken hair at the corner of her forehead was blown against her cheek, and there was nothing but endless shock and bemusement in her eyes. If that's true, then what's the point of having her? People Lin Shangyue not only by E, but also by billions. Who is she? Chen Shi? Approachable? Miss, young Master Yi. The timing of my appearance just now wasn't bad, was it? In the car, Uncle Li asked smilingly. Lin Shangyue just gave a soft and her eyes drifted out the window. Yi Chao just told a bad woman to be good, but he's never told me that yet. Sad QAQ. Yi Zhou coughed violently, hitching a ride on Uncle Li's words in order to be less embarrassed. Uncle Li, you're a driver with quite a lot of work, purposely finding the right time to bear the passers-by. Is this something you must learn as a driver? Young Master Yi is overpraised, but these are all things I learned inside the novel. Yi Zhou subconsciously said. What novel? The bamboo horse school bully keeps teasing me. Confessing Qingmei doesn't agree. What are you crying about when I'm chasing the schoolgirl? Urban super medical immortal. Extremely superior omnipotent soldier king. The master comes down from the mountain, specializing in fighting sons of Qiluk. And, Yi Zhou was dumbfounded. Good lord. All of them are webcams. Regretful flow and crooked-lipped dragon king again. Not bad for you Uncle Li. Soon, Uncle Li drove the car to the night market. Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue got out of the car and walked directly towards the night market, immediately attracting many people's surprised gazes. Bayan is a first-tier city after all, so luxury cars are not surprising to everyone anymore. However, most people generally believe that the places where rich people eat are basically the private rooms of various high-class restaurants. That's why it's very surprising to see a $1 million limousine like a Maybach S680 at a night market, plus a full-time chauffeur with white gloves. Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue chose their seats and settled down, then directly ordered 30 skewers of grilled meat, 30 skewers of grilled tendons, as well as grilled fish and 2 cold dishes. Okay, that's all for now. Yi Zhou returned the menu to the waiter. As a result, the waiter was just about to leave when Lin Shangyue narrowed her eyes and suddenly said, 2 more skewers of roasted cashews. Ye Zhou? Waiter! The waiter's pupils quaked, and when he reacted, he looked at Yi Zhou with a look of I get it before he said to Lin Shangyue, yes ma'am. The waiter left and Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes at Lin Shangyue. You want a roasted loin? I don't eat. You eat. Lin Shangyue pursed her lips and said silently, when surfing the internet, I saw people say that it's good for the body for boys to eat roasted cashews. I'm in good health. I won't eat it. You tell that waiter right now that the cashews are not wanted. Why? Lin Shanyue's eyes were a bit confused. Seeing the confused and innocent eyes of his little neighbor, Ye Zhou knew. This ninny definitely only surfed half the wave. Only knowing that eating cashews is good for your body, but not what part of a guy's body it's good for. However, he couldn't possibly tell Lin Shangyue directly. Could he? Ahem. Never you mind. Anyway, I'm not eating. You eat. Good boy. Yi Zhou raised his eyebrows, always feeling that something wasn't quite right. Was it because Lin Shangyue was getting more and more licentious now? After all, since a few days ago, the words she had only dared to beep in her mind were now bold enough to come right out and say them. The two men finished their meal with the empty iron sign thrown on the table. Yi Zhou obviously felt his waist was a little hot at the moment. That's when the godforsaken Uncle Li popped up again. Miss, just now the maid called. The evening meal you did not go back. The master has been a little unhappy. If you do not go back to live at night. Oh, got it. Lin Shanyue's expression changed and her tone was unpleasant. Seeing this situation, Yi Zhou said wisely, then I'll just go back by myself later. You and Uncle Li go back to the manor directly. It's okay, let's get you home first. No really, it's not far from home anyway. I'll just slip back. Lin Shanyue's chin lifted and she said with a smile, behave yourself and let's get you home first. Good boy. Good. Yi Zhou's pupils contracted violently. He finally realized why he felt something was wrong just now. Lin Shangyue, until now, still remembered that in front of the school, He gave censure said good boy this matter. That's not being good. It's clearly a yin and yang. Chapter 55 Prosecution of the Jiaolan family. In the end, Yi Zhou was driven back by Uncle Li. Before Lin Shangyue left, she rolled down the car window and laughed lightly. Yi Zhou, see you tomorrow. Good boy. Looking at the Maybach's taillights, Yi Zhou froze for a while before turning around and taking the elevator home. Counting, it had been more than a month since he had been neighbors with Lin Shangyue. From the beginning when the two were just normal classmates, they are now at the same table plus good neighbors. Studying, eating, and playing games together was the norm. Most importantly, at the time when he had just become a neighbor with Lin Shangyue, Yi Zhou could very often hear her heartfelt voice that contrasted with her high and cold persona. But as he became more familiar, although he could still hear her heart, Yi Zhou realized that the frequency of hearing her heart was significantly less than before. Phew, Ye Zhou opened the door and dove headfirst into the couch. Now that I've finished my senior year, I'm saying goodbye to my high school career for good. Not long ago, it was also completely torn up with Jiaolan, and the living expenses were sort of completely cut off. If you want to be independent now, you have to grab some money. And, of course, there's the most important thing of all. Ye Zhou narrowed his eyes, and then opened WeChat. Scrolled to find the person whose note was Wan Dong. Lawyer 1, I've finished the entrance exam, so according to what we agreed before, I can sue Jiaolan. It was almost a second reply from Wan Dong's side. No problem. That surveillance video you sent me last time will be the most favorable evidence. In addition, all the evidence you've kept over the years. I've pretty much organized it all this time. If you're free in the next few days, come by my office. I need to interview you about something specific. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Ending the conversation with Wan Dong, Yi Zhou laid down on the sofa and looked at the chat box a bit out of focus. Wan Dong is a lawyer at Rongbai Law Firm, a firm that is very well known in Bayan. Its founder is said to be called Baek Jiayun, a gold medal lawyer who came from Shanghai and has a 95% win rate. Normally, if you want to find a lawyer from Rongbai Law Firm to file a lawsuit, not only do you have to make an appointment, but you also need to spend a high fee, which Ye Zhou does not have at all. However, Yi Zhou and Wan Dong had an extraordinary process of getting to know each other. Ye Zhou's sophomore summer vacation. One day to do courier sorting workers. Is moving goods. He saw a small boy in the courier car next to the unloader. The boy didn't notice at the time, because he was unsteady in unloading the goods, causing the goods piled up several meters high to sway, and the boy just turned around, and the goods smashed straight down over his head. Fortunately, Yi Zhou saw it in advance and quickly pounced on the boy, who ended up just crushing his leg. And Wan Dong, the boy's father, to thank Yi Zhou, Wan Dong intends to give him a payment, but Yi Zhou does not accept it. This, Xia Ye, if it wasn't for you, my son's injury would definitely be more than just a leg. You don't want the money, can? At least let me treat you to a meal to show my appreciation, right? Dinner is fine. Later, when Ye Zhou had dinner with Wan Dong, he happened to learn that Wan Dong was a lawyer, so he asked directly whether he could sue Jiaolan to get back the pension that belonged to him. As in his case and Jiaolan's case, Wan Dong immediately gave a conclusion after a deeper understanding. Yes. It was also that time that Wan Dong decided to become Yi Zhou's lawyer for free to sue Jiaolan's family in order to repay Yi Zhou. Ye Zhou woke up early in the morning and grabbed the Rongbai Law Firm. The firm is located in an office building in the CBD of Bayan City Center. Ye Zhou just went in and was half shocked by the grandeur of the scene in front of him. Wan Dong brought Yi Zhou into his office and said very politely, Xia Ye, sit down. Sit down. What to drink? Coke or coffee? Don't go to all that trouble, Lawyer Wan. Let me make you a cup of coffee to drink then. It was given to me by a client and it tastes pretty good. Wan Dong smiled and used the coffee machine to get a cup of coffee for Yi Zhou and brought it over. He then sat down opposite Yi Zhou, pursed his lips, and took out all the organized information. Xia Ye, these are all the evidence information you sent me. I've organized all the parts that can be used in court. So take a look again and see if there's anything else that needs to be added. Yi Zhou nodded and took the information handed over by Wan Dong and flipped through it. The things that Zhao Lan's family had done to him since he was a child once again surfaced in front of Yi Zhou's eyes. Auntie, our teacher told us to buy exercise books, and if we don't have them, we have to borrow our classmates' exercise books for our daily homework and copy the problems down before doing them. Buy what? Where did you get so much money for you to buy? Just copy the questions. It's not like you can't do it, but you've bought them all for Chinma. He is my son. You are not my son. It's good enough for me to raise you. Don't be ungrateful, you little bastard. In third grade, Ye Zhou was the only one in the class who didn't have an exercise book. He borrowed his desk's exercise book and copied the questions for the whole year. That year, Yi Zhou has developed a hand that is better looking than any of his peers. Auntie, I fell when I was leaving school. I skinned my knee and bled a lot. I'm in so much pain. Can you take me to the hospital? One day at a time. Where did your eyes grow? You can fall even when you walk. Waste. Go get some water to wash it off. It's not a big deal. Your brother has a stomachache. I'll take him to the clinic. Hurry up and get out of the way. Auntie, I won't delay you in Shenmo. Can you give me some money? I can go to the hospital by myself. Do you want me to give you a big mouth? Did my money come from the wind? But you and my aunt took my mom and dad's pension. I just want a little to go and see about the injury. How much is a pension? Besides, don't you need money to live in my house? If you stay in a hotel outside, it's more than $100 a day. If I give you food and shelter, it's $300 a day. Do the math yourself. Your parents' pension is enough for how long you'll live here. 10 years old. Yi Zhou left an extremely ugly scar on his knee because he didn't go to the hospital in time to bandage his leg. That year, Ye Zhou never cried from pain again. Auntie, who's going to the parent-teacher conference next week? You or my aunt? I'm going to give Chun Mo a parent-teacher conference. Ask your aunt yourself. Auntie, can you help me with the parent-teacher conferences? Off. I've been working all day. Who has the time to give you a parent-teacher conference? But it's a parent-teacher conference. Auntie and uncle, aren't you going to help me with it? Parent-teacher conferences are for moms and dads. You don't have moms and dads, so what's the point of having a parent-teacher conference? If you want me to help you with the parent-teacher conferences, I'll work for $100 a day. If you give me $200, I'll go for you. Auntie, I don't have any money. My mom and dad's money, all of it is for you too. Get out of here with no money. At the parent-teacher conference the year I turned 13, the whole class had a parent come in to give their child a parent-teacher conference. Only Yi Zhou, who was sitting alone in his seat. That year, Ye Zhou gave himself a parent-teacher conference. Chapter 56, You must have a big chest to break, right? Yi Zhou was overwhelmed with emotion after reading the information Wan Dong had compiled. It wasn't that he had the mindset he had now. Not that he had any great self-control. All thanks to Zhou Lang and her family's childhood grind. Yi Zhou put the information down and told Wan Dangdao. Well, Counselor Wan, all of this information is fine. Can they all be used as evidence? Most of it is possible, but some things the evidence isn't that well developed, and at best it will be used in court as information for the judge to refer to. Still, some of the chats you've provided, and videos like the last one, are very visual. Yi Zhou gave a for such an answer. He had actually guessed it. Based on this, it is absolutely impossible to get the full pension back from Zhao Lan and the others, but it's enough to get most of it back. At that moment, Wan Dong's expression changed and he let out a long sigh. Your aunt and their family are really, alas. Yi Zhou smiled faintly and then asked, by the way, Lawyer Wan, have you ever filed a similar lawsuit? If I still want to cut ties with them in the end, will they have a way to drag me out on purpose? For example, a divorce kind of thing, where as long as one party doesn't sign the agreement, they can't get a divorce. Wan Dong shook his head. No, divorce and you are two completely different things. If you guys are going to cut ties with them, the most they can do is to morally condemn you. However, Xiao Yi, are you sure you want to do this? Although they've treated you badly, they're the only people you have blood relations with anymore. I'm sure. Lawyer Wan, you said yourself that they can only condemn me morally. But what if I don't have morals? Ye Zhou narrowed his eyes and smiled. For Zhao Lan's family, he had long since lost any regrets. So put down your personal qualities, enjoy a life of lack of virtue, refuse to be mentally consumed, and go straight to madness if something goes wrong. No morals? Wan Dong froze, then laughed out as well. Then this is very simple. Congratulations little Yi, you will enjoy the pleasure that comes from a life of lack of virtue. Yi Zhou and Wan Dong chatted for a while until Wan Dong answered a call. Then he got up to say goodbye. Xiao Yi, tomorrow at the latest, I will draw up a lawyer's letter and hand it to your aunt. No, Zhao Lan and the others. Perhaps, when they see the lawyer's letter they will have a conscience and voluntarily return the pension. Don't worry Lawyer Wan, they definitely won't. Yi Zhou smiled and turned to leave. Zhao Lan's family would never let him down in this regard. A vampire like Zhou Lang will never have a clear conscience. They won't know it's wrong. They'll just know they're dying. Lin Family Manor, main villa, living room. Uncle Li stood in front of Lin Shangyue. He looked at the Samoyed and ragdoll cat lying on the sofa, his face full of difficulties. Miss, if you take Cream and Oscar to Maple Leaf Court, his lordship will surely inquire when he finds out. I don't care. Lin Shangyue wrapped her arms around herself and was stubborn. Uncle Li was in a difficult situation for half a day and finally let out a long sigh. If you have to bring them there, then they have to be just like you. And every time you go back to the manor, you have to bring them back with you as well. Can Seeing Uncle Lee's promise, Lin Shanhui's face finally revealed a light smile. Uncle Lee, you're the best. Alas, miss, you'd better be more careful. If the master knows about young Master Ye's existence, he will definitely be furious and never let you live in Maple Leaf Court again. Uncle Lee laughed bitterly twice. In fact, the servants and bodyguards in the entire manor were all people arranged by Lin Shanhui's father. Only he, Li Nian, childless and without a wife, had watched Lin Shanhui grow up from her teeth, so he didn't just treat Lin Shanhui as his master, but also had a feeling of being a close uncle. Sure, in the entire manor, only Li Nian knew of Yizhou's existence, and he silently guarded the secret for Lin Shanhui. Lin Shanhui turned sideways and stroked the head of the Samoyed named Cream and said softly, "Sister will show you Yezhou today." Woof, meow. Cream and Oscar responded as if they understood Lin Shanhui's words. Cream even spat out his tongue and squinted his doggy eyes as he rubbed vigorously on Lin Shanhui's arm, his tail wagging very happily. Cream, you must have a big chest, right? Woof. Cream was a little confused. Lin Shanhui said to herself, if you don't know how do I trick Yezhou into coming home? Woof woof woof. On Yezhou's way home, he received a call from Xiong Kai. Chow. Go to an internet cafe and play games. I've been holding it in for a whole month. I'm horny as hell. Some other time, while you get your dad's Santana that sits at home and doesn't get driven much. Santana? What are you doing in that thing? Yezhou pursed his lips. I'm useful. You open it first. Okay. Then you wait for me at the door of your neighborhood. Since the test after the driver's license I never drove a car again. More or less a little panic. Hanging up the phone, Yezhou sat on the stone pier at the entrance of the neighborhood and waited for Xiong Kai. Normally, many people take their driver's license the summer after their high school exams because it coincides with adulthood, plus the long vacation time. But Yezhou and Xiong Kai were both a year older than their classmates, and they turned 18 in their sophomore year of high school. Given that after the college entrance examination Yezhou had another arrangement, so the summer of the second year of high school, Yezhou pulled Xiong Kai together to take the driver's license. It's almost impossible to make a lot of money working part-time. That's why Yezhou had planned it long ago. In the summer after the high school entrance exam, he is going to take Xiong Kai to do something big. 20 minutes later, a black Santana slowly appeared in Yezhou's line of sight and Yezhou raised his eyes. Xiong Kai had just finished waiting for the traffic light, when he intended to start. Straight off the starting 3 nods and the car just dry stalled. Holy, Yezhou corner of the eye twitched, said Xiong Kai. This car skills, can drive from his home to here really not easy. I don't know how many times I've stalled on the road. Phew, damn. I can dry out every time I wait for a stoplight, and I'm sweating from driving it. Xiong Kai parked the car and walked over to Yezhou, his forehead covered in sweat. After a pause, Xiong Kai curiously said, Chow, you have to ask me to drive this old man car out for what? Practice. And when you get good at driving, I'll take you to the big time. Doing something big? Xiong Kai dumbfounded, subconsciously said, it's hard to not. You also hold 2 AK. We are going to rob a bank? Chapter 57. Yezhou, lie down quickly. Off. Do you really think it's a white Jetta with a black Porsche and a trunk full of guns? Yezhou rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner, and immediately followed up by explaining to Xiong Kai, isn't this the end of the college entrance exams? Most people have gone to learn driver's license, but the 2 of us finished learning a year ahead of schedule, so naturally this vacation can't be wasted. Using the summer vacation time to make money. Wouldn't it be nice to do a day laborer then? Over $100 a day. Xiong Kai scratched his head and said something naively, eyes as clear as they need to be. It's no wonder Lin Shanhui always said in her heart that he was a big black egg, the kind with a simple mind and 4 limbs. Any day job that can be over 100 a day is extraordinarily tiring to do. It's okay to do it for a few days, but if you do that for the whole summer, even the father of Otter would have to come over and red light it, not to mention Otterman. Besides, I said I'd take you on a big job, and even if you work every day, it's only $4,000 a month at best. Yezhou patiently spoke to Xiong Kai, but as Kum Kai listened, he frowned, looked at his own Santana, hesitant to speak. Chow, I understand what you mean. You said do a big job is to use the car. You let me drive my father's car out of the 2 of us to practice? Right. So your ultimate plan is to start a business, right? Right. Xiong Kai heard, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. A continent. I learn not as good as you, but I can see that now we're 2018. We have no money, no technology, and just graduated from high school quasi-college students. Entrepreneurship is simply a dead end. We can create what industry? Chow. If I say, you'd better give up this idea before it's too late. I know you are short of money, so if you really want to make money, It's better for us to call Mumbai and honestly find a factory to screw screws. Seeing Xiong Kai's serious demeanor, Yi Zhou had no impatience at all. The reason why Xiong Kai could be like this was also purely out of fear for him. False friends, you say you want to start a business. He said yes the first time, but then turned around and told you that he had something going on at home. Next time for sure. A true friend, you say you want to start a business. He hesitates at first, gives his own advice and urges you to think twice. Yi Zhou extended his arm and patted Xiong Kai's shoulder, saying, "You misunderstood my meaning. The word entrepreneurship is still widely interpreted, and the entrepreneurship I'm talking about is a bit off from what you understand." "Ha? You're talking about entrepreneurship at create a lucrative industry." Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai spent an entire afternoon practicing frantically on a road that was usually almost devoid of pedestrians and cars. Until the evening, the only half a tank of gas left in the Santana was about to run out, and the two stopped on the side of the road. Xiong Kai was full of excitement. "Chow, after practicing all afternoon, I feel like I'm good enough to go to F4 with my car skills. What position did you sleep in last night?" "Lie flat on your back." "But why do you ask?" Yi Zhou deflated. "I just want to know what position you sleep in to be able to do this kind of dream." Xiong Kai drove the Santana and sent Yi Zhou back to the neighborhood. Before getting out of the car, Xiong Kai suddenly opened his mouth. "Ah, Chow, now that the college entrance exam is over, how do you plan to face your aunt and her family in the future?" "I just went to see Counselor Wan before you came to see me." "Chow, are you really going to do that?" Xiong Kai's face showed disappointment, but the look was fleeting. He nodded heavily. "That's right. If I were you, I'm sure I wouldn't have remembered old feelings either. No, there was no old love in the first place. If you ask me, those evidences you prepared are just enough to make your aunt and uncle spit out the money and take out their anger. But like Chen Mo before bullying you planted you those things, there is no way out of anger. If I say, Mu Bai and I will find a chance to squat at the internet cafe until that kid hacks him, but don't, it's easy to get caught. Besides, I've suffered a loss. I'll definitely pay it back." Yi Zhou finished and opened the car door to get out, and told Xiong Kai that he would continue to go to practice tomorrow after lunch. "People who don't know think we're going to be racing drivers." Kum Kai muttered and drove off in Pop's car. Yi Zhou had just finished showering when he arrived home and hadn't had time to sit down on the sofa. Then he received a message from Lin Shanyue. "Yi Zhou, come to my house and play Forest Ice Fireman 4-0. One moment." Ye Zhou changed into a new set of clothes, then went across the street to 1003. Knock on the door. While waiting, I subconsciously looked at 1002, where the original brother Zhang lived. The occupancy rate for this neighborhood, Maple Court, is very high. Usually, if the last occupant moves out, it won't take more than a few days for an agent to bring someone else to see the property, even if it's not rented. It's certainly common for agents to bring people in for a tour, but after brother Zhang moved out, Ye Zhou never saw the agent bring anyone to visit. Hiss, 1002. It can't really be rented by Lin Shanyue as well, right? While Yi Zhou was thinking about what exactly was 1002 the situation, the door of Lin Shanyue's house finally opened. This time, however, the first to be reflected in Yi Zhou's sight. It wasn't Lin Shanyue's long legs that were killing her. Instead, a white fluffy samoyed pounced directly on Yi Zhou, his tail wagging cheerfully without stopping. Yi Zhou was startled by the samoyed that suddenly jumped up. He took a few steps back in a hurry, but the samoyed came right after him and was by his legs, rubbing his tongue all the way around. It was then that Lin Shanyue, who was wearing a plain white t-shirt and black shorts, came out of the house, and she squatted down and stroked the samoyed's head with a smile. Then he looked up at Ye Zhou. "Cream seems to like you. He's not usually this fond of the house servants. Cream actually likes Yi Zhou so much. Humph, worthy of being my sister. Just like me." Yi Zhou was very surprised. "You still have a dog?" "Well, Cream has been in my care for 3 years, and there's a ragdoll cat named Oscar." "Meow," said a dopey-eyed ragdoll cat peeked its head out quietly from behind the door. "He is quite a bit more timid than a samoyed." Yi Zhou walked into Lin Shanyue's house and looked around. Still a familiar layout. Just a few more dog and cat items. "I didn't think you'd like these. Not with a dog and a cat. They can stay with me unconditionally," Lin Shanyue said faintly. She then turned to the balcony to draw the curtains and then turned off all the lights again in one smooth motion. The house, in an instant, became dark. Yi Zhou instantly froze, and his heart began to race. This setting, this atmosphere. Yi Zhou was rambling when Lin Xianyue's heartfelt voice came. "Phew, this is a much better setting. It's pitch black. Hey, Ye Zhou, hurry up and lie down." Chapter 58. Yi Zhou likes my feet. Yi Zhou's body couldn't help but tremble a little when he heard Lin Xianyu's heartfelt words. It's hard not to. Before that thought could occur to him, there was a snap in his ear. Immediately afterward, light once again appeared in the living room. only the same spot where the TV should have been placed. A white curtain slowly descended from the ceiling, and it was from a small projector on the couch that the light shone out, and the image of the forest ice fireman immediately appeared on the curtain. On top of that, there are 2 gamepads on the couch. Apparently, Lin Shanhua had purchased new equipment that would eliminate the need for 2 people to huddle in front of a computer to play games anymore. As soon as he entered the door just now, Yi Chao's attention was all on the 2 guys. Cream and Oscar completely missed the curtain and projector. Nice guy. So the curtains are drawn so you can see the projector. Her heartfelt words, too, just let me lay on the couch and play games with a joystick. Upon seeing these devices, Yi Zhou came to a realization. Unable to help it, his old face blushed. His own mouth often said that he and Lin Shanhua were clean and good neighbors. As a result, when the lights went dark just now, for a moment, he actually developed a sense of non-neighborliness. Ba. Sin. Lin Shanhua pursed her lips and said to Yi Zhou, this is the new equipment I asked Uncle Li to help me buy, so we can lie on the couch and play the game with the joystick. Ooh. Yi Zhou sat down on the sofa and looked at the curtain in front of him. The game interface was exactly the start screen of Forest Ice Fireman 4.0. Lin Shanhua stepped on those long legs that were recklessly exposed to the air and took out drinks and snacks from the refrigerator. After placing it on the coffee table, he then took off the slippers on his feet and sat down next to Yi Zhou. Here, eat and drink whatever you want. Here's the handle. Ready to start. Yi Zhou nodded dully, but his attention was all on Lin Shanhua's pink toes that were sticking up, because in the entire living room, there was only light emanating from the projector, so Yi Zhou's somewhat hot gaze was not noticed by Lin Shanhua. After the game started, Yi Zhou still intentionally or unintentionally looked at Lin Shanhua's white legs and her pink toes. Puff dash. Yi Zhou's heart couldn't stop beating faster. There was always an unspoken feeling in my heart, as Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua sat on the sofa playing a game. Cream and Oscar were very well behaved as they lay down at the feet of the 2. Both little ones stared intently at the projector. Lin Shanhua seemed to be completely immersed in the game, as she nimbly maneuvered the joystick, allowing the game's villain to weave in and out of the world of ice and fire with ease, and shouting excitedly from time to time, "Come on, Yi Chao, get a hand here." Only then did Yi Zhou come back to his senses, trying to focus his attention on the game screen, but his eyes couldn't help but sneakily drift towards Lin Shanhua's body. Because the couch in Lin Shanhua's house wasn't that big, the 2 of them sat on the couch at the same time and were very close. So as the air-conditioned wind blew, Lin Shanhua's hair gently brushed Yi Zhou's cheeks, and the iffy fragrance drilled into his nose, causing his heart to violently tremble. It really tugs at the heartstrings. At this moment, Lin Shanhua stared at the curtain, her willow brows slightly furrowed. Yi Zhou, come here, you have to turn on this switch. You just passed through there. Didn't you even see it? I'll get it on. Yi Zhou, why do you feel that your reaction has become slower today? You've died twice. Available. Maybe it's the change in grip? It's a bit uncomfortable. You can't even jump over here. Yi Zhou, idiot. Oh, sorry. Note for next time. Yi Zhou, are my feet not that white? That's for sure. Pink and tender. Of course it can't be shaped by white. Hiss. Yi Zhou's body instantly froze, feeling like his heart had missed half a beat. Maru spice. He gulped and hurriedly retracted his gaze that had been staring at Lin Shanhua's legs, looking up with some difficulty. Fruity. At this time, Lin Shanhua had already put the gamepad down. She wrapped her arms around herself, her pair of good-looking eyes narrowed, and she was staring at Yi Zhou with a smirk. The moment the 4 eyes met, the air around them seemed to freeze. My feet, do they look good? Sesu, no wonder it always feels like you're distracted. So your attention isn't on the game at all. After saying that, Lin Shanhua retracted the foot she had been crossing, changed to a cross-legged sitting position. Ahem. Yi Zhou was so embarrassed that he couldn't just burrow under the sofa. His face turned red and he opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to explain. At this moment, the cream lying on the ground seemed to notice the awkwardness of the atmosphere. It raised its head and whimpered twice, then rubbed its head against Yi Zhou's leg. Yi Zhou was like grasping a life-saving straw and hurriedly said, the cream may be trying to make us continue to play the game. Let's stop. It and Oscar have nothing to watch. However, Lin Shanhua only hummed lightly. Yi Zhou scratched his head and said stiffly, in fact, I just really am a little bit not quite used to this new handle. Just now I did accidentally look at your feet. I swear, I absolutely did not stare all the time in the look. Looking at Yi Zhou's embarrassed look, Lin Shanhua felt funny in her heart. In fact, she had just done it on a whim, wanting to tease Yi Zhou, and hadn't really gotten angry. Concentrate when you play the game. Lin Shanhua raised her chin, her expression once again resuming its usual cool look. Yes, definitely. Yi Zhou nodded his head in a hurry. The two of them picked up their joysticks again and continued to play the game. Yi Zhou really forced himself to focus on the game this time. His operation gradually became skillful, and his cooperation with Lin Shangyue became more and more tacit. There is no longer any sense of non-neighborliness. But the awkwardness of what had just happened still left a small ripple in both of their hearts. Yi Zhou would still occasionally sneak a glance at Lin Shangyue and found that her face also carried a hint of an imperceptible blush. The worst of it was that her mind kept repeating a phrase. Yeah, Cha likes my feet. Yeah, Cha likes my feet. Yeah, Cha likes my feet. Chapter 59, Good Night, Foot Watchers. It was after 11 o'clock at night when Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue played Forest Ice Fireman 4-0 through, due to an earlier hiccup. So much so that in the hours that followed, Ye Zhou, but in the game whenever a mistake, Operation Fire Baby died once, Lin Shangyue would then mutter something dark in her heart. Say Shu, peeking at my feet again. You're a footlooker QAQ. However, this was only Lin Shangyue's heart, and Yi Zhou couldn't possibly tell her, hey, I can hear your heart. Stop saying I'm a foot-watching fiend, okay? And so, Yi Zhou could only be dumbfounded. He suffered the torment of being called a foot-watching fiend by Lin Shangyue in his heart. On the contrary, on Lin Shangyue's side, she felt that today was really a sound game for Tua. She turned the living room light back on, a cat strip in her hand, and crouched barefoot on the floor to feed it to Oscar. Then lifting his head, his eyes brightened as he said to Yi Zhou, Ye Zhou, we'll still play tomorrow. Still play ah? I remember the Forest Ice Fireman, a total of 4 versions of it. The other what invincible version. Choose the level version of these. And the first 4 versions of no difference. Nothing more than Fire Baby in the event of water is not extinguished. Water Baby in the event of fire does not die. Ye Zhou froze. Personally, he doesn't like to replay levels he's played over and over again. There's always a sense of God's perspective on the outside. Fruity. Upon hearing this, Lin Shangyue squatted on the ground and puffed out her pink cheeks. Why aren't there any more versions? Woohoo! How else can I be a game hitchhiker with Kotabazu without a new release? After thinking for half a day, Lin Shangyue pursed her lips. Then we'll watch a movie together tomorrow. It's okay. Ye Zhou nodded. He wasn't stupid and knew that Lin Shangyue wasn't really an internet-addicted girl. She just liked the process of playing games with herself. What's more, he could hear Lin Shangyue's heart. Yi Zhou packed up the bag of snacks the two of them had just eaten on the coffee table and patted his ass in preparation to go back. After all, it's almost 12 o'clock at this hour. It was more or less inappropriate to stay at Lin Shangyue's house anymore. I'll be going back then. Get an early night. Wait. However, Lin Shangyue didn't want to let Yi Zhou go so easily. She pointed to the dog food stacked at the top of the balcony cabinet and looked blearily at Yi Zhou. Can you help me get that bag of dog food down? I can't reach it. Okay. Yi Zhou didn't think much of it and went under the cabinet on the balcony to reach for the dog food. Don't say. The bag of dog food was indeed quite heavy and placed so high up. Even if Lin Shangyue moved a stool over to take it, she might not be able to take it down safely, and she might stand on the stool and fall over directly. Lin Shangyue stood behind Yi Zhou, and when she saw him take it down, the corners of her mouth gently rose. Thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're all neighbors. Say that. As Lin Shangyue opened this bag of new dog food and prepared to put dog food in Cream's bowl, Yi Zhou, who was standing on the side, noticed that on Lin Shangyue's computer table, in addition to the keyboard and mouse, there was also a sky blue book. This is. Yi Zhou raised an eyebrow and subconsciously stepped forward, reaching out to turn over what was written on this book. But before he could touch the blue book, Lin Shangyue took a brisk step and took the book into her hands one step ahead of Yi Zhou. She shielded the book to her chest, her eyes alert to Yi Zhou. Seeing this, Yi Zhou withdrew his hand and scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, I thought it was just a regular book. It's not easy to read if you're not comfortable with it. It's not inconvenient. It's just some unnutritious stuff I've been recording off the top of my head. Scared to death, scared to death. The content on this must not be seen by Yi Zhou. If he sees it, I might as well Originally Yi Zhou was not very interested in the contents of that book, but when he heard Lin Shangyue's heartfelt voice that came out of this cuckoo, it instantly piqued his curiosity. What exactly was written on it that would make Lin Shangyue react so strongly when I saw it? Oh, okay. I'll go back then. Yi Zhou looked deeply at the book that Lin Shangyue clutched to her chest, then waved her hand and turned to leave. He had just turned around and could clearly feel Lin Shangyue heaving out a breath. The moment Yi Zhou was about to close the door, Lin Shangyue's voice once again came from behind her. Ye Zhou. Good night dash. Good night, little neighbor. Yi Zhou turned around and answered, smoothly bringing the door with him. The door had just closed, and Lin Shangyue's heartbeat came in a ghostly voice. Good night, foot watchers. Ye Zhou stumbled and nearly had a flat fall in the hallway. Since starting high school, Yezhou rarely got a full night's sleep. Even on some of the long vacations, he didn't get a chance to sleep in, because the living expenses given by Jiaolan only amount to 600 yuan per month. Yezhou's vacation time is the time when he works as a cowboy and a laborer in order to earn rent and living expenses. Now that the high school exams are over, it's finally time to get some sleep. And so, Yezhou went home and turned off all the alarm clocks and slept until 12 noon the next day. Phew, it's so cool, never felt so good in the world. Yezhou sat up from the bed, stretched hard and couldn't help but mutter. The thought of getting back his mom and dad's pension from Jiaolan's family soon made Yezhou vaguely excited inside. He couldn't wait to see the defeated expression on Jiaolan's family's face when they lost the case at that time. Before Yezhou washed up, he ordered a cassoulet with rice on Meituan. After dinner, he called Xiong Kai to pick him up and the two of them continued practicing. Chow. After practicing today, it should be almost done, right? The two of us now have no problem driving on the road normally. Not enough. We need a few more days to get good at it. If we don't get good at driving, we'll probably die. Xiong Kai stared at the eyeballs. A strong fear, if it is not you did not pull out AK out. I really think you want to take me to rob a bank. And then with the police surely staged speed and passionate. You're overthinking it. Purely because the roads we'll be driving on won't be as easy as the highway by then. Most of them will be mountain roads. So the requirements for driving skills will still be very strict. Mountain roads? Didn't you say start a business? Why do you want to take the mountain road? Chow. Tell me about your plan. Yezhou narrowed his eyes and smiled. Be good and finish practicing. You'll know when the time comes. So the two spent another whole afternoon practicing. This time, however, they chose to practice in downtown Bayan. And since they all had their driver's licenses anyway, they had no problem at all getting on the road. The two didn't go back until late afternoon. Yezhou had just arrived downstairs when he received a QQ message from his little neighbor. Chapter 60, My cat can backflip. Yezhou, drinks and snacks are ready. Come see the movie. Roger, over. Yezhou replied to the message, got on the elevator and went to knock on Lin Shanyue's door. Over the next few days, Yezhou has a very regular routine. I slept until noon mealtime, and after eating, I went to practice with Xiong Kai, and every time I just arrived at the downstairs of the house, I would receive a message from Lin Shanyue very punctually. Day 1. Lin Shanyue, Yezhou, come to my house to watch a movie. Day 2. Lin Shanyue, Yezhou, my air conditioner is broken. Can you come and help me fix it? Day 3. Lin Shanyue, Yezhou, the cream will be chest breaking. Come to my house to see it. Day 4. Lin Shanyue, Yezhou, Oscar can do a backflip. Come and see. Yezhou, but you said yesterday that the cream will break a big stone in the chest. But I went there, and you said it breaks gallstones in the stomach. Lin Shanyue, then you say is not broken boulder well. Neighbors don't lie to neighbors. Come on. Day 5. Yezhou was sent back downstairs by Xiong Kai and habitually pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. Hey, I can't believe you didn't send me a message today? Yezhou was very surprised, so his hand speed flew and sent a string of messages to Lin Shanyue. No excuses today. It turned out to be just a second before the other person replied. It was as if he had already anticipated what Yezhou would say beforehand. Yezhou, I knew you wanted to play with me. Otherwise why did you take the initiative to send me a message? Come on. Yezhou was horrified and shocked. It's bad. It's coming at me. Looking at this almost second reply message in the chat box with Lin Shanyue, Yezhou couldn't help but wonder if this niece was always in front of her cell phone. It was unrealistic to watch the chat box throughout the day, so the only explanation was that Lin Shanyue knew what time he came home each day. Thinking of this, Yezhou jerked his head up to look upstairs. Even though both Yezhou and Lin Shanyue's homes were on the 10th floor, Yezhou's eyesight of 5.0 wasn't something to brag about. He saw with a glance that there was clearly a head poking out of the balcony window of Lin Shanyue's house. The man saw Yezhou look up and hurriedly retracted his head in panic. Sure enough, she's been standing guard on the balcony every day, and as soon as that Santana of Kumkai's leaves, she's the first one to send me a message. Yi Chao drifted off, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. 3 minutes later, Yezhou stood in front of Lin Shanyue's house and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. I don't know if Lin Shanyue was weak or what, but this time the doorbell rang and didn't come to open the door for a long time. Yezhou reached out with the intention of pressing a second time when the door suddenly opened, only to see Lin Shanyue standing in the doorway in a loose, extra long short sleeve, clear and cold. After seeing that it was Yezhou, she raised her chin and her eyes were as high-strung as they could be. Yezhou, don't come to play with me every day. I'm very busy. Yezhou was dumbfounded, staring at Lin Xianyu in a daze. Looking at her high and cold appearance, as well as her slightly disgruntled tone, Yezhou returned to his senses after a long time. Grip the grass? Inverted Big Dipper is right. If I hadn't saved the chat logs, I'd almost believe it. Before Yi Zhou could say anything, Lin Shangyue ruffled her hair, showing an expression of "I really can't do anything about you," and said to Yi Zhou, "Forget it, we're all neighbors, and you like to hang out with me so much, so come on in. Ho ho, you people are so weird and good." The corner of Yi Zhou's mouth twitched as he followed Lin Shangyue into her house. After these days, Cream and Oscar got on better terms with Yi Zhou as well. Even Oscar, who was very afraid of life, would jump from the sofa into Yi Zhou's arms as soon as he saw him, then squinted his eyes and stuck out his tongue to lick his hand. Yi Zhou stroked Oscar's head while looking in the direction of the balcony. He noticed that the screen on the center window was not closed tightly, clearly looking like someone had just stood here. So Yi Zhou pointed to the screen window that was not closed tightly and opened his mouth to ask, "Little neighbor, do you stand on the balcony every day at this hour and peek to see if I've been sent back by Xiong Kai?" "I didn't." Lin Shangyue immediately shook her head, justifying herself. Yi Zhou's eyes narrowed, "But I was just downstairs and clearly saw someone standing on the balcony. And it's that time of day, and it's hard to believe you're not standing on the balcony peeking at me when you're sending me messages right on time." Seeing that her peeping behavior was going to be exposed, Lin Shangyue had a bright idea, then bluffed her little face to point at the Cream lying at her feet. "Ye Zhou, you're looking at it wrong. It's Cream who lies there at the window every day looking at you. Cream, good for you. Help your sister carry this pot, and she'll give you extra food tonight." Yi Zhou followed Lin Shangyue's finger towards the Cream. At this moment, Cream, who was originally lying on the ground in a drowsy state, instantly came to life when she saw her brother and sister looking at her. He rose from the ground, tail wagging merrily, then tongue hanging out of his mouth, eyes as clear as they could be. The corner of Yi Zhou's mouth twitched. "I thought, you simple dog, you're so happy to be sold." Ye Zhou knows, Lin Shangyue had no friends other than him. "The biggest thing I look forward to every day is, by and large, playing with him." And being smart, she realized that Yi Zhou was not at home every day during the day and would not be sent home by Xiong Kai until 6 in the afternoon. So when the time came, she would stand by the window to see if Yi Zhou had returned. As soon as he found out Yi Zhou was back, he would use a very clumsy excuse to get him to come and play with himself. Looking at Lin Shangyue's face of confidence as she puffed out her fragrant cheeks, Yi Zhou smiled helplessly. "Actually, you don't have to wait by the window every day for me to come back and then make up excuses for me to come and play with you." Lin Shangyue was slightly stunned, her confident expression instantly disappearing. Her eyes dimmed, pursed her lips, and whispered, "I know. In the future, I will look for you to play less." "You've got me wrong. What I mean is that if you want to find me, you can just say so. No need to beat around the bush. I have to go practicing my car skills with Xiong Kai during the day, and I'm fine at home at night, so I can come to you anytime." Lin Shangyue's eyes instantly lit up. At this point, Yi Zhou turned the tables and continued, "But it's true that you can't find the time in the afternoon. If you're really bored, you can be the same as other students who finished the college entrance exams. Enroll in a driving school to practice driving. It's almost time for me to go home after you finish practicing this afternoon, so you won't have to spend an afternoon waiting for me at home with nothing to do." "I'm not doing nothing. I'm busy." Lin Shangyue pouted, her head turning to the other side. However, despite what she said, she had actually made up her mind to have Uncle Li take her to enroll in a driving school tomorrow. In fact, on Yi Zhou's second day of practicing with Xiong Kai, Lin Shangyue figured it out from Uncle Li. So, now that Yi Zhou said so, Lin Qianyu made up her mind that she would also go to practice her driving license. This way, she can also follow Yi Zhou to go outside and practice with him. Chapter 61, The Anxious Jiaolan Family. "I'm not doing nothing. I'm busy." Yi Zhou didn't believe Lin Shangyue's words at all. After this period of time together, he had almost long ago figured out what Lin Shangyue would do every day. "When I hadn't graduated before, I'd come home every day and by and large, I'd simply review for a while and then take a break." By the end of the week, she was doing nothing more than traveling between the manor and Maple Leaf Court. So now that he has graduated, Ye Zhou is clear that during the vacation period, as long as Lin Shangyue didn't look for time to play with him, I'm afraid that he will be alone at home and have nothing to do with Cream and Oscar. After spending half a day like this, by about 5 or 6 in the afternoon, she would quietly stand in front of the window and watch to see when Ye Zhou would be sent home by Xiong Kai. With a personality and socialization like Lin Shangyue's, she wouldn't go out traveling and shopping with her best friends like other students who had finished their college entrance exams, and not running out of money and then going to work part-time jobs and so on. She doesn't have to think about that at all. Thinking so, Yi Zhou suddenly felt that being too rich might not be a good thing for Lin Shangyue. "Anyway, you find something to do. At night I'll come home and play with you. Actually, there's no point in playing games all the time, so I'll take you outside tomorrow." "Ow." Lin Shangyue's eyes flashed with pleasure, but after a pause, She suddenly spoke. Yi Shou, you can still play with me for 5 days. What do you mean? In 5 days, Dad is taking me back to Shanghai. Back to Shanghai? Yi Shou was a bit puzzled. Going back to visit relatives? How long will it take to come back? As a result, just after he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. Come back? Why did Lin Shangyue come back? The main Lin family business field itself was in Shanghai, and before Lin Shangyue stayed in Beian solely because she had to study here, and now it's the end of the college entrance exams, and now her dad is taking her back to Shanghai. In that case, it seemed as if Lin Shangyue no longer had a reason to return to Beian, when the results of the college entrance examination would be announced in 10 days or so. By then, with Lin Shanyue's family background and accomplishments like this, it was highly likely that the university would be chosen in Shanghai. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou suddenly felt empty in his heart. Well, my grandparents are in Shanghai, and I haven't been back since I came to Beian to study, so I probably won't go back to Beian for the summer vacation. It's fine. Your grandparents should miss you. Yi Zhou nodded his head. He himself did not even notice that his tone was clearly full of loss. Also, he didn't understand the feeling of being hung up on by grandparents or grandma and grandpa. Apart from Zhao Lan, Yi Zhou has no other relatives. Surprisingly, this time Lin Shangyue didn't have much emotion. She just nodded softly. Aha! At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yi Zhou left from 1003 and returned to his home. I had just changed into my slippers when my cell phone vibrated in my shorts pocket. Zhao Lan, looking at the caller ID, Yi Zhou did not hesitate to directly refuse to answer. 3 days ago, Wang Dong sent a message telling Yi Zhou that he had sent the lawyer's letter to Zhao Lan's family. From that day on, Zhao Lan kept calling Ye Zhou, but Ye Zhou simply didn't answer. TSK. Rush. Yi Zhou smiled blandly. Tomorrow is the deadline for Zhao Lan's family to return the pension on their own initiative at last. If Zhao Lan and his family haven't returned it by tomorrow, Wang Dong will formally sue them. For prosecution, Ye Zhou is very confident. The evidence is sufficient and it is still Wang Dong, a top lawyer, who is helping himself to the lawsuit. There is little chance of failure. He stripped off his clothes and thought as he showered, where to take Lin Shangyue tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the western suburbs, in some rented house next to the 78th High School in Beian, the family of Zhao Lan, Chen Guozheng, and Chen Mo sat on the sofa and fell into silence as they looked at the phone call that was once again rejected by Yi Zhou. All three people had very ugly expressions, and the atmosphere was horribly low. 3 days ago, after Zhao Lan received the lawyer's letter sent over by Wang Dong, her whole body panicked and called her husband Chen Guozheng over at the first opportunity. Their family of 3 looked at the lawyer's letter and were all dumbfounded. Yet Chao is actually going to sue them? Chen Mo, who was sitting on the far side of the sofa, was the first to speak. Mom and Dad, tomorrow is the deadline mentioned in the lawyer's letter that allows us to take the initiative to repay Yi Zhou's mom and dad's pension. Are we going to pay back the money or not? Pay back the money? What nonsense! When did we owe that white-eyed wolf money? When Zhao Lan heard this, she was not in a good mood. Her expression was furious to the core. Incredibly twisted. The last time I went to that broomsticks rental house, he called the police right then and there in order to get rid of me. And that's when he mentioned that he was going to sue me to get his deadbeat mom and dad's pensions back. I also think this broomstick is just to the rebellious period, in order to deliberately angry with me. I did not expect. He actually came for real. Chen Guozheng lit a cigarette and looked at Zhao Lan. We raised him for so many years, and in the end he actually wants to sue me. It's really bad luck. Zhao Lan, look at this nephew of yours. Even if he doesn't know how to return the favor, he still avenges the favor. Surname Chen. What do you mean by that? That broomstick is suing us because he definitely holds a grudge against you for beating and scolding him every time you drank when he was a child. Otherwise, how could he possibly sue? Oh, what kind of good person do you think you are? If you didn't know that Yi Zhou's parents' death benefits and compensation amounted to hundreds of thousands of dollars, could you have adopted Yi Zhou? You're his own aunt. Isn't it natural for you to adopt him? But I don't think you've treated him like your nephew. Besides, in order to flatter Yang Xiuwan's family, you didn't let Yi Zhou work as a lapdog for Yang Xiuwan's daughter, did you? To put it bluntly, if Yi Zhou didn't still have value, you wouldn't even consider him a human being. Chen Guozheng sneered. While smoking a cigarette, he spoke in a cold voice. As a result, these words completely pissed off Zhao Lan. Her eyes reddened and she slapped Chen Guozheng in the face. Slap. Chen Guozheng, is this human talk? I let that broomstick flatter Yang Xiuwan, but wasn't it for you and Chen Mo? Besides, didn't you spend the pension and compensation for Broomstalker's deadbeat mom and dad? The house you're living in now, the wine you're drinking, the cigarettes you're smoking, isn't it all inside that money? You're throwing the pot all over me now. Are you a man? Grass. People who like to drink all the time don't have a good temper. Therefore, Chen Guozhang was slapped in the face by Zhao Lan in front of his own son, and the fiery pain on his face instantly provoked him to be filled with fire. He dropped the cigarette in his hand, jerked up from the couch, and smacked back with a backhanded slap. The angry voice was gruff and unmistakable. I, Chen Guozhang, have acted all my life and I still need you, a pussy, to tell me what to do. Do you think Yi Zhou hates me for hitting him? I'm telling you, that kid definitely hates the fact that you gave him too little money. If you hadn't been so greedy and given him more money every month, you wouldn't have gotten this far. That money itself isn't yours, and you're still so greedy. I'm not good to Yi Zhou, I admit it. That kid is not my real nephew after all. If he was my real nephew, I would never be able to treat him like this. What about you? Yi Zhou is your own nephew, you don't treat him as a human being even if it's not, but also all day long shouting at his own sister and brother-in-law to die ghost. You're really not a thing. Chapter 62. You're the most practiced student I've ever seen. Chen Guozhang and Zhao Lan both fought. They spilled out the evil deeds that they had done to Yi Zhou to each other in the past without the slightest hint of concealment. Chen Mo, who was sitting on the side, saw that his parents were going to start fighting and hurriedly got up. Mom and Dad, what are you two doing? The three of us are family. Why are we doing this for a punk Yi Zhou? Zhao Lan and Chen Guozhang heard their son speak, and only then did the two of them subside a bit. Seeing this, Chen Mo continued. Mom and Dad, we just received a letter from the lawyer, not a judgment from the court. Besides, if that punk wants to sue, let him sue. What is he suing us for? It's just that our family treats him badly and pays him less every month. But so what? Does he have any proof? The judge doesn't just take his word for it. Taking a 10,000 steps back, he is a poor man, and I guess the lawyer he hired was hired with the money he saved up from his part-time job for a long time, and the grade should be the lowest kind. If he can really produce some evidence, there is no need to panic. Our family spends money to hire a higher-level lawyer. He will lose the case in minutes. Yeah, you're right. M.O. Zhao Lan's eyes lit up and her thoughts cleared. Indeed. How about Yi Chao's going to sue? Does he have any evidence? And even if he did, so what? Can he afford a good lawyer? Thinking of this, Zhao Lan resumed his usual arrogant demeanor and his expression became teasing. Let's hire a lawyer, too, and let's use the money for the lawyer to pay for that broomstick deadbeat's mom and dad's pension. When he loses the case, he'll know how ridiculous his behavior really is. Maybe there'll be a chance to bite him back then. At this time, Chen Guozhang also relit a cigarette and smoked it without speaking. Zhao Lan and Chen Mo were discussing this matter on the side, and the two of them hated to put Yi Zhou to death. Speaking of which, last time, this broomstick made Chen sure angry, causing Yang Xiuwan to not interact with our family at all now, and after winning the case this time, it's kind of a reason to give Yang Xiuwan an explanation. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Lan's face. Since Yi Zhou had called the police before, there was no way for her to go back to Yi Zhou and force him to go with her to apologize to Yang Xiuwan. But now with the opportunity to go to court, maybe we can rely on this and get back together with Yang Xiuwan and her family. What a mountain of doubt and a village of flowers. Zhou Lang felt very relaxed. Yi Chao, you're not answering your phone? You'll be sorry in a minute. Early the next morning, Uncle Lee drove the black Maybach S680 and slowly stopped at the entrance of Spring Wind Driving School. Uncle Lee looked back at Lin Shangyue with a hesitant expression. Miss, do you really want to learn how to get a driver's license? Aha. In fact, there is absolutely no need for you to go through so much trouble. With the strength of the Lin family, you are perfectly capable of hiring a chauffeur to drive for you for the rest of your life. Lin Shangyue looked out the window at the driving school and gently shook her head. Uncle Lee, I want to learn a driver's license so that I can drive with Yi Zhou in the future. Miss, these days, young Master Yi goes out driving with his friends every afternoon. It looks as if he's practicing his car skills, and the first 2 days he went around looking for mountain-ringed roads to practice on. I'm guessing that young Master Yi probably wants to go driving in the mountains or something like that. It's very dangerous. I don't care, Uncle Lee. I'm going to learn how to get a driver's license. Everyone else who's finished high school is learning. Uncle Lee looked at his young lady's stubborn pretty face and couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Miss, those who are learning to drive are doing so because they don't have such a strong heritage as the Lin family. Otherwise, who would spend a great summer vacation practicing if they could hire a full-time driver for life like you? Given that Lin Xianyue was so stubborn, Uncle Lee could only compromise. Alright miss, I'll go ahead and sign you up and pick the best skilled instructor for you. Aha. Afterward, Uncle Lee took Lin Shangyue into the driving school. While Lin Shangyue was going through the formalities, Uncle Lee found the driving school principal's office and identified himself directly with the principal. 5 minutes later, a man of about 35 years of age with dark skin entered the principal's office. The principal was the first to introduce to Lin Yan. Mr. Lee, this is the most skilled instructor of our Spring Wind Driving School. Chang Maoyun. Instructor Chang. Hello Coach Chang, the principal should have explained this to you just now. Lin Yan and Chang Maoyun shook hands. Chang Maoyun nodded, don't worry Mr. Lee, the principal has explained to me, and our driving school has training before starting work, and we are all very patient with our students. Let me give you a performance. Then, Chang Maoyun cleared his throat and then said, that's a great steering wheel you've got there. Ouch, that's a great foot on the brake. Such a steady start? You're the most practiced student I've ever seen. Lin Yan's entire body was dumbfounded as he listened to Chang Maoyun's impassioned self-congratulatory praise. It was only after a long time that he reacted. Dumbfounded. Professional. Just too professional. So don't worry Mr. Lee, your young lady we can definitely teach her well, let alone being the daughter of General Manager Lin. Not to mention that we're boasting, even if we don't. Miss Lin's talent and mentality are definitely top-notch in existence. Okay, then Coach Chang, please. Lin Yan left at ease. Chang Maoyun sent Lin Yan away and turned toward the practice field. From a long distance away, he saw Lin Shangyue, who was wearing a gray sun-protective suit with a sun-protective hat and sun mask on her head. He flinched slightly. He had seen too many female cadets dressed like this. So, Chang Maoyun subconsciously opened his mouth. Hey, that ghost quickly. Ahem. MS. Lin, come here quickly. I'm your coach. Oh, Lin Shangyue did came to Chang Maoyun's side. Miss Lin, Mr. Lee has already explained to me. Let's get in the car and practice. After saying that, Chang Maoyun got on the passenger side and let Lin Shangyue sit on the driver's seat. Lin Shangyue took a nervous breath after sitting in the driver's seat. Seeing this scene, Chang Maoyun smiled lightly. No need to be nervous. Driving is a very easy thing. Just think of it as being as simple as riding an electric bike. Well, Lin Shangyue pursed her lips and didn't respond, because when she grew up and went out, it was Uncle Lee who drove her around. So she can't even ride a bike, let alone an electric one. However, Chang Maoyun did not find Lin Shangyue's abnormality. He patiently explained, Miss Lin, let's not practice reversing into the garage these. Let's go to that open space. I'll take you to skillfully skill the car first. The leftmost is the clutch, the center is the brake, and the right is the gas pedal. The left foot only presses the clutch, and the remaining two are pressed with the right foot. Oh, Lin Shangyue nodded. After Chang Maoyun gave a lecture in demonstration, she already knew how to start the car and the process of driving it. So, Lin Shangyue pressed the clutch and put it in gear perfectly. Chang Maoyun was excited to start the show. Miss Lin, such a steady start? You're the most talented student I've ever seen. Thanks coach. Aha, go for it. Listening to Chang Maoyun's words, Lin Shangyue let out a long breath, freeing one hand to make a fist-clenching gesture. Aha, I know coach. Chang Maoyun froze. I said, refuel. I know. I'll sure. Chang Maoyun swallowed his saliva, sat upright, and said silently, Ms. Lin, let you step on the gas. Lin Shangyue was slightly stunned, and her pretty face under the sun shading mask turned red with a swish. Good society death. Chapter 63 Yizhou is a great person. This afternoon, Yezhou and Xiong Kai in the mountain road after running the car. The two went back to the road car out of gas, refueling at the gas station. Xiong Kai said as he ate his ice cream. Ah chow. Tomorrow I have to go back to my grandmother's house with my mom, so I probably won't be able to practice for the next 4 or 5 days. I'll leave you the car keys. If you want to practice, you can ask Mubai to join you. Well okay, but we've been practicing for a week now, and we've been running around the mountain, so we basically don't have any problems with our skills now. This time when you come back, we'll be ready to start the business. Yizhou took stock of the time. He and Xiong Kai two people now car skills. Basically there is no problem. There is no say as running that kind of narrow road will still cut off, and it just so happens that Wan Dong is going to formally sue Zhao Lan's family in the next 2 days, and Xiong Kai is going back to his hometown. Therefore, Yizhou planned to go busy with the lawsuit during the day and play with Lin Shangyue at night. The day can be packed, since Xiong Kai is going back home tomorrow. So after Yizhou got the key, he drove Xiong Kai back and then drove the Santana back to Maple Leaf Court. When he was almost at the neighborhood, Yizhou sent a message to Lin Shangyue. Come downstairs and I'll take you out tonight. Okay. Yizhou parked his car at the entrance of the neighborhood and waited for Lin Shangyue. Not a moment later, a silhouette clattered over to this side from the small area. Yizhou squinted his eyes, and his breathing couldn't help but worsen a few points. Lin Shangyue wore a washed-colored denim shorts today. Her white and slender legs were bare, and outlined her slender waist. The dress, on the other hand, was wearing a cream-colored t-shirt, the length of which covered her ass but still did not hide the jiggle. When she got closer, she realized she was also carrying a small black purse. This sense of amazement made Yizhou appreciate it for half a day. Lin Shanyue stood at the entrance of the cell and looked around. And after she didn't find Yi Zhou's figure, she cocked her head, then pulled out her cell phone from her small purse. Seeing this, Yi Zhou hurriedly rolled down the window and waved at Lin Shanyue. Lin Shanyue, this way. Seeing Yi Zhou driving a car, Lin Shanyue's expression was a little surprised. Then her eyes lit up as she walked in style. Opening the car door, Lin Shanyue sat in ass first, giving Yi Zhou in the driver's seat a look that made his eyes straight. Lin Shanyue fastened her seatbelt and looked sideways with clear and cold eyes at Yi Zhou, her eyes blinking lightly. Where to play? I want to go to the city that never sleeps. I heard a lot of people say that it is especially beautiful at night when I was practicing in the afternoon, but if I offer to play there, will Yezhou think I'm a pain in the ass QAQ? Yezhou did not move when he heard the heartbeat, hit the turn signal, then hung up the lights and went out with a kick of the gas, then only slowly spoke. Let's go to the city of night. It's been quite hot lately, and the lights are said to be quite beautiful at night. Oh, listen to you. Lin Shanyue didn't have much of an expression, but her heartbeat completely betrayed her. Yeah, this is too much of a coincidence. I didn't realize Yi Zhou wanted to go to the city of nocturnal night too. Humph, that's what good neighbors do. Have a heart-to-heart. This cheering heart of Lin Shanyue's caused Yi Zhou to have a burst of darkness. It was the first time he felt the convenience of being able to hear Lin Shanyue's heart. I'm afraid countless guys with girlfriends are envious of this ability, right? Whenever you take your girlfriend out to play, the girl's favorite word is casual, but the girl said this casual. Not really casual, they just love it when you guess, but it's usually almost impossible for guys to guess the right answer. At the same time, if a guy really acts according to the standard of casual, I'm afraid that the next time to coax his girlfriend is another period of time, so the ability to hear the heart can be a dating hangover. Damn, is this what it's like to look at the answers and do the questions? It was easy as pie. Yi Zhou was secretly happy inside. Perhaps he was so overexcited that the corners of his mouth pressed a little. Lin Shanyue, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, was puzzled. Yi Zhou, what's wrong with you? Ahem, not much. By the way, what did you do this afternoon? Practicing at the driving school. Yi Zhou was a bit surprised. I just casually gave an example yesterday. You really enrolled in driving school to practice? With Lin Shanyue's condition, it was actually completely unnecessary for her to learn how to drive or anything, because when she goes out, she is transported by a full-time driver like Uncle Lee the entire time. Driving herself would instead be physically and mentally exhausting. So test driving license. For Lin Shanyue completely superfluous. Lin Shanyue was silent for a moment and slowly said, I thought you really wanted me to get a driver's license. Yezhou was silent. Well, this little neighbor is a little too obedient sometimes. Datang Nocturnal City is a pedestrian street with the theme of Shangtang culture and Tang-style elements, integrating the layout of catering, entertainment, leisure and tourism. During the day it doesn't really look much different from a regular pedestrian street, but at night, the city that never sleeps is simply beautiful. All kinds of lights are bright and incomparable. The light and shadow of the antique buildings are overflowing. And most importantly, at night, the whole street is full of ladies in Chinese dress. Yi Zhou parked the car and walked into the night city with Lin Shanyue. At this time the night had just fallen, the lights were on, and as if the city of the night had been enchanted, it instantly went from being ordinary in the daytime to splendid and eye-catching. Lin Shanyue's eyes lit up all of a sudden. Her cool expression changed and was replaced by intense curiosity and joy. Wow, it's really beautiful. Yi Chao is a great guy. The corners of Yi Zhou's mouth rose slightly when he heard her heartfelt words. In fact, it's not considered a very special place, and most people from Northam have been here before. He and Kai Xiong had already come here to play a few months ago. Nonetheless, it was biased that Lin Xianyue had never been here. It wasn't hard to understand, since she had no friends at all before this. Combined with her high-strung personality, it wasn't really realistic for her to come here alone of her own accord. People were coming and going on the street. There were some food trucks on the road, and there were a lot of couples holding each other's arms coming and going. Of course, more than that, most of the girls took the initiative to go and take pictures with the young ladies who were wearing hanboks and performing on the street or working as dancers, and their boyfriends would raise their cell phones and find all kinds of angles to take pictures of them. Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes and muttered darkly, a bunch of couple dogs. Look at me, this new age youth who never comes here except with clean and good neighbors. Yi Zhou took the initiative to speak to Lin Shanyue. Are you going to take a picture with them? I think the pictures should come out pretty good. Lin Shanyue raised her clear eyes. I'll go if you shoot for me. Chapter 64, what if it's just another case of her making a fool of herself? Yeah, well, go over there and I'll help. Yi Zhou was about to take a picture of Lin Shanyue with his cell phone. As a result, I felt my pockets and realized that I had left my cell phone in the car and forgot to take it down. That. Why don't you wait here for me, and I'll go to the car and get my cell phone. Aha. Lin Shanhua gently nodded her head, then pointed to the side of the food cart that sold potato tarts. Do you want to eat potato tarts? I'll buy 2 bunches. Okay, then you go ahead and buy it. I'll be over soon. Aha. Go blah 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 blah. I'll be good and wait for you here. Yi Zhou coughed lightly, pretending that he hadn't heard anything. Saying goodbye to Lin Shanhua, Ye Zhou squeezed through the crowd and returned the same way to the car to get his cell phone. Just as he was squeezing through the crowd, a few meters away, and I noticed Yi Zhou. Su Miaomiao immediately shook her good best friend Chen Shi's arm. Sure. Look at that person walking against the crowd. Is it Yi Zhou? Hiss. It does seem to be him. Strange. Why is he alone? Lin Shanhua wasn't with him? Chen Shi had a complicated expression. Ever since she met Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua after the last college entrance exam, she hadn't heard anything from Yi Zhou. Of course, she didn't dare to inquire about Yi Zhou. After all, Lin Shanhua had said that she was the one who took the initiative to pester Yi Zhou. If Lin Shanhua really liked Yi Zhou, then how could Yi Zhou still look at herself? Su Miaomiao looked around and didn't see Lin Shanhua's figure. She cupped her chin and thought for a while, and suddenly a light dawned before her eyes, and she hastened to say, I know. Sure. We've forgotten that Lin Shanhua herself is from Shanghai. She just transferred to Beiyang to go to school, so her family must be in Shanghai. And now that the college entrance exam has been finished for several days, she doesn't have to continue to go to school in Beiyang and will definitely go back to Shanghai. So with Lin Shanhua's grades and family conditions, college would most likely be in Shanghai or Kyoto. After the college entrance exam, Lin Shanhua must have gone back to her own home in Shanghai, now leaving Ye Zhou alone in Beiyang. The probability is that even the contact has been broken yet. Listening to Su Miaomiao's analysis, Chen Shi's eyebrows furrowed. After her first few experiences, she was already less confident in herself. Even if Su Miaomiao's analysis made sense, she didn't dare to believe it easily. What if it's just another case of her getting ahead of herself? What if they're just speculating on themselves again? Maybe Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua they are still very good now? Thus, Chen Shi hesitated. But didn't Lin Shanhua say last time that she was the one who took the initiative to pester Yi Zhou? Even if she wants to go back to Shanghai to study at the university, shouldn't she go back after the summer vacation? How could she leave Yi Zhou alone at this time? Sure. You're silly. Lin Shanhua's family is so rich. A young lady like her must have grown up with a lot of respect, and has long since developed the habit of liking new things. I'm afraid that the reason why she was pestering Yi Zhou was just a whim. How long has it been since then? And the freshness she had for Yi Zhou must have long since disappeared, since the only reason to stay in Beiyang is gone. Lin Shanhua will definitely go back to Shanghai. I guess Yi Chao is crying his eyes out right now. If you ask me, he just deserved it. Who made him give up on you for Lin Shanhua, asking for his own suffering? Not worthy of sympathy. As soon as Chen Shi heard this, his originally cooled heart was suddenly rekindled. Maybe this time, they really weren't wrong. Otherwise, in a place like Nocturnal City, since Yi Zhou had come, how could he not bring Lin Shanhua along? She pursed her lips. Then if I go to Yi Zhou at this moment, he will surely apologize with great remorse and then continue to be my suitor, right? Of course. Now Lin Shanhua are gone, and the best and prettiest girl he can get in touch with is Shiozaki Yua. Let's go find Yi Zhou then. I get angry when I think of his condescending behavior before. As long as he's willing to apologize to me today, I'll consider giving him another chance. Su Miaomiao was slightly surprised, not expecting Chen Shi to actually still have no death wish for Yi Zhou. Given that this was her best friend's intention, she naturally supported it unconditionally. Alright, Shioji, I'll accompany you to find Yi Zhou. Aha, let's hurry over. Just like that, Chen Shi and Su Miaomiao held each other's arms, towards the direction Yi Zhou had left earlier, the entrance to the City of Night Walk. 3 girls in heavy makeup and handbox look in the direction of the parking lot. They were all classmates of Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai when they were in junior high school, and their names were Su Haisan, Shun Lu, and Song Qi. Shun Lu and Song Qi's face value were both ordinary. Only Su Haisan was quite good-looking. She was 6'5" and her good-looking wings were particularly attractive. Wearing oversized eyeglass frames, Shun Lu said, Haisan, just now that's really Ye Zhou. Hey, it's hard not to be like what you said 2 days ago. Ye Zhou and Xiong Kai every afternoon will drive on that street in front of your house, tracking you? What am I lying to you guys for? 2 days ago, I went to the indoor swimming pool every afternoon, and every time I went, I could see the 2 of them driving Xiong Kai's father's black Santana, slowly following me. When I came home from swimming, I could see both of them again until they followed me back to my doorstep. He's still acting like he's in middle school, just daring to secretly like me. Ha! Su Haisan angled her chin, a light smile on her face, And after Shinlu and Song-chi heard it, they both revealed incredulous expressions. Only after a long time did Song-chi say sourly, "Then, in that case, when we came to the city of nocturnal nights today, Yizhou also secretly followed us here? It should be. I didn't expect Yizhou to be so infatuated. I thought that in the second year of junior high school, after Yizhou confessed to you and was rejected, he was completely dead in the water. I didn't realize that he had quietly buried this liking in his heart and still secretly likes you even now. God, that's so romantic too." Su Haisan narrowed her eyes as she listened to her sister's words and gave a light hum. Too bad. If I didn't have someone I liked now, maybe I'd give him a chance. Okay, but it's been so long since we've officially met. Haisan, do you want to give Yizhou a shout out? I'd kinda like to see him look all excited. Just say hello. It's kind of a little sweetener I'm giving Yizhou seeing as how he's liked me for so many years. Su Haisan finished speaking and led her two girlfriends in the direction of the parking lot. Yizhou finished picking up his cell phone in the parking lot and immediately returned to the place where he had previously separated from Lin Shanhua. Not a second's delay. As a result, he had just returned to the side of the walkway when he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder and a girl's surprised voice came from behind him. Yizhou? Yizhou turned back in surprise and realized that there were three girls in hanbok standing behind him. His mouth dropped open with a very surprised expression. Su Haisan, Shunlu, Song-chi, Chapter 65. I don't care. You have to like me. After 3 years, I met Su Haisan again. Yizhou froze for a long time. He drifted off and thought back to when he was in the throes of love a few years ago. Yes, Su Haisan was the class president when Yizhou was in junior high school, and also the girl he had liked. Although Su Haisan was similar to Chenshur in that she was in an unclear relationship with many boys, the biggest difference between her and Chenshur was Chenshur's confession to the boys she doesn't like. She won't bluntly refuse, but chooses to deliberately hang on. She enjoys that feeling of being pursued by millions of people. As for Su Haishan, when she is confronted with a confession from a boy she doesn't like, she doesn't hesitate to reject it. Of course, if a guy is still willing to pursue her, Su Haisan will not stay away from him. She adheres to the principle that if you still like me after I've clearly rejected you, it's not my fault if you don't get it. The person who just tapped Yizhou's shoulder was Song-chi. In the second year of junior high school, Yizhou had also been a tablemate with her for a period of time. After several years, Yizhou didn't think that these three girls could still play together. Song-chi covered her mouth and laughed, then said, Yizhou, it's been 3 years since I've seen you. Why do you still look so dull? What are you waiting for? Quickly say hello to Haisan. Oh, class president Su. Long time no see. Yizhou didn't think much about it and gave Su Haisan a polite smile. In the beginning, the rash youth, and Su Haisan confession was rejected on the spot. The social death of a batch. Since then Yizhou has sworn that love dogs do not talk about. Confession was rejected too damn shame. Su Haisan looked at Yizhou. She slightly lowered her head and ruffled her broken hair behind her ears before nodding her head gently. Long time no see Yizhou. You're a lot more handsome now than when you were in middle school. Although Su Haisan had already met Yizhou and Xiong Kai on the road 2 days ago, but after all, they were separated by the car window, so she didn't have the chance to see Yizhou's face up close and what it looked like now. Until now, after Su Haisan had seen Yizhou's face up close, she was actually very surprised inside. Yizhou in junior high school is just a 1.7 m head. Looks very ordinary. He is one of those ordinary boys who stand in the middle of the crowd and have no characteristics at all. I did not expect after a few years, Yizhou's height all of a sudden jumped to more than 1.8 m. Looks and temperament is also completely the kind of sunny type handsome boy. This couldn't help but make Su Haisan's heart throb a few times. He's even better looking than his current boyfriend. Yizhou is still the first time to be praised by girls in front of handsome. Also a little embarrassed up. Yeah, I don't think I've changed much over the years. Hearing these words, Song-chi and Shinlu, who were on the side, looked at each other and asked Yizhou with a smile if these words were specifically referring to the fact that he was actually still in love with Su Haisan all these years. Yizhou at first thought that these two were joking and just waved his hand to indicate that they weren't. As a result the two chattered away. Yizhou, you're still so shy. We're all adults now. What's so embarrassing about admitting that you like a girl? If you don't like Haisan now, why did you and Xiong Kai follow Haisan around in the car every afternoon for 2 days after the entrance exam? First, he silently followed her to the swimming pool, and then after she got out of class he silently followed her to the door of her house before he left. Men can't talk out of their asses. It's our girl's prerogative. Yizhou was dumbfounded. What the hell? Just 2 days after the high school entrance exam, didn't Xiong Kai and I drive to practice our car skills? How come it's now become silent to send Su Haisan to the swimming pool and home? Yizhou quickly explained. Did you guys misunderstand something? I did drive with Xiong Kai just after the college entrance exams. But the two of us were practicing our car skills and didn't send Su Hai-san home or anything. Is Yizhou shy because he was found out? You and Xiong Kai practiced driving on the same road that Hazen's house is on? You also happen to drive her to the swimming pool every time, and then drive her back when class is over. Where is such a coincidence? Besides, you followed Hai-san to Night City today. How can you explain that? Yizhou inwardly called out to shake the grass. He looked at Su Hai-san with a complicated expression. Su Hai-san, your family lives on Shanglin Road? Yeah. Hold the grass. Coincidence? What a ing coincidence. Yizhou's entire body went numb. Well, it's because he and Xiong Kai always practiced there in those days, and Su Hai-san saw them. This ninny instantly thought that he still liked her, so he purposely peeked at her on this road every day. The most tawdry is, Su Hai-san and the girls actually thought that he was actually following Su Hai-san when he came to the City of Nocturnal Nights today. No, is dude this much of a stalker? Ahem. You guys might have really misunderstood. Although I did like Su Hai-san for a very small period of time in junior high school, but that was already a long time ago, and I really don't like her now. Yes, we believe it. It's true that one of you boys has a tougher mouth than the other. Oh. Songqi and Shenlu looked at each other and both covered their mouths and laughed. On the side, Su Hai-san also had a faint shyness on her face. Apparently, none of the three girls were convinced. It's happening right now. A silhouette suddenly squeezed out from behind the three girls, looking very anxious, and she grabbed Yizhou's arm. Yizhou looked up and the man was dumbfounded. Su Hai-san and the three of them also looked sideways after they froze. After seeing the other party's face, their mouths couldn't help but open and their pupils contracted slightly. Because this girl who grabbed Yizhou's arm, her looks and temperament were very stunning. Her delicate face was like a flower blooming in the morning sun, and her rather hot body was really enviable to the three girls, especially Su Hai-san. An existence that would be asked for WeChat by some boys wherever she went, was suppressed by a few points in front of this girl at this time. Chenshur? Yizhou looked at his arm that was grabbed by Chenshur, and his brows furrowed. What the hell is wrong with this woman? I run into her everywhere I go. She's a real ghost. Chenshur pursed his lips, the anger in his eyes almost overflowing. Just now she and Su Miaomiao saw Yizhou heading towards the parking lot, and when the two of them followed, they couldn't find anyone. After searching for half a day, I finally rediscovered Yizhou. As a result, the next second saw Yizhou and three girls talking and laughing, in which the most good-looking girl, looking at Yizhou eyes are still a little shy. This scene caused Chenshur to instantly explode. Lin Shanhua left and Yizhou turned around and hooked up with another girl. What position did he really put her Chenshur in? Chenshur exasperatedly said. Yizhou, you're really hungry. It's fine that you were willing to stick with Lin Shanhua before, but now that she's gone, you're looking at any cat or dog? I'll give you one more chance to chase me again. Chenshur, are you having some kind of hypochondria? I've made it very clear that I've never liked you, and even less so in the future, so why should I chase you? Chenshur froze, and a layer of watery mist floated out of his twinkling eyes in an instant. Yizhou, weren't we good before? Why do you have to treat me with such an attitude now? The corner of Yizhou's eye twitched. You're overthinking it. We are at most classmates. Everything else is just your own brain. I don't care. You have to like me, and only me, and I agree to be your girlfriend now. Yizhou was shocked. What the is this version of T0? Can this be played without chipping? He laughed outright in exasperation and gave a backhanded thumbs up. Chenshur, you are truly ing heaven-defying. Chapter 66, Harley Quinn, the female clown. After Yizhou finished speaking, he directly reached out to rip off Chenshur's hand that was grabbing his arm, wanting to leave in a hurry. Version T0, dude can't afford to mess with it. Can't he afford to hide from it? As a result, it was as if Chenshur had used all of his strength and was dead set on not letting go of his hand. Yizhou, if you don't promise to be my boyfriend today, you can't leave. At this point, the three Su Hai-san who were standing next to them all looked dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded with three faces. Chenshur was simply too pretty. And when placed in their junior high school, she was completely a school flower level existence. The most shocking thing to them was that the girl with such a high face value actually forcefully grabbed Yizhou's arm to prevent him from leaving, and insisted that Yizhou be her boyfriend. Exaggerated. Too much. Abstract. Too abstract. Before Su Hai-san and the three of them could react, another voice came from behind them. Yizhou, you're a bit slow. The crowd looked sideways, only to see a girl who was even more stunning than Chenshur, walking towards Yizhou. Compared to Chenshur, her face value was obviously higher. In particular, the air of coolness and nobility that emanated from her body was just a little too dazzling. When Chenshur saw Lin Shanhua appear, his entire body froze, his eyes filled with incredulity. The next second, the whole brain buzzed. Lin Shanhua hadn't returned to Shanghai at all, and today Yi Zhou had come with Lin Shanhua for a date in Nocturnal City. So, is it your own fault this time? Lin Shanhua walked to Yi Zhou with a potato tower, and never looked at Chen Shi and the girls since the beginning, just slightly opened her cherry lips and said indifferently, Ye Zhou, I thought you got lost. Ahem. No. Just running into an old classmate. Yi Zhou was also very surprised to see Lin Xianyu. He didn't expect that after he hadn't gone back for half a day, Lin Xianyu would actually take the initiative to come over and look for him. At this moment, Lin Xianyu narrowed her eyes before she looked at Su Haisan and the three of them. Then he looked at Su Miao again, then fixed his gaze on Chen Shi. She's also an old classmate? Damn Yi Zhou, taking advantage of my absence, actually meeting with the bad woman again. Yi Zhou, you're a bad person. Hearing Lin Shanyue's heartfelt words, Yi Zhou suddenly felt a little weak for some reason. Ghostly, instantly vetoed. Irrelevant. Not, relevant, relevant. Rumble. Three simple words made Chen Shi feel, in an instant, as if he had been struck by a shocking thunderbolt, a buzzing in his ears. Irrelevant. Ye Zhou said that he was irrelevant to me. Lin Shanyue's cool expression weakened a few points after hearing this. She raised her hand and handed one of the strings of potato tarts in her hand to Yi Zhou. Oh, eat this while it's hot. It'll get cold later. Yi Zhou eyed Chen Shi's sudden freeze and loosened his grip on his arm by a few points. So taking this opportunity, he hurriedly pulled his arm out and then took the potato tart Lin Xianyu handed over. Immediately afterward, he said to Su Haisan's three, so what? We'll get together again sometime in the future. I still have things to do, so I'll leave with my friends first. Saying that, Yi Zhou grabbed Lin Xianyu's arm and hurriedly left. Seeing the way Yi Zhou grabbed Lin Xianyu's arm and left, Chen Shi was so angry that her body was shaking. Her breathing suddenly became rapid and her chest was stuffy. It was rather like going to pass out with two black eyes. Fortunately, Su Miao held her up in time and lowered her voice. Sure. Let me help you go over there to rest for a while. Afterward, Su Miao held Chen Shi's arm and left. When the two groups of people had all left, only three girls, Su Haisan, Shen Lu and Song Qi, were left here at the parking lot entrance. They looked at each other in dismay, as if they had not yet recovered from the suddenness of the shura just now. After a long time, Shen Lu looked at the direction where Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua had left and slowly opened her mouth. I think, Yi Zhou may really not like Haisan anymore. Before Haisan met him driving, it may really just be a coincidence. Song Qi also subconsciously nodded in agreement. Listening to the words of her two best sisters, Su Haisan's expression was extremely complicated. She bit her lips tightly, her eyes glaring hard at Yi Zhou's departing direction, wanting to say something but unable to say anything. The two girls who came to Yi Zhou just now, no matter which one of them, looked too much prettier than her, and their temperament was not at all in the same level. Especially the later girl. Face value high not only did not and her on the same level, she exudes the kind of unearthly and noble temperament, simply not ordinary people can have. Most importantly, whichever of the two of them it was, it looked like they were both very proactive towards Yi Zhou. Therefore, Yi Zhou had absolutely no reason to like her Su Haisan anymore. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Haisan's mouth grinned downward, her heart seeking to generate a wave of unprecedented frustration. Yi Zhou was once obviously just a very ordinary boy. He's now managed to meet so many, such nice girls. On what basis? Could it be, really, that I had no vision at the time and missed out on a potential? Thinking of this, Su Haisan recalled what Song Qi and Shen Lu had just said to Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, you're still so shy. We're all adults now. What's so embarrassing about admitting that you like a girl? If you don't like Haisan now, why did you and Xiong Kai follow Haisan around in the car every afternoon after the entrance exam? First silently followed her to the swimming pool, then after her class silently followed her to the door of her house before leaving. Men cannot be mouth is not true. Oh, this is our girl's privilege it. Besides, you followed Haisan to the city of night today. How do you explain that? These words seemed like giant boomerangs, coming back heavily and hitting Su Haisan in the face. And what she confidently said to Song Qi and Shen Lu before she came. Just say hello. It's kind of a little sweetener I'm giving Yi Zhou seeing as he's liked me for so many years. Su Haisan swallowed hard, hating the fact that she couldn't rush back to 10 minutes ago now. She promised she would never say such a thing again. Too much like Harley Quinn. Chapter 67, Uncle Lee, you want to make progress too much. Yi Chao is a bad guy. Yi Chao is a bad guy. Yi Chao is a bad guy. Going to the parking lot to get his cell phone and not coming back for so long made me strangely worried. But it turns out he was talking to so many girls together. Bad guys, bad guys, bad guys. After Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua left from the parking lot side, Lin Shanhua's heartfelt voices came pouring into his ears from Cuckoo. It beeps and beeps. He wanted to explain, But naturally, all of this was in Lin Shanyue's heart, so there was no way to initiate the conversation. But after pondering for half a day, Yi Zhou realized that her eyes were getting colder and colder, so he took a deep breath and took the initiative. Just now, other than Chen Shi and Su Miao Miao, the remaining 3 people were my classmates in junior high school. Oh, Lin Shanyue took a small bite of her potato tart and responded in a salty manner. It was completely impossible to tell what emotions she was really feeling, and even her heartbeat came to a screeching halt. Such an attitude made Yi Zhou a little embarrassed. It's rather like a hot face on a cold ass, but when he thought about it, Lin Shanyue originally didn't have to take the initiative to go over to the parking lot to look for him, but out of fear, she still took the initiative to go look for him with the potato tart. I don't think anyone would be happy to see that, right? Thinking of this, Yi Zhou simply took the initiative to explain directly. I promise I didn't mean to sidetrack you from meeting and talking to them. I really don't know them well. Really? It's truer than a pearl. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to take a picture before? Let me do it for you. Good. Seeing Lin Shanyue's icy expression melt a bit, Yi Zhou was relieved. He doesn't know why. He and Lin Shanyue were clearly just friends and neighbors, and there was really no need to explain too much when something like that happened just now. But Yi Zhou always felt that without explaining clearly to her, there was always an unsettling feeling in his heart. Immediately after, Lin Shanyue selected a photo of a young lady wearing a Chinese dress and standing on the base of a tumbler. Yi Zhou took his cell phone, found a good angle, and pressed the photo button. Just like that, Lin Xianyue's solo photo stayed in his cell phone album. I'll pass it on to you when I get home later. The signal isn't very good here. Lin Xianyue narrowed her eyes and nodded indifferently. Yi Zhou's cell phone now has a picture of me too. Yi Zhou froze and looked at Lin Xianyue in dismay. This heartfelt statement gave him a sense of realization. Yi Zhou then reacted. Just now he forgot his cell phone in the car. In fact, there is absolutely no need to deliberately return to get it, because Lin Xianyue's cell phone was on her body. She only had to offer to take pictures with her cell phone. After all, it was for her to take pictures itself. It even saved the step of taking a picture with Yi Zhou's cell phone and then passing it to Lin Xianyu. However, Lin Xianyue hadn't even had any intention of taking pictures with her phone earlier. Now this heartfelt statement appeared, making Yi Zhou wake up like a dream. Good lord. It turned out that Lin Xianyue didn't really want to take pictures that much. Her real purpose was just to leave her picture in Yi Zhou's cell phone. Lin Xianyue seemed to be sensing that Yi Zhou had discovered her small mind, so she hurriedly pulled the corner of Yi Zhou's coat, her eyes brightly pointing to the front. Ye Zhou, there's a stage play over there. Want to see it? Are you sure you're not distracting me with a stage play? What attention span? I don't get it at all. I just want to see the stage show. Lin Xianyue's eyes were clear and cold. It's like I'm being unreasonable and angry. Yi Zhou smiled helplessly, then nodded his head. Come on little neighbor, take you to the stage show. Ye Zhou, you're a good person. 10 o'clock at night. Yi Zhou took Lin Xianyue away from the night city and returned directly. As for eating, not hungry, not at all. There's not really much to do in the city, but you can't beat the food. Yi Zhou had just parked his car in front of the Maple Leaf Court neighborhood when Uncle Lee suddenly appeared again from nowhere. Uncle Lee still had that look on his face, his eyes squinting into slits when he smiled. Miss, young Master Yi, Uncle Lee. Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue shouted at the same time. Uncle Lee froze, and his smile intensified. Then he slipped his hand into his pocket and pulled out a car key with a Mercedes-Benz label, and very politely handed it to Yi Zhou. Young Master Yi, if you take Miss out for fun in the future, drive that Maybach. It's a bit more comfortable than this Santana, and it's relatively safer. Ha! Yi Zhou was very stunned. Uncle Lee, then you gave me the car. What do you usually drive? You this directly to the dick thing are given to me. Young Master Yi doesn't have to worry. There are still Ferraris, Porsches, Alphas, BMWs, and Lamborghinis in the manor where Miss lives, and I have permission to use them all. The corner of Ye Zhou's eye twitched. Heart said Uncle Lee, you do not need to say so clearly. To me bared blind. Ahem. Uncle Lee, I think it's better to forget it. In fact, I only got my driver's license last year, and I haven't driven much. Driving a Maybach, I'm really a bit of handshaking. If there is an accident, you can't afford to pay for it even if you sell me. So I'd better drive Pop's car first to practice. It won't be. Young Master Yi, you have been driving these days. I have followed. Cough cough. I mean, you drive to take Miss out these few hours tonight. I have followed. Your driving skills, I don't think there is any problem. A cold sweat crossed Uncle Lee's forehead. I'm so old. My mouth is so full. I almost let it slip. If young Master Yi knew that Miss ordered herself to follow him every day, this would be the end of it? The lady will have to put him in the cold in a minute. This time, before Yi Zhou could open his mouth, Lin Shanyue frowned and puffed up her cheeks in an unpleasant tone to Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee, I like to ride in the Santana. Ah, this. Uncle Lee froze, but only for a second. As if reading something, he hurriedly put the handed-out keys back in his pocket. Then with a serious face, he looked at Yi Zhou. Young Master Yi, I suddenly feel that you have a point. You just got your license not long ago. It's good to practice with Pop's car, with Miss and the co-pilot. She'll help you worry. Surely nothing will happen. Uncle Lee, you're trying too hard to make progress. Lin Shanyue narrowed her eyes, the corners of her mouth pulling up in a faint smile. At this time, Uncle Lee coughed lightly. That, Miss, young Master Yi. You guys continue. I'll retire first. You guys can call me again if something happens. After saying that, Uncle Lee turned around and left without looking back. The pace is as firm as it needs to be. Yi Zhou was horrified and shocked. That's a bit quick, isn't it? Chapter 68 Study Materials Folder. After saying goodbye to Uncle Lee, Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue took the elevator upstairs together. Where do you want to go tomorrow? Whatever. I want to climb Manhwa with Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou raised his eyebrows, pretending to look as if nothing had happened and said, then let's go to climb Manhwa. I heard that if you take the pass, you can also get free tickets. Huashan? This time, Lin Shanyue was no longer so calm. A look of surprise flashed across his face. This is too much of a coincidence, right? One's heart and Yi Zhou's heart shouldn't really be in the same place, right? Looking at Lin Shanyue's unexpected expression, Yi Zhou tried to stifle his laughter. Look at that. Look at that. That's what it's like to look at the answer and do the question with your eyes closed and get full marks. Yeah, or if you're not much of a climber, you can change your program. It's fine. Just climb the mountain. Yi Zhou, you really are a great man. Going hiking with Ye Zhou, so I can take a lot of nice pictures this time. And this time with his cell phone. Hee. Lin Shanyue cheered inwardly, her tone adorable like a cutie pie. Yi Zhou smiled slightly, then said, then let's climb at night. Otherwise it's too hot to climb during the day. It's easy to get a tan. Let's leave tomorrow afternoon. Aha! The two agreed, then turned their backs and each walked to their homes. However, Yi Zhou had just opened the door and was about to enter when Lin Shanyue, who was behind him, suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Ah, what's wrong? Ye Zhou turned back in a hurry. Only Lin Shanyue's expression became a little embarrassed as she was still looking down and rummaging through her small purse. Finally pursing her lips, she said, I think I left my keys at home. Ha? What about the spare key? The spare key is at the manor. Then why don't we call Uncle Lee and ask him to send you back, and stay at the manor tonight? Lin Shanyue shook her head. No, Cream and Oscar, they'll starve if they stay by themselves. Going out at night. I haven't fed them yet. Having said that, Ye Zhou is no cutie pie. He glanced sideways at his own home and murmured, then why don't you come sit at my house for a while? Then call Uncle Lee and ask him to drive to the estate to get the spare key. No interruptions, right? Despite Lin Shanyue's words, she had already taken a few small steps to Yi Zhou's door. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yi Zhou's mouth tugged, thinking, you've come in and you're still talking about this. So, Yi Zhou waved his hand and said, don't bother, neighbors well. Right. Next, Lin Shanyue changed into the pair of slippers that belonged to her at Yi Zhou's house and sat down on the sofa obediently. Then in front of Yi Zhou, he dialed Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee, please go back to the manor to fetch the spare key to Maple Leaf Court. I left my key at home. By the way, Uncle Lee, why don't you take the Eurasia Boulevard route? It'll be faster to get there and back. After instructing, Lin Shanyue hung up the phone expressionlessly. And what she said, Yi Zhou heard all of it. Just now, Lin Shanyue suddenly said that her keys were locked at home, as well as the way she walked into her house without hesitation. It made Yi Zhou wonder for a moment if Lin Shanyue had intentionally used not having a key as an excuse and then came to his house to play. After all, Lin Shanyue had never been a person with a sloppy personality. How could she go out and forget her keys? But when she called, she specifically instructed Uncle Lee to take the road with the fast round-trip speed, which instantly dispelled Yi Zhou's doubts. Well, I told you, clean and good neighbor. How could she intentionally find an excuse to come into my house late at night? She would definitely not use this as an excuse to have any unneighborly intentions towards me. Ye Zhou nodded, thinking that he was being too sensitive. With a guilty conscience, he decided to reward Lin Shanyue for playing Forest Ice Fireman with himself for a while. Little neighbor, I don't have a TV in my house, but I have a laptop. Why don't we go to my room and play some computer games? Uncle Lee fetched the keys and came over, so I guess it'll take 30 to 40 minutes. Okay. I didn't realize I could go to Sayaza's bedroom. I've been drooling over it for a long time now. Lin Shanyue immediately got up and walked towards Yi Zhou's room. Yi Zhou's eyes jumped, and he clearly saw that this niece had taken a big step. He suddenly had the feeling that he had led the wolf into the house. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Maple Leaf Court neighborhood, Lin Yen sat in the Maybach, holding his cell phone somewhat suspiciously, and couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, "Strange, why did the lady make me take Eurasian Avenue if she wanted me to go faster to and from that road? Isn't it the furthest road back to the manor?" The good thing is that Yizhou usually cleaned his room very clean, and there is nothing unseemly, or so stacked dirty socks, underwear and so on. After Lin Shangyue walked into his room, she looked left and right like a curious baby. "Didn't the internet say that boys' rooms can be messy? Your room is clean." Yizhou's complacent mouth straight up, proudly said, "Of course, it must be clean. You'd better surf less on the internet in the future. The internet says anything." "Oh." Lin Shangyue nodded slightly, then sat down in front of Yizhou's desk. Yizhou entered the password and turned on the computer. He had just clicked on Moribel Ice Fireman when he suddenly realized that the membrane keyboard that came with the laptop was a bit too small. If he were to play with Lin Shangyue with her own keyboard, I'm afraid the two of them would have to sit with their arms stacked on top of each other. It's a little too ambiguous. Thinking of this, Yizhou scratched his head and said, "You can play by yourself for a while. I'll go find a plug-in keyboard to come over. It can be easier to play." "Aha." Lin Shangyue nodded slightly. Afterwards, Yizhou quickly went to the living room and balcony to rummage around. He remembers a time a year ago when Xiong Kai came over with his laptop in his arms as well, and the two of them played LOL together at home. At that time, Xiong Kai was too much trouble, so he brought the keyboard and didn't bring it back the next day. Then Yezhou cleaned up the house and put that keyboard away. Hiss, where did you put it? Yezhou rummaged around the balcony and living room, and at that moment, in the middle of the bedroom, Lin Shangyue's white and delicate grip on the mouse, flipping through Yizhou's computer in boredom. Suddenly, she remembered a quote she had seen on the internet 2 days ago. Girls are advised not to peek at the search history of boys' browsers and the folder on their desktops called Study Materials. Thinking of this, a hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Shangyue's eyes. She held the mouse and clicked on the browser search history. How many Zimbabwean dollars is 1 yuan? Can dogs drink beer? Who is the most handsome man in the world? Northam First Model Question Paper 2017 shared. The search history is pretty normal, Lin Shangyue muttered. Then she closed the browser and moved her gaze to the desktop. In the next moment, she raised her eyebrows slightly, and there was really a folder on the desktop called Study Materials. What's hidden in here? Couldn't it be Saishu's diary? Or is it his private stash of selfies? Lin Shangyue's eyes lit up. Driven by curiosity, she was very eager to open this folder. She looked back and realized that Yizhou hadn't returned yet. So, immediately, the folder was opened. The folder opened to hundreds of videos, all with solid black covers. And, each video is over 1 GB in size. Lin Shangyue pursed her lips and casually clicked on one, only to see a flash of the pure black cover. The image appeared, and Lin Shangyue's beautiful eyes glared as her face instantly reddened. Chapter 69. Does he watch this kind of movie every day? The computer kept making him sounds. The screen is also showing unbelievable images, and the action is just shameful to the point of explosion. After Lin Shangyue froze for a few seconds and reacted, her pretty face was so red that it was about to drip blood, and she hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands, but couldn't help but fork a crack and squint at the screen. Inside, it was a big shock. Just then, Yizhou's footsteps came from the living room, getting closer and closer. Yizhou said as he walked, "So what? I found the keyboard. We can play." Hiss. Yizhou, who appeared in the bedroom doorway, hadn't even finished his words when he heard the familiar to couldn't be more familiar gasping sound. He looked forward and found Lin Shangyue's entire face sitting in front of the computer like a ripe red apple. At this time, the computer is playing Learning Materials. Seeing this scene, Yezhou's whole person is stupid. His hands of the keyboard snap fell to the ground. After only freezing for a second, Yizhou rushed to Lin Shangyue's side in a flash of lightning and clasped the laptop screen in one hand. The mouth-drying gasps also finally stopped. The next thing I knew, the room was a little breathless with silence. Yizhou looked at Lin Shangyue with an awkward mess of an expression. Lin Shangyue looked up at Yizhou. Her pretty face flushed red, but her eyes were clearly full of shock and disbelief. I didn't realize that Kobayashi, computer full of these things. Does he watch these movies every day? Listening to Lin Shangyue's heartfelt voice, Yizhou's entire body went numb. He was silent for half a day before he spoke tentatively. Actually, this computer used to belong to Xiong Kai, and he got a new computer. So he left this one at my house for the time being. There's a lot of stuff downloaded on it that I don't even know about. Lin Shangyue tilted her head. You said the computer isn't yours. So the ones I saw just now, they aren't yours either? Definitely not mine. Those above, all downloaded by Xiong Kai. He's just so nasty. I can't believe I didn't realize it before. Yi Zhou eyes firm batch, mouth to be as hard as possible. Lin Shangyue nodded her head. Her voice was soft, and her expression gradually returned to normal. But suddenly, she wore a puzzled expression. Yi Zhou, just now I also saw your browser record on the computer. It is full of what black silk, white silk and swimsuit photos and so on. No way. How could I have searched for these things on my computer? Who the hell searched for these things on my computer? It's just nonsense. Yi Zhou vetoed it at the first opportunity. However, Lin Shangyue instantly narrowed her eyes and smiled. She raised her willow eyebrows and faintly said, "So, you admit that this is your computer?" Yi Zhou was horrified and shocked. Oh no! Lin Shangyue was deliberately swindling him. Humph, Sayazu, you have a stiff upper lip, and I have a cure for stiff upper lip, too, Yi Zhou immediately said. Well, in fact, this computer is indeed mine, but these, I assure you, are absolutely all downloaded by Xiong Kai. I've never seen them. This time, Yi Zhou's tone and eyes were very certain, and there was absolutely no sign of lying. The reason why he swore so much was because they were indeed from Xiong Kai, who once came to his house to play, and then Xiong Kai downloaded them by hand. As for whether or not you've seen it, oh, and as the saying goes, the hardest lie to detect is when truth and falsehood are mixed together. Who can tell the difference between the real and the fake? Fruity. This time Yi Zhou finished and stared at Lin Shangyue for half a day. He was quite relieved to find that the other man didn't have any heartfelt voices, as well as teasing eyes present. It's true that my usual image of being a decent person in front of Lin Shangyue has made her have a very deep understanding of me already, Yi Zhou muttered in his heart, intent to dump the pot hard on Kumkai's back. However, just as Yi Zhou was dryly smiling, intending to explain further, Lin Shangyue pursed and looked at Yi Zhou with a smile. I believe those were downloaded by Xiong Kai, but when I opened the file just now, the top of the computer showed that the last time I opened the file was 12:30 p.m. the night before. I don't remember Xiong Kai coming to you at that time. The smile on Yi Zhou's face froze, and his face and neck reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. If social death could really kill people, Yi Zhou felt that he had already died violently on the spot at this moment, especially, still in front of Lin Shangyue. Seeing Yi Zhou petrified in place, Lin Shanyue's mouth rose a few points, blinked her pretty eyes, and said nothing, just a silence. But in Yi Chao's opinion, the silence of the moment was deafening. In order to salvage his image a bit, Yi Zhou coughed dryly and continued to talk tough. I was actually trying to delete these the other night and accidentally clicked on them, but I definitely didn't read them. Well, I believe you. Then you swear not to tell anyone about it. I swear. Hearing Lin Shangyue say this, Yi Zhou was then a little more relieved. Forget it. What's wrong with me being a 19-year-old man with a lot of energy? What's wrong with seeing something good? What big guy doesn't have some kind of horny, ambiguous phase in his adolescence? Besides, at least I know how to do the ______. Calm is a fill-in-the-blank question that some people can't do in a hurry. Ahem. Let's leave the computer alone for another day. Aha. Lin Shangyue didn't say much. Both she and Yi Zhou knew that if they returned the computer screen up now, they would still be able to see the image on the screen even if their hands were fast. That kind of stuff. Feel free to watch it when you're alone. But with two people, that can't be seen a bit. Yi Zhou stood in front of Lin Shangyue and scratched his head awkwardly, his eyes darting around, just not daring to look at Lin Shangyue. And as Lin Shangyue looked at Yi Zhou's appearance, she felt a little amused in her heart, while at the same time a trace of a different emotion spread in her heart. After a moment of silence, Yi Zhou cleared his throat to break the awkward atmosphere. Why don't we go for a walk downstairs? Tonight, the moon seems to be quite full, and it's still very innocent for good neighbors to take a walk together at night. You're right. Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue skipped around the neighborhood for a while, and then went to the convenience store at the entrance of the neighborhood to buy Kanto boiled food to eat. About half an hour later, Uncle Lee arrived in a Maybach. After he gave Lin Shangyue the key, he left silently. Yeah, ciao. I'll go back first. Cream and Oscar should be starving. Well, why don't you go on up, and I'll skedaddle around for a while. Yi Zhou nodded his head. He really didn't want to be alone in the elevator with Lin Shangyue anymore. Tonight was just too awkward. In response, Lin Shangyue didn't say much, but just after she took a step, she suddenly turned her head to look at Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, you boys, when did you usually start watching those kinds of movies? Huh? Yi Zhou froze, then scratched his head and whispered in a somewhat embarrassed tone. Well, usually after 12 p.m., I guess. Lin Shanyue's willow brows instantly furrowed, and in the space of a second, countless question marks flashed through her eyes. Isn't it not age I'm asking about? Chapter 70, Listen to my defense. Little neighbor. Same table. Schoolgirl Lin. Lin Shangyue. Don't go away. Listen to my sophistry. However, no matter how Yi Zhou shouted at the back, Lin Shanyue's head didn't bring it back at all. Ta-da-da-da-da towards the elevator. The moment the elevator was about to close, she smiled like a flower and waved her arm at Yi Zhou. Wanting to have a sound amplification effect, Lin Shanyue put her hand in front of her mouth and said loudly, Yi Zhou, you also go home early, or you won't make it to 12 o'clock. Yi Zhou looked at the already closed elevator door, his eyes completely desperate. It's over. It's all over. Why would I say time when she clearly asked me my age? Early the next morning, Ye Zhou drove the Santana of Xiong Kai's old man and went to Wandong. Today is the day of court with Zhao Lan's family. Lawyer 1, I'm counting on you today. Don't worry, little Yi. This lawsuit is almost a sure win for us. There are basically no points of overturning that exist. Wandong smiled, his tone very confident. In response, Yi Zhou's heart was considered to be completely put into his stomach. The first thing was his trust in Wandong's ability. He was a lawyer from the strongest law firm in Bayan and his business ability was completely unquestionable. Secondly, Yi Zhou had long ago provided Wandong with complete evidence of Zhao Lan's misuse of his parents' pensions and compensation over the years. Zhao Lan's family would never have imagined that Yi Zhou was already quietly collecting and retaining evidence at a very young age. After all, who would doubt that a child would endure humiliation for so many years to do such a thing in silence? Normally such a thing would indeed be unlikely to occur. But it so happened that Yi Zhou lost his parents at too young an age and was adopted by Zhao Lan's family. What they have done to Ye Zhou over the years is what prompted Ye Zhou to become independent and precocious very early on. Alright, let's go in. It's almost time for court. Zhao Lan and the others should be here already. Aha! Yi Zhou nodded and walked into the courtroom with Wandong. The two had just entered the court in the front foot. Zhao Lan's family of 3 arrived in front of the court in a cab in the back foot. The trio had just gotten out of the car, and the lawyer they had hired, Vu Viet Hui, was the first to greet them. Mr. Chen, M.S. Zhao. Well, Counselor Wu, we should have no problem with the lawsuit today, right? Zhao Lan was no longer worried about Yi Zhou's prosecution of their family since the last time she listened to her son Chen Mo. So, the next day she gave Chen Mo a sum of money to hire a high-caliber defense lawyer to win the case. Takeshi Uehui carried his bag and pushed his eyeglass frames, solemnly saying, Don't worry, M.S. Chen. Your son has already retold me what happened, and as long as the circumstances are all true, it's simply impossible to lose this lawsuit. After all, you, as a family, never did anything to suppress the plaintiff, and his pension you did not abuse in any way, except to keep it in the name of his having been a minor. When you put it that way, there's really no suspense in this lawsuit, and it's all just self-subjective speculation on the part of the plaintiffs with no evidence. Zhao Lan froze, her expression changing. In fact, these are not Yi Zhou's nonsense, for they are facts. However, Zhao Lan quickly figured out that it should be because Chen Mo did not tell the truth to his lawyer, as it was a bit embarrassing to tell, but none of that is a problem. Anyway, Yi Zhou had no evidence, so in that case, even if these things had happened, they were treated as if they hadn't happened. These don't matter anymore. Yi Zhou, you still want to sue me? What do you know about the law, you little brat? Chen Guozheng frowned. Since the lawsuit is so stable, then lawyer Wu, let's hurry up and go in and finish the lawsuit with the fastest speed. We still have our own things to do in the afternoon. We don't have time to delay for so long. Okay, Mr. Chen. But what? Zhou Lang asked. However, according to you, the plaintiff is just a student who usually works part-time outside the home at most, but he hired a great defense attorney. With the plaintiff's ability, he is simply unable to pay the hiring fee. Lawyer Wu, are you mistaken? My nephew usually has extra money that he earns from a part-time job at most, so he saved up a couple $1,000s at most. So how could he possibly afford a very powerful lawyer? Zhao Lan frowned and immediately assumed that Wu Yuehui had made a mistake. With Yi Zhou's ability, even if he borrowed money, he would ask his classmates to borrow at most. But how much money could a bunch of kids who had just come of age lend him? So Zhao Lan didn't think, at all, that Yi Zhou could hire such a powerful lawyer. However, Wu Yuehui directly took out the relevant documents and handed them to Zhao Lan. M.S. Zhao, this is something I will never get wrong. It's because before every trial, there will be information about the opposing counsel on the pleadings, and the circle of lawyers is not big, not small. I do not dare to say that I know all the lawyers, but some of the well-known lawyers in Bayan I am still very familiar with, and the lawyer the other side invited is called Wandong, is the lawyer of the law firm with the highest win rate in Bayan at present. Strictly speaking, we're both standing as lawyers, and I'm just a completely insignificant junior in front of Wandong, not comparable to him at all, because Wandong's hiring fee is 5 times as much as mine. When Zhao Lan and Chen Guozheng heard this, Their expressions immediately became a bit ugly. How is that possible? You know, it cost them $5,000 to hire Vu Viet Hui. According to Wu Yuehui now, Yezhou actually hired a lawyer who was at least $20,000 or more. How could Ji Chao have so much money? Before Zhao Lan could say anything, Wu Yuehui, who originally had a serious expression, suddenly revealed a relaxed smile. But you guys don't have to worry. As I said earlier, there is no suspense in this lawsuit. Taking a step back, even if Ms. Zhao and you guys did do something, as long as the plaintiff doesn't have any evidence, it's impossible for him to win the case even if he hires a gold medal lawyer. That's right. You're right, Counselor Vu. There's absolutely no way he could have evidence. Zhao Lan nodded heavily. Although right now she couldn't figure out how Yi Zhou could spend so much money and hire a very high-level lawyer. But she was certain that Yi Zhou definitely didn't have any evidence. What's he gonna win with? Immediately after that, Zhao Lan's family walked into the courtroom with Wu Yuehui as well. Unbeknownst to them, they are about to be hit hard in the face. Chapter 71. Where did he get this evidence? He hadn't gone back to Zhao Lan's house once since the end of winter vacation. After a few months, Yi Zhou finally met with Zhao Lan's family once again. Only this time, Yezhou finally got what they wanted, completely on their opposing side and unfolding the already long-envisioned moment of reckoning. Mr. Yi, there's no need to be nervous because this is classified as a lawsuit that is a civil dispute and there won't be many people present. Currently the important evidence and information I have already submitted to the judge. Later on, in addition to the court's initiative to ask you, the rest of the time you do not need to open your mouth. Just leave it to me. Aha. Yi Zhou nodded as he noticed that Wan Dong's address to himself had changed. Unable to help it, he was also serious in his mind. Meanwhile, Wu Yuehui, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, was puzzled to the point of confusion when he saw that Wan Dong was full of confidence and did not look nervous at all. In fact, before this, Wu Yuehui was already curious. Even a lawyer of his caliber knows very well that this lawsuit is next to no chance of winning 90% of the time. And how could Wan Dong, as a lawyer of Rongbai law firm, whose level was too many notches higher than his, not know it? But for all that, why did Wan Dong still choose to take it and is still so confident even now? Thinking of this, Wu Yuehui looked at Zhao Lan with a serious expression. Ms. Zhao, are you sure you're not hiding something from me? As your defense attorney, if I want me to help you win your case, I must be fully informed of everything. In that case, my side will be able to think of a timely response. Otherwise later on, when the other side's lawyers come up with all sorts of evidence and claims, I may not be able to refute them perfectly in the first place. I said, Lawyer Wu, what our family should tell you. We've already told you everything. Just fight your case. Without waiting for Zhao Lan to speak, Chen Mo spoke in an unpleasant tone. But instead of responding to him, Wu Yuehui looked straight at Zhao Lan. Sure enough, he noticed that Zhao Lan looked like she was about to say something. But even so, Zhao Lan still nodded, echoing her own son's words. Yes, Lawyer Wu, my son is right. Just follow the original plan. I know. Wu Yuehui nodded and had an answer in his heart. Zhou Lang, they lied. In that case, what he said before about this lawsuit not being in doubt is going to not count. However, Vu Viet Hui was not burdened. He wasn't a lawyer with any great aspirations and never wanted to be some gold medal lawyer. So the win rate, to him, doesn't seem that important. Now, since you are not willing to tell us everything, you will not be able to rely on me if you lose the lawsuit later. The trial begins. After reading the rights and obligations of the lawsuit, the judge then said, Plaintiff's counsel will please read the complaint. Wan Dong glanced at Yi Zhou before getting up. In fact, he did not read it at all, telling the judge that it was consistent with the pleadings sent. But given that he was well aware of how Yi Zhou had a hatred for Zhao Lan's family, Wan Dong planned to, in front of Zhao Lan and her family, read it again in its entirety. Wan Dong took a deep breath and then spoke. Honorable presiding judge and trial judge, I am the litigation agent of the plaintiff Yezhou in this case. Regarding this case, Wan Dong took 5 minutes to read the indictment and then signaled to the judge. Zhao Lan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, instantly exploded after hearing this. Her voice was shrill with anger. Yi Zhou, you this little crazy? Actually ask us for $250,000. How dare you Your extortion. Your Honor, you hurry up and pronounce sentence and put him in jail. Just as Zhao Lan finished speaking, the judge frowned and said, The defense. Please pay attention to the rules and order of the courtroom. Humph. Zhao Lan snorted coldly and glared at Yi Zhou before sitting down again. There was cursing under his breath. When that white-eyed wolf Yi Zhou loses his case later, I'll have to charge him with extortion on the spot, and I'll have to send him in. Next, the judge listed the list of evidence that Wan Dong had already submitted up before the hearing. Once again, Wan Dong chose to recite and cite in person. The defendants, the Zhaolan family, assumed the role of guardians of Mr. Yezhou, my client, after receiving the death benefits in compensation for his parents. During the years of supporting Yezhou, they have continuously abused the death benefits and compensation of Yezhou's parents and provided Yezhou with only the minimum standard of living every day. Moreover, when Yezhou lived in the defendant's home, she was often forced to cook, clean, and buy daily necessities, etc. And if she did not do so at the defendant's request, she would not be fed on that day or for the next few days. Meanwhile, while Yezhou was studying, the respondents, knowing that they acted as guardians, never helped Yezhou in his life. Even when Yezhou was injured, they never did more than look on with a cold shoulder and continue to force him to do his chores. And Wan Dong had not yet reached the stage of giving evidence. Zhao Langton could not sit still. She stood up once again in agitation. Irritated, you fart. We obviously raised Yezhou as our own son. When did we ever do such a thing? Making up stories, right? Who wouldn't? Ms. Zhao Lan of the defendant's side, please keep quiet. This is now the stage where the plaintiff's representative conducts a list of evidence. If you have any objections, please speak later. This is your first warning. Wan Dong had not responded to Zhao Lan since the beginning. When the judge had calmed the order, he next began to list the evidentiary information directly. This is video evidence of the defendant, Ms. Zhao Lan, personally admitting to my client, Mr. Yezhou, that they misused Yezhou's parents' pension as well as compensation. This is evidence of Ms. Qiulan's refusal to take Yi Chao to the hospital after he was injured, as well as her refusal to give money to allow him to go to the hospital on his own for treatment. This is evidence that the defendant, Mr. Chen Guozheng, drunkenly assaulted Yezhou, who was only 11 years old. This is evidence that the defense parties, Zhao Lan and Chen Guozheng, used the death benefits of Yezhou's parents to purchase a new house for themselves, and that the new house was not reserved for Yezhou to have a room belonging to him. This is, Wan Dong said while showing various evidence materials as well as photos and videos. Hundreds of them. At this time, sitting opposite Zhao Lan, Chen Guozheng and Chen Mo, three people. See these one by one listed out the evidence. All dumbfounded. They looked at each other, their brains buzzing. This evidence. Where did Yi Chao come from? Could it be that he has been plotting today's indictment for many years, and that he has kept this evidence for close to a decade? How old was he then? How is this possible? Chapter 72, Who are you? When Wan Dong showed all the evidence, not only Zhao Lan's family of three were all dumbfounded, even Wu Yuehui was confused. Nice guy, is that what Zhou Lang and the others are saying? That the plaintiff's side can't possibly have any evidence? That's a nifty chain of evidence. If he is a judge, Wu Yuehui, immediately to clap the verdict to declare that the case is over. I said before that there was no suspense in this lawsuit, but now it seems that there really isn't any suspense. Only that there's no suspense in losing. Takeshi Yuehui let out a bitter smile. In all his years of practicing law, he had never fought against such a headwind. When he saw Zhao Lan stammering just now, he had already guessed that this time the lawsuit, more than likely, would not be won. But Wu Viethui felt that it would at least give him some leverage, at least so that Zhao Lan's family wouldn't feel that he had lost the case without saying anything. But now it seems that the next defendant and its prosecuting attorney defense stage, he, as the defendant's attorney, has almost no chance to counterattack, except to say a few irrelevant laws and regulations as a defense. This lawsuit, in fact, there is no need to fight, because a lawsuit is a good idea. No wonder Wan Dong will pick it up. Together this is a sure win. Takeshi Yuehui let out a heavy sigh as he watched the audio-visual evidence playing on the screen. If he had known in advance that the truth was like this, he wouldn't have accepted the case even if Zhao Lan and his family had offered double the money. From the evidence, it seems that the Zhou Lang family of three, it can be considered all evil. It is indeed true that he is a lawyer and has the ethics of a lawyer, and would take a case entirely from the perspective of a lawyer. But he's also the father of a 5-year-old child, so if he dies and the child is raised by a family like Zhao Lan and the others, he won't be able to die in peace. And at this moment, the presiding judge and the judge sitting on the stage exchanged a few words in a low voice, and then subconsciously looked at the direction where Yezhou was sitting. The eyes couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy. No one would have thought that Yezhou, who was just 19 years old this year, would have grown up living in that kind of environment, having both parents die, and then being adopted by the only family you have. You still end up being treated like this. The judge followed the process and said to Vong Fai, the defense counsel will next be called upon to respond. Well, according to our country, Wu Viethui had little emotion, and outside of memorizing a few irrelevant laws and regulations, there was no rebuttal at all. Because with hard evidence in front of us, it's hard to call white black. Seeing that what Wu Yuehui said couldn't help them at all, Zhao Lan and Shen Guozheng were both anxious at once. Zhou Lang stood up again. Don't listen to Yezhou. These are all fake. The evidence is all forged. The video is also all a lie. How could he have had a cell phone to take these in those years as a little kid? And how could he have had the sense to keep so much of it? Obviously this is all a forgery. Don't be fooled, guys. Jo-lan was going to use her best hocus pocus, but after the words were spoken, the judge said faintly, all the evidence on the list of evidence will be technically tested by our court. If there is any forgery or falsification, we will discard that piece of evidence, and the evidence provided by the plaintiff's side. According to the test, all of them are true and valid. Defense, do you have anything else to say? No way. This is absolutely impossible. It's all fake. Fake. Zhao Lan yelled as if she was crazy. Chen Guozhang opened his mouth with an extremely complicated expression. He wanted to say something else but realized that he couldn't say anything at all. Even saying it won't help. Now that Yi Zhou could bring out so much evidence, it was obvious that he had already been planning these things when he was very young. And it's true that the things he did with Zhao Lan, now it falls into the category of lifting a rock and stoning yourself. Forget it, Yi Zhou, that kid, obviously and many years ago would like to sue us. Just these years silently in the collection of evidence, but also forced to read the pressure to not the first time to prosecute. Now he finished the college entrance examination. There is no burden. Now separated from our family, he can also live. Lan, we are considered to be planted. No way. This is all fake. Where did he get a cell phone from when he was a kid? Zhao Lan still refused to believe it, her entire face red with anger. At this time, Yi Zhou's voice was ice cold. Yes, with the way you guys treated me as a kid, there's no way I would have had the money to buy a cell phone or know how to collect any evidence. I was taught all this by Xiong Kai's mom, and his mom bought me the phone. What? Kai Xiong? Who is Xiong Kai? Zhao Lan froze. With such a reaction, Ye Zhou smiled. Sure enough. Zhao Lan really didn't surprise him at all. Zhou Lang can't even remember his best friend's name. It's ironic that this is called the only family in the world. In the end, the judge declared in favor of Ye Zhou. Zhao Lan's family need to return 250,000 yuan to Yi Zhou. Upon hearing this verdict, Zhao Lan's face went white and she sat down on the chair with a bloodless face. The whole thing was frozen in place. Thank you, Lawyer Wan. Even though you don't want to take it, I'd like to pay you a gratuity at the normal rate for hiring you after I get my compensation back. Yi Zhou looked at Wan Dong with gratitude in his eyes. Wan Dong just shook his head and heavily patted Yi Zhou's shoulder. Xiao Yi, I never treated you as my client. Between friends, what's the point of talking about reward or not? Despite not wanting to say anything else to upset you, I want to rant more. You've now torn yourself away from the only family you've ever known, which is the equivalent of not having any family left in this world. Emotionally, this money, it's the only thing that gives you a bottom line these days, so how can I be so kind as to take away part of your bottom line? Yi Zhou looked at Wan Dong and his nose soured. A layer of water misted in front of his eyes, and his vision blurred a bit. Over the years, he had only ever felt warmth from Xiong Kai and Xiong Kai's parents, but at this moment, he also felt the warmth of human kindness in Wan Dong. He pursed his lips and nodded heavily. Thank you, Uncle Wan. Wan Dong smiled and nodded. Just then, Zhao Lan rushed out of the courthouse in a hurry, but the arrogance of yesteryear was long gone from her face. She grabbed Yi Zhou's arm and smiled fawningly. Xiao Zhou, Aunt and Uncle know the wrong. We'll certainly treat you well in the future. The compensation thing, if I say forget it, we are a family. These money when you get married in the future. Aunt will certainly give you a one-time. In fact, all these years, Aunt and Uncle have been so harsh on you, also because they hope you can become excellent. You see, now our family Xiao Zhou can work alone to earn money to rent a house to live? Aunt's good intentions have finally come to fruition. Saying that, Zhao Lan bumped Chen Guozhang with her arm, and Chen Guozhang smiled and chimed in. Yes, Xiao Zhou. When Wan Dong, who was on the side, saw this scene, his brows furrowed. In all his lawsuits, he had never seen anyone so contrary. Zhao Lan and the others actually had the face to say that it was for Yi Zhou's good and good intentions? Wan Dong was about to speak for Yi Zhou when Yi Zhou shook his head at him and then returned with an expressionless face. It's true that I became good thanks to you guys, but this is the result of all the grievances I bit into my stomach. What good intentions? All farting. You don't need to pretend anymore. Zhao Lan, Chen Guozhang, this face of yours right now only makes me feel sick. You. When Chen Guozhang heard these words from Yi Zhou, a huffy look immediately appeared on his face. But before he could strike, he was crushed by Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan still had that fawning smile. Well, Xiao Zhou, you have a grudge against us is normal. But we are a family, is not it? It's okay for a family to have a temper tantrum. Don't really hurt the peace. If you are still angry, Aunt and Uncle give you an apology. It's our fault. It's our bad. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, Chao. Chen Guozhang also suppressed his anger and spoke. Even Chen Mo, who knew that their family would have to pay out money if they lost the case, gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, I'm sorry, I know it's wrong too. Forgive us." Yi Zhou looked at them, his eyes narrowed and he burst out laughing. Such a scene caused the hearts of the three Xiaolan people to flutter. There's drama. Ye Zhou seems to be forgiving them. It turned out that Yi Zhou merely wanted to hear an apology from them. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to all this trouble. But unexpectedly, Yi Zhou finished laughing and opened Zhao Lan's hand that grabbed him with a face full of sarcasm and contempt. "You don't know you're wrong. You just know you're going to lose the case and have to pay for it. I'm suing you guys just to get back what's mine." "Oh yeah. I never get angry. What are you guys? Don't deserve to make me angry yet." After saying that, Yi Zhou left a disdainful look behind and raised his head. Chapter 73 Lin Shangyue makes a move. Grass. What's he a punk pretending to be? He even said we're nothing. What's he? He's just a loser without a mom and dad. Seeing Yi Zhou leave, Chen Mo's entire body exploded with anger. How could he have never imagined that Yi Zhou, who had been bullied by himself since childhood, had never been anything but silent? Today, they actually dared to directly and verbally scold their family. Despite Chen Mo's words, he couldn't help but feel a pang of weakness at the thought of them losing the case. He turned his head to Zhao Lan and Chen Guozheng and whispered, "Dad, Mom, are we really going to pay that loser Yi Zhou $250,000 in compensation? Our family's money, isn't it going to be saved for my wedding? Lose money? Zhao Lan, don't have the word lose money in my dictionary." Zhao Lan's eyes looked viciously in the direction Yi Zhou had left. Her face twisted. Before today, she didn't think Yi Zhou could win this lawsuit at all. First of all, Yi Zhou couldn't possibly have the money to afford a lawyer, and even if he did, it would definitely be the lowest kind of lawyer. However, before the trial, Wu Yuehui suddenly told her that the lawyer Ye Zhou hired was very powerful. It was a lawyer from the most famous local law firm in Bayan, and the hiring cost was at least $20,000. Immediately after that, Zhao Lan was certain that Yi Zhou couldn't possibly have any evidence of the things that their family, in the past, had done to Yi Zhou, but after the trial, Ye Zhou took out that evidence directly. At that moment, Zhao Lan felt like her entire brain had exploded. However, even if she did lose the lawsuit, Zhao Lan felt that she could use the relationship of kinship to morally kidnap Yi Zhou. He is at least Yi Zhou's aunt. Bowing his head and apologizing to him will be fine. After all, over the years, children are more and more pursuing independence and autonomy, more and more pursuing a fair. As long as the parents bow down to them and admit they are wrong, they will more than likely give steps. However, Zhao Lan was completely surprised that Yi Zhou did not accept her apology at all, and even humiliated her in return. Everything that happened today was out of Zhao Lan's expectation. Damn Yi Zhou, just as hateful as your deadbeat mom and dad. Why didn't the two of them bring you along with them to die in the first place? Zhao Lan spoke indignantly. Just then, she glanced at her afterglow and saw Wang Hui, who had already organized his materials and walked out from the court. Zhao Lan's eyes rolled as if she had thought of something. She walked up at the first opportunity and pulled Wu Yuehui's arm and said, "Lawyer Wu, before the trial, you promised us that there was no suspense in this lawsuit, and that you would definitely be able to help us win. Now that this has happened, shouldn't you give us an explanation?" "Ms. Zhao, I did say that, but the premise is that you have no reservations about me. But what about the facts? Just now in front of the judge, the evidence that the opposing counsel took out was there. What else could I do? But whenever you guys told me this before the trial, maybe I would have been able to help you fight for less compensation. But you guys literally hid everything from me." Takeshi Yuehui was expressionless. Ever since he saw those evidences provided by Yi Zhou, he didn't have any good face towards Zhao Lan's family. The two big ones had a little one just $250,000? In Wu Viethui's opinion, they should just dump their money in compensation. Zhao Lan knew she wasn't in the right, and she compensated with a smile. "Lawyer Wu, this matter is indeed our problem. How about this? Can you help me contact a lawyer who is better than Wandong? Money is not a problem. We intend to appeal, because we were not well prepared this time. We did not produce our own evidence, and if we start all over again, we will definitely win the case." Zhao Lan thought. So what if Wandong is powerful? There's always a better lawyer than him. Even if you double the cost of hiring Wandong, that's still a better deal than having to pay Ye Zhou $250,000. At this point, Wu Yuehui was tempted to reject Zhao Lan. Anyway, now that the lawsuit was over, he had no obligation to Zhao Lan and the others, but Zhao Lan said that money was not a problem, which made him hesitate. His own senior brother was indeed a more powerful gold medal lawyer than Wandong. If he could introduce his senior brother to Zhao Lan, when his own senior brother might even be able to introduce him to some more cases in the future, which his senior brother himself could not see. Thinking of this, Wu Wei nodded. Yes, then I'll give you a contact. Before the words were finished, Wang Baihui's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Excuse me MS. Cho, just a moment while I take this call. Takeshi Uehui took his cell phone and stepped aside. Hello there. You are Lin. Okay, I get it. I'm really sorry. I didn't know you knew Mr. Yi before this. If I did, I definitely wouldn't have taken this order. Yes, you said it. Okay, bye. After the other party hung up the phone, Wu Yuehui held the cell phone. His eyes filled with shock. He calmed down and returned to Zoran. Zhaolan squeezed out a smile once again. Lawyer Wu, you just said that you're going to give me the number of a lawyer who's better than Wan Dong, right? I'm sorry MS. Cho, I'm afraid I can't give it to you. Why? Zhaolan froze. And Wu Yuehui just shook his head. To be honest, I don't know why exactly, but I just received a phone call. And a person with a very powerful background explicitly told me that I am forbidden to provide any more legal services to you. Well, in short, the contact information cannot be given to you. You, forget it, we'll find ourselves a lawyer at another law firm. Zhao Lan glared, intending to turn around and leave. Wu Yuehui coughed lightly and whispered, MS. Zhao, I'm afraid that from now on, no lawyer in all of Bayan will take on your commission. What do you mean? Can it be that if we lose a lawsuit, we can still be blocked by you lawyers? The corner of Wu Yuehui's mouth pulled. You can say that if you want to. In short, like I said, there is absolutely no lawyer in Bayan who will accept your commission. Even if you are willing to spend more money, no one will accept it. Of course, if you're quick enough now to get out of the province and find a lawyer before tomorrow, and then immediately sign an injunction against breach of contract, you might have a chance. But after tomorrow, I don't think there will be any lawyers in the country who will take it up. After saying that, Wu Yuehui straightened his clothes and hurriedly left. Zhao Lan's family stood in place and froze for half a day. The three of them looked at each other, not understanding why Wu Yuehui would say such inexplicable words after receiving a phone call. Unbelieving, the trio took a taxi to several law firms. As expected, it was just like it was what Wu Viet said. Zhao Lan just said the case or his name. The next second will be rejected by the other party directly. It took them all afternoon, but they couldn't find another law firm willing to accept the assignment. Damn, what the hell is going on? In a fit of rage, Zhao Lan asked Chen Mo to call Wu Yuehui, but after Chen Mo made several consecutive calls, he was unable to get through. Chen Mo's face immediately became as ugly as eating. Mom and Dad, Attorney Wu has blackballed me. To be precise, it seems that we have been blacklisted by the entire circle of lawyers. In the meantime, the Lin family manor. Ling Yan stood respectfully in front of Lin Shangyue. Miss, it's already been notified, and the news will soon spread throughout Bayan. With the speed at which news spreads in that circle of theirs, in a day at most, their peers should all be informed. With the influence of the Lin family, they will all comply by heart. Aha! Lin Shangyue nodded. Uncle Li, send me to practice. Chapter 74, a child traveling 1,000 miles and a mother worried. Being at home for 3 days is worse than being a dog. After Yi Zhou left the court, he invited Wan Dong to a restaurant for lunch. According to Wan Dong, Zhao Lan's family must pay Yi Zhou the $250,000 in compensation at the time specified in the judgment. If it is overdue, the court will enforce it. Yi Zhou originally thought that a lawsuit or something would take at least several hours. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. So after lunch, Yi Zhou was suddenly idle. He was just about to send a message to Lin Shangyue, saying that today's trip to climb Manhwa could be brought forward. Instead, I found the sky overcast and it seemed like it was about to rain. So Yi Zhou checked the weather forecast for the Huashan side on his cell phone and found that it would continue to rain for the next 3 days. Hiss, if it rains, it's a bit dangerous to go climbing Mount Hua. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou re-edited his message to send a message to Lin Shangyue. I just checked the weather forecast for Huashan, and it's going to rain for the next 3 days, so I'm afraid there's no way we can go hiking together before you go back to Shanghai. Alright, Lin Shangyue replied with only 3 short words, and Yi Zhou stared at the message for a moment, not knowing how to reply. Perhaps Lin Shangyue also realized that her tone was a bit cold. She sent another message over. I'm practicing at spring driving school. I'll be done at 5 o'clock. If you don't have anything to do this afternoon, could you come over to my house and help me feed Cream and Oscar? I went back to the manor at noon and they didn't have lunch. Roger that. I'm on my way. Yi Zhou didn't think much about it and drove Xiong Kai's old man Santana back to Maple Leaf Court. He had just parked his car in front of the neighborhood when his body suddenly gave a start and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Strange. How does Lin Shangyue know that I don't have anything to do in the afternoon? As I recall, didn't I specifically tell her that I would be busy during the day? Yi Zhou cupped his chin and pondered for a while, and finally came to the conclusion. Lin Xianyue had studied psychology, because usually at this time, he never took the initiative to send Lin Xianyue a message, but today he sent it, so Lin Xianyue immediately knew that he shouldn't have anything important to do today. So it is. Thinking about all this, Yi Zhou took the elevator to the 1003 door, but then he suddenly remembered that he didn't have a key to Lin Xianyue's house. How was he going to get in to feed Butter and Oscar? He pulled out his cell phone and edited the message. I'm at your door. The problem is I don't have a key to your house. Lin Xianyue replied almost in seconds. You knock. Ha? There's no one inside. I can't even open the door if I knock. It's hard to believe that there's an open sesame. Despite Yi Zhou's mutterings, he reached out and knocked on the door. A few seconds later, he distinctly heard a thump, thump, thump from behind the door, and the sound of a doorknob wrenching. Before Yi Zhou could react to what was going on, the door to 1003, it's really open. Grip it. Yi Zhou was filled with shock. He gripped the doorknob and pulled back, realizing that behind the door was actually spitting cream. At this moment, it tilted its head and looked at Yi Zhou, wagging its tail cheerfully. Immediately afterward, Oscar, like an elegant cat queen, jumped from the shoe cabinet to Yi Zhou's leg with a cat step. With such a scene, Yi Zhou was greatly shocked. Holy, Cream, you actually know how to open doors? Did Lin Xianyue teach you? Woof woof. Cream barked twice cheerfully, as if showing off his abilities to Yi Zhou. Then he ran his ass to his dog bowl, as if he knew that Yi Zhou came in order to put dog food for him. Yi Chao closed the door, then put the dog food and cat food into Cream's and Oscar's rice bowls in turn. Immediately afterward, he sat down on the couch and fell into silence. Cream will open the door and is very clear to Lin. Then last night, why did she have to ask Uncle Lee to go back to the manor and retrieve the spare key for her when she didn't have it with her? She did it on purpose, didn't she? Yi Zhou's eyes narrowed, always feeling that he had been duped last night. Over the next few days, the sky had been gray and dreary in Bayan, with a drizzling rain falling from morning to night. Therefore, Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue's plans to go out together basically all went out the window. They did opt for some indoor activities though. For example, going to the movies, getting a foot massage, eating hot pot, and so on. It can be a great way to make the most of being a clean and good neighbor. Of course, every time they went out, it was Yi Zhou who drove that Santana and drove Lin Xianyue. Every time you park on the side of the road, you attract a lot of attention from passers-by. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid drives a broken Santana. Actually can find such a good-looking girlfriend. By what right? This kind of sound. Yi Zhou's ears were almost calloused. Oh, sorry, I don't even have a crappy Santana in your eyes. It's still my friend's old man's pinch. Oh yeah, and she's not my girlfriend either. In the past few days, Uncle Lee was sort of idle. Only occasionally during the day to send Lin Xianyue back to the manor will drive a car. The rest of the time are reading all kinds of online novels. On the eve of the last day before Lin Xianyue returned to Shanghai, Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue had just finished watching the movie Jurassic World 2, which was released a few days ago, when he suddenly received a call from Xiong Kai. Ah Chow, drive to the train station tomorrow to pick me up. I'm going back to Bayan. Weren't you not due back for 2 more days? Why are you back early? Yi Zhou was a bit surprised, but the tone of Xiong Kai on the other end of the phone was extraordinarily bitter, and he was silent for half a day before he said with a slight aggravation, "Don't mention it. Since I went back to my grandma's house, my grandma and grandpa are heartbroken, saying that I should rest at home after being tired from studying for so long, so again to buy me snacks and do not let me do housework. I and the family are almost become a little king. But my mom is so upset with me that she has to scold me every now and then. Guess what? I accidentally stepped on a cricket this morning and my mom told me I had no sympathy. A cricket isn't a life, is it? Nagged me for hours about it." After a pause, Xiong Kai continued, "I kind of see. This family can go back, but absolutely cannot stay long. Stay a long time will only be smacked by my mom. And now my mom is dead set on not allowing my grandma and grandpa toward me. This status, not as good as the family's big yellow dogget. I bought the earliest bus ticket back to Bayan tomorrow, and I don't have a dime left in my pocket. So hurry up and come pick up your buddy." Yi Zhou couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. It's true what they say, a child who travels 1,000 miles with a worried mother is worse than a dog at home for 3 days. Chapter 75. Yi Zhou, shut up. I'll go with you. It's just picking up Xiong Kai. I can do it alone. Besides, it's not like you two know each other that well. I'm afraid it'll be awkward if you go together. Yi Zhou was very surprised after Lin Xianyue took the initiative and suggested that she would also go along to pick up Xiong Kai. After this period of time together, Yi Zhou was considered to have completely figured out Lin Xianyue's character. Lin Xianyue was only less cold to his character. If it was anyone else, she would show in minutes what it meant to have absolute 0 degrees. So when she offered to go along to pick up Seon Kai, Yi Zhou was surprised. However, in response, Lin Shanyue's explanation was, couldn't I, as a neighbor, go with you to pick up my best friend? After a pause, she added, Big Black. Well, Seon Kai is also in my class. Okay. The corner of Yi Zhou's mouth twitched, thinking that you call Seon Kai a big black egg in your heart every day. And now you almost said it. It was also at this time that Lin Qianyue's heartfelt voice drifted into Yi Zhou's ears with another cuckoo. Tomorrow is also the last day to stay in Bayan. Big Black Egg is coming back at this time of the day. Yi Zhou went to pick him up, and he's definitely going to stay with him for the whole day. If I don't pick him up with Ye Zhou, I might not have much of a chance to see Ye Zhou for a day. I have to go back to Shanghai. So sad to leave Ye Zhou. This time, Lin Shanyue's heartfelt tone was different from the past. Yi Zhou could very clearly feel the loss and unwillingness shown in her heartbeat. However, on Lin Shanyue's surface, she still had that apathetic look, and the real emotions within her could not be seen in the slightest. After knowing the real reason why Lin Shanyue wanted to go with her to pick up Seon Kai, Yi Zhou's heart was also a little lost. Yes, tomorrow is the last day. After tomorrow, Lin Shanyue would have to leave Bayan completely and return to Shanghai, to the place that truly belonged to her. Maybe later, there will be no chance to see her again. Yi Zhou did not want to think much on this matter. He suddenly squeezed out a smile and said, tomorrow it will still rain, and it's not small. Just in time to receive Seon Kai, and then the two of us and then Mubai asked out. The four of us play together. Can unlock a lot of new activities? More interesting than two people play. I'm a busy man. I have to go to driving school to practice. Lin Shanyue deliberately angled her chin. Her complexion an icy mess. Oh, you dead prude. Obviously you wanna go awesome. But you have to come up with something like this, right? Yi Zhou tried to stifle his laughter, then deliberately put on a difficult expression as well. Well, in that case, why don't I take you to driving school for practice tomorrow after I pick up Seon Kai? It wouldn't be impossible for the three of us to hang out together. No, absolutely not. Yi Zhou, why don't you hold out a little longer? I obviously want to go super. Oh, Lin Shanyue, why do you have to be so tough? Just promise, Yi Zhou, what's wrong with it? Listening to Lin Shanyue's somewhat noisy inner heart, Yi Zhou felt that she was adorably awesome. It's true. The sense of extreme contrast is most uplifting. Lin Shanyue pursed her lips and hurriedly said, but I've given it some thought, so I'd better go with you guys tomorrow. I see. So would you be reluctant, little neighbor? Not reluctantly. That should be difficult, right? No hard feelings. That. Yi Zhou. Shut up. Lin Shanyue suddenly spoke in a very urgent tone. Just as she finished speaking, she realized that she seemed to have lost her temper, and with a pang of regret, her pretty face was suddenly tinted with a flushed red. Her reaction made the corners of Yi Zhou's mouth rise slightly. This was comfortable. Couldn't help but whisper inside. Let's see you talk tough next time. 8 o'clock the next morning. It was raining in Bayan, and it was clearly late June, so the rainy day would actually be gloomy like winter. Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue finished eating at the breakfast place downstairs and drove that Santana to the train station. The windshield wipers were brushing against the front windshield cuckoo, and Ye Zhou was not going very fast in order to be safer. Again, the left and right side windows are just rolled down a crack. The hair of Lin Shanyue, who was sitting on the co-pilot seat, was blown and fell on Yi Zhou's right shoulder, emitting a silky fragrance. Yi Zhou said with a dry cough, that Seon Kai's train arrives at 9 o'clock, so you can go straight to the game when you get him later, and we'll eat outside for lunch. In that case, who's going to feed Cream and Oscar? I'll tell Uncle Lee to take Cream and Oscar back to the estate at noon. Speaking of this, Yi Zhou raised an eyebrow and smoothly asked about his doubts. I don't suppose Uncle Lee has a key to your house and can't use a spare key without your permission? Yes. And how is he supposed to get into your house? Of course the Cream will open. Lin Shanyue subconsciously opened her mouth, but halfway through, she suddenly covered her mouth with her hand. The small eyes looked at Yi Zhou in panic. With such a scene, Yi Zhou sneered. You really knew that Cream would open the door. Then you deliberately said that you didn't have a key the night before, when you actually could have just knocked on the door and let Cream open it. How is it that Sayazu was still thinking about this? I'm going to be exposed. Darn. Lin Shanyue was speechless, but soon she regained her composure and raised her chin clear and cold. It was that night when I went back before I taught Cream how to open the door. I've seen short videos, and it can take as little as 7 days to train a dog to learn a certain set of actions and behaviors. Creamy's smart. I think you think I'm stupid, don't you? Yi Zhou looked sideways at Lin Shanyue with a light smile on his face. He especially wanted to see what kind of expression Lin Shanyue would have after revealing her lies step by step. Unexpectedly, Once Lin Xianyue heard this, she just shook her head. I didn't. You have. Why don't you say something? Lin Xianyue was silent, her eyes fluttering as she looked out the window, her slender eyelashes occasionally blinking, letting Yi Zhou say what he said next. She did not respond, carrying the high-flying through to the end. Don't listen. Don't listen. Bastard chanting. Yi Chao has become like a bit smarter now. Maru Spice. This attitude of hers made Yi Zhou dumbfounded for a while. Aha! I almost forgot my little neighbor's big trick is to play dumb. The lies she couldn't live up to were either silence or the neighbor identity. 30 minutes later, Yi Zhou drove Lin Xianyue to the train station. Last 5 minutes until Kumkai arrives at the station. The two stood at the exit and waited for him in silence. Not long after, a strong and dark figure appeared in Ye Zhou's line of sight. He completely did not notice that there was a girl standing beside Ye Zhou, directly upside down, ran over, and hugged Ye Zhou. Ah Chow! I miss you so much. Lin Xianyue lowered her eyes, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. Big black egg. Who gave you permission to hug Sayazu? Chapter 76 Identity Cards and Photocopies. The next second Yi Zhou was hugged by Xiong Kai. He heard Lin Xianyue's heartfelt voice that was a bit close to a growl. His body trembled, and he hastily pushed Xiong Kai away. Ahem. We haven't seen each other for just a few days. We're not that excited. Not by a long shot. Xiong Kai froze, and before he could react, he suddenly felt a cool chill on his back. At this moment, Lin Xianyue, who was standing behind him, stretched out her slender fingers and gently poked Xiong Kai's back, her tone indifferent. Student Bear, it's not appropriate for you to hug Yi Zhou here. Xiong Kai turned around violently and saw Lin Xianyue appear behind him, a shocked look on his face. Schoolgirl Lin, you're here too? No wonder just behind the back of the cool wind. Their face in front of people, hugged her innocent good neighbor. She did not kill the heart is strange. Yi Zhou dryly coughed and explained to Xiong Kai, the little neighbor. Ahem, it's Lin Xianyue. Tomorrow she's going back to Shanghai. After that she may not even come back. So I thought that we were all classmates for a while, and she and I are still neighbors. So I brought her to have a good time on the last day. So I came along to pick you up. Oh, so it's like this. Schoolgirl Lin, you won't even come back after you go back to Shanghai. Kumkai nodded in realization. At this time, Lin Xianyue heard Yi Zhou just said she went back to Shanghai. After that may not come back, the sentence could not help but narrowed her eyes to look down Yi Zhou. Her eyes curved, and she had a sudden urge to laugh. Zaya Wayazu. It's like there's been a misunderstanding or something. But Lin Xianyue didn't explain. She just answered Xiong Kai as if nothing had happened. Receiving an affirmative reply, Xiong Kai couldn't help but let out a sigh. AI. It's true. $1,000 lady like you isn't from the same world as us after all. After saying that, Xiong Kai looked meaningfully at Yi Zhou. It's like saying, Lin Xianyue is leaving. You kid work harder today, or you really won't see her again. So, Chow. You won the lawsuit with your aunt's family completely, and they're going to pay you $250,000 in compensation? What words? That's not called compensation. That's called restitution. That was mine in the first place. Yi Zhou laughed easily while driving the car. After coming out from the train station, Xiong Kai inquired about the events of these days. Yi Zhou simply recounted them to Xiong Kai directly in front of Lin Xianyue. Xiong Kai sat in the back seat. The whole person was unusually excited. TSK. If I had known that I wouldn't go back to my grandmother's house with my mom at that time, I should have gone to the court with you. Now that I've completely torn my face off with them, I don't have to worry so much. I've long looked at your aunt's family with displeasure. Especially that Chen Mo. You're obviously his brother. But he grew up pressing you as his brother. That's why the rule of law society saved him. Or else I had to let him taste my fist, which is as big as a sandbag. It's okay, when there are people who poison him later. Yi Zhou smiled. Then added, when that money Jiaolan they hit my account, I invite you and uncle and aunt to dinner. If not for them, it is impossible for me to be so young to have a cell phone and know how to collect evidence. These, all buddy, say these. Ahem, please my parents even if, you alone please buddy eat on the line. He. Xiong Kai hemmed and hawed, and Yi Zhou surprisingly did not retort this time. Meanwhile, Lin Xianyue, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, just silently listened to Yi Zhou recounting all of this, without much emotion on her face. In reality, inwardly, it was incomparably heartbroken for Yi Zhou. As for Zhao Lan's family being blocked by lawyers from all of Bayan, it came from her. She knows that Ye Zhou is a person with strong self-esteem. Otherwise, when she just for Ye Zhou shelled out $1,000, but Ye Zhou is the first to find the opportunity to work to earn money back to her. Based on this, Lin Xianyue chose to help Yi Zhou after the fact this time. That way, not only will it help him, but it won't let him know. The three drove to pick up Mubai. Mubai saw Lin Xianyue the first sentence as sister-in-law. This call to Lin Shangyue called a little bit do not know the southeast and northwest. Mubai is a good man. Mubai is a good man. Mubai is a good man. The four men then killed directly to the boom house. Because of the rain, outdoor activities were out of the question, so the party house became the best option. The four started in the video game area and played for over an hour. Then the four went into the mahjong room to make up a table. Xiong Kai rubbed his inches and hammed and hawed. My mom loves playing mahjong the most, so since I was a kid I've been learning by ear. And today I'm wrapping up the madness of your Chow, Xiao Bai, and Lin schoolgirl. Let's see how I'm going to drain your little wallets today. Brother Bear, light abuse. You know my mahjong skills, Mubai said weakly. Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue also said that schoolmasters like them were actually not very good at playing mahjong. However, half an hour later, Xiong Kai looked at his last remaining chip and fell into silence. The muscles in the corners of his eyes twitched as he looked at Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue. You too, didn't you say you weren't very good at mahjong? Yi Zhou, I don't know. Every time I'm short of any card, my little neighbor will play the next one. It's a bit hard for me not to who, isn't it? Lin Shangyue, I don't know. It's just that I always seem to be able to touch myself. Xiong Kai was furious and in a fit of anger suggested that the four of them play a game of triple triad together. But soon he was dumbfounded again. Yi Zhou chose the character card Lubu, and Lin Shanyue's eyes lit up as she backhanded it and chose Sable Cicada. When the game starts, Xiong Kai draws the identity lord, Mubai draws the identity traitor, Yi Zhou draws the identity thief, and Lin Shanyue draws the identity loyal servant. Steady! Xiong Kai was happy, thinking that since Lin Shangyue was so lucky, the two of them in one camp must have won steadily. As a result, without thinking about it, every time Yi Zhou, the rebel, was about to be killed by himself, Lin Shangyue would unleash the active skill of Sable Cicada, the character card, to give Yi Zhou back his blood. Grip it, schoolgirl Lin, you're a loyalist, we're in a wave, why are you adding blood to a rebel? Lin Shangyue blinked her eyes and blustered her pretty face. I'm a loyal minister, but I don't assist a dim king. Then, Yi Zhou, the rebel Jedi, brought Mubai, the traitor, as well as Lin Shangyue, the renegade loyalist, and won Xiong Kai outright. Xiong Kai was still unconvinced. Then let's play Monopoly. Now you two can't play together. It turns out that Lin Shangyue is so lucky that she's bought half of the map's real estate, and every time Xiong Kai and Mubai's characters stop there, she collects a large sum of money. But when Yi Zhou stopped there, Lin Shangyue didn't charge at all. As if Xiong Kai had caught hold of the handle, he exclaimed excitedly, "Schoolgirl Lin, how should you explain this time?" Lin Shangyue had an innocent look on her face. I don't charge rent for my house to Yi Zhou. I don't need to explain. So it was that Xiong Kai realized that as long as Lin Shangyue was around, he couldn't win at anything he played. In desperation, he turned to the granddaddy of board games, poker. Xiong Kai was full of confidence. Humph. At least I grew up watching the god of gamblers. Your good luck doesn't help. I at least know a little bit of milliseconds. This time I'm sure to win. Ye Zhou dry cough, patted Xiong Kai's shoulder. Ahem. To not count. She plays great. Purely because there is a newbie protection zone. No way. Kumkai said he didn't believe anything. The game begins once more. But no surprise, Ye Zhou and Lin Shangyue both offense and defense. A hand of husband and wife good cooperation. Directly Xiong Kai dry confused. He sat there with a blank look on his face. A look of I've been played. Xiong Kai picked up a big king, stared at it for a long time, muttered, is it possible that this is my identity card? Brother. Mubai had just opened his mouth when Xiong Kai's eyes lit up. Xiao Bai, you actually know that I can't win because the two of them work too well together, right? This. Mubai looked at Lin Shangyue and Yi Zhou, scratched his head, and then handed Xiong Kai the small king in his hand. Brother, I was actually going to say, don't forget a copy of your ID. Chapter 77, You're a good judge of character. Yi Zhou, Lin Shangyue and the other four, played in the party house for almost a day. At 7 o'clock in the evening they finally came out of it. Kumkai was filled with frustration. I didn't realize that after playing for a whole day, I froze and didn't win a single hand. He looked at Lin Shangyue, couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, saying Lin Shangyue is really a scheming woman. Used to play games with him and Yi Zhou, now with Lin Shangyue. Yi Zhou actually started that husband and wife martial spirit combination technique with her. Is there any law of the land? Any morality? Didn't you two agree to be clean and good neighbors? Lin Shangyue looked to be in a good mood as she pursed her lips and took the initiative to say, I'll buy you guys dinner. As soon as he heard that she was going to treat him to dinner, Xiong Kai immediately brightened up, and his dissatisfaction with Lin Shangyue immediately dissipated. However, Mubai waved his hand and apologized slightly. Thank you sister-in-law, but I have to go back and cook for my grandpa. Recently my grandma has been suffering from back pains, and I basically make all the dinners. Mubai, you're such a great man. Lin Shangyue narrowed her eyes, obviously not wanting anyone to see the pleasure in her eyes. She could love Mubai calling her sister-in-law too much. It simply doesn't sound good. She nodded. Then I'll have Uncle Lee drive you back. Ah, it's fine. I'll just take the bus. Mubai was flattered. But Lin Shangyue still called Uncle Lee the first time. Not long after, the black Maybach slowly stopped in front of the four. Uncle Lee, take my best friend home. Yes, ma'am. Uncle Lee nodded gently, then got out of the car and took the initiative to open the door for Mubai. Such a scene caused the corner of Yi Zhou's eyes to twitch slightly. He said that this Mubai mistakenly hit the right spot and pleased Lin Shangyue. When Mubai left, only Lin Shangyue, Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai were left, and they finally finalized to go to eat the newly opened Chongqing hot pot not far away. It feels like this Chongqing hot pot is not authentic, not as spicy as the one I ate with my mom in Chongqing before. Kai sat in his chair and couldn't help but complain after taking several bites in a row. Yi Zhou slapped the back of his head and rolled his eyes. Shut up. You are now equivalent to fleeing back from the old country. The pocket is cleaner than the face. People invite us to dinner. You know enough, but also demanded on. A little bit of inch into the kilometer Also, hey, thanks, schoolgirl Lin. Kai hemmed and hawed, scratching his head as he spoke. Lin Shangyue doesn't seem to be able to eat much spicy food. Just a few bites. The little mouth is spicy red. Obviously very much want a sha-sha, but fear Xiong Kai here. Hard to hold back. Dense beads of sweat were seeping out of her forehead, and she pouted, simply putting down her chopsticks. Yi Zhou, what are you planning to do next for your summer vacation? Well, planning to start a business with Kai to make money for tuition and living expenses. Basically what I've been doing every summer before. Aha. Lin Shangyue nodded gently, and after a while, once again took the initiative to say, the results will come out in 4 more days, and you'll volunteer for Beijia University, right? Yeah, I remember telling you that before. Well, said that, Lin Shangyue opened her mouth, looking as if she wanted to say something else, but after opening his mouth, nothing came out. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhou was actually very clear. The little neighbor also knew that she was leaving Northam tomorrow, and she was eager to talk to her more. In fact, from a few days ago when he knew that Lin Shangyue was going back to Shanghai, he had already begun to lose his mind. Perhaps, if Lin Shangyue returned to Shanghai this time, they would never meet again from now on. On that night 2 months ago, Lin Shangyue suddenly moved next door to his house. Even though she looked very high and cold on the outside, her attitude towards Yi Zhou was not cold at all. In Yi Zhou's opinion, Lin Shangyue, this little neighbor, was like suddenly and unintentionally intruding into his life one day, taking a paint tray and painting around in his black and white life. Now that she was leaving, Yi Zhou always felt that the life that had so easily turned colorful was about to slowly turn back to gray again. But, isn't youth a non-stop stream of encounters and goodbyes? Yi Zhou smiled with some relief and said, you'll take pictures for me when you get to Shanghai. I haven't been out of the province since I was a kid. Good. Xiao Yi Zhou, you can go to Shanghai with me, so you can take me to many places I wanted to go when I was little, but never dared to go to play. Listening to Lin Shanyue's heart, Yi Zhou's heart missed half a beat, but this time, he had to choose not to hear it. Although these days Yi Zhou has already figured out that Lin Shanyue does like him, and it's not impossible to want to be with her. Just need him to poke through that layer of window paper. But Yi Zhou knew very well that the difference between the two of them in terms of status and family conditions was just too great. Even if they are together, then what? So Yi Zhou could only pretend that he didn't understand anything, and his mouth forever shouted, Lin Shanyue and I are clean and good neighbors. Xiong Kai, who was sitting on the side at this time, couldn't help but sigh darkly as he listened to the conversation between the two. Damn, you're both really good at pretending to be confused. It's obvious that no one is willing to let go of anyone, and no one is willing to say it. Thinking of this, Xiong Kai found a chance to interject. Schoolgirl Lin, since the results of the college entrance exams are coming out soon, why don't you stay in Bayan for a few more days and return to Shanghai after the results come out? Xiong Kai intends to help Yi Zhou keep Lin Xianyu. Then over the next few days, the two can be set up. In Xiong Kai's opinion, Lin Shanyue really doesn't have much reason to stay in Bayan, but if she can confirm her romantic relationship with Yi Zhou, maybe she will consider enrolling in the same school as Yi Zhou. As soon as Xiong Kai's words fell, Yi Zhou also raised his head to look at Lin Shanyue. He himself didn't even notice that at the moment his eyes were also flashing with anticipation. However, Lin Xianyu directly shook her head. No, my father never says never. I have to go back to Shanghai tomorrow. Yeah, Yi Zhou was a bit disappointed, but still echoed the sentiment. Over the past 2 months, when he and Lin Shanyue went out, she was often suddenly brought back to the manor by Uncle Lee because her father had returned. Obviously, Lin's father was very strong, and Lin Shangyue obediently went back every time despite her reluctance. Xiong Kai let out a long sigh at that. Got it. Having a wingman doesn't help. You guys eat first. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Too many drinks. Yi Zhou said, getting up and walking towards the bathroom. When 3 people eat hot pot, only Xiong Kai doesn't feel spicy. From the beginning until now, Yi Zhou had finished 3 bottles of iced tea that was chilled like a state cellar. However, when Yi Zhou had just left, Lin Shangyue looked meaningfully at Xiong Kai, her cherry lips slightly open. Come Kai. What's the matter schoolgirl Lin? Xiong Kai was slightly surprised. If he remembered correctly, this should be the first time Lin Shangyue took the initiative to open her mouth and call him by his name. Schoolgirl Lin pursed her lips. There's something I want to talk to you about. You. After hearing this, Xiong Kai instantly widened his eyes and looked at Lin Shangyue incredulously. It was as if he had heard a great secret. Xiong Kai reacted and immediately shook his head. No way. Ah Chao and I are like brothers. I would never do such a thing as betraying my brother. $5,000. Come Kai. Am not lacking. 10,000. Am I such a person? Humiliating me with money? Joke. Lin Shangyue's face was expressionless as she picked up her water cup and took a sip. 20,000. He. You're a good judge of character. School Marm Lin. Chapter 78 of All the Goodbyes. I like to see you tomorrow the best. Yi Zhou whistled as he walked into the bathroom, not knowing in the slightest what had happened between Lin Shangyue and Xiong Kai during the time he came to use the restroom. He had just walked over to the urinal when he noticed 2 youths, reeking of alcohol, speaking in tongues as they unbuckled their pants. Fei Zi, we haven't peed together for years, right? I remember when I was a kid, we stood on the slope against the wind and competed to see who could pee farther. Yeah, I miss it. Why don't we compete this time? Come on. The 2 then took a step back and began the childish bout. A short while later, the short-haired youth laughed. Lao Chaoyu, this technology is not good. Thanks to this is no wind, or all bared shoes on. And, the size is no different from when I was a kid. Ah yes. Yi Zhou watched the behavior of the 2 men with some amusement as he walked to the middle position vacated by the 2 men and whistled as he began to release the power of the flood. Suddenly there was a stranger in the middle, and both youths subconsciously stopped talking, but the eyes still couldn't help but look at Yi Zhou in unison. In the next second, the 2 men's pupils quake. The 2 youths spoke in unison and looked directly dumbfounded. Lao Chao, I seem to be drunk. Flyboy, I'm feeling a little drunk tonight too. The 2 finished relieving themselves and left the bathroom in silence. Not a body. You're stretching it a little too far. You want to be on Chengdu's ing must-eat list? Yi Zhou came back from the bathroom. He resumed his seat next to Xiong Kai, noticing that Xiong Kai had a somewhat strange expression on his face. Xiong Kai, why do I feel like you have a weird expression on your face? Ha? No, right? Well, I wasn't sure, but now that I'm sure, by the tone of your stammering, it's a strange package. Xiong Kai subconsciously glanced at Lin Shangyue, recalling what Lin Shangyue had just said. He couldn't help but feel a pang of weakness. He grabbed some toilet paper and wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, it's probably spicy. I thought you said it wasn't spicy? The backbone is strong. Yi Zhou let out an "oh" and didn't think much about it. It couldn't be possible that Lin Shangyue had said something to Xiong Kai during the time he went to the restroom just now. Could it? Oh, it's okay to talk about it. After all, my love for Xiong Kai is thicker than blood, and his pack took me to heart. Soon, the 3 of them finished their meal and walked out of the hot pot restaurant. A gentle evening breeze brought a touch of coolness. Lin Shanyue's hair fluttered slightly in the wind, her eyes bright and gentle. Uncle Li drove a Maybach and also parked in front of the store on time. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhou knew that Lin Shangyue would be staying at the manor tonight and wouldn't be returning to the Maple Leaf Court neighborhood. It seems that, now, that's the last of it. Lin Shangyue sat on the car, then rolled the window down, ruffled her hair and looked at Yi Zhou and said softly, Ye Zhou, I'm happy today. Xiao Ye Zhou, thank you. Since I was a child I have never gone out to play with so many people. I want to do this with you more often in the future. Yi Zhou's heart throbbed as he stared at Lin Shanyue's delicate face with an indescribable sadness. Eventually, he hid this emotion and squeezed out a smile. Everyone is happy. Well, have a safe trip tomorrow, and I'll see you in Shanghai sometime in the future. Ha ha, bye dash. Lin Shanyue didn't answer. She just sat in the car quietly looking at Yi Zhou, rarely without any concealment. He showed a very gentle expression to Yi Zhou. She was silent for a few seconds, her eyes curving in a smile. Actually, of all the goodbyes, I like to see you tomorrow the best. Lin Shanyue left. Yi Zhou drove the Santana and took Xiong Kai back to Maple Leaf Court with him. Because Xiong Kai sneaked back on his own, his father was still at home, so Xiong Kai planned to stay at Yi Zhou's house for the next 2 days. On the way, Xiong Kai had been lamenting. I fun. Being in the same class with schoolgirl Lin for a year. Not to mention me. Even Lu Ting, who was her deskmate before, had never seen schoolgirl Lin smile so brightly. I didn't expect that she would just smile while saying something like that to you. TSK. It's hard to believe you two are just squeaky clean neighbors. However, Yi Zhou never said anything, only silently recalling the sentence Lin Shanhua had just said. Of all the goodbyes, I like to see you tomorrow the most. He always thought it sounded a little familiar, but couldn't for the life of him remember where he'd heard it before. Xiong Kai eyed Yi Zhou's low mood and whispered, "Ah, Chow, do you want to go see off schoolgirl Lin tomorrow morning? She has Uncle Li to deliver." "So what? If you go, I don't believe she'll kick you out." Yi Zhou was a bit frustrated, but in the end, he just shook his head in disbelief. When he arrived at Yi Zhou's door, Xiong Kai looked at the 1003 across the street. His eyes narrowed, created Yi Zhou's arm, and laughed playfully. "Ah, Chow, you live so close to schoolgirl Lin, you should have already been to her house, right? Tell your buddy what a girl's boudoir looks like." "Don't be ridiculous, I've never been. Whoever cheats Chen sure is his wife." "No problem." Yi Zhou puffed out his chest, not at all vain. "I answered that I hadn't been to Lin Shanhua's room, but I didn't answer that you hadn't been to her house. AO. Xiong Kai stared at Yi Zhou's eyes for half a day and couldn't help but deflate his mouth when he realized that he couldn't see anything. Alright, you kid, a little opportunity to grasp. The internet said, find a rich woman less 10 years of detours. You, this guy, met a young rich woman, can be said to be a rich woman plus." With that, Kai took off his shoes, intending to wear the new pair of slippers that were sitting in the corner. Yi Zhou's eyes glared and he shouted, "Don't move! Asterisk. Xiong Kai's body trembled in fear, and he raised his hands in a hurry. Yi Zhou didn't bother with him and hurriedly squatted down to put away the pair of slippers. Then he brought out a new pair for Xiong Kai from the shoe cabinet. "That pair can't be worn. You wear this one. Asterisk. I thought I stepped on your tail. A pair of slippers, to so precious? I don't know. I thought that pair of slippers was worn by Louis Fei." Kai spat. Didn't hear Ye Zhou's muttering in the slightest. It was worn by someone prettier than Louis Fei. Requesting a review. Righteous fathers. And ask for a little gift. QAQ. Chapter 79, Dad, you're so stupid. Evening. Yi Zhou lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep for a long time. It was a very stark contrast to Xiong Kai, who slept next to him snoring away for a while. 8 o'clock. Yi Zhou rested on his arm and looked up at the ceiling, his mouth murmuring continuously. During the evening meal, Lin Shanhua inadvertently mentioned the time of her airplane flight departure tomorrow. He didn't think much of it at the time, but now he does. Lin Shanhua was such a smart person. If she really didn't want Yi Zhou to send herself, she could actually do it completely without revealing the flight time of her plane. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou's eyes changed and he made some sort of determination. Phew, yesterday is too tired. 11 o'clock on the bed. I did not expect 6 o'clock in the morning to wake up. This is if in my grandmother's house by my mother found out. Say anything, have to drag me to the field to do. Hey, 10 minutes past 6 in the morning. Xiong Kai woke up from his nap and stretched with his eyes closed while muttering to himself. When he opened his eyes, he realized that Yi Zhou, who was supposed to sleep next to him, was completely missing at this time. Xiong Kai scratched his head, wondering if it was because he was snoring in his sleep and gave Yi Zhou the noise to move to the sofa to sleep. At that thought, he hurriedly put on his slippers and ran to the living room. The result was that there was no sign of Yi Zhou on the sofa either. Looking around the house, I found it empty. Did. Xiong Kai reacted a bit as he leaned over to the window to look at the entrance to the neighborhood. The Santana that was found supposed to be parked in front of the door was nowhere to be seen. Dedicated airport highway line. A battered black Santana. Speeding down the highway. Yi Zhou almost didn't sleep all night. He was afraid that he would oversleep and miss Lin Shanhua's 8 o'clock flight. Originally, at first, he wanted to go directly to the Lin family's manor, but after recalling it, he realized that it seemed like he had never asked Lin Shanhua where exactly her family's manor was located. It was obviously too late to send a message to Lin Shanhua in the morning to inquire about her location. So Yi Zhou drove his car straight to the airport at 5 o'clock when the sky was still gray and cloudy. Luckily, there was only one airport in Bayan, so as long as his luck wasn't so bad, then he would definitely meet Lin Shanhua at the airport. All clean and good neighbors. It's not too much to send a machine. Anyway, it's the last time we'll see each other anyway. Yi Zhou muttered under his breath and pressed the gas pedal a little heavier again. In the meantime, a Maybach also passed through the highway toll gate and drove into the special airport highway line. Unlike in the past, the person Uncle Li was carrying was not only Lin Shanhua, but there was also an additional man with a very majestic temperament. Lin Zhendong, chairman of Zhendong Group. In the car, Lin Shanhua sat quietly on the side, Her eyes kept on the scenery speeding by outside the window. When her eyes got a little tired from looking at her for a long time, she would look down and play with the hem of her crinoline dress, without the slightest intention of trying to talk to her own father. Lin Jindong, on the other hand, looked serious and thoughtfully ahead. Suddenly, he spoke in a deep voice. Shallow Moon, now that you've finished your college entrance exams and are an adult, Dad wants you to strike up a good relationship with your Aunt Xiao. After all, she's your stepmom and Dad's been married to her for a long time, so you're always going to have to call her mom. Dad, my mom died a long time ago. Lin Shanhua's tone was calm. Looking at his daughter's such an indifferent nature, Lin Jindong slightly frowned, but quickly stretched it out again. When my daughter is angry, it's so much like her back in the day. Lin Jindong let out a soft sigh. Shallow Moon. Before this matter, Dad could tolerate you because Dad knew that it wasn't that easy to make you accept a stepmother that quickly. But not anymore because your Aunt Shaw is pregnant. Lin Shanhua's body stiffened slightly, and the movement of fiddling with the hem of her skirt in her hands stopped. She was silent for a long time before she spoke slowly. So, Lin Jindong looked at his daughter and eased his tone a bit. Shallow Moon. Dad hopes that you can understand and accept this reality. When Aunt Zhao's child is born, you'll be the older sister. So take care of your younger brother or sister. Lin Shanhue raised her head and looked at her father expressionlessly. Dad, have you forgotten? When I was a kid, the only people who took care of me were nannies and maids. It was a busy time for Daddy. You have to understand, Daddy. Yeah, my father was busy then. Busy working and busy marrying Xiaoran, a woman 12 years younger than him. Listening to her father's words, Lin Shanhue shook her head. I'm sorry, Dad. Anyway, I only have one mom and I won't call anyone else mom. Asaj, don't be so capricious. Finally, Lin Jindong got a little angry. He had thought that with this attitude of his, Lin Shanhue would be the same as she once was, that she would rise to her words when she saw him angry. But unexpectedly, this time Lin Qianyu still stubbornly shook her head, her eyes already filled with tears. She pursed her lips and fought back tears. Dad, ever since Mom died, you've rarely come home to see me. Every time you come to the manor now, you just stop by because you have business over here. You don't even know my grades on every monthly test, and you've never attended my parent-teacher conferences. You let Uncle Li do it for me, now that Aunt Xiao is pregnant, and the baby is clearly not even born yet. You make me think that this child will completely steal my father. The love you had for me was already low, and now you're going to have a new child to share away what little love there is. After a pause, another wave of sadness welled up in Lin Shanhue's eyes. Dad, maybe you always think that I listen to you whenever you get angry, but I've never been afraid of you. The reason why I listen to you every time is because Mom told me before she died. She said, in the future, when Mom is gone, you have to take care of Dad, and make sure you don't make him angry, because the only woman in this world who will love him the most from now on is you. Xiao Yu. Hearing his daughter mention his hairy wife again, Lin Jindong was momentarily speechless. He didn't know how to respond. But soon, he gathered his emotions and spoke in a deep voice. Shallow Moon. Your Aunt Xiao loves me too. Meh. Lin Shanhue closed her eyes and tears eventually slid down her cheeks. Dad, you're so stupid. Just then, Uncle Li's voice broke the increasingly unmanageable atmosphere. Master, Missy, we're almost at the airport. At this point in time, if it was one of the Lin family's other drivers who suddenly spoke up at this time, then he would be able to go settle his wages tomorrow. But this was Uncle Li, who, in addition to his status as a chauffeur, was an old minister of the Lin family. Thus, Lin Jindong nodded and simply put away the matter of making Lin Shanhue change her mind about Xiao Ran this time as well. She'll be in Shanghai for the next long time anyway. There's no rush. Old Li, after Xiao Yu and I go to Shanghai, after you finish dealing with the manor over here, come to Shanghai as well. Uncle Li nodded his head while parking in the parking lot. He was about to respond, but suddenly his pupils suddenly contracted when he saw the familiar Santana and familiar license plate in front of him, along with his body. He was stunned for a moment. Noticing his abnormality, Lin Jindong subconsciously said, Old Li, what's wrong? No, it's nothing, old master. Old age, old problems, nothing serious. Uncle Li explained without moving, but looking at the familiar license plate number in front of him, he was still surprised for a moment. He couldn't help but mutter in his mind as he got out of the car. Looks like we'll have to find a chance to tell the lady about it later. Chapter 80. Stupid, 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 stupid. After entering the airport hall, Uncle Li helped Lin Shanhue and Lin Jindong pick up their boarding passes and then pushed up their suitcases. Just as he was racking his brain for a way to tell Lin Qianyu that Yi Zhou should also be at the airport at this moment without being discovered by his lordship, Lin Jindong suddenly received a phone call. Hello? What? Why are they temporarily divesting? I'm at the airport now. I have 40 minutes before boarding and I can be at the office in 3 hours at the latest. so you'll have to debrief me on the specifics now. It seemed that there was some big change on the company's side, and the expression of the always calm and collected Lin Jindong became very serious. He didn't turn his head, he just held his cell phone. Then with his other hand, he gestured to Uncle Lee and Lin Shangyue, indicating that he would go through the security check later. Immediately afterward, he walked to the side alone, his face serious as he listened to the return of his subordinate on the other end of the phone. With such a scene, Uncle Lee hurriedly lowered his voice to Lin Shangyue. Miss, I was just in the parking lot and saw the Santana that young Master Yi often drives. Really? Lin Shanyue's eyes, which were originally a bit dull, instantly became bright. Uncle Lee nodded heavily. It can't be wrong. I've confirmed the license plate number over and over again several times. I think it must be young Master Yi who came to the airport specifically to see you off. Hearing this, Lin Shanyue had already started her eyes searching around for Yi Zhou's figure. Yi Zhou actually came to see me off. Seeing his own young lady's joyful eyes, Uncle Lee couldn't help but smile as well. It was as if just by mentioning young Master Yi, her own young lady would immediately change into a different person. It was very different from the way he had treated his lordship in the car just now. Right at this moment, Lin Shanyue's body was stunned for a moment, her gaze fixed on the left front. She pursed her lips, but the joy spilled out of her eyes. Uncle Lee looked along, and sure enough, he also saw the familiar figure as he whispered, Miss, why don't you and young Master Yi find a place where Master won't easily find out, and I'll keep an eye on Master's side for you. If Master finishes his call, I'll tell you first. Uncle Lee, thank you. Uncle Lee smiled and shook his head. You're welcome, miss. Go ahead. Aha! Lin Shanyue nodded heavily, her footsteps hurriedly heading that way, but after 2 steps, she trotted again. All of this was seen by Uncle Lee, who then looked at Lin Jindong, who was on the phone with an incredibly serious expression, and couldn't help but sigh. Master, Master, you often asked me before why the young lady is always cold to you. If you cared enough about her, you would already know why. I Lu a bean. The airport so big? Yi Zhou's entire body was dumbfounded when he entered the airport hall. He had never been on an airplane and subconsciously assumed that the airport was, at best, as big as a train station. As it turns out, when we arrived, we realized that the nifty thing was more than a bit bigger than a train station. If he wanted to meet Lin Xianyu here, he would really have to rely entirely on luck. He glanced at the time. It's 7:30. Damn, I forgot to charge my phone at night too, so I can't even try to send a message to my little neighbor right now. Yi Zhou held his cell phone, and his entire body was a little discouraged. But it was at that moment that he was tapped on the shoulder. Immediately afterward, a familiar scent flooded his nostrils. He froze and turned at the first opportunity. Sure enough, Lin Shanyue stood behind him with a smile on her face. She pursed her lips, and her good-looking eyes were filled with inexhaustible tenderness. Little neighbor, Yi Zhou shouted excitedly. Lin Shanyue nodded slightly. Why don't you send me a message? Yi Chao, you big dummy. The airport is so big. If I don't see you, are you going to keep burying your head in the sand to look for me? Send me a message directly. Yi Zhou scratched his head, rather embarrassed. I forgot to charge my phone last night and realized it was off when I got to the airport. Stupid. Lin Shanyue's lips slightly parted as she ranted. The two just stared at each other as if the hustle and bustle around them had nothing to do with them. A moment later, Lin Xianyue broke the silence. Why are you here? You didn't say you wanted to send me off yesterday. Yi Zhou looked at Lin Xianyue seriously. Didn't you say you were leaving today? I wanted to come and see you off. After all, there might not be a chance to meet in the future. After a pause, he added. And, you said that of all the goodbyes, you like to see me tomorrow the best. So, for yesterday, it's now tomorrow. Lin Shanyue's eyes added another touching emotion. But after today, there's no see you tomorrow. Dumbass, dumbass, dumbass. Dark circles under your eyes are so heavy. You must not have slept well last night. You don't care about your body at all. Stupid, 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 stupid. Listening to Lin Shanyue's heartfelt words, Yi Zhou's heart tightened and his eyes darkened for a moment. Yeah, and there'll be no more see you tomorrow. Anyway, have a safe trip. Yi Zhou opened his mouth, but in the end, he only said these 2 sentences. He then realized that it seemed like he only knew that he was coming to see Lin Shanyue off, but he didn't know what to say after he actually saw her. It was at this time that Lin Shanyue's cell phone rang. She looked at it and it was Uncle Lee calling. It looks like the father has taken care of his work and is now going through security. Yi Zhou also realized this, and he smiled. Little neighbor, this is really goodbye. Well, Yi Chao. See you later. Lin Shanyue turned around to leave, and after taking a few steps, she turned back to look at Yi Zhou again, her eyes flickering endlessly. What brings you back to? Yi Zhou's eyes were puzzled, but before he could finish his inquiry, Lin Shangyue directly rushed into his arms and hugged him. Yi Zhou's body instantly stiffened and his mind went blank. He could clearly feel Lin Shanyue's temperature and breath, as well as that soft body clinging to him, making his heart beat wildly. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. Chapter 81, What are you doing with the whip? Feeling the softness and temperature of Lin Shangyue in his arms, Yi Zhou always had the feeling that everything around him was unreal. He raised his hand involuntarily, but only dared to freeze it in the air. On the contrary, Lin Shangyue wasn't as stiff and unnatural as Yi Zhou. She hugged Yi Zhou hard, quite an impulse to never want to spread her hands again. By the time Yi Zhou reacted, Lin Shangyue had already left his body. There was still the warm fragrance left behind by his little neighbor in his arms. Yi Zhou opened his mouth and looked at Lin Shangyue in a mute manner. Little neighbor you. Lin Shanyue's face flushed as she lowered her eyes and ruffled her hair, whispering, I'm leaving, and a goodbye hug between neighbors isn't too much to ask, is it? No, not too much, Yi Zhou dully returned. A goodbye hug? That's quite a novel word. Next, without waiting for Yi Zhou to say anything else, Lin Shanyue's cell phone vibrated once again. Her expression changed, and she instantly turned around and jogged in the direction she had come from. Ye Zhou, goodbye. Again, goodbye. Looking at Lin Shanyue's departing back, his heart was filled with reluctance and despondency. His hand once again unconsciously raised, as if he could still feel the warmth of Lin Shangyue when she hugged him just now. At this time, Lin Shangyue returned to Uncle Li and Lin Zhendong. Lin Zhendong frowned slightly and looked at his daughter in confusion. Asaj, what did you just go and do? Kind of hungry and wanted to get something to eat. Lin Shangyue pursed her lips and said expressionlessly, after security, we can go to the restaurant in the VIP lounge to eat. It's much better than those fast food out here. Aha. Afterwards, Uncle Li sent Lin Zhendong and Lin Shangyue to the security checkpoint and watched them leave. Yo, back in town. Put your good clean neighbor on the plane? Xiong Kai sat in the living room and couldn't help but flirt with Yi Zhou when he saw him return. However, Yi Zhou ignored him and just sat down on the sofa somewhat lost in thought. Seeing his nemesis in this state, Xiong Kai was also too embarrassed to intentionally say anything flirtatious again. He brought plates from the kitchen. Here, while you went to drop off schoolgirl Lin, I went to the breakfast place in front of your neighborhood to have a meal. I don't think you had time to eat in the morning, right? The buns are still warm. Grab a bite. Thanks. Yi Zhou nodded. In my rush to drive to the airport in the morning, I didn't notice hunger at all because I was in a hurry. Now that I'm idle, that hunger that comes with waking up from a morning nap instantly surges. Watching Yi Zhou eat, Xiong Kai cleared his throat and said with a straight face, Ah chow, you said before that when I come back from my hometown, we will go to start a business. Now that I'm back, and schoolgirl Lin is back in Shanghai, shouldn't we get moving? Not yet, because that business venture I'm talking about, while it's nothing risky and low in difficulty, is a business venture after all, and it always requires startup money. What I planned to do at first was to use the money that Zhao Lan returned to me as startup money, but Zhao Lan and the others lost the case, and most likely they'll drag it out until the last day of the compensation deadline on the judgment, so I'll have to wait a few more days. Xiong Kai looked at Yi Zhou. Even if Zhao Lan will pay out, she won't pay out so much at once, right? Well, that's for sure, but to pay out $10,000 or $20,000 would actually be enough, and that's pretty much what the startup money is. Then why don't I pad this starter money first? Looking at Xiong Kai's tentative tone, Yi Zhou was surprised. Do you know what you're talking about? The startup money must be at least $10,000 or more. Your wallet is more knocked down than mine. Where can you get so much money to pad it? Ahem. This well. In fact, over the years, I've still saved quite a bit of money. 10,000 or 20,000. I can still shell out. Yi Zhou stared at Xiong Kai and fell silent, not saying a word for half a day. This straight eye, to Xiong Kai look a little unnatural. He touched his nose, thinking I acting so bad, so soon to be found out? Unexpectedly, Yi Zhou's expression suddenly changed and he immediately pulled out a whip from under the sofa. It scared Kung Kai silly. He quickly bounced up from the sofa, keeping a safe distance from Yi Zhou, and was very alert. Ah chow, what are you doing with the whip? You can't talk properly. Xiong Kai, the fact that you can easily come up with $20,000 makes me now seriously suspect that you are actually hiding a lot from me. I feel that it's very necessary to hang you up and beat you up. Otherwise you won't admit that you're a rich second generation. Asterisk. Xiong Kai eyes stared at the eyes, horrified. A continent. This money is really my savings. My family in the end, what conditions? You can be too clear. My father will do their own small business. My mother's work is not stable. I am a fart-rich second generation. Even if you beat me to death today, I can't admit that I'm a second generation rich kid. I don't believe it. Let's hang you first. Finally, after Xiong Kai tried his best to explain, Yizhou finally put down the whip and twine in his hands and gave up the idea of hanging him up and beating him. In fact, these money are my New Year's Eve pressure money. My mom every time to confiscate do not allow me to spend. Said later when I marry a daughter-in-law with. However, I've quietly figured out the password to that bank card, and I can take it out and use it anytime now. Anyway, my mom only uses that bank card every time she deposits my New Year's money on it for New Year's Eve, and the rest of the time she won't use it at all. After a pause, Xiong Kai continued, so as long as we earn the money and then deposit the principal back as is, my mom won't find out. Really? Yi Zhou looked at Xiong Kai suspiciously, always feeling that something was wrong. Xiong Kai nodded his head. Of course it's true. We're so close. Can I lie to you? That's fine then. Let's use that money you mentioned as start-up money first. Anyway, in a week at most, Zhao Lan will make the first payment to my bank card, and then we'll redeposit the money back to your card at the first opportunity. Aha, okay. Making plans? Yi Zhou cupped his chin and thought for a while, then said, now that we have the start-up money, let's buy the tickets and leave tonight. One more day's work is one more day's money. Buy a ticket? Where are we going to start? You haven't told me the plan yet. Yi Zhou licked his lips and laughed. Chuan Yu, I'll talk to you when we get on the car. Go home and bring some clothes first. We'll be staying there for the next month or so. Chuan Yu? So far away Okay. Xiong Kai froze and didn't think much of it, changing his shoes with the intention of going home to pack his clothes, and Yi Zhou began to pack up his things, not noticing it in the slightest. The moment he turned around, Xiong Kai pulled out his cell phone and quickly typed out 2 words to send out. After sending it, he also sheepishly looked back at Yi Zhou. After making sure he wasn't spotted, he said, ciao. I'm going back to pack my things first. See you later. Aha. Chapter 82, Bad. It's really going to make me money. 7 p.m. Bayan High-Speed Rail Station. Yi Zhou couldn't help but curse as he looked at Xiong Kai, who had dressed himself up like a man in front of him. What's wrong with you? We're on a high-speed train. What are you doing in a suit? It's true that we're taking the high-speed train, but aren't we going to start a business? When we get on the train later, if the people in the neighboring seats ask us what we're doing, we'll have a face when we tell them. With that, Xiong Kai straightened the tie in front of his chest and smiled playfully. How about it, Zhou? I stole this suit from my dad. It looks good on me, right? You'd better be careful. When your parents find out, you're guaranteed to have to do a co-ed. The corner of Yezhou's mouth twitched. Xiong Kai's old man's body is not as good as Xiong Kai's, so the suit is worn on Xiong Kai's body, rather like a sense of vision that is about to be burst. The two dragged their suitcases through security and instantly lined up to board the bus. When he got in the car, Kung Kai posed as a fly rubbing his hands together and couldn't wait to ask, Chow, can you tell me what our business venture is about now? It's pretty simple and doesn't even require a brain. So what? Drive-through sales of goods like ice cream, fondue base, fondue ingredients, or chorizo and all that. Xiong Kai was instantly silent after hearing this. He looked at the high-speed train that hadn't started yet, gulped, and asked tentatively, Chow, the high-speed train hasn't started yet. Is it too late for me to get off now? What the hell? Why are you thinking of going back when you're already here? Xiong Kai wanna cry. I thought you said entrepreneurship is the kind of brother and sister work together. You out of the brain I contribute, and thieves face of self-employment. The results you now tell me that we just drive to sell goods? Sell goods also even if you yourself say, sell those or what things that can make money. Why can't we make money? Yes, perhaps indeed can earn, but it is not as good as our brothers directly into the factory. Screw it. That at least a month and $3,000 or $4,000 Lu. Yi Zhou pursed his lips. Don't get excited first. I haven't finished talking yet. Although it does not sound like we are selling things that can make any money, the way we sell things is not conventional at all. Assuming that the wholesale price of an ice cream is 40 cents a piece, outside are generally sold for 50 cents, but we sell 2 yuan, a profit of 6 yuan. Then 100 is $160 of profit. Similarly, a package of hot pot base wholesale price of 8 yuan, outside the general sale of about 12 yuan. We sell 20 yuan, a packet of profit of 12 yuan. 100 packets is 1,200 yuan profit. Summing up and so on, the profit we make from selling them is several times that of ordinary stores and markets. Originally, Xiong Kai's idea of getting off the bus just now was not that strong. When he heard this explanation from Yi Zhou, his thoughts of getting off the bus finally reached its peak. He was crying and full of despair. Chow, really not, I say. Usually you study quite well. How to start a business idea so whimsical. You talk good. According to your kind of profiteering selling method, if someone really sells, other supermarkets and stores have already done so. It's not our turn? The same goods, People sell cheaper than us. Then why customers come to us to buy ah? Yizhou smiled bashfully and looked out the window. By now, the high-speed train had already departed and was slowly accelerating. Xiongkai lying on the window, realizing that he no longer have the opportunity to get out of the car. A face of finished, finished despair. Only then did Yizhou continue to explain. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be what you say, and there can be no such thing as a customer who is faced with two identical items and chooses the expensive one. So here's the point. The reason we're going to Sichuan and Chongqing is to go to the kind of place where you know you can get the same item for less, but you have no choice but to buy it at a more expensive markup. This is cargo man? Xiongkai froze, and combined with Yizhou's earlier statement, he instantly reacted to what exactly he was going to do. Cargo workers in ancient times. But with the rapid development of the times, cargo workers gradually declined. But as a child living in the rural areas of the 80s and 90s or basically have seen, at that time, compared with the big cities, transportation was very inconvenient, resulting in most of the rural areas, although it is not said to be scarce, but still a very scarce situation. This is especially true of many things that can only be bought in big cities. And even if there are stores in the villages, these stores will only sell things that people just need on a daily basis. Thus was born the New Age cargo man. They would always carry a modest load, traveling from village to village. And their burdens are basically some things that you can't buy in the village and are common in the city. It's just a little more expensive. After all, those are the ones that the cargo men spend their efforts on, sourcing them from other places to sell. It's a runner's fee and hard work. Yizhou smiled and nodded when he saw Xiongkai finally respond. But Xiongkai's face still didn't look very good. Ah, Chow. It's really not that I'm hitting you. It's 2018 now. And it's long since impossible to make money in this mode of selling goods as a cargo man. Now the countryside should be connected to the car. The village store should be replenished. Where there is still such a place for us to be a cargo man. Ah, you're wrong. The reason why you think there are no such places today in 2018 is because we live in Bayan, a quasi-first-tier city. And there are naturally no villages with such backward conditions around us. If I remember correctly, your grandmother's house is in the Wainan countryside, right? Think about it. When you went back to your grandma's house a few days ago, you went to the village store to buy something. Could you buy those snacks that you can only get in big supermarkets? Even if you can really buy them. But if you go there the next day or the third day, can you still get them? I am afraid not. So, you should have realized by now that rural stores don't restock every day. And they usually restock when the just needed supplies are pretty much purchased. If nothing else, this will still be the case even if we put it in 2020 or 2024. Not to mention 2018. As Yizhou explained, Xiongkai's face gradually changed. He seemed to have finally figured out Yizhou's thoughts. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Yizhou continued to explain. And that's just the countryside. In the autonomous mountain villages on this side of the Dalian Mountains in Sichuan and Chongqing, supplies are even more scarce than you and I can imagine. I've done the math. Let's work as a stock boy here for a month. Plus I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. We're guaranteed to make at least $1,500 a day on average, which is a lot more than screwing in a factory. Shake the grass. Ah, Chow. I admit I was a little loud just now. You're a genius. Xiongkai was shocked, but then said with some concern. However, those mountain villages in Sichuan and Chongqing, are they really like what you said? After all, you should have all looked up the information and not actually seen them with your own eyes, right? You 2B. Have you forgotten that Right Guardian by Xianming's hometown is here? And you haven't seen the photos he takes in QQ space every time he goes on summer and winter vacations? After Yizhou reminded him of this, Xiongkai froze and was suddenly enlightened. He couldn't help but murmur, broken. Yizhou frowned. What's broken? Bad. Really going to make money for my simple-minded, big black ass. Yizhou, Chapter 83, we're just summer vacationers. It was already 10 in the morning when Yizhou and Xiongkai arrived at their destination. In fact, if you're just coming to Sichuan and Chongqing, you usually arrive in the early hours of the morning. However, their final destination was not the urban areas of Sichuan and Chongqing, so they also changed to a moving train for a stopover. So it was a sunny morning by the time it was time to wait. Phew, I've been sitting on my ass. Finally, Kumkai stepped out of the station and stretched hard. Immediately after that, he pulled Yizhou and lowered his voice. Ah, Chow. I heard on the internet that Sichuan and Chongqing girls are all fierce. Nicknamed Sichuan and Chongqing Tyrannosaurus Rex. Before Yizhou could answer, the ears of a sister passing by the two moved and immediately came over to correct Xiongkai. Little brother, it's jangling rumors that our Chuanyu sister is fierce. Don't them, we're very gentle. Ah this. Sorry, it's really quite gentle. Xiongkai's dark face instantly reddened as he listened to the gentle tone of the young lady in front of him. The black and red kind. Yezhou is also a little surprised, because he has heard the legend of Sichuan Yu Tyrannosaurus Rex, but did not expect the Sichuan Yu girl is so gentle. This tone. Simply don't be too gentle. It's okay, little brother. My boyfriend is here. Bye. I wish you guys have fun in Xuanyu. With that, the girl left with her boyfriend, who was dragging a big suitcase and carrying a big backpack. The boy deflated, his expression a little disgruntled, but his tone was weak. You're talking to a boy you don't know again. I'll get jealous T. The girl slapped the boy on the back of the head when she heard that. I'll talk to whoever I want to talk to. What are you barking at? What do you want? Looking at the young lady who was like a different person from just now, Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai looked at each other and couldn't help but gulp. Ilua Sichuan and Chongqing Tyrannosaurus Rex. It really is the name of the. Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai first took a taxi and found a place for them to stay for the next month. The first step of the program was started immediately after putting away the luggage. Rent a car. In the end, the two didn't even bother with lunch and spent 2 to 3 hours finally getting a monthly minivan for $80 a day. Chow. Why did you rent a new energy tram instead of an oil car? The places we're going to are basically in the mountains, and I've heard that this kind of trolley can't climb hills that well, so it should be quite hard to drive. The oil car is not suitable for us. The daily expenditure on gas is several $100s. If we use the tram, we can save several $1,000s a month. Before coming, Yi Zhou had long planned all the preparatory processes. The reason why he had to take Xiong Kai on a crazy run around the mountain road to practice his car skills in the first place was to prepare for now. After all, for the next month, they would have to keep running the mountains. You really don't dare to go into the mountains without some good skills. As for renting a tram, it was also something Yi Zhou had considered early on. The two drove the rented minivan to dinner, then hoofed it to rent a small cooler that would fit in the car before heading back to the wholesale market. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that the two finally rested. The $20,000 they had set aside when they arrived had now been half spent as well. Yi Zhou couldn't help but feel emotional as he lay on the bed in the house they had rented. I didn't realize that the suit you stole from your father really came in handy. If I hadn't put on the suit this afternoon and gone to talk to those wholesale market bosses about the price, I'm afraid that if they saw how green we looked, they really wouldn't have been able to wholesale it to us at such a low price. So why is it that if I put it on to talk about it, they let me go off to the side to cool off? Yezhou glanced at some depressed Xiong Kai. A burst of flirting. Your father's body would not have been as strong as you. Customized suits in your body are almost bursting, so take a look at your such, like a child wearing a coat. I'll rub it in. Early the next morning, Yezhou and Xiong Kai loaded up a car with goods and headed for Liangshan. Along the way, Xiong Kai took pictures and recorded videos with his cell phone. Chow. Do you think if I edit the video of us going into the mountains, as well as the video of us selling our goods later, and post it all on the internet, will anyone watch it? There should be. When I brush the short video platform, I have seen a lot of similar self-publishers, and even live frying. You don't say. Some of the more distinctive anchors, even live frying, there are a lot of big brothers to reward it. The money earned in one night is more than their monthly salary. Yi Zhou drove while answering Xiong Kai absently. After an hour of driving, there were finally signs of the village. Xiong Kai couldn't help but say, Zhou, our model is indeed feasible, but I have a question. We are equivalent to a mobile store. We can do it for a day or two. If we go to the village every day to sell goods, there shouldn't be many customers soon. After all, even if we live in the city, we can't generate purchasing power every day, let alone these remote mountain villages. I didn't say go to a mountain village every day. Saying that, Yezhou gestured for him to look out the window. The rolling hills are far apart, but it's not hard to see that there are 3 or 2 villages situated at intervals in the mountains. Here, we'll go to all these villages. If we only go to one village, we won't make much money. We'll run to 2 or 3 villages a day, and there are at least a dozen of them in this mountain. 7 days a week. Let's run through the dozen or so villages and a week will have passed. When the second week comes, those villages that have been there, they'll need to buy again. On top of that, we've driven all the way here, and I don't think you've ever seen a minivan that looks like us, have you? That means that we won't even be traveling with it if we do this. Yi Zhou looked at the first mountain village he was about to reach, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Xiong Kai was slightly stunned and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Chow. I didn't expect you to think so thoroughly. However, I still have one last question. What? My old man is also a businessman, and he said that once a good marketing program is seen by outsiders and the business opportunity is discovered, there will soon be a large number of peers or imitators. It's true that there are no peers now, but there should be soon afterward, right? Yi Zhou laughed. So what? So what if there are how many peers, or how many imitators in a month? He licked his lips, meaningfully. Did you forget? We're just summer vacationers with peers in a month. What's it got to do with us? Chapter 84. You don't want this to be known by Miss Lin, do you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Right. By the time someone imitates us, we'll have made a fortune and be ready to go back. And it's not like we're really doing this for a living anyway. Seon Kai came to a realization. Meanwhile, their minivan had finally pulled up to the first small mountain village. Yi Zhou hung the horn for yelling and selling goods on the car, then took out the change he had exchanged in advance with Yi Zhou and quietly waited for the first customer. But after 10 minutes or so, only some children with little supervision would curiously come over to look. Not many adults at all. And in the mountains, the speakers don't work very well. Ah chow. It's been half a day and not a single person has come to buy this. Kum Kai was a little anxious, but Ye Zhou yawned, calmly. Don't worry, it's only 10 o'clock. Basically the adults have either gone to work in the fields or are still busy with their chores. They should be out after 11. Saying that, Yi Zhou took out a few more ice creams from the freezer and gave them to the children who were only 4 or 5 years old who were watching. Children, for you to eat. These kids get ice cream and a shy look flashes across their faces. Hugh whispered a thank you and ran off with the ice cream in a whoosh. Seon Kai deflated. We have not earned a share. You're giving out 10 ice cream. I did not want to eat one. It's called a throwback. Suppose your kids somehow take something home that they can't buy in the village. As an adult, wouldn't you ask them where they got it? Next thing you know, wouldn't they be curious enough to come over and look? Just as Yi Zhou was explaining, there were finally 3 or 2 adults, led by their own children, slowly walking towards this side of the minivan. Ma'am, that hot pot base is 20 a pack. Hey yeah. Instant noodles are $3 for a single pack. The whole case totals 24 bags, 45 a case. Oh, there's plenty of ice cream left. Don't grab it. Ever since those kids took the ice cream from Yi Zhou for free, it didn't take them long to bring their own adults over to buy more snacks. There was a lot of commotion when there were more people around the minivan. People in the village who hadn't noticed all this also came over to watch after hearing the commotion. The minivan was found to contain a number of things that could not be purchased in the village and could normally only be purchased by going down the mountain or to the town 10 kilometers away, and immediately began to do so. Seon Kai and Yi Zhou got busy all of a sudden. It wasn't until 12 noon that the crowd around the minivan finally thinned out. Many people have gone home to cook. Seon Kai was recording video on his cell phone while picking up for the rest of the group. Despite being hot and sweaty, the smile on his face did not diminish at all, because in less than 2 hours, most of the stuff on their car was sold. Chow, collect the money first. I'm going to the restroom. Aha. Ye Zhou nodded and stood alone in the van and started selling the goods. He was actually a little surprised. Before coming here, Yi Zhou thought business would be good, but he didn't expect it to be this good. Originally, he wanted to ask these people in the village, but realized that the dialect here was very different from the kind in the city. Suffice it to say, it's basically completely unintelligible. So he had no choice but to give up on the idea of basic communication with the villagers. Just after Yi Zhou collected the money, took out 2 boxes of ice cream from the freezer, and handed them to a grandpa, a soft voice suddenly came from behind him. You, hello, Yi Zhou turned his head in surprise and realized that behind him stood a girl of similar age to him and Seon Kai. Her long, shiny black hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, fluttering slightly, especially her large, bright and clear eyes, which were like clear springs in the mountains, causing people to fall deep into them with a single glance. Her skin was extraordinarily fair and white, and the clothes on her body were clean, a plain white dress, not flashy, but clean and tidy, a stark contrast to the dirty-looking appearance of the rest of the village. This girl stood quietly behind Yi Zhou, not like someone from this village, but more like she had walked out of a painting. Although her face value wasn't comparable to Lin Shanyue's kind of top-notch face value, her eyes still carried a kind of untouched spirituality, so innocent that it was as if she had never been tainted by the world, and her temperament was just too pure. Yi Zhou froze for a few seconds before realizing that the girl in front of him, just now, was speaking Mandarin. He rushed back. Hello? The girl looked a little shy as she slightly lowered her eyes. You, how do you sell ice cream here? Individuals are available from $1 to $3, 30 per case, priced at 25, 50, and 80. Whoa. I'll take a case of 25 then. The girl's Mandarin was very fluent, and then took out change from her pocket and handed it to Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou was once again surprised, because the money the girl had brought out was old, but the creases had obviously been smoothed out by her on purpose, and while it wasn't new, it looked neat and tidy. Most importantly, this girl's Mandarin seemed to be spoken more standardly than his. Yi Zhou first took out the box of ice cream she asked for from the freezer and then asked, not from the cooler mountains, are they? I'm. Then why do you speak Mandarin? Just now when I was selling my stuff, I realized that basically none of the adults here can speak Mandarin, and only some of the very young children can speak a few words, but they're not very standard. The girl pursed her lips and said in a small voice, well, because in these villages in Liangshan Mountain, Uncle Agons are basically working outside. Auntie and Granny stay in the mountains to bring up their children. There is not much culture. Those who are a little bit literate go to school outside and rarely come back. And these children can only wait until they are old enough to go to school before they have the chance to learn Mandarin. Yi Chao drifted off and subconsciously said, so you're an exception? No, it's not. I'm on summer vacation. Back in the mountains to help Grandpa and Grandma with their farm work. Oh, then I'd like to ask why there are so many people buying the things we come here to sell? Even if the village can't usually buy these, it's not like business would be so hot. The girl explained with a red face. There is no kiosk in the village. So if you want to buy something, it's all brought by Mr. Chen on his motorcycle down the mountain to help everyone. But Grandpa Chen has his own farm work too. And it's not often that he'll come down the mountain. So it is. Yizhou finally figured out why he and Xiongkai's business was so good. Good lord. It turns out that this village simply doesn't even have a store. It's no wonder that whatever they both sell, people buy. Yizhou took out a $3 ice cream from the freezer and gave it to this girl in front of him as a token of appreciation. Thank you for answering me all these because it's so hard to find someone who can speak Mandarin here. Just now I asked half a day and couldn't figure it out. Good thing I have you. No, you're welcome. No need to give me this one. The girl's pretty face reddened, and after rejecting Yizhou, she turned around and ran away, holding the box of ice cream. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ah, Chow. What do you think would happen if Schoolmarm Lin knew you were eyeballing other girls? The girl had just left when Xiongkai's conspiratorial voice came from behind. Without waiting for him to speak, Kum K. Ailey said, hurry up and call me righteous father, or else. Hey, Mr. Yi, you don't want this to be known by schoolgirl Lin, do you? Chapter 85 Lin Shanyue's leg photo. Yizhou kindly laughed twice. Don't learn that kind of day-to-day speeches on the internet. That girl just now speaks Mandarin. So I stopped by and inquired why our business is so good. We're doing good business, aren't we? Xiongkai obviously because just now the goods sold too easily. The mentality has been a little floating. In response, Yizhou shook his head. Price is one aspect. Our pricing is not expensive. But the main reason is that the conditions in this mountain village are worse than we thought. That girl just said that they don't even have a regular store in their village. So if they want to buy anything, they usually have to ask those who have motorcycles down the mountain to help bring it back. Can't be. Not even a store? Well, in that case, our earnings may be higher than what we predicted when we came here before. Speaking of this, Yizhou began to organize the other goods on the minivan, and then said, after the mealtime, there should still be a small surge of purchases, and at the latest at 3 o'clock, we can drive to the next village. Alright, but I have to say, that girl just now was really quite good looking. I didn't think there could be such a pretty girl in a village like this. Xiongkai's eyes couldn't help but light up as he looked in the direction that the girl who had spoken so shyly earlier had left. Yizhou smiled. To be honest, you really wanted to tell Lin Shanhua about me just now, but you didn't have that chance. You don't even have Lin Shanhua's contact information. What are you going to tell on me? Who says I don't have one? Did you forget? We have a class group, and schoolgirl Lin applied to join it before graduation, so I can totally add her QQ now. Do you think Lin Shanhua's kind of character would add you? Don't be silly. Simple-minded. Four-limbed big black egg. Yizhou didn't think for a second that Lin Shanhua would agree to Xiongkai's friend request. He was about to say something else when a few more grandparents with their hands behind their backs, holding their grandchildren, came over to buy something. Yizhou couldn't care about continuing to be poor with Xiongkai and immediately got busy again. He didn't notice in the slightest that Xiongkai gripped his phone and looked at one of his friends in the list, muttering darkly in a small voice. Ah, Chow. How do you know that schoolgirl Lin won't add me as a friend? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yizhou and Xiongkai packed up the items on the minivan and before heading to the next village, informed the villagers of the village called Shai Village that they would come back to sell the items in a week. The two then set off again in the minivan. The two soon started selling their goods again in a second village, and in one fell swoop they sold until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Although there was still a fifth of the goods left in the van and there were quite a few villagers around who wanted to buy something. However, since it was a bit dangerous to drive the mountain road after dark, Yizhou and the others still chose to drive back to the city immediately. Ah, Chow. I thought we had sold half of our goods today, but I didn't realize that after running through only 2 villages, all of the stuff in the cart was basically sold out. So let's hurry back and calculate how much money we've earned today, excluding the costs. Today is only the first day, and the goods carried are only what we self-expect the villagers in the mountains to lack. For example, hot pot base and instant noodles, these sell well, By the second village we were out of stock. Go back tonight and summarize. List out the best-selling varieties of goods today. And when we come back later we'll bring more of these to avoid a shortage of goods. And by then the income might even go up further. Seong Kai drove the car while saying back, "You can do these brain things. Leave the physical labor of restocking the car to me." 9 o'clock at night. Seong Kai and Yizhou finally returned to their residence. After they had a quick meal, Seong Kai replenished the goods while Yizhou summarized those varieties of goods that sold well. By the time I finished restocking the car, it was 11:30 at night. The two of them lay in bed, tired as dogs. Kai grumbled as he edited the videos he had taken today on the road as well as while selling his goods. Me. I'm not tired at all when I'm selling and collecting money, but concentrating on driving for hours and hours and coming back to restock almost kills me half the time. I'm exhausted. Normal. Tired on these two. However, you can guess how much money we both made today after costs and gas and electricity consumed by the car. Yizhou took the laptop and computer and looked at the numbers he had calculated, and his eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. At the sound of money, Seong Kai sat up straight. How much? 1,245. That averages out to the equivalent of over 600 a day for the two of us? Seong Kai calculated, thinking that if they really earned this much every day for a whole month, then by the time they returned to Bayan, they would be able to carry at least close to $20,000 in their pockets. After clearing this account, Seong Kai where there is just now tired, lying on the bed has begun to plan how to spend the money. Yizhou, on the other hand, was lying on his bed, squinting at the message Lin Shangyue had sent him 10 minutes ago. Yizhou, what are you doing? Just got busy with Kai. What are you guys up to? Yizhou looked at Seong Kai who was immersed in excitement. He took his cell phone and silently walked out of the room. If Seong Kai knew that he and Lin Shangyue were reporting in such detail, the clean and good neighbor rhetoric didn't seem to stand up with him. After leaving the room, Yizhou sent 3 60-second voices to Lin Shangyue in one breath, but after the message was sent, Lin Shangyue didn't reply again after an interval of more than 10 minutes. Hiss, where is everyone? Yizhou was a bit puzzled, so he went to wash up first. The cell phone sitting on the sink finally vibrated again as he washed up. It was Lin Shangyue's reply. Yizhou clicked on it and his teeth brushing action stopped. He had a sense of suffocation. Grip it. This. Lin Shangyue sent over a picture. And in the picture, it was taken with Lin Shangyue leaning over as the first viewpoint. Her long, slender, slippery legs just swinging there so recklessly, with water stains that hadn't yet dried up on them. And her pink toes were adorable. I just went to take a shower. I listened to the voiceover too. It was interesting. I've never been to a mountain village like that. Gollum. Yizhou gulped, really feeling a bit thirsty. His attention was all on that leg photo. Where did he care what Lin Shangyue said? What's all the gabbing about? Also, what's the point of only posting one? If I don't send more, people will think I'm looking down on Yezhou if they know. Being a clean and good neighbor. What's wrong with showing me 2 more? I'm just asking what's wrong with you. After chatting with Lin Shangyue, Yizhou returned to his room, grabbed a towel and prepared to go to the bathroom. Seong Kai was puzzled. Ah, Chow. What are you doing? Take a bath. Didn't you just wash it when you came back at night? Seong Kai said strange. When did Yizhou love cleanliness so much? Just washed once. And then again? And Yizhou squinted at his cell phone and returned without moving. It's a little hot and I want to wash again. Chapter 86. I'd become a Netflix star? Night. Shanghai. Inside a villa area. Normally at this time of day, she'd usually have turned off the lights and rested. But tonight, after chatting with Yizhou, Lin Shangyue tossed and turned in bed, her pretty face as red as a ripe apple. Who the hell was I possessed by just now? I actually sent Yizhou a picture like that. Lin Shangyue, you're too unreserved. After taking a shower earlier, Lin Shangyue didn't know what was wrong. Looking down at her fine white legs, she suddenly remembered the time when she was still living in Maple Leaf Court. And once Yizhou went to her house to play a game and always stared at her legs and feet. So, ghostly, Lin Shangyue picked up her cell phone and took a picture of her leg and sent it over. After she sent the leg photo, Yizhou's side immediately sent 3 exclamation points after receiving the photo. Lin Shangyue, I solemnly warn you, the whiteness of your legs seems to be a bit too much, as if you have some strange disease, and it is said that the consequences are very serious after diagnosis. But it's okay, my wife's grandfather was an imperial physician in the palace. Now find a few more angles and take a few more pictures and send them to me. I'll take a look for you. As Lin Shangyue looked at these messages, she couldn't help but laugh lightly and couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. Xiao Yezhou, your abacus beads are almost popping up from Sichuan and Chongqing to Shanghai. Of course, Lin Shangyue also pretended to be I don't know anything and took 3 more pictures of her legs from different angles and sent them to Yizhou. Well, There's nothing wrong with looking away just now. Oh, Lin Shangyue narrowed her eyes. Yeah, Chow. You like looking at legs so much. Immediately after that, she chatted with Yizhou for a while before saying goodnight to each other. However, after putting down her cell phone, Lin Shangyue didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. She reopened the chat box with Yizhou again and repeatedly went through the chat records between them. Especially the 360-second long voices Yizhou had sent at the very beginning. She had listened to them again and again. And the more she listened to them, the more red her face became. Just haven't seen him for 2 days and I miss him so much. Lin Shangyue nuzzled her mouth and looked at the large room and couldn't help but show a despondent expression. Even though the villa she lived in now was even more luxurious than the Lin family estate in Bayan. But Lin Shangyue still preferred the small and cozy house in Maple Leaf Court. Because Yizhou lives next door. After listening to the voice sent by Yizhou over and over again for more than 10 times, Lin Shangyue was satisfied and at the same time a little bit pleased. Yizhou had seriously told her about his trip after arriving in Xuanyu. And what he had done. It wasn't as detailed as the one she'd bribed down. But Yizhou had taken the initiative to say it. Thinking of this, Lin Shangyue pursed her lips and clicked on the search bar of a shopping platform. Slender fingers touched lightly on the keyboard. And soon several purchases appeared in the background. Pure Desire black lace knee-high one-piece stockings. Thin white lace bow Lolita thigh-high socks. Sexy ultra-thin cross-tie stockings. 8 o'clock the next morning. Xiongkai and Yizhou drove the minivan that was replenished with goods and once again headed for the mountain village. Ouch! What a sore shoulder! Xiongkai whacked his shoulder while complaining. I haven't worked out much since the physical exam. And yesterday's sudden moving of goods with that much intensity woke up the whole person in a bad way. However, Yizhou simply ignored him. His mind was full of those unbridled leg photos that Lin Shangyue had sent him last night. Seeing Yizhou ignoring himself, Xiongkai deflated. Zhou, did you not have a good rest last night? Your dark circles are so heavy? Ahem. Just a bit of bed recognition. Yizhou's expression looked a little less natural. After an hour or so, the two finally arrived at the new village. As usual, Yizhou threw in a few ice creams to attract a lot of villagers to buy things soon. And every now and then Xiongkai took out his cell phone to record a video. Intending to go back and edit it at night. The day passed quickly, because of yesterday's experience. So today Yi Chao and the others purposely stocked up on those goods that sold well. And the two of them returned with a full load again. After costs and gas and electric for the car, today was a net profit of $1,350. Yizhou had just come back from the shower, and Xiongkai jumped up violently from the bed, so excited that he almost flew up. Shake the grass. I'm a internet sensation? What's all the fuss about? Yizhou frowned slightly. Xiongkai took his cell phone and came to Yizhou and said excitedly, do you still remember that I edited the video of us going to the mountains on the road yesterday? And the video of the selling process on Shivering Voice? What's wrong? I figured I'd just post it as a daily for fun, so I left it alone after I posted it last night, and I've been too busy to look at it today. As a result, guess what? Just now I was going to upload the new video that I edited today, but I clicked on Shake It and saw that the background likes and comments and whatnot were all 99 plus. That video from last night now has over 40,000 likes. Yizhou raised an eyebrow and looked towards Xiongkai's cell phone, and found that it was really something like that, and he had backstage likes, refreshing every minute, and an inexplicable 10,000 followers. WOJ, what kind of luck did you kid have that this video is being watched? Yizhou was stunned. Are there so many idle people on the internet that this kind of video is actually watched? Xiongkai especially excited. I also did not make foresaw. I now have a lot of background private letter to my people. I just looked at, as if there is what brand business Lu, asking whether to cooperate with them. I casually asked. They said that as long as the sale of their brand of goods appear in our video, they not only provide free goods, but also give commission Lu. Yacha plums and stuns once again. Immediately afterward, Yezhou and Xiongkai added a few merchants who were chatting privately with them in the background. After an hour of tinkering, the two inexplicably received a $3,000 deposit. Xiongkai gulped and looked face to face with Yezhou. Chow. If I understand correctly, that businessman across the street said that he would arrange for merchandise to be delivered to us nearer tomorrow, and that as long as their brand of hot pot base appeared on the next video, he would also pay us the final payment of $7,000? Okay, it looks like this. Yezhou looked at the deposit and froze for a long time. And to top it off, the two of them also realized that there were even more than 500 airplay gains for this kind of medium-length video. Yezhou, who was always calm, was also not calm at this moment. His eye muscles began to twitch as he looked at the string of revenue numbers. Not dude, why is money so good all of a sudden? End of money making chapters 2 to 3. Schoolgirl Lin will be online again soon. This time, She'll kill it with black silk. Chapter 87, Her Again? Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai, both of them, sat in front of the bed and looked at each other. The two didn't say anything to anyone. They just stared blankly at the backstage of Shakeology. A minute ago, Kai clicked off the entire message, but after only 2 or 3 minutes, the number of unchecked likes, as well as comments, rose again to 99 plus. This means that the video is still running wild and the revenue from the background plays is rising. I go. This wait for tomorrow, shall not be close to 100,000 likes? I'm afraid that this broadcast revenue in the background can go up by several hundred more. Awesome. Yi Zhou swallowed his saliva and continued. Then what are you still waiting for? Today's edited video quickly uploaded. Catch the sky rich. If each video can have millions of plays, one video brings in $1,000, and we can still receive a steady stream of supplies and commissions from brands. Yes. I'm uploading it now. Xiong Kai immediately operated his cell phone to upload the video. When that was done, the two looked at each other again, both seeing the light in each other's eyes. Because of this calculation, most of their sources no longer need to advance money to wholesale, because there are brands directly provided. The most important thing is to get a commission. Realizing this, the tiredness of the two men after a long day was gone. In its place is all the yearning and excitement of selling tomorrow. This night, Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai both lay in bed for a long time unable to sleep. Hey grandpa, you wear disposable gloves before you take it out from the inside. Otherwise if you grab it with your bare hands the bacteria will all fall in. Ma'am, you want instant noodles, right? Wait a moment, I'll get it for you. Children, want to eat ice cream, is it? Find your family to buy. Brother can only give you one, and then brother will lose money. Today, is Yezhou and Xiong Kai two people in Liangshan selling goods for the 7th day. They are still busy as ever. Since Xiong Kai edited their daily selling video a few days ago, it has become a small fire on the short video platform. Xiong Kai then insisted on uploading every day. It doesn't get as many views as the first video, but it has basically stabilized at over 20,000 likes and 700,000 views per new video posted. Add to that the fact that the first few videos are also slowly growing in place per day, and the videos alone are bringing in $1,000 per day. Most importantly, that Xiong Kai account has now amassed 170,000 followers. There are even more suppliers who private message them in the background than they can count. Meanwhile, 4 days ago, the results of the college entrance exams were released. Yezhou 697 points, Xiong Kai 439 points. The two found a cyber cafe to fill out the volunteer. Yezhou easily filled in the North Jiaodong University volunteers. Xiong Kai in the calculation of their cultural achievements and physical examination results, and his father and mother on the phone for an hour, and ultimately enrolled in the North Ancient Science and Technology University. Phew, exhausted. Xiong Kai sat in the passenger seat, tired and sweating. He was dark himself, and the fact that he had been in the sun a lot in the past 2 days selling his goods caused his face to be even darker than before. It's not an exaggeration to call Kai a big black egg now. Yi Zhou drove the car and said indifferently, later is the last village. After running through this village, tomorrow we can go back to the Sand Cliff village that we went to on the first day. Really fast. So counting, we have a week. The daily proceeds from selling goods plus commission from the 4 suppliers received plus video proceeds. There are already almost 40,000. Right. Well, if we didn't have these revenues and advertisers from the videos, we would be making at most 7 or 8,000 at this point. With the suppliers, those goods we sell are equivalent to pure profit, and we don't have to calculate the cost at all. Yi Zhou nodded, then continued, in the past 2 days, I looked at the video comments section and figured out why the video had so many people watching it. We are filming the style of selling goods in the mountain villages, and many of the audience groups are the post-80s and post-90s, who said that after watching our video, they all recalled their childhood days in the village where they looked forward to the seller to sell their goods every day. There are also some netizens who purely enjoy our kind of video content and always find it interesting to watch the selling process. However, Xiong Kai didn't care about that. He rubbed his hands together and said with slight anticipation, hurry back to Sandy Cliff Village. I didn't get a chance to talk to that girl last time. I don't know if I'll meet her again this time when I go there. Saying that, Yi Zhou driving the minivan had already arrived at the last village where they were going to sell their goods. As it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a number of villagers were sitting by their homes. Some of the older men would gather to play chess, and the sides were full of children squatting on the ground and playing together. When they saw Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai's selling van, they all gathered around at first. After observing for a while, you start buying. The size of this village looks a little small, and the customers don't compare to a couple of other villages. So, only Yezhou was responsible for collecting the money and handing over the goods. while Xiong Kai was holding the cell phone to shoot the video. After about an hour, there were only a few scattered customers left. The two watched as the sun was already slowly setting, so they planned to pack up and leave. Just then, though, there was a loud noise from behind their flanks. Hurry up and give us the money. You say you don't have the money to pay it back, but you still have money to go shopping, don't you? Yi, Uncle Yi, this is the money I'm going to give my dad for the fruit. He's not in good health. I want him to eat some fruit to replenish his nutrients. I'm already earning money and will slowly pay you back. Don't talk nonsense. Who cares if your sick old man is in good health or not? When your family borrowed the money you said you'd pay it back in 2 months. And now it's been a year. And I've had enough patience. Uncle, yeah. The girl's eyes reddened and her voice had a hint of a sob in it. Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai were both attracted to the quarrel. The two followed the voice and realized it was 3 middle-aged men surrounding a girl. It seemed to want to take the money out of her hands. And the two of them fixed their eyes and realized that the girl who was surrounded was the same girl who spoke a mouthful of fluent Mandarin when they were in Sandy Cliff Village a few days ago. Don't call me uncle. Give me back my money. The leading man, with that said, put his hand directly into the girl's arms, intending to snatch it directly with one hand. As the man was about to touch the girl, a dark-skinned, strong-bodied boy stepped in front of her, then very easily pushed the man away with one hand. Xiong Kai narrowed his eyes in disdain. Hey, it's hard to look down on you 3 big men who rob a little girl in broad daylight. The leading man looked at Xiong Kai with an unkind face. At the same time, he also saw that behind Xiong Kai, there stood Yi Zhou, who was about the same height as Xiong Kai. As Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai are taller than the 3 of them, especially Xiong Kai also has a tendon meat. The man, despite his face, with a tone of voice is not so arrogant just now. What are you? Don't you care who I am? Anyway, it's not right for you to rob people's money. Can't you talk about things properly? You have to make a move on a girl? At this moment, the girl who was protected by Xiong Kai, looked at Xiong Kai in surprise, and then looked back at Yi Zhou. Those innocent peach blossom eyes were flooded with a different emotion. Chapter 88, The little neighbors are here. The lead man narrowed his eyes. You two outsiders know nothing. That doll owed me money and didn't pay me back, and now I'm getting my own money back. So what's wrong with that? Xiong Kai was about to open his mouth when the girl he was shielding spoke up first. Yi uncle. Asked you to borrow money. 5,000 principal I have already paid enough. Now there is only some 1,000 interest left. I will definitely pay all of it back to you within 2 months. I don't care. I want it now. The man said, taking another step forward, only to be pushed away once again by Xiong Kai, who then warned, don't go any further. You, the man glared, but looking at Xiong Kai's tall, strong build, he eventually just scowled and took a step back. At that moment, Yi Zhou, who hadn't said anything, took a few steps forward. Ever since they realized that the girl who was surrounded was the same girl they had met last time in Sandy Cliff Village, Xiong Kai was the first to rush up and protect her. And Yi Chao is very much a non-advocate of violence. Not to mention the fact that this is a mountain village. Once they move here, they're afraid it won't be that easy for them to get off the mountain today. So Yi Zhou had been listening to the cause of the matter. Now, at last, he was listening. Yi Zhou looked at the leading man and said indifferently, this uncle, do you mean to say that you borrowed $5,000 to someone else, and you want $1,000 of interest for 2 months? Right. Are you a loan shark? Oh no. Even if it is a loan shark, the interest rate is not this high, right? Well, it should be called super usury to be reasonable. Mind your own business. You're not from our village. I advise you to mind your own business. Yi Zhou shrugged his shoulders, pointing to Xiong Kai with a bland face and said, it's true that I don't want to manage, but this friend of mine wants to manage but I can't ignore my friend. But it's a law and order society now. It's not like we're going to get our hands dirty or anything. So if you guys have to make things difficult for this girl, then we'll just have to call the police, who I think should be very interested in this kind of loan sharks. When the leading man heard that Yi Zhou wanted to call the police, his face changed. He hesitated for a few seconds, but in the end, he just glared viciously at the girls and said in a deep voice, you give me a note. Today there are people protecting you. I'll see if there's anyone left to protect you savage in 2 months. Uncle Yi, I will definitely return the money to you in 2 months. Humph. The man grunted coldly and left with the other 2 men at his side with him. Only after they all left did the girls turn red and say thank you to Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai with great gratitude. Thanks for helping me. Ha 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 ha. No need to be so polite, because the girls were just a little bit cute. Xiong Kai couldn't help but redden his black face and scratch the back of his head and laugh, in order to hide the unnaturalness. The other hand also frantically hit Yi Zhou's back. I'm going to give Yi Zhou a shot. Damn. This big black egg is so strong. Yi Zhou coughed a few times before asking, aren't you from Sandy Cliff Village? Why are you here? Ah, my aunt is in Shai village. I go to Shai village every morning to help her with her children and do farm work so I can earn some money to pay back Uncle Yi. After a pause, her face reddened again. Well, my name is Xinyu. Thank you so much for today. What should I call you? Saying that, Xinyu tilted her small face up to look at Xiong Kai. Xiong Kai was slightly stunned, and hurriedly said, Oh. My name is Xiong Kai, the bear of the black bear, the Kai of the triumph. His name is Yi Zhou, my good buddy. Yi Zhou nodded at Xinyu. Xinyu blinked her eyes and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a sweet smile. The last time I saw you guys selling fruit, I wanted to buy some fruit. Yes, there are for sale. You pick. Xiong Kai hurriedly pulled Xinyu to the side of the minivan, signaling her to pick whatever she wanted, then took the opportunity to ask again. But what was that all about just now? 5,000 bucks with 1,000 bucks of interest for 2 months. How does that look like loan sharking? Hey, how come you're still willing to ask them to borrow money? Xinyu just pursed her lips, her head slightly lowered and did not answer. Obviously, she didn't want to tell Xiong Kai and Yi Zhou and the others about this. Xiong Kai also saw this and didn't pursue it. When Xinyu paid, Xiong Kai deliberately understated the price. When Xinyu left, Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes at Xiong Kai. TSK, escorting and giving people so much cheaper. Fancying Xinyu? Bull asterisk. Xiong Kai's old face blushed. This is only the first time that Xiao Shun and I have officially met. Where is the liking so fast? Yo. All called on Xiao Shun. You are willing to give her a bargain. Why don't you just send her directly? It's not like I'm a little cutie. She didn't want the $2 ice cream you gave her last time. And this time it's over $20. So she's even less likely to want it. Besides, Xiao Shun looks like the kind of person who looks soft and weak but has a particularly strong sense of self-esteem. If we give it to her directly, she'll definitely feel that we're giving her a handout. Yi Zhou said meaningfully. I don't see Our simple-minded four limbs developed big black egg. Now observe are so meticulous. This is love? Roll on. Xiong Kai and Yi Zhou packed up their things and drove back in the minivan. On the way back, it was Xiong Kai who was driving, and Yi Zhou was sitting in the passenger seat chatting with Lin Shanhua. The video that Big Black Egg posted online captured so little of you. Ahem. After all, the main content is auction goods. Surely you can't always shoot me. Next time ask him to shoot you a little more. The account is his, so I certainly can't sway it, and he has to decide what gets shot more. Yi Zhou lied without turning red in the face. In fact, since the fire on the short video platform, how the video content is going to be shot, Xiong Kai is letting Yi Zhou plan it. After he sent this message, Lin Shanhua's side replied again after an interval of more than 10 minutes, only it has skipped over the earlier topic. Yi Zhou, is Chuanyu fun? It's supposed to be fun, but Xiong Kai and I are here to make money, so we don't get a chance to go yet. I also want to go to Sichuan and Chongqing. Yi Zhou looked at this message, and for a moment, he wanted to tell Lin Shanhua that you come then. I can take you with me when you come, but the thought was fleeting. How could Lin Shanhua come to Chuanyu? And right at this moment, Yi Zhou's cell phone popped up a prompt that the phone was about to be turned off. The fact that he hadn't bothered to charge his cell phone all day, coupled with the fact that he had forgotten to bring a charging cable, had resulted in him not being able to charge it in the car even now. So Yi Zhou typed to Lin Shanhua with fast hands. I'm going to turn my cell phone off, so I'll message you when I get back to where I'm staying. The message just went out and the phone turned off the next second. Yi Zhou sighed and then said to Xiong Kai, drive faster while staying safe. Xiong Kai, however, smiled sideways and said meaningfully, you don't need to tell me. It's been full speed ahead since I got in the car. Yi Zhou always felt that there was something odd somewhere, but he just couldn't say exactly what it was. 8 o'clock in the evening, the two finally made it back to the residence. Yi Zhou said, first go up and take a shower, then go eat and replenish your goods. It's too uncomfortable to be covered in sweat. Ahem. Shall you go up first? I'm going to the store to get a drink. Don't we stock drinks? Why do we have to pay for it? Xiong Kai was slightly stunned, thinking, what kind of excuse have I made here? He rephrased, we don't have anything I want to drink. Okay, I'll go back then. Yi Zhou waved his hand and didn't think much of it. In normal times, he would have gone with Xiong Kai, but he was now anxious to go back to charge his phone and reply to Lin Shanhua's message. So, after saying goodbye to Xiong Kai, quickly headed towards the small neighborhood they were renting. Just arrived downstairs. Across the distance, Yi Zhou saw a familiar figure standing under that tree downstairs. After seeing the other party's face, Yi Zhou's footsteps stopped and felt his heart leak a beat. He stumbled and shouted a little in disbelief. Little neighbor? Lin Shanhua turned her head, no longer with her usual clear and cold expression. but with a face full of smiles and her lovely heart. Hey yeah, Yechu's finally back. Chapter 89 Tiny is cute too. Hey yeah, Yechu's finally back. The first time Yi Zhou saw Lin Shangyue, he thought that he was overly pining for his little neighbor and was hallucinating. But it was only when the heartfelt voice of his little neighbor's whirring broke into his ears that Ji Chao realized it wasn't all some kind of hallucination at all. All of this is real. The little neighbor really came quietly from Shanghai to Sichuan in Chongqing to look for him. You, what brings you here? Yi Zhou's brain was still in a bit of a trance, and he said dully. And Lin Shangyue didn't answer his question. She just walked towards his side with her hands behind her back and smiling eyes curved. When the two of them were only a step away, she tilted her body slightly, and the fresh scent of her body poured into the teenager's nostrils unchecked. She stared at Yi Zhou for a long time before she nuzzled her mouth, a hint of heartache in her tone. You've gotten a lot of tan. Ah, I didn't notice. I think I got a tan from selling things in the sun with Xiong Kai every day. After a pause, Ye Zhou finally got a sense of reality. He couldn't help but inquire. When did you come? Why didn't you tell me in advance? You came to Sichuan in Chongqing from Shanghai. Wouldn't your father have asked you? Did you come alone? How did you know where I live? Kobayashi's problems are a billion points more. Oh. Lin Shangyue mentally grunted out, but her tone was clearly happy. She loved this feeling of being desperately cared for by Yi Zhou. Lin Shangyue still had a light smile on her face. I left at noon. And since you don't have a direct airport here, I'll take a flight first, land and take a bus transit here. I didn't tell you ahead of time because I wanted to see if you were making new neighbors behind my back. I came to Chuanyu quietly. Dad doesn't know. Uncle Lee wasn't worried about me. He came with me. Big dummy. You just sent me your location the day you arrived. Yi Zhou listened to Lin Shangyue's answers to his questions one by one, and a wave of complex emotions welled up in his heart. There was surprise, there was touching, and there was an emotion he could hardly describe. Before this, Yi Zhou thought that if he did not take the initiative to go to Shanghai to look for Lin Shangyue, then the last time they said goodbye at the Bayan airport would most likely be the last time the two of them would see each other, though they often message each other and share their daily routines. But this relationship, odds are, will be diluted over time, and over time they will have less and less contact until they end up as strangers. But Yi Zhou could not have imagined that Lin Shangyue would take the initiative to come from Shanghai to find him. Obviously they hadn't been apart for too long. Damn it! Is this the magic of money? Just so watered down to come to me on a plane. What a darned little rich neighbor. Yi Zhou secretly so spit 2 times, wiped the sweat on the forehead. I'm too dirty. First go up and take a shower, then take you to dinner. I take a shower very quickly. At most 10 minutes. You wait for me here. Ah. Lin Shangyue's eyes drooped, and she returned nonchalantly. Oh, whimpering, why don't you take me up with you, Saishu? This is how long it's been since we've seen each other, and now they won't even let me into your house. Listening to the little rich girl's heart, Yi Zhou gave a dry cough. He followed up with an explanation. Well, because this is the place Xiong Kai and I rented together. It's not as clean as the house I lived in at Maple Leaf Court, and I'm afraid you won't fit in up there. I don't mind, Lin Shangyue said faintly. I'll wait here for you if it's difficult for you. After a pause, Lin Shangyue added expressionlessly. It's okay, I wouldn't think that the many mosquitoes here would bite me. You don't have to care. The corner of Yi Zhou's eye twitched and looked at Lin Shangyue rather dismayed. Hey. I suspect you're in a serious yin-yang mood. It's fine if you don't say it, but now that you've said it, I'll look like a dog if I still leave you here to feed the mosquitoes. Ah, I didn't think so. The little rich girl's head was twisted to the other side, so clear and cold that she couldn't really see the signs of lying. Okay, if you don't mind, come up with me. Kumkai's gone to get drinks and should be back later. He led Lin Shangyue upstairs. The room is very simple. 1 room, 1 hall, 1 bathroom, only simply put 2 single beds. Basically nothing more furniture, completely compared to the Maple Leaf Court to clean up. However, Lin Shangyue looked around curiously without the slightest bit of dislike in her eyes. She walked to the window and looked out at the unfamiliar and full of life street, turned her head to Yi Zhou and said, I've never seen a house like this. It's very different from Shanghai. Different in what way? Lin Shangyue pursed her lips. Tiny is cute too. Put. Ye Zhou stumbled and almost fell. Yi Zhou took a change of clothes and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. This time, he kind of broke his own record for showering speed and got out of it in less than 10 minutes even. It was expected that Lin Shangyue would sit obediently on the edge of the bed, since there really wasn't much in the house that would catch her attention. But what Yi Zhou never expected was, when he stepped out of the bathroom, the room was a lot tidier than it had been before he'd gone to the shower. At this moment, Lin Shangyue was mopping the floor with a mop. Such a scene caused Yi Zhou to instantly fall into silence. It was hard for him to imagine that $1,000 lady like little rich girl would help him mop the floor in such a small rented house without the slightest bit of disdain. If this is known to the original Bayan first high school senior class, 5, I'm afraid that all of them will be shocked. What kind of sci-fi movie is this? Don't mop. I'll do these. It's a bit. To have you come all this way to see me and have you mop my floors for me? Lin Shanhua gently shook her head and continued to mop the floor with the mop. It's fine. I haven't mopped the floor before. I want to try it. Gonna have to practice those chores when we get home this time. I always feel like I don't mop the floor as clean as the nannies do. Xiao Yezhou shouldn't dislike me. QAQ. Yezhou lapsed into silence again. She'd never even done any of those things before this. Abruptly, Yezhou felt a warmth inside that he had never felt before in more than 10 years. It's a very different feeling from the warmth of the hot summer sun. Yezhou seemed to see a whole new Lin Shanhua. A girl next door who was willing to put her foot down for him. A girl next door who was willing to try things she'd never done before. A few minutes later, Lin Shanhua finished mopping the floor, a bead of sweat seeping from her forehead. She wiped it off with the back of her hand and looked at Yezhou with a smile. Awesome, right? Awesome. After saying that, Yezhou continued. Let's go. Take you to the barbecue. You are in Shanghai. Your dad is there. You shouldn't have the chance to eat it, right? The moment she heard the word barbecue, Lin Shanhua's watery eyes instantly lit up. She nodded heavily. Yezhou, you're a good person. After saying that, she carried her own small satchel and followed behind Yezhou with somewhat light footsteps. However, just as Yezhou opened the door, a dark figure fell into the room with a loud bang. Ouch! Xiong Kai let out a cry of pain and stood up from the ground in some distress. He rubbed his ass while he was embarrassed and vain. Ahem! Ah, Chow, you opened the door, why don't you say ah in advance? I'm just about to knock on the door. And fell in. Then, he looked at Lin Shanhua in surprise and said in shock. Hey, schoolgirl Lin, why are you here? It's too much of a coincidence. Looking at Xiong Kai, who almost wrote the words I'm eavesdropping on his face, Yezhou laughed a couple of times, having already seen through everything. No wonder Xiong Kai had to get a drink just now. Oh, buying drinks is a lie for you. Chapter 90, Going to a Hotel? Barbecue Stand. While Lin Shanhua went to the restroom, Yezhou, who had finished ordering, wrapped his arms around himself and narrowed his eyes full of scrutiny as he looked at Xiong Kai. Tell me honestly, how did you know Lin Shanhua was coming to Chuanyu to look for me? You? What are you talking about? I don't know just bought drinks back. Happened to see Yezhou meaningful said, Xiong Kai, we grew up to wear the same pants. You pouting ass, I can know what you wanna fart. Hurry up and honestly explain. Is it since Lin Shanhua went to Shanghai, you two have been in contact? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Xiong Kai instantly denied it, with a firm batch of eyes. If you two didn't have a personal connection, how did you happen to be getting a drink? What was the coincidence that on our way back you drove that fast before I even asked? What was the coincidence that you were coming back just as I was opening the door? Xiong Kai opened his mouth several times, but he couldn't make up a plausible excuse. Eventually he let out a heavy sigh. Well, I'll admit that I did contact schoolgirl Lin beforehand, but only once, and I only knew that she was going to prepare a surprise for you today. Nothing else. Are you sure? Yezhou stared dead into Xiong Kai's eyes, trying to see something, but surprisingly, this time, Xiong Kai didn't have any eye-flickering behavior at all, and he looked straight at Yezhou. Okay, I believe it. So how did you get in touch with Lin Shanhua? Lin's schoolgirl said to me, she wants to give you a surprise. Let me not go upstairs with you. I didn't think much about it, thinking that anyway, this is for the good buddy your happiness. Very dry and agreed. Besides, it's not like you don't know schoolgirl Lin's personality. How could she possibly keep in touch privately, right? Yezhou was slightly stunned. Hearing Xiong Kai talk about the little rich girl, he thought carefully. That being said, the little rich girl's character shouldn't have done such a thing. To be on the safe side, Yezhou still took out his charged cell phone and rummaged around. Sure enough, in the class group, Lin Shanhua's presence was found. So it does seem that Kumkai's line of reasoning makes perfect logical closure. Alright, next time it won't happen again, or I will absolutely expel you. A traitor. From the father's sect. I know, righteous father. I won't dare next time. Looking at Xiong Kai's faithfulness, Yezhou secretly lamented. I told you, how could Big Black Egg, who was called simple-minded and four-legged by Little Rich Girl, keep in private contact with Little Rich Girl and then betray my daily information? The bag can't be. In the meantime, some simple-minded, four-legged Black Egg was actually sweating under his clothes. Phew, that was close. Luckily, schoolgirl Lin had anticipated this, and at the critical moment, as long as we do the opposite and take the initiative to move her out, we can definitely muddle through. Oh, a Zhou, who is as smart as Zhu Guliang. As long as he uses schoolgirl Lin as a shield, his IQ instantly drops off. Ugh. Ah Chow, you love brain. I'm not a love brain. As a good neighbor, is there anything wrong with me coming to play with Yi Chow? Lin Shangyue, who came back after going to the bathroom, jerked her skewer while saying something expressionlessly. Just now Yi Zhou asked her why she suddenly came to Chuanyu to look for him, and Xiong Kai grabbed the answer that she is love brain. Yi Zhou froze and nodded very seriously. No problem. Xiong Kai watched the two men sing in unison and sneered. Well, both are masters at pretending to be confused. Yi Zhou took the most seasoned piece of grilled chicken wings on the skewer and pinched it into the little rich woman's bowl. Then asked, so how many days are you going to play in Chuanyu? I have to go back to Shanghai the morning after tomorrow. I snuck out while Dad was on a business trip. When Yi Zhou heard this, his heart was slightly lost, but he still smiled and said, it's okay, Xiong Kai, let's take a day off tomorrow. I'll do my best as a landlord and take my good neighbor for a good day of fun. A landlord's honor? What kind of hostess are you doing? Aren't we both from Bayan? Besides, who on earth was it that said a few days ago that there should not be a single day's rest and that every penny of the villagers in these villages in Lianshan must be given a home? But after a week of tired Master Xiong, in fact, also want to go to Sichuan and Chongqing, those famous attractions to play. So he didn't dismantle Yi Zhou, but said with a face full of anticipation, Chow, then where are we going? Yi Zhou looked at Xiong Kai suspiciously, a little puzzled. Did you blow your brains out with the daily divine coupon inflation on takeout? What's it to you if I take my little neighbor out? Xiong Kai looked at Yi Zhou incredulously. Plants. So love goes away, right? Lin Shangyue was also amused. The eyes in her eyes lit up, and she softly said, you don't have to specially take me somewhere. Compared to those attractions, I'm more interested in experiencing what you, it's your daily life here. The two of us just drive a minivan every day, in the big sun to sell goods in the mountain village. You do not all see in the video Xiong Kai posted on the platform? I'd like to try it too. The little rich girl's face leapt to life. Yi Zhou thought she was joking and casually agreed. As a result, the next second Lin Shangyue said excitedly, then what time do we leave tomorrow morning? If only there was some way to make Big Black Egg not go tomorrow. So it's just me and Sayazu alone again. Big Black Egg, you'll have a fever tomorrow. Hearing the little rich girl's heart, Yezhou was sure that she was more than just talking when she said she wanted to go with her to sell her goods. She's getting real. But on second thought, he felt that this was again very much in line with Lin Shanyue's persona. She had grown up with a life of fine clothes and food, and it was not surprising that she was curious about this way of selling goods in the mountain villages. To know Monopoly in the Three Kingdoms, to kill this kind of Yezhou in childhood, to play tired of the game. The last time in the bombing hall Lin Shanyue play it is happy as hell. Okay, but the sun is quite sunny, so before you go, buy you a sunsuit and sunscreen, or you'll more than likely get a sunburn on such delicate skin. Aha! Ya Chao is so attentive. Who are you going to charm to death? You meticulous man. Damn it! The conversation between the two was caught in the ears of Xiong Kai, who was eating with his head down, and his pupils quaked on a scale of 10. Hold the grass. How did Chao know that Mrs. Lin had delicate skin? What the hell have you two been doing behind my back? The three of them who had eaten the cancer-causing little barbecue walked out of the night market, and Yezhou looked over at the little rich girl. Who? It's 11 o'clock. We have to go back to replenish the car with goods to be sold tomorrow. Where's the hotel you're staying at night? I'll send you there. Uncle Lee ordered it. I haven't. Then you definitely have to book the same hotel as Uncle Lee. Otherwise you'd have to scare the little old man to death if you wandered off alone to do something. However, Lin Shangyue pursed her lips, and her eyes suddenly narrowed into slits as she looked at Yi Zhou with unknown emotions. I'm not going to Uncle Lee, Yi Zhou subconsciously said. Why? Lin Shanyue's expression was clear and cold as she pointed towards the hotel across the road, her tone indifferent. I want to go there with you. Chapter 91, The world is a giant boomerang. Quiet, deadly silence. But sometimes the quiet is more deafening. Yi Zhou stared at his eyes, his entire body frozen as if he had been struck by lightning. Xiong Kai's eyes also glazed over, his jaw dislocated until it fell to the ground. Seeing that Yi Zhou didn't speak, Lin Shanyue's willow brows furrowed and her tone was a bit unhappy. Don't you want to? Xiong Kai may scored twice, and the pupil was once again a 10-magnitude earthquake. Ilu, a dear mother, is this something I can listen to without paying? A second later, Xiong Kai came back from his shock and said one step ahead of Yi Zhou. Ahem. So what? You two talk first. I have to hurry back first. My mom's having her second child. Yi Zhou was dumbfounded. Your mom isn't in Sichuan in Chongqing. How do you know? My mom and I have a heart-to-heart, and the airwaves of her pregnancy are coming in from miles away. Anyway, don't come back tonight, said Xiong Kai. Stopped at just passing yellow Ferrari. The driver directly ejected start. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Yizhou and Lin Shanyue's sight. Big Black Egg is a good man. Uncle Driver who can eject start is also a nice guy. There are so many good people in Sichuan and Chongqing. Lin Shanyue's heartfelt library of voices bubbled up into Yizhou's ears, and he looked at the little rich girl in a daze, always having the feeling that he was going to lose his virginity tonight. Come on, let's get a room. Lin Shanyue grabbed Yizhou's arm and stepped towards the hotel across the road. This isn't appropriate. Is it? Why is it inappropriate? I don't have my ID then. This hotel across the street has a partnership with my company, so I can take you without ID. In the end, Yizhou really couldn't find an excuse and was pulled into the hotel alive by Lin Shanyue. From the time he entered the hotel to the hotel room, Yizhou's brain was in a state of downtime. It wasn't until Lin Shanyue turned on the light with a pop that his mind snapped back to reality. Only Lin Shanyue angled her chin and faintly said, "Yizhou, go wash up." Yizhou felt a suffocating sensation hit him instantly, followed by his heart beating violently faster. He gulped somewhat dryly. Then, like a little daughter-in-law, his old face blushed and whispered, "I washed it before I came." Lin Shanyue's pretty face was stunned. Her eyes flashed with bewilderment. "You haven't even been here before, so why would you have washed the keyboard here before coming?" Keyboard? Yizhou snapped his head up, and only then did he realize that this room Lin Shanyue had opened was a double gaming room. He instantly reacted to something and his scalp tingled. "Wait a minute. You just said that you wanted me to go wash, but you actually wanted me to wash the keyboard?" Lin Shanyue nodded. "Rightfully so. Yeah, wasn't it you who said last time in Bayan's gaming hotel that the keyboards here are dirty and you have to wash them before playing? Aren't we going to play Forest Ice Fireman? How can we play without washing it?" In an instant, Yezhou's face reddened and his head started to smoke kind of thing. "Hold the grass. Pills are hot. All ing pills are hot." At this point Yizhou felt so embarrassed that he was able to finish a set of 24 forms of Taijiquan on the sofa. It turns out that Lin Shanyue said she wanted to come to the room because she wanted to play Forest Ice Fireman with him. Beyond that, there is no thought at all. But he completely misunderstood, and thought that the little rich girl had an unneighborly heart. I'll go wash my keyboard in a minute. Ha dash. Yizhou laughed dryly twice, fearing that Lin Shanyue would see the clues, and immediately reached for the keyboard. But at this moment, when Lin Shanyue saw Yizhou's abnormality, her smartness immediately realized something. She stepped forward and directly blocked in front of Yizhou. Then he wrapped his arms around himself and looked at Yizhou with a smirk. "So, what do you think I'm making you wash? Yizhou, you color demon." What the hell were you thinking? Yizhou's face was now as red as a ripe tomato, and he stammered for half a day, unable to speak. But the more he did so, the more teasing Lin Shanyue's eyes became, as if she had caught one of Yizhou's big secrets. "Say, what the hell were you thinking?" Lin Shanyue raised her chin slightly, a hint of a smile, if any, at the corner of her mouth. "Xiao Yezhou, you already have the heart of a non-neighbor." 10 minutes later, Yizhou walked out with a cleaned keyboard, his face still carrying a trace of embarrassment. However, Lin Shanyue's expression had returned to normal as she took the keyboard and placed it on the table, opening Forest Ice Fireman 4.0 on her computer. "Okay, let's start playing the game," Lin Shanyue said. Yizhou nodded and sat next to Lin Shanyue, trying to calm down. They started playing Forest Ice Fireman. However, Yizhou's heart was always uncomfortable. The operation dish flew up, and the fire baby kept falling into the puddle under his operation. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly. "Yizhou, do you love bathing so much?" Yizhou was furious. Then once again operated the fire baby to break through the barrier. Then once again fell into the water. Lin Shanyue added, "Yizhou, you're bathing again." Yizhou felt that the world was a giant boomerang. The boomerang he'd thrown earlier in the gaming hotel finally flew back tonight, landing hard in his chest. And it's a ing throwback. Happy 4th of July, righteous fathers. 3 more shifts. Each account can watch 3 free small ads per day. 1 for 10 cents. And the righteous fathers spend tens of seconds to send 1 blah. Chapter 92 Little Yi Chao. See if I don't pinch you. Well, after playing for a while, Yi Chao was getting better. After all, Forest Iceman 4.0 he, and the little rich girl, had already played through it once before when they were in Northam. Despite having some trouble keeping up with the action tonight, I was very familiar with the level traps and clearance techniques. Suddenly, Lin Shanyue stopped the movements in her hands and faintly said, "Wait, the air conditioning is a little cool. I'm going to put on some socks." Good. Yizhou didn't think much about it. Just now when he was washing the keyboard, Lin Shanyue should have felt too hot, so she had already taken off her shoes and socks and put them aside. The air conditioning temperature in this gaming room is indeed a bit cool. During the process of Lin Shanhua changing her socks, Yi Zhou didn't turn around, just staring at the computer to study how to play later. So when the little rich girl came back with her socks on, he didn't even look back. He just said with fighting spirit, "Go on. I'm horribly strong now. Aha. Humph. Watch me make a killing this time." Listening to this heartfelt statement from the little rich girl, Yi Zhou's heart was puzzled. Didn't she just kill it in the game already? Didn't think much of it though, subconsciously assuming that it would just be the little rich girl's regular contrasting persona trolling. However, by the time Yi Zhou had just placed her hands on the keyboard, Lin Shanhua's arm accidentally knocked her cell phone off the table and onto the ground, and the location where the cell phone fell happened to be by Yi Zhou's feet. "I'll pick it up for you," Yi Zhou said, leaning down to pick up the cell phone under the table. In a flash, Yi Zhou's breath stuttered and his entire body froze under the table. His eyes stared straight at the little rich girl's legs. His eyes felt like they were sucked in. The phone was picked up, but the man was also charged. Hiss. Surprise. Surprise. It's black silk. Yi Zhou was greatly shocked, and even developed an urge to reach out and touch it. It was only now that he finally reacted. Just now, Lin Shanhua's phrase killing 4 directions was not about killing 4 directions in the game. It's actually a big kill for him. As for the cell phone falling under the table, most likely because Yi Zhou didn't look back at her. So she did it on purpose? Gar. Yi Zhou gulped, picked up the cell phone and got up to hand it back to the little rich girl. Ahem. Your cell phone. Thanks. He. Little Yi Chao sure likes to watch. Let's see if I don't pinch you. The little rich girl's pleased heart rang out, her eyes full of pleasure as she continued to play the game with Yi Zhou. 10 minutes later, the little rich girl suddenly paused again, her face expressionless. This sock is uncomfortable. I'll get a new one. Ye Zhou froze and nodded dully. This time, he just watched as Lin Shanhua took out new socks from her small satchel and put them on. Grip it. Shirato. Just like that, Lin Shanhua once again changed into white silk and played the game with Yi Zhou. But Yi Chao's drunkenness had long since gone beyond the game to the little rich girl's lap. Only 10 minutes had passed before the little rich girl once again offered to change her socks. What was it for this time? Lin Shanhua narrowed her eyes and exhaled. No reason. Just want to change. Don't even make excuses now, do you? Don't you want to see it? Lin Shanhua stared straight into Yi Zhou's eyes, her eyes with a hint of playfulness and teasing. Yi Zhou's heart raced at this look, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. The light of the room sprinkled on Lin Shanhua's body, and her legs in white silk looked even more charming. Yi Zhou tried hard to withdraw his gaze, but realized that he could not control it at all. The image of the black silk alternating with the white silk just now kept surfacing in his mind, and every moment was engraved in his heart like a brand. You're doing this on purpose. Yi Zhou finally squeezed out a sentence with a trace of imperceptible trembling in his voice. The corners of Lin Shanhua's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. So what if it is? You don't like it? Yi Zhou's face instantly turned red, trying to calm himself down and refocus his attention on the game. But the little rich girl's beautiful pair of socks, and those charming legs were always dangling in front of his eyes. Which cadre here can't stand up to such a test? Well, don't get distracted. Keep playing the game. Lin Shanhua seemed to see Yi Zhou's embarrassment and said softly, but there was a hint of flirtation and smugness in his tone. Humming, little Ye Zhou, let's see if I don't pinch you. 7 o'clock the next morning. Xiong Kai had just gone downstairs when he saw the two of them, Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua, walking out of the breakfast place across the road. When the two approached, Xiong Kai couldn't stop his eyes from jumping a little. I saw Lin Shanhua wearing a butterfly dress today, the upper body with a thin long-sleeved short jacket, modifying the body shape and at the same time show a sense of competence and sharpness. Most importantly, the corners of her mouth rose slightly as she walked beside Yi Zhou, with a rosy look on her face. But Yi Zhou on the side was very different. The dark circles under his eyes looked heavy, and there was a touch of indescribable exhaustion on his face, as if he had been viciously emptied of his body last night. I Lu a bean. These two last night in the end is how intense. Kum Kai staggered. Before getting into the car, Lin Shanhua walked to the side to call Uncle Li to inform him of her schedule for today. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiong Kai pulled Yi Zhou aside and lowered his voice. Ah Chow, I know you miss schoolgirl Lin, but you two were a little too crazy last night, weren't you? Look at these dark circles under your eyes. I didn't expect that you and schoolgirl Lin have carried on to this point now, with your mouth still saying that you're clean and good neighbors. Yi Zhou was dumbfounded. How far did we both get? You two weren't. Last night. Saying that, Xiong Kai put up his own 2 thumbs and curved them, with a bad smile on his face. Seeing this, Yi Zhou finally reacted. He rolled his eyes breathlessly. What's your kid's head full of? Last night I went to the hotel with a small rich woman to play for a long-time forest ice fireman. I do not know if it is not the water and soil, A small game I cannot play to understand. But don't tease, dude. We're all adults. You're both going to a hotel on a big night. How can you just play a little game? Taking a step back, if you two really only played small games, why do you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes? If you really finished the all-nighter, it stands to reason that schoolgirl Lynn must have dark circles under her eyes as well. Don't talk about it. Do you think that little rich girl's kind of character can do something besides going to a room with me to play games? Besides, even if she really doesn't mind something happening, then I wouldn't dare to lend me 10 guts. If her rich old man found out, he'd hire a hit man to kill me in a minute? When Xiong Kai thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true, but looking at the dark circles so obvious on Yizhou's face, he still couldn't help but be curious. Then what's going on with your dark circles? After playing the game, I opened a room next door, probably because the hotel bed is uncomfortable to sleep. I didn't sleep much all night. I should have known that I would come back to you in the middle of the night. Oh, no wonder. Seeing Xiong Kai finally not pursuing on this topic, Yizhou was relieved, but actually had a weak heart. Though he hadn't lied to Xiong Kai because he really had only played small games with Lin Shangyue at the hotel. But the dark circles under the eyes, it had nothing to do with the hotel bed, simply because of what had happened last night that had put him back in bed for a long time. Last night, after he turned off the lights and laid down on the bed, when he was playing the game with Lin Shangyue, the image of her legs wearing black silk, white silk, and strappy red stockings kept flashing in Yizhou's mind. Can't sleep, couldn't sleep at all. Chapter 93, The Little Rich Girl's Mouth is Really Tough. The minivan was traveling down the mountain road, and the passenger seat was no longer occupied by Kai Xiong. Now its owner was Lin Shangyue. While Xiong Kai was driven to the back, the little rich girl sat in the passenger seat, her eyes bright and cozy as she looked out the car window. It's so beautiful here. But Xiao Yezhou runs back and forth here with Big Black Egg every day. And with all the cliffs on both sides, it looks so dangerous. Yizhou, do you guys have to drive this long into the mountains every day? Well, but we'll both be switching off. And it's rare that we'll encounter a rendezvous on the road. So as long as we pay attention there's basically no danger. Yizhou patiently explained, knowing that the little rich woman was worried about herself. Immediately after that, Yezhou grabbed and asked about the topic he had never dared to ask about on his cell phone before. I didn't get a chance to ask before. Which school did you apply for when you scored 696 on the college entrance exam? Is it a school in Shanghai? Also PTU. Lin Shangyue said without moving. Even though Yizhou had prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help but feel a little lost when Lin Shangyue said it herself. He quickly put this emotion away and smiled lightly. Shanghai Jiaotong University is quite good, and coincidentally, we are both from Jiaotong University. Ha ha. Lin Shanyue's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment, but they quickly narrowed again. Right. Later on we'll be selling things, so you can just rest on the side, or whatever you want to eat. Take whatever you want from the car. But considering that none of the villagers will buy anything too extravagant, the snacks on the car are all pretty cheap. So take your pick. No, I can help too. You underestimate me too much. I didn't come here to cause trouble for you. I'm good at math. I can find money fast. Yizhou was slightly stunned and laughed. It's not that I won't let you help, but mainly because the people here all speak dialects, and it took us a week to barely understand them, so you may not be able to communicate clearly with them. I'm going to try it anyway. Looking at the little rich girl's firm eyes, Yizhou had no choice but to agree. Immediately after that, the two of them chatted about one thing or another, completely ignoring Xiong Kai, who was sitting in the back. Looking at the two men who had absolutely no intention of striking up a conversation with him, Xiong Kai let out a dark sigh and somewhat broke his defenses as he put on his headphones and looked out the window. Instead, the song blaring from his headphones made him break his defenses again. I was hiding in the car. Champagne in hand dash. I'm supposed to be under the car, not in the car dash. Soon the minivan came to a stop at the entrance to the village of Sandy Cliffs. The two of them, Yizhou and Xiong Kai, just put on ice cuffs by hand, while the little rich girl put on the sunscreen clothes she bought at the store before she left. Wrap yourself up tight, because everyone in the village had bought something from Yizhou and the others last time. So this time, people didn't wait and see. They directly came this way. In no time at all, there was a crowd around the van. Well, Auntie, this one is $15 a pack. Auntie, wait, I'll get you the money now. Children, you can't take it directly. Oh, you have to let the adults in your family to buy. Of course, my sister can buy one to give you, but then you have to pay for it. Lin Shangyue also helped out on the side, but as Yizhou had said earlier, most of the old people who came to buy things spoke in tongues she was really struggling to hear, and could barely sell or find money for some middle-aged people or children. And between Yizhou's giving change to others, looking at the little rich woman who was also a little busy, That complex emotion flooded his heart again. To others, the little rich girl was that high and mighty cool schoolgirl Lin Shanhua. But in his case, although the little rich girl is sometimes clear and cold, she can be the scheming little neighbor, the little tablemate who takes great pains to tease him, and the one who is willing to sneak behind her own father's back to come to Sichuan and Chongqing to look for him. White moonlight. Just as Yi Zhou was looking at the little rich woman in a daze, he suddenly felt a tug on the corner of his coat. Looking sideways, he found that it was actually Xinyu again. Yi Chao. Let me help you sell things too. I can understand the words of the grannies and grandpas. Ah, it's fine. Although we don't understand much, but they can understand us on the line. Even if they want any goods class, more communication is just, don't need to trouble you. Well, then I can save you guys some time too. As she said that, she glanced at Xiong Kai, who was helping to get ice cream from the freezer, and couldn't help but blush. Just as Yi Zhou was about to say something else, his back turned cold and a creepy chill instantly surged. No good. Yi Zhou looked back and found Lin Shanhua standing not far behind him, staring at him and the blushing Xinyu with incomparably icy eyes. Yi Zhou hurriedly sidled up to Xinyu. Ahem. Go help Kumkai then. I'm not that busy on my end. Whoa. Okay. Xinyu seemed happy, and her footsteps were light as she reached Xiong Kai's side. When Xiong Kai saw Xinyu come to his aid, his black face reddened and he scratched his head with a giggle, and Yi Zhou didn't dare to delay for a second and hurriedly ran to Lin Shanhua's side. Lin Shanhua's face was expressionless, and the look she gave Yi Zhou seemed like it could cause him to fall into a 10,000-year ice cave in an instant. What? Yi Zhou, are you planning to be sophomoric with me? That's just it. You and the girl will be destroyed together. Hearing these two heartfelt words, Yi Zhou's legs and stomach went a little weak. Ahem. I think you should have misunderstood something. I have to explain it to you. That girl just now is called Xinyu, a person from Liangshan village. Before I and Xiong Kai. After listening to Yi Zhou's explanation, Lin Shanhua's icy face finally eased down. She pursed her lips, and despite the pleasure in her eyes, she said in an indifferent tone, "We're neighbors. There's no need to explain so clearly to me just because of a girl. As a neighbor I'll understand you." He. I knew that Xia Yezhou would definitely not get so close to other girls, so that's how it is. That Xinyu seems to like Big Black Egg a bit? Humph. For the first time, I feel that Big Black Egg is so useful. Naming and praising. Listening to this heartfelt voice of the little rich woman that was comparable to the speed of a face change, the corner of Yi Zhou's mouth pulled and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. As a neighbor who would understand me? If I hadn't taken the initiative to come here to explain, I'm afraid you wouldn't have already contacted Uncle Lee to start hiring assassins, right? Hard. The little rich girl's mouth is real tough. Chapter 94, I don't need to be a good match. I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Busy at 3 p.m. The three of them leaned against the side of the car, blowing the air-conditioned breeze from the car, and finally rested. Xinyu, come over here and blow on the air conditioner. It's cool. Xiong Kai waved at Xinyu, who was standing on the sidelines, but Xinyu shook her head. I'm not hot. Your clothes are soaked with sweat and you're saying it's not hot. Xiong Kai muttered. Come on, have another ice cream. Can't let you help us for nothing. But Xinyu said nothing and refused to accept Xiong Kai's goodwill, then said she was going home, then took a quick step and left. This caused Kumkai to scratch his head and lower his voice to ask, Chao. Xiaoshan helped us so much, but in the end, he didn't take anything. Why on earth is that? All those fruits you sold to Xinyu yesterday, you deliberately cheated so much, but when we sold it to the others just now, the price was completely different from yesterday. It was obviously Xinyu who found out and helped us so unconditionally. She didn't want to owe you anything for nothing. It can't be, can it? It's only about $10. Even if it's like you said, she could actually make up the difference to us entirely, but she still came to help. Yi Zhou smiled meaningfully. TSK, this is indeed a small matter. The main thing is that you helped her block those people who asked her for money yesterday. If I were Xinyu, I'd probably be touched to the core as well, and it makes sense to come and help out the warm man who blocked the bad guy for himself yesterday today, right? Hearing this, Xiong Kai's black face reddened and sheepishly slapped Yi Zhou on the back. Chow, don't be ridiculous. Put. Yi Zhou was slapped by Xiong Kai's slap. This scene was seen by Lin Shanhua, and she glanced at Xiong Kai grudgingly. Xiong Kai, you're going to shoot up Yi Zhou. Kumkai is a bad man. Xiong Kai cried out in vain. Where is Yi Zhou so easy to be broken by shooting? It was also at this time that a large black SUV slowly came from the mountains and stopped next to Yi Zhou and their minivan. Chow, look. Big G. Yi Zhou was also surprised. They had been running in the mountains for a week now, and while they had seen the occasional family car, It was the first time they had seen a car of the class of the big G. As the two were surprised, a handsome-looking boy got down from the big black G. It looked like he was only 3 or 4 years older than Yizhou and the others, just that the aura emanating from his body was really a bit dazzling. At this moment, Yizhou and Xiong Kai realized for the first time what it means to have money to support people. Whether it's the money that's cool, or the person, they can't say. Before they could open their mouths to discuss it, the boy took the initiative to open the passenger door and a girl stepped down from it. The girl is as tall as Lin Shangyue, with a height of 1.7 meters. Her long hair is naturally slightly curly. The skin exposed beyond the short sleeves is fair and smooth, and under the slender calves stepping on a pair of small white shoes, her looks are even more incomparable and stunning. Even though her and Lin Shanyue's face values were not similar, the two were of two temperaments. From the outside, Lin Shanyue looked like the kind of iceberg beauty that was like the flower of the high mountain. But that girl, at first glance, looked somewhat similar to the shyness in Xinyu. But after a closer look it wasn't hard to realize that she exuded a hint of hidden fortitude. Perhaps sensing the shocked gazes of both Yizhou and Xiong Kai, that girl glanced sideways at Yizhou and the others. Those peach blossom eyes, which were even more beautiful than Xinyu's, revealed a touch of shyness. She lowered her head and glared at the boy she had just spoken to. Xiao Tian, don't open the door for me. I can do it myself. Hey, get used to it. After the boy finished speaking, he also glanced in Yizhou's and their direction. A flash of surprise flashed through his eyes when he saw Lin Xianyu, but it passed in an instant. Then taking the hand of the girl beside him, he walked towards the village. Only after the two left did Xiong Kai return to his senses. Ah, Chow! That young lady just now is also too pretty. It can be said that she's completely indistinguishable from schoolgirl Lin. But how come it feels like those two people just now? They both look a bit familiar? After saying that, Yizhou turned his head to look at the little rich girl. Little neighbor, do you know that boy? He seemed surprised when he saw it just now. Lin Shanyue nodded slightly. Recognize. The boy is currently the most popular milk tea brand tea language of the Big Boss Summer. The girl is the cake brand A Leaf Early Summer Boss. These 2 years in the country they are very famous. I heard that they are now also in graduate school. After a pause, the little rich girl continued. I met them at a dinner party with my dad, and even dad was polite to him. Summer, Yi Lemon language? Yezhou glared. Good guy. I didn't realize that those two people just now were the top big bosses of the two industries of drinks and desserts in China today. Speaking of which, Yi Chao can still call out Yi Lemon language boss, because on May 1st, he and Mubai gave out flyers to passers-by for the newly opened branch of One Leaf Early Summer. No wonder just now Summer look at your eyes some surprise. Should also be surprised that you such 1,000 gold. Why will be in this mountain village it? However, what are they doing here? Lin Shanyue shook her head, indicating that she wasn't sure. Yizhou looked at the direction the two had left again and couldn't help but feel emotional. Sure enough, it's the truth that the right family is the right family. Boss Xia is so rich, he deserves to be able to find such a beautiful girl as his girlfriend. When he finished speaking, a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. If he was as strong as Summer, himself and the little rich girl might not be just neighbors now, right? Lin Shanyue seemed to be able to see Yizhou's emotions. She narrowed her eyes and was silent for a while, her voice soft. In fact, before Summer created the brand tea language, he was just an ordinary college student, and at that time Yi Lemon language didn't have One Leaf Early Summer, but they still got together. I mean, Yizhou, there is no need to be a door-to-door match. I, a pretty girl, am willing to be your girlfriend. Chapter 95, she doesn't know what to do. I can't not know what to do. Yizhou, there is no need to be a door-to-door match. I, a pretty girl, am willing to be your girlfriend. When this heartfelt statement from Lin Shanyue just stumbled into Yizhou's heart, he looked at Lin Shanyue and froze for a long time. Though it was only heartfelt, the words she uttered could not have been more obvious. Obviously, Yizhou also knew that Lin Shanyue must have been clear that as long as she said that, he would also understand what she meant. But this time, after Yizhou froze for a moment, he chose to play dumb. Ha ha, really? That's so nice. Mr. Xia and Mr. Ye's love story is really inspiring. Well, hearing Yizhou say this, Lin Shanyue's beautiful eyes flashed with a lost color. And after that, Yezhou didn't hear any additional heartfelt words from her. The three of them rested for a while in Sandy Cliff Village before departing for the next village. Next on the road as well as at the second village, the little rich girl was clearly not in the same mood of excitement and enthusiasm as before. Yizhou is not stupid. He knew that his act of playing dumb just now had been seen through by the little rich girl, and she was so smart. How could she not understand what he meant? Alas, Yizhou secretly sighed in his heart. He wanted to explain something to Lin Shanyue, but he opened his mouth and had no way to say it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the three finally drove back to the neighborhood. Just after getting off the bus, Yi Zhou saw the entrance to the neighborhood. Uncle Li leaning in front of a BMW, smiling and welcoming. Young Master Yi, thank you for taking our young lady outside for the whole day. Then I'll pick up our young lady and leave. We booked a flight back to Shanghai at 11 o'clock in the evening. Yi Zhou was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked at Lin Shanyue. I thought you said you guys weren't going back until tomorrow? Originally, Yi Zhou had planned to take the little rich girl to eat Sichuan and Chongqing's hot pot once more tonight. After all, the hot pot here is famous nationwide, and it's a bit of a stretch to come to Sichuan and Chongqing and not eat the authentic Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot. But I didn't expect that Uncle Li would say they were leaving at 11 o'clock at night. In the face of Yi Zhou's question, Lin Shanyue did not answer. Instead, Uncle Li explained, it's like this, young Master Yi. Miss had also planned to stay one more night tonight and return to Shanghai tomorrow morning. But I received a notice this afternoon that Master's schedule has changed, and that Master will return to Shanghai early tomorrow morning. So Miss and I can only reschedule to this evening, or else Master will know that Miss has left Shanghai. Is that so? Yi Zhou lost his eyes and looked at Lin Shanyue, exuding a trace of reluctance. But he couldn't say anything. After all, the little rich girl herself had already taken a big risk by coming from Shanghai to Sichuan and Chongqing specifically to find him. He squeezed out a small smile at the thought. Well then, since this is settled, if there is a chance in the future, I will bring you to Sichuan and Chongqing to eat the authentic Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot here once more. Good. Lin Shanyue nodded without much expression, then got into the BMW that Uncle Li drove. After that, Uncle Li gave a greeting and drove Lin Shanyue away, until the car's taillights disappeared into thin air. Ye Zhou was still standing in place, frustrated. Xiong Kai stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Ah Chow, don't look, the people are gone. I know. Then do you know that schoolgirl Lin seems to have been a bit unhappy ever since we left Sandy Cliff Village? I think it was after she told you that thing about Summer and Lemon AG both being together before they became big bosses that I always felt like she was hinting at something. Ah Chow, there's no way you didn't hear it then, right? No, you must have heard it. You're pretending not to, Xiong Kai said, his tone becoming certain. Yi Zhou froze for a moment, not expecting Xiong Kai to see it as well. In response, he just laughed bitterly, then silently turned around and walked towards the neighborhood. Hey, Zhou, say something. Lin's school beauty has taken the initiative to hint to you. Why don't you show any sign? I seriously doubt that schoolgirl Lin and Uncle Li actually didn't even want to go back tonight because her father changed his schedule, but because of your attitude, she decided to leave tonight. Xiong Kai stood behind him and shouted. Yi Zhou finally stopped, stood still for a moment, and said in a deep voice, so what if I see it? What can I show her? What are Lin Shanyue's conditions? And what are my conditions? Aren't you clear? She doesn't know any better. I can't help it. For the next month, Yi Zhou was busy with Xiong Kai every day during the day. He has to drive a minivan into the mountains to sell goods in the mountain villages. The two men and Xin Yu's relationship is also getting better and better. Knowing that Xin Yu also just finished the college entrance examination this year, the summer vacation is just back to the village to help the family busy. In the evening, the two were busy until late, again to replenish the goods, and to edit the video to publish in the short video platform, and then talk with some merchants to cooperate. Despite the fact that they were dog-tired every day, they did make a full $150,000 in a little over a month, relying on daily sales and short videos, as well as the brand partnerships they received. And they also managed to receive their first choice of admission letter 2 weeks ago, respectively. That night, Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai finished selling goods, returned to the residence, lying on the bed and did not want to move a bit. Kung Kai let out a long sigh. Zhou, since we sell goods on the internet after the video burst into flames, this period of time to imitate us into the mountain village as a salesman more and more people, and now the daily income, compared with the previous one is a whole half difference. If it wasn't for the fact that we have brand sponsorship and most of the goods don't cost anything, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to make back the cost if we just rely on selling the goods. This is normal. In the beginning we have thought about this problem. Without a short video to add to the publicity, will quickly appear imitators? Not to mention that there are still a lot of people see online now, so imitators of us will only appear faster and in greater numbers. It's unavoidable. Yi Zhou said faintly. This is a situation that they expected long before this. So what do we do now? Go home. Ha? Xiong Kai sat up violently from the bed and looked dully at Yi Zhou. We're going back now? It's only the beginning of August. We can still work for at least 2 more weeks. No need. Since half a month ago, the frequency of our video updates dropped to 1 every 3 days. And now we have enough inventory to post for another 2 months. Now our main source of income itself is to rely on video revenue and business cooperation. As long as we update the video, there are merchants to give the goods. then their brand will continue to be exposed. The commission we can receive the same. So selling goods we can't make much income if we continue. Not to mention the fact that there are more and more imitators now. The cake is that big. The more people who join in, the less we'll earn. And there's no longer any need to continue staying here. When Seung Kai heard this, he thought it was the case. Okay, then when are we going back to Bayan? Tomorrow. Chapter 96, Graduation Party. August 5th. Yi Zhou and Seung Kai checked out of the rental house as well as the rented minivan and managed to get on a plane back to Bayan. Phew. It's been like a dream for over a month. It's been thousands of dollars a day, which I wouldn't have dared to think of before this. When we came here, we also sat on high-speed trains and trains, and now we go back to buy air tickets directly. With so much money to go back, my parents will definitely be shocked. Seung Kai sat on the airplane, his expression overwhelmed with emotion. However, Yi Zhou was not particularly excited, but just looked down at his cell phone, his eyes a little bleak. Since the little rich girl returned to Shanghai from Sichuan and Chongqing a month ago, their contact had become less and less. When Yi Zhou realized this, he began to take the initiative to send more messages to the little rich girl, but the little rich girl replied all very slowly, even sometimes days apart before replying. Yi Zhou knew that it was his attitude last time that had disappointed the little rich woman. He looked down at the chat box with Lin Shangyue, the last time they chatted. 3 days ago. Lin Shangyue, I'm going to visit my grandmother in the hospital. She's getting worse and now it's hard to recognize who all the people standing next to her are. Yi Zhou, then have to visit grandma. Seung Kai and I should be going back to Bayan. Bayan Jiaotong University starts on August 15th. To advance the military training, when will your Shanghai Jiaotong University start? After this message was sent, Lin Shangyue didn't reply until today. Looking at the chat box, Yi Zhou hesitated and sent a string of messages again. Seung Kai and I got on a plane and landed in Bayan at 3 o'clock this afternoon. After the message was sent, Yi Zhou put his phone into flight mode. On the airplane, Yi Zhou just wanted to close his eyes and rest for a while when Seung Kai poked his arm. Ah, Chow. Our class group said that classes 3, 4 and our class 5 are going to join together to hold a graduation reunion. Going off to college soon. This may be the last time we can all get together. And if we want to get together further down the road, we may not be able to get so many people together. Yi Zhou frowned slightly. Why 3 classes together? It's not because there are always a few misfits or people who don't want to participate in this kind of party in every class. There are more than 40 people in each class, but I'm afraid that not even 30 of them will be able to show up. The class presidents of class 3 and class 4 are quite close to our class president, so they agreed to get the 3 classes together and have a graduation party. So let's go and join in the fun. Yi Zhou's eyes narrowed. The little rich girl is probably the kind of person Seung Kai would say doesn't want to participate in the party. Not to mention that she has already returned to Shanghai, and even more unlikely to come to this party. For a moment, Ye Zhou still had a hint of expectation for this party. If Lin Shangyue came to attend as well, he could still see her again. Thinking of this, Ye Zhou said, "Why do you want to attend this party so badly?" Seung Kai rubbed his hands, a little excited. Sure, we made so much money. I have to show off in front of that boy by Xianming, otherwise earn so much money would not have been able to spend. Not to pretend to be a persecution is also too difficult to bear. Oh, where and when? The group. Can't you see? Yi Zhou froze. What group? It's that group that starts with 8154. It was just newly created 2 days ago. Yi Zhou took out his cell phone and rummaged around for a while, and sure enough, he found that he had been pulled into a group with a tail number of 28,502 a few days ago. Party time, August 10, Banquet House Theme Banquet Center. A 120 for those who come to the party. Yi Zhou nodded, then closed his eyes and faintly said, "Then go to this graduation party." Uncle Lee, I'm going to the graduation party. Lin Shangyue pursed her lips and looked at Uncle Lee. But Miss, Master and Mistress already know when your school year starts, and if you go to Bayan now, Master will definitely ask about it. Also, his lordship said yesterday that he intends to take you and his wife to a dinner party right away, on the night of your participation in the graduation party. I don't care. I'm going. Lin Shangyue's tone was stubborn, while her eyes dimmed again. With mother accompanying dad, he won't care if I don't go. What are you talking about? Miss, how could the master not care about you? Uncle Lee, don't you know if dad cares about me or not? This, Uncle Lee was speechless and full of difficulties. Then how should I report to the master? There's no need to report it. And if I don't go, he'll just think I'm having a tantrum and won't ask too many questions. Uncle Lee, quickly book a ticket back to Bayan. Uncle Lee hesitated for a few seconds before finally nodding heavily. I know, miss. If young Master Yi knows that you have done this for him, he will definitely be special. He doesn't need to know that. Mentioning Yi Zhou, Lin Shanyue's ice-cold face finally flooded with a hint of softness. A few days after Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai returned to Bayan, he also received the second amount of money from Zhao Lan's family in compensation. Combined with the first payment, that's $100, 000 total. The remaining 150, 000, Zhao Lan and the others must complete the payment within 20 days. Otherwise it will be enforced by the court. Yi Zhou carried this 100, 000, as well as 75, 000 after splitting it with Xiong Kai. He had an indescribable feeling. Xia, how come you have so much money this time that you can renew the lease for half a year? The landlord of Maple Leaf Court 1001 was surprised to receive the 6 months' rent that Yi Zhou transferred over in one breath and asked. Yi Zhou lightly smiled. Summer vacation part-time job earned, before always owe you rent for so long. Really sorry, this time there is money immediately transferred to you. Why are you so polite? I also know about your situation, old uncle. It's okay to be a few days late, although the landlord said so, but before every month to the day when the rent is about to be paid, he will specially come to the door to urge Ye Zhou to pay the rent. If an outsider hears it, he's really going to think this landlord is a good guy. Oh, uncle, one size fits all. Alright, then old uncle will go first. The landlord takes the money and leaves. Yi Zhou's face was expressionless. The people he had encountered over the years could be considered all evil. After sending the landlord away, Yi Zhou received a call from Xiong Kai. Chao, hurry downstairs. I'm at the entrance of your neighborhood. The party will start in half an hour. Oh, here it comes. Yi Zhou changed his clothes and rushed towards the entrance of the neighborhood. At the same time, at Bayan Airport, the airplane carrying Lin Shanyue landed on time. Chapter 97 The Imitator, Chen Shi, TSK, you kid. Why did you take out this Mercedes C of your old man's? Aren't you afraid that your old man will find out and reward you with a belt fried meat? Yi Zhou sat in the car driven by Xiong Kai and couldn't help but stagger a sentence. But Kung Kai raised his chin in triumph. Don't be an awkward hack. I got permission from my old man. But come on, your old man is practically a car nut. How could he possibly give up his favorite car for a canine like you to drive out? Put it a month or so ago, my old man would never have let me drive it out. But since we went back from Chuanyu and I actually took more than $70,000 out, my parents' opinion of me changed instantly. Because I make as much in a month as the two of them make in 6 months combined. So now mom doesn't beat me up, pops doesn't talk about me, and I'm all high and mighty at home. Not to mention my old man's car. I'm asking my old man to chauffeur me now, and he doesn't even carry a complaint. After Xiong Kai finished, he patted his newly customized suit proudly and ruffled his hand through his hair, which he had purposely gone to the stylist's store to have done. Seeing his amusing appearance, the corner of Yi Zhou's mouth pulled. This doggy is really floating. Chow. Why are you dressed so casually? Look at your buddy. He's got a suit and a haircut. You should at least clean yourself up a bit. Yi Zhou deflated. It's not like I want to act like a pussy for Bai Xianming, and there's no one I want to see at the party, so it doesn't matter what I wear. Someone you want to see? Who? Kung Kai pretended to be at a loss. No one. Kung Kai would have smiled, purposely dragging his voice out. Oh, it's your good clean neighbor, isn't it? Don't be a. Drive your car. Yi Zhou slapped Xiong Kai's shoulder and cursed without a good mood. But in fact, at noon today, he even sent a message to the little rich girl asking if she would come to the graduation party. But until now the little rich girl has not replied. Yi Zhou was also considered completely dead. Also right. Last time in Chuanyu, after he chose to play dumb in the face of the little rich girl's blunt hints, it was destined for the two of them to become what they are today. Xiong Kai encouraged. How do you know that schoolgirl Lin won't come to the party? You didn't ask her. Asked. Didn't answer. Just because she didn't reply doesn't mean she won't come. Maybe she just got on a plane back to Bayan from Shanghai when you sent the message? Anyway, it's not too late to take you back and change into something more handsome. So let's go. No such thing. No change. Looking at Yi Zhou that dryly shook his head, Xiong Kai remained undeterred and continued. Even if schoolgirl Lin really isn't coming, I still think you need to dress up and look handsome. It's not just our class today. There are also people from classes 3 and 4. Chen Shi, that Puxin girl, is from class 3. You must dress up a bit more handsome, and then with me to strut and show off. We earned more than 100,000 yuan a month. Chen Shi is going too? Hearing this, Yi Zhou always froze. It was then that he recalled that Chen Shi was from the 3rd class. Since graduation, Yi Zhou was almost on the verge of completely forgetting Chen Shi as a person from his memory. Damn, the dead Puxin woman. She's going to start attacking him again today. Yeah, Chen Shi is going too. Do you want to change your clothes? Forget it, just go. What does it matter what she thinks of me? I don't care. Yi Zhou spoke faintly. pressing Chen Shi out of his mind. Banquet Washington Theme Banquet Center. People from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th classes of the senior class of Bay and No. 1 middle school arrived one after another in the 100-person box that had been chartered in advance. Since we are all about to go our separate ways, most of us, like Xiong Kai, want to leave the best of ourselves for our old classmates. Even if it was also tinged with a touch of vanity, it still dressed up well. Most of the girls who came to the party wore light makeup and changed into their prettiest little dresses. The boys, led by Baek Hyun-myung, had gone ahead and combed their hair to look like adults in order to look mature and handsome. But how could they, who had not yet set foot in society? No, a real adult has no hair. Chen Shi was the most dazzling presence attending the party today. She was wearing a slim-fitting red dress with the hem falling just above her knees, showing off her long and well-proportioned legs. The neckline of the dress was uniquely designed, slightly revealing her delicate collarbone, adding a touch of sexiness. With delicate makeup on her face, her bright eyes flashed confidently under the light, and her high nose and dainty red lips made her whole person look like a bright star. As soon as she entered the box, she attracted the attention of many people. The boys were casting awestruck looks, while the girls were secretly envious or jealous in their hearts. Chen Shi had long been used to this feeling of being the center of attention. Her expression was clear and cold. She didn't even greet the people present, as if she was the high and mighty queen of this party. Amazement and adoration flashed in the eyes of many boys. Most of them straightened their clothes and deliberately straightened their backs, wanting to show their best side in front of Chen Shi. But Chen Shi didn't even bring a glance and directly sat down beside her good girlfriend Su Miaomia, who arrived early. Of course, there were also existences that couldn't stand to see her, such as the right guardian of the senior class, 5, Baek Hyun-myung. He looked at Chen Shi's words and behavior and secretly spat in his heart. Pretending to be Harry. Pretending. You think you're Lin Shangyue, and you're still so high and mighty. My ass. That's because schoolgirl Lin isn't here. Otherwise there'd be nothing for you to do. Su Miaomia took Chen Shi's arm and said with a smile, "Sure Ori, you're so beautiful today. I've all checked with Jiang Ming, the class 4 class that's hosting this party, and Lin Xianyue didn't sign up for this party, but there's Yi Zhou on the party list. It's obvious that something seems to be wrong with the two of them." Chen Shi smiled faintly and said confidently, "I've known for a long time that they couldn't last. Lin Xianyue has never been a dedicated girl. In fact, she had learned of this news earlier than Su Miaomia. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mimicked Lin Shanyue's past persona of being high and cold and unapproachable." Chen Shi thought that this kind of high and cold persona seemed to attract the attention of boys more. Otherwise, what made Lin Shanyue suppress her for a whole year in her senior year? Su Miaomia laughed playfully. Then, sure you want to give Yi Zhou another chance today? Let's see what he does today. As the two spoke, the door to the compartment was pushed open again. It's Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai coming. Chen Shi looked at Yi Zhou. His expression suddenly changed. Chapter 98, You told me to play hard to get. The first time Chen Shi saw Yi Zhou, he first froze for a moment. Then doubts rose in his heart. Why is he dressed so casually? Hey, sure. Why is Yi Zhou dressed so casually? Look at most of the boys today. They've cleaned themselves up extra dapper, with their hair and clothes. On the contrary, Yi Zhou, it's as if he came to a very ordinary meal, with no intention of dressing up at all. Su Miaomia also saw Yi Zhou's casualness at a glance and couldn't help but whisper to Chen Shi. Hearing this, Chen Shi also frowned slightly, but on second thought, a look of relief crossed her face. No, I think it should be because Lin Shanyue separated from him and didn't even attend the graduation party, leaving Ye Zhou devastated. He's not in the mood to dress up. Then today, if I just sweeten the pot a little bit, he's sure to get back in my good graces. Chen Shi was very confident. She ruffled her hair, trying to show her best side to Yi Zhou. The sound inside the box was very noisy, and basically all the people from the 3 classes who came to the party had arrived and taken their seats. After Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai pushed the door into the box, the crowd just looked at them and continued to chat with their companions around them. Normally in class, even though Yi Zhou was a good student, now that he had graduated, being a good student was no longer noticeable. So when the two of them, he and Xiong Kai, walked in, it didn't cause much of a reaction. The only one who saw the two of them was Right Protector by Xianming, who saw Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai and hurriedly waved to the two of them. Aya, brother Xiong Chao, you're finally here. Come over and sit down. And then made a point of pulling out the chairs for them. TSK, by Xuanming, you kid has some eyes today. See if my brother's head shape is handsome? This is what I spent $100 to go to a styling store specifically to do. Handsome. Bear is so handsome. By Xianming gave a thumbs up, then came back to Yi Zhou's side and lowered his voice. Brother Chao, will schoolgirl Lin be here today? You didn't see it just now. Chen Shi from class 3 started acting high and mighty as soon as she entered the box, and it made me puke just watching her. obviously do not have the face value and temperament of Lin's schoolgirl. Have to pretend Lin's schoolgirl innate high cold. This is not pure zombies in the imitator it. Lin Shanyue is not coming. Yezhou's eyes dimmed for a moment. From the moment he entered the box, he did not even glance at Chen Shi since the beginning. As for how Chen Shi was actually doing, he didn't care in the slightest. Before, when you were about to graduate, weren't you and schoolgirl Lin quite close, and they were still neighbors to each other? I was thinking that you two would be together in a few weeks at most after summer vacation. Saying that, by Xian Ming sighed. Alas, no wonder then that Chen Shi dared to imitate schoolmarm Lin so much. I guess she should have known in advance that schoolmarm Lin wouldn't be coming to the party today. In the box, most of the people had gathered to chat, and Yi Zhou sat in his chair without any particular emotion, just staring at the table a bit dazed. However, after Xiong Kai heard by Xianming say that Chen Shi was imitating Lin Shanyue, he immediately became interested. By Xianming, what did you just say? That Chen Shi was imitating schoolgirl Lin? Yeah, brother Xiong, look, she's sitting right across from us, and ever since Chao entered the box she's been glancing our way. Funny, too funny. Xiong Kai glanced across the room and realized that it was really what the right guardian had said. He forced himself to hold back his inner excitement and sat back to wait for the good stuff later. Soon after the last 4 people arrived, Jiang Ming, as the organizer of this graduation party, coughed and his voice was magnificent. Now that everyone is all here, then I, Jiang Ming, announced that the graduation party for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th senior classes of the 18th senior class of Bayan First Middle School will officially begin. Waiter, serve. Jiang Ming's words fell. The crowd applauded, and the waiter, who had been ready outside the door, brought the dishes to the table. When the waiter served the dishes, Jiang Ming suggested that everyone clink glasses, and the crowd rose, their faces beaming with smiles. Cheers! Just as the toast was finished and everyone was ready to sit down, Su Miaomiao narrowed her eyes and looked for an opportunity to speak. Yi Shou, before the college entrance exam Lin Shanyue took the initiative to sit at the same table with you, and after that it was rumored that the two of you were neighbors, and your relationship got better and better, and there were even rumors that you were together. But Lin Shanyue didn't participate in today's party. That's a bit strange, isn't it? After the two of you went on summer vacation, shouldn't be out of contact, right? The moment Su Miaomiao's words came out, all the gazes of the people in the box fell on Yi Zhou. Since more than a month had passed since the college entrance exam, they were about to fade away from the event. Now Su Miaomia suddenly brought up the matter of Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue, causing the crowd's memories to go back again. Yes, it was rumored in school that Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue were going to be together. But why did Yi Zhou come to the graduation party today, but Lin Shanyue didn't? Yeah, I'm kinda curious too. Why didn't schoolgirl Lin come when Yi Zhou did? Isn't it obvious? The two of them are definitely not following up. If they were really together, how could schoolgirl Lin not come to the party? TSK. At first I thought, how could schoolgirl Lin be with Yi Zhou? She's a 1,000-year-old girl. How could she be interested in an ordinary person like Yi Zhou? The reasoning that the door is right for the family is not something that is casually said to the gentry. Seeing the crowd discussing it, the corners of Su Miaomiao's mouth rose slightly. A calculating look flashed across his face. Because just now, after Yi Zhou entered the box, she never looked at her good girlfriend Chen Shi since the beginning. This made Chen Shi feel aggrieved. Before Lin Shanyue compelled around Yi Zhou, he was ghostly at that moment even. Now that Lin Shanyue is gone, why don't you still look at me? So Su Miaomiao saw her good best friend angry, and she planned to make Yezhou make a fool of herself in front of everyone. At this moment, the gazes gathered on Yi Zhou, which made him frown, but it quickly stretched out again and faded. After summer vacation, Xiong Kai and I went to work summer jobs, and we really didn't have much contact with schoolgirl Lin. Get over it. You'd give up your connection with schoolgirl Lin for a $2,000 or $3,000 a month summer job? At this moment, Jiang Ming took the initiative to dislike it. Previously, before the college entrance exam, Lin Shanyue actively chose to sit at the same table with Yi Zhou, making Jiang Ming very angry. The next day he deliberately went to provoke Yi Zhou, but instead was backhandedly humiliated by the other party. Immediately after, the grade-level director talked about the physics duo competition, which again made Jiang Ming eat his words in front of Yi Zhou. Originally, he had planned to participate in the physics competition with Lin Shanyue, but he didn't realize that Lin Shanyue would refuse to participate in the competition with him, Jiang Ming, because her partner wasn't Yi Zhou. Since then, Jiang Ming completely held a grudge against Yi Zhou. Just now, when he saw Yi Zhou come to the party dressed very casually, he had the idea of taking revenge on Yi Zhou in public. Now that Su Miaomiao had taken the initiative to launch an attack, Jiang Ming hurriedly seized the opportunity to make up for it. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Yi Zhou was slightly stunned. $2,000 or $3,000? It's not that outrageous. I won't say exactly how much. I'm afraid you'll think I'm pretending, isn't it? You can't tell me that you and Seung Kai made $10,000 a month each as summer vacationers, and we're all adults, not kids who don't know anything. Jiang Ming snorted lightly. Humph. It's definitely because schoolgirl Lin ignored you and you had nothing to do before you went to work. Say, what cheap summer job did you make a few $1,000s? Yi Zhou touched his nose, his tone a little awkward. You're the one who told me to play hard to get. Actually, Kai Xiong and we made $150,000 on our summer jobs. Chapter 99 Declaration, I'm with Yi Zhou. It's not a rumor. Quiet. The box was a silent mess. In the next second, led by Jiang Ming, many people burst into laughter. Jiang Ming's mouth was crooked with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Yi Zhou, are you short-circuited in the head because schoolmistress Lin is ignoring you? You're at least the top 3 in Bay and No. 1 middle school. And you can tell a joke like earning $150,000 a month as a summer job? I really don't know if you're teasing us or not. Ha 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 ha. Su Miao also laughed out her tears with a burst of mockery. Yi Zhou, how did you manage to talk nonsense in a serious manner in front of so many people? On top of that, a number of people uttered words of derision. Only Chen Shi, who had acted high and mighty since coming to the box, frowned and looked at the crowd in an unpleasant tone. Mio Mio, you need to stop saying that. She purposely pretended to be angry so that Ye Zhou could see that she was speaking up for him. Yi Zhou, look, the whole world betrayed you, but I am willing to stand behind you to betray the whole world. 10,000 times better than Lin Shanyue. Su Miaomiu knows that at this time, she should sing this white face identity to the end, so that in the eyes of Ye Zhou, more set off Chen Shi red face of the good people identity, so she continued to sneer. Sure, I'm just telling the truth. Yi, however, without waiting for Su Miaomiu to finish, Yi Zhou silently opened his cell phone and flashed the balance of his bank card towards the crowd. Balance, $74. 202.19. The smiles of those who were previously laughing at Yi Zhou froze on their faces, their breathing stuttering at the same time, especially the two people, Jiang Ming and Su Miaomiu. They looked at the balance Yi Zhou had flashed, their mouths slightly open and their eyes wide. Pupil magnitude 10 earthquake could no longer describe the level of shock they both felt. Ahem, and mine, said Seung Kai, who also pulled out his cell phone and flashed his balance. Once again, the crowd was given a blast. The shocked looks of the people around him gave Seung Kai a hard time. Cool. It's awesome. When he came here, he was still thinking about how to smoothly and naturally put this pussy out. But he didn't expect that there would be such clowns as Jiang Ming and Su Miaomiu, who put their faces together and actively let him and Yi Zhou put out a pussy. I won't read the 21st century good people list without you too. Baek Hyunmyeong was the first to react, breaking the silence with a word of nationalism. This was followed by a gasp from the others. Just now they all thought Yi Zhou was playing abstract, but they didn't expect him to come for real? Damn, you guys really made $150,000. Ha, bloody hell, you two went to Burma to GA Manloins? With that kind of money, you're not doing anything illegal, are you? There was a bit of discussion, but Seung Kai took the initiative to take over this time and started telling the crowd exactly how they made the money and flashed them the 400,000 follower jitterbug account. A few minutes later, the previous gazes of suspicion and ridicule from the crowd all turned into shock and envy. So that's how money can be made. At this moment, the expressions of the two people, Su Miaomiu and Jiang Ming, were uglier than eating. At the same time, they remembered Yi Zhou's sentence, I won't say exactly how much. I'm afraid you'll think I'm pretending. And they only felt that their faces were being hit by a thief's pain right now. Bad. Really let Yi Chao load it up. The only one who was surprised was Chen Shi, while his heart trembled. Sure enough, Yi Zhou has become more and more excellent without Lin Shanyue. He'll definitely work harder with me in the future. With so much money, he will definitely buy me a lot of gifts, right? After this farce, the crowd sat down and the conversation opened up. He said that when he goes to college in the future, he will find a way to try self-employment similar to Yi Zhou and Seung Kai. However, Jiang Ming remained undeterred after a brief moment of daze. He pushed down his glasses and sneered. Oh, count yourself lucky. So what if you make so much money? Going back to the very beginning, the reason why you went to work is not because Lin Shanyue ignored you? Earlier, when I counted the party list, I found that Lin Shanyue hadn't signed up for it, and I specifically asked her why she didn't sign up, and she said she was in Shanghai. Don't you try to change the subject as a way to hide the truth that you've been blacklisted by Lin Shanyue. Jiang Ming pushed down his glasses with an expression of unparalleled confidence. Jiang Ming, will make you lose face today. Yi Zhou, you're close to Lin Shanyue? Are you kidding me? You don't deserve her. Only I. Jiang Ming, have gotten the acceptance letter from Shanghai Jiaotong University? I will go to Shanghai in 10 days, and Lin Shangyue a school, and then in one fell swoop, I will use my strength to chase after her. And you, Yi Chao, stay honestly in Bayan. As expected, Jiang Ming's words once again caused the gazes of the people in the box to move to Yizhou. Su Miaomiao was slightly stunned and looked at Jiang Ming with a surprised look. Yo, I really didn't expect this grade 1 to be so aggressive. Just as the crowd was waiting for Yizhou to explain the matter of being pulled into the blacklist by Lin Shangyue, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. A heat wave from outside the box hit the box. Immediately after that, a silhouette walked in from outside. The crowd's gazes were instantly attracted by the silhouette in the doorway, and they were shocked when they saw the silhouette's face. Hiss. Ha, I thought she wasn't attending? Only to see Lin Shangyue dressed in a simple white dress, the hem of the dress swaying with that heat wave, just like a blooming lily. Cool and noble temperament instantly stunning everyone here. She swept around the box with her cool eyes and finally landed on Yizhou, her eyes flashing with pleasure. Then she walked lightly on her feet to Yizhou's side and smiled softly at him. Immediately after that, he coldly looked at Jiang Ming and Su Miaomiao. Who told you guys that I'm ignoring Yizhou? Also, you all rumored that I'm with Yizhou? Let me clarify. It's not a rumor. Chapter 100, Trying to surprise my good neighbors. You all rumored that I'm with Yizhou? Let me clarify. It's not a rumor. Lin Shanyue's words were like a flat thunderstorm that exploded in the box. The crowd, who had originally remained in shock at Lin Shanyue's sudden arrival at the party, was once again stunned. 0 frames to start and bombs to catch the king? At this moment, Jiang Ming's face instantly turned white as his lips trembled slightly. What kind of joke was this? That Lin Shanyue, who he had always wanted to pursue with all his heart, would admit in public that she and Yizhou were together? Su Miaomiao was also filled with incredulity. She opened her mouth but could only make some meaningless sounds. She originally thought that by belittling Yizhou, Jiang Ming would be able to launch a more violent attack and humiliation. And at the same time, she also wanted Chenshi to appear more kind in front of Yizhou. But now this situation is completely beyond her expectations. Lin Shangyue even admitted in person that she and Yizhou are together. Meanwhile, Chenshi's face became extremely ugly. Her hands clenched involuntarily, her nails sinking deep into her palms. She had always thought that she had a chance after Yizhou lost Lin Shangyue, but now it seemed to be her wishful thinking again? Humph. Sayashu, I've come just in time, haven't I? Phew. I could have gotten here earlier if it weren't for the traffic. Yizhou listened to the words spoken amongst Lin Shangyue, as well as her heart, and looked at Lin Shangyue with extremely complicated eyes. There's shock, there's emotion, there's doubt. The little rich girl came to the graduation party out of the blue and actually said such things as she was with him, directly in front of everyone, in order to help him. A dead silence fell over the box. It took several seconds before someone whispered, "What the hell is going on here? Lin Shangyue and Yizhou are really together? It doesn't look like a fake to me." Schoolgirl Lin said that herself. Grass Yizhou is really damn, and make money and have a schoolgirl girlfriend. What the hell kind of sci-fi movie is this nigga? Hasn't Mr. Delu not released a new work yet? How the hell is this playing out in reality? But didn't Jiang Ming say that Lin Shangyue ignored Yizhou? It also said that Yizhou was pulled into the blacklist. This is not very obvious. Who does not know Jiang Ming like Lin Schoolflower? Must be he saw Lin Schoolflower did not and Yizhou together to participate in the graduation party. Self-brainstorming speculation. Jiang Ming's face instantly turned red as he listened to the crowd's comments. He was tempted to say something, but opened his mouth and realized he couldn't say anything. In the box, watching everyone's reaction, Xiong Kai was full of anti-smiles. Among the people here, Xiong Kai was the only one who wasn't surprised at all by Lin Shanyue's arrival. Although I'm not the protagonist, seeing schoolmarm Lin and Ah Chao as a married couple, exploding and killing these villains, it's killing me. It's almost better than if I had made $1 million. Kum Kai could mutter in his mind. At the same time, Right Protector by Xianming also reacted from his daze. He hurriedly got up, fawningly giving Lin Xianyue his original position. Schoolgirl Lin, you sit here with Chao. I'll find another seat myself. Lin Shangyue was a bit surprised, but she didn't refuse. She smoothed the hem of her skirt, then took a seat beside Yizhou before giving Bai Xianming a faint smile. Bai Xianming, thank you. Back Hyunmyung, you're as good as Big Black Egg. Yizhou looked at the little rich woman and lowered his voice. You, what brings you here? Graduation party? Of course I'm coming. So why didn't you sign up then? Wanted to surprise my good neighbors. Lin Shangyue narrowed her eyes and smiled, her curved eyebrows, like a crescent moon, and the light flickering in her eyes was as deep and fascinating as the bright stars. Surprise? This is indeed a surprise, Yizhou carefully said. Then, why did you say that just now? It will make them misunderstand. We're neighbors. What's wrong with helping a neighbor out? If you hadn't refused to admit it, how I wish I was telling the truth right now. The little rich girl winked in a serious way, not at all vain. Yes, so true. The corner of Yi Zhou's mouth pulled. Although he felt outrageous, his heart was still warm. It seems, the little rich girl didn't feel rusty towards him because of what happened last time in Chuanyu. She's still the same. Just then, White Hyunming suddenly smiled and said, "Ahem, Lin schoolgirl, you really did come. Today in the box, there is also an imitator who imitates your high coldness." Bai Xuanming's voice wasn't exactly loud, but it was just loud enough to be heard by the people in this box. Imitators? The crowd was puzzled. What imitators? But soon, they realized that Chen Shi, who was sitting directly across from Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue, had a black face after hearing Bai Xuanming's words. That's when they suddenly reacted. Oh, the impersonator is Chen Shi. Holy, White Hyunming, you don't say. You really don't say. Ha ha ha. I told you that after I just saw Chen Shi today. I always felt something strange. I clearly remembered that she wasn't this high and cold originally. It turns out that she thought that Schoolmarm Lin wouldn't be coming to the party today. So she's purposely imitating Schoolmarm Lin's high-cooled and stunning look? The imitators really weren't wrong. The boys who had just gone up to take the initiative to show their affection to Chen Shi, but were embarrassed by Chen Shi's ignorance. Finally catching a chance, he immediately sneered at Chen Shi for a while. "TSK, just now pretending to be high and mighty and ignoring us. Now the main man is here. Just ask you if you're embarrassed?" Chen Shi listened to the sound of these people's discussion and blushed so red that she couldn't find a crack in the ground immediately. She glared deathly at Jiang Ming, forcing her anger to sink in. "Jiang Ming, didn't you say Lin Shangyue wouldn't be attending this party?" When I asked her about it, she just told me she was in Shanghai and didn't pay me to ask for an A party, so I thought she wasn't coming. You! Chen Shi was so angry that his face turned even redder, rather like he was going to pass out with both eyes blackened. Jiang Ming, the stupid bastard. If she had known it was like this, she definitely wouldn't have set up any high-flying persona today, and now it's being exposed by Xianming in public. What's the difference between this and taking it in public? It's embarrassing. In order to change the topic, Chen Shi thought quickly. Suddenly her eyes narrowed and she caught the point of Jiang Ming's words. Lin Shangyue didn't have a party money. If that was the case, then what made Lin Shangyue able to sit here? Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Shi's mouth rose, suddenly got up and looked straight at Lin Shangyue. Wait, Lin Shangyue, everyone who attended the party today add their share of the money, but you didn't add it when the list was tallied, so you don't seem to be qualified to sit here, do you? And of course, you don't presume to a money now. There is no getting on the bus before you make up your ticket argument, so please get out of here right now. Yi Zhou looked at Chen Shi and his expression changed. His heart's disgust for her had reached the extreme. He was about to get up and dislike Chen Shi, but his afterglow noticed that Xiong Kai's body was trembling violently, but his expression was so excited. Meanwhile, Xiong Kai's body was trembling while he muttered something under his breath. Here we go. Here we go. It's finally time to zoom out. This T0 doesn't know that this banquet center is actually the property of schoolgirl Lin's family. She's about to get her face smashed. Righteous fathers, 3 shifts every day for the past few days. VA gift to see the strength? Chapter 101. Unlike Chen Shi, who was average in looks, bad in studies and has no money at home, this banquet center is owned by a little rich girl? Hearing Xiong Kai's words, Yi Zhou briefly froze, but soon felt that this is not strange. Jindong Group in Bayan involved in too many areas, and this banquet house themed banquet center is a very famous banquet center in Bayan. So it's not a strange thing that Jindong Group has invested in this place. While Yi Zhou was in this brief daze, the people present whispered after hearing Chen Shi's words. It was a fact that Lin Shangyue didn't have a share of money, and it did make sense for Chen Shi to say so now. However, there were so many people present that even if there was one less person a share of the money, it wouldn't really hurt, as long as people don't care. It's not a matter of particular concern, but it was Chen Shi who was the one who minded this matter. Whoever attended this party didn't know that before Lin Shangyue transferred to Bayan No. 1 Middle School, Chen Shi was the recognized school beauty of Bayan No. 1 Middle School. Now the 2 schoolgirls of the dispute of the century, naturally no one wants to take the initiative to stir in, are silent, intending to eat this melon to the end. Only Jiang Ming, who was fond of Lin Shangyue, frowned at Chen Shi. Chen Shi. Lin Shangyue didn't a share of the money at first because she was in Shanghai and wasn't sure she could come. Now since she's here, now is it? Anyway, we booked this box and meal, only paid the deposit so far, and will only pay overall later after eating. Now doesn't affect anything. If anyone else here minds, then I, Jiang Ming, as the initiator of this graduation party, will just pay this money for Lin Shangyue, said Jiang Ming, pushing down the frames of his glasses. his chest straightening up. He felt that his behavior was really gentlemanly now. I had thought that Chen Shi would look at his face and stop caring about Lin Shanhua's lack of a share of money. Unexpectedly, Chen Shi gave him a disdainful look and remained unforgiving towards Lin Shanhua. Senior schoolgirl Lin, I think that as the Lin family's daughter, you should understand very well that going to a banquet without reporting in advance is a very rude thing to do, right? Even if it's not too late for a money, don't you think you're sitting here out of place? If I were you, I would definitely just leave here now. Chen Shi stood in front of the table with a condescending stance. At this time, the atmosphere in the box had reached a level of sword drawn. Facing Chen Shi's difficulties, the little rich girl looked at the other with an expressionless face from the beginning. Knock, knock, knock. Sorry to interrupt. Just then, a knock on the door and the voice of someone outside broke the atmosphere inside the box. The crowd followed the sound and saw a middle-aged man dressed very formally, walking in from outside. He walked directly to Jiang Ming's side in front of the crowd. Mr. Jiang, this is the bill for your current meal. Please take a look. Jiang Ming froze, puzzled. Manager Wang, didn't we communicate before the party started? We might still order drinks and add food in the process, so we'll settle the bill after the party is over. Why are you bringing the bill over now? Manager Wang smiled politely. Mr. Jiang, you've misunderstood. This bill is a refund bill for the deposit you made to book this box in the first place. I'm not asking you to settle the bill. I'm giving you a refund. Ha? We're in the middle of a party. Why do we need a refund? Jiang Ming was confused, and the people sitting in the box were also a bit confused. This person who was called Manager Wang by Jiang Ming should be the manager of this banquet center, and it was clearly communicated beforehand. But what was the situation now? Just when the crowd was confused, Manager Wang smiled slightly. This is what our boss's daughter just ordered. She said that she's also a part of this party and asked me to refund the deposit you paid earlier. Mr. Jiang, and you can order as much as you want for free for the subsequent drinks and dishes. As for the reason a little manager, don't know, you can ask my lady directly. Hearing Manager Wang's reply, Chen Shi's eyes jumped, and he immediately had a bad feeling. She immediately spoke. Manager Wang, may I ask who your lady is? Manager Wang looked puzzled. That's not right. Didn't Uncle Lee say outside just now that the students attending this party were all Mrs. High School classmates? How come the girl in front of me doesn't know? Doubtful. Manager Wang did not choose to answer, but instead came to Lin Shanhua's side and bowed respectfully and slightly. Miss, hiss. A chorus of voices sucking in cool air resounded in the box. The gazes of the crowd focused on Lin Shanhua in unison, their eyes filled with shock and incredulity. The owner of this banquet center was, surprisingly, Lin Shanhua's father. No wonder Lin Shanhua didn't have money at all. So it turned out that the consumption of this banquet, she directly paid for everyone here. At this moment, Chen Shi's face instantly turned white, her scalp was numb, and her lips were trembling slightly. Little miss, are you kidding me? Chen Shi knew that Lin Shanhua's family was rich, but it never occurred to him that her family was already rich to this extent. This banquet center is the highest level banquet center in Beian. If it wasn't for Jiang Ming's connections, there was no way that their group of students would have been able to get a reservation for the 100-person banquet box here. However, no one could have imagined that this banquet center was actually owned by Lin Shanhua's family. Lin Shanhua remained expressionless, as if this was all expected of her. She nodded slightly as a response to Manager Wang, then slowly stood up, her gaze calmly looking at Chen Shi. Don't worry, I won't kick you out. Humph. Bad woman. Are you trying to throw me out of my place? I'm the only one who can stay by Yizhou's side. Bad woman. You die for me. Lin Shanhua's voice wasn't big, but it was full of power, and it was extraordinarily clear in the quiet box. Yizhou's heart burst with emotion when he heard the little rich girl's words and heart. Little rich girl's attack power is not usually strong. The worst thing is, she kills people still do not show the knife. This sentence I won't kick you out contrasted sharply with Chen Shi's attitude towards the little rich girl just now. No one here is a cutie pie. Chen Shi is considered to have completely disgraced himself this time. Chen Shi opened his mouth, not knowing how to reply, and fell directly into a semi-dead state. He himself had just been unforgiving to Lin Shanhua in front of the crowd, threatening to tell her to hurry up and get out, but as a result, the two poles were now reversed, and the owner of this banquet hall was actually Lin Shanhua. Chen Shi stammered, his face blushing brightly. She couldn't leave or not leave at this moment. The whole person was awkwardly in the same place. Even Su Miao Miao didn't dare to answer at this time, afraid that she would make a joke too. Lin Shanhua didn't pay any more attention to Chen Shi, but turned to Manager Wang and said, Manager Wang, since you're here, let the chef make some more seafood. They didn't order any before. Yes, ma'am. Manager Wang replied respectfully. then turned around and prepared to make arrangements. It was then that the atmosphere in the box eased a little. The classmates began to whisper, but this time, it was all about mocking Chenshur. Joy to my heart. 1 second Chenshur was going to kick schoolgirl Lin out, only to be punched in the face the next second. Indeed. This kind of plot I usually see on those kind of crooked-lipped Dragon King TV series. I didn't expect to encounter it in reality. It's cool to watch. Ha ha. If I were Chenshur, I wouldn't appear in front of Lin Shanhua even if I were killed in the future. It's too socially dead. It's true that it's still schoolgirl Lin who has the power. She's pretty, studies well, and her family has money. Unlike Chenshur, who's average looking, doesn't study well, and her family has no money. General. Learn not, learn well. Home, still, no, money. Chenshur was killed by this 3-paragraph review blast. She did a double take and sat bolt upright in her chair. A suffocating fear arose towards Lin Shanhua. Chapter 102 Big Dummy. I'm not angry. Right Protector by Xianming belongs to the radical faction. He thinks that Chenshur should not be thrown out, but she should be left alone a money. And Kei Xiong is a conservative who thinks the radicals are too conservative. Not only do you have to make Chenshur a money, but you have to several times the original amount, because she can't get Australian lobster for $100 anywhere else. Now with the previous 2 waves of reversals, no one dared to continue to find presence in Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua. These two, they're all crooked-lipped Dragon Kings. Yi Zhou lowered his voice and said to Lin Shanhua, you obviously could have just told everyone that this banquet center is owned by your family, but just purposely waited for Chenshur to jump out and then smacked her in the face. You scheming girl. I didn't. Lin Shanhua's expression was clear and cold, not acknowledging it at all. But Yi Zhou looked meaningfully at the door of the box and whispered, don't think I didn't see it just now. Uncle Li is actually outside the door. I guess Uncle Li has been outside the door for a long time, just waiting for Chenshur to jump out on his own, and then he will inform Manager Wang to come in at the right time. I said that the plot just now. How come it's the same as the plots of those crooked-lipped Dragon King novels that Uncle Li often reads? Dare I say it's Uncle Li himself who supervised the production. Lin Shanhua's eyes narrowed. Yi Zhou, you're talking nonsense again. I don't know anything. Uncle Li and Manager Wang are good people anyway. Immediately after, the little rich woman's eyes drifted up. She looked at the table of dishes, her eyes shining brightly, then blinked at Yi Zhou. Ye Zhou, I want to eat shrimp. Sayazu, you're the best. Peel me some shrimp. Ahem. I'll peel it for you. Knowing that the little rich girl is unlikely to admit it, Yi Zhou also did not ask more questions. Anyway, know it all. But in normal times, if Yi Zhou was asked to peel shrimp for a small rich woman in front of so many people, he might still be a bit put out. But at this graduation party, he's now the boyfriend of a little rich girl. Peeling a shrimp is not too much at all. Plus, even if we're not boyfriends, what's wrong with peeling shrimp between neighbors? You can't get pregnant from peeling shrimp. After a while, the little rich girl's lips were red and cute from the spicy crawfish. In the past, her high and cold temperament had diminished quite a bit at this moment. And this scene of Yi Zhou peeling shrimp for Lin Shanhua, with Lin Shanhua always having a light smile on her face, was watched by the people present, and they all couldn't help but cast envious gazes. At the very beginning when Lin Xianyu declared that it was not a rumor that she and Yi Zhou were together, there was still a part of her that did not believe it. They all felt that this should be because Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua were on good terms, and Yi Zhou was being questioned by Jiang Ming and these people. So Lin Shanhua deliberately said that to stand up for Yi Zhou, but now seeing the mode in which the two were spending time together, it suddenly seemed that that should really not be a rumor. They're really together. Jiang Ming, who was sitting on the side of the two, had his eyes straightened. Depressed, he unwrapped a bottle of white wine and turned to the boys beside him. All graduated. Let's drink. Okay, I'll do it. Make yourself at home. Squad leader. With the two of them starting, a number of boys joined in the drinking. However, not many people can really drink. All figure in atmosphere. Graduation party is considered to finally enter the most lively atmosphere. And at that moment, Yi Zhou, who had finished feeding the little rich girl, finally had the chance to interrogate her. Were you a little angry last time you went back from Chuanyu? Anger? Why would I be angry? Looking at Lin Shanhua's somewhat bewildered eyes, Yi Zhou froze slightly and instantly realized that she was playing dumb. But Yi Zhou couldn't say it too clearly, so he changed the topic. Okay, so another question. Have you been in private contact with Xiong Kai since summer vacation? And it's been particularly frequent? Tell me the truth. No playing dumb. Ever since last time, when the little rich girl suddenly took a plane from Shanghai to Sichuan and Chongqing to look for him, Yi Zhou had some suspicions that Xiong Kai was secretly tipping off the little rich girl. But after questioning, Seong Kai said that he only contacted them for a little while, not always, until today. Yi Zhou combined Seong Kai's words and demeanor along the way, as well as Seong Kai's behavior just now when he saw Lin Shanyue's arrival at the party without being surprised in the slightest. He was almost 100% certain that Seong Kai had been the brother seller. Well, he's a good guy, too, so how did you bribe him? Lin Shanyue had just opened her rosy little mouth to tell Yi Zhou, when Seong Kai appeared with a miso. He was a little flustered, then wrapped his arms around Yi Zhou, his body reeking of alcohol. Ahem, Iju, come have a drink. If you're drinking, who's going to drive later if I'm drinking too? Call a chauffeur. Drink up, drink up, drink up. Everyone's drinking, Seong Kai said as he kicked right guardian by Xianming's leg with his foot under the table. Baek Hyunmyeong would understand. Then came over with a grin on his face as he held up his glass. Yeah, chow. Let's all three drink together. It's a rare day to be happy. He. Just like that, Yi Zhou was forcefully lulled by Seong Kai and by Xianming. Several drinks in a row. In 10 minutes or so, he was red in the face. Obviously, Seong Kai tried to get Yi Zhou to forget about asking Lin Shanyue about how he was bribed for this matter by getting drunk. Seeing that Seong Kai and by Xianming were still going to fill Yi Zhou with wine, Lin Qianyue's willow brows knitted up. Don't let him drink it. Once Seong Kai heard that, he pulled by Xianming and slipped away. Lin Shanyue poured a cup of white water and handed it to Yi Zhou, her tone a bit grumpy. Why are you drinking when you can clearly see that both of them are doing it on purpose? I purposely tried to drink it. What do you mean? Yi Zhou's face, which had reddened after drinking wine, was even redder at this time, and he looked at the little rich woman's eyes and smiled. I thought that the last time I made you angry in Xuanyu and went back to Shanghai, that would be the last time we would meet. But I didn't realize that you were still willing to come back to Beian to see me. I'm happy. Lin Shanyue froze slightly, then laughed out as well. Big dummy. I'm not angry. Chapter 103, so we're in the same school? The graduation party came to an end. Most of the boys had been drinking white wine, and those who couldn't hold their liquor were already on top. Under the influence of alcohol, some boys plucked up the courage to confess their love to the girl they had been crushing on for 3 years, causing an uproar. And, of course, there were girls who were close to each other and were sad that they didn't get into a college, especially since they are several provinces away. I'm afraid that if they want to see each other again, they will only be able to do so during the summer and winter vacations, so they can't help but wipe up their tears, wondering if their friendship will last until they graduate from college. It was a moment in the box that made youth seem to materialize. Shallow Moon. Jiang Ming, who had drunk a lot of wine, walked over to Lin Shanyue and Yi Zhou with a red face. There was a curt-like smile on his face. Lin Shanyue, who was originally talking and laughing with Yi Zhou, immediately turned cold in her expression when she saw Jiang Ming. Something wrong? I heard from the head of grade that you enrolled in the University of Transportation, and combining your grades and your family's situation, I'm guessing it's the Shanghai University of Transportation, right? Lin Shanyue's tone was displeased. What school I apply for has nothing to do with you. Jiang Ming had been drinking and was already a bit on top of his game, so when he got excited, his voice couldn't help but get a few points louder. No, of course it's related, because I also managed to get the acceptance letter of the software engineering program of Shanghai Jiaotong University. From now on we are alumni. Yi Zhou looked at Jiang Ming and really felt that this Jiang Ming had a spirit of not dying. First in the grade. Are they all so stubborn? Because Jiang Ming's voice was too loud. It instantly attracted the attention of some more people, who cast their gazes over. Worthy of being Jiang Ming, he's even been accepted by Shanghai Jiaotong University. Indeed, it is said that this software engineering is still the ace major of Shanghai Jiaotong University. Listening to Jiang Ming, schoolgirl Lin was also accepted by Shanghai Jiaotong University? But I remember, Yi Zhou seemed to have applied to our Beian Jiaotong University, right? Ha? Then both of them won't be in the same school from now on. So this romantic relationship, I guess it won't last long, right? Hearing these discussions, the corners of Jiang Ming's mouth rose. Then he continued, Shallow Moon, you've also heard, you and Yi Zhou are not in the same university. No matter whether you're really together or not, you'll definitely have to be on different sides of the world from now on. And since you and I go to the same school, even if you don't like me now, I won't give up pursuing you after school. I'm sure one day you'll realize that it's actually the two of us who resonate on a soul level. Nervousness. Is this person psychotic? What he's saying is so disgusting. Who wants to empathize with him? Vomit. Hearing the little rich girl's heart, Yi Zhou almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He glanced at Jiang Ming and couldn't help but flash a look of sympathy. Thanks to the little rich girl's high and cold unspoken character. But if there was a different person who spoke more bluntly, I'm afraid that the little rich girl wouldn't have taken those words just now as heartfelt. Speaking directly to Jiang Ming face to face was all very possible. At this time, Chen Shi, who had been eavesdropping from the side, finally found himself in an advantageous position. She stepped forward as well. Lin Shangyue, I'm not going to lie to you, I very much want Yizhou to be my boyfriend right now. But you said earlier that you and Yezhou were already together, so I gave up on that idea. However, Yizhou is at Beiyang Jiaotong University, and you still chose to go to Shanghai to study at the university despite knowing this news. So it's obvious that you didn't put Yizhou first at all. And I gave up a better school outside the province for Yizhou, and chose North Post University, and will go to college in the same city. And that's the sacrifice I made for Yizhou. After saying that, Chen Shi raised his chin proudly. In fact, her choice of Beiyang Post University had nothing to do with Yizhou at all. Simply not enough grades to enroll in a better school. But, isn't it all up to her to say what the truth is? Anyway, it's a fact that both she and Yizhou's university is in Beiyang, while Lin Shanyue's university is in Shanghai. When the crowd heard Chen Shi also admitted in person that she wanted Yizhou to be her boyfriend, there was once again an uproar. No wonder Chen Shi and Lin Shanyue were so at odds earlier. Dare I say she was fighting over Yizhou. At this party, they already didn't know how many times they had been shocked by Yizhou. First he made 150,000 in a month or so with Xiong Kai. Then schoolgirl Lin admitted that the news of them being together wasn't a rumor. And now Chen Shi admitted in person that she liked Yizhou. Wasn't Yi Chao just a school bully? Why are you taking food now? Chen Shi, are you sick? Does your staying in Beiyang to go to college have anything to do with Yizhou? That's right. If Jiang Ming hadn't said it, before this I'm afraid you wouldn't even know which university Chao went to, right? Xiong Kai and Bai Xianming directly opened their dislike towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi was also not willing to show weakness and gave the two a blank look. What do you know? He said, then looked at Lin Shanyue with a smug expression. Chen Shi felt that this time, Lin Shanyue definitely had no way to retort. She couldn't say that the university was also her family's and that she could change Yizhou's admission result at any time. Could she? However, Lin Shanyue's expression remained clear and cold, her eyes not changing in the slightest. She looked at Chen Shi, then at Jiang Ming, and said in a deep voice, "You guys seem to have misunderstood. I never said that. I was accepted to WAC." Chen Shi and Jiang Ming were startled at the same time and said in unison, "That must be in Shanghai too." However, Lin Shanyue shook her head slightly. "No, you guys are incorrect in saying that I was admitted to Shanghai Jiaotong University, but I was indeed admitted to Jiaotong University. Nothing but." After a pause, Lin Shanyue narrowed her eyes towards Yizhou and smiled. Then her red lips slightly opened. "Only, it's being accepted into the same Beiyang Transportation University as Yezhou. So, we're in the same school." The graduation party ended at 10:30 p.m. One by one, the crowd took cabs and left. Xiong Kai was a little drunk. He called a chauffeur and then greeted Yizhou. "Ah, Chow. I'll go back first. Yizhou, on the other hand, was with the little rich girl, sitting together on Uncle Lee's Maybach parked at the front gate of the banquet center, driving towards Maple Leaf Court. As for Jiang Ming, earlier, after he heard Lin Shanyue say that she had been admitted to the Northern Jiaotong University, he, who was already a bit drunk himself, fell directly to the ground with two black eyes. It ended up being carried home by some boys from their class, and at this moment, the last two figures standing at the entrance of the banquet center were none other than Chen Shi and Su Miaomiao. Su Miaomiao stood still, not daring to breathe. Chen Shi looked at the direction where Yizhou and Lin Shanyue left. His eyes were red and his lips were bitten out of blood. She clenched and unclenched her fists, and a feeling of powerlessness shot up to the sky. Ever since Chen Shi had learned that the school Lin Shanyue had applied to was North Jiaotong University, just like Yizhou, she felt like she was suffocating. Chen Shi murmured as tears welled up in his eyes. "It's true that I didn't like Yizhou before, but I really like him now. Why? Why is it that I come at a bad time?" Chapter 104, a person with a full heart can look at anyone and see that they are almost. The Maybach was traveling on the road, and Yizhou and Lin Shanyue were sitting in the back seat. White wine is not like beer, which is basically a head on the spot. White wine is usually an afterthought. At this moment, Yizhou's face was even redder than at the previous party, which gave the little rich woman sitting next to him a springtime look. Yezhou blushing so cute. I want to squeeze it. Normally, when Yizhou heard Lin Xian use heartfelt words like this, he would definitely have to be so shy that his old face would blush and he would have to find a way to hide it. But now he justifies it. "Anyway, I'm blushing now, and who can tell if I'm so shy that I'm blushing, or if I'm blushing because I'm drunk?" Of course, at this moment, Yizhou was still shocked. When the little rich girl said that she had been accepted into the Beiyang Jiaotong University just now, it not only surprised Jiang Ming and Chen Shi, even more surprised than the two of them was Yizhou himself. When Yi Zhou heard it, his first thought was that the little rich woman was again supporting him in the capacity of a clean and good neighbor. But on second thought, the matter of being accepted by which school was easy to find out, and the odds were that she wouldn't intentionally swindle Chen Shi and Jiang Ming on this. So there is only one possibility. The little rich girl was really accepted by the Beiyang Jiaotong University, and Yi Zhou he was in the same school. Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Shangyue as if he was interrogating a criminal. Didn't you say last time that you applied to Shanghai Jiaotong University? Why are you now accepted by North Jiaotong University? I never said I enrolled in WAC. Lin Shangyue blinked justifiably. In the face of Yi Zhou's scrutinizing tone and expression, she was also not the least bit intimidated, her cool eyes staring straight at Yi Zhou. Seeing the little rich girl behave like this, it was Yi Zhou's turn to froth. Hey! His memory recalled the last conversation he had with Lin Shangyue in Chuanyu. I didn't get a chance to ask before. Which school did you apply to with a score of 696 on the college entrance exam? Is it a school in Shanghai? Also PTU. Shanghai Jiaotong University is quite good. And coincidentally, we are both from Jiaotong University. Ha ha, aha, aha. Come to think of it, all of it. Indeed. The little rich girl didn't even mention that she had enrolled in WAC at the time. The whole process, from the beginning to the end of the Yezhou, he kept mentioning the name of Shanghai Jiaotong University. As a party Lin Shangyue, she was facing Yezhou's inquiry. Just lightly back to the sentence also Jiaotong University, which has long been preconceived Yezhou. Subconsciously think, she mouthed Jiaotong University is Shanghai Jiaotong University. Clearing his thoughts, Yi Zhou's tone was slightly grumbling. Then why didn't you tell me at the time that you actually applied to NCTC? You didn't ask me. You big dummy. You wouldn't have asked yourself. Yi Zhou opened his mouth to say something, but realized that he was indeed not in charge. Eventually just deflated and changed the subject. Your grades were perfectly good enough to be admitted to Shanghai Jiaotong University. Why did you still choose NJTU? Hearing Yi Zhou's words, Lin Shangyue pursed her lips and looked out the car window. Under the night, the light and shadows from the car window intersected on Lin Shangyue's delicate face, but it couldn't illuminate the gloom and the depths of her eyes. When the deceased mother was mentioned, Lin Shangyue, who was usually seldom joyful, her eyes trembled slightly, and there was an imperceptible flash of vulnerability, but it was quickly forced down by her. She clenched her lower lip, biting out a shallow white mark, and her hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her coat, her knuckles whitening from the exertion. Lin Shangyue sat in the corner of the car, her slender fingers casually resting on the edge of the window, her gaze calmly cast towards the scenery flying by outside the window, her posture straight, as if she was an iceberg. Eventually, her vermilion lips opened lightly. I don't like Shanghai and Mom is from Northam. Well, the air in the car seemed to freeze. Lin Xianyue's sadness was deadlocked by her with a high-cool exterior, although it was not obvious, but Yezhou was still sensitive to perceive it. Yezhou paused for a few seconds, wanting to comfort her, but opened his mouth before realizing it. Saying anything pales in comparison, because Yezhou lost not only her mom, but also her dad together when she was growing up, letting outsiders comfort him with whatever words they could. He didn't feel touched. Uncle Li, who was driving, also smelled that the atmosphere had become a bit low, and he coughed lightly and took the initiative. Young Master Yi, it's true that Miss enrolled in North Jiaotong University because of the reason that Mrs. is from Beiyang, but there's another reason. Uncle Li. Lin Shangyue's pretty face suddenly blushed and immediately interrupted Uncle Li, but this instantly aroused Yi Zhou's curiosity, and he hurriedly asked after him, another reason? What is it? Uncle Li, you're not allowed to say anything, or else I'm going to change someone else to be my driver. This time the little rich girl seemed to be in a real hurry. The tone was panicked. As soon as Uncle Li heard that he was going to be replaced, he was so scared that he hurriedly stopped squeaking. Cough cough. Young Master Yi, you heard wrong. I didn't say anything just now. Nonsense. I clearly heard you say there was another reason. Then you must be drunk. Yi Zhou froze, narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Shangyue. Uncle Li was threatened by you did not dare to say. Then you tell me. This time, I'm asking you directly. You can't use the fact that I didn't ask you as an excuse anymore, right? As a result, the little rich girl grunted softly. But this time, I don't want to tell you. The corner of Yi Zhou's eye twitched, and he had a sense of being dumbfounded. But right at that moment, Lin Xianyue's heartbeat rang out. Uncle Li, you bad man. Never let you know again. Paging. Almost let Yezhou know that I stayed at NCTU for him. Yi Zhou's heart trembled as he looked at Lin Xianyue with a complicated expression. In fact, after he had learned the news that Lin Xianyue had enrolled in the Northern Jiaotong University with him, he had already vaguely guessed that the little rich girl had stayed in Beiyang for his sake. He just didn't dare to be sure. Now hearing the little rich girl's heart, that suspicion was finally confirmed. But this made Yi Zhou even more distraught, because since the summer vacation, Lin Shangyue was too proactive. Yi Zhou didn't feel that he had the reciprocal ability and condition to accept her initiative and liking. He spoke with some difficulty. Little rich girl, your father approved of you staying in Northam for college? Of course I don't agree, but he can't control me. Speaking of which, the little rich girl was a little smug. Yi Zhou looked at her side face, both heartbroken and touched. He thought that he would not be able to meet a better being than the little rich girl in the future. With a full heart, you'll look at anyone afterward and come close. An hour later, the car finally stopped in front of Maple Leaf Court. Before getting out of the car, Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes at Uncle Lee. By the way, Uncle Lee, the idea of having manager Wang come in at the right time in the box just now and exposing that banquet center is being owned by the little rich girl's family was actually something you came up with and then allowed the little rich girl to use, right? The flavor is so overpowering. You'd never come up with this operation without reading hundreds of crooked-mouthed Dragon King novels. Yi Zhou didn't think that a character like Lin Shangyue could come up with such an operation. If it were her, it is likely that she would have spoken directly to Chinshur, rather than letting manager Wang act as an intermediary. So it's obvious that this definitely came from Uncle Lee, who reads crooked-mouthed Dragon King novels on a regular basis. As soon as Uncle Lee heard this, the smile on his face froze, but it passed in an instant, and he waved his hand in a hurry. You're joking, young Master Yi. The old man never read any crooked-mouthed Dragon King novels. You must be drunk tonight. Saying that, Uncle Lee didn't move and put away the copy of The First Urban Flunky on his right-hand side. A cold sweat crossed the back of his neck in passing. Chapter 105 Unlocking New Positions with a Rich Little Woman. After Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue got off the car, Uncle Lee followed. He said to Lin Shangyue, Miss, before we boarded the plane today, I had already greeted the servants of this side of the estate and asked them to clean Maple Leaf Court in advance. Well, Lin Shangyue answered, then looked towards the convenience store at the entrance of the neighborhood. Yi Zhou, I'm going to buy something. Okay, I'll wait. Yi Zhou had wanted to accompany the little rich girl, but he reacted extremely quickly. It's the beginning of the month now, the little rich girl's physiological period, and it's just a few days. She had just rushed back from Shanghai and obviously hadn't prepared much, and she did have to buy some of these daily necessities. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou also suddenly reacted to many details that he hadn't noticed before. It seemed that since the end of the college entrance exam, Lin Shangyue had planned to stay in Bayan. Why else would she have chosen to enroll in a driving school in Bayan? There was also the fact that she had gone back to Shanghai, and the house in the Maple Leaf Court neighborhood hadn't been retired. But wherever Yi Zhou carefully pondered over these at the time, he could perceive that in fact Lin Shangyue had not stayed in Shanghai at all. At this time, Lin Shangyue happened to be absent, and Yi Zhou looked at Uncle Lee beside him. Uncle Lee, isn't it true that a long time ago, the little rich girl wanted to stay in Bayan, and going back to Shanghai was actually just going back for a visit? Yes, young Master Yi. Uncle Lee didn't hide anything and answered directly. Yi Chao nodded, and inquired tentatively again. Uncle Lee, so she's going to college in Bayan, and her father agrees? It is true that at first his lordship did not agree, and was particularly angry at the fact that the young lady was going to college in Northam. Yi Zhou frowned. Then it was compromised later? Speaking of this, Uncle Lee looked at the direction of the convenience store that Lin Shangyue had gone to, and there was more heartache on his somewhat aged face. He sighed softly before rejoining. To be precise, in the end, it wasn't the lord who compromised with the young lady. In fact, it wasn't her stubbornness that impressed the old master that the young lady was able to come to the Northern Jiaotong University as she wished. It's because the old master's temper is even more stubborn than the young lady's, and he's never been one to say anything. According to the old master's character, he would never give in on the matter of the young lady's choice of university. But the twist lies in the fact that the second mistress is pregnant, and the old master's center of gravity had to be moved to Shanghai. And the second mistress, Miss and the second mistress aren't on very good terms, and the second mistress has always wanted Miss to stay away from Shanghai. So this time when the young lady wanted to stay in Bayan, she was very happy when the second mistress knew about it. So the second mistress personally went to talk to the old master about this matter. On the surface with the master that the young lady has grown up, should have their own freedom. In fact, in the end let the young lady to come to Bayan. Or because the second wife Uncle Lee suddenly paused when he said this, his serious expression swept away. Once again, he faced Yi Zhou with the same iconic smile of yesteryear. Young Master Yi, you're a smart man. Old me still has to eat at the Lin family, so I won't talk too much. Or because the little rich girl's stepmother wants her own biological child to inherit the Lin family business. Yi Chao spoke up unapologetically. While this was happening, Lin Shangyue had walked out of the convenience store carrying a black plastic bag. Uncle Lee's face was unchanged and he said with a smile, what young Master Yi says is what he says. Old me knows nothing. Young Master Yi. I'll leave first. Anyway, you must be good to the young lady. Definitely. After saying that, Uncle Lee got into the Maybach and left in a quiet manner. And Lin Shangyue also returned to Yi Zhou's side and said crisply, "Let's go, Yi Zhou. It's been a long time since I've been back to Maple Leaf Court." Aha! After knowing Lin Shangyue's motivation behind staying in Bayan to attend college, and everything she had gone through, Yi Zhou raised his eyes to look at her again, and his heart had already been filled with all kinds of tenderness. The graduation party is August 10th and the start of classes at NCTC is August 15th. So for the next few days, Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue lived a few more days of shameless, but clean and good neighborly life. In the morning, Uncle Lee took Lin Shangyue to practice. In the afternoon the two of them sit at home and can play trivia games. And, in the past few days, Ye Zhou finally taught the little rich girl to learn a new posture. New game to be exact, Shinigami vs Naruto. The day before school starts, the morning should be the time to go to practice. But Lin Shangyue said she didn't want to go to practice this morning. "Uncle Lee, I don't want to go to practice today. But miss, after practicing today you'll be able to take subject 3. But I just don't want to go today. Coach Chang is a bad guy." Lin Shangyue pouted and looked puffed up as she brought up her driving school instructor, Chang Maoyun. Hearing this, Uncle Lee's face changed and his tone turned a bit cold. "Miss, Chang Maoyun had a bad attitude when he taught you how to drive? I'm going to contact the principal of the driving school." Uncle Lee has already begun to calculate to let the principal of the Spring Wind Driving School dismiss this Chang Maoyun. When he enrolled his young lady in driving school, he had specifically instructed him to be nice to her. Now what does Chang Maoyun do? Uncle Lee's eyes lit up with bearish anger. Facing Uncle Lee's inquiry, Lin Shangyue nodded heavily. "Yes, Uncle Lee. When Coach Chang teaches me to drive, he's always shifty." "Ha? Like what?" "For example, I obviously had a bad start, but he said I had a solid start, and I stalled the car, and he said I was the most talented trainee he'd ever seen. So he's just yin-yanging me." The ball of anger that had just sprouted in Uncle Lee's heart towards Chang Maoyun was instantly doused. Well, Coach Chang is not having a bad attitude. It's that the attitude is a little too good. So much so that it makes the young lady think that Coach Chang is yin-yang her up. While Uncle Lee was deliberating on how to explain this matter to Lin Shangyue, Yi Zhou, who lived in 1001, suddenly pushed open the door. He was carrying already packed garbage in his hand, apparently intending to leave it at the door and take it with him the next time he went out. As a result, his expression was surprised when he saw Lin Shangyue and Uncle Lee standing in the hallway. "Hey, Uncle Lee, little neighbor, why are you still here? Why didn't you go to driving school today?" Seeing Yi Zhou, Uncle Lee let out a bitter smile. "Young Master Yi, Miss said that the driving school instructor is eccentric, so she doesn't want to go to practice today. This is simple. Uncle Lee, today you teach the little neighbor is not on the line. Your skills are certainly not worse than the driving school instructor." Upon hearing this, Uncle Lee was slightly stunned, then murmured with some excitement, "Is the old man also qualified to teach the lady car skills?" But after Lin Shangyue heard this, she shook her head with great dissatisfaction, then looked at Ye Zhou with some eagerness. "If it's Ye Zhou who's going to be my coach today, then I'll go to practice." Ye Zhou said this plot, he seems to have seen in some this page is risky, but insist on visiting website Chapter 106, False Muscles. At Lin Shangyue's strong request, today acted as her coach for the day. Of course, according to the rules, Ye Zhou was not qualified to be a coach and teach Lin Shangyue, but after Uncle Lee moved out of the Lin house, guess what? Hey, this driving school rule, it's gone. That, in a nutshell, is money power. Ye Zhou sat in the co-pilot's seat and softly said to Lin Shangyue, "Fasten your seat belt first, then adjust your seat to your most comfortable position." "Aha, why are you so serious? I'm a good driver, just a little nervous when it's crowded, but I'm pretty good at these simple basics." Listening to the little rich girl's heart, Ye Zhou smiled and didn't believe a bit, because before getting on the bus, he had already inquired with Uncle Lee and little rich girl's original coach, Chang Maoyun. The little rich girl's car skills are all over the place, so for safety reasons, the driving school purposely left one of the routes they usually use to practice empty, and this morning there will only be Lin Shangyue, a driving school car, practicing on this route. Soon, under Ye Zhou's step-by-step teaching, Lin Shangyue started the car and successfully drove onto the practice route. Ye Zhou faintly said, "Tread lightly on the gas and give it a little acceleration." Lin Shangyue held the steering wheel with her arms a little stiffly, and carefully said, "Enough, fast enough, you still want to accelerate? Do you see the snail by the flower bed outside the window? It's about to overtake our car." Well, Lin Shangyue was stunned and hurriedly stepped on the gas. Next, the car stayed on the road again at about 30 and completed the first event. Straight line acceleration. After the straight line acceleration section, The first traffic light came. Before Yi Zhou could say anything, Lin Shanyue very skillfully hung the neutral gear and stepped on the brake, and then pulled up the handbrake after stopping, though she didn't say a word, in a complacent heartfelt kookaburra drifting toward Yi Chao's ears. Yeah Chao, I'm awesome. Right, come on, compliment me. Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes and brewed the words to compliment her for a few seconds. Just as he was about to open his mouth, the red light had turned green, but Lin Shanyue had absolutely no intention of starting. Then just like that, 20 seconds later, the green light turned red again, and Lin Shanyue was still sitting there calmly. This instantly made Yi Zhou's quip that was on the edge of his mouth give a hard swallow. He looked dazedly at the little rich girl, who also looked at him with big, watery, puzzled eyes. It's true, people do laugh out loud when they are extremely speechless. Ye Zhou laughed helplessly. Little rich girl, you won't go when the red light is on, then you won't go when the green and yellow lights are on. What, is there no color you like? The little rich girl instantly reacted, her pretty face instantly turning red. She hurriedly released the handbrake and put it in first gear to lift the clutch, then pressed lightly on the gas to start. I ended up trying out the car again because I was too nervous. This set of operations, so that waiting behind the car finally could not resist, honked beep 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 horn. Suddenly in the middle of the road stalled, and behind the constant sound of the horn, which makes the original still calm little rich girl instantly anxious. Her high-strung expression was swept away and she was filled with anxiety. Ye Zhou, what should we do? It's okay, don't pay any attention to them, just put it back in neutral and then restart the ignition and follow the normal starting steps next. But the cars behind her kept honking their horns, which made the little rich girl dizzy with anxiety. Yi Zhou, where is the block? I can't find where the block is. Where is the party? The party is in my heart. The party is in everyone's heart. Yi Zhou laughed bitterly twice. He also realized that all those honking horns behind him were making the little rich girl too anxious. So helplessly, he reached over and turned on the windshield wipers and dual flashers, and honked the horn 2 more times in a haphazard, rhythmless manner. This operation down. The car behind the real honest, no longer honking to urge. Lin Shanyue was filled with surprise. Yi Zhou, is this car talk between veteran drivers? When you did that, they really didn't honk. Car talk? Sort of. The corner of Yi Zhou's mouth pulled, thinking that this set of actions down is to let those drivers behind you know that you are a novice female driver. If they honk the horn a little longer, you're afraid you'll accidentally put it in reverse gear later and hit the back of the car with your foot on the gas. They don't get it. They're scared. After practicing with Lin Shanyue to get into the car in the morning, Yi Zhou's whole body was bad. After coming out of the driving school, Yi Zhou looked at Lin Shanyue with a serious face. Promise me, little neighbor, that you won't drive in the future, okay? Please don't put Uncle Li out of work. Ye Zhou, you're a bad person. Lin Shanyue huffed and glared at Yi Zhou, turned around and left. Yi Zhou shook his head helplessly and followed. The afternoon sunlight poured down on the street, and the silhouettes of the 2 men were stretched out. But Ye Zhou has also been accustomed to the behavior of the little rich woman randomly issued good guy card and bad guy card, more or less a little cute. Afternoon, Yi Zhou and the little rich girl, and shouted at Xiong Kai to go to the mall to shop together. I bought a few things that I would need for school starting tomorrow, and then chose a Korean barbecue for dinner in the evening. Because this Korean barbecue is new and has a hot promotional video on Jitterbug, it led to quite a line of people at the door. When they were about to line up to Yi Zhou and his team, suddenly 2 men with a long body of tendon meat and muscle mass so big that it was abstract, inserted Yi Zhou and his team. Seeing this scene, Xiong Kai was instantly displeased. He went forward and was about to argue with those 2, but it was stopped by Ye Zhou. Forget it, Xiong Kai. Let them have a table. We'll just wait a few more minutes. Those 2 muscles are big and scary, and if you listen to the tone of voice they spoke to the waiter, it's obvious that they're not good people. There's no need to start a conflict with them. Xiong Kai was full of disbelief. Their kind is false muscle. Looks solid. Actually, Xiong Kai hadn't finished speaking when the 2 men inadvertently looked back at him, which gave Xiong Kai a fright that made him shrink his neck in a hurry. But still mouthy. They kind of are fake muscles that look strong, but really don't do much. Let's say, I went one-on-one with one of them, and he punched me in the face, and I'm dead, but I'm still not convinced. I'm almost at LV4, so I'll be able to illustrate in the article, and you guys are always yelling picture it, so I'll be able to send it out at LV4. So the righteous fathers put in their best efforts. Those who have money give a money show, and those who don't look at a small ad for a small free gift. Then for this month, Onoko will keep 3 shifts every day. Chapter 107, You and I Were Never Family. Summer in August. Northam is hot as an invisible beast. The sun hangs high in the sky like a huge ball of fire, unleashing its heat with impunity. The air was filled with rolling waves of heat, and it was as if you could feel the flames burning with every breath. August 15, the day the freshmen at NCTC started school. Yizhou dragged his suitcase out of the unit building and looked up at the sky hanging in a pang of frustration. This weather to start school, the day after the military training. This Trigger Ultraman come over all have to score minutes to light up the red light. 5 minutes later, Xiong Kai drove his old man's black Santana parked in front of the Maple Leaf Court neighborhood. He rolled down the window and waved at Yezhou, who was standing on the side of the road. Chow, this way. Gee, you were willing to take your dad's Mercedes out to the graduation party the other day. And today you're driving me to school in this old dad's car? Don't mention it. I drank too much that day. The chauffeur sent me back on the way. I accidentally threw up. A car full of smell. The next day I woke up and almost didn't get a leg removed by my old man. Xiong Kai's face was a puddle of anguish at the mention of it. Immediately after that, he got out of the car intending to help Yizhou put the luggage he was going to bring to the university into the trunk. Hey, I didn't realize that KU starts 2 days later than Jiaotong University. I'm in a hurry. I am now especially curious about what college student life is like. College students. Live pretty well. Xiong Kai froze, not quite sure. Chow. Are you talking about living well, or living well? All good. Yezhou smiled meaningfully. Just as he was about to lift his luggage, the familiar Maybach S680 also stopped at the entrance of the Maple Leaf Court neighborhood. Uncle Lee quickly came down from above and greeted Yizhou and Xiong Kai when he saw them, followed by, "Young Master Yi, you guys are going to report to school, right? Miss just said for me to take you to school together, so I won't bother Mr. Xiong." Yizhou's eyes narrowed and immediately looked in the direction of the little rich girl's balcony. As expected, the moment he turned around, he saw a figure running away from the balcony with a whoosh. Apparently he was seen by the little rich girl while he was waiting downstairs for Xiong Kai. In fact, at first, Yizhou was planning to report to school with the little rich girl, but his own things are a bit much. To trouble Uncle Lee is really a bit embarrassed. Simply let Xiong Kai send him to school. Right now, though, it seemed impossible to leave. With a kind smile on his face, Uncle Lee took Yizhou's luggage and put it in the trunk, then told Xiong Kai, "Student Xiong, just leave young Master Yi to me, so I won't trouble you to make a trip." Xiong Kai deflated with dissatisfaction. "Uncle Lee, you call Yizhou young master all day long, calling me as a classmate. I look more like a young master, right?" You're right, Mr. Bear. 6. The corner of Xiong Kai's mouth twitched, then he let out a sigh. "That's fine. Chow, I won't bother you and schoolgirl Lin. I just have time to go and find Mubai to play a couple of games. This kid is going to start school tomorrow as well." Then Xiong Kai drove into the Santana and disappeared from Yizhou's sight. Not long after, Yizhou saw Lin Shanyue walking towards him in style from the small area. Today, Lin Shanyue was wearing gray short sleeves and her pants were a tight black short skirt, showing off her exquisite petite body to the fullest. She was followed by 2 bodyguards in black sunglasses and black suits who helped her drag her suitcase. The internet was right. The gray shows up big. Ugh. Sometimes I really hate myself for turning on self-sight. Yizhou stared at the little rich girl for several seconds until she approached before reluctantly moving his eyes away. Uncle Lee opened the trunk and said to the 2 bodyguards who were following Lin Shanyue, "Aaron and Tiger, put Missy's luggage inside, and later you 2 will drive the other car to Missy's school by yourself." "Okay, Uncle Lee." When she told the 2 bodyguards, "Ah Long and Ah Hu," to put their luggage in the trunk, Lin Shanyue stood playfully beside Yizhou. Her eyes lit up and she looked very happy. "I'm going to college with Yizhou." Yezhou laughed out loud as well. Speaking of which, life seemed to have gotten a little dreamier from the moment Lin Shanyue moved next door to his house. Just as Yizhou was about to open his mouth to say something, 2 figures that made Yizhou extremely disgusted came this way from the opposite side of the road. Yizhou's brows furrowed together when he saw those 2. It's Zhao Lan and Chen Mo. Zhao Lan's face also showed surprise when she saw Yizhou at the entrance of the neighborhood. She quickened her pace and walked over to Yizhou and Lin Shanyue, changing her usual spiteful and acidic attitude. Her face was full of smiles. "Chow, are you getting ready to report to college?" With Zhao Lan, Yizhou did not give a good face at all. He just cold-faced him, and then did not say anything. This caused Zhou Lang to live a little awkwardly, but she smiled anyway. "Since the last time in the court, Auntie hasn't seen you since. Guess you are busy. Also has not come to see you. Today this is not coincidental. Then Aunt and Chen Mo together to send you to school? It's a good idea to go to the dormitory and help you make your mattress." "No, I'll lay it myself." That's also true. Xiaozhou, you are so big now. That's okay, we'll accompany you. We can also help you with your luggage and stuff." And Zhao Lan still refused to give up. But Yizhou long ago did not want to have any involvement with Zhao Lan's family, and also knew what Zhao Lan came to him at this time for. So, he directly interrupted Zhao Lan and said expressionlessly, Auntie Zhao, after I came out of the last court, I don't have any relationship with your family anymore. You don't have to get close to me now. I know what you're playing at. There are still a few days left before the last compensation is due. So just put the compensation on my bank card on time and on schedule. It doesn't matter if you don't fight. The courts will enforce it then anyway. If you don't have anything else to do, please move over. I'm going to school. Zhou, Auntie Zhou? Zhao Lan's entire body froze. Yi Zhou called her auntie? After reacting, Zhao Lan's face instantly became exceptionally ugly. She didn't expect Yi Zhou's attitude towards her now to leave no mercy at all. Yi Zhou, even if it's no longer the case, you should still call me aunt. Isn't calling me aunt a bit too much? Yi Zhou laughed instead of being angry. Auntie Zhao, have you forgotten the words you often hung on to when I was a child? If there was a chance, you killed yourself to be my aunt and have anything to do with me. Now the opportunity has come. We can immediately do the formalities of severing our relationship. And from now on we have nothing to do with each other. Which is what you want, right? Zhao Lan's body trembled from Yi Zhou's anger. She choked half a dozen times before glaring. Okay, count on you kid to be tough. But now no matter what, you still have to call me an aunt. We are still a family. Our family has already compensated you 100,000 yuan. The remaining 150,000 yuan. For the sake of us being a family, you should accept it as it is. Is it hard to believe that you really want to ask us for the whole 250,000? Yi Zhou's tone was nonchalant. There was a time when I did think of you guys as family, but you guys never thought of me as family. So I'm sorry, I was never family with you guys. Besides, why can't I ask you for the whole 250,000 dollars? This is what the court has decided. You can always appeal if you have any objections. I'll be there to the end. Chapter 108, Heart Higher Than the Sky. Life Cheaper Than a Dog. Zhao Lan was completely confused. She brought Chen Mo along with her today in order to brush up her favor in front of Yi Zhou, and then on the sidelines, let Yi Zhou save the remaining 150,000 in compensation. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhou had seen through her small mind at a glance and did not give her any mercy. Seeing that Yi Zhou didn't give her a chance at all, Zhao Lan simply gave up on coming softly and started playing rogue again. Since the last lawsuit, no lawyer in the whole of Bayan dares to take our commission. There's no way to appeal. You white-eyed wolves don't show us any mercy, so I'll tear my face off with you today as well. If you have to make us pay compensation, then I'll just stick around in front of your house today and not leave. It doesn't matter if you call the police. They'll take me away for 24 hours tops anyway, and as long as I'm out I'll continue to linger on your doorstep. Ye Zhou narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, a second face. He hadn't misjudged Zhao Lan at all. The dog simply couldn't change its ways. Yi Zhou had a disinterested look on his face. Whatever. You can cheat if you like. Anyway, I'm going to college. I'll only be back for summer and winter vacations, so I can't see you cheating here. You. Zhao Lan choked once again and stared blankly, unable to speak. At this time, Chen Mo beside her saw that his old mom was disliked and had no words. He said nonchalantly, Yi Zhou, how do you talk to my mom? Believe it or not I. What? You want to fight me? Yi Zhou's eyes narrowed and he took a step forward with his chest out. Although he wasn't as strong as Xiong Kai's looks, he could still easily hold his own against Chen Mo. Chen Mo belongs to the kind of internet-addicted teenager, 1 meter 6 or so tall, with a thin body, not as tall as Lin Shangyue. Yi Zhou stood forward, scaring Chen Mo back a step. Seeing him in this abject state, Yi Zhou directly laughed. Chen Mo, you really do have a heart higher than the sky and a life cheaper than a dog. You want to learn from others to put on airs and graces. Pull back while you still can. I can make you cry with one punch. Do you really think I was a soft touch when you bullied me as a child? That's entirely because for crying out loud, my living expenses were all in your parents' hands back then, or else I'd have given you a good thrashing with this beaten up look. Yi Zhou, you. Chen Mo was taken aback. He completely did not expect that Yi Zhou, whom he had bullied since childhood, would now dare to talk to him like this. Because of the childhood bullying Yi Zhou, so that makes Chen Mo think, Yi Zhou is a soft persimmon, now also bully their own mom. If he personally out, Yi Zhou must be goat. As a result, he didn't expect that Yi Zhou wasn't afraid of him at all. Zhao Lan saw that Chen Mo wasn't half effective either, and she looked around the room. The girl called Lin Shangyue was found to be next to her. Zhao Lan clearly remembered that this girl had been quite nice to her before, and it was obvious that this girl didn't want to embarrass Yi Zhou too much. Thinking of this, her eyes rolled back and she pinned her hopes on Lin Shangyue. Girl, look at this. Look at Yi Zhou's disrespectful attitude towards elders. If Auntie is right, you should like Yi Zhou, right? You just need to help Auntie convince Yi Zhou. Auntie raises her hands in favor of you being together. Don't you want to be blessed by Yi Zhou's family for your relationship? However, this time, Lin Shangyue also had a cold face. Ye Zhou and we don't need your blessings. After saying that, he pulled on Yi Zhou's hand and then said to Uncle Li, Uncle Li, let's go. Zhao Lan froze. Seeing that Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue were about to leave, she hurriedly reached out to pull Lin Shangyue. But in the next second, the two bodyguards, Ah Long and Ah Hu, stepped forward and blocked in front of Lin Shangyue. Zhao Lan was taken aback by the two tall bodyguards. You, what are you doing? Don't do anything, but you're not allowed to touch my young lady and young Master Yi, or else I'll make sure that you won't be able to leave from here today. Facing Zhao Lan, Uncle Li's face was no longer the perennial smile that usually hangs on his face, and he stared at Zhao Lan with a very cold face. Seeing their own mom was bluffed, more than 6 meters Chen Mo in a fit of anger, picking up the roadside bricks to do it. As a result, in the next second, he was directly locked in a throat lock by the bodyguard called Aaron. Chen Mo was instantly strangled with a reddish color. He was about to lose his breath, and the brick in his hand was snatched away by the bodyguard and thrown away. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhou kindly reminded, I advise the two of you not to disgrace yourselves here. These two are trained bodyguards. It doesn't matter if you play tricks with me, but if you play tricks with the Lin family's eldest miss, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a bit. Bail. Bodyguard? Zhao Lan looked at Ah Long and Ah Hu in surprise, and then at Lin Shangyue. She suddenly realized that the identity of Yi Zhou's little neighbor was not simple at all. How can an ordinary person out there have a bodyguard? At this time, Uncle Li smiled at Lin Shangyue and Yi Zhou and whispered, Miss, young Master Yi, let's get in the car. Ah Long and Ah Hu are here and we'll take care of them. Aha! Lin Shangyue gently nodded her head, then pulled Yi Zhou's hand into the car. Uncle Li instructed Ah Long and Ah Hu a few times, then drove Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue to North Jiaodong University. Only when the Maybach was far away did Ah Long and Ah Hu let go of Chen Mo, giving him and Zhao Lan a warning look before driving off in another car on the side of the road. Chen Mo coughed violently a few times, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Mom, what's going on here? That car just now. It must cost several $1 million. And the girl with that loser, how come there's a bodyguard? I was almost strangled to death just now. Zhao Lan's expression was also as ugly as eating. She was silent for most of the day as she looked in the direction the Maybach had left. Previously, Zhao Lan still couldn't figure out how Yi Zhou had the virtue and ability to have the ability to make the entire Bayan lawyers not accept their family's commission. Now she finally figured it out. Going out with bodyguards and driving a multi-million-dollar limousine, making the entire Bayan lawyers not accept her commission was not a difficult task at all. Chen Mo saw that his mother didn't answer for half a day and got a little anxious. Mom, say something. Zhao Lan gulped, her intestines repenting when she recalled how their family had once treated Yi Zhou. If she could have predicted that Yi Zhou would be able to get to this point nowadays, she would have to act like a good aunt even if she was pretending. But it's too late to say anything now. Zhao Lan spoke with difficulty. Go back and prepare the money. I'm afraid this time, we really have to pay out $250,000 to Yi Zhou without any difference. Chapter 109, I'm not good at much, but my neighbor is good at legs. Young Master Yi, if you're not willing to step in on your side, you can just leave Zhao Lan's side to me from now on. I'll help you out. Uncle Li, who was driving the car, turned around and spoke to Yi Zhou seriously. Yi Zhou froze and waved his hand to refuse. It's okay, Uncle Li, they can't embarrass me. But then again, how do you know her name? Ah, this one. Ahahaha, I guessed. Yi Zhou didn't believe it. He narrowed his eyes at Lin Shangyue. Just now Zhao Lan said that no one in the whole of Bayan dares to take her commissions anymore. It's your work again, isn't it? I didn't. Lin Shanyue's eyes drifted to the window, choosing to play dumb again. Uncle Li, you don't have your bonus this month. Yi Zhou didn't ask much, but just looked at Lin Shanyue very seriously. Thank you. No one has ever been this nice to me in all these years except Kumkai and his parents. I've always felt that time is a giant band-aid and I can carry myself through it any way I want. Yi Zhou's serious tone made Lin Shanyue a little surprised. She pursed her lips before whispering, I didn't do anything either. Idiot. I'm a band-aid that's bigger and bigger than time. 1 hour later, the Maybach stopped at the entrance of NCTU. Young Master Yi, I'm going to send Miss in. Do you need me to send you downstairs to the boys' dormitory first? No. We have to check in with the counselor for a bit and then go to the dorms later. Yi Zhou hurriedly waved his hand. At the same time, as if he had just remembered something, he looked at Lin Shanyue. I almost forgot to ask. What program are you in? Finance major. Yi Zhou's brows furrowed. I asked which major you have. I didn't ask you to say my major. The little rich girl blinked and nuzzled her disgruntled mouth. Mine is my specialty. Yi Zhou's mouth was open, his expression very unbelievable. He froze for several seconds before he was surprised. You're in finance too? Yes. We are worthy of being neighbors. Ah, even enrolled in a major. Too coincidental. He. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Looking at the little rich woman's serious appearance, the corner of Yi Zhou's mouth pulled. Coincidence my ass. Definitely again at that time in Xiong Kai in the Sichuan and Chongqing internet cafe to fill out the volunteer. Was Xiong Kai this betrayal of brothers to sell the finished calf thing? Okay. I'll take that as a coincidence. That dog Xiong Kai is almost in your shape. Yi Zhou muttered. Then said, so what class are you in? Don't tell me that you're in class 1 like me. I'm in class 2. Good. Then I'll go ahead and check in. And I'll find you when I'm done packing. Good. Lin Shanhua smiled faintly at Yi Zhou, her eyes soft. Yi Zhou then got down from the Maybach, dragging his suitcase towards the place where finance class 1 reported for duty. Maybach parked in front of the school has long attracted the attention of many new students, and in front of the school to welcome the new students, they kept staring at the Maybach, trying to see which young master had come to the university to experience life again. So when Yi Zhou got off the bus, many people sighed and then discussed in low voices, worthy of being the young master of a rich family. Look at this temperament, all different from our ordinary people. This young master is a little bit handsome. I don't know how many buildings their family donated to the school to get a place in our school. What are you talking about? Can't people, young masters, just get in on their own merit? Based on this young master's temperament, his family's assets are definitely at the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions level. There's no mistaking it. I'll never be wrong. Yi Zhou heard these whispered discussions and grinned from ear to ear. He is just a ride, but he has been rumored to be a young master by these people. And there's absolutely no mistaking it? You've got it all wrong. I don't look like a rich kid. After seeing Yi Zhou leave, Uncle Li also drove the Maybach slowly into the school. He smiled and said to Lin Shanhua, Miss, at that time, you obviously could have been in the same class as young Master Yi. Why did you purposely choose another class? Already in the same major as Yi Zhou. Picking another class seems too deliberate. Can't let him think I'm doing it on purpose. Lin Shanhua pursed her lips and spoke with little emotion. Uncle Li froze and subconsciously said, but miss, you and young Master Yi are in the same major. This is already very deliberate. Young Master Yi definitely sees it. So what does it matter if you pick a class? Lin Shanhua's expression froze. After a few seconds, she said quietly, Uncle Li, you won't get your bonus next month either. Uncle Li was a little confused. Why is next month's bonus also gone? When was this month's bonus deducted? Yezhou according to the notice, as well as a few days before the counselor to call one by one to inform the registration location. After completing the enrollment formalities and planning to drag his suitcase to the boys' dormitory building, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd of people coming and going. But as the crowd pushed in, the figure was soon nowhere to be found. Yi Zhou raised his eyebrows and muttered, it can't be that coincidental. Why is she here? Yi Zhou didn't think much about it and dragged his suitcase to the 4th floor of the second boys' dormitory building. 415. All dormitories at NJCU are quadruple occupancy, and only graduate student dormitories are double or single occupancy. When Yi Zhou pushed the door into 415, he found that the other 3 roommates in the dormitory had arrived long ago. The 3 were gathered in a pile, and it seemed to be just about time for introductions. The 3 saw Yi Zhou come in and smiled happily. Yo, the last dude is here too. Just in time. It's all set. The black-framed glasses wearing, literate-looking boy finished and took the lead in the introductions. My name is Feng Yi. I'm from Yan'an. I love to play League of Legends, and I'm also Thief 6. Sitting on the opposite side of Feng Yi, a boy about the same height as Yi Zhou is called Niudaxing, a native of Guangxi, with a heavy accent, which reminds a few people of the phrase table pot. I'm coming out on Jitterbug when he opens his mouth, and he said that in the future, if he ate snail powder in the dormitory, his brothers must not mind. The last one, a boy with a head of blonde curly hair, with the awesome name of Gaofu Shuai, introduced himself by saying that he was from Shaanxi and his father was a coal boss. When it's Yi Zhou's turn, Feng Yi tells him to say something about his specialties and not to introduce his name in a dry manner. So, Yi Zhou brewed up his introductory words for a while and then opened his mouth. My name is Yi Chao, the leaf of the tree, the Chao of the oasis, and I'm a native of Bayan. I don't have a lot of specialties, but I do have a neighborhood lake specialty. Chapter 110, Messages from Past Seniors. My name is Yi Chao, the leaf of the tree, the Chao of the oasis, and I'm a native of Bayan. I don't have a lot of specialties, but I do have a neighborhood lake specialty. Yi Zhou thought about it and didn't think he had any specialties. If placed in high school, he could indeed make the statement that being a good student is my specialty. But now it's at NJTU. Who can get in here that doesn't study well? There are schoolboys all over the place here. So Yejo said the classic specialty, my neighbor has long legs. Having a neighbor with long legs is a specialty, right? However, Feng Yi, Niu Dixing, and Gao Fu Shui were stunned at the same time after hearing this, then looked at Yizhou with strange expressions. No dude, that's a specialty? Yizhou touched his nose and said with a sarcastic smile, ahem, how can it not be counted? Tell me, do you guys have any neighbors with extra long legs? Hiss, kind of makes sense. My old cow's neighbor is a big lady and her kids don't have long legs. Niu Dixing cupped his chin and nodded his head, his eyes filled with the clarity unique to college students. Due to Niu Daxing's distinctive accent and the fact that he referred to himself as my old Niu, several people couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere of the originally unfamiliar dormitory of 4 became lively. Phony also obediently pulled a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and began handing them out to the other 3. To Yizhou's surprise, besides him, the other Niu Dixing and Gao Fu Shui even smoked. Well, gonna have to smoke second-hand hard for the next 4 years. When Phony finished dispersing the smoke, Gao Fu Shui cleared his throat and backhandedly took out a bottle of flying mitai from his suitcase, then said in all seriousness, ahem, I drove over from Shaanxi, and before I left my milk was afraid I'd be thirsty on the road, so she brought me a bottle of beer to drink on the way. My milk does not understand these well. I told her that driving cannot drink beer. My milk backhanded to me to take a bottle of white. The old man does not understand. I cannot refuse. Simply put in the trunk of my Mercedes-Benz. Bring the school. It looked like Gao Fu Shui was sad and complaining to Yizhou and the 3 of them about his grandmother, but in reality, all 3 people could see that he was deliberately pretending. A bottle of flying mitai more than 3,000. Said to take out? Obviously Hai Fu Shui want to sit on the fact that his father is a coal boss. Afraid of Yizhou they do not believe. Phony pushed down the frames of the glasses on the bridge of his nose and let out a teasing laugh. Your grandmother is really scary. You drive and she still dares to let you drink. Your grandmother is afraid that she is not thinking. Xiaogawa, I have seen your mom, but you have not seen my mom, right? Drive and drink this bottle of wine and you'll be able to see it. Yizhou and Niu Dixing laughed out. Fengyi's mouth is so alive. Immediately after, Yizhou also flirted with a sentence. Indeed, your milk must also be thinking. The police do not allow you to drink. Grandma let you drink. Your milk really love you ah. Hearing the 2 of them flirting, Gao Fu Shui was a bit embarrassed. He also realized that he seemed to be playing this pussy a little too hard to get, so he hastily changed the subject. My grandmother does love me. Anyway, brothers, let's go to the night market and jerk off together. The 4 of us will settle this batch of Mao Tai. Okay, it's just that we all meet on the first stage. Have a drink and we'll all be familiar with each other and promote our feelings. My old ox has a good capacity for alcohol, Niu Dixing said naively. Afterwards, the 4 of them began to make bedding covers and also cleaned up the dormitory, which had not been occupied for a long time. In the locker, the 4 also found a notepad note left by the former senior. All 4 of them came over at the same time, curious to read the words on the note. Newly moved into 415 underclassmen, please remember. The next words are 415 past seniors' personal experience summarized experience. The next 4 years must be remembered. Remembered. Love people first, love themselves. Don't save money for women. Then eat noodles in the dormitory every month. Have extra money to buy gifts for your mom. No matter what you buy, she will say she likes it. Remember, love you mom. Evil people still need evil people to grind. Green tea still needs scum to fold. A licking dog does not deserve to live in the world. And a warm man is better than a pile of. You and her are like 2 parallel lines that will never intersect. When you realize that with her, you are only a supporting role rather than the protagonist. Then please stop in time. Because the role of the supporting role is only to carry on. The 4 of them fell silent after reading the words on the dozen or so post-it notes. In the middle of the day, Phony broke the silence. The senior who wrote these post-it notes was hurt by a girl. What kind of hurt was he? Before I came to college, I was thinking about having a sweet relationship. Not as dramatic as the note, right? It always feels like these seniors have demonized girls after being hurt themselves. Yizhou deflated his mouth and looked at Phony to say something. Phony was still too young. It's true that not all girls are abstract, but it's still true that T0 exists, such as Chen Shi and Su Miao Miao. It's just against the grain. When Yizhou 4 people, the entire 415 dormitory is cleaned up. They sat down in their chairs and began to make small talk. However, since they had just met not long ago, the 4 of them were still not that familiar with each other when all was said and done. So when we talk, everyone has the same feeling of putting up a front and then talking nonsense in a serious manner. Like Niu Daxing and Feng Yi, both said they wanted to study hard and strive for graduate school and a doctorate in academic studies. Gao Fu Shui, on the other hand, shook off his yellow hair and was silent for 2 seconds, also stating that he wanted to study hard, but it was obvious that this was not what he had in mind. In response, Yi Zhou laughed. We're all in college now, so don't be so formal. Brothers, be normal and talk about things you should talk about in the boys' dorm, even though this is Jiaotan University, where the schoolboys gather. But he didn't believe it. How was it possible to study and learn for so many years and still struggle so aggressively when he got to college? Maybe there was, but definitely not Feng Yi and the three of them. These three guys, they don't look like the good student type. As expected, after Yi Zhou said this, the other three fell silent. After a while, Feng Yi silently said, well, actually I come to college to do only 3 things. Chatting with my schoolmates, falling in love, and going on king. Ahem. Me too. Niu Dixing blushed. Yi Zhou listened and whispered BB in his heart. Chatting with schoolmates, falling in love, and getting on the king. Isn't that just one thing? Oh, and what Von I said about the upper king may not be what he said about the upper king. Also, high-paying marshals don't pretend anymore. He grinned and said in a very pretentious manner. Well, I didn't like to study since I was a kid. I was forced by my parents to get into the Northern Jiaotong University. And now that I'm in the university finally no one cares about my studies. I'll just muddle through until I graduate. And I'm the only one of my parents anyway, so I can always go back and take over the family business after graduation. After a pause, Hai-Pei Handsome inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes. Eyes slightly narrowed. Oh yes, when I came to the school to report today, I saw a long thief beautiful schoolmate. Body gaga bored. The second sentence of the high-paying marshal came out. Feng Yi and Niu Dixing's eyes also instantly glowed, stating that they had seen quite a few good-looking girls as well, and remembered which dormitory building they lived in. Talking about girls made all 3 of them straighten their backs and their eyes glisten. Such a scene made Yi Zhou couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, all 3 had just been purposely endowed. Now that he had poked and prodded them, they all revealed their doggy forms at once. Ha! I could tell right away that you weren't human. Chapter 111, Ordinary? Under the sky, you have the power of the heavens, don't you? Talked for almost half an hour. Yi Zhou also felt out the character of the 3 people in the dormitory. Feng Yi belongs to the kind of existence that, after 12 years of study, does not want to work hard at all after going to college, and only wants to play games and fall in love. Speak a little level, know what to say and what not to say, point to point. He is the kind of person who can talk to anyone without killing the conversation. Niu Daxing, typical of the family's rural areas, honest people, straight talk, and occasionally a little naive. This kind of people make friends quite good, with the right relationship in place. It's definitely good enough in a pinch. As for the high-paying marshal, pure and simple a pretender. 9 out of 10 sentences are pretending, and one of them is also setting the stage for his next pretense. It's rather like, no strength hard-wearing. Yi Zhou did not have much to say, so the image set up as a college student from an ordinary family, and did not attract too much attention. And indeed it was true, he was indeed mediocre. Just an ordinary guy who had accidentally earned a bonus $100,000 during his summer vacation. It was just after 4 in the afternoon, and several people in dormitory 415 were lying in their own beds, swiping their cell phones. Gao Fu Shui suddenly jumped up from the bed, and at ***** broke the atmosphere that was easily quieted down. *******. What's the matter, Gao? A shock. Feng Yi pushed down his glasses with a puzzled look. Gao Fu Shui held the cell phone and was shocked. Before coming to school, I added a lot of our freshman group. Many people inside the group said that the morning report saw a freshman in Maybach S680 to the school. You guys know the Maybach S680, right? It's over $3 million on the ground. After a pause, Gao Fu Shui was a little excited. How to say on the internet? What Maybach has set up is not a standard. It is the waist that can't be straightened up for more than 10 years, where deep love can't get in. Others have already driven Maybach in. I didn't realize that our freshman class has a master who is even more powerful than my young master Gao. Maybach S680? Freshman? These 2 key words in Yi Zhou's ears. Heart thump. I go. This session of freshmen cannot do anything. Pass gossip speed is a thief pole line. So quickly spread throughout the freshman group? Yi Zhou muttered in his mind. You guys are so worried about you. You're hanging up on me, aren't you? When Feng Yi and Niu Dixing heard this, they both staggered a few times. Driving a car of over $3 million to school. This family's condition is not to be blown away. Awesome. My parents planted a few lifetimes of land. Cannot buy a car like this, Lu. People were born with. People than people. Angry people. Hey. Gao Fu Shui grunted disdainfully when he heard the 2 bragging, and then said, actually, if I had to buy it the hard way, my old man could buy it. But my old man taught me from a young age to keep a low profile. so the car I drive isn't that expensive. Originally, Gao Fu Shui felt that he had to usher in 3 housemates bragging when he said this. The result was a few hums and no other response. Gao Fu Shui felt that he didn't get the cool feedback he should have gotten. So he took the initiative to talk to Yi Zhou. Old Yi, let's go to the night market tonight and drive my Mercedes C260. It's fine. I'm not really interested in cars. Yi Zhou casually answered and continued to chat with Lin Shangyue on his cell phone. Half an hour ago, the little rich girl told Yi Zhou that she was in the know. One girl's dormitory building and lived in dormitory 311. He also said that Ye Zhou is fine, so he can go to the door. Anyway, we are all neighbors. A visit to the girls' dormitory? In response, Ye Zhou said, try and pass away. Xiao Gao, the student who loved to pretend, realized that he still didn't get feedback for pretending, and couldn't help but mutter a few words in a low voice. Old Yi, you're getting a bit loaded here. Mercedes-Benz C260. It's already the ceiling that you ordinary people can touch in your lifetime, okay? Letting you touch it a couple decades in advance. And you still say you're not interested, so maybe you'll be able to touch it in the future. When Yi Zhou heard it, he laughed and did not respond. However, Feng Yi was a bit hard of hearing, and he was a bit disgruntled. Lao Gao, I can't listen to you talking about Yi Zhou like this. We are at least a double first-class university. How the future after the community? Who can not say? In case after graduation Ye Zhou become particularly rich, that is not a slap in your face. That's just it. Niu Dixing also muttered. Once Gao Fu Shui heard that, he also stopped talking. I did say a little too much myself. The dormitory was quiet for a while again. Feng Yi suddenly Miso sat up from the bed, just like Gao Fu Shui just now. Suddenly exclaimed. Holy, someone in our school posting said he took a picture of that freshman in the Maybach this morning. Gao Fu Shui's eyes lit up. Send it to our dormitory group. Let me take a look at it too. I bet 50 cents that it's definitely not as handsome as me. Wait, this post is a little long. The picture is like 100 floors up. I'm going through it. Feng Yi quickly flipped through the posts on his phone, and after a few seconds, his fingers stopped and he viciously sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no movement. Gao Fu Shui and Niu Dixing were both looking forward to it, and seeing Feng Yi suddenly freeze, they were puzzled. Feng Yi, where are the pictures? Feng Yi did not pay attention to the two people, just gulped and looked towards Yi Zhou who was lying on the bed, smiling and typing with a complex batch of expressions. This, no way? Gao Fu Shui urgently wanted to see the picture of the freshman in the Maybach and urged, Old Feng, stop inking, quickly let me see. Gao, I'd advise you not to read it. Feng Yi kindly reminded, because Niu Dixing and Feng Yi's beds were next to each other, so taking advantage of this gap, Niu Dixing's head came over to take a look. In the next second, the pupil ten quake. He also looked at Yi Zhou incredulously, his brain buzzing. Immediately afterward, he also silently reminded Gao Fu Shui, Old Gao, I also suggest that you don't watch it. Mysterious. The more you two keep me from seeing it, the more I'm going to see it, and I'm not taking your advice. Gao Fu Shui muttered and simply took out his cell phone himself and went on the school's posting. Soon, he also flipped to the post that Feng Yi was talking about, and with a few quick flips of his finger, he saw the picture. In the photo, it is the Maybach that can blind people's eyes, and the worst thing is that the license plate number is a series of 6. The rear car door was slightly open, and the person who came down from the car, which made Gao Fu Shui never dreamed that it would be Yi Zhou. Gao Fu Shui's breath stuttered and his pupils suddenly contracted. He regretted it, too damn much. No wonder Feng Yi and Niu Dixing both advised him not to look at it after looking at the photo. Good lord. So they were afraid they wouldn't be able to take it. Gao Fu Shui's face was on fire. Rather like being bared with a thief's yellow urine. No wonder Yi Zhou just said that he wasn't interested in the Mercedes C260. Ye Zhou's family has a Maybach. What's a small C260? Gao Fu Shui looked at Yi Zhou in a daze, his tone very complicated. Yi Zhou, didn't you say that your family is quite ordinary? Yi Zhou was busy chatting with his little neighbor just now and didn't bother to listen to what Gao Fu Shui and the others were talking about. Now that he saw Gao Fu Shui's face full of disbelief, he was a bit bewildered. It's pretty ordinary. What's wrong with it? Gao Fu Shui's pupils also quake. Well. So Versailles? You call a family with a Maybach S680 normal, right? By ordinary, you actually mean that there are people who have the power to reach the sky, right? Chapter 112 Yi Zhou, I miss you. Yi Zhou saw that the three housemates misunderstood. He then put down his cell phone and got up to explain to them. That car really isn't mine. Can't believe a bit. You kid read too many network novels. Right. Deliberately pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. Gao Fu Shui was especially angry. He felt that he was being teased by Yi Zhou as a clown. Unable to do anything else, Yi Zhou could only tell the truth. Do you guys remember when I said at the beginning that I had a neighbor with extra long legs? Actually, this Maybach, it's hers. Old Yi, your words are too big a loophole. Take a step back. This car is really your neighbor's. His family can afford to drive a Maybach. Then the place where he lives is at least a villa area. As his neighbor, wouldn't you have to live in a villa? I don't believe you when you say the home is ordinary. Ahem, but it's true. I live in a neighborhood where the rent is over 1,000 a month. She just rents a house next door to mine. In fact, her family has a manner to come. However, no matter what Yi Zhou said, Feng Yi and Niu Dexing refused to believe it. Nonetheless, Yi Zhou is just trying to play low profile and refuses to admit that he is a rich second generation. The only one with a dark face was Gao Fu Shui. He had been laying out his family history since the moment he arrived at the dorm, trying to play hard to get in front of his roommates so that he could get a secret kick out of it. As a result, after half a day of patting, Feng Yi and Niu Dexing didn't have much of a reaction at all. But instead Yi Zhou strongly argued that he was not a rich second generation. More so that Niu Dexing and Feng Yi worship? Gao Fu Shui rather had the vestigial feeling that he had become a stepping stone to Yi Zhou's pretense. Thinking of this, Gao Fu Shui spat. The plants are learning to waste. It turns out that invisible pretenses are the most deadly. Women's dormitory. Building I. Dormitory 311. This is Lin Shanyue's dormitory. Because she was not good at dealing with outsiders, she packed up her bed and after telling her 3 roommates her name, she took out her cell phone and silently sat on a chair to send a message to Yi Zhou. The remaining 3 girls in the dormitory. The name of the one with the biggest breasts is Zhuang Kai Kai, because she was the first to arrive at the dormitory, so she volunteered to take up the post of 311 dormitory housemaster. The other 2 girls, named Xia Ziqing and Xiao Shi, they all sat on the bed furthest away from Lin Shanyue, lowering their voices to discuss something. Kai Kai, Zi Cheng, do you guys still remember? I came to the dormitory with Lin Shanyue, and when I was downstairs, Lin Shanyue's luggage even had 2 bodyguard-style people helping her carry it. If it wasn't for the resident aunt not letting males into the girls' dormitory building, those 2 bodyguards would have tried to send her to our dormitory. Josie whispered. Zhuang Kai Kai frowned slightly. Ah, bodyguard? How do you say the same as the mansion girl in the TV series Ah? To come to school is not so much as to also specialize in hiring a bodyguard. Can't be wrong. I distinctly heard those 2 bodyguards calling out miss in every breath as I passed by her. Xia Ziqing covered her mouth, her eyes full of surprise. No wonder Lin Shanyue gives off a particularly high and cold unapproachable feeling. So it's really a big lady Ah. Josie pouted. Hey, I've heard that a lot of these rich people's young ladies have princess disease. We've been in the same dormitory with her for 4 years. We won't be treated like servants, right? Xiao, don't say that. We've only just been assigned to a dormitory. We haven't gotten to know each other well yet. Don't speculate about them like that. Zhuang Kai Kai didn't like crickets behind other people's backs, especially now that she was the 311 housemaster, and she didn't want to see any of her housemates isolated just after the start of the school year. So, she got up and walked over to Lin Shanyue and took the initiative. Shallow Moon. From today onwards, we're going to be in the same dormitory for 4 years, so I'm planning for us to go out to dinner together in the evening, to get to know each other a little bit, so that we can also speed up the promotion of our feelings. What do you think? Lin Shanyue raised her eyes to Zhuang Kai Kai, her eyes flashing with surprise. In fact, when she first arrived at the dorm, she was eager to initiate communication with her 3 housemates. She didn't like to be labeled by outsiders as high and cold, unapproachable, princess disease, rich family's big lady. She doesn't like to be labeled by outsiders as high-strung, unapproachable, princess, rich lady. She'd love to make friends, too. However, the character and habit of talking less had been going on for too many years, and it was really a bit difficult for Lin Shanyue to suddenly want to change. So much so that several times the words came to her lips and she ended up being too embarrassed to speak. Now Zhuang Kai Kai took the initiative to issue an invitation, causing Lin Shanyue to be surprised and delighted, and hooting in her heart. Zhuang Kai Kai is a good man. Lin Shanyue gently nodded. Good, then I'll treat you tonight. No. We all just met. Just eat AA. Oh, okay. Zhuang Kai Kai smiled at Lin Shanyue, then returned to Xiao Shi and Xia Ziqing. Xia Ziqing frowned slightly and pulled Zhuang Kai Kai to whisper again. Look. Kai Kai, you are so enthusiastic to take the initiative to talk to her with a smile and she still looks expressionless. That's a bit too disrespectful, isn't it? Aya, Xiao, you don't want to think so much. That some people's character is like this Ah. People face expressionless so what? Zhuang Kai Kai snapped, telling Xia Ziqing not to say that again in the future. Xia Ziqing glanced at Lin Shanyue and hummed lightly. Lin Shanyue, who was sitting on the chair, heard Xia Ziqing and the girl say this. Her slender eyelashes fluttered slightly for a few moments. and her expression became a bit lost. She got up and left the dormitory in silence. Seeing Lin Shanyue leave, Zhuang Kai looked towards Xia Ziqing and Xiaoxi with a puff of air. You two are really something. You don't even know a Seijai yet and you're speculating for no reason. We're all going to be in the same dormitory from now on. What's going on? After 5 o'clock, Yi Zhou and Gao Fu Shui were discussing what time they would go out for dinner in the evening, when the cell phone mounted in his pocket vibrated. He pulled it out and found another message from his little neighbor. Yeah, Chow. The fountain in the school is beautiful. Oh yeah? Take a couple pictures and show me. Yeah, Chow. There's a library in the school with lots of books. Then we'll go to the library together sometime later. Yi Zhou replied quickly every time, but after this sentence was sent out, he found that the chat box kept showing the other party is in the process of typing. The other side is in the process of typing. It went on for several minutes with no messages coming back. Yi Chao froze slightly, searching for the little neighbor who was editing a very long message. Just as he was about to send a message asking about it, his little neighbor finally sent the message. But there was no very long message as Yi Zhou had imagined. Just a few short words. Yi Zhou, I miss you. I'll go find you. Okay? Chapter 113, 6 people building 42 groups. Yi Zhou, I miss you. I'll go find you. Okay? Yi Zhou's heart skipped a beat when he saw this message from Lin Shanyue. An emotion like no other came over me. Without any hesitation, he grabbed his cell phone and ran towards the outside of his dorm. Seeing Yi Zhou who hurried out the door, Gao Fu Shui shouted, Old Yi, we're getting ready to go eat. Where are you going? You guys discuss the location. I have something to go out for. Immediately after that, Yi Zhou disappeared into the dormitory. Gao Fu Shui deflated his mouth and spat to Feng Yi and Niu Dixing beside him. What's wrong with old Ji? He just looked at his cell phone and suddenly became particularly anxious. What should be the emergency? According to my speculation, there are only 2 people who can make a boy run so fast. One is his mom and the other is his girlfriend. Niu Dixing said naively. When Gao Fu Shui heard this, his eyebrows instantly wrinkled. Are you kidding me? Everyone has just started school. We haven't even met in class now. Where is Lao Yi going to find a girlfriend to come? The bag can't be the girlfriend's. Yi Zhou ran downstairs while replying to Lin Shanyue's message. I'll be right downstairs in the dorms. Where are you? After sending the message, Yi Zhou's footsteps quickened a lot more. Yi Zhou knew the character of the little rich girl too well. She was never the type to show her mood on her face or in her words. Though he knew exactly how the little rich girl felt about him, she would at best express it in behavior as well as cryptic words. It would never be expressed so bluntly. But now the little rich girl is really sending him the words I miss you. So something is definitely wrong with the situation. If there are only 4 words I miss you, Yezhou may still be surprised for a long time, and will subconsciously guess that the little rich girl did not hide it at all, and said the words that have always been hidden in her heart. But I miss you followed by I'll come and get you. Yi Zhou immediately realized that the little rich woman might have a big problem emotionally. Otherwise she would never have shown such eagerness. After running out from the boys' dormitory building, Yi Zhou was about to open his cell phone to check the reply from the little rich girl. But before he could pull out his cell phone, he saw the little rich girl standing playfully under the willow tree across from the boys' dormitory building. She was still as high and cold as ever, with a cool expression on her face and an aura of being uninviting emanating from her body. However, Yi Zhou clearly saw a touch of vulnerability and loss that she had never shown before underneath the small rich woman's high-flying exterior. Yi Zhou's heart clenched violently, instantly sprouting a wave of heartache. He couldn't think too much and immediately ran to Lin Shanyue's side. What's wrong? Yi Zhou's voice was filled with concern, his eyes tightly fixed on Lin Shanyue. Lin Shanyue raised her head and looked at Yi Zhou, and in an instant, her eyes flushed red. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out, just subconsciously reached out and grabbed the corner of Yi Zhou's coat, his head slightly hanging down, then whispered, Nothing, just wanted to see you. Yi Zhou, I miss you so much, thinking about you so much. Yi Zhou heard the little rich girl's heart and felt another pang of heartache. Of course he knew that to make the ever-calm little rich girl make such an insecure gesture as grabbing the corner of his coat, it was obvious that she was now emotionally disturbed to a very serious degree. Therefore, Yi Zhou didn't rush to ask Lin Shanyue why she was like this. He just smiled gently and softly said, Well, in that case, I'll show a little bit of a break so you know I miss you a billion times too. Hearing these words, Lin Shanyue suddenly raised her head, those beautiful eyes looking straight at Yi Zhou. It was filled with emotion that was no longer hidden. She quietly looked at Yi Zhou, who also stood beside her without saying anything, just looking at her with a gentle smile. Ryoko. It was only then that Lin Shanyue let go of Yi Zhou's coat, her emotions obviously calming down a lot more than just now. Yi Zhou probably guessed what caused the little rich woman's mood swings to be so great. He asked tentatively, Is it because of the housemates? Well, Lin Shanyue's eyes slightly drooped. seem to dislike me and think I'm high and cold. I don't know how I'm going to communicate with them, and I want to get along with them, but it seems like I won't. Sure enough, before he came to school to report, Yi Zhou had thought about this matter. With her high-strung personality towards anything, there is a good chance that her new housemates will be so severely distanced that they will misunderstand that she is a difficult person to approach and get along with. Moreover, Yi Zhou had long heard about how easily cliques could arise in university girls' dormitories. A 6-room dormitory, with enough exaggerated relationships, is said to have up to 42 small groups of 6 people. Yi Zhou thought about it and told the little rich girl seriously, "You're both new to the dorm and your roommates don't come up and dislike you for no reason. Tell me what has happened since you and I separated." Well, Uncle Lee drove to the dormitory floor. 2 bodyguards they. After Yi Zhou listened carefully, he cupped his chin and pondered for a while, quickly analyzing it. "I know. It should be that you went to the dormitory with a bodyguard and Uncle Lee to give you a ride, and they saw you and knew that your family was rich. Plus, your own appearance is that particularly high and cold temperament, so much so that it makes them subconsciously put you on a very high pedestal, thus inertially thinking that you're hard to get along with." After a pause, Yi Zhou smiled faintly. "It's not a big problem. Just let them know that you're not a difficult person to get along with. It's actually normal for them to think that way, because relationships between girls are inherently more complicated and difficult to understand than between boys. Conflicts between boys basically only arise on very intuitive conflicts. But girls have so many more and more complex conflict factors because girls are very much into brainstorming and making self-subjective judgments based on things they see and hear. And then the conflicts arise between the absence of any conflict." After Lin Shangyue heard this, her expression changed, her eyes narrowed, and her voice was a bit cold. "Yi Zhou, why do you know more about girls than I do? All of this, who did you learn it from?" "Ahem, it doesn't matter if I'm enlightened." Yi Zhou said in his heart that at this time, the little rich woman's focus is still so unique. If she really got into a relationship with her, she wouldn't have to turn into a relationship brain in a minute. Yi Zhou continued, "Look, your house mistress named Zhuang Kai Kai even took the initiative to invite you to dinner together in the evening. Apparently she also intends to reach out to you so that you can integrate into the group. Later you will go to dinner with them. Participate more in the conversation between them, don't always be high and cold without talking. Let them feel that you are grounded. And after that, they will definitely not say that you are high and cold." After saying that, Yi Zhou pulled on Lin Shanyue's arm again and smiled back under her bewildered eyes. "Come on, let's take you on a little buying prop." Chapter 114, The Real Use of Sanitary Napkins and Band-Aids. Freshman year started so early because it was time to come to school early for 2 weeks of military training. So with the exception of freshman year, a few other grades won't start until September. This resulted in not many people buying things in the school supermarket, and the large supermarket seemed empty. Lin Shanyue followed behind Yi Zhou with some doubts. "Come to the supermarket. What to buy? Didn't I tell you just now? Buy some little props to buy people's hearts." Saying that, Yi Zhou brought Lin Shanyue to the area selling household goods. With little hesitation, he lifted his hand and took a number of packets of tampons and put them in his shopping basket. But his behavior immediately drew Lin Shanyue's scrutinizing gaze. "Who are you buying all these tampons for?" "Your roommate, of course." "Yi Zhou, you central air conditioner. You haven't even met my roommates and now you're buying them tampons. I thought you would only buy it for me." "Yi Zhou, you scum." Seeing that the little rich woman was going to be jealous again, Yi Zhou smiled sarcastically and hurriedly explained. "Ahem, don't get me wrong. Of course I didn't buy these for them to use normally. It's not that after tomorrow, the 2-week military training will begin." "Tampons? What does that have to do with military training?" Lin Shanyue's willow brows furrowed. Still very confused, Yi Zhou patiently explained for her. "This is also a life small trick. This whether military training hot dead individual, then not only will the body will sweat, wearing the school-issued rubber shoes, feet will also sweat a lot. Running or walk step or something will be particularly difficult. But sanitary napkins are especially absorbent. You girls must know that better than I do. So as long as you stick the sanitary napkin on the insoles, the sweat on your feet during military training will be all absorbed, avoiding the unbearable situation when the insoles are all wet by then. And there's a bonus. This also eliminates the need to change insoles every day. And sanitary napkins can just be replaced every day. Of course, this method you can actually share directly with your roommates. Tampons aren't that expensive anyway, but it's also precisely because the stuff isn't expensive. You give it to them, they won't be psychologically burdened. They'll also feel from the bottom of their hearts. Oops, I didn't realize you're quite grounded as a young lady." Yi Zhou gave Lin Shanyue a flurry of explanations, giving her bright eyes as she listened. "I didn't realize tampons could be used this way. Physiological usage? Times. To use as insoles? Square root yes. The young neighbor winked. But if it's because their feet get sweaty, I can give them customized insoles. Those are also very absorbent. Never. This kind of customized insoles, according to my understanding, a pair of them will cost several $100s. If your roommate knows, 80% will think you are showing off your wealth. Besides, the main purpose of using tampons isn't really to make their feet comfortable. It's more to show that you're grounded and not high maintenance. Oh, Lin Shanyue pursed her lips and thought for a while, as if she finally realized something. Seeing this, Yi Zhou took her to buy some more affordable snacks for her to share with her housemates afterward as well. This I know. Lin Shanyue's heart whistled. But her surface was still very cool. Buying snacks I know. Taking people's hands is short and eating their mouths is soft. Not bad. Now you're learning to snatch. The corners of Yi Zhou's mouth gently rose, but only half of the answer is correct. It is indeed you who said this. But the timing of taking it out has to be just right. Military training can be very tiring and consume so much energy that even if you have eaten dinner, you may still feel hungry by the time you go to bed at night. Even though there's no such thing as access control at PTU, the on-campus stores and supermarkets are closed at night, so there's no way to buy anything you want to eat. If you go out of campus, it's too far. So it's at this time of year that you maximize the benefits by taking out snacks and distributing them. Oh, soon, Yi Zhou took Lin Shanyue to fill an entire shopping basket, half with snacks and half with sanitary napkins. This peculiar scene attracted the strange stares of several shoppers in the supermarket as well as the buying students. In response, Yi Chao only hummed lightly. Just learn. At the checkout, Ye Zhou's afterglow suddenly glimpsed the band-aid on the cash register. On the acrylic cigarette gum display, Yi Zhou's eyes narrowed as he silently took 2 boxes and asked the cashier to settle the bill together. Lin Shanyue pursed her lips, feeling certain that she wouldn't be wrong this time. Yeah, Chow. Buy band-aids because rubber shoes can rub their heels, so give them along with sanitary napkins, right? Ahem. Generally speaking, you don't wear out your heels as long as you don't wear boat socks, which serve other purposes. What role? Yi Zhou's face was a bit unnatural as he said vaguely. Stick a fork in it. Coming out of the school supermarket, it was clear that the little neighbor was in a much better mood than when they first met. Yi Zhou sighed in relief and sent her downstairs to the girls' dormitory before handing her a bag of stuff. Here, go on up. And remember what I said about distributing tampons to the girls first, and snacks when military training starts. Lin Shanyue nodded gently, but then pointed to the band-aid. Then this one for sticking the forks on. When do we split it? This is something you'll keep in the dorm where everyone can see it, and they'll ask for it when they need it. Oh, and will I be sticking a fork in it then? Lin Shanyue is too curious. What exactly is a sticker fork? But once this was brought up, Yi Zhou's expression immediately became unnatural. He just rubbed his nose, his eyes drifting to his little neighbor's chest, and murmured, maybe, probably, possibly. Anyway, you'll see for yourself then. The little neighbor was silent for a long time. Well, if I put a fork in it too, I'll take a picture and show you. Take a picture and show me? Yi Zhou's breath stuttered, and indescribable images immediately surfaced in his mind, and his old face flushed with a feeling that he was about to suffocate. He waved his hand back and forth, urging it on. Put. Okay, go on up. Ow. Just like that, Yi Zhou watched his little neighbor re-enter the girls' dormitory with a large bag of things. Looking at that playful back, Yi Zhou swallowed his saliva and murmured with a red face. This posting forks are not excited for me to see. Chapter 115, The Most Shocking Stroke of Youth. Lin Shanyue returned to the dormitory with a large bag, and Zhuang Kaikai's trio was still gathered together, talking and laughing. But once Lin Shanyue came back, the atmosphere was obviously a few points colder. She narrowed her eyes and took the initiative to walk towards the three, handing them the tampons she had bought. Feet get sweaty in military training and it's hard, so put tampons on the insoles to absorb the sweat. Josie was very surprised. The three of them had also just learned about this little trick from their last senior sister, so they were discussing the matter. I didn't expect a great lady like Lin Xianyue to buy it before them. On top of that, a pampered and still high-strung luxury house girl like her would know such a little trick, Zhuang Kaikai said happily. Asaj, how did you also know that tampons have this use? This is. Lin Shanyue was about to say that this was what her good neighbor taught her, but quickly thought of Yi Zhou's reminder to be grounded. Smile a lot, and don't be high and mighty. So she guffawed and whispered, it's something I learned from surfing the web a lot. Ha 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 ha. So that's how it is. We were just discussing going to stock up on tampons too, and we didn't realize you were faster than us. Zhuang Kaikai caught Lin Shanyue's words and continued. Thank you, Shanyue. Then you should also pack up quickly. Let's get ready to go out for a get-together. After saying that, Zhuang Kaikai created Xiao Shi and Xia Ziqing beside her with her arm, The two of them were obviously still surprised by Lin Shanhua, who had taken the initiative to buy them tampons. They simply could not have imagined that a big lady like this would turn out to take the initiative to communicate with them, and would also buy some trinkets to promote their relationship in order to get on good terms with them. Thinking of this, Xia Ziqing and Xiao Shi exchanged glances, both feeling guilty for their earlier unfounded speculations about Lin Shanhua. Next, Xia Ziqing and Xiao Shi had no more prejudice against Lin Shanhua and pulled her along to join in their conversation. Even though Lin Shanhua still didn't talk much, she could still say a few words on the occasional topic, but there were some obtuse words and behaviors that made the Zhuang Kai girls giggle. Straight away, Lin Shanhua was a high-flying cutie. That's when they realized that Lin Shanhua was naturally high-strung, not because she didn't want to interact with people from ordinary families like them. At this time, Lin Shanhua's cell phone suddenly vibrated. It turned out to be the relieved Yezhou, asking how she was doing. Lin Shanhua raised her head and looked at the dormitory where the atmosphere was instantly better, as well as the fact that her roommates were no longer as distant from her as they were before. Surplus pleasure twinkled in her eyes. Yeah, the teenager was still the same. He never made bad poetry books, only the most amazing of her youth. Just like the cicadas of this summer, even if it was noisier than any other year in the past, the branches and leaves growing wildly outside the window couldn't stop the teenagers glittering in any case. Old Gao, where are your people? Yezhou returned to the dormitory. In addition to themselves, not even half a person can see. A phone poked to the Hai Fu Shui there. Gao Fu Shui on the other end of the phone grunted. Waiting for you half a day did not come back. Send you a message also do not reply. We first came over. I'll send you the place to eat. You hurry over. Oh. Yezhou looked at the location that Gao Fu Shui sent and realized that the eating place was a night market, not much far from the school. So, adhering to the principle that he should save and spend and ride his bike to the bar, he swept up a shared bike and rushed over. The night market is basically the freshmen who just reported to the school today, and they are the same as the Yezhou dormitory, trying to use a meal to quickly draw closer to their roommates' feelings for each other. When Yezhou found the location of Gao Fu Shui and the few of them, Gao Fu Shui was the first to get up. Old Yi, you're late. First punish yourself with 3 cups. That's just it. Feng Yi and Niu Dixing agreed. Okay. Yi Zhou did not dawdle, and poured 3 cups into his stomach in one gulp. Of course, Gao Fu Shui 3 people are not excessive, although let Yi Zhou punish 3 cups, but in fact each time to pour 3 cups of wine, only 1/3 of the portion. It says 3 cups, but it really only counts as 1 cup. After drinking it, Feng Yi then wondered, Yi Zhou, what did you do just now? Windy, disappeared in a puff of smoke. Went to my neighbor. She had a little problem with her roommate, but it's resolved at this point. Yezhou answered casually, but Gao Fu Shui listened and said in a serious tone, Old Yi, this I have to say about you. Buddy is important, but now we have gone to college. The center of gravity must also be moved to their own lifelong affairs, or with good buddies too close, easy to be misunderstood as the. Yi Zhou dazzled a skewer and looked at Gao Fu Shui with an odd expression on his face. What's all the gabbing about? Who told you my neighbor was a boy? But Yi Zhou didn't explain much. With a few skewers of roasted cashews and wine in their bellies, a few people were no longer as restrained as they had been in the dorms before, and basically let loose completely. Feng Yi, where's your kid's wine cup for fish? Drink up. Don't pretend you didn't see it. Old bull. I did it. And you still won't do it? Old Yi, you also quickly have another drink, and I'll teach you some tips on picking up girls later. Gao Fu Shui didn't have a big tongue for a while, and didn't care to hold up the cup and go around to fool Yi Zhou and the 3 of them to drink. Yi Zhou just laughed, but didn't drink as hard as Gao Fu Shui. Niu Daxing and Foam 2 people also seem to have a good amount of alcohol, but also know that white wine is not a high-pay handsome this drink. They are slow and easy to drink. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Pussy King, Gao Fu Shui, to hug the trash can and vomit. The sound of vomiting drew jeers from a number of people around who were eating. Lao Gao, we can't hold our liquor, so let's sit at the children's table from now on. You were the one who screamed the loudest just now, and now you're the one who puked the fastest. Yi Zhou said with a smile. But Mr. Ko was not convinced. He was red-faced and was about to say something, but his stomach lurched again, and he once again hugged the trash can cuckoo and threw up. After vomiting on the table, the whole person drowsy, small mouth blah 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 blah, Yi Chao and they do not know what this kid gibbered what the stuff. Drinking until almost 10 o'clock at night. A few people wandered back to school. Originally Yi Zhou didn't drink too much, only his brain was a little drowsy, but when blown by the evening breeze, the white wine's aftertaste came up with a heavenly feeling. While this was going on, he received another message from his little neighbor. Yi Chao, want to take a walk to the playground together? Some of the wine was strong and courageous. After Yi Zhou saw this sentence, the corner of his mouth raised, and he quickly replied, "It's almost 10 o'clock. What's the point of taking a walk? Just tell me if you miss me." "Hey, I miss you." Chapter 116, Where is Olji in love with his neighbor? Again, the words "I miss you" are so powerful. Yi Zhou, who had alcohol on his head, rubbed his eyes and his face changed. Bad. I must be drunk. Of course, the little neighbor sending a message must be true. Yezhou did not hesitate to ask her where she was. He now went over to find her. "I'm at the playground gate. Be there in 5 minutes. Yi Zhou put away his cell phone, then greeted Feng Yi and Niu Daxing who were assisting Gao Fu Shui. "So what? I'm going to the playground. My neighbor is looking for me. You guys go ahead." "Old Yi, it's late. Why did your neighbor ask you to go to the playground?" Niu Daxing scratched the back of his head with a puzzled expression. Who's a good person to go to the playground at night? Girls even. The key opposite a boy. Is this right? No big deal. Just in time for me to sober up. Okay, but my old ox reminds you white wine strength are more and more on the head. Later you do not lie outside to come back. Yi Zhou waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm not a high-paying marshal." After saying that, Yi Zhou wobbled in the direction of the playground, the soles of his feet obviously drifting a bit. Looking at Yi Zhou's unsteady walking, Niu Daxing and Feng Yi exchanged a glance, their tone worried. "Old Feng, do you think Lao Yi he can? I grew up in the countryside, often drinking to come. Although Lao Ye's drinking capacity is indeed better than that of Lao Gao, but at night when we dined, I saw at a glance that Lao Yi was the first time to drink white wine, and it shouldn't be a problem. Besides, his neighbor is over there. Even if Olji is really too drunk to walk, his neighbor can help him get back to our dormitory." Feng gave a pause, and his expression became a bit odd. He raised his hand and pushed down the frames of his glasses, silently. "But what I'm most worried about right now is, will Lao Ye's relationship with his neighbor be a little too good? Obviously they're both men, and Lao Yi has been shouted away directly by his neighbor. A message, for the second time today. What's wrong with that? It means that Olji is close enough to his neighbors." Feng Yi shook his head and asked rhetorically, "Old ox, assuming it's you. At this moment you've just finished drinking, and your good buddy shouts at you to go out and play. Would you go?" "I certainly do not go. After drinking wine is difficult to die. Certainly go back to take a shower and lie in bed to rest, not to mention to go to play. Even if the sky collapsed this day I do not want to move." "That's not it." But Lao Yi hesitated, not even with hesitation. Immediately went over. "So I suspect, Old Yi and his neighbor, the relationship may not be as simple as we think." Niu Daxing's pupils shook, revealing a look of sudden realization. He looked at Yi Zhou's departing direction for a long time before he said with incomparable shock, "Are you saying that Lao Yi is in love with his neighbor?" "Lao Yi is?" Feng Yi lightly coughed. "It's not easy to say. It's really hard to say. Anyway, when we sleep at night, let's keep a close eye on Olji. My chrysanthemums are a bit cold right now." Niu Daxing wiped his sweat and said resentfully, "Me too, Yezhou." Here, Lin Shanhua stood at the entrance of the playground with her hands behind her back, and the first thing she did when she saw Yi Zhou was to wave to him. When Yi Zhou wandered over to her, a strong smell of alcohol immediately flooded his nostrils. Lin Shanhua's willow brows slightly furrowed as she let out a rant. "Why are you drinking so much? I had dinner with my new housemates, so I had a few more drinks after a good chat, but not many." Yezhou hemmed and hawed. He then inquired with concern, "How was your night at the potluck with your housemates?" "Well, listening to you. When I went back to the dorm in the evening I distributed those sanitary napkins to the girls. They were surprised, and then they changed their attitude towards me a lot, and they were very nice at the evening meal." "That's good. I was worried they wouldn't eat it." Yi Zhou nodded, and his hanging heart was finally put down. Immediately afterward, Yezhou went into the playground with his little neighbor and took a walk around the lawn. Both were very silent, neither one of them initiating the conversation they had just had on the cell phone. "It's almost 10 o'clock. What's the point of taking a walk? Just tell me if you miss me." "Hey, I miss you." After walking in a small half circle, Yezhou broke the silence again. "You're not in your dorm this late. What did you tell your roommate you were going to do?" The little neighbor pursed her lips into a light smile. "I said, go for a walk with the neighbors." "Oh, that's what I said." After a pause, Yi Zhou laughed. "Now that you've gone to college, it doesn't seem right to call your neighbor anymore. The title of little rich girl seems to be more suitable for you." "I remember. First it was the little neighbor, then the little neighbor, then the little rich girl now. Ha ha, pretty funny. Aha. But I preferred the one you used to call me." Hearing Lin Shanhua's heartfelt words, Yi Zhou was slightly stunned. The one that used to be called? He didn't react to what it meant. Had he ever called Lin Shanhua anything other than little neighbor, little rich girl, and little table mate? For a moment, A few images suddenly flashed through Yizo's mind, but it was only a quick flash and he didn't catch it in time. Wait a minute. Is that the title of Schoolgirl Lin? But it shouldn't be. So what the hell is it? Yizo wanted to calm down and think carefully about this issue, but at this moment, under the effect of alcohol, he was not able to think properly. In a few breaths, he had forgotten all about the images that had just flashed through his mind, as well as his doubts. Although the playground doesn't close at night, the lights are turned off at the end of the day. So it wasn't until Yizo walked with his little neighbor that he realized that there was a small grove on the side of the playground. There were 3 or 2 figures in the grove, coming particularly close together. Since Yizo was already a bit tipsy and his vision was shaking in front of him, he pointed in the direction of the grove and asked, "What are they doing over there? Little neighbor? Look, it's hard to see." Lin Shangyue looked at it and returned with an unnatural expression. In normal times, Yizo would definitely not ask more questions, but today, after drinking, he had to find out what those people were doing. He frowned. "I'm sure you saw it. Tell me. It was fun. Let's try it together?" "Yi Chao. You big dummy." Lin Shanyue's heart was puffed up, but on the surface, she was silent. But Yizo still refused to give up, and pressed on one after another. Helplessly, Lin Shanyue bit her lip and said with great difficulty, "They're kissing." Yizo stumbled and almost fell flat on his face with an awkward expression. How can a man make such a mess? But then again, it's just the beginning of school. You dogs with no shame, just watered down and turned a place as sacred as a playground into a moral puddle? It is simply hurtful. Seeing Yizo's embarrassed look, Lin Shangyue was happy as she wrapped her arms around him and looked at him with a smile. "Didn't you just say you wanted to try it with me too?" Chapter 117, First Kiss. Smells like wine. Ahem. No that what? I'm a bit sleepy. Let's go back. Yizo hated to find a crack in the ground. It was too damn embarrassing. In addition, Yizo was really a bit overwhelmed by the hot wind of this night. The more this heat wave blew, the dizzier his head became. Yizo deflated his mouth, realizing that it was really like what Neo Daxing had just said. The white wine strength was only getting stronger. It's like the lyrics, how the more the wind blows, the more my heart swings. At this time, Lin Xianyu could see that Yizo was indeed very difficult, so she gave a soft hum and left the playground with Yizo. This time, however, she was the one who sent Yizo back to the dormitory. Hiss. No. Gotta sit down and slow down. Kinda feel like throwing up. Just walked to the downstairs of the boys' dormitory. Yizo's body suddenly gave a start, and hastily held on to a tree. His stomach was hard to bear, but white wine, unlike beer, merely has the sensation of vomiting, but it just won't come up. Yizo held onto the tree and slowed down for a while, only to feel even more dizzy, with a feeling that the sky was spinning. Lin Shangyue was so worried that she could no longer care about her usual image in front of Yizo. She supported Yizo with concern. "Yizo, are you okay?" Yizo's speech turned into a big tongue as he pointed to a wooden chair not far away, signaling to go and have a seat over there. I'm fine. You help me to sit over there. I'm a little unsteady." Afraid that the little neighbor misunderstood, Yizo added with a big tongue, "We are all neighbors. It's not too much to help me, right? You idiot." With a rant, the little neighbor helped Yi Chao towards the public wooden chairs over there. Because his body was pressed against his little neighbor, Yizo smelled the body fragrance that belonged uniquely to a young girl again, refreshing his heart. Under the addition of this fragrance, Yizo's eyes became heavier and heavier, and his consciousness began to blur. However, Lin Shangyue didn't even notice any of this. She had just helped Yizo to sit on the wooden chair. Before she could react, Yizo's body suddenly slanted, and her entire body fell to the side. "Yi Chao." Lin Shangyue was startled and hurriedly blocked Yizo with her body, fearing that he would knock his head against the prongs of the wooden chair. Being hit by Yizo on her chest, Lin Shangyue couldn't help but gasp. Her pretty face instantly flushed. She rubbed her chest while looking at the drunken Yizo with a sultry look. Her fragrant cheeks couldn't help but bulge. A few moments later, Lin Shangyue sat at the far left end of the wooden chair, and gently rested the head of the already sleeping Yizo on her fair and silky thighs. The surrounding willow trees resounded with the robin's squeaking call. Lin Shangyue quietly stared at Yizo's clearly defined face, her pretty eyes slightly curved. The corners of her lips rippled with a sweet smile. Speaking of which, this was the first time she had ever scrutinized Yizo so closely and carefully. A smile hung at the corners of the teenager's mouth, and his hot breath exhaled from his nostrils with the slightest hint of alcohol. Already too much more handsome than back then. After a long time, Lin Shanyue's cherry-moist lips slightly opened as she tenderly spoke. "Stupid. Sure enough, I'm still drunk." Just like that, Lin Shanyue sat on the wooden chair, letting Yizo sleep on her thigh. "I don't know how long it's been." Lin Shanyue narrowed her eyes, remembering the couple she and Yi Zhou had just seen in the playground grove, who were kissing. Her white shell teeth subconsciously bit her lips, her sight moved to Yi Zhou's lips, and her eyes flashed with a leap of faith. Kabazu's mouth. What's that flavor? There are some thoughts that, once they sprout in the mind, it begins to grow wildly. Therefore, Lin Shangyue couldn't move her eyes from Yi Zhou's lips any longer. Just like a kitten that was curious about thousands of things, her eyes narrowed and her head bobbed around. In normal times, she would not have dared or been embarrassed to look at Yi Zhou so recklessly. But, Yi Zhou is now long unconscious. Xiao Yezhou, when I first moved next door to your house, I hinted to you that boys should never go out alone at night. It's dangerous out there. But you're a big dummy and don't get it at all. Now drunken out with me at night. Humph. You're throwing yourself into the net. A girl is a big curiosity, especially at the age of 18 when she is in the throes of love. Thus, the corners of Lin Shanyue's mouth hooked up and she exhaled like an orchid. That. I'll take it easy. Afterwards, her hand clutched the corner of her coat tightly, her slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and her head slowly drooped towards Yi Zhou, who was resting on her thighs. Boo dash. There's a topic that's been on the hot list online for years. What does a first kiss taste like? Lin Shanyue said this question. She understood. Lin Shanyue's deep eyes shone with a silky light, and she couldn't help but gasp softly. Her cheeks rolled as if two fires were burning and her heart was pounding. First kiss that smells like booze. That's not all. Just now, Lin Shanyue was only in a slapdash style, afraid that she would move too much and wake up Yi Zhou. Now that she saw that Yi Zhou didn't have any reaction, she became bold. She looked at Yi Zhou again and realized that he was still sleeping heavily, not noticing anything. 1 more billion kisses and he won't even notice. Therefore, Lin Xianyue once again bowed her head. Summertime evenings seem like wine-scented candy. Hiss. Yi Zhou opened his eyes. The sunlight outside the dormitory window shone on his face. It was really shaky. A throbbing sensation at his temples made him suck in a cold breath. At this time, Feng Yi and also Niu Dexing had woken up early, and the two of them were sitting in front of their table playing with their cell phones. Gao Fu Shui, who was in the next bed to Yi Zhou, should have just woken up as well, rubbing his temples with a despondent face, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. It shouldn't be. How can I get drunk with the amount of alcohol I have? After glancing at Yi Zhou's state, which seemed even worse than his own, Gao Fu Shui grinned. Yo, old G, you look like you can drink even worse than me. No way you. Yi Zhou rolled his eyes. Hi Fu Shui, said you kid last night dinner drunk? I at least than you firm 2 hours it. Immediately after that, Yezhou thought back to what happened later last night and realized that his memory was stuck right there with his little neighbor almost to the boys' dormitory, and then he wanted to throw up. Up to this point, what happened after that he could not recall at all. Yi Zhou rubbed his head and jumped out of bed, asking Feng Yi, Old Vaughn, how did I get back last night? Feng Yi pushed down his glasses and laughed. It was the hostel master who helped you back to the dormitory after 11 o'clock at night, and then Old Bull and I helped you to bed. My guess would be that after you and your neighbor went to the playground, you got winded and broke off from the booze, and then your neighbor dropped you off at the hostel master's duty room. After a pause, Feng Yi sighed again. But then again, this neighbor of yours isn't interesting enough. You've been drinking like this, and he didn't even send you to the dormitory himself. Yi Zhou was slightly stunned. Well, it's inconvenient that she's not in the same dormitory building as us, said he, muttering darkly. The little neighbor, a girl, can't get into the boys' dormitory either. Chapter 118 Moral Pits with Lin Shangyue. When Yi Zhou almost slowed down, he always felt that his lips were weird. It's different than it's ever been. He couldn't help but think back to the fact that he hadn't eaten anything he shouldn't have when he was drunk last night. Had he? However, after questioning Feng Yi and Niu Dexing, both of them said that after helping Yi Zhou to sleep in his bed last night, he never came down again, not to mention the food. Immediately after that, when Yi Zhou and Gao Fu Shui had almost recovered from their hangovers, Feng Yi then spoke to the two of them. You two get washed up. When you didn't wake up in the morning, the instructor informed you that you have to go to the classroom at 11 for the class meeting. A class meeting? When Gao Fu Shui heard this, his eyes lit up. Old Feng, since we're going to have a class meeting, why don't you call me up earlier? This is the first time I'm formally meeting with a girl from my class. I have to dress up and get the 4-year priority right to choose a spouse. After saying that, Gao Fu Shui looked at the time. It was just 10 o'clock. The time was still not too late. So he rushed into the bathroom and started washing his hair and face and shaving before pulling out his clipboard, hair clay, and hairspray to primp his hair. And Yi Zhou couldn't help but flirt when he saw it. Old Gao, if you didn't know, you'd think you were going on a blind date. Almost, except that I'm dating one class at a time. Half an hour later, the 4 people in dorm 415 are pretty much packed. Xiao Gao students primped his hair extra flirty. In order to show off the rich, put his Parisian house short sleeves, fukagen shorts, as well as AJ all put on. Necklaces and watches weren't spared, leaving none of those accessories that could be used to show off. In fact, freshmen are the only ones in college who dress themselves so well. By the time you're a sophomore or junior, you're basically stepping into a flip-flop every day and going out with a ducktail cap covering your greasy head in the process. You might as well get more sleep in the morning if you have the time. Gao Fu Shui shook his bangs and said confidently, "Humph, you guys just watch. Later on I will definitely charm the girls in our class and make them look good." Niu Dixing looked at Gao Fu Shui and then at Yizhou, who had also changed his clothes and deflated. "Old Gao, I think you're not as handsome as old Ji." "Nonsense. I'm all dressed up in designer labels, adding up to a small $10,000. How can old Ji be more handsome than me when he's dressed so plainly?" With that, he also looked towards Yizhou, instantly gazing at him. It turned out that Yezhou wore a white short-sleeved, gray shorts. "I cannot say how handsome, but the main one is clean and sunny. Don't tell me, it's really kinda cool." On the contrary, because of the high pay, handsome too much want to show off, despite all the luxury items, but with the ingredients is really a little complicated, unorthodox, coupled with the fact that Yizhou is more than 1 meter 8 tall and Gao Fu Shui is only 1 meter 75. Standing in front of him, the temperament is instantly weaker by a head. Seeing this, Gao Fu Shui sullenly said, "Old Yi, obviously I have tall and handsome in my name, but what makes you taller and more handsome than me?" Yizhou was somewhat amused. "Maybe this is talent. How about you don't go to the class meeting? I'm afraid all the girls in the class are looking at you." The sunlight poured through the dappled foliage and spilled onto the paths of the campus, creating a golden patch of light. Today wasn't exactly the first official day of school, but there was still an air of freshness and excitement on campus. People came and went on the road, all freshmen walking together as a dormitory. Of course, there were also those who just couldn't get along with their dorms and were alone, curiously looking around every corner of the campus. Gao Fu Shui staggered. "Gee, for the first time I feel that studying well is still useful me. I heard that the lower the level of the school, the smaller and more backward the school. Look, our Jiaotong University inside is really grand. Say out all times face I read on the posting that it's not good for the school to be too big, and that when I go to morning 8, the dorms are so far away from the classrooms where the classes are held that it's a 10-minute walk." Niu Dixing said silently, and Yizhou's focus was on that communal wooden chair across the street from the boys' dormitory building. He squinted, always thinking that the wooden chair looked a little familiar, and that there was an indescribable stirring in his heart. "Hiss, something's not right. I've got my heart set on a communal wooden chair?" Yizhou muttered, completely did not realize that the public wooden chair last night has become his and Lin Shanyue's moral depression. Soon, with 4 people in dormitory 415, they went to the classroom where the class meeting was held. When they arrived, they realized that it was not only their Finance 1 class that had the class meeting, but also the Finance 2 class, because the counselor for both classes is the same person. "So, later on, the little neighbor will be here too?" Yezhou rubbed his hands together and got a little excited. He actually wanted to ask his little neighbor to his face what else he'd done last night after his break. The seats in the classroom were largely empty because most people hadn't shown up yet. Gao Fu Shui looked around and whispered to Yizhou and the others, "Let's sit in the front rows. When the girls come in through the front door later, they'll be able to see me at a glance and be absolutely amazed that there's such a handsome guy in their class." But immediately got Yizhou's objection. He silently said, "You're really a stupid ratio. Like this situation definitely need to sit in the last row." "For what?" Yizhou narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Sitting in the front row. How can we observe what the other girls in the class look like later? But sitting in the last row, whether the girls come in through the back door or the front door, we'll be able to see them all clearly and feast our eyes." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Olji is really still your detail. The 3 of them came to a realization, then immediately sat down in the corner of the classroom, and immediately afterward began rubbing his hands together, watching every girl who entered the class. "Hiss, this one has long legs. Holy, this lady, with a double ponytail. Which dormitory is this? All 4 are not good looking. Bad comment, bad comment." The 3 of them, Gao Fu Shui, Feng Yi, and Niu Dixing, got together and discussed in low voices. Only Yizhou just watched quietly. Nothing too emotional. Granted, there were a few girls in the class who were really quite good looking, but when compared to Lin Shanyue, they didn't stand out as much. Just as Yizhou was quietly waiting for his little neighbor to come in, a familiar figure walked in from outside the classroom. Yizhou's pupils shrunk as a shocked expression appeared on his face, immediately recalling the scene when he reported to school yesterday morning. "It's really her? There's a new development. Why don't you quickly VA gift to see the strength?" Dog's had to save his life. Chapter 119, Kindness in Clothing. Yesterday morning when he went to the counselor to check in, Yi Zhou saw Xinyu's figure among the crowd, but there were people coming and going, plus Xinyu wasn't very tall, so in the blink of an eye, Xinyu disappeared into the sea of people. Yi Zhou thought that he had misread it and it was just a girl who looked similar to Xinyu. It wasn't until he now saw Xinyu walk in from outside the classroom and the unique delicate aura she had on her that Yi Zhou was able to be sure. The person he saw yesterday morning was indeed Xinyu. Moreover, Xinyu and he were still in the same specialty. That's too much of a coincidence, Yi Zhou murmured. It was also at this time that Gaofu Shuai and the three of them also noticed Xinyu. Gaofu Shuai immediately lit up with excitement. Holy, you guys look at that girl who just walked in from outside. She looks soft and weak, and she's also a good-looking girl, which gives me a special urge to protect her. After a pause, Gaofu Shuai added, I announced that she is now the Academy Flower of our Finance Academy. At this time, Xinyu, who was standing at the door, she scanned the circle with blank eyes and then walked towards the direction of the Finance 1 class, which kind of verified Yi Zhou's guess. Xinyu was not only in the same major as him, but also in the same class. But Xinyu didn't seem to see Yi Zhou sitting in the corner as she took a step to find a seat where there weren't many people around. Since Xinyu was too good-looking and had an overpowering air of innocence, it caused many people in the classroom to look at her with awestruck gazes. After Xinyu took her seat, she quickly hung her head. Her ears slightly reddened. Obviously she was too shy by these gazes. Indeed, this girl's beauty is completely different from the others, with a particularly pure and immaculate feeling. With such a scene, Fony nodded his head approvingly when he saw it and gave a very pertinent comment. But immediately afterward his words suddenly changed and he narrowed his eyes and smiled. But well, I personally don't like this kind. I prefer the mature, understanding, big-breasted royalty. Nudaxing scratched his head. Hey, me too. Yi Zhou retracted his gaze from Xinyu, rolled his eyes, and directly poked Fony. You kid, the first two are just padding. In fact, the last one big boobs is what you really think, right? The result was that Fony was seriously shaking his head, seriously pushing down the frames of his own eyeglasses, and said, Old Yi, you're too shallow. In reality, maturity and big boobs are what pave the way for me, and being good at interpreting people's clothes is what I really think. Yi Zhou, Niu Dixing, and Gaofu Shuai hadn't reacted at first after hearing this. It froze for a couple of seconds before the realization snapped in. And masters, it turns out that the three of them misunderstood. Fony is not talking about good understanding at all. It's good understanding of clothes. Clothes of clothes. Fony, you're a ing talent. Thus, the three of them simultaneously gave Fony a thumbs up. Awesome. At this time, Gaofu Shuai looked around and suddenly thought of something as he looked at Yi Zhou. By the way, old Yi, I remember when we were chatting yesterday, you said that your neighbor is also our finance major. Is he from our 2 classes? Class 2. Where is he? Called him over to play together. You two relationship is so good. Just also empty a seat, Lu. Yi Zhou shook his head. Not yet. While the 4 boys in dormitory 415 were chatting hotly, the originally noisy classroom suddenly quieted down. An outcry ensued. This is too pretty, isn't it? It's even better than our high school flower girl. She just looks a little high-strung. I thought that the particularly innocent-looking girl just now was already the ceiling of our finance major, but I didn't realize there were even better-looking ones than her. At the time, my dad insisted that I enroll in the computer science program, and it's a good thing I insisted on enrolling in finance, or I would have really missed out on the opportunity to major in the same field as such a beautiful girl. Are all the girls in Jiaotong University of ours so high quality and face value? That girl beside her should be her roommate, right? The big-breasted girl walking at the front. It feels like her face value isn't low. Oh no, I thought all the beautiful women were in the flight attendant program or medical school. I didn't realize that we could eat so well in the finance school. Ah ha ha ha, all you smelly boys step aside. What if this beautiful student likes girls? He, I can. Now, it wasn't just the boys in the class who were talking about it. Even a lot of the girls were stunned. The 4 boys in dormitory 415 followed the sound and were also awestruck. Yi Zhou wasn't too surprised though, because this stunning girl was none other than his little neighbor. At this moment, Lin Shanyu followed her 3 roommates around, her cool gaze glancing around the classroom, pinpointed Yi Zhou's location. She glanced deeply this way, a hint of softness spreading across her brow. Afterward, Lin Shanyu followed her 3 housemates and found an empty seat to fall behind, and the 4 of them whispered something. Gaofu Shuai slammed the table and said excitedly, asterisk. Old Yi, old Ox, old Feng, did you 3 see that? That huge, beautiful girl just now purposely glanced my way. I must have been handsome by my face. Dude seems to be in the game. Feng Yi deflated. Lao Gao, you change your face a bit fast. Didn't you just say that the girl who looks very pure is the flower of the courtyard? So fast change your face? It's a house flower, yes, but this definitely qualifies as a school flower. Gao Fu Shui was particularly excited. Yi Zhou laughed in his heart. He and Gao Fu Shui were sitting next to each other, and the little neighbor was obviously looking at him just now, so I'm afraid that he didn't even see what Gao Fu Shui, who was sitting next to him, looked like. Junior Hai does have his act together, and the circus has his act together. Almost 5 minutes later, the Finance 1 and 2 classes are all here. The counselor who was in charge of Yi Zhou and their check-in earlier also finally walked in from outside the classroom. The classroom fell silent. The counselor cleared her throat and then called out 2 names. Zhuang Kai Kai, Lu Kuan, count whether all the people from your classes have arrived yet. Immediately after that, a boy sitting in the first row got up and turned around to count the people on Yi Zhou's side. And one of the girls sitting next to Lin Shangyue got up and started counting the number of people in the Finance 2 class. Everyone knows that this is supposed to be the counselor's tentative class president. If nothing else, it'll be those same 2 when school officially starts. Once the 2 had reported to the counselor that everyone had arrived, the counselor also announced that the class meeting had officially begun. Hello everyone, my name is Dai Chang. I'm 33 years old, and I'll be serving as your Finance 1 and Finance 2 class counselor for the next 4 years. This is the first time for both of our classes to have a class meeting, and the main purpose is twofold. First, about the do's and don'ts of tomorrow's military training, and second, Chapter 120, A Lifetime of Reading Comprehension, with the counselor, Dai Chang, officially informing Finance 1 and 2 classes that the military training is tomorrow. Gao Feishui is uncomfortable all over. He muttered in a small voice, "Who's a good person on the day of Tanabata military training? I was looking for the university will be a little more humane in Tanabata after the military training it. Come on Lao Gao, there's no need to be so discouraged. You don't have a girlfriend anyway. It's the same whether you have a Tanabata or not. Using your morning line, you primped your hair so handsomely today that you're actually on a blind date with an entire class of girls. Then, thinking from that perspective, if you're in military training tomorrow, wouldn't it be a whole class of freshman girls accompanying you on Tanabata?" Hearing Yi Zhou's comforting words, Gao Fu Shui immediately resurrected with full blood. It makes sense. It's still your clear brain circuits, old Yi. While Gao Fu Shui was gloating, Counselor Dai Chongqing had also finished talking about the do's and don'ts of tomorrow's military training, as well as the matter of receiving the military training uniform in the afternoon. Immediately afterward, Dai Chongqing continued, "During military training with 2 classes as a company, our Finance 1 and 2 classes will be assigned to the same company, and when classes officially start, the combined class will also be our 2 classes together. So for the next 4 years, the 2 classes spend quite a bit of time together. Today is the first time we've all met. So why don't we just have a group self-introduction so everyone can show their faces? I'm also young enough to know that some people are socially intimidated. So all that's required later is for each person to get up and introduce themselves by name. And don't say anything else superfluous." Dai Chongqing then signaled the first person in the first row from his left to start introducing himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Yang Zhongguang. Hello everyone, my name is Fifi Chen. Hello everyone." Because Dai Chongqing had made it mandatory to introduce only his name, this wave of self-introductions was a relief to many people with social phobia. Their biggest fear is the kind where they have to introduce themselves at length in front of a lot of people they don't know well yet. This is the kind of thing that will most likely make you so nervous that you will say something irrelevant and possibly cause the crowd to laugh. Yi Zhou looked deeply at Dai Chongqing and said that the young counselor was really a bit of a level. This way of introducing yourself to each other makes it possible to know each other's names and still not have to embarrass everyone. And it's also a great time saver. Soon, it was Lin Shanyue's turn in the row where their dormitory sat. The eyes of the entire classroom rubbed and moved over. Everyone wanted to know what the name of this stunning-looking girl with a high cool temperament was. The little neighbor got up, said her name in a clear, cold voice, and sat down. Unlike the previous few who had introduced themselves, the crowd murmured after the little neighbor finished his name. After hearing this, Gao Fu Shui, along with Yi Zhou and the others, also had a burst of emotions. Lin Shallow Moon. Shallow Moon. If I'm not mistaken, the word shallow moon is most likely from a poem by the Song dynasty poet Wei Night. The night is shallow and the moon is not yet born. The spring is cold and the snow is still there. The meaning of the poem is, at this moment the night is still shallow, the moon has not yet risen, and the snowflakes still exist in the spring cold. Again, based on my observation, this Lin Shallow Moon doesn't look like a girl from an ordinary family, and combined with her rather meaningful name, I'm guessing her family is in business. When her parents named her, the family business was mostly just starting to take off, corresponding to the night is still shallow. And moon is exactly symbolic of the family business. And they hoped that the business would grow bigger and more promising. Just like Lin Shallow Moon. Nyo Daxing whispered. Old Gao, I think you're a bit of a pretender. Indeed. You're overinterpreting things a bit, aren't you, old Hai? This is college. Don't you dare move out of doing the language reading comprehension thing. Fomi also pushed down the frames of his glasses and gave an echo. In response to the two men's questioning, Gao Fu Shui lightly grunted. What do you grasshoppers know? This kind of rich people are usually very particular about naming their children. But come on, you're the only one who can pretend. Even though Niu Dixing and Feng were very disdainful of Gao Fu Shui's words. However, after Yi Zhou, who was on the side, heard this, his mouth was slightly open and he looked at Gao Fu Shui with great surprise. Other people don't know Lin Xianyue's family situation, but he, Yi Zhou, does. This time the high-pay handsome really did not nonsense. Small neighbor's family is really doing business. And her father Lin Jindong history of wealth. Really like this thing. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou looked deeply at Gao Fu Shui. I didn't realize that Mr. Xiao Gao, who loves to pretend, really has some skills. Sure enough, there is no fault at all with the saying that the nation has been doing reading comprehension all its life. The next thing Yi Zhou knew was the names of the three housemates of his little neighbor as well. The one with the biggest boobs is called Chong Choi Choi. The one who wears a pill head and goes for a cute style is called Natsuko Haru. The most ordinary looking one is called Josie. Fomi said in a deep voice. Old Yi, this Xuan Kai Kai, I'm very interested. You better be interested in her as a person. Yi Zhou directly exposed Feng Yi. Soon, both classes had finished introducing themselves, and many of the girls who were overly faceted knew that a lot of guys were looking at them when they introduced themselves. So intentionally hold your head high and put your best face forward. You know, it's never just the girls who are stuffy in college, and the two classes of girls with high or low face value. High pay handsome very pertinent to give the ranking. Top 1, Lin Xianyue. Top 2, Shen Yu. Top 3, Chuan Kai Kai. Dai Chongqing clapped his hands in satisfaction, then glanced at his watch. It was almost time for the noon meal, and then announced, well, it's about time. This string of numbers on the board is my contact information. After that you can contact me at any time if you need anything. My cell phone is on 24 hours a day. By the way, please don't talk about yourselves as Jade. I really can't stand it. Before the class meeting came to an end, Lao Dai said this cold joke, causing the crowd to laugh. Dismissed immediately afterward. Gao Fu Shui waved his hand. Let's go brother. Go to the cafeteria to dry rice. Let this young master taste the quality of Jiaotong University cafeteria food. The crowd in the classroom dispersed, and some of the bolder boys went toward the girls they had observed beforehand to ask for contact information. There were quite a few at Lin Xianyue's place, but they all seemed to have been rejected. On the contrary, it was Xin Yu. She was surrounded by several boys asking for contact information, making her blush, but she wouldn't refuse. She just gave them one by one with a red face. Gao Fu Shui didn't give a damn. TSK, a bunch of impatient contraptions. This is the lowest level way of picking up. The high-class way of picking up is to unintentionally exude charisma like this young master, and then have the girl come forward to ask me for my contact information. As soon as his words fell, Lin Xianyue, who was originally sitting in the front row, walked straight in his direction. Gao Fu Shui's eyes glared, and he hurriedly created Tran Yi Zhou and Feng Yi in them, whispering excitedly, look at that, what I said came true. Top 1's Lin Xianyue is coming my way. So it's true that this young master has a lot of charisma. Niu Dixing and Feng Yi's jaws dropped. Asterisk. No way? Before Lin Xianyue could walk to her side, Gao Fu Shui couldn't help himself. He shook off his bangs and took the initiative to take a few steps forward. Hello Mr. Lin, However, Lin Xianyue didn't even look at Gao Fu Shui, directly crossing over Gao Fu Shui and walking in front of Yi Zhou behind him. Then under the shocked gazes of the three people in dormitory 415, she smiled lightly at Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, I'm going to have dinner with my roommate. Chapter 121, Licking 1 is called licking a dog. Licking 100 is called what? Yi Zhou was slightly stunned. Then he also revealed a smile in response. Ah well, thanks for handing me over to the hostel master last night. Well, you're welcome. Lin Xianyue remembered what happened last night after Yi Zhou got drunk and her ears flushed slightly. The eyes that looked at Yi Zhou were heartfelt. At that moment, Lin Xianyue's housemate named Zhuang Kai Kai waved at her. Asajay, it's time to go. Good. Lin Xianyue answered and then nodded her head as a greeting to Feng Yi and Niu Dixing behind Yi Zhou. Then he said goodbye to Yi Zhou and left with his housemates. At this moment, Gao Fu Shui stood aside. The smile on his face had long since frozen. He froze in place awkwardly, his hand still in the position of shaking his bangs. What the is this? Why did Lin Xianyue greet Yi Zhou and not me? She didn't even look at me. This. No. 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 It can. It can. Feng Yi and Niu Dixing, who had been greeted by Lin Shangyue on her own accord, reacted only after a long time, then looked at Yi Zhou with incomparably shocked eyes. Holy, old Yi, what's your situation? Why do you feel that Lin Shangyue is especially familiar with you? Also, what's with you thanking her for handing you over to the hostel master last night? Wasn't it your neighbor who handed you over to the hostel master? Yi Zhou touched his nose. His expression was quite awkward. Ahem. Is it possible that Lin Shangyue is my neighbor? Your neighbor is Lin Shangyue? Feng Yi and Niu Dixing exchanged glances, their pupils violently quaking. The two of them said in unison, Old Yi, isn't your neighbor a man? I never said my neighbor was a boy. Yi Zhou was full of innocence, then patted Xiao Gao's classmates who were still petrified in place. Old Gao, don't be stiff. Quickly go to the cafeteria to dry rice. Gao Fushuai was silent for a long time before he silently said, Old Yi, you're damn unkind. You and Lin Shangyue are neighbors. Why didn't you tell us just now? You guys didn't ask me. I took the initiative to say it. You must say I'm pretending and still don't believe it. Grass. On the way to the cafeteria for the 4 people in dormitory 415, Gao Fushuai was depressed. When he thought of how he had just been ignored by Lin Shangyue, he couldn't wait to quit school. It's so embarrassing. And Feng Yi suddenly realized with a look of realization, if Lao Yi your neighbor is a girl, and it's still Lin Shangyue, then it all makes sense. No wonder at that time, a message from her could make you rush over right away, even if you were drunk. If I had such a beautiful neighbor, I would have been more active than you. Niu Daxing nodded heavily, then somewhat guiltily said to Yi Zhou, Old Yi, old Feng and I were searching before if you were. Ye Zhou mouth corner a draw. Said your brother and sister brainhole is really big but this time he can finally explain. That Maybach is indeed not his. At this time, Gao Fushuai also finally came back to his senses from the blow just now. He patted Yi Zhou's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Old Yi, both of them didn't see the essence of the matter, but young master I can see it. You must be Lin Shanyue's licking dog, right? Yi Zhou instantly widened his eyes, thinking that there are still experts. However, Yi Zhou's surprised expression convinced Gao Fushuai that he was right, so he continued to look like a person who had been there and told Yi Zhou and the others. Have you forgotten those post-it notes left behind by past seniors? Don't be a lickspittle. Although, right, Lin Shanyue is pretty and her family has money, but you can't be so young and want to eat soft rice. If you like her, it's fine to pursue her normally, but you can't lick her like this. To be honest, you look just a little bit worse than young Master Me, so you're still quite handsome. Let's not talk about your 2 times yesterday when you went straight ass over there because of a message from her. Let's let bygones be bygones. But just now, Lin Shanyue took the initiative to come over and tell you that she was going to the cafeteria to eat, obviously wanting you to go over and pay the bill. Even though she's not bad with money, she still said so, obviously wanting to show off her suitor in front of her roommates. Listen to me, old G. You absolutely can't go. Young master, I really can't bear to see my good brother being fished by a woman as a warped mouth. Listening to Gao Fushuai's serious analysis, Yi Zhou was dumbfounded. Nice guy, a set. What in the world is this male version of Chen Shi? What's wrong with you? If I didn't know that my little neighbor was simply talking to me, I'd almost believe it. Yi Zhou wanted to explain, but when he thought that Xiao Gao's classmates had just suffered a blow, in the end Yi Zhou just nodded his head. Okay, I get it. No go. Seeing Yi Zhou listening in, Gao Fushuai's expression then relieved a lot. Since you like Lin Shanyue, old Yi, then young master, I'll give up this target. But well, top 2's Xingyu. I'll be polite. He. And then the next. A silhouette suddenly appeared in front of the 4 people in dormitory 415. She was none other than Xingyu, the one Xiao Gao's classmates had longed for. Gao Fushuai was slightly stunned, hurriedly squeezing out a smile and was about to open his mouth to greet Xingyu, but the familiar scene reappeared. Xingyu, like Lin Shanyue, directly crossed over him and came to Yi Zhou's side. Gao Fushuai's heart pumped and his body trembled. No, it's not ing real. Aha. Feng Yi and Niu Daxing looked at each other, pluming their pupils once again violently quaking. Bad. Is it hard for Yi Zhou to have more than one neighbor? If that's true, licking one is called dog licking. What about licking 2, 3, or even 4 or 5? Shouldn't this ing be called Sea King? Xinyu didn't even notice the strange expressions of Yi Zhou's 3 roommates. She looked at Yi Zhou with a red face shyly. Yi Zhou, hello. I didn't expect such a coincidence. We are actually in the same university. Just now, I also saw Lin Shanyue. Yi Zhou was also stunned, not expecting Xinyu to come over to greet him on her own accord. Aha, but she's in class too. So, that. Xinyu nuzzled her mouth, then summoned up the courage to look straight at Yi Zhou. Is Xiong Kai also in Jiaotong University? Oh, sure enough, it's coming for Xiong Kai. Yi Zhou would smile. Finally he had caught cricket Xiong Kai in the act. He shook his head. Xiong Kai isn't at Jiaotong University, but his school is also in Bayan. Then, Yezhou-san, can you tell me which school Xiong Kai is in? Xinyu clutched the corner of her coat, and her face was already so red that it was about to drip blood. Yi Zhou cupped his chin and thought for a moment, narrowing his eyes and smiling. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't. Ah, okay. A trace of loss flashed in Xinyu's eyes, but she quickly regained her smile as she said softly, that doesn't matter. Or thank you Yezhou students. In the future we are a classmate. Yi Zhou's words changed, but I can give you Xiong Kai's contact information, so you can ask him yourself. Really? Xinyu's eyes instantly lit up. Yi Zhou nodded, then gave Xinyu Xiong Kai's contact information. The heart silently said, Xiong Kai, my father can only help you here. Chapter 122, aha, I made 70,000 a month. Of course it's true. Yi Zhou nodded to Xinyu, then told Xinyu Xiong Kai's contact information. Out of politeness, Xinyu also took the initiative to add Yi Zhou's WeChat. Before Xinyu left, Yi Zhou deliberately asked, by the way Xinyu, is there anything in particular you're looking for Xiong Kai for? Ah, I'm looking for him. Find him. Xinyu was stumped by Yi Zhou's sudden question, because she couldn't answer in half a day. Xinyu blushed like a mess. She was too embarrassed to directly tell Yi Zhou what was really going on inside her heart, and when Yi Zhou saw Xinyu in this state, he smiled meaningfully. Sure enough, he was right on the money. Spring is coming for Kumkai. Oh, I see. You must be looking for Xiong Kai to ask about what happened to us in Chuanyu, right? Aha, yeah. Xinyu nodded her head repeatedly, as if she was grasping a life-saving straw. Cute awesome. That, Yezhou-san I'm going to eat? Thank you for giving me Xiong Kai's contact information. You're welcome, and I thank you. Xinyu's pretty face was stunned. Thank you. Thank me for what? Ho ho. It's nothing. Go eat. Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes and smiled, waving goodbye to Xinyu. Of course, he thanked Xinyu to give Xiong Kai this big black egg a first love opportunity. Only after Xinyu left did Feng Yi come up with an interrogative expression on his face. Old Yi, honestly, what is your relationship with Xinyu again? You kid is also too dishonest. Even if you know Lin Shangyue, you even know Xinyu. Niu Daxing nodded heavily, then pointed at Gao Fuzhuai. That's right. Look at what kind of excitement it's given old Gao. Ahem. Let me explain. Meeting Xinyu was indeed an accident. When the class meeting was held just now, I saw that she was there, and I was quite surprised at the time. But I could have sworn we've only met a few times. Technically just the kind of friends you'd say hello to if you met. Hearing Yi Zhou's explanation, Gao Fuzhuai, whose heart was originally like ashes, finally lifted from the petrified state. He sighed in relief. I told you, I can't have all the good-looking girls have something to do with Yi Zhou. Old Yi, since you know Xinyu it's a good thing. Tell us in detail how you met. I suggest you don't listen. Yi Zhou had a serious face. Gao Fuzhuai looked unhappy. Old Yi you're not being a brother enough. Since you don't like Xinyu and Xinyu doesn't like you, so what if you tell me about how you met? Fine, then I'll tell you about it later over dinner. And anyway, don't say I bared you after you hear it. The pack won't. A few of the boys in dorm 415 called in their meals and found a spot to settle down. Gao Fuzhuai rubbed his hands together and couldn't wait for Yi Zhou to speak quickly about Xinyu. Feng Yi and Niu Dixing both pricked up their ears as well. Gossip. It's a better meal than any dish. Old Yi speak quickly. Don't sell out. Yi Zhou raised his chin, glanced at the chicken leg in the high-paid handsome dinner plate, and was silent. Gao Fuzhuai froze and hurriedly clipped the chicken leg to Yi Zhou, then fawned and said, Brother Chow, this is what my little one smiled at you. Ahem. I didn't ask for it you offered it to me. Whatever you say. For high-pay handsome attitude Yezhou very satisfied. Not worthy of business people's children. Is to have eyesight. So Yi Zhou also no longer ink. Will he and Xiong Kai summer vacation to know Xinyu? A complete account of the passage. Xinyu is from Sichuan and Chongqing, and her family lived in Liangshan. 10 minutes later. Feng Yi and Niu Dixing stared with wide eyes, full of incredulity, their eyes full of envy and shock. Only Gao Fuzhuai's corner of his eye muscles twitched, his body was trembling slightly, and he had a feeling that he was about to suffocate. Gao Fuzhuai swallowed hard. Are you saying that Xinyu just asked you for your good buddy Xiong Kai's contact information, and that she most likely likes Xiong Kai? Yes. And you and Kai Xiong, who spent over a month on summer vacation making $150,000. You split over $70,000. Yes. Even now the short video platform, which has more than 500,000 followers and more than $1,000 of income coming in every day. Yes. Asterisk. Gao Fu Shuai's entire body was about to explode. Even if Xin Yu had a favorite. Yi Zhou even took this opportunity to tell him that he had earned more than $70,000 in a month or so during the summer vacation. How do you people even eat? Gao Fu Shuai finally reacted to why Yi Zhou had just said that he was advised not to listen. Hopefully, it's waiting here. Gao Fu Shuai's face darkened. Old Yi, give me back my chicken leg. I hate you. Don't think. Yi Zhou guarded his dinner plate with a wary face. Old Gao, you're the one who had to listen to this, and said that the bag wouldn't say that I bared you. Gao Fu Shuai's teeth itched with anger. He had lost his chicken leg and was bared. Xin Yu might also have a favorite boy. This wave, blood loss. In order to not let himself be too stifled, Gao Fu Shuai made an effort to comfort himself as he pretended to be relieved and said, forget about it. Isn't it just 70,000? Compared to my old man's family fortune, it's completely a drop in the bucket. Yi Zhou, you're still inferior to me after all. Yi Zhou nodded. Aha, I made 70,000 a month. I still have a Mercedes C260. You don't. Aha, I make 70,000 a month. I'm dressed all in designer labels and live on several times what you do every month. Yi Zhou still nodded. Aha, I made $70,000 a month. Gao Fu Shuai instantly read warm. Excitedly shouted Yi Dog, I will kill you. In the end, it was only because Feng Yi and Neo Daxing tried their best to stop them that they didn't succeed in committing the murder. Of course, with the height difference between him and Yi Zhou, he might even be countered by Yi Zhou. At this moment, Gao Fu Shuai sat in his seat with an expression of old me has been played out and ate silently, as if his soul had died. Gao Fu Shuai couldn't figure out how. Obviously he was the rich second generation. Why did he always live under Yi Zhou's shadow? Feng Yi and Neo Daxing were very interested in Yi Zhou's summer vacation as a seller in Liangshan, and the two of them asked Yi Zhou for advice. Dormitory 415's first lunch at Jiaotong University ended in the midst of junior high students breaking their defenses. When the four of them came out of the cafeteria and walked towards the dormitory, Yi Zhou found a long line in front of a store not far from the cafeteria. The tables set up by the door were also filled with people. He asked Feng Yi curiously, Old Feng, why are there so many people over there? Oh, you say tea language? Tea language, the milk tea story you must have heard of. Our branch of Jiaotong University is said to be the old president of the tea language to create the tea language in the early days of the opening over. I think it's because it's close to the Tanabata festival and there are new products, so many people want to buy a cup of milk tea even if they don't mind the heat. Yi Zhou was surprised, not realizing that the tea language was first opened in the university. After carefully asking about the history of the development of Feng Yi tea language, Yi Zhou also finally understood that Lin Shanhue was serious last time, and that Summer was just an ordinary college student in the beginning. In the summer of freshman year of college created tea language milk tea brand, and then more and more growing. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou's words from his little neighbor came back to his mind. Yi Zhou, no need to be a door-to-door match. I'm a pretty girl who's willing to be your girlfriend. As a result, Ye Zhou developed the idea of starting his own business. The total amount in his account, counting the money he made with Xiong Kai and Sichuan in Chongqing, as well as the compensation from Zhao Lan's family, was more than $100,000. After a while, Zhao Lan will also compensate the last 150,000, so that adds up to more than $300,000. Money doesn't make money when it sits around. It only gets more and more when it's used. Yi Zhou cupped his chin and fell into deep thought. Entrepreneurship. What to start a business. Chapter 123, Yi Zhou and I are really lip clean. Asaj, the boy you were talking to after the class meeting just now, did you guys know each other before? Zhuang Kai swallowed the rice in her mouth. Curious. Before Lin Shanhue could open her mouth, Xia Ziqing said, I remember that boy. He seems to be called Yi Zhou. He's considered one of the few handsome guys in our two finance classes. Lin Shanhue pursed her lips, her expression serious. Ziqing, you can't hit Yi Zhou. 311. When the other three girls heard this, they first froze, and then all of them showed their expressions of wow. There's a big melon to eat here. Xia Ziqing giggled, then smiled and said, I just casually said it. Our little shallow moon can't sit still? Honestly, what is your relationship with Yi Zhou? We were in the same class in high school, and we were deskmates for the last month, and we were neighbors. Xia Ziqing narrowed her eyes and smiled. Did you omit the most important relationship? I didn't. Lin Shanhue's cool expression did a good job of hiding her emptiness, and both Xia Ziqing and Xiao Shi didn't believe it and pressed one after the other. When they came back from the gathering last night, Lin Shanhue said she was going to go for a walk with her neighbors. At that time, the three of them thought that Lin Shanhua's neighbor was a girl. After all, how could a girl with a high and cold personality like her take a walk with a boy in the middle of the night? I didn't realize that her neighbors were boys. Put it this way, if the two of them were really clean and good neighbors, how could they possibly go for a walk together in the middle of the night? Zhuang Kai pouted at the two little gossip girls, then said, Aya, Ziqing, Xiao you two stop being so gossipy. Asajai and Yizhou might really be pure neighbors. Humph, colorful, can you believe it? Who are the pure and good neighbors who can get into a college and a major and walk together in the middle of the night? Oh, Xia Ziqing grunted twice, then looked at Lin Shanhue with a smile again. Shanhue, if you dare to swear that the two of you are really pure, I can believe you for now. Oh, seeing that the three housemates had been staring at her, Lin Shanhue couldn't help but think of last night, when Yizhou was drunk. She secretly kissed Yizhou billion mouths. So, she swore righteously to Xia Ziqing and the girls. Aha! I swear, Yizhou and I are really lip clean. Yizhou, who returned to the dormitory, called Xiong Kai at the first time and told Xiong Kai that Xinyu was also in Jiaotong University on this matter. What? Ah Chao, are you saying that Xiaoshin is also in Jiaotong University and is in the same class as you? Yeah. Before lunch, Xinyu even asked if you were at Jiaotong University. I didn't say which school you were at, and then gave her your contact information so she could ask you herself. How's that? Am I good enough? You're not losing out by calling me your righteous father, are you? Yizhou originally thought that Xiong Kai would call him a righteous father very painfully, but he did not expect that after this sentence was said, Xiong Kai on the other end of the phone fell into silence. Xiong Kai, where are you? Why don't you say something? Only after a long time, Xiong Kai silently said, no wonder just now there is a person to add my friend. I pondered whether it is a telecommunication fraud, so I directly gave a rejection. So she is Xiao Shana. Awesome. You kids are really single by strength. Yi Chao was straight up awesome, not to be outdone by the little neighbor who called him a simple-minded, four-legged man. Asterisk. I've got to hurry up and re-add Shin or she's going to have to think I unfriended her on purpose. Go. Alas, high school 3 years why I do not study well did not get into the same college as Xiao Shun. Hanging up the phone with Xiong Kai, Yizhou was in a pretty good mood. If Xiong Kai and Shin you could really get together, then Xiong Kai would definitely run to Jiaotong University less often after that. In the dormitory, the two of them, Feng Yi and Niu Dixing, were flirting with Gao Fu Shui with the video that the two of them had last night, taken of Gao Fu Shui getting drunk. Lao Gao, you're drunk and you keep mumbling. You keep saying Xiao Feng. This Xiao Feng is not your first love, is it? Saying that, Feng Yi gave Niu Dixing a wink. Niu Daxing understood. I heard it too. Nonsense. What Xiao Feng? I never had a first love at all. You two must be lying to me. Show me the video. Gao Fu Shui cursed. Feng Yi slipped the phone back into his pocket. It's fine for you to have the video, but you have to give me and Lao Niu 2 smokes from your pack of Huazi. Asterisk. Feng Yi, you've learned that Olji thing now too, haven't you? If you like. You're just yelling for Feng anyway. Okay. Smoke for you guys. Hurry up and show me the video. After Gao Fu Shui lost the battle and gave Huazi to Feng Yi and Niu Dixing, he also saw the video as expected. It turned out that Feng Yi and Niu Dixing were lying to him. When he was drunk, he kept mumbling I'm a rich kid and nothing else. Seeing that Xiao Gao's classmates had been tricked again, Yizhou really couldn't hold back his laughter. Lao Gao, if your father knew you were so gullible, would he still dare to give you the family business in the future? Gao Fu Shui did not have the good sense to blankly stare at Yizhou. Old Ji, you don't fool around. Old Feng also has a video of you drunk lying on the bed last night in his cell phone. I didn't mumble anything when I was drunk, so it doesn't matter. Asterisk off. I don't want to talk to you. Gao Fu Shui's face darkened, dropping Feng Yi's cell phone and lying back on the bed. Yizhou, on the other hand, curiously took Feng Yi's cell phone, intending to see what he looked like when he was drunk. In the video, Yizhou was lying quietly on the bed. Indeed, he didn't mumble anything or do anything strange. But when Yizhou took a closer look, he instantly realized that something was wrong. Hey, why are my lips so red? Yizhou was slightly stunned and tapped pause, then zoomed the video to where his mouth was. It was indeed particularly red, almost as red as his drunken blush. Yizhou just woke up in the morning and felt a strange feeling on his lips, and he didn't pay attention to washing his face at that time. Now that he saw the video that Feng Yi had taken, he realized that his lips were red after returning to the dormitory last night. After a moment of pondering by Yizhou, his pupils contracted violently. Holy, the red on my lips, it looks like lipstick? Could it be that? Yizhou's heart pumped, and his mind was filled with Lin Shanhua's high-flying face and her pink moist lips. He suddenly had a bold guess. Chapter 124, my legs are a bit white. I don't suppose the little neighbor caught me with a kiss after I got drunk? What was I thinking? There's absolutely no way. She's not like that. Yi Zhou, after a brainstorming session, judged that there was absolutely no way it could be like what he had imagined. Even though he knew Lin Xianyu's feelings for him, but with her character she would not be able to do such an act no matter what. But, with the red color on my lips, I shouldn't be wrong about the lipstick, and it seems to be exactly the same color as what my little neighbor usually uses? Yi Zhou cupped his chin and thought for a while longer, and finally came to the conclusion that last night, after he was drunk and broken, before his little neighbor handed him over to the hostel master, she used her own lipstick and smeared it all over his lips. Screw it, and take a picture to remember it by. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou was finally relieved. This is still very possible. After all, I can't just have my first kiss somehow taken away from me in my unconscious state, can I? Humph. I don't know what a first kiss tastes like yet. After knowing the truth of what happened last night, Yi Zhou's heart could not help but ripple. Even though it was just the little neighbor using her own lipstick and smearing it all over his lips, it was kind of an indirect kiss, wasn't it? Yi Zhou touched his lips, suddenly regretting a little why he didn't realize this when he just woke up in the morning. Or else he must have felt it in detail at that time. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the notice of Lu Cohen, the temporary class president of the Finance 1 class, the class was told to go to the designated place to get the military training clothes. The four of us from dorm 415 went out as a group and quickly retrieved our military uniforms. On the way back, Yezhou let Feng Yi take his military uniform back to the dormitory first, while he entered the supermarket in silence. I was so focused on buying tampons and snacks for my little neighbor that I almost forgot about myself. Originally Yezhou only intended to buy it for himself, but his eyes rolled and he ended up buying snacks and sanitary napkins for 4 people. Yezhou certainly wasn't so kind as to give these things to Gao Fu Shui and the others. You want it? No problem. I'll pay extra for it. When Yezhou went back to the dormitory to try on the military uniforms, he found that the 3 Gao Fu Shui people were all already lying on the bed in a drowsy state. Every afternoon in August, Northam was hot as a steamer. What kills me is that the air conditioner in every dormitory at PTU has to be paid for by the renter before it can be used. But because school has not yet officially started, the person who rents the air conditioner is naturally not at work, and for the time being can only rely on the 2 old fans hanging from the ceiling in the dormitory to get by. Feng Yi's voice was lazy. Olji, you happen to be not in bed yet. Close the curtains by hand. This sunlight is too damn blinding. Yi Zhou nodded and smoothly pulled the balcony curtains closed. The dormitory was instantly darkened, and the overhead fan made a humming sound, so it felt too much like sleeping. Yi Zhou also hurriedly climbed into bed, his legs clamped onto the quilt, and fell asleep in a short while. Yezhou had a dream. He dreamed that he and his young neighbor were sitting in the boys' dormitory building, in that communal wooden chair under the willow tree, kissing obliviously while the night was still young. When he finished kissing, Yi Zhou saw that the lipstick applied on his little neighbor's lips was kissed and blossomed. Her little neighbor blinked a little sheepishly, her eyes watery, her pinkish cherry lips slightly parted. What does a first kiss taste like? Sayazu? Not sure. Taste it again? Saying that, Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes and tried to continue kissing down again, but he suddenly realized something and jerked to a halt, looking at Lin Xianyue with a puzzled expression. Wait, am I dreaming? Otherwise, how could a real little neighbor kiss me? Because I'm bulldaxing Wake up! In the next second, Lin Xianyue's voice turned into Niu Dexing's voice. Yi Zhou trembled in fear and snapped his eyes open. Sure enough, he found Niu Dexing's face, which was full of blackheads and pimple marks, appearing in front of him. At this moment, Niu Dexing's eyes were full of panic, and he was only relieved when he saw Yi Zhou open his eyes. He slapped his chest with a pang of fear. Scared my old ox to death. Old leaf, who did you dream about? Just now when I called out to you, you pouted and wanted to kiss me. Fortunately my old ox reacted quickly. Yi Zhou was a bit dumbfounded by what he heard. Good guy. Fortunately woke up quickly. Otherwise the first kiss will be cheaper. Niu Dexing. Feng Yi, who was sitting at his table eating, turned around and flirted. Old Yi, you're not dreaming of Lin Xianyue, are you? Ahem. Nonsense. We're just neighbors. How could I be unneighborly to my neighbor? It's okay to lie to your buddies. Don't ever lie to yourself. Come down and eat. It's past 6 o'clock now. I went to the cafeteria with old ox to bring you an old gawa meal. Yi Zhou's afterglow saw the rice placed on his table and was almost moved to tears. Who says that there are no great emperors in the human race? 2 righteous fathers? Accept my humble worship. After Yi Zhou finished, he jumped off the bed to eat. I was only going to sleep for an hour, but I didn't realize I froze until after 6 in one sitting. Yi Zhou ate while opening his cell phone to see if there was any news during his nap. It's a shock not to look at it. Small neighborhood 99 plus. Holy, what's this hair? Yi Zhou clicked in and automatically popped up to the message sent by Lin Xianyue at the very beginning. Yi Chao. What are you doing? I just went to get my military uniform. The military uniform looks so thick. What do you look like in it? Yi Zhou? Zhuang Kai Kai bought me milk tea from Tea Language. It's very good. Let's go to Tea Language to drink milk tea together in the evening. It's a little boring and I'm dying to play Forest Fire and Ice. I'll show you what I look like in my military uniform. Photo. What are you doing? Why don't you answer my messages? Doubtful. Emoji. It's a little hot. I'm going to take a shower. After taking a bath, Zhuang Kai Kai said my legs are a bit white. Photo of legs. I also bought new socks. And this is how they look on. Photo of white silk. Yi Chao. You're a bad man. Tapping. Emoji, X100. Yi Zhou read the message in one breath, and the emotions in his heart were hard to describe. Little did he know that his little neighbor had sent him so many messages in the few short hours he had been napping. At first it was restrained, but later, because Ye Zhou never replied, it made the little neighbor a bit restless, posting photos one after another. First the military uniform photo, then the leg photo, and finally the king bomb, the white silk photo. Yi Zhou was touched for a while, and then silently saved all those photos after viewing the original images, saying that there are still many good people in this world. Gao Fu Shui, who had just woken up, also got down from the bed and saw Yi Zhou's expression with a puzzled look. Hey, old Yi, why do you have a demented smile on your face when you're having dinner? Yi Zhou was slightly stunned and hurriedly put away his immodest expression, then ate a mouthful of rice and cursed. Damn, giving rice a movie? So hard. Chapter 125, Lemony Jealousy. After dinner, Gao Fu Shui took out his laptop from his cabinet. The movement was very loud, as if the other three people in the dormitory couldn't see that he had a computer. Gao Fu Shui shook his hair and suddenly said, What? Old bull, you asked me how much this laptop costs? 18,000. The whole 18,000. Hey, I didn't ask you. Niu Dixing was dumbfounded. It doesn't matter. Turn around if you guys want to play. Come over and play anytime. All buddy. Yi Zhou and Feng Yi looked at each other and both laughed and shook their heads. To be honest, they had long believed that Gao Fu Shui was really a rich second generation, and there was absolutely no need for him to always show off and pretend like this anymore. More times than not, rather than looking like a rich kid. After all, as the saying goes, the more you lack something, the more you like to show it off. Yi Zhou, on the other hand, washed his hair and then changed into a set of clean clothes intending to go out. Seeing this scene, Gao Fu Shui immediately got up and looked at Yi Zhou critically. Hey, old Yi, you're not going to be Lin Shanyue's licking dog again, are you? What a licking dog. Dude never was that. Ye Zhou waved his hand, but he did have to go find his little neighbor. At the time of the meal, he had messaged his little neighbor that he was sleeping in the afternoon and hadn't heard the message, and then he also told his little neighbor to meet him downstairs in the girls' dormitory at 7:30. Gao Fu Shui felt that Yi Zhou was being tough-talking, and he didn't dwell on the issue, directly asking back, Okay, then tell me if you went looking for Lin Shanyue? Yes. So did you initiate the date with her? Yes. Gao Fu Shui snapped his fingers, then told Feng Yi and Niu Daxing, Look at this. Our Olji is in such good condition that he would be caught by a girl as a warped mouth. After saying that, he looked at Yi Zhou again. If I'm not wrong, Lin Shanyue must have politely refused to meet you with some other reason, but you stalked her and thought that if you went to wait downstairs in the girls' dormitory, she would more than likely come down to meet you, right? Oh, that's not true. She said yes and said she'd invite me to tea talk for milk tea. I knew she must. Hey, Lin Shanyue agreed to meet you and treat you to milk tea? Gao Fu Shui was taken aback. That's not ing right. Feng Yi and Niu Dixing originally had little interest, but when they heard that Lin Shanyue actually took the initiative to invite Yi Zhou to drink milk tea, they also brightened up, even though they knew that Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue were neighbors. But what was Lin Shanyue's face and level? After a class meeting, no less than 10 boys went up to ask for her contact information. So how could she possibly meet with Yi Zhou specifically and treat him to milk tea? Gao Fu Shui looked at Yi Zhou dumbfounded, and realized that Yi Zhou had a bashful face, and did not look like he was blowing awesome at all. He gulped, like he'd figured something out again. I know, you and her are neighbors, and now that school has just started and there are so many boys asking for her WeChat, she is trying to get you to help her refer to which boys are of good quality. TSK, it's true that I'm still a rich man who understands the psychology of rich people, but, old Yi, don't be too happy, like Lin Shanyue who tells you everything, isn't interested in you, rather, she's treating you like a male best friend. To put it bluntly, a spare tire. Yi Zhou's corner of the eye twitched, saying that this brain hole of the high-paying marshal was really a bit wide open. Give him one piece of information and he can brainstorm a bunch of storylines out of thin air. It's a damn shame this isn't going to be on Netflix. Yi Zhou rolled his eyes. Play with your computer. Worry blindly all day. After saying that, he left the dormitory and rushed towards the girls' dormitory building. When Yi Zhou left, Gao Fu Shui closed the computer and looked at Feng Yi and Niu Dexing with a serious face. No, old Ji is now terminally ill. If it wasn't for me stopping him at noon, he would have farted off to the cafeteria to find Lin Shanyue. Now just as soon as he wakes up from his nap, he goes to look for Lin Shanyue after eating. This is totally licking the dog. As good brothers, we absolutely can't let him go on like this. So what's the whole thing now? Von Ai pushed down the frames of his glasses. Gao Fu Shui thought about it and said in a deep voice, didn't old Ji say that he's going to the tea language with Lin Shanyue? The three of us will go over there as well. Find a corner to observe. And if there's the right moment, we'll be the first to show up and remind old Ji, so he can see Lin Shanyue's true colors. I think, could it be that you guys are overthinking it? What if old Ji is really just pursuing Lin Shanyue normally? Niu Dexing scratched his head. His mind was very simple. He didn't feel that Ji Zhou had any problems right now. Chasing girls, isn't it always like that? But Niu Dexing was immediately countered by Gao Fu Shui. Old ox, you're still too naive. Lin Shanyue has a Maybach specially sent to school. She's not even in the same class as old Ji. If you were Lin Shanyue, would you fall in love with Yi Zhou? Absolutely impossible. Hearing Gao Fu Shui say this, Feng Yi and Niu Dexing also realized the seriousness of the matter. So the three of them looked at each other and got up to hurry toward Tea Whisper. When Yi Zhou arrived at the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, he found Lin Shanyue already standing there playfully waiting for him. And with a rare smile on her face, she looked to be in a good mood. Although there were only freshmen on campus at the moment, there was still the occasional boy who passed by the girls' dormitory building. These boys couldn't help but stop and take a couple more glances at Lin Shanyue, a girl who was so beautiful that she didn't have the slightest flaw. Yi Zhou walked over to Lin Shanyue and deflated. Don't dress so pretty in the future. Feeling his little neighbor's puzzled eyes, Yi Zhou then reacted that he seemed to have unleashed overbearing jealousy. Hastily, he changed his mind to explain. Ahem. I mean, we're just going for a milk tea. There's no need to dress up so elaborately. Oh, but it's to drink milk tea with you. Yi Zhou's face did not change, but inside, he was violently quaking. Oops, she's moving my cement again. Chapter 126, Swapping Milk Tea. Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue walked side by side towards tea language. It was good that there weren't many students in the school right now. This, coupled with the fact that military training is tomorrow, makes many freshmen decide to party one last night. So there weren't too many people on the school road, and Yi Chao didn't feel too much pressure walking with his little neighbor. Since tea language was not far from the boys' dormitory building, Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue once again passed by the communal wooden chair under the willow tree. When Yi Zhou saw it, he remembered the dream he had during his nap today. Not only did he kiss Lin Shanyue in his dream, but he was also the lassie kind. Thinking of this, Ye Zhou glanced rather sheepishly at his small neighbor. It turned out that the little neighbor's face was surprisingly red even as she looked at the communal wooden chair, and her eyes were wandering, not knowing what she was thinking. Hey, you're blushing a bubble hammer, Yi Zhou muttered darkly. But in the next moment, the little neighbor's heartbeat also suddenly rang out. Kobayashi, why are you blushing too? He can't remember, can he? Yi Zhou was slightly stunned. Lin Shanyue's heartfelt words reminded him of the video taken from Feng Yi. He then looked at Lin Shanyue with a scrutinizing gaze. Lin Shanyue was a little unnatural by his eyes. She raised her head in panic, her cheeks scarlet. Ye Zhou, what are you looking at me for? What did you do to me last night when I was drunk? Lin Shanyue's pretty face bluffed and her delicate body trembled slightly. Just when she thought she'd been caught doing what she'd finished doing, Yi Zhou, who had been staring at her for a while, suddenly revealed an expression of I already knew what you did and said, don't think I don't know anything just because I'm drunk. You purposely used your lipstick while I was asleep and messed around with my lips, didn't you? Given that we're neighbors, I'll let this matter go. Just delete the pictures you took secretly at the time. Lin Shanyue's eyes narrowed as she realized that Ye Zhou didn't seem to know what was going on. So the panic disappeared and the high-flying look returned as well. She justified it. I didn't do anything that childish. Don't believe me. Why did you put lipstick on my lips if you weren't trying to take ugly pictures of me? I didn't. Yi Zhou lightly grunted, thinking that your mouth is hard. It is almost catching up with me. Sooner or later one day let your mouth soften down. Unbeknownst to him, his little neighbor had known the softness of his mouth for a long time. Not hard at all. Ha! At this moment, Yi Zhou was finally relieved. Sure enough, his little neighbor just took advantage of his drunkenness last night and put lipstick on his mouth. Lin Shanyue also quietly sighed in relief. Ye Zhou really didn't find out what she did last night. When they arrived at the tea language, Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue found a seat by the window and sat down. After all, mosquitoes are still plentiful outside in the summer. Yi Zhou was ready to go to the front desk to order. and in passing asked his little neighbor what she wanted to drink. "What are you drinking?" "First love." Yi Zhou's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes and spat. "Why don't you drink your first kiss?" "I tasted it." The little neighbor looked a little smug and couldn't help but grunt a little. Waiting for Yi Zhou went to the front desk to order to know. It turns out that, as Feng Yi said at noon, close to the Tanabata festival, the tea language out of 2 new products. The new product is called First Love and First Kiss. Yi Zhou remembered the message his little neighbor had sent him in the afternoon, saying that her roommate Zhuang Kai Kai had bought milk tea for the entire dormitory to drink. No wonder she just said she drank her first kiss. So that's it. Yi Zhou released a smile. Once the order was taken, it was back to the location. At this moment, Gao Fu Shui, Feng Yi, and Niu Dixing also arrived at tea language. Gao Fu Shui looked around and eventually saw Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue at the indoor window location. The 3 of them then found an outdoor corner to sit down, a position where they could observe Yi Zhou and the others without being easily discovered. "Look guys, Old Yi and Lin Shangyue are still really together. Old Yi, this kid still has 2 brushes, but it's really only 2. Gao Fu Shui whispered. Feng Yi pushed up his glasses and looked over at Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue, frowning slightly. It feels like they have a pretty cordial relationship, unlike what Old Yi said about them just being ordinary neighbors. Ha! Niu Dixing, on the other hand, looked on with a curious expression. I also think they're quite compatible, and I can't see anything humble about Old Yi at all. Gao Fu Shui glared at them. What do you guys know? A rich girl like Lin Shangyue has a complicated mind. We have to keep a good eye on it. We can't let Old Yi get in too deep. At this moment, Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue were chatting happily, both of them smiling from time to time, completely unaware that somewhere in the corner of the outdoor location, 3 pairs of eyes were staring at them. After the milk tea was served, Lin Shangyue gently sucked on it and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. First love tastes pretty good. Still want to try a first kiss? Didn't you taste them all? Lin Shangyue puffed out her fragrant cheeks and didn't say anything more. The first kiss she had tasted was not the first kiss from the cup in Ye Zhou's hand. By the way, when the class meeting was held in the morning, you also saw Xinyu, right? I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that she was also a finance major at Jiaotong University. But the big black egg isn't at PTU, Lin Shangyue said in a clear and cold voice. Yeah, but on the way to the cafeteria at noon, Xinyu specifically came over and asked me if Xiong Kai was at Jiaotong University, and I said no, but didn't tell her which school Xiong Kai was at. I pushed Xiong Kai's contact info to Xinyu so she could ask Xiong Kai herself. I'm not a bad moonbat, am I? Oh, good. Yi Chao, you big dummy. You can't handle your own affairs. And you're still going to be someone else's moonman. Ha! Yi Zhou touched his nose, his face somewhat unnatural. Sometimes it doesn't seem like a particularly exciting thing to hear from your little neighbor. At this moment, sitting in the corner of the outdoor area, Gao Fu Shui, he saw Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue talking and laughing, and Lin Shangyue would even wrinkle down her nose every now and then to reveal a sultry look, and Gao Fu Shui felt more and more that something was wrong. He muttered in a small voice, "What's the situation? Lin Shangyue, she can't really be interested in Old Yi, right? This is not scientific." Feng Yi and Niu Dixing were also a bit surprised, although the 2 of them weren't as extreme as Gao Fu Shui, who felt that Yi Zhou was Lin Shangyue's licking dog. But at least, it was Yi Zhou who was pursuing Lin Xianyu normally. But now the situation looks, how to feel, like the 2 of them are already in love? Just when the 3 of them were confused as to what exactly was going on with Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue, the 2 of them sitting indoors did something that blew their minds. Gao Fu Shui's breathing stuttered, his eyes glazed over, and his body trembled violently. This, I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. Old Feng, old bull. You 2-pinch me so I know it's not true. However, Feng Yi and Niu Dixing couldn't care less about Gao Fu Shui as they stared blankly at what was happening within the tea language at the moment. The tea talk room. Lin Shangyue's expression was flat as she picked up the milk tea that Yi Zhou had already taken a sip from his mouth just now and placed it in front of her own mouth to take a sip. Lipstick marks on Yi Chao's milk tea straws. Yi Zhou surprisingly just muttered a few words, then also picked up Lin Shangyue's milk tea and took a sip from mouth to mouth. This was followed by some muttering as if to say, yours is not a good cup. Sitting outdoors, Xiao Gao students, eyes red, was invariably bared head buzzing. Chapter 127, not going to military training, planning to cultivate immortality? Ye Zhou, your first kiss tasted good. You'd better tell the whole story. It's my first kiss milk tea that tastes good, Yi Zhou said resentfully. At the same time, he was still a bit shocked inside. How he could never imagine that Lin Shangyue would not mind the milk tea he had drunk in the slightest, and directly picked it up and drank it to her mouth. To which the little neighbor explains, we're all neighbors, and a sip of your milk tea isn't too much to ask. Indeed, it's not too much. so it's not too much for me to take a sip of yours too, is it? Not too much. So, both of them drank the milk tea that the other had drunk. It looked like both of them had very bland expressions and felt that their behavior towards each other made sense. Unbeknownst to them, both were reddening their ears in the corners where the other couldn't see them. Yizhou always felt that Lin Xianyue was not quite right today, always emphasizing the first kiss, and every time it is easy to make people misunderstand. However, when Lin Xianyue heard Yizhou's tirade, she only hummed twice lightly and did not do anything in response. Right. Now that you're going to live in college, then Uncle Lee and your two bodyguards shouldn't have anything to be busy with during the week. Have they already been recalled to Shanghai by your father? Lin Xianyue shook her head. Uncle Lee is my personal driver. Usually even if there's nothing going on, he's always on standby. Well, Uncle Lee and the bodyguard, they rented a house in the neighborhood next to Jiaotong University. I remember that the neighborhoods next to Jiaotong University don't have cheap monthly rents, do they? I don't know. There are special finances for these expenses at home on weekdays. Yezhou choked for a moment as he listened. Good lord, being a bodyguard and driver for your little neighbor not only assigns you employee housing, but also pays you a horrible salary every month. Yezhou pondered that if he didn't have such a good relationship with his little neighbor, he would have to do everything he could to get into the Lin family to work. Still create a gross business directly less 20 years of detours it. Yizhou and Lin Xianyue sat at tea language for more than an hour and left the store at 9 o'clock. On the way to send the little neighbor back to the dormitory, Yizhou remembered those pictures she sent to herself in the afternoon, and suddenly his tone became serious. Lin Xianyue. The little neighbor was startled for a moment and looked at Yizhou with blank eyes. Ever since she moved next door to Yizhou, it seemed like Yizhou had never called her by her first name so formally, so now it's not a matter of being nervous. Yizhou was serious. In the future, do not send me photos of legs or stockings. It is very easy to misunderstand the relationship between our neighbors. Can't neighbors send pictures to each other? Yes, but the picture you posted is a bit of a violation. The little neighbor pouted, then said with a clear, cold expression, I thought you'd like to see these. Yizhou was annoyed. Nonsense. I've never been in the habit of looking at legs and stockings. Then I won't post it again. Not posting or not posting. Ha! But Yizhou was coughing lightly, and his words suddenly changed. It's not that bad to the point of not posting. Mostly because you always send me these and it makes your roommate misunderstand and think I have some weird XP. In the future, if you send me pictures like this, just change my note first, and in any case, don't let anyone know it's me. Lin Xianyue blinked her eyes. She wasn't stupid. Of course she knew what Yizhou meant. Yizhou, you're a bad person. You even took the food and now you don't want to be responsible. Yizhou acted as if he hadn't heard anything. Anyway, it's heartfelt. Tell me yourself if you can. Near the bottom of the girls' dormitory, you'll pass through a small wooded area. This forest doesn't really serve much of a purpose and counts as nothing more than a green area for aesthetic purposes. However, Yezhou has long seen on the Jiaotong University bar that the biggest moral depression for couples in Jiaotong University is precisely the grove downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Tiny little patch. But there were more couples in it every night than there were in that little grove at the playground. Yizhou glanced towards the grove, and sure enough, he found a few figures coming close together inside. The same scene he saw last night in the playground with his little neighbor. School is a place to learn. Do this kind of hot stuff? We don't look at our little neighbors. Listening to Yizhou's tirade, Lin Xianyue cooperated with him by covering her eyes. But then he quietly forked his ring and middle fingers, leaving a gap on purpose. The young girl's pupils contracted slightly when she saw the couples kissing in the grove. The way they kissed seems different from her last night. They seem like stretch something else. After waiting downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Yizhou found that his little neighbor's eyes were dull, revealing bewilderment and shock. Hey, what's with the weird look? No, it's nothing. I'm going back to the dormitory. Good night, Yezhou. Lin Xianyue shook her head repeatedly, but her face was scarlet as she turned around and ran towards the girls' dormitory building after saying that. Strange, why all of a sudden? Yizhou scratched his head, a little puzzled, but turned around and went back to the dormitory without thinking much. Unbeknownst to me, my little neighbor has learned a new position. Yizhou pushed open the door of the dormitory and a burst of smoke hit his face. Cough cough cough. Damn, you guys are lighting fires in the dorm? Don't you know you can wet your bed with fire? Yizhou was choked to the point of tears, leaving the dormitory door hurriedly open. When the smoke cleared, he realized that it wasn't lighting a fire at all, but that the student closest to the door, Ko, was sitting on a bench smothering a cigarette. Gao Fu Shui held a lit cigarette between the fingers of his left hand and leaned against the backrest of the chair. His eyes were lifeless. Most importantly, there were cigarette butts all over his feet, and it was obvious that the smoke in the dormitory was all created by this kid. Yezhou raised his eyebrows. Old Gao, are you planning to cultivate immortality instead of military training tomorrow? Gao Fu Shui remained in his position, not even moving. Seeing that Gao Fu Shui ignored himself, Yi Zhou was full of strangeness as he walked up to Feng's side and lowered his voice to ask, Old Feng, what's wrong with him? Ahem. Speaking of which, it's your fault. Yi Zhou was dumbfounded. I thought I was just going out for a milk tea. It's not like I was going to drink the soul of a high-paying man. Feng Yi pushed down his glasses and explained helplessly. You just went to have milk tea with Lin Shangyue, and old Gao had to take me and old Ox over with him, saying that he absolutely couldn't let you fall into the abyss of 10,000 feet. As a result, when he arrived, he found that you were talking and laughing with Lin Shangyue, and at that moment he was a bit tense until you and Lin Shangyue exchanged milk tea with each other. And old Gao shuddered and almost slipped off his chair. Nah, when I got back I just smoked and didn't say a word. Yi Zhou touched his nose and said, so that's how it is. I didn't realize that I unintentionally bared my stupidity to Mr. Ko-ah. Chapter 128, are we part of the play for you too? Looking at Xiao Gao's classmate who was bared silly, Yi Zhou smiled and took the initiative to go up and pat his shoulder. Lao Gao, not so much. Really, too much. Gao Fu Shui revealed an aggrieved expression. Old Yi, you're not generous at all. You obviously have a relationship with Lin Shangyue that is not at all as simple as an ordinary neighbor. Why do you still act like a licking dog and make me worry for nothing? You're the one who always thought I was Lin Shanyue's licking dog. I never admitted it. I don't care. Okay. I was wrong. Yi Zhou coaxed Gao Fu Shui like a child. In fact, Yi Zhou knew that Xiao Gao's heart was not bad. In the morning before the class meeting, Gao Fu Shui saw Lin Xianyu for the first time and expressed his desire to pursue her. However, after the class meeting and learning that Lin Shanyu was Yi Zhou's neighbor, he gave up this idea at the first opportunity. Even when Yi Zhou didn't explicitly state that he liked or was pursuing Lin Shanyu, Cao Paishui didn't have any hesitation. It can be seen that Gao Fu Shui still cares very much about the feelings of his friends around him. As for Xiao Gao student's current appearance, he was actually acting out of good intentions. Thinking that Yi Zhou was being deliberately trolled by Lin Shanyu, Yi Zhou was still very meticulous in his observation of these details. At this time, when Gao Fu Shui saw Yi Zhou's good attitude, he arrogantly snorted, smoked the last puff of his cigarette, and then stepped on the cigarette. The sullen expression was swept away. Then he looked at Yi Zhou with a puzzled look. Old Yi, I can't figure it out. Lin Shanyue's family condition is so good. The two of you are just neighbors. You even managed to capture her heart. Even young master, I don't have such confidence. How in the world did you kid do it? After a pause, Gao Fu Shui looked like he thought of something. With an incredible face. You kid. You wouldn't have saved her life, right? That's really not true. We're really just clean and good neighbors. So get over yourself. Ye Zhou shrugged. In fact, he had always had the same doubts as Gao Fu Shui. It had been several months since he and Lin Shanyu had become neighbors. Until now, Yi Zhou couldn't figure out why Lin Shanyu had such emotions and attitude towards him. Although Lin Shanyu was a bit more proactive towards him than she had been in the previous few months, just the matter of having Lin Shanyu take the initiative to move next door to him was enough to make Yi Zhou ponder for a long time. A good neighbor with a clean slate? I'll be damned. If it's really that innocent, how can you two even drink each other's milk tea? Gao Fu Shui spat. Now he was dead set on not believing Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue's claim of being ordinary neighbors. There's definitely something fishy going on with those two. Yi Zhou helplessly sighed. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. The most Lin Shanyue and I have done is to have dinner together, go to each other's homes, ask our good friends to go out together, and open a room together to play a game. Like it counts as traveling together? I don't think it counts. At that time Xiong Kai and I went to Chuanyu for a summer job. She also came to Chuanyu for a day. Well, it doesn't count as traveling. Asterisk. The other three people in dormitory 415, after hearing this, spoke in unison. Gao Fu Shui's eyes reddened after hearing this. Is this still considered an ordinary neighbor? These things, many couples who just got together haven't done it yet. You and Lin Shanyue are still called neighbors? Yi dog, take your life. Feng Yi was also surprised and pushed down his glasses emotionally. Old Yi, this time old Gao really hasn't wronged you. You and Lin Shanyue have done so many things together. What's the difference between you and a couple? Not to mention anything else, just the fact that you two can go to a room together has even surpassed the progress of many couples. Old Yi, my old ox thinks they're both right. Nyo Daxing nodded heavily, then was filled with suspicion. Old Yi, you wouldn't actually be in love with Lin Shanyue, right? Deliberately teasing the three of us is actually a part of the play between the two of you? Yi Chao listened with a straight face, thinking to himself, I've done things with my little neighbor. Is it really the same as a couple? No way. It's just the fantasy of three single dogs. Yi Zhou ignored the three and turned his head to play with his cell phone by himself. And when the three of them, Gao Fu Shui, saw this, they all thought that Yi Zhou couldn't think of anything to say in rebuttal. Immediately after that, the three of them exchanged words and agreed that Yi Zhou was actually already in a relationship with Lin Shanhua. Even if it isn't, it's coming soon. Of course, Yi Zhou was still quietly perking up his ears to listen to the three people's conversation. A ripple went through him. My little neighbor and I. Is it really like being in love? Yi Zhou and I really aren't in a relationship. Lin Shanhua firmly looked at the three housemates, her eyes thievingly pulling high and cold. He had a look that said, even if you guys break the sky today, Yi Zhou and I are not in love. Zhuang Kai condescendingly scrutinized Lin Shanhua as she wrapped her arms around her chest. Those two huge masses were just a bit eye-catching. Only after a long time did she turn her head to say affirmatively to Xia Ziqing and Xiaoxi, Ziqing, it seems that you were right. Shallow Moon and Yi Zhou's relationship is really extraordinary. I didn't believe it before until I went to the store at night and passed by the tea language and saw Shallow Moon sitting with Yi Zhou in the tea language. Xia Ziqing said with a smile. Definitely not ordinary. Can make our Asagi Moon such a high cold goddess? Take the initiative to go over to greet. Relationship if ordinary would be strange. Moreover, the two went for walks and milk tea together in the evening, which reinforced my suspicions. After saying that, Xia Ziqing asked Lin Shanhua with an excited expression. Quickly tell us the truth. What exactly is your relationship with Yi Zhou? No more talk about neighbors. Yi Zhou and I are really pure. Lips for lips, huh? Xia Ziqing's eyes narrowed in an I've already seen everything stance. Hearing Xia Ziqing's words, Lin Shanhua's small face instantly bluffed. No good. This woman is a bit clever. In the end, Lin Shanhua pursed her lips and whispered. Well, actually, Yi Zhou and I are still game hitchhikers. Zhuang Kai's trio was a bit unresponsive. Three faces confused. Game hitch? What do you mean? Forest Ice Fireman. And Shinigami vs Naruto. Zhuang Kai and Josie looked at each other, both a bit caught off guard by this answer. Only Xia Ziqing violently covered her mouth, her face full of surprise. You little two have such a unique way of flirting? Chapter 129, I'm your girlfriend's roommate. Lin Shanhua's eyes were blank, not understanding why she and Yi Zhou were playing a game and why Xia Ziqing said it was their way of flirting. Seeing Lin Shanhua's bewilderment, Xia Ziqing explained. If I remember correctly, those two games you just mentioned should both be small games that only elementary school students would play, right? So it's not a special way of flirting between you guys. It shouldn't be so childish. It's not childish. It's fun. Lin Shanhua's tone was very serious. Childish? It's not childish at all. It's fun. Of course, right now, Lin Shanhua hadn't quite realized that fun was never a game. Rather, she enjoyed the feeling she got when she played with Yi Zhou. Next, letting Xia Ziqing's trio ask how to pursue the question, Lin Xianyu pursed her lips and never answered them again. Zhuang Kai and the girls knew that Lin Xianyu's character was like this, so they didn't continue to pursue her, and the three of them discussed it on the sidelines by themselves. Xia Ziqing, military training starts tomorrow. Yi Zhou is in the same battalion as us, so we can take advantage of the rest time to probe him and see what Yi Zhou says about his relationship with Asagi. Humph. It's obvious that they're two. Shallow Moon just refuses to admit it. I don't believe Yi Zhou, a big boy, will still deny it. Xiaoxi nodded. Good idea. When the time comes, Kai and I will be in charge of holding down Asagi. Make sure to try these two separately. Oops. Ziqing and Josie, would it be too bad for you two to do that? Zhuang Kai's face was full of hesitation, but in the next second the words changed. This way, you two hold down Shallow Moon. I'll be in charge of asking Yi Chao. I have to kowtow to these two mouths first seen. Lin Shanhua's eyes narrowed, and the more she listened, the more pleasant her eyes became. Zhuang Kai is a good person. Xia Ziqing is a good person. Josie's a good person, too. 6:30 the following morning. The four boys in dormitory 415 woke up to the alarm clock set by Gao Fu Shui. It's killing me. Military training at 7 o'clock. You have to get up and wash at 6:30. It's killing me. Gao Fu Shui cursed and sat up from the bed. His whole body was listless. Yi Zhou and Feng Yi and Niu Dexing also rubbed their eyes and sat up from the bed, in a similar state as Xiao Gao's classmates. The four of them grabbed the time to get up and wash up, then changed into their military uniforms and went to the playground to gather. The flirty Xiao Gao students, in order to play handsome, deliberately pulled up the leg of the camouflage pants worn by the military training uniform with a special technique, pulling it up into the appearance of a drawstring pants. Even with less than half an hour to clean up, he quickly washed his hair and then tousled it with hairspray. The main one, this young man is going to be the most handsome man in the whole playground. The freshmen on the road were in a state barely different from the four. Like the Walking Dead, Gao Fu Shui yawned inside. Hey, I basically haven't woken up before 12 a.m. since my high school exams, and now suddenly I have to get up at 6:30 a.m. for 2 weeks straight. It's killing me. Indeed. But compared to high school, much better. That time every night under the self-study are 11 o'clock, and so go home to write a set of questions to wash up, lying in bed or almost a little bit early in the morning. The next morning still have to get up at 5 o'clock or so. That is in front of the Yama Wang repeatedly jumped horizontally Lu. The three of them listened to Niu Deshing's words and expressed their approval, but all of them can't help but wear a wistful expression. Time flies, and in a flash, we've already started our official college life. After arriving at the playground, Yizhou's four people found the position of the ninth company composed of Finance 1 and Finance 2 classes and hurriedly stood in. Yizhou had just stood up when he saw his little neighbor and her three roommates, also wearing military training uniforms, jogging over and entering the ranks before the instructors arrived. Even though Lin Shangyue had already shown Yizhou the photo of her in her military training uniform in advance yesterday, when Yizhou saw it with her own eyes, she still couldn't help but be a little stunned. It's true. If you look good in anything. Yizhou staggered. The instructor in charge of Yizhou and their company was a dark and tall strong man who, at first glance, was exactly the more muscular version of Xiong Kai. After the instructor talked about the rules that had to be followed during military training, the training started straight away. On the playground, all the companies started shouting one after another. There were also many pricks that were pulled out by the instructors for single practice. For example, when the instructor noticed his pulled-up pant legs, he immediately told him to get out and do 50 push-ups. By the time Gao Fu Shui finished his push-ups, he also finally had his first break of the morning. Gao Fu Shui was tired and sweating profusely, flinging his hat and fanning himself while cursing. Grass. This dog instructor pretends to be a hare. I pull up the pants leg in his way. What is the matter? He even punished me with 50 push-ups. I'm so tired. Yizhou suddenly said in a loud voice. Didn't you say, young Master Gao, that you work out a lot? Your abs are all 8-packed, and 100 push-ups in one breath are no problem. So 50 should be a piece of cake for you today, right? When the did I? Gao Fu Shui was about to scold back, only to find that Yizhou's voice attracted the gazes of many of the surrounding girls who were resting. The words that came to his mouth, Gao Fu Shui swallowed hard and then pretended to be relaxed and said, yes, of course it's easy. It's only 50. I'm still taking it casually. I'm not tired at all. Yizhou saw that Gao Fu Shui had taken the bait and smiled heatedly. Then, young Master Gao, let's make 50 more, and show the girls in our class the strength. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao Yi, you almost got it. Do another 50. This is not to kill me? Gao Fu Shui's eyes jumped. The whole person was not good, and he lowered his voice and spoke to Yizhou. But Yizhou didn't say anything and just applauded himself. Phony and Niu Deshing on the side also understood Yizhou's meaning and immediately applauded as well. Now the girls around them laughed and applauded, completely elevating Kahaku-san to a very high position. His name is Gao Fu Shui, right? It does look a little bit handsome. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. 100 push-ups? Would love to see that. Yeah. Gao Fu Shui heard the whispered discussion of the girls in the class, and in the next second, as if he were a bull, he exhaled out of his nostrils, rolled up his sleeves and got down on the ground and started doing push-ups. Seeing this scene, Yizhou's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. I didn't realize that Gao Fu Shui was so good at saving face to such an extent that he insisted on pretending to the end. While most of the people in Company 9 were civilizing themselves to watch the monkeys, Lin Shangyue, who was standing at the very back of the crowd, narrowed her eyes and quietly came behind Yizhou. She gently tugged on the corner of Yizhou's coat. Yi Chao, there may be 3 good people coming over to talk to you later. Don't trust them. Yizhou froze and looked sideways. Before he could respond, his little neighbor quietly ran back to her roommate, resuming her high-strung expression. Sure enough, when Gao Fu Shui finished doing push-ups and sat on the ground exhausted as a dog, Yizhou saw Lin Shanyue's housemate called Zhuang Kai Kai, walking towards him. Zhuang Kai Kai smiled faintly at Yizhou and spoke out. Hello Yizhou, I'm Zhuang Kai Kai from Finance Class 2. Well, I'm also your girlfriend Lin Shanyue's roommate. Chapter 130, I want to be the man who uses tampons too. Lin Shanyue, my girlfriend? Yizhou's brain went down for 2 seconds. Obviously every word Zhuang Kai Kai said was Chinese, but how could he not understand it when it was put together? Finally, he reacted to why his little neighbor snuck up on him and told him, there might be 3 nice people coming over to talk to you later, so don't trust them. That's right, you're Choi Choi Chon, aren't you? Yizhou backhandedly labeled her as big boobs and no brain. You should have misunderstood. Lin Shanyue and I are just neighbors, but a Seijai said that you're her boyfriend. Zhuang Kai Kai did not change her face, and she was talking nonsense in a serious manner, but inwardly, he was flooded with mutterings. What a pair! Even the lies were exactly the same. Yi Zhou immediately vetoed it. No way. There's absolutely no way she could have said that. Humph. You two just keep your mouths shut. Our entire dormitory can be aware that you and a Seijai went for a walk together on a big night and drank the same cup of milk tea together. A girl as high-strung as a Seijai, if she's not in a relationship with you, how can she be walking with boys and drinking the same cup of milk tea? Chuang Kai Kai wrapped her arms around herself, not believing her neighbor's line of reasoning at all. Hearing this, Yi Zhou didn't answer the question straight away, but just changed the topic. You're the head of your dorm, aren't you? Yeah. What's up? Chuang Kai Kai was curious. Not much, but I heard from my little neighbor that in the beginning, Xia Ziqing and Xiaoxi, from your dormitory, didn't like her much. You're the one who took the initiative to invite your little neighbors to join us for a get-together. So it's clear that you're a little more kind-hearted than the two of them. Oh, it's not a big deal. It's just that Ziqing and Xiao Xiao had a bit of a misunderstanding about a Seijai at first. Yi Zhou shook his head. Anyway, thank you. Little neighbor, her character is just like that. She is very high and cold to people she is not familiar with. But after getting along for a long time, you guys will find out that she is actually not much different from ordinary girls. Seeing Yi Zhou, whose tone was sincere and serious, Zhuang Kai Kai was even more certain that he must be in love with Lin Shanhua. However, the two of them have not yet confirmed their relationship, so they are using the status of neighbor as a shield. Just pretending to understand. At the same time, Zhuang Kai Kai seemed to have reacted to something and said with some surprise, the idea of using tampons as insoles. It couldn't have been your idea for a Seijai, could it? I didn't. Despite Yi Zhou's denials, Zhuang Kai Kai was certain that it must have been Yi Zhou's idea. Before, she had suspected that a girl as high-cooled and gold-rich as Lin Shanhua would have a high probability that she wouldn't know about this kind of small life tips. It wasn't until she spoke to Yi Zhou that Zhuang Kai Kai reacted. The probability was that Yi Zhou had given Lin Shanhua this idea as a way to initiate Lin Shanhua to bring their relationship closer. Thinking of this, Zhuang Kai Kai asked the question she was most curious about. Actually, I'm quite curious. Seijai is such a high and cold character. If it wasn't for the fact that she took the initiative to show kindness to us with your help, as her roommates, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have been able to get on good terms with her so quickly. Not to mention you're a boy. So how the hell did you get to have the relationship with her that you have now? But don't put me off with being a neighbor. I'd still like to get to know a Seijai a little better. About all this, Yi Zhou himself couldn't even say it clearly now, so he didn't answer the question with a straight face, but just said lightly, she has the same emotions as a normal human being, the same temperature as a normal human being, the same need for socialization, entertainment, and just a slightly more high-strung personality, but you don't have to think of her as too sanctimonious. I was amazed at how pretty she was, and I lamented her high spirits, but never treated her as a normal person. So maybe, that's why we were on good terms? Zhuang Kai Kai was stunned and surprised. She had thought of many kinds of answers Yi Zhou would give, but she had never thought that Yi Zhou would say this. At this time, Zhuang Kai Kai suddenly understood why a high-flying flower like Lin Shanhua would like Yi Zhou so much. Perhaps, in Lin Shanhua's world, Ye Zhou was that unique existence. After freezing for half a day, Zhuang Kai Kai nodded her head. I know, but you two really aren't in a relationship? Yi Zhou shrugged. Really did not talk about it. We are very pure. Okay, you two definitely talked. Even the words are exactly the same. Yi Zhou watched dumbfounded as Zhuang Kai Kai left. Hey, don't you understand human language? Kai Kai, what did Yi Zhou tell you? Yeah, talk fast. As soon as Zhuang Kai Kai returned to Lin Shanhua and the girls, Xia Ziqing and Xiao she couldn't hold back and hurriedly inquired. Lin Shanhua also squinted her eyes and pricked up her ears to eavesdrop. She was also curious about what Yi Zhou had told Zhuang Kai Kai, but Zhuang Kai Kai just looked at Lin Shanhua in a complicated way, then silently said, not much has been said, but a Seijai is definitely in a relationship with Ye Zhou. Holy! Xia Ziqing exclaimed. Then with a face full of excitement. Well. Kai Kai, it's your turn to watch Shallow Moon with Xiao Xiao. It's my turn to go over and ask. Subsequently, Yi Zhou was asked again by Xia Ziqing and Xiao Xi in succession. Of course, these two people had similar concerns as Zhuang Kai Kai. Yi Zhou was also very patient with his little neighbor's housemate, showing no expression of impatience at all. To the little neighbor's surprise, all three were very excited before they went looking for Ye Zhou, but they all looked a bit silent when they came back. Lin Shanhua asked playfully, blinking her eyes in confusion. What did Ye Zhou tell you guys? The three looked at each other and said in unison. Nothing, you must be in love anyway. The first day of military training passed quickly. When Yi Zhou returned to the dormitory in the evening, all of them were sitting on the bench in a paralyzed position, especially Xiao Gao's classmates. The whole thing was bad. Young master, I haven't been this tired since I was a kid. These rubber shoes are really hard to wear. My feet are full of sweat. It's unbearable. Indeed, these rubber shoes are particularly stuffy, and with the sun beating down on the playground all day, my feet could smother sauerkraut. Me too. Feng Yi and Niu Dexing also complained in succession, but soon the trio realized that Yi Zhou took off his shoes and didn't even look like he had the same troubles as them. Old Yi, why do you seem to be acting like nothing? Gao Fu Shui was very puzzled. The corner of Yi Zhou's mouth rose lightly. I have black technology, basically nothing to sweat, and it's soft and comfortable. Hearing him say that, Gao Fu Shui immediately came over and stared blankly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao Yi, did you stuff a tampon inside your ing shoe? Yeah, this thing is strong at absorbing water, not to mention sweat, and foot sweat is just gross to it. Gao Fu Shui instantly brightened up. Quick, make me 2 whole tablets too. Tomorrow I'll be the man who uses sanitary napkins too. Chapter 131, Robbing While the Fire is Burning. $10 a piece. 3 for 25. Yi Zhou's expression was very calm, having expected that Gao Fu Shui would definitely ask him for it in the first place. It's impossible to whore for nothing. Gao Fu Shui was slightly stunned and immediately cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Yi, you're a dog, right? As far as I understand, this pack of sanitary napkins is only $12, and you're selling me a piece for $10? You obviously could have just grabbed it, but you still had to give me a piece of sanitary napkin. Yi Zhou deflated, love to buy not to buy. These are all I bought back from the supermarket. Shall not add some errant fee? After a pause, he continued. Besides, I'm a 6'5" man, and I risk being treated like a pervert by the girls by going to the supermarket and buying it back. Doesn't that cost anything? Gao Fu Shui stared, realizing that Yi Zhou's words seemed to make some sense. Although it was true that a few $dozen wasn't a lot for him, Gao Fu Shui always felt that he couldn't give it to Yi Zhou. This kid is the one who made $70,000 a month over the summer. Let him do it again. What's the point? Thinking of this, Gao Fu Shui hummed disdainfully. Che, I'm not going to buy it today. I definitely can't let you kids earn this money for nothing. Not just tampons. I'll go to the supermarket to buy them now. Whatever. Yi Zhou shrugged, then pulled out 2 packs from his own cabinet and backhanded them to Feng Yi and Niu Dexing. Feng Yi pushed his glasses and refused. I won't buy it. 1 piece is $10. Although it's not very expensive, but you have to change at least 2 pieces every day. It's still a bit too extravagant. Me too. I'm not as delicate as old Gao. After all, the sweat of my feet from this military training is not as much as the sweat I got from doing work in the fields back home. Niu Dexing also waved his hand. Both of them only live on $1,200 a month, so using such expensive tampons is a bit of a luxury. However, Yi Zhou waved his hand. It's a gift for you. No money. Hey, why should you give them away and give me money? Gao Fu Shui stared. Yi Zhou grinned. You are the capitalism of our dormitory. The 3 of us are all commoners. We must not help each other? You're a ing dog. Gao Fu Shui was so angry that his eyes were black, and without saying anything, he went out and rushed to the supermarket to buy sanitary napkins. It's not too late. The supermarkets shouldn't close for another half hour. A short while later, Gao Fu Shui returned with his head hanging down, empty-handed. Niu Dexing raised an eyebrow. Lao Gao, why didn't you buy it? The supermarket closed early? Gao Fu Shui shook his head. It's not closed. It's open? Niu Dexing is puzzled. Since it is not closed, high pay handsome, why not buy it? At this moment, Feng Yi was the first to react, and he was surprised. It can't be that tampons are sold out, can it? I just looked on the posting board and realized that the little tips of using tampons as insoles stuffed in rubber shoes has been posted by several people. I figured that so many people saw these posts and immediately went to the grocery store to buy them, probably buying out the tampons for them. At that moment, Gao Fu Shui let out a bitter smile. It wasn't sold out, and a lot of guys were lining up for tampons at the supermarket, but there were only so many tampons in the supermarket, so the supermarket salesman said that in case a girl is in urgent need of sanitary napkins and they are out of stock in the supermarkets, that would be very inconvenient for the girls, so it's forbidden for boys to continue to buy sanitary napkins anymore. This gave Yi Zhou a happy hearing. I didn't realize that this freshman class, with so many smart people, would be able to buy tampons for the school grocery store until they were nearly out of stock. Luckily he had the foresight to stock up ahead of time. Seeing Gao Fu Shui hanging his head, Yi Zhou smiled and opened his own cabinet, revealing a cabinet full of sanitary napkins. Here, grommet. Buy it or not, but it's $15 a piece now. Asterisk 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 asterisk, and your ing raising the price? The high-paying marshal was dumbfounded. He was all set to compromise with Yi Zhou, planning to spend money to buy a few tablets from Yi Zhou to top it off first. We'll buy it at the supermarket outside the school when we finish military training at noon tomorrow. As a result, in the twinkling of an eye, Yi Zhou even raised the price. Ye Zhou shrugged, 20 pieces. You're taking advantage of the fire, 25 apiece. Dad, don't go up, I'll buy. Seeing Gao Fu Shui compromise, Yi Zhou smiled and handed him a pack of sanitary napkins. Immediately after that, Gao Fu Shui reluctantly transferred $50 to Yi Zhou, not to mention how much it hurts. But Mr. Ko's eyes rolled as if he thought of something. He brightened up and hurriedly transferred another $100 to Yi Zhou. Old Yi, sell me 4 more slices. Yi Zhou raised his eyes in dismay and looked at Gao Fu Shui. Your feet are so valuable. Padding 1 piece is not enough. You have to pad 2 pieces? Don't worry about it. Just give it to me first. You've got the money anyway. Okay, but I have to say, Lao Gao, you're getting more and more of the air of a landlord's stupid son now. Yi Zhou then gave Gao Fu Shui 4 more sanitary napkins. After getting the sanitary napkin, Gao Fu Shui then shook his hair and spoke out his thoughts. When I went to the supermarket to buy tampons just now, I found that the people in the 2 dormitories next to ours, who were also queuing up to buy them, didn't get any just like me. Those buddies all seem to have foot odor, and I've been told that when their feet get sweaty, it's unbearable. I'll go over there now with tampons and sell them for 35 apiece, and they'll designate someone to buy them. Yi Zhou heard it and called out to the good guys. It turns out that Mr. Ko is trying to be a second-hand dealer and make back the money he lost. Then Gao Fu Shui went to the next dormitory with the sanitary napkins in high spirits. Feng Yi's expression was worried as he let out a small sigh. Old Yi, you'd better pit Lao Gao less in the future. I guess as a young master he hasn't suffered much from social beatings. Only he is willing to spend a few $dozen to buy a piece of sanitary napkin. He really think that the next dormitory someone like him is willing to buy alas. Ahem. Okay fine. Yi Zhou touched his nose in embarrassment. He also didn't expect Gao Fu Shui's brain circuit to be so clear. However, what none of the 3 people in dormitory 415 expected was, 10 minutes later Gao Fu Shui came back with his toes in the air. So to speak, he flung $200 bills in his hand. Yi Zhou stared with great shock. There is really a master in the dormitory next door? Feng Yi was full of surprise. His tone was very shocked. Holy, Lao Gao, you really sold out? Hey, originally, when they heard I was selling 35 apiece, they all said cutie pie. They bought it. But guess what? There's a student from the country of Stick in the dormitory across the street from us. It was like the kid couldn't really top the power of the rubber shoes and then hadn't gotten any tampons yet. So when he saw me selling them, he just wrapped the garden around the tampons I was holding. After a pause, Gao Fu Shui smiled disdainfully. Gee, this Stick of Kimchi country is really stupid people. Ye Zhou deflated his mouth, and said that the second brother should not laugh at the big brother. Chapter 132, The Airplane Sleeping Method. Lights out. 415 dormitory 4 boys all lying on the bed. All no longer last night after lights out. Also lying on the side of the cell phone playing behavior. Because getting up at 6:30 a.m. has successfully taught them to be human. After 10 minutes of silence in the dormitory, Gao Fu Shui suddenly opened his mouth. Are the brothers asleep yet? Why am I not sleepy at all? I didn't sleep either. The 3 Ye Zhou people spoke in unison. Gao Fu Shui let out a sigh of relief. I was obviously especially sleepy in the morning. But I don't want to sleep at all at this moment. Me too. Niu Dexing chimed in. And then the 3 of them discussed the student who lived in the dormitory across the hall from them. The one from the kimchi country. After the 3 of them discussed for a while, they realized that Ji Zhou hadn't made a sound since he said he didn't sleep just now. Xiao Gao student was puzzled. Old Ji, why don't you say anything? It's not possible that you're secretly under the covers, chatting with Lin Shangyue on your cell phone, right? Nonsense. A bunch of nonsense. Yi Zhou was discovered and hurriedly put away his cell phone. He was indeed chatting with his little neighbor because just now, after the lights went out, Lin Shangyue sent him a message saying that Zhuang Kai Kai and the girls were really hungry. Then she took the initiative to take out those snacks that Ji Zhou had bought for her beforehand and distributed them to Zhuang Kai Kai. But of course they couldn't let Gao Fu Shui and the others know about it, or else another bout of crickets would be designated. So Yi Zhou coughed lightly and said somewhat sheepishly, I was just looking up information about sleep. So what did you find out? Gao Fu Shui was deeply skeptical. Yi Zhou's brain raced, remembering a short video he swiped when he was in his senior year of high school, and immediately said in a serious manner, it doesn't really matter if you go to bed late. The internet says that if there's really no way to ensure that you get enough sleep, then you can use a method called the Da Vinci sleep method to adjust your sleep. The Da Vinci sleep method is to sleep for an integral multiple of 1.5 hours every time you go to bed. For example, 1.5 hours, 3 hours, 4.5 hours and so on. Because the human brain will have the function of self-adjustment to enter from deep sleep to light sleep after every 1.5 hours. So waking up each time you get enough sleep for a multiple of 1.5 hours is equivalent to being woken up during light sleep, which will appropriately reduce fatigue even if the sleep is short. After a pause, Yi Zhou continued. It's 12 o'clock, and if we want to use this to keep from being so sleepy in the morning, then we'd better fall asleep in half an hour, and get to 6:30 in the morning, which is exactly 6 hours, or exactly 1.5 hours rounded up to the nearest multiple. The three of them, Gao Fu Shui, almost believed Yi Zhou when they heard him talk about it, but Feng Yi's problems come with it. Old Yi, I don't think your approach is reliable. No way. This information was said by an official account that specializes in popularizing sleep knowledge, so it's reasonable to say that it's highly reliable. However, Feng Yi's sentence instantly blocked Yi Zhou, but the problem is that Da Vinci now sleeps 24 hours a day. Yi Zhou was instantly silent. After a pause, he murmured, so tell me if 24 hours is an integer multiple of 1.5 hours. Reasonable. So the three had planned to be asleep by 12:30 p.m. After 12:30, Yi Zhou and the others had already heard the sound of light snoring, but the bed of Xiao Gao's classmates was suddenly lit up with the faint light of a cell phone. He squinted and put on his headphones, then muttered, what Da Vinci sleep method? I think it's just old G talking nonsense. My assessment is that it's not as good as the airplane to sleep method. For the next period of time, the boring life of military training was repeated every day. Let the original college life full of expectations of the freshman tired enough. Every day after the military training back to the dormitory, what do not want to do? Directly lying flat. And freshmen who are exposed to the sun every day inevitably get tan skin. Only Xiao Gao students not only tan skin, dark circles under the eyes are getting heavier and heavier. The night before the last day of military training, the four big boys in dormitory 415 returned to the dormitory and lay down on the bed collectively. Feng Yi, who didn't complain much in the past, finally couldn't help himself. Before I went to college, I was told that college life was good. Now a military training gave me almost a whole lot. Yi Zhou let out a sigh of relief. Old Feng, is there a possibility that the so-called good college life refers to a verb? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao Yi, you know so much? You shouldn't be talking to. Stop. I know what you're going to say, but I'm a pure batch with my little neighbor. I've never even held hands. Yi Zhou rolled his eyes. He had a whole conscience. While he was planning to continue chatting and farting with Feng Yi and a few others, the cell phone tucked in his pocket vibrated. Yeah, chow. Want to eat kebabs? Yi Zhou looked at the time. It was only just 9 o'clock. Not far from the school, there is a small night market. Ye Zhou pondered for a moment, then immediately replied to the small neighbor. Come downstairs in 15 minutes and I'll meet you. After sending the message, Yi Zhou took off his military training uniform and went to take a cool shower, then changed into clean clothes, which he intended to go out. Seeing this, Feng Yi subconsciously asked, what's Lao Yi doing? Go experience college life or not? Feng Yi's pupils quake. When Yi Zhou arrived downstairs in the girls' dormitory, the little neighbor hadn't come down yet. He stood on the side of the road, alone and bored, kicking small stones on the ground. Suddenly, he heard a trotting sound. He thought it was his little neighbor coming, but he looked up and found that it was actually Xinyu. Yi Zhou hurriedly opened his mouth to call out to her. Hey, Xinyu, slow down, there's a pit up ahead. Ah, yes, yes. Xinyu froze, and her footsteps suddenly stopped. After seeing that the person in front of her was Yi Zhou, Xinyu's eyes flashed with a flash of panic. Then her face quickly flaunted a touch of red. Yi, good evening, Yi Zhou student. Well, what are you rushing off to? Yi Zhou looked Xinyu up and down and realized that she had already changed out of her military uniform and was dressed quite a bit prettier than the day of the class meeting. Obviously well-groomed. Xinyu was slightly stunned and stammered and spoke. I have some things to do to get out of school. Oh well, you'd better run slowly. Our school road should be repaired. There are quite a lot of potholes. Don't fall down. Yi Zhou nodded and said goodbye to Xinyu without much thought. Xinyu nodded repeatedly, then hurriedly walked away in some panic. Looking at Xinyu's back, Yi Zhou always felt that she looked at herself with evasive eyes, rather like a sense of weakness. Before Yi Zhou could ponder over it, a fresh fragrance came from behind him. Looking back, he noticed that his little neighbor was already unknowingly standing behind him. Chapter 133, It's great to have you by Mrs. Side. Today's Lin Shanyue wore a tight black waist cinching short skirt, with thick-soled small leather shoes on her feet. The thing that killed Yi Zhou the most was that she was wearing a thin long black silk on her entire bare leg. A certain grandmaster said that to look at a girl you have to look at her eyes first, and if you realize that she's not looking at you, then congratulations, you can start looking at her legs. But Yi Zhou was like turning on self-targeting. He couldn't care less if his little neighbor was looking at him or not. Anyway, he was squinting with one pair of eyes. How could he not move from his little neighbor's legs? Was it good? Xiao Yezhou, just know how to look at the legs. After the little neighbor spoke, Yezhou then moved his eyes away and coughed dryly. General, then don't wear it next time. I mean, in general, very nice to look at. Hearing Yezhou say this, Lin Xianyu revealed a satisfied smile. She then looked in the direction Xinyu had left and inadvertently opened her mouth to ask, what were you and Xinyu talking about? Oh, nothing. She seemed to be going to take care of something outside of school and was running pretty fast. I told her to slow down. After a pause, Yezhou continued, but looking at her, it seemed like there was something she didn't want me to know, so I didn't ask much. Oh, Lin Xianyu nodded. She and Yezhou and Xinyu relationship is only meet and greet kind of. Xinyu specific to busy what? People are not willing to say they are not good to ask more. Ever since military training started some time ago, Yezhou and Lin Xianyu had never left the school gate together. There was something else when the two exited the school gates. Lin Xianyu looked at a hotel not far across the street from the school, her good-looking eyes flashing a few times. Yezhou, let's go get a room tonight. Missy, you want to play the game, just say you want to play the game. Always say to go to the room to be heard by others will be scared to pee. Yezhou stumbled and nearly fell. This is not the first time that the little neighbor told him to open a room. The last time was in Sichuan in Chongqing, when Yezhou almost misunderstood. The little neighbor didn't care for claims. She grunted a couple of times. One meaning anyway. Ahem. We won't play today. When the military training summary meeting is over tomorrow morning, there will be a half-day vacation in the afternoon, so we can go home and play then. Let's go home? Yezhou froze, and his heart cried out in a bad way. His mouth scooped. He hurriedly changed his tone. I mean, to your house. Oh. While Yezhou was talking to Lin Xianyu, the black Maybach slowly stopped at the side of the road. Yezhou looked at the license plate number and found that it was the same one that belonged to his little neighbor's house, and he had a puzzled look in his eyes. The night market is quite close. There's no need to trouble Uncle Li to send us there, right? The little neighbor's eyes are also a little puzzled. I didn't call Uncle Li. Hey, then why is Uncle Li here? Under the puzzled gazes of the two of them, the Maybach door opened and Uncle Li smiled as he got out of the car, then carried a large bag of things from the passenger side and walked towards Yezhou and Lin Xianyu. Miss, young Master Yi. Uncle Li greeted them and saw that their skin had tanned a bit these days because of military training, and felt a pang of heartache. Gu, the military training has given you all a tan. If not, the school does not allow it. I really want to let Along and Ahuda suffer for you. Yezhou mouth corner of a draw. Said Uncle Li, you people also strange good lo, they do not come. Let the Along a tiger too. Not bad for you. Uncle Li, why are you here? I'm going to eat kebabs with Yezhou. Lin Xianyu's agitated nose wrinkled slightly. Uncle Li slapped his thighs, and then remembered the main purpose of his visit. He hurriedly opened the bag in his hand and smiled. Miss, you've been in school all this time, and you haven't had time to go back over to the manor to have the nannies and cooks make nutritious meals. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to buy fresh fruits at school, so I took it upon myself to go to the supermarket and buy some over. And I also bought young Master Ye's share. Yezhou glanced towards the bag and realized that all of them were freshly cut fruits packed in plastic boxes. He was quite surprised, not expecting Uncle Li to take the initiative to buy fruit for his young neighbor. This was something the little neighbor hadn't ordered, and it was a completely voluntary act on Uncle Li's part. You know, even the little neighbor's own father never bought her fruit, so it seems that Uncle Li, who is the biological father, does not care as much about his little neighbor as Uncle Li, who is a driver and is always with him. The little neighbor's eyes flashed out a few touches, but she didn't take the fruits bought by Uncle Li, but said in a somewhat pleasant tone, Uncle Li, thank you, but I have Yezhou to buy me fresh fruits to eat. Hiya. It's true that I'm still old and a bit overly concerned. Uncle Li was slightly stunned, then looked at Yezhou. An unspeakable emotion flashed in his somewhat old eyes. He was feeling happy for his lady. Uncle Li smiled and said, Young Master Yi, thank you, it's great to have you by Mrs. side. Uncle Li, don't say that. Miss, then I'll leave this fruit in the car for now, and I'll still be waiting for you in front of the school. When you and young Master Yi come back from eating the kebabs, then take the fruits back. Although the fruits I bought are not as good as young Master Yi's, I can still use them to share with my roommates, and I've been worrying every day that you, Miss, won't be able to get along with your roommates because of your personality. After today, though, I don't seem to have to worry about it anymore. Saying that, Uncle Li looked deeply at Yezhou, then, Miss, young Master Yi, I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Uncle Li returned to the car. Yezhou and Lin Xianyu exchanged a glance, which led them to the direction of the night market. Inside the car, Uncle Li looked at the backs of the two walking together and departing, sighing repeatedly. Miss, I finally know why you've been so obsessed with young Master Yi all these years. It's no wonder you're so infatuated with young Master Yi. He deserves it. At night, the night market is brightly lit, the crowd is bustling, and the aroma of various snacks fills the air. Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue hand-traveled between the bustling stalls, their silhouettes looking especially cozy under the lights. Uncle Li is really good to you. His concern for you has long exceeded the status of a driver. He's afraid he's not treating you like a goddaughter already. Aha! Dad wouldn't even care about me as much as Uncle Li. Who's a good man? Lin Shangyue nodded, her eyes both happy and lost. How is it not sad that someone who is not related to her in any way by blood has to care more about her than her father? As the two of them were coming to a stall selling roasted cold noodles, Yi Zhou's pupils violently quaked as he glanced at the afterglow, seeing, not far away, an incredible scene. Holy, how did those two get together? Chapter 134, The Love Brain and the Knockout Scientist. Yi Zhou stared blankly, incredulously at the front. The two of them, Xiong Kai and Xin Yu, were talking and laughing as they stood in front of an octopus dumpling stall. Sparing Xin Yu, who was usually easily shy, she became more talkative. She blushed every now and then as she spoke to Kumarai and would look at him with a glowering look. However, because the two were fully focused on each other, they completely failed to notice Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue who were standing not far from them. Hiss! This simple-minded four limbs developed big black egg kana. The two talents plus friends not much time. Now all alone about out to meet? Yi Zhou was very shocked. Lin Shangyue, who was standing beside Yi Zhou, also followed his gaze and saw the duo of Xin Yu and Xiong Kai in front of him. However, when he heard Yi Zhou address Xiong Kai, his eyes couldn't help but blank out. This isn't my line? How come Sayaza calls Xiong Kai that too? Does it say? Hearing his little neighbor's puzzled heart, Yi Zhou broke into a sweat. Bad. Subconsciously gave it away. A trace of sweat crossed Ye Zhou's back and he looked rather sheepishly at his small neighbor. Noticing that his little neighbor was looking at him with a puzzled look, then his expression gradually changed to one of dawning realization, and his eyes grew more and more shocked. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhou's heart went cold. I thought to myself that my little neighbor was not about to realize that he could hear her heart. Was he? Lin Shanyue's willow eyebrows raised, and her heartbeat once again reached among Yi Zhou's ears. Could it be that this is the heart-to-heart between me and Sayazu? When Yi Zhou heard this, he immediately smiled with joy. Okay. Discharge. Thinking about this, Lin Shanyue's mood looked very good. She said in a brisk tone, "Didn't you just say that Xinyu hurried out of the school gate? It turns out she came to find Xiong Kai." Now that explains the eye flash. Yi Zhou nodded, but was a little dissatisfied. But this kid Xiong Kai, he's already taking the shape of a dog. The first time he came to this side of Jiaotong University, he didn't even look for me first, but for Xinyu. K-Bear is the love brain. The little neighbor gave her assessment. The corners of his mouth tugged as these words fell on Yi Zhou's ears. I mean, you're in the same boat, aren't you? Let's keep it down so they don't notice, and follow them later to see how far these two have progressed. Gee, I don't know why, but why do I rather have the feeling that I have a child growing up in my family? Yi Zhou muttered a sentence. His tone was pleased. When Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue's roasted cold noodles were in their hands, the two of them deliberately stood farther away, keeping a safe distance from Xinyu and Xiong Kai. They seem to be going for the carcinogenic little barbecue. Then let's eat next door to them and pick a corner where we won't be easily seen. Yi Chao, do you do this stalking thing often? Nonsense. It's not called stalking. It's called kowtowing. What does stalking have to do with scientists? Shoo, keep your voice down. I mean, knock on CPs. Yi Zhou took his little neighbor and sat down at the barbecue stand next to Xiong Kai and the others. His eyes were always on Xiong Kai and Xinyu. At that moment, he did not notice that his little neighbor's eyes became very happy when understood the word kowtow. A kowtowing scientist? That big black egg is the kowtowing scientist for Yi Chao and me. White Hyunming is a koanologist. Uncle Lee is also our koanologist. Eat up, they won't be gone for a while. Yi Zhou pushed the kebabs that had already been served in front of Lin Shanyue. Oh, and want lobster. Okay. Yi Zhou's attention was on Xiong Kai and Xinyu, and when he heard his little neighbor's words, he subconsciously took the spicy lobster from the plate and peeled it. The little neighbor narrowed his eyes and tentatively added, Ye Zhou, want a drink? Okay. Yi Chao's attention remained on Xiong Kai, unable to take his eyes off him, but he still took a bottle of ice seal in his hand, opened it with a corkscrew, and handed it to his little neighbor without turning his head. Upon discovering this, it was as if the little neighbor had opened the door to a new world. Yi Zhou, I want to eat roasted cilantro. Okay. Yi Chao, I'd like another sip of my drink. Okay. Ye Zhou, I want a kiss. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Ye Zhou suddenly sensed that there seemed to be something not conducive to the status of clean and good neighbor mixed in. He turned back sharply. What did you just say? What were you thinking? I said I wanted a roast. Lin Shanhua had a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth and was not the least bit vain. No, why do I remember you just said something other than that? You heard wrong. Really? You're not lying to me? Yi Zhou was half convinced. Seeing this reaction from him, Lin Shanhua angled her chin. Her eyes clear and cold. I'm very high and cold. I never lie to you. Oh, that's true. Yi Zhou revealed a dazed expression, and his eyes cleared up all of a sudden. Soon, the little neighbor lowered her head and took small bites of the crayfish that Yi Zhou had peeled for her. Her lips were spiced until they were red, but the more she ate, the more pleasant her eyes became. Yi Zhou, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xiong Kai. What are you doing? You haven't sent me a message since you added Xingyu. You're not falling in love, are you? Nonsense. I started school the next day, and then went straight to military training, which I just finished today. I'm out having a barbecue with my roommates. Is there anything I can do for you, Zhou? It's okay, just asking. But what does housemate mean? The roommate on the roommate can have any meaning? It's the kind of friend who can sleep in the same dormitory and doesn't even mind lying in the same bed with the other person. That's what a roommate is. I see. So I'll leave you to have a barbecue with your roommate who can lie in the same bed. Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes at the message sent by Xiong Kai, then raised his eyes again to look across the room. Xiong Kai, who was sitting across from Xingyu, was found to be typing with his hand barred and lying without changing his face. Yi Zhou snorted coldly, thinking that his son had now learned to lie to his father. He put away his cell phone and turned to talk to Lin Shanhua. You eat first. I'll go over and say hello to Xiong Kai and Xingyu. Oh, the little neighbor, who was eating happily, nodded softly. So Yi Zhou got up and walked in the direction where Xiong Kai was. Because of the direction in which he sat, his back was facing Yi Zhou, so when Yi Zhou approached, it was still Xingyu, who was sitting directly across from Xiong Kai, who discovered Yi Zhou first. Xinyu's small face was stunned, and her pretty face immediately reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. She stammered before her mouth could swallow, her face bulging. Yi Chao Tong. Xiong Kai was again eating the fried noodles on the plate in front of him with his head down, completely not noticing the change in Xinyu's face. Just couldn't help but laugh after hearing her say Yi Zhou's name. Xiao Shen, don't panic. We're eating here. It's impossible for us to run into Ah Chao. He's definitely staying with schoolgirl Lin at this moment. But speaking of which, if Chao knew that when I first came over to Jiaotong University, I didn't look for him first, but came to you first, he'd probably have to cricket me. Yi Zhou grunted lightly and drew out the bench beside Xiong Kai, then sat down steadily. Yeah, then I'm going to start cricketing you. Chapter 135, Stay out of your righteous father's business. Xiong Kai jerked his head up and his mouth subconsciously opened wide after he saw that the person sitting beside him was none other than Yi Zhou, who had just finished chatting with him on his cell phone. The noodle hanging from the side of his mouth that he hadn't had a chance to fully inhale fell to the floor in the process. There was a pop. Xiong Kai stared at Yi Zhou in a daze. His brain had gone down. He thinks that he had two dreams tonight. The first dream was that, encouraged by his new roommate, he finally mustered up the courage to take the initiative to ask Xingyu, with whom he had been talking for almost 2 weeks, to meet him. Then Xingyu agreed without any hesitation. After seeing Xinyu's yes, I'll see you tonight, Xiong Kai thought he was dreaming. The second dream was that Yezhou appeared in front of his eyes without any warning, and Xiong Kai had a really hard time accepting it. Kumar Kai thinks he's dreaming again. Yi Zhou saw Xiong Kai frozen there, unable to slow down for half a day, so he reached out his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Hey, hello, is Kai Xiong there? Why don't you talk with your mic closed? Is it because you're not naturally inclined to talk? Xiong Kai then woke up as if in a dream. His eyes widened and he stammered. Chao, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in? Xiong Kai suddenly paused in mid-sentence. He suddenly realized that he didn't know where Yi Zhou was supposed to be either. Just now Yi Zhou had only asked him on his cell phone what he was doing, not saying where he was or what he was doing. Yi Zhou couldn't help but laugh at his panicked look. What? It's the night market next to our school. If you, a KU guy, can be here, why can't I be here? Can. So what? Ah Chao, listen to me explain. Shun and I are not what you think. The two of us are. Xiong Kai also finally came back to his senses from shock and horror at this moment, followed by his black face, which suddenly became black and red, as if it were a red warm gorilla. Shen Yu, who was sitting on the side, had also swallowed what was in her mouth and placed her hands on her knees. Her face was a blushing mess, so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head to look at Yi Zhou at all. Xiong Kai stammered for half a day. Okay, I didn't say anything. See how anxious you are, like you stepped on your tail. Yi Zhou waved his hand, then spoke to Xingyu in a rather grudging tone. Shen Yu, just now downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Why didn't you tell me the truth? It's just to meet Shon Kai. It's not like it's something unseemly. Yi Chao-san, I'm sorry. I was going to tell you, but it always felt weird. Shin Yu was flustered. Harm. What's so weird about that? By the way, Shon Kai, I haven't had a chance to ask you yet. How are the personalities of your housemates? Nothing major, right? Seeing Yi Zhou give an easy topic, Shon Kai was relieved. I heard from Shin that your Jiaotong University is a 4-bed dormitory, and our KU is a 6-bed dormitory, so the probability of encountering 2B is also slightly higher than yours. After a pause, Shon Kai's expression also became a bit smug. On the day school started, when I went there, 4 of my housemates had already arrived, and the 5 of us had a pretty good conversation, and we were all pretty easygoing. The last to arrive is a 2B. As soon as he came to the dormitory, he disliked this and that. He did not have the strength to harden his act, and he had to lean against the balcony of that bed. The dude who had already made the bedding in that bunk disagreed, and the kid just kept swearing, making the whole thing especially awkward for the dude. A few of us couldn't stand it, so we let the kid say a few words less, but the kid turned his nose up and brought us along to scold him. You know, this person of mine has never been in existence that can do it and never blindly BB. I slightly exerted the great memory recovery technique, and only then did that brat remember what his strength was, and was instantly honest. Yi Zhou heard it and called out to the good guys. Isn't this to be in Shon Kai's mouth the ungrateful version of young Master Gao? Although young Master Gao also liked to pretend to be a bully, he never went point blank, much less personally attack Yi Zhou and the others. So it's not true that you love to pretend, but it's also true that you're cute. But Shon Kai, this 2B housemate, no longer has anything to do with pretending, purely owes a beating. Mr. Ye Zhou, do you want to eat with us? Shin Yu, who had sorted out her emotions, offered to let Yi Zhou have dinner with her and Shon Kai. Yi Zhou waved his hand to refuse. No. If I sit here and eat too, someone would probably hate me. You guys eat. Bye. After saying that, Yi Zhou got up and prepared to go back to his little neighbor's side. The foot just stepped out, and then suddenly thought of something, turning back to urge Shon Kai. Right. After dinner later you remember to send Xinyu to the dormitory downstairs. It's a big night. It's not safe to let her go back alone as a girl. Besides, so many of our school's streetlights are out, and it's still a little scary to have her walking to the girls' dormitory building by herself at this hour. Of course I know. Kum Kai blushed and stretched his neck back, but in reality, if Yi Zhou did not say so, Shon Kai at first really planned to just send Xinyu to the entrance of Jiaotong University. After all, as far as he was concerned, only a relationship like a boyfriend could take the initiative to send a girl down to the dormitory floor. Now that he and Xinyu were just friends, it was more or less crossing the line to send Xinyu down to the dormitory floor. And at this moment, with Yi Zhou's words, Shon Kai finally had a legitimate reason. Seeing Yi Zhou turn to leave, Shon Kai then patted his head and asked indistinctly, by the way Chao, why are you alone on this side of the night market? Yi Zhou's footsteps lurched, and a trace of sweat trickled down his neck. Bad. I was so focused on coming over and teasing Kai Xiong that I didn't think at all that I would be asked a rhetorical question by him. The thought of letting Shon Kai and Xinyu know that he had come out to eat alone with his little neighbor so late in the evening would more or less make the two of them feel less innocent. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou pretended to be calm. Stay out of your righteous father's business. Chapter 136 The Real Meaning of Sticky Forks. After Yi Zhou bid farewell to Shon Kai and Xinyu, Yi Zhou intentionally walked in the opposite direction of the small neighbor's location, afraid that the two would find out that he had come to the night market with his little neighbor. In the beginning, every time Yi Zhou said that he and Lin Shangyue were just clean and good neighbors, his heart was very frank. I don't know when he started to get more and more vain. Even he didn't quite believe that he and Lin Shangyue were really innocent. And indeed, who's a neighbor of the opposite sex that still drinks milk tea from each other's mouths? After deliberately making a big circle, Yi Zhou quietly returned to sit next to Lin Shangyue. At this time, Lin Shangyue had almost eaten her fill and was sitting playfully in her seat waiting for Yi Zhou. Had enough? Aha. Okay, then let's pack up and get ready to go back. Tomorrow morning's military training summary meeting. If we're late we'll definitely get a lecture from the instructor. Yi Zhou also quickly ate the remaining kebabs and grilled vegetables on the table before checking out and taking his little neighbor away. It wasn't really that he was afraid of being reprimanded by the instructor. Anyway, it's the last half day. It's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat if you scold me twice. Mainly because he'd just gone over to Shon Kai's side and found that the two of them had eaten about the same amount. If he sent his little neighbor back to the dormitory later and happened to bump into Shon Kai and Xinyu, then this would be embarrassing. Uncle Lee is really still waiting for you at the door. Quickly go over and take the fruits. Don't let all of Uncle Lee's good intentions go to waste. Aha. The little neighbor gently nodded her head. Then together with Yi Zhou, She brought those freshly cut fruits from Uncle Lee. On the way back to the dormitory, Yizhou asked carelessly, "By the way, I've never known. How much does your family pay Uncle Lee per month?" Lin Shanyue pursed her lips and thought before faintly saying, "Well, it's not fixed. Uncle Lee's salary composition is base salary plus bonus." "Ha? There's a bonus for drivers?" Uncle Lee's base salary is $30,000 a month, but a few months ago, his bonus was already more than his base salary. Yezhou stared. Is chauffeuring for a rich man's family that lucrative? Especially being a chauffeur for my little neighbor, where I don't have to do anything almost every day but just lie in bed and stand by whenever I need to. I didn't realize that this way, the base salary is already $30,000 per month, and the bonus is higher than the base salary? So, what are the requirements for Uncle Lee to get his bonus? In the face of Yizhou's desire for knowledge, Lin Xianyu did not satisfy him this time. Instead, he angled his chin and returned in a very condescending tone. "It's a family secret." "Oh, okay. Seeing that Yizhou no longer pursued, Lin Xianyu also pursed her lips and looked ahead. She wasn't going to tell Yizhou that Uncle Lee didn't really have any explicit requirements for getting the bonus. The main reason was that a few months ago, Uncle Lee had been so busy that he had even helped her to rent the 1003 opposite Yizhou's house without her father's knowledge. Uncle Lee would still address Yizhou as young Master Yi, would cooperate with her to create opportunities to stay alone with Yizhou, and would. Lin Shanyue's eyes flickered as she looked down at the bag of fruits Yizhou was carrying. Aha! Uncle Lee now buys things for her and will also prepare Yizhou's share. Looks like Uncle Lee's bonus is going to be raised again this month. When Lin Shanyue returned to the dormitory with the fruits in the bag, she found that the door, which was usually open, was closed. She was slightly stunned and subconsciously knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who? Me. Aya. It's a Seijai Moon who's back. Ziching, you go open the door. No way. I'm not dressed. Color, you go. I'm not dressed either. A movement came from within the dormitory, and Lin Shanyue realized that Zhuang Kai and the girl should be changing clothes. After standing at the door and waiting for a few seconds, the dormitory door was opened a crack, and Xia Ziching's head poked out from inside, her eyes thieving and pulling alert. After confirming that only Lin Shanyue was at the door, he quickly pulled her into the dormitory with one hand before backhanding the door shut again. After entering the dormitory, Lin Shanyue realized that it was just as she suspected. Zhuang Kai and the girls were all changing their clothes. Well, I got fresh cut fruit. You guys want some? Geez, that's the one in your family who bought it for you again, isn't it? Xia Ziching's eyes lit up, and despite the fact that she wasn't wearing anything, she came straight over. Ever since that day when Zhuang Kai and the three of them took turns to go and communicate with Yizhou face to face once, in the dormitory, Xia Ziching always addressed Yizhou as the one in your family in front of Lin Shanyue. At first Lin Shanyue would have ranted and said that he would be angry when Yizhou found out, but after a few days, she was gradually tamed. So every time Xia Ziching said the one in your family, she would act like she didn't understand anything and ask, Ziching, I don't understand who the one in my family is that you're talking about. Of course it's Yezhou. This time was no exception, and when Lin Shanyue heard it, she pretended to be cool. Ziching, who is that person in my house? You actually know everything, and every time you purposely ask me a rhetorical question, you want to hear me say that the one in your family is Yizhou, right? Xia Ziching wrapped her arms around herself and looked at Lin Shanyue with an expression of I've already seen through everything. Although the size of her underneath her collarbone wasn't as large as Chuan Kai's, it was still very substantial. Lin Shanyue's own small mind was recognized, and her eyes drifted up. I didn't mean to. I have to go to the bathroom. Humph. You just pretend to be confused. By the way, you still have a band-aid. Well, tomorrow morning Kai and I still have to paste the fork. Otherwise single hanging idle. After sweating will be so embarrassing. Oh. In my locker, I have a few more pieces. Good drop. Xia Ziching hopped over to Lin Shanyue's cabinet and got a band-aid, then placed it on her chest and compared it, before revealing a satisfied smile. Such a scene made Lin Shanyue's face couldn't help but blush, when Yizhou asked her to take a box of band-aids back to the dormitory, saying that she would use them for sticking forks in the back. Lin Shanyue still didn't understand what sticking forks actually meant, until 2 days after the military training. Xia Ziching and Zhuang Kai complained in the dormitory. Close to 40 degrees of weather, wearing underwear and then put on the military training uniform. Stuffy or almost suffocating, so she was going to simply not wear underwear. But after trying to wear just the uniform in the dormitory, I realized that the uniform material was too rough and would rub very painfully. At this moment, Xia Ziching's eyes lit up when she saw the band-aid on Lin Shanyue's table. Getting a band-aid, she put a fork in her chest. At that moment, Lin Shanyue's body shook, finally understanding the true meaning of sticking a fork in Yizhou's mouth. If I had posted a fork too, I would have taken a picture to show you. Lin Shanhua's first thought was about what she had said, her blush spreading to the roots of her ears, and even her neck was tinted with a light pink color. A moment later, Natsuko Haru came up to her. Suzuki, your size is only a little bit smaller than Kai Kai. Oh, do you want to stick a fork in it too? I'll stop posting. Lin Shanhua stammered and refused. She pouted, her eyes frustrated. He posted his own fork, but he had to show Yezhou. Gifts and 5-star reviews please. Righteous fathers. No installments to be given. Super loud. Chapter 137, say what you want. Sending Lin Shanhua back to the dormitory. Yezhou also took a step back to the boys' dormitory. When I passed by the grove of the girls' dormitory building, I saw a lot of unashamed young couples who were whining in this moral puddle. Yezhou couldn't help but spit. Wouldn't it be nice to be good neighbors like him and his little neighbor? To fall in love and say it's because on a soul level, you like each other is, frankly, really just craving someone's body. Ugh, being in love is the biggest scam in the world. Ah chow. Yezhou turned to look and saw Shionkai behind him. Seeing that he didn't recognize the wrong person, Shionkai jogged a few steps to catch up. I thought I was mistaken. Why haven't you returned to the dormitory at this moment? Ahem. I slipped. Yezhou coughed dryly, then asked, didn't I tell you to send Shinyu downstairs to the girls' dormitory? Why are you here? Originally I thought so, but before I arrived, I met Xiaoxin's roommate. Xiaoxin was afraid that his roommate would start a ruckus, so he separated from me early and went back with his roommate. Kumkai scratched his head inside in disbelief, but he was puzzled. Hey, chow, how do you know I didn't send Xiaoxin downstairs to the girls' dormitory? This, I guessed. Yezhou was sweating for a while, thinking how Shionkai is so sensitive now. He hurriedly changed the topic. Your kid can now even have the guts to take the initiative to ask Shinyu to dinner. The progress is too fast, right? It's not fast. The main thing is that I'm always chatting with Shin on my cell phone. And since we don't go to the same school and live in different environments, I'm afraid that after a long time, I'll run out of topics more and more just by chatting on my cell phone. What? Confess to Shinyu? Table. Confession? Definitely not. Shionkai was shocked and shook his head back and forth. Chow. This relationship between the two of us, buddy won't hide it from you. I do quite like Xiaoxin, but our relationship right now is limited to chatting online and the occasional dinner date, and I can't figure out if she likes me or not. No buddy, you're a ing tiger. If Shinyu didn't like you, how could she take the initiative to ask me for your contact information? Indeed, but I always felt it was a bit too forced. After all, you said why would Shin like me for no reason? You know, my contact with Xiaoxin before this was limited to the time when we were selling goods in Liangshan, Sichuan and Chongqing. After a pause, Shionkai added naively, to be honest, at that time in Chuanyu, I still pondered whether Xiaoxin would fall for you. After all, you are better looking than me, and also better than I can talk. No, Shinyu's kind of character is destined not to like me. Don't be so presumptuous. Even if Shinyu hasn't risen to the level of liking you now, she definitely has a good feeling. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask me about you, chatting with you every day as well as meeting for dinner. As for why she has a favorable impression of you, I think the probability is that in Liangshan, that day you shielded her behind you. Well, Shionkai nodded, and after thinking of Shinyu, he couldn't help but have a silly smile on his face again. After chatting with Shionkai about Shinyu's matter, Yezhou then said with a straight face, I don't think we have many inventory videos, do we? Yeah. There's just 5 videos left to post in the inventory at the moment, and at the current pace of posting a video in 3 days, we'll be able to do it for another half month at most. Speaking of which, a sad expression also appeared on Shionkai's face, even though the mid-video now brings in over $1,000 a day. But all of this is because every 3 days, they update a new video. Once no new videos are released, then the mid-video earnings will be immediately halved, and then the video platform will also slowly reduce its recommendations until there are no earnings at all. Right now, it's impossible for Yezhou and Shionkai to make a new video. Videos you post more slowly now. Drag it out to 4 days to post one. Stick to our time of posting stock videos as long as you can. I've also been wondering lately if I can find an opportunity to transform our account. Yezhou cupped his chin and spoke. Ever since he saw T-Talk that day, the idea of starting his own business was born within him. Just really don't have a clue. T-Talk's owner, Summer, was able to successfully make this brand in college without his strong ability and vision. But there's no denying that T-Talk was created by him several years ago, when the domestic market wasn't as implosive as it is now. It can be absolutely hellishly difficult for a college student to start a business today and then do it on the scale of T-Talk. Good. Listen to you. Then I'll go back first. I heard from Shin that your school doesn't have access control. But our school closes the dormitory door every night before 11 p.m. If you don't go back, you'll have to be locked out by the hostel ants. Shon Kai waved his hand and said goodbye to Yi Zhou. Early the next morning, military training will have a wrap-up meeting today, and then military training for the class of 2018, which will also end completely this morning. The 4 boys in dorm 415 headed for the playground, and on the way, they saw a lot of students dragging suitcases or large bags. Niu Dixing was puzzled. Hey, even though the oldest students are reporting for school today, it's not even 7 o'clock at this hour, and they're here so early? Foamy pushed up the frames of his glasses and frowned slightly. Maybe he's afraid of traffic on the road? You two really don't get it. Anyone who chooses to report to school this early in the morning is an old fart. They must have learned on the posting that our freshmen are going to have a military training summary assembly this morning. Normally, after the military training summary assembly review drill is over and the leaders have finished their speeches, there will be an hour or so left to spare for the freshmen to perform their talents on stage. All these old students must have come over to join in the fun, intending to take a good seat in advance to watch the pretty schoolgirls inside the freshmen perform. After hearing Gao Fu Shuai's explanation, even Yi Zhou was dazed for a moment. Yi Zhou frowned, his eyes a little strange. If you put it that way, then it's quite understandable why these older students are here so early. But, how did you inquire so clearly, old Gao? Gao Fu Shuai heatedly smiled. Because young master, I intend to do the same next year, which must not be collected well in advance. 6. Chapter 138, I don't know. I came here when they said I'd get extra credit. All the new students of Jiaotong University gathered in the playground of Jiaotong University. They are wearing camouflage-style military uniforms. The team stood neatly, like a large green elves, at the command of the chief instructor with a microphone. The final review drill of the military training began. 2 hours later, the parade exercise was over. The most torturous part of the program began, the chief instructor's speech, the school leader's speech, and the freshman representative's speech. A process that went straight from 7 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. The sun hung over the heads of the crowd, hot and sweaty. I thought that after high school, there wouldn't be any more of these sessions, but I didn't realize that not having to take classes in college made them longer instead. Gao Fu Shuai fanned the wind with his military training hat and cursed on his mouth. And afraid of being heard by the instructor sitting cross-legged in front of him, he said the most resentful things in the most abject tone. Yezhou was overcome with heat, and he glanced rather worriedly at his small neighbor sitting diagonally in front of him. Noticed she was also hot and constantly wiping her sweat with toilet paper. And the boys sitting near her had their attention pressed to the person speaking at the podium. A couple of outrageous boys even kept their eyes on the toilet paper she was wiping sweat off her hands. It looked like as long as Lin Shanhua dared to throw that paper ball away, they would dare to pounce and grab it at the first opportunity. These dogs are too perverted, aren't they? I'm a pervert who feels perverted. Yi Zhou's eyes stared and he couldn't help but curse. While the freshman representatives on the podium finally finished their speeches, and then the chief instructor announced the start of the students' free onstage talent show session. This time those boys finally moved their attention away from Lin Shanhua and turned their curious gazes towards the podium. At this moment, there were quite a few veteran students who had come to enroll in advance and had also taken up very good positions on the audience stage, all very much looking forward to the performances of this year's scholars. I've often swiped on Jitterbug these days that in other universities, there are quite a few girls who go up and do hot dances during the military training talent show session, and I don't know if there will be any in our school. Gao Fu Shuai rubbed his hands together, his eyes as expectant as they could be. Yi Zhou blankly glanced at Gao Fu Shuai, then flirted. Young Master Gao, such a good opportunity. You don't go on stage and improvise? Me? It's better to forget about it. Young Master, I'm a person who prefers to keep a low profile, so this kind of occasion in the limelight is better to forget about it. Niu Dixing deflated. Old Gao, who among us doesn't know that you love to pretend the most? Grass. Niu Dixing, can you not speak so bluntly? I can't accept it. A few people were talking when a brave boy from the podium already walked up. He cleared his throat, and just when the crowd on stage thought he was going to clear a pop song of some kind, the boy was caught off guard with an impassioned rendition of Strong Army Battle Hymn. Hear the trumpet blowing for a new journey. The goal of a strong army beckons ahead. If the country wants to be strong, we have to take charge, and the battle flag is filled with iron glory. Generals, listen to the command. Can win the battle style is excellent. The song was loud and clear, echoing over the playground. The freshmen on the stage looked at each other in disbelief. Nice guy. The freshmen on stage froze for just a moment before they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Despite the very uplifting air of boys singing, that's just how it is in college. Whenever you engage in behavior that is out of line with the masses, right or wrong, you will be ridiculed. In their eyes, you're an alien. Ha 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 ha. This buddy is too alive. I also thought he would not go up to sing a love song. The result of the strong military war song, sang quite good in fact, is a little abrupt. Dude awesome. Is this college out of your favorites? Is this dude 2 weeks into his military training and he thinks he's going to be discharged so he can't help but go up there and do a song? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. It feels like a whole lot of red. The crowd mingled, all laughing and commenting on the boys on stage. At the same time there were a lot of girls, hiding their mouths and snickering, and then whispering to their best girlfriends beside them. Shin Shin, your husband. Nonsense. That's your husband. Your husband, your husband. The reactions of the surrounding people were all seen by Yi Zhou and Gao Fu Shui and the others. They couldn't help but look sympathetically at the dude on the stage. Gao Fu Shui resentfully shrunk his neck and said silently, "Old Yi, you guys saw it, right? This dude just belongs to go up there and not live hard to organize. Go on stage and perform the whole job. Get the whole job done. And then you get 4 years of priority in choosing a spouse at this level of the freshman group. If you don't have a whole life, then you're a living, and you'll have to be nagged for the rest of your life. You guys just watch. Tonight the posters and campus walls will be absolutely full of chatter about this dude. If I were this dude, I'd be dropping out all night." Hearing Gao Fu Shui say that, Yi Zhou and the others also had a moment of scalp numbness. It seems that junior high students were very prescient this time. By the time the boys on stage finished singing the Strong Army War song, there was a thunderous applause for the courage of the boys and for the Strong Army War song, despite the laughter from the stage. Immediately after that, another person went up, but luckily, there was no whole job this time, just a couple of pretty normal songs for the chief instructor's side to put on backing tracks. With a couple of boys at the head of the pack, the girls were no longer shy. Gao Fu Shui really got what he wanted, and several girls went up to dance, with hot dance moves. At this time, the instructor of the 9th company where Yi Zhou and the others were, who was originally sitting cross-legged in the front row, suddenly clapped his hands and turned around to inquire, "Do we have any talent on stage in the 9th company?" Report instructor. Our company's high pay. Niu Daxing was the first to raise his hand. Before he could finish, Gao Fu Shui's face turned white with fear when he heard the first two words. He practically summoned the speed of a reaction shell and pounced to cover Bull Daxing's mouth with one hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Niu Dixing, you are my brother. No, you are my father. You can quickly shut up, if you let me go up. Young master say whatever today will die on the stage. The instructor glanced at the two and ignored Niu Dixing. Every year when he led the freshmen in military training, he could encounter this kind of existence that intentionally pitched his good friend. It has to be a voluntary enrollment kind of thing. Otherwise putting it up is just going to be funny. Is there anyone willing to go on stage to perform? As long as you're willing to go up, I'll report your name up. The probability is that you'll be able to get a military training standard bearer title. Fruity. Not many people were willing to go up there. After all, the podium is hot and sunny, and it's easy to make a fool of yourself if you don't get it right. But when I heard that there was a military training standard bearer to be one, I was eager to try it out. This can't help but make Yezhou suspect that the first to go on stage to sing the strong military war song, the buddy, it is not heard their instructor said that there is a military training standard bearer to take, and then go on stage, right? If that was the case, Yi Zhou could imagine how that dude felt on stage just now. Boys, I don't know, they said extra credit so I came. Chapter 139 Promoting Clean Friendships Among Neighbors. Kai, don't you know how to dance? If you go up and perform, you can even get the military training standard bearer, which can add performance points. Yeah. Kai, you go up and try it. Maybe your love will come after you jump down. Yi Zhou's attention had been on Lin Shangyue, so when the three housemates around her discussed it, he was the first to hear what was being said. By the looks of it, Zhuang Kai seemed to have learned to dance, and Xia Ziqing and Xiao Shi were encouraging her to perform on stage. Zhuang Kai's expression was a bit hesitant, although she wasn't much of a social terrorist, but to perform in front of so many freshmen was more or less a bit of a letdown. I'm going to have to forget about it. There's too many people down there. I'm afraid of going up there and making a performance mistake. It's okay. Xiao and Asajai and I are down here cheering you on. You definitely won't miss. Believe in yourself. But, Xia Ziqing interrupted Zhuang Kai. Don't be but. Shallow Moon, do you want to see Kai dance? Seeing that Xia Ziqing and Xiao Shi were both very much looking forward to it, Lin Shangyue hesitated and nodded in agreement. Seeing that Lin Shangyue had all sided with Xia Ziqing and the others, Zhuang Kai nuzzled her mouth and eventually raised her hand to the instructor to report. Reporting to the instructor. I can dance and can go up and try. Oh, that'll work. What's your name? What kind of music do I need to crank out for you to dance to? Zhuang Kai thought for a moment and said, "So hot. I'm not good at English. So give me the alphabetical combination. S, O." The instructor nodded as he listened, then took out his cell phone and tapped it, presumably to send a message to the person in charge of tuning the music. After sending it out, he looked up and said to Zhuang Kai, "Alright, you can get ready to go on stage. You have 2 more programs ahead of you." Xia Ziqing several people, after cheering Zhuang Kai for a while, they watched Zhuang Kai walk towards the podium. The instructor craned his head once again to look at the crowd. "TSK, the boys of the 9th company are not as good as a girl, right? Look at you guys, you don't go up for such a good opportunity to show yourselves. If you do it right, you might get a girlfriend right away. Che, why don't you go up there if you talk so good?" Gao Fu Shui whispered without a trace of anger. And at this moment, Feng Yi, looking at Zhuang Kai's back, his body was trembling with excitement. I didn't realize that Zhuang Kai could dance? Well, this is kind of taking the ball to the stage, isn't it? Yi Zhou was slightly stunned, and immediately reacted to what Feng Yi meant by bringing the ball to the stage. Soon, it was the turn of Zhuang Kai's program. Originally Zhuang Kai was quite good looking, just went on stage and caused a burst of cheers from the freshmen on the stage. Perhaps wearing a military uniform made Zhuang Kai feel that dancing was a bit of a constraint, so she simply took off her military uniform directly. Underneath her camouflage-colored uniform was a white camisole. Holy, big, too big. What's this girl's name? I want all her information in 1 minute. I didn't expect to have this kind of eye candy after military training. Zhuang Kai was wearing a small white halter, and her beautiful body was not at all polite to show to the crowd. The crowd on the stage were dumbfounded, followed by a burst of revelry, and they moved forward, afraid that they couldn't see Zhuang Kai on the stage. When Feng Yi saw it, his eyes were even more straight, and in one breath, he directly rushed to the position closest to the podium. No matter how much the instructor shouted behind him, he didn't even bring it back. As Zhuang Kai's roommates, Xia Ziqing and Xiao Shi also stared with beautiful eyes, surprised by Zhuang Kai's behavior of taking off her jacket directly after going on stage. Xia Ziqing froze for a long time before saying quietly, Kai even said last night that she was going to stick her fork with me today, but she ended up secretly wearing little suspenders under her military uniform by herself. Humph, she put on the little halter in advance. She must have thought about performing on stage for a long time, and just now she deliberately pretended to be squirming. What a scheming girl. Colorful ones are so big, so envious. Josie looked at Zhuang Kai on the podium and couldn't help but show envy. Ranking of chest size of the entire 311 dormitory, Zhuang Kai Lin Shanyue Xia Ziqing Xiaoxi. In fact, it's ranked that way, mainly because there are only 4 people in the dorm, but for a few more, Josie would still have to go to the back of the line. After all, tiny versus ridiculously ridiculous. Yi Zhou was also stunned by Zhuang Kai's somewhat heaven-defying figure. His mouth slightly open and his sight could not be retracted for a long time. Yeah, chow. Is it big? Great. Was it good? Pretty good looking. So does Zhuang Kai look good? Or do I look good? Yi Zhou then reacted and turned back in a hurry. It turned out to be the little neighbor who had snuck up behind him while the crowd was all coming forward to watch Zhuang Kai dance. At this moment, she was narrowing those good-looking eyes, scrutinizing Yi Zhou. Ahem. Of course you're the one who looks good. I'm simply judging how good Zhuang Kai's dance looks. Lin Shanyue glanced at Yi Zhou expressionlessly. Is that so? Yi Zhou, you're a bad person. You're obviously looking at her boobs too. Zhuang Kai is also a bad person. Hearing Lin Shanyue's heartfelt words, Yi Zhou laughed bitterly in succession. In order to make her believe her words, Yi Zhou said with conviction, it's absolutely true. Besides, yours isn't much smaller than Zhuang Kai's, so why would I bother traveling far and wide to see it? You always look at me too. Lin Shanyue seemed to have discovered something, her eyes thieving and alert as she looked at Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou's face fell. Done. It's all over. After the talent show, the chief instructor finally announced that the military training had come to a complete end. Because military training is over, all the instructors leave on buses to return to the Armed Forces Department where they are located. So at this time, some of the handsome and sunny-looking instructors had girls under their own companies asking for their contact information. In recent years, there have been many cases of college girls quietly falling in love with their military instructors after military training, leading to a lot of bad and negative press. That's why the chief instructor gave a clear order before coming to the military training, forbidding the instructor to add any student's contact information. Can't add. You guys leave me alone. I still want to eat this. The instructors laughed bitterly at the refusal of these girls to ask for contact information. It gave the little high school student a pause to look at him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't realize that there was this kind of treatment for being an instructor. Young master, I haven't even experienced it. 4 boys from dormitory 415 then went to the cafeteria to eat. After dinner the group went to take a shower and planned to take a hard nap. A sleep through the night kind of nap. I've been so tired since military training that I can't get enough sleep for my daily midday nap. Yi Zhou was the only one who had changed into new clothes and looked like he was planning to go out. Gao Fu Shui poked his head out from the edge of the bed and said suspiciously, "Old Yi, aren't you going to sleep?" You guys sleep. I've got a few things to take care of." "Yes? Go and promote a clean friendship between neighbors." Chapter 140, Don't Lose Me. Yi Zhou went to pick up his little neighbor downstairs in the girls' dormitory and found her standing next to Zhuang Kai Kai, Xia Ziqing and Xiao Shi. Each of them had put on very delicate makeup, and Xia Ziqing and Zhuang Kai Kai had even changed into nice little dresses. When Xia Ziqing saw Yi Zhou, she narrowed her eyes and smiled. Yo yo yo, isn't this our neighbor from Asajai's house? Originally, our dormitory was planning to go to the mall together in the afternoon, but Asajai insisted that she had an appointment with you, and said she wouldn't go with us. Zhuang Kai Kai and Xiao Shi also chimed in. That's right, Yi Zhou, you have a lot of charm. Ahem, average. Yi Zhou rubbed his nose, a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected the small neighborhood dormitory, but he had made a date to hang out together in the afternoon. If he had known it was going to be like this, he would have let his little neighbor come along. Alright, take care of my Asajai. We'll leave first. Aha. After sending Lin Qinyue's roommate away, Yi Zhou then asked her, Your roommates are going shopping. Why don't you come along? Said I'd go home with you and play games. The game can be played anytime. This time of year, there should be so many girls' dormitories all grouped together to play outside the school. Besides, shouldn't you, as a girl, prefer shopping to gaming? Lin Qinyue's eyes shone brightly as she hummed softly. I'm not like other girls. I like to play games, because it's a game with you. Yi Zhou's expression changed instantly. Okay, play. After leaving the school gate, Yi Zhou subconsciously felt that Uncle Li should have already parked his car in front of the school in advance, waiting for him and his little neighbor. As a result, after a few rounds of looking around, he couldn't spot the black Maybach. Hey, didn't you tell Uncle Li that we're going back to Maple Leaf Court? Said, that's strange. Usually Uncle Li will wait for you in advance when he receives your notice, but today he's even late? Unexpectedly, the little neighbor shook his head with an expressionless face. She pursed her lips with little emotion. Uncle Li said he was notified that his stepmother was coming to Northam, and her plane just landed half an hour ago, so Uncle Li went ahead and picked her up. Yi Zhou's expression changed slightly, and suddenly there was an indescribable pressure. He had always known that Lin Qinyue was very uncomfortable with herself as her stepmother, and had never even been able to truly accept her for so many years. After thinking about it, Yi Zhou continued to ask, but isn't Uncle Li your driver? Logically, between you and your stepmother, he should have come to pick you up first. Surely your father must have arranged another driver for her? She rarely comes to Northam, so she doesn't have her own driver. And, this time she came to Bayan on her own, and I was supposed to pick her up in person. Having said that, Yi Zhou finally didn't pursue the matter any further. The little neighbor already did not like her stepmother, and in order to be able to go to the game with Ye Zhou, so directly let Uncle Li go to pick up her stepmother. From the stepmom's point of view, she definitely feels disrespected and unappreciated by her daughter. But, so what? Yi Zhou still knew very well how the little neighbor, the stepmother, usually treated the little neighbor. Okay, let's go back by ourselves then. I'll call a dropshipping car now, said Yi Zhou, took out his cell phone and prepared to call a car on the taxi software. But soon, Lin Qinyue stopped her, her cool eyes glowing with a leap of faith. Let's take the subway back. The subway will be a bit of a hassle to change lines in the middle of the ride. That's okay, I haven't ridden the subway yet and wanted to try it. Hey? Yi Zhou froze, surprised. I didn't realize my little neighbor hadn't taken the subway yet, but on second thought, the little neighbor grew up in a very privileged home, and by and large she had a special nanny and chauffeur to take her around from a young age. Even if you go anywhere else, you'll have Uncle Li by your side. It's true that there's not much access to transportation like the subway. Okay, then good neighbor, I'll give you a taste of the subway today. Speaking of which, a little rich girl like you must not have ridden in such $100 million car yet. Ye Zhou took her little neighbor to the nearest subway entrance, then taught her to apply for a one-card pass on her phone. He then passed through security and scanned the code to get inside the subway. Lin Qinyue looked like a curious baby, surveying the various decorations inside the subway. Because she was so stunningly good-looking, she caused many passers-by in the subway to turn around. At this time, Yi Zhou, on the other hand, subconsciously puffed out his chest and stood beside Lin Qinyue. The what are you looking at? She's got a good neighbor look. Lin Shanyue had long since gotten used to the passersby's amazement of her. She just followed Yi Zhou and whispered, "Yi Zhou, there are so many people here. In fact, this moment is okay, if it is the morning and evening peak commute, talent more Lu. Especially the day before the holiday, the subway people can line up outside the entrance to the station." Ow. The little neighbor nodded, then grabbed the corner of Yi Zhou's coat. "Then keep an eye on me. Don't lose me. Don't lose me." These words made Yi Zhou's body couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The little neighbor's words caused a figure to suddenly flash through Yi Zhou's mind, but it was so fleeting that Yi Zhou failed to catch the feeling. This quote, "I think I've heard that somewhere?" Yi Zhou secretly thought in his heart. This fleeting and ungraspable feeling was not the first time he had it. Remembering the last time, it was also with Lin Shanyue, causing certain memories from a very long time ago to suddenly flash through Yi Zhou's mind. It was also at this time that the subway slowly stopped at the platform and the platform doors opened. Yi Zhou came back to his senses, then smiled and told Lin Shanyue, "Don't worry, I'm sure I won't lose you." The young girl nodded and reached out to grab the corner of the teenager's coat. "Then this time, be true to your word." Chapter 141 Yi Zhou, I'm suddenly a bit unneighborly. On the subway. Although this is not the peak time to take the subway, but after all, it is the late afternoon. Coupled with the fact that Bayan is already a tourist city, the subway is still quite a lot of people. There was only one empty seat left, and Yi Zhou gave the seat to Lin Shanyue. Ye Zhou then grabbed the handle and stood in front of her, mainly because the little neighbor was wearing a low-neck dress today, and if someone were to look down at it from above, they could more or less see something they shouldn't. For example, it's white. In order to avoid this, Ye Zhou stood in this position by himself with tears in his eyes. "Yi Zhou, why do you keep staring at me?" The little neighbor looked up several times and noticed that Ye Zhou was not like other passengers on the subway, looking down and swiping short videos on his phone or reading novels. Instead, he kept his eyes narrowed on her, his eyes fluttering and the corners of his mouth tending to rise a bit. Yi Zhou frowned when he heard it. "Nonsense. I didn't look at you. Don't be so self-absorbed. But your eyes were on me the whole time. Just because the eyes are on you, does that necessarily mean they're looking at you?" Yi Zhou was talking nonsense in a serious manner, and even now he was able to do it without blushing or jumping. Lin Shanyue pursed her lips, seemingly sensing something, and pulled on her collar with feigned indifference. TSK. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhou also knew that his little neighbor should have read his little mind, so he took out his phone and played. "It's better this way. All beings are equal. No one should look." The distance from Jiaotong University to the Maple Leaf Court neighborhood requires 8 stops on the subway, a midway transfer to Line 2, and then 7 more stops. After waiting for the transit, Yi Zhou finally didn't have to stand. "Sit next to your little neighbor." In an instant, the scent of his little neighbor's body rushed into his nostrils. Yi Zhou's nose moved slightly. The smell was really a bit intoxicating. Yi Zhou swiped his head down on a short video while smelling the scent of his little neighbor. He had been riding the subway for so many years, and for the first time, he felt that it was worthy of being a mode of transportation that cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Suddenly, Ye Zhou swiped to a short video with a full 132,000 likes. What a boy and girl kiss tastes like. Yi Zhou just heard the opening introduction and backhandedly swiped over to watch the next video, all the while cursing under his breath. "I don't have a girlfriend. How do I know what it tastes like? Didn't it say that Shake Shack's algorithm is strong? Can't it figure out that I'm a single dog and always push this stuff on me? Bad review." In the next second, Lin Shanyue's voice came leisurely. "It's wine-flavored." Yi Zhou froze, his expression puzzled. "How do you know? You haven't kissed." "Oh, it won't be online surfing again. Seeing other netizens say it, right?" Guessing the origin of this cognition of his little neighbor, Yi Zhou spoke at length. "A lot of people online are mouth breathers. Don't believe everything you see." "Ow. Yi Chao, you're a big dummy. First kisses are supposed to taste like wine." Ye Zhou frowned slightly, not understanding why his little neighbor was so adamant that kissing smelled like alcohol. Just as he was about to react to something, the subway radio announced it was coming to a stop. "Here we are. We'll go down at this stop, but we'll have to walk a few hundred meters out to get to Maple Leaf Court." "Oh." When I got out of the subway, the heat wave hit me right away without the air conditioning. Lin Shanyue smoothed out her skirt just in time to see a little boy passing by next to her with a cone of ice cream in his hand to eat. Her eyes flashed for a few moments. Then she pointed at the ice cream in the little boy's hand and spoke to Yi Zhou in a clear and cold manner. "Ye Zhou, I want to eat ice cream. That's all for kids. How old are you?" The little neighbor pouted, defiantly, and she was all high and mighty. "Yeah chow. I'm only a 216-month-old kid too." Yi Zhou was dumbfounded for half a day. Then dumbfounded. "Okay, bye. 216-month-old baby, right? Since you went to college and got a roommate, you've been fooling me all the time. Which roommate did you learn from?" Xia Ziqing wouldn't let me tell you. Alright, I promise not to let Xia Ziqing know that it was you who told me that she taught me. After Yi Zhou finished, he let his little neighbor stand under the tree and wait for him, where he wouldn't be exposed to the sun. Ye Zhou then trotted across the road to get her ice cream. Looking at the teenager's back, Lin Shangyue looked a little lost in thought. It seemed like no one had bought her ice cream since her mom died. The only time, it was the summer of my little neighbor's 3rd grade year, when my dad happened to be coming back from work that day and asked Uncle Lee to take him along to pick up my little neighbor. The little neighbor was very happy to see her dad in front of the school, because he almost never came to pick her up himself. So the little neighbor looked around at all the other kids who had parents buying ice cream, and for the first time, she got up the courage to take the initiative and ask her dad for what she wanted. Daddy, I want ice cream. Ice. Before he could finish, his cell phone suddenly vibrated, and when he answered it, it was again about work. Her young neighbor was in no hurry at the time. She figured her dad would go get it for her after he called. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that Dad, who had finished the call, didn't look too good, as if something had gone wrong with one of the company's projects. After hanging up the phone, he rubbed his temples, followed by rubbing his little neighbor's head. He said to Uncle Lee, "Drive on, old Lee. It's time to get a sage eye back." The little neighbor stared at his dad in bewilderment, his eyes full of anticipation, momentarily dimmed. 5 minutes. It was only 5 minutes, a phone call away, and Dad had forgotten what she just said. Since then, the little neighbor had never initiated anything with him again, or rather, never again, with anyone, volunteered. She hated the feeling of being unconsciously ignored and rejected. It wasn't until just now that she had a sudden thought and took the initiative with Yi Zhou to ask for some ice cream. Although Yi Zhou's answer at the beginning was ice cream is for children, she clearly saw that Yi Zhou was already looking for a store that sells ice cream in the neighborhood. The corners of Lin Shanyue's mouth gently rose as ripples ran through her heart. Here's yours, matcha flavor. Yi Zhou handed the ice cream to Lin Shanyue, and then smoothly sucked a mouthful of the taro flavor in his other hand. Lin Shanyue took a taste, her face expressionless. Then his eyes moved to the one in Yi Zhou's hand. Noticing his little neighbor's gaze, Ye Zhou subconsciously took a step back before shielding his ice cream. I've taken a bite, no thinking about mine, and that little brat just now ate matcha flavored, and the one I bought you is also matcha flavored, so think before you speak, or I'll suspect you of unneighborly intentions. However, Lin Shanyue had a lofty face and spoke out of turn. Yi Zhou, I'm suddenly a bit of a non-neighbor. Chapter 142, Touching Legs. Ye Zhou squirmed a bit, feeling as if his hand holding the ice cream suddenly had a bit of a mind of its own. Strange, why do I want to give her my ice cream so badly? Aha! It must be that my hands have unneighborly intentions as well, and it has nothing to do with me. After successfully convincing himself, Yi Zhou reluctantly handed Lin Shanyue her ice cream. Here you go. Who made you a 216-month-old kid? I'm not going to bother with you in general. Then I'll matcha flavored it for you. Sayazu, I'm a good person too. Just like that, Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue exchanged ice cream very naturally. People come and go on the street. They all think that these two college students should be a couple. No one thinks that they are clean neighbors. They are the only ones who think so. Phew, finally home. After walking into his small neighbor's 1003, Ye Zhou sighed. Then very naturally, he changed into the slippers that his little neighbor had prepared especially for him, then obediently picked up the air conditioner remote control and turned on the air conditioner. A set of moves that flowed like water. Lin Shanyue fell silent and said expressionlessly, Yi Zhou, this seems to be my home. You just said, home? Yi Zhou also fell into silence after hearing this. It was half a moment before he said sheepishly, my house is in Maple Leaf Court, and so is yours. When I say I'm home, I actually mean back in Maple Leaf Court, so it doesn't matter where this is, it's all my home. Cheat. After simply tidying up, Lin Shanyue was in charge of pulling the curtains, while Yi Zhou was in charge of turning on the projector and inserting the gamepad. After all, the real purpose of returning to Maple Leaf Court today was to play games. Though neither is drunk on the game, the game starts soon. At first, the two warmed up to Forest Ice Fireman, but after playing a few levels they found it boring. Since I've played it so many times, I can almost pass it with my eyes closed now. Basically played Shinigami vs Naruto for the last 2.5 hours, until Yi Zhou came back from going to the restroom and looked at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Pack up, gotta get ready to go back to school. It's gonna take another hour on the road. Haven't had enough fun. The little neighbor's mouth puckered slightly in a very reluctant expression. Ye Zhou pulled the curtains back and then turned off the projector. We'll play next week. It's just a little game. When classes officially start tomorrow, I'll find out where the microcomputer room is and take you there to play during the week when we don't have classes. The little neighbor shook her head, high and cold. Playing at school isn't as fun as home. Aren't they all the same? Not the same. The little neighbor sounded very firm. Yizhou pondered for half a day but did not seek to understand what exactly was different, but also not waiting for him to figure it out. Lin Shangyue suddenly said, Yizhou, my calf hurts. It should be caused by too much exercise in the past few days of military training, and it just so happens that when I was working part-time at courier sorting before, I also had frequent arm and leg pains, and I learned a handful of massage techniques from one of the older employees there. After a pause, Yizhou tentatively asked, So, I'll press it for you? Good. Lin Shangyue agreed for a second, but on second thought, she felt that she had agreed a little too quickly and appeared to be a bit unreserved, so she pursed her lips and added in a small voice, as a good neighbor, it's not too much to ask for a leg massage. Oh, it's certainly not excessive. The corner of Yizhou's mouth tugged, and he thought to himself that the good one was not excessive. When you trick me into bed someday, you're going to say it's not too much to ask to sleep in the same bed as a good neighbor, aren't you? Ha! Scheming woman. Is the force okay? Well, it's cozy. Lin Shanyue's pretty face was slightly flushed. At this moment, she was sitting sideways on the sofa, then resting her calf on Yizhou's leg, who was squeezing her calf with her hand. With each kneading, Lin Shanyue's entire body felt a tingling sensation, and Yizhou breathing couldn't help but be a few points thicker. Because the white stockings Lin Shanyue wore today happened to reach just below her knees. That's why Yizhou helped her massage her calves, all through the stockings. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come it feels quite a bit more exciting through the stockings than touching the skin directly? Yizhou secretly spat in his heart, and his heartbeat accelerated to beat terribly. As he was floating around, the cell phone tucked in his pocket vibrated. He continued to massage his little neighbor's calf with one hand, then took out his cell phone with the other to answer the call. It's Kai Xiong calling. Xiong Kai said another merchant contacted him. Want to let Yuzhou and Xiong Kai sell goods, use their products, commission $15,000, and also provide 10 bags of free products. Yizhou thought for a moment and said back to Xiong Kai on the other end of the phone, we have no way to take over for the time being, but don't balk on your side. Tell this businessman that our brand cooperation in the last half a month has been full, and let him come back in half a month to ask again. It's okay, but what if he does come back in half a month and ask again? Yizhou hesitated, and the hand that was massaging Lin Shanyue subconsciously increased its strength. The next moment, she let out an aha of pain. Lin Shanyue raised her eyes and glanced at Yizhou with a grudge. Yizhou revealed an apologetic expression. Then the force in his hand weakened a bit. Hello? Why don't you say anything? Chow. Oh, I was thinking. Didn't I tell you last time that I was already thinking about starting a business? In half a month. It's definitely in the works. So I'll take care of it then. Good. Right. I remember that in our last few days in Liangshan, quite a few counterparts who imitated us appeared. So turn around and have Xinyu call home and ask to see if those people are still selling things in Liangshan. What's this about? Can't it be that, with them gone, the two of us can kill them? Xiong Kai was a bit unable to understand Yizhou's behavior, but it was immediately vetoed by Yizhou. We definitely won't go back. We're in class. There's no way we'll have that kind of time. Okay, then I'll ask Xinyu later. I'm on my way to her right now. You're a real dog. Yizhou cursed, then hung up the phone and turned to look at Lin Shanyue, who was sitting sideways beside him. Does it still hurt? It wasn't supposed to hurt. Hiss, weren't you the one who just said that your legs hurt, and that it wasn't too much to say that your neighbor massaged them for you? Lin Shanyue bit her lip, her eyes watery as she looked at Yizhou. But, I'm talking about calf pain. You're almost touching my ass. Yizhou was startled, and only then did he look down. It was discovered that the stockings on Lin Shanyue's calves had already been rubbed by him to the position of her heels, and at some point, he ran his hand from his calf all the way up to his knee and beyond. Lin Shanyue's hands were deadening her skirt at this point. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as she said, Yezhou's hand position did move a little further forward and it was a bit of a foul. Such a scene frightened Yizhou to hurriedly withdraw his hand. Ahem. I was just on the phone with Xiong Kai and didn't pay attention to. Call with your mouth, not your hands. Lin Shanyue nuzzled her mouth, her eyes watery as she looked at Yizhou. 5 parts complaining, 5 parts shy. Yizhou touched his nose in embarrassment. It was really hard for him to explain to his little neighbor that guys usually don't even realize what they're doing when they're on the phone in place. If one is gouging at the siding, then an hour's phone call could see this layer of wall gouged through. So Yizhou didn't insist on explaining. He looked down at his hand, which held the residual warmth from his little neighbor's leg. Speaking of which, without touching my legs through the stockings, this delicate, smooth touch seems a little moist. Chapter 143, What kind of woman is Xiao Ran? Ding dash. The elevator reached the first floor and the doors slowly opened. Lin Shangyue was the first to walk out of the elevator, and Yi Zhou couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at the stockings on her legs. He could clearly see that the brand new stockings were all threadbare from what he had just touched. Yi Zhou, why don't you leave? Noticing that Yi Zhou was still frozen in the elevator, Lin Shangyue asked in disbelief. Ahem. Go. Was just thinking about things? Lin Shangyue was expressionless. Really? Sure you're not looking at my stockings? Poof. Yi Zhou pursed his lips and didn't say anything. The two just walked out of the neighborhood in silence. Just as I arrived at the door, I saw a black Maybach with a series of 6 license plate numbers parked on the curb. Yi Zhou raised an eyebrow. Hey, Uncle Lee is here? Lin Shangyue was also a bit surprised. Uncle Lee, who was sitting in the driver's seat, saw the two people walk out and hurriedly opened the car door to get down, then trotted up to the two. This time, the perennial smile on Uncle Lee's face had obviously faded quite a bit, and he hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to greet him. Miss, young Master Yi. And then, Uncle Lee looked at Lin Shangyue in a difficult way and whispered, Miss, I got the missus at the airport. She was upset to hear you didn't come. Oh. Hearing that her stepmother was unhappy, Lin Shangyue had no particular emotions and looked very bland. It didn't matter at all to her whether her stepmother was happy or not. Uncle Lee let out a bitter smile, guessing that his lady would have this attitude. He went on, Miss, this time, Mistress came to Bayan on her own, with her pregnant body. Master specially instructed me to ensure Mistress's personal safety. Also, the Missus told me that she wants to have dinner with you tonight, just the two of you, so I'll have to take you there now. Hearing that her stepmother wanted to eat with her, Lin Shanyue's face finally showed a look of displeasure. She frowned slightly and shook her head outright. I'm not going. But Mistress has already chosen a place to eat, and the master knows about this matter. So what? It's not like she's my mom. The wife guessed that most likely you won't be there, so she told me before she came that if you don't go, she'll stay near your school for the time being, and visit you at school when she's not doing anything. At this, the little neighbor finally fell silent. She pondered for a while with cold eyes and finally asked, then send Yizhou back to school first. I'm afraid it's too late for that. Miss. Yizhou stood by the side and also heard the cause of the matter clearly. He waved his hand back and forth. It's okay, go ahead and see your stepmom. I'll just get back on my own. But, the little neighbor wanted to say something. Uncle Lee stood out and said, don't worry miss. In just a moment ago I've already contacted Ah Long to come over. He'll send young Master Yi back to school next. She hesitated and eventually chose to compromise. After Uncle Lee left with his little neighbor, Yizhou stood still. A feeling that had never been experienced before sprouted inside him. He is now desperate to start his own business. Not long after, a Mercedes he stopped in front of Yizhou. Aaron, the bodyguard in a black suit and sunglasses, got out of the car. Young Master Yi. Well, that's a lot of trouble Lung. Young Master Yi is overstating things. Just call me Little Dragon. Aaron's face was expressionless and his voice was very eloquent, like one of those cold, unfeeling presences from the movie Men in Black. Aaron then opened the car door for Yizhou. Aaron wasn't as talkative as Uncle Lee, and the car was a little surprisingly quiet after Yizhou got in. It will take at least an hour to get to the school, and under the boredom, Yizhou took the initiative to open his mouth. Lung, what is your second wife like? I'm sorry young Master Yi, I'm not at liberty to discuss madam. Don't mention it. Anyway, it's just the two of us here, and I don't work for the Lin family, so you know it and I know it, and there's absolutely no third person who knows. Aaron was silent, obviously still not wanting to talk to Yizhou about his little neighbor's stepmother. Yizhou believed that if the person driving the car at this moment was Uncle Lee, and he asked Uncle Lee this question, Uncle Lee would most likely not mince words. But then again, he was eager to learn a little more about his little neighbor. Thus, after pondering for a while, Yizhou simply had to resort to a little dishonorable means. Lung, if you're going to be like that, then I'll just have to turn around and tell your lady that you went against your will. You know, your lady is very high and mighty. Not to mention you, she doesn't even give her stepmother a good look. So, you don't want her to know that you refuse to answer my questions either, do you? Aaron's pupils contracted under his sunglasses. At the mention of his own young lady, his heart couldn't help but clench slightly. In fact, when Yizhou said that, he wasn't worried about how he would be. But then he thought about what Uncle Lee always talked about earlier. Ah Long Ah Hua, the two of you and I, both of you belong to the heart of our young lady. Besides the master, even the second mistress is not as important to us as our young lady. Right now, Mrs. Focus is all on young Master Yi, and most of the time, she sees young Master Yi as more important than herself. The two of you should rarely come into contact with young Master Yi, but if you do come into contact with young Master Yi, some sort of occasion will require you to carry young Master Yi's status clearly. Thinking about it, Aaron chose to compromise. He said in a low voice, "Alright, young Master Yi, but I have to tell you that Tiger and I have only been in charge of Mrs. Security since we entered the Lin family, and we've actually had very little access to the second mistress. Even whenever she goes to Shanghai, the second mistress has her own minders." Yi Zhou nodded. "Well, I can probably guess. Just tell me what you know." Seeing that Yi Zhou didn't make things very difficult for himself, Ah Long was also relieved. He brewed for a moment before speaking. "The second mistress is one of those thunderous women, and since she married the master, she has quickly helped the master take down many projects that the master had previously failed to take down on his own. In our eyes, the second mistress is also considered to be a very powerful character, and her business skills don't look any worse than the master's. Well, the second mistress treats us, the subordinates, with an attitude that is, middle of the road. I guess. Master is very busy most of the time. So many of Mrs. things are actually decided by the second mistress, and in the way that it's all authorized by master. Miss can't do it even if she's reluctant a lot of the time." After a pause, Aaron stated that any more than that he didn't know. Yi Zhou nodded slightly, his eyebrows furrowed. Even though Aaron didn't say much about the little neighbor's stepmother, Yi Zhou already had a rough idea of the little neighbor's stepmother from these simple words. Her stepmother was, on the whole, a very strong woman, and had demonstrated strong business skills since entering the Lin family. At the same time, many things about the little neighbor were decided through this stepmother. Even if her little neighbor was resistant to many things, she still didn't care. It's no wonder the little neighbor disliked the stepmother so much. "I know. Thank you, Lung. Young Master Yi. You'd better call me Xiaolong. If Miss knows, she'll be unhappy." "Okay, Brother Bruce." Ah Long let out a bitter smile. "Young Master Yi, you are so humorous." Yi Zhou didn't say anything else, but just looked out the window at the rapidly flashing scenery, a little out of breath. "Ha! There's more than just the little neighbor's father in front of us, and her stepmother seems to be the ultimate boss yet." Chapter 144, "You two play me? Young Master Yi. Then I'll go back first." Okay. At 7:30 in the evening, Ah Long sent Yi Zhou to the entrance of Jiaotong University. Yi Zhou bought dinner by hand, and once he returned to the dormitory, he found that the three Gao Fu Shui were gathering to play poker. At this time, Xiao Gao's face was plastered with notes, full of despondency and holding a cigarette, and there were only a few on the faces of Niu Dexing and Feng Yi. It looks like it's been co-students who have been losing. Old Gao, so capable of losing? Originally, Gao Fu Shui was holding his stomach full of anger because he kept losing. When he heard Yi Zhou say that, he instantly broke his defense. He cursed and got up. "Holy, old Yi, if you have the ability to say that, come and fight. These two dogs have amazing card skills." Niu Dexing often played cards with old people in his old home. His card skills are horrible. Feng Yi, this kid, although it's a bit worse compared to the old ox, but this mother can memorize cards. Yi Zhou deflated his mouth and said disdainfully, "If you're a vegetable, practice more. Don't make excuses. Rub. Come on, you fight for me. If you can put notes all over these two dogs' faces today, I'll pay for all your meals for the next week." Originally Yi Zhou had little interest. Hearing Gao Fu Shui say this, he was immediately interested. "Is that true? Young master, my words are water that splashes out. As long as you can do it, I will never go back on my word." "Okay." Yi Zhou nodded, then sat down in the high-paying marshal's seat. As he ate, he asked, "What's the game?" "Fight the landlord." "Come on, young Master Gao as a dealer. Deal the cards." Yi Zhou is not the least bit timid. Before with Mubai in the courier sorting plant night shift, the middle of the night often encountered the supervisor fell asleep. So Yi Zhou and Mubai always play cards with some old employees inside the factory. Most of the people who can go for a part-time job doing dry courier sorting fall into two categories. The first kind, Yezhou and Mubai, this kind of student party, as long as the vacation sorting factory can often see this kind of student face. After all, you can make $200 a night, even if you're tired. The second kind, the kind of adults who are very fond of playing cards and mahjong. This kind basically has a card addiction, and as the saying goes, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. So most of these people have cleaner pockets than faces. Whenever there was no money left for poker, he would come to the courier sorting plant and bury his head in the sand for a few days. As soon as you make a couple $100, you'll immediately go play poker. Over time, Yi Zhou always played cards with these people touching fish and learned a lot of card skills. Bomb. Flush. King Fry. At the very beginning, Yi Zhou won 3 games in a row in one breath. It knocked both Niu Dexing and Feng Yi out of their minds, and they reacted only after the note was pasted on their faces. On the side, Gao Fu Shui was even staring straight at him. Asterisk. Old Ji, you kid wouldn't be cheating, would you? So powerful? The cards are yours. And there's only one deck here. So where am I going to cheat? Besides, you've been sitting behind me watching. Shouldn't you know best if I'm cheating or not? Gao Fu Shui slapped his thighs. Then you are definitely in the novice protection period and are just lucky. Old ox, old foam, hurry up and show your true skills. But next, it's still Yi Chao through and through. Not a single note was pasted down on his face, and his little high school friends were about to get down on their knees to see it. Foamy pushed down his glasses and couldn't help but laugh. Old Yi, you've got a knack for it. By the way, Lin Shangyue and Zhuang Kai Kai are in the same dormitory, right? Well, they're housemates. Why? Receiving Yi Zhou's affirmative answer, Feng Yi's face could not help but blush before saying, you know, I really like this kind of Zhuang Kai Kai. Do you think there's any chance that Lin Shangyue can help me give a word to Zhuang Kai Kai, and ask to come out for a meal? Ye Zhou deflated. Your kid is really a little bitter or not willing to eat. Should not be you let me help you first. Want Zhuang Kai Kai's contact information it. You come up to ask people to eat. Speed a little too fast, right? That's right in theory, but as you know, quite a few of the freshmen saw it in the morning after Zhuang Kai Kai went on stage and danced. At this moment on the campus wall, so many people are begging for Zhuang Kai Kai's contact information. If I'm like them and start by adding contact information first, won't I have no advantage? And Lin Shangyue happens to be Zhuang Kai Kai's roommate. With your relationship, I want to take a little shortcut. After Yi Zhou heard this, he felt that Feng Yi was right. He cupped his chin and thought for a moment before looking up. I reckon it's hard, even with Lin Shanyue's help to talk about it. Zhuang Kai Kai may not agree. Imagine, assuming you are Zhuang Kai Kai, would you agree? Hiss. That's true. Anyway, you try it first, count it as a favor buddy owes you. Looking at Feng Yi's face full of anticipation, Yi Zhou could not refuse anymore. Yi Zhou nodded his head and said that he would find an opportunity as soon as possible afterward to help him try. Next, Feng Yi loses to Yi Zhou one after another, and Niu Dexing is overwhelmed with notes plastered all over his face. Yi Zhou twisted his head to look at Gao Fu Shui and raised his eyebrows. Gao, remember, meals are covered for the next week. Oh, holy, Feng Yi and Niu Dexing, you two acting me? Gao Fu Shui stared, not expecting Yi Zhou to really win these two. He had wanted to see Yi Zhou's face plastered with notes just like his own, but he couldn't see it, not at all. In the end, Gao Fu Shui sighed. Alright, young master, I'm willing to gamble and admit defeat. I'll cover your meals for a week. Yi Zhou was in a good mood, then took his phone to send a message to his little neighbor. How's the food? Inside a certain fine Western restaurant 7 kilometers away from Beiyang Jiaotong University. The lighting was soft and warm, and the gentle classical music flowed gently. Lin Shanyue's expression was high and cold as she sat by the window, and she ran her hand through the lace at the hem of her skirt, and across from her sat a noblewoman with a slightly bulging belly, dressed in a high-fashion suit of baby blue, with a shimmering pearl collar of warm luster around her neck. The noblewoman looked to be only in her early 30s. She sat in an elegant and dignified manner. Her slender eyebrows were slightly raised, as sharp and bold as a sword. She was none other than Lin Shanyue's stepmother, Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran elegantly picked up her knife and fork and cut off a small piece of steak and brought it to her mouth, then closed her eyes to savor it. It was only after a few seconds that she revealed a shallow smile and said to Lin Shanyue, Shallow Moon, this restaurant's steak flavor is not bad. Although it's not as good as Shanghai's, it's still considered unique in Beiyang. Oh, Lin Shanyue cut off a piece and ate it in her mouth with little emotion, not finding it as tasty as her stepmother had said. It's not half as good as the kebabs Yi Zhou took me to eat. Xiao Ran could see Lin Shanyue's lack of interest in her, but wasn't angry at all. There was just a long silence before he slowly said, Shallow Moon, in fact you don't need to resist me so much. My current status is your stepmother anyways, and I'm legally married to your father. You should call me Mom. My mom died a long time ago. Lin Shanyue's voice was icy cold, but other than cold, no emotions could be heard. Xiao Ran smiled bashfully. Stepmothers are also mothers, and as your mother, I took a special flight from Shanghai to come to Beiyang to see you while pregnant, and you wouldn't even come to the airport to pick me up in person. I have my own things to do. Yes? Xiao Ran laughed lightly, then put down the knife and fork in his hands, the smile on his face not diminishing at all. Is your thing to always follow that boy called Yi Zhou? When Lin Shanyue heard Yi Zhou's name from Xiao Ran, her eyes were very shocked. How does she know? Chapter 145 Threats. Seeing the shocked look in Lin Shanyue's eyes, Xiao Ran smiled and picked up the cup to take a sip of water, then said, Surprised? You investigated me. In the face of Lin Shanyue's extremely cold gaze, Xiao Ran didn't care at all. As your mother, of course you should know what kind of people your daughter, on a daily basis, is in contact with. After a pause, Xiao Ran continued, As far as I know, You moved to that shabby neighborhood called Maple Leaf Court instead of living in the manor during the last few months of your senior year just for this boy called Yizhou, right? Lin Shangyue was silent. It was just a quick thought in his head as to who was around that had revealed this information to Shoran. Shoran laughed softly and went on about what he knew. And then, for this boy, you gave up the opportunity to attend Shanghai Jiaotong University and volunteered for the finance program at Bayan Jiaotong University. Of course, your father only thinks that you stubbornly stayed in Bayan for college because Lu Qingxin is from Bayan. Hearing this, Lin Qianyu finally began to panic inside. She didn't realize that Xiao Ran knew so much. If all this were to come to the knowledge of his father, he would surely burst into a rage. Even, it will involve Yi Chao. Xiao Ran could see Lin Shanyue's worry as she instantly said, "Don't worry, Shallow Moon. If your father knew about this, there's no way Yi Zhou would still have the opportunity to be so in touch with you. These are only known to me for now. After all, how could mom spare to tell this to your dad? So what the hell are you trying to do?" Lin Shanyue knew that Xiao Ran wouldn't be so kind as to help her hide this. Xiao Ran definitely had her own agenda. Xiao Ran smiled slightly, but did not continue the topic. "Asaj, let's eat the steak first. It won't be good if it gets cold." However, Lin Shanyue didn't make a move at all and kept staring icily at Xiao Ran. But Xiao Ran didn't seem to care about that at all. Picking up his own knife and fork and continuing to eat the steak on his plate, she looked like she had a good appetite. Finishing her slice and ordering another pasta. It wasn't until she finished eating that she looked at Lin Shanyue again. Then with a false sense of alarm, she exclaimed, "Ah, why haven't you eaten yet, Asaj Moon? It's my negligence as a mom. I'll ask the waiter to give you a new one." With that, she was ready to ring the bell on the table, intending to call for the waiter. Lin Shanyue shook her head. "No, I'm not hungry." "Oh, that's so. It's also true that girls your age are very concerned about their bodies, not to mention the fact that they have to meet up with their favorite boys every day." Shoran laughed. She wiped her lips with a tissue and then refilled her lips with lipstick. Then it was like talking to Lin Shanyue, or talking to herself. "I'm actually taking care of it too, because your dad loves it." "What the hell are you trying to say?" Lin Shanyue finally couldn't help but frown. It was really hard for her to accept Xiao Ran's shifty attitude. Every second she spent with Xiao Ran, she found the woman's hypocrisy sickening. Xiao Ran showed a very different attitude from her usual work thunder and lightning. Aggravated. "Mom just misses you, so she came to Bayan specially to care for you. You're an adult, and your mom has no problem with having a boy you like. As far as door-to-door goes, maybe your dad cares, but I don't value it that much." Speaking here, Xiao Ran's expression became meaningful. "But Asahi Moon, why don't you at least find a romantic partner with a complete family, like Yi Zhou, who has no father, no mother, and a family of aunts who suck his blood all year round? Do you think you'll be happy if you can really get to the point of marriage with him someday? Mom is very concerned that you'll be happy." Lin Shanyue's expression grew colder and colder. She felt irritated every time Shoran called herself mom. Afterwards, Xiao Ran raised her hand to look at the pricey watch on her wrist, and after realizing that it was already more than 8 o'clock, she finally collected the smile on her face. "As Lin Jindong's daughter, it's fine for you to play around with someone like Yi Zhou, but if it comes to the real thing, your father will be furious when he finds out. Of course, like I said earlier, I care about whether you'll be happy or not, so I don't object to you and Yezhou being together at all. But the premise is that you have to stay in Bayan obediently from now on, and don't go back to Shanghai without anything special. Otherwise, I will immediately tell your father about this." Hearing Xiao Ran's words with a warning tone, Lin Shanyue finally realized what she really meant. Xiao Ran is pregnant, and she wants Lin Shanyue to stay in Bayan forever, with Yi Zhou. In this way, the Lin family fortune will be inherited by her children in the future. Lin Shanyue didn't reply, only her eyes gradually calmed down, quietly staring at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran didn't care about her attitude, got up and picked up her bag and headed out of the restaurant. As if thinking of something, she stopped again, her expression teasing. "By the way, in the winter, Dear Zion is coming back. You must be good with Yi Zhou. Don't be influenced by Dear Zion. Oh." After saying that, Xiao Ran carried her purse and left. "Miss, ma'am called for another driver to take her." Lin Shanyue walked out of the Western restaurant and Uncle Li was already waiting outside the door. She gave an emotionless After a long time, Uncle Li said tentatively, "Miss, so I'll take you back now?" "Well, Uncle Li, she knows everything about me and Yi Zhou." Hearing this, Uncle Li's eyebrows also instantly wrinkled. He put away his smile and spoke in a serious tone. "Don't worry, miss. When I get back I'll start investigating who actually leaked this information out." After a pause, he was a little worried. "So is the second mistress giving you a hard time?" "No, she's just paving the way for her kids and doesn't want me to compete for Dad's family fortune." Lin Shanyue looked into the distance. not knowing what she was thinking. Good news, relationship established in 20 chapters. Bad news, I'm a couple hundred short of level 4 again this month. And I won't be able to post a picture again this month. Righteous fathers, v some small gifts. Currently just $100 a day income QAQ. Chapter 146, Chasing After a Schoolmate. You should learn to call ZZ. 9:30 at night. Uncle Lee sent Lin Shanhua back to the entrance of Jiaotong University. Miss, you don't need to worry too much on your end. I'll find out as soon as possible who exactly leaked the information out. Thank you, Uncle Lee. You're welcome. Miss, it's kind of a dereliction of duty on my part. Uncle Lee's tone was slightly apologetic, and then without delay he got into his car and prepared to leave, intending to find out exactly who had leaked the information. Of course, the first person he suspected was Aaron and Tiger. If it's really them. Uncle Lee had a complicated expression. Other than him, Ah Long and Ah Hu were the few people Miss had in her inner circle. If they all became second mistress's men, Uncle Lee wouldn't dare to think who else Miss could trust besides him. Waiting for Uncle Lee to just get in the car, a boy appeared in front of Lin Shanhua, and he had what he thought was a very gentlemanly smile on his face. Oh, this beautiful student. My name is Lee Hyuk-jae and I'm Korean. Like you, I'm a student at Jiaotong University, and I'm currently enrolled in the public administration program. I noticed you during the military training. Your beauty is very special. I wonder if I can add a WeChat of yours. Lee Hyuk-jae felt that he had behaved like a gentleman, and was completely different from the kind of stupid pig who came up and asked for contact information without any padding. At the same time, he felt that he was a foreigner and quite good looking, so he thought that there was a high probability that the girl in front of him would not reject him. Mind you, he'd already had several girls ask for his contact information during military training. Lee Hyuk-jae purposely rejected several girls in public in order to make himself appear pushy. Only chose to add some girls he thought had a great face. Lim Sang-moon looked at Lee Hyuk-jae and said expressionlessly, "Sorry, it doesn't add up. Don't be busy rejecting me first. I believe you don't know any foreigners. After we get to know each other, I can explain to you about the humanities and customs of our country. I believe you will still be very interested." Not interested. After Lin Shanhua finished speaking, she walked towards the school grounds. She wasn't the least bit interested in this Korean named Lee Hyuk-jae. In Lin Shanhua's eyes, there were only two types of boys. First, regular boys. Second, Yi Chao. Lee Hyuk-jae froze, not expecting to be rejected so dryly. If it had been before, he would have stopped insisting, because he thought that with a qualification like his, there would be no shortage of girls in the school. Even if he was rejected, there would be other targets, and even many of them didn't need him to personally ask for contact information. Those girls would take the initiative to ask him for it themselves. But on the contrary, Lee Hyuk-jae had noticed Lin Shanhua at a very early stage. Especially when he saw just now that Lin Shanhua even had a specialized driver to transport him in a $1 million luxury car like a Maybach. This made Lee Hyuk-jae unwilling to give up no matter what. So, he hurriedly caught up with Lin Shanhua's footsteps. "Classmate, you don't have to be wary of me. I just want to make friends with you. I don't have any unorthodox thoughts." Lee Hyuk-jae's unforgiving behavior finally caused Lim Sang-woo to recoil. She frowned, her voice unmistakably icy. "I don't want to be friends with you, so please stop pestering me." Well, I'm really sorry, but I'm not going to give up and we'll see you again soon. Lee Hyuk-jae stopped insisting. He felt it wasn't that he wasn't charming enough, but because the girl in front of him was currently in a bad mood. He understands, after all, girls have those days every month. This time, he eyed Lin Shanhua as she left. "Ashy it is. Next time I'm sure I'll get your contact info." I'm so good looking. No better than those boys in your country. It's not like I haven't seen a high-flying one like you before. But I still took it in the end? Lee Hyuk turned away after cursing the ACI bar a few times. September 1st. The freshmen and graduate students of Jiaotong University have all reported to the school. The 4 boys in dorm 415 were up before 7:30, because the first official day of classes was the all-important early 8, and the tawdry high payer, with another funky haircut. He grumbled as he fiddled with his hair. "I looked at the class schedule and 4 of the 5 days of the week are 8 a.m. The sky is falling. It's not a big problem. I heard that a lot of classes at the university are water classes, and this kind of water class teacher checking is usually not very strict. Let's observe the situation for a week or two first, and when we find out that some teachers are not strict, we can skip class and sleep then." Fong-yi pushed down his glasses, very calmly. He had already learned a lot of tricks about all things college in the major posting and jitterbug comments sections. Nyo Daxing nodded and agreed, as long as the idea is not slippery slope, the solution is always more than the difficulty. Yi Xiu, who was walking behind the trio, yawned repeatedly. Last night, for some reason, he slept very poorly. waking up several times in the middle of the night. Weird. I'm supposedly long past the age where I'm too excited to sleep during the preschool year. So why is this still happening? Yi Zhou muttered. On the way to the classroom of the lesson, these few horny men, Gao Fu Shuai, had never been idle. After already looking over the freshman girls during military training, now that school has officially started, they are looking over the sophomore, junior, and even senior sisters. Feng Yi, who liked imperial sisters, had sort of ushered in her spring, and couldn't help but be staggered for a while. Sure enough, it's still a mature imperial sister that's more to my liking. Jiaotong University is a huge imperial sister. If it really doesn't work out with Xuan Kai Kai in the end, maybe I'll choose a schoolgirl to pursue. Gao Fu Shuai deflated. There is a learning curve in chasing after a senior sister, especially for a junior like you who doesn't have a high face value. It's very difficult to chase after a senior sister unless there are tricks. What tricks? Facing Feng Yi, who had an inquisitive mind, the corner of Gao Fu Shuai's mouth gently rose as he silently said, "Of course you have to learn to disguise yourself. Girls at that age have a special filter for their younger brothers. Even if you're not handsome enough, it doesn't matter. As long as you fit the persona of Milk Dog, they will develop a different kind of motherhood towards you. The motherhood here does not mean mom, but the motherhood that is deep in the girl's genes. So, if you're chasing after your schoolmate, you must learn the first killer trick, and that's to learn to call dash, purple TSK, sister." Chapter 147, An Opportunity to Start a Business. Purple TSK? The other three boys in dormitory 415, hearing this word from Gao Fu Shuai's mouth, were collectively hard-controlled for 3 seconds. Seeing that the three of them were all a bit confused, Gao Fu Shuai explained, "It's just a harmonic of sister, only it has to be shouted in a more clip-clop sound, in a sappy sort of way. Where did you learn to do that?" Gao, Yi Zhou sighed in awe. It was really the first time he had heard such an abstract call. Xiaogao's classmates saw that the usually knowledgeable Yi Zhou was submissive, and then revealed a smug expression. "Don't ask too much about where I know it from. In short, trust me, old Feng, if you're chasing after mature ladies, try using my method. The success rate will increase by at least 30%. Okay. Feng Yi half-heartedly agreed. Soon, the four of them finally arrived at the classroom where the lesson was held. As it is the first day of class and for new students, the first class of the entire college experience, so even with 10 minutes to go before class, everyone was there. When they just entered the door, Yi Zhou and the others happened to bump into Xinyu and her three roommates. Xinyu also saw Yi Zhou. She slightly lowered her head and subconsciously covered the hairpin she was wearing on her head with her hand. The sharp-eyed Yi Zhou saw it and immediately reacted. Definitely bought by Kumkai. Yesterday, when Xiong Kai called Yi Zhou and mentioned that a businessman had approached him to talk about cooperation, he mentioned that he was on his way to find Xinyu. And when Xinyu saw Yi Zhou today, the first thing she did was to cover up her hairpin. Obviously, she was shy, afraid that Ye Zhou would know that these Xiong Kai had bought them. Thinking about this, Yi Zhou couldn't help but smile. Xinyu's shy character was really kind of cute, and it could be said that it was a stark contrast to Xiong Kai's big-hearted character. But come to think of it, it would be more or less inappropriate for Xinyu to go out if she ended up with a guy who was as introverted as she was. For a girl like Xinyu, if she can have an extremely secure boyfriend like Xiong Kai, she can make up for the shortcomings of her introverted personality. The first class was a specialized class, and most people still listened very carefully. And Yi Zhou wasn't taking it very seriously, mulling over the business venture while sneaking under the table and replying to his little neighbor's messages on his phone. "Yeah, ciao. I'm in the morning 8. Coincidentally, I'm in early 8s too. Not bad for a good neighbor. Our next class will be gross generalization. Yo, us too. This is a combined class. So the next class will be our two classes together." Yi Zhou typed, already starting to check on the exclusive Jiaotong University's own app to see which classroom the next class would be in. "Go early, take 2 rows of seats directly, and you'll be able to sit closer to your little neighbor then. Don't get me wrong, Yi Chao is just trying to straighten out their neighborly status. Front and back rows, and sort of neighbors." After figuring out which classroom the next class will be in, Ye Zhou listened to the class while flipping through the bars of the major colleges and universities in Bayan as well as on Jitterbug, trying to find entrepreneurial opportunities. But the limitations of the ventures he can undertake are great. First of all, the initial investment capital cannot be too high, because he has only $200,000 to $300,000 on hand, but also have to leave enough for themselves at least 3 months of living expenses. Secondly, it must also be consistent with his identity as a college student. The intensity is too high, he must not be able to often skip classes to carry out. Otherwise the usual points deducted all the words. The end of the failed course also has no way to make up for the test. "Old Yi, I thought I would be the one in our dormitory who went to college and doesn't like to study. But I didn't realize there was an expert. Gao Fu Shui, who was sitting next to Yi Zhou, couldn't help but flirt with Yi Zhou after realizing that he was very inattentive. There's no need for that. College classes just require you to listen to the main points. And with two 45-minute classes, there's probably only one 45-minute period of really useful content per class. Of those 45 minutes, there's at least another 10 minutes of content that's too advanced to really understand kind of thing. And it's kind of a reasonable use of time to touch the fish appropriately. Kind of makes sense. Then I'm not listening either. Gao Fu Shui also secretly pulled out his cell phone. There is a saying. One swing is never complete, because one sees everyone around him trying. And one's weak-minded self is weak-minded when it's clear that he wants to swing. So he's neither completely swinging nor trying. If you're surrounded by people who suck, you'll get a monstrous sense of security and feel comfortable sucking. The current high-paying marshal is in just such a state of mind. He didn't dare to take the brunt of the swing, but now that Ye Zhou was beating his head against the wall, he didn't feel guilty at all. Yi Zhou looked at Gao Fu Shui and just smiled. In fact, he didn't tell Gao Fu Shui that he scored close to 700 points on the college entrance exam. Not that he played hard to learn in his 3 years of high school. Instead, he only does a set of papers every night before bed in addition to his regular school hours. During the vacation, most of my peers are enrolled in tutorial classes outside of school. Yi Zhou's vacation is a frantic part-time job to earn living expenses. That's why a score close to 700 on the college entrance exam can be said to be something he got easily. Yi Zhou thought to himself that he had some talent for learning. Even if you go to college, Ye Zhou is also confident that a little bit of fish to listen to the class can still do not fail. Soon, Ye Zhou was in the Jiaotong University posting bar and saw a very interesting post. The author of the post claimed in the post that he is currently a junior at Jiaotong University majoring in internet and new media and that he has created a self-media studio to produce original content. At this stage the team already has a photographer, video producer, and creative, but is still missing a script writing editor and market content researcher. At the end, there is also a parenthesis specifically indicating that the studio is desperate for investment. A self-publishing studio? Hiss. Kind of interesting. Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes and quickly considered the feasibility of this matter inwardly. Then he chatted privately with this poster. Hi, I heard your studio is hiring. I'm interested in this. Can you add a WeChat to talk about specifics? After the first professional class, Yi Zhou immediately urged Gao Fu Shui and the others to hurry to the Cuyuan building 307. Why is Old Ji in such a hurry? We're not in high school now. There's a half-hour break under one lesson. There's enough time to crawl through. Gao Fu Shui had a puzzled look on his face, very confused as to why Yi Zhou was in such a hurry. Feng Yi pushed down his glasses and said silently, Yeah, I was planning on getting a breakfast from the cafeteria, so it shouldn't be that urgent, right? I'm hungry too. Niu Dexing patted his stomach, indicating that he was already hungry after more than an hour of class. For Gao Fu Shui and Niu Dexing, he really had no reason to urge them to hurry up. But Feng Yi Lama. Yi Zhou let out a light laugh. Old Feng, if you want to eat with Zhuang Kai Kai, I advise you to hurry up and go to the classroom with me to take up a seat. If you go late, you'll be far away from Zhuang Kai Kai's place. As Feng Yi listened, the light in his eyes flashed out through his thick lenses. Asterisk Yi Zhou, you're my own brother. Chapter 148 Ziqing, you're a bit sweet-talking. Yi Zhou and Feng Yi were the first to arrive at the classroom where they were taking the class on Maoism, while Niu Dexing and Gao Fu Shui went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. The classroom was empty. Yi Zhou and Feng Yi took up a row of seats, and then used the books of the four of them and placed them in the front row to take up space for the four of them and Lin Shanyuez and their dormitory. Old Yi, this will do, right? Okay, don't squeak at anything I say later. Just watch me perform. Yi Zhou looked at the books they used to take up space on the row of tables in front of him and revealed a satisfied smile. Feng Yi was slightly puzzled. I basically won't talk if you don't say anything. After all, I don't know any of them yet. Ahem. Anyway, just remember, no matter what I say you have to hold back and not squeak, or else Buddy can't guarantee that he'll get an appointment to have dinner with Zhuang Kai Kai and you. Okay, listen to you. Yi Zhou then nodded in satisfaction. Oh, taking the initiative to help Lin Shanyue take up a seat, letting her sit closer to herself. This non-neighborly intention already seemed deliberate, not without someone to take the blame. As students started to come in one after another in the classroom, Yi Zhou's cell phone vibrated. It's the guy he chatted with privately in the posting that replied. Hello, I was in class just now. If it's convenient, we can contact each other by phone now. My phone number is 182. Yi Zhou looked at the time. There was still a while before class started, so he dialed straight through. Hello there, I was just private chatting with you in the posting. Aha, our studio is currently recruiting students who are currently enrolled on campus at PTU. Are you a PTU student? On the other end of the line was a boy with a very magnetic voice. His tone was clearly a bit excited after receiving Yi Zhou's call. Yi Zhou guessed that it was probably because the other party's recruiting process didn't go well. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so exciting for him to have just one phone call before things were finalized. So Yi Zhou also quickly returned. Yes, I'm a freshman majoring in finance at Jiaotong University, and I just saw the post you posted in the posting bar, senior, and I'm very interested in your workshop. Ha, freshman, ha, the boy on the other end of the phone, obviously not expecting to be contacted, would be a freshman. The excitement from earlier was instantly washed away quite a bit. The boy coughed lightly. Ahem, I thought it was at least a sophomore or a junior like me. Hokage, since you saw what I posted, you should be well aware of what kind of studio we're doing right now, right? Yes, it was because I knew what you were trying to do that I contacted you. Okay, then, with all due respect, let's set aside for the moment the fact that your specialty has no relevance to the position we're currently hiring for at the studio. You've only just started your freshman year of college now, and your perception of society and self-competence is still at the high school stage. And our studio, a studio that really wants to make content and accomplishments, is not the kind of existence that you imagine, on a whim, just to show off in front of your peers. After a pause, the boy on the other end of the line continued. So sorry, schoolboy, if you're really a freshman, I'm afraid you don't meet the requirements to join our studio. Yi Zhou didn't have too many mood swings after listening. He had expected this to be the case before contacting the other side. Instead of losing his mind, he became more interested in the studio. Ye Zhou was worried about this studio at first, coming up with nothing to take into account, but all the individuals directly let him join the studio. If that was the case, Yi Zhou would instead not continue with his next move. But the person on the other end of the phone, who was now showing an attitude, was exactly what Yi Zhou was expecting to see. So Yi Zhou smiled and reopened his mouth. Senior, don't be in a hurry to reject me first. I know that my identity as a freshman makes you feel unsettled in your heart, but I haven't said in what capacity I will join your studio. As I recall, you said at the end of your post that your studio is currently short of money, aren't you? Maybe you can't be sure of my current abilities, but coincidentally, I have a little bit of money, so maybe you'd be interested in it, no? The boy froze, and subconsciously said, Senior, the money we lack isn't just a few $1,000s. If you really want to invest, you need at least a few tens of thousands of dollars. I have a couple 100,000. Hiss, the boy sucked in a breath of cool air, his tone once again resuming the excitement he had felt when he had just received Yi Zhou's call. If that's the case, then there's still something to talk about. Senior, are you free at this moment? Let's meet and talk in detail. And by the way, I'll show you my studio. Yi Zhou knew that the other party was no longer so rejecting of him joining the studio for the time being, and then said, I'm still in class at this point, but I don't have any classes in the afternoon, so I can make an appointment for the afternoon. Okay, then at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's meet at 405 in the Building Arts Building. By the way, my name is Xiao Zefei. Yi Chao. After ending the phone call with Xiao Zefei, Yi Zhou looked up and found that his little neighbor and her 3 roommates had also finally come from outside the classroom. The little neighbor's eyes narrowed when he saw Yi Zhou, and at a glance, he saw that the row in front of him and Feng Yi was purposely left empty, and Ye Zhou was beckoning her. The little neighbor pursed her lips and pointed in the direction where Yi Zhou was, telling Zhuang Kai and the girls, colorful, let's sit in that row. Isn't there exactly 4 in this second row? Hey, oh, as Zhuang Kai was talking, she saw the direction Lin Shangyue was pointing to. Yi Zhou was also over there. She got an I get it look on her face. Xia Ziqing and Xiao Shi also reacted, and Xia Ziqing revealed an ambiguous smile. Yo, that guy from your family came over a long time ago to take up a seat, afraid that you wouldn't be able to sit with him. He's really clinging to you. Lin Shangyue angled her chin, her expression particularly high and cold, but her tone was clearly a bit pleasurable. Ziqing, you're talking a bit nicely. Goosey. I'll say more next time then. Xia Ziqing laughed goose. And then the 4 of them sat together in the seats that Yi Zhou and Feng Yi had taken for them. Lin Shangyue smoothed her skirt, then sat down and looked back at Yi Zhou. You took my place. Well, it's not too much to ask for a little help taking up space between good neighbors, is it? Not too much. Lin Shangyue's expression was clear and cold, but in Xia Ziqing they cannot believe a little. Xia Ziqing flirted. Yi Zhou had expected this. The corner of his mouth pulled slightly before he pushed Feng Yi beside him out and said with a serious expression, well, you guys found out. Introducing, this is my roommate Feng Yi. Actually, he was the one who wanted to take your spot. I just stopped by to help my good neighbor take his spot. Feng Yi, oh, chapter 149, you didn't deny that I'm your family. Feng Yi finally realized why Yi Zhou had to say, at the very beginning, to tell him not to squeak later. Is that a ing disclaimer? With Yizhou introducing Feng Yi to the 4 girls in the 311 dormitory. After introducing Feng Yi, the 4 girls' gazes all looked towards Feng Yi. Feng Yi reached the edge of the mouth of the birds and flowers, hard to swallow, and then squeezed out a smile that he thought was very sunny. Hello guys, my name is Feng Yi. I'm Yizhou's roommate. Hello, my name is Xia Ziqing. I'm Yizhou's female friend. Ahem, the female neighbor's roommate. Xia Ziqing almost said the wrong thing and sheepishly looked at Yizhou and Lin Shangyue. Then Zhuang Kai and Josie introduced themselves as well. However, to Feng Yi's disappointment, Zhuang Kai also only politely introduced herself to him and did not show any special interest in him after that. Not long after, Gao Fu Shui and Niu Dexing also stepped on the class bell and returned to the classroom. The teacher of the Maoism class, a very young female teacher. She was dressed very stylishly, and her face value was a bit beyond that of an ordinary female teacher. She seemed to be a southerner, and liked to end her sentences with a ya. Example, classmates, my name is Ji Yuan. In the future, I'll be in charge of your finance 1 and 2 classes Mao concept class A. In my classroom, it won't be mandatory to take your cell phones, but you have to be a little more conscious. I won't assign a lot of homework in class, but you mustn't miss class, or else 3 times or more the teacher will have to fail you. The Maoist teacher was so good looking and had such a sweet voice that many of the boys couldn't help but sit up straight. Suddenly, it seemed like a treat to take a Maoist class. Also sister, no, one told me that there are still beautiful teachers to see in class A. Gao Fu Shui, a womanizer, could not hide the excited expression on his face and lowered his voice. You guys don't care? Dude said whatever he wants to be the class representative of the Maoism class so that he can add Ms. Yuan's WeChat with a straight face. Yizhou rolled his eyes. Come on, you're hitting on the idea of a teacher now. Punching a teacher against his will? What's the problem? Yizhou waved his hand. No problem. If you're that good you can try. But where do you get any class reps in college? There's usually just one school board member who manages the learning and homework situation for the whole class. Then I'm going to be a school board member. When Niu Daxing heard this, he beeped in a small voice. If you, Lao Gao, can be a school committee member, my old ox can even be a class president. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. Niu Dexing. A few people had a conversation. They also realized that the teacher of gross introduction was completely different from the teacher of the specialized class just now, and didn't seem to care so much about classroom discipline. As a result, the Maoism course was tentatively included in the pre-list of water courses. Even though Lin Shangyue was sitting in front of Yizhou, she was still attentively listening to the lesson. Yizhou was also too embarrassed to disturb her and just squinted his eyes to quietly admire her back, and the fresh scent coming from her hair. Of course he hadn't forgotten about Feng Yixiang's dinner date with Zhuang Kai, and was pondering in his mind how to reasonably and silky smooth bring up the topic with his little neighbor, and then ask her to help talk to Zhuang Kai about it. 10 minutes into the middle class period, the 3 of them, Zhuang Kai, paired up to go to the bathroom. Before leaving, Xia Ziqing raised her eyebrows and flirted with Yizhou with a smile. Yizhou, your good neighbor can't even bother to go to the bathroom in order to spend more time with you. It's not like she drinks as much water in class as you do. Yizhou deflated his mouth and returned in defiance. But he also knew that girls actually basically went to the bathroom in pairs with each other even if they didn't want to go that badly. And the little neighbor not going was indeed exactly what Xia Ziqing had said, just to spend a little more time with him. Yizhou took his little neighbor outside the classroom for some fresh air. Last night, I had dinner with your stepmother. What did she say to you? She's not on bad terms with you, but she even came to Bayan to see you. The message Yizhou sent to his little neighbor last night was answered very late. In the follow-up chat, Yizhou could also clearly feel that she was not in a good mood. Apparently the meeting with the stepmother caused it. Lin Shangyue pursed her lips and gently shook her head. She came to Northam. I think she had other things going on. It was just my dad that made her come to see me. Oh, so what was said at dinner? Lin Shangyue hesitated and returned without moving. It's nothing. She then changed the subject with a twist of words. Yizhou, this Friday night, Ziqing proposes to go out for another get-together. Yizhou subconsciously nodded his head. Then go. You didn't go yesterday when they were shopping. You still have to go this time. Well, Lin Shangyue pondered for a moment, then raised her eyes to Yizhou. They told me to bring my neighbors. Hey, Yizhou was slightly stunned. Calling me along? Aha. Yizhou was thinking about how to open up to Lin Shangyue about Feng Yi and Zhuang Kai's dinner date. As a result, she was the first to say that their dormitory was having a get-together and that she wanted to call on Yizhou to join her. Thinking of this, Yizhou nodded his head in agreement and then inquired. Then it's okay if I ask my 3 roommates to join me, right? After all, it's more or less inappropriate for me to be the only guy when there are 4 of you girls. Okay, I'll talk to Ziggy and the girls later. Seeing Yizhou agree, Lin Shanyue's eyes lit up. Sayazu, you didn't deny that I'm your family's O. Hearing his little neighbor's heartbeat, Yezhou's heart pumped. My family's. It turned out that the little neighbor looked so happy because the focus was all on the phrase your home that Xiaozicheng said. Never mind. My house is my house. I'm the only one in my family anyway. And it's nice to have one more now. They're all neighbors anyway. And it's okay to say it's my house. Even though it's a little bit excessive. Yizhou narrowed his eyes and kept convincing himself. After class at noon, Yizhou and Gaofu Shuai went to the school cafeteria to have lunch with them and then returned to the dormitory. Phew. Ever since the college entrance exam, I haven't had any classes. Although college classes aren't as stifling as high school, they're really a bit tiring. Especially if it's still early 8. Sleepy young master me. Gaofu Shuai dove headfirst into the pillow and turned on his side with his legs pinned to the quilt, indicating that he was going to sleep hard all afternoon. No one comes and disturbs him. And Feng Yi, at noon, also picked up the laptop from the courier station that his family had mailed for him, and began to play the game. Old Yi, did you mention to Lin Shanyue that I wanted to have dinner with Xuan Kai Kai? Feng Yi pushed down his glasses, his eyes unbelievably expectant. It's quite a coincidence. Before I had a chance to talk to Lin Shanyue, she indicated that their dormitory was going to a get-together this Friday and called on me to join them. I incidentally said then let's 2 dormitories go together, just to make a dormitory fellowship. Which is not more reasonable than you hard to ask Xuan Kai Kai for dinner? Hearing Yizhou's reply, Feng Yi instantly became excited. Old Yi, you're really reliable. I'll treat you to dinner later. Yizhou waved his hand. Harm, all buddies, eating and whatnot is too out of the ordinary. I want to eat curry beef bibimbap. Chapter 150, Selling Accounts. Yizhou and Xiao Zeifei made an appointment to meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the school's GNE building. So Yizhou had originally planned to sleep for an hour to recuperate. As a result, he had just been lying in bed when he received a call from Xiong Kai. Chow. I'm at the entrance of your school at this moment. Last time you asked me to ask about Xiaoshen's matter. I've already figured it out. Let's meet and talk? Okay, then wait for me for a while. I'll be right there. Seeing that Xiong Kai had already arrived at the school's entrance, Yizhou simply gave up his intention to sleep. After getting out of bed, he washed his face with cold water and left the dormitory to make his way to the school gates. In early September in Northam, the temperature was still high, especially in the late afternoon. The sun was unusually hot, and Yizhou was somewhat unable to open his eyes as he was stabbed by the sun. As he was walking towards the school entrance, Yizhou received a text message from Wandong. Xiaoye, Zhao Lan and her family did not complete all the compensation within the time specified in the judgment. Now the court has entered the stage of enforcement. The compensation will be paid to you in the next few days, and I'm following up on this side. After reading the text message, Yizhou immediately replied, Thank you Uncle Wan. You're too kind. Yezhou smiled. His perception of the Zhou Lang family had never been off base, and it was true that they would not pay all the money they owed within the time specified in the judgment. The main event is a no-see-um. Zhao Lan's family's heart must have been cold when they were forced by the court to pay compensation, right? TSK, it's such a hot day, and you can still cool their hearts. And a cool heart is cooler than blowing air conditioning, isn't it? I'm really a good person to pinch. Yizhou muttered, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Soon he met Xiong Kai in front of the school. Yizhou smiled and told Xiong Kai, I didn't realize you were taking this matter seriously enough to come to our school to talk to me. Xiong Kai froze before revealing an embarrassed expression and said somewhat heartily, Chow. I'll be honest, you don't scold me. Actually, I came here to look for Xiaoshen. I'm just stopping by to report the situation to you. I was going to report to you on the phone, but Xiaoshen has something going on in his dormitory at the moment and will have to come out a little later. So I was bored of being alone, so I called you over. Yizhou's eyes went wide after hearing this. Xiong Kai, you're not in your first ing dog form anymore. Calling you a bear dog is not an exaggeration. Am I just a spare tire? Seeing that Yizhou was going to be furious, Xiong Kai smiled sarcastically and hurriedly reported to him about serious matters. Last time you asked me to find Xiaoshen to inquire if there are still any sellers like us in Liangshan. Xiaoshen called back last night and asked, and her father said that there are still, just not as many as there were then. Moreover, those people have learned our routine of selling goods in the village while making videos to upload to short video platforms, just not as hot as we are. Yizhou listened, cupped his chin and nodded. Well, it's pretty much as I suspected. There are just so many fixed mountain villages. Plus it's not like the people in the villages need to buy them every day. Or else we wouldn't have been repeating our visits to those villages we've been to a week apart at the time. When there are too many people selling, even if they follow this rule, there are too many peers that cause them to cross-go. In this way, The point of going back to the same village a week apart can be said to be lost, because the purchasing power of the mountain villages, where people go to sell their stuff every day, will get lower and lower, and many people will stop in time right away when they realize that the money they make isn't as high as the gas they consume every day. Seong Kai's mouth dropped open when he heard this. He also seemed to realize what was going on and was surprised. So, at that time, if we continued to do it, we would soon lose money too? Pretty much. But most of our revenue comes from working with brands and video revenue. To put it bluntly, we go to sell goods just to shoot videos and upload them, and then get more video revenue as well as opportunities to work with brands. Even if we lose money every day selling the goods, it doesn't matter. But not the ones who imitate us, because they don't have the video revenue to work with the brand. Oh, but what exactly are you asking me to find Shin to inquire about this for? Yizhou pursed his lips, and after thinking for a while, he told Seong Kai his thoughts. Of course, this was the result of his deep thought. Seong Kai, although this may be a bit hard for you to accept, after I carefully considered our current situation, if we want to maximize our benefits, we have to sell our account that has 600,000 followers. What? Sell? Yi Zhou nodded. Yes, sell it, because the content of the account has been fixed. The fans accumulated on it. All of them want to see the selling process. If we subsequently force a change in the content of the videos posted on the account, the number of followers and plays will quickly drop until it becomes a waste number. So the revenue and brand cooperation will disappear, and we won't have any income. After a pause, he continued to explain to Kumkai. So, right now it would be the right thing to do right now if we just liquidate this account and use the money for something else, rather than limiting ourselves to this account to stretch to figure out what to do. Hearing this, Seong Kai also finally understood. He was silent for half a day before he spoke in a deep voice. So, when you asked me to find Shin to inquire if there were any more sellers, you wanted to take the account and sell it to them? Yes. Besides them, no one will buy accounts like ours. And didn't you just say that they are also learning from us to make videos to post on short video platforms? It is evident that they are also well aware that it is not the selling of the goods itself that really makes the money, but the various revenues that come from selling the goods and shooting the video to bring them in. Yi Zhou explained clearly to Seong Kai the reason for selling the account, and Seong Kai's eyes were very hesitant. Obviously he wasn't like Yi Zhou, who resolutely chose to sell his account after seeing the pros and cons clearly. Ye Zhou understood this, because at first this account, the very beginning of the Seong Kai shooting video released to the internet, burst into flames. It could be argued that the real owner of the account is actually Kai Seong. Yi Zhou knew his hesitation, so he reached out and patted his shoulder. It's okay, you don't have to make a decision so quickly. Go back and think about it. I found a new business opportunity on the posting today, and I'm going to meet with that studio later when I separate from you. If it's a good fit, I'll probably use all the money I currently have on hand and throw it in, and you can throw a little in with me if you want. Seong Kai, the real owner of this account is you. Even if you don't agree to sell it in the end, it doesn't matter. I'll rethink it later. Seong Kai listened to this, and there was another silence, with a very tangled expression. Seeing him in this state, Yi Zhou let out a light laugh. Alright, no need to make a decision so quickly. Slow down on this matter. Shin, you should be coming soon, right? Pack up your emotions. After saying that, Yi Zhou looked at the time and realized that it was still 10 minutes short of 2 o'clock. Seong Kai, I have an appointment with someone to meet at 2 o'clock. I'm leaving first. Just as Yi Zhou's feet had just stepped out, Seong Kai called out to Yi Zhou with a determined tone. Chow, wait. Listen to you. Sell it. Chapter 151, She Likes Girls. Yi Zhou froze slightly as he looked at Seong Kai's determined expression. I said there is no need to decide in such a hurry. You go back and think again, because once you make a move there is no such thing as regret. Unexpectedly, Seong Kai was shaking his head. I don't regret it. Chow. We've been buddies for so many years. We know each other well. Besides, if it wasn't for your idea this time, we wouldn't have been able to split tens of thousands of dollars each in such a short period of time over the summer, and I wouldn't have had the chance to make this video account. After a pause, Seong Kai laughed softly. Since you're now saying there's a better way out, I don't think there's anything for me to hesitate about. I believe you. Seeing Seong Kai trusting himself so much, Yi Zhou was dumbfounded. A wave of emotion instantly flooded his heart. Yi Zhou pursed his lips. Okay, then you turn around and ask Shinyu to help inquire about the short video accounts of those who are still selling goods in Liangshan, and then we'll send them a private message. Good. After bidding farewell to Seong Kai, Yi Zhou went non-stop to the 405 of the Jianyi building. The door to 405 was closed, and Ye Zhou had just arrived at the door when he saw a sign attached to it. Flying Star Studio? This is a straight-up classroom, made into a studio? Yi Zhou was a bit surprised and had a new perception of Xiao Zeifei's studio. to be able to rent a classroom in a school to use as a studio. The rent is secondary to the importance of being able to communicate with the school administration. Otherwise, even if you have the money, the university may not give you access to it. Just as Yizhou was about to push the door in, a girl's voice came from behind him. This classroom has been rented as a private studio. People who aren't from the studio aren't allowed in. Yezhou turned around and saw a girl with burgundy hair standing behind him. The girl was wearing a waistless t-shirt and a short hip-hugging denim skirt while chewing gum in her mouth. She crossed her arms with one hand, and very casually blew a bubble before taking the gum back into her mouth with another sip. Yizhou was slightly stunned, and after his gaze briefly lingered on this girl in hot clothes, he politely said, "I'm here to see Zephyr Shaw. Looking for Faye?" The girl raised an eyebrow, which was followed by pushing open the door to the 405. As soon as the door was pushed open, Yezhou realized that 405 was actually not as big as the classroom he had imagined for his lessons. The size is similar to a 6-bedroom office, almost 40 or 50 square feet. Inside, there were quite a lot of equipment needed for filming, and there were also 4 computer tables put together. At this time there were 2 boys wearing glasses sitting in front of the computer, staring at the computer very intently. The girl shouted at one of the inch-haired boys, "Faye, someone is looking for you." The boy turned around and instantly smiled when he saw Yizhou. "Yizhou? It's me, Senior Shaw." After confirming Yizhou's identity, Xiao Zefei hurriedly got up and came to Yizhou, then introduced Yizhou to the burgundy-colored girl. "Hong Ye, this is the freshman student I told you about on the phone. Yizhou, this is my studio's creative artist Yu Hongye, a junior like me." Yu Hongye looked up at Yizhou in surprise, her rosy mouth slightly open, half surprised. "I thought that the one Faye said he would join our studio would be one of those nerds who look like that on the outside, but I didn't expect it to be such a handsome elementary school boy." After a pause, Yu Hongye licked his lips and looked at Yizhou with a smile. "Senior Yi, if you really join our studio, if there's anything you need to do in the future, just feel free to look for Senior Sister Mio." Thanks for your concern, Hokage." Yizhou subconsciously took a step back, a bit unable to resist this hot sister in front of him. Xiao Zefei should have gotten used to Yu Hongye a long time ago and smiled helplessly before introducing another boy in the studio to Yizhou. "His name is Renton. He's a photographer and video producer at our studio. He's not much of a talker." "Understand. There's also a guy who works with Renton as a photographer and video producer named Qin Fan, but he's out on something at the moment, so I'll introduce you later when I meet him." "Good." And Ran Dong never turned his head to look at Yizhou since the beginning. Hearing Xiao Zefei introducing him to Yizhou, Ren Dong just raised his hand as a greeting. Afterwards, Xiao Zefei and Yizhou sat on the sofa in the studio. "Senior Yi, let's talk straight to the point. Our Flying Star Studio is currently doing videos in the field of plot on short video platforms. Each video is similar to a small copy. Of course, the most popular short video platform at the moment is still the kind of more than 10 seconds of funny videos. However, according to my analysis and judgment, in the next few years, the platform will absolutely strongly support the drama type of video, so now is the perfect time to get started. But upfront equipment, casting streams, props, etc., all require funding, and we're currently 2 script editors short of being fully staffed, so the biggest problem right now is funding." Yizhou was not at all surprised by what Xiao Zefei's studio was going to do. He had probably guessed that before he came. As long as the script and content are okay, there is a really good chance that it will run if you do this. Yizhou poked straight to the point and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Senpai, what about the main character involved in making the video? Also, if I put in money, how should this part of the proceeds be counted?" Hearing what Yizhou was concerned about, Xiao Zefei became even more excited. It looked like Yizhou was 80% going to choose to invest in joining the studio. Immediately after that, Xiao Zefei began to introduce the planning to Yizhou in more detail. 1 hour later, Yizhou and Xiao Zefei basically reached a preliminary consensus. Yu Hongye, who was on the side, looked very surprised when she learned that Yizhou wanted to take out $200,000, or even more, for investment. To be able to come up with so much money in your freshman year, your family is definitely a rich kid. Yu Hongye raised her hand on Yizhou's shoulder and revealed an ambiguous smile. "Yo, Student Ji is handsome and so powerful? Ahem. Okay. Yizhou awkwardly touched his nose, then gently leaned forward to keep some distance from Yu Hongye. And Yu Hongye didn't mind, and then stated that she went out to buy him and Xiao Zefei an iced drink to drink, so that they could continue talking. After Yu Hongye left, Yizhou then said resentfully, "Senior, Red Leaf school sister has been so. I have a friend. She should be quite mindful of the fact that there is such an active girl in the studio that I joined. Can you talk to Red Leaf school sister?" As soon as Xiao Zefei heard this, He knew that Yizhou was mistaken. He waved his hand and explained with a quick smile. Don't panic, Hokage. Don't say you have a friend. Even if you have a girlfriend, it's fine. Red Leaf won't bother you. But just now Xiao Zefei coughed lightly and whispered. Hongye is like this to anyone. Mainly, she likes girls. You can completely rest assured. Chapter 152. Yu Hongye likes girls? After learning this news from Xiao Zefei, Yizhou was so shocked that his mouth opened a few points. It took a long time for him to slow down to a dazed expression. That seems to make sense when you put it that way. Haha yeah, I hope you don't mind. Oh, out of sight, out of mind. Yizhou waved his hand, and his hanging heart was finally put down. If Lin Shangyue knew that in the studio he was about to join, there was a girl like Yu Hongye who was so proactive towards him. God knows if she would order Uncle Li to notify Along and Ahu, and on some dark and windy night, quietly make Yu Hongye disappear into this world without a trace. It's true that I'm still too kind-hearted, always thinking of others. Red Leaf Senpai counts you as having escaped. Ya Chao is frank and open. He was so worried about Lin Shangyue's anger. In fact, there wasn't any unneighborly intentions at all. He was all looking out for the safety of Red Leaf School sister's life. After removing the misunderstanding, Yizhou then continued to discuss the matter of joining the studio with Xiao Zefei. Senior, I basically know all about your studio now, and I don't see any problems with your idea. Honestly though, with my ability to invest in joining a studio, I can't help on a technical level in terms of filming and producing videos, but the market content research this I personally think is competent, because before this I have already with friends, successfully made a video account. So in this regard I think I still have a little level. Xiao Zefei was surprised to hear that. He pushed down his glasses with interest. Is it convenient to show me the account number? Could be. Yizhou nodded his head and casually typed in the account that he and Xiong Kai had made up in Liangshan on Jitterbug and showed it to Xiao Zefei. Even though the content of the video was on a completely different track from what their studio was about to do, Xiao Zefei watched it and marveled at it. Senior Yi, it's me who underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to have so much experience already when you're just a freshman. After a pause, Xiao Zefei continued. If I'm not mistaken, the money you were planning to use to invest in the studio was earned by relying on this account, right? Well, pretty much. And some money I saved up for myself. Good. Then in that case, let's talk now about the exact amount you're going to put in. Yizhou thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, $250,000, and I need to split 50,000 of those proceeds and count it against another person's name, which is kind of like pulling another member into the studio. Although he can't offer much technical help, like me, he only participates in the dividends after the late earnings, and is not involved in any decision-making. Yizhou intends to bring Xiong Kai in as well, because in the short term, Yezhou really cannot think of a better prospect than the Flying Star Studio entrepreneurial projects. The reason why only let Xiong Kai invest 50,000 is that investment is risky, not to mention that this is Yezhou he personally find down. If the follow-up loses money and the studio gets to the point of making money, Xiong Kai won't lose much. As for Yizhou himself throwing in so much, he is also betting big. But Kumkai didn't have to gamble along with him. Kumkai wasn't as unattached as he was. That's fine. I'll go draw up the contract today. With that math, you and your friend are considered to be the biggest shareholders of the studio at the moment, with exactly 49% of the share. Xiao Zefei smiled. The studio I voted. Even I, only have 20% only. But you're the boss, senior, and I'm just following your lead, Yizhou said without changing his face. But in reality, if we speak according to the contract, once Yezhou and Xiong Kai invested the money, on a legal level, Yezhou is the existence of the entire studio with the most say, even in many decisions. Yizhou had a vote. Xiao Zephyr smiled and let out a breath. Alright then, that's it for now. I'll get the contract later, and we'll meet up once more when it's done. After saying that, he took another folder from the table and brought it over. Schoolmate, since we've already reached a preliminary cooperation, there's no harm in telling you some things. Regarding the script editing, I already have an idea on my side, and it will be finalized in 3 days at most. The program in this file is the preliminary plan for the first phase of the studio's starting number, so you can take it back and take a look. And if you have any suggestions or such, let's communicate at any time. Good. Yizhou took the documents, then said goodbye to Xiao Zefei. Just after coming out of the studio, he bumped into Yu Hongye, who had returned from buying drinks. Seeing Yizhou about to leave, Yu Hongye revealed an apologetic expression. Aya, you're going back? It's my fault. On the way to buy drinks just now, I saw a particularly good-looking schoolgirl, and I couldn't help but look at her for a while. After saying that, she hurriedly handed Yizhou the drink she bought. Nah, here, it's chilled. Listening to Yu Hongye's words, Yi Zhou was considered to have completely believed what Xiao Zifei said. Not only does she like girls, and it seems to be the kind of thing that has become untenable. Thank you, senior. I'll buy you milk tea next time. Goose 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 goose. You're too polite. Yi Hokage. After Yi Zhou left, Yu Hongye returned to 405 and handed Xiao Zifei the drink. Hongye, you ran into Yezhou, right? Yi schoolmate just left. How was your talk? Xiao Zifei nodded. Basically it's stable. Yi Zhou is planning to invest in 250,000. When the contract is signed, he'll be the biggest shareholder of the studio. $250,000? Yu Hongye's willow brows were slightly wrinkled as she said with some concern. So, in the future, when we carry out our work, schoolmate Yi has absolute say, and can even veto your decision as the studio's boss? Yes, but don't worry, he is only investing and responsible for market content research. The technology is still all on us. He doesn't have enough relevant knowledge about many things, so in the end, we have to do the negotiating. Besides, how ambitious can he be as a freshman? He's merely a higher status on the surface. Xiao Zifei laughed lightly, not worried at all. But Yu Hongye didn't think so. She was always a little worried that Yi Zhou became the most vocal person in the studio, and at some point in the future, he would make a move that would surprise Xiao Zifei. And Xiao Zifei didn't even know that Yi Zhou's ambition was even greater than he had imagined. After leaving from the Jinyi building, Yi Zhou went back to the dormitory. The dormitory was quiet. Gao Fu Shuai and the three of them were sleeping. Yi Zhou, on the other hand, was sitting on his own chair, flipping through the preliminary planning copybook for the studio that Xiao Zifei had just given him. From the content inside, Yi Zhou could see that Xiao Zifei and the others did do a lot of work and investigated a lot of related professional knowledge. It also clearly maps out what they are going to do initially, with very clear steps. Let's hope it's a good one. Ye Zhou sat in the dormitory looking at the copywriting book. Quiet dormitory. In addition to the fan whine sound, there is only the sound of turning pages. A few moments later, Gao Fu Shuai, who was playing cards with Zhou Gong's daughter, sat up from the bed without warning. He looked violently in Yi Zhou's direction with a very frightened expression. Asterisk. Old G, what the hell are you doing? You kid wouldn't be secretly studying while we few are asleep, right? Good guy. Not even a little with the back of us. Put here crazy inward roll. You're a dog. Chapter 153, excited Yi Zhou. In every college, there is a saying that goes around. The tapping of the green shaft lulls one to sleep, and the sound of the housemates flipping books is deafening. So right now, Gao Fu Shuai suddenly woke up with a start precisely because he heard the sound made by Yi Zhou turning the pages of a book. The dormitory was originally very quiet, and Ye Zhou was very engaged as he flipped through the copywriting book. That's why he was startled by Gao Fu Shuai, who suddenly made a sound. "I chow. You girls zero frame start scared me." Yi Zhou cursed without a good mood, but Gao Fu Shuai was glaring at him with a death glare. "Old Yi, are you really studying? Didn't we agree to swing for the fences? Learn a hair It's just a copybook for a studio. It has nothing to do with learning. Sleep of the sleep. Really? You swear, if you lie to me, you and Lin Shangyue won't be clean and good neighbors." Yi Zhou said seriously. "I swear." Grass. Sleepy and confused. "I almost forgot that you and Lin Shangyue weren't innocent in the first place." Gao Fu Shuai said nothing to believe Yi Zhou, simply personally jumped down from the bed and ran his ass to the side of Yi Zhou. After confirming that Yi Zhou really wasn't studying, this was a relief. "Who? Old Yi, I almost thought you were a dormitory tumor. You can fall in love and play games alone, but you can't study alone no matter what." Asterisk. You really don't want to lose anything at all. Yi Zhou was speechless as a whole. For the next 4 days of this week, Ye Zhou was busy with classes every day. If it was a specialized class, he would listen to the highlights while he was busy flipping through various plot field type video accounts on his phone. If it's a water class, then he'll simply not listen to it and focus entirely on plot field type video accounts. When you have a combined class, you sit in the front and back rows with your little neighbor. And on Wednesday night, Ye Zhou not only received the compensation after the court enforced on Zhao Lan's family, also got a contract drawn up by Zephyr Shaw. Of course, the contract Ye Zhou was in no hurry to sign. Instead, he sent the contract to Wan Dong first, so that Wan Dong, a professional lawyer, could see if there were any unreasonable clauses or loopholes in it. It's not that Ye Zhou doesn't trust Xiao Zifei, it's just a normal process in business. After Wan Dong confirmed that there were no problems with this contract, Yi Zhou finished signing the contract with Xiao Zifei on Thursday. "Hokage, that contract is signed, huh? Well, I'll call the money within the week." After Yi Zhou finished solving Xiao Zifei's side of things, he went to Xiong Kai's school without stopping, because Xinyu had helped him find the video accounts of some of the people who were still selling goods in Liangshan. In the end, Under the consideration of Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai, he managed to sell the account for $120,000. The account itself, in fact, isn't worth that much. The main thing is that this account, even if you don't post videos, brings in at least $30,000 in the short term from mid-video. And, next, as long as the account holder continues to post videos of similar quality, he or she will receive the same brand partnerships, as well as airplay from his or her own inherent fans. So $120,000, not a very exorbitant price. Originally intended to share the money with Xiong Kai, Ye Zhou also mentioned to Xiong Kai Flying Star Studio investment matters. Xiong Kai did not hesitate to confirm the Ye Zhou to his proposal. Ah chow. I really did not expect. Just went to college. Cannot rely on parents to give living expenses. And also can pocket more than 100,000 yuan. Honestly, sometimes dreaming is not as cool as in reality. I really feel that we are the kind of cool heroes in online novels. Xiong Kai sighed for a while, and his face was filled with a smile that he couldn't hide. Yi Zhou deflated. It's indeed cool if you compare it to ordinary people. But think about how many other rich second-generation people there are. 100,000 or so might just be their pocket money for a month or two. Hiss. Thinking about it that way, it seems suddenly tasteless. Harm. Not so much to discourage you, but mostly to keep you from drifting. After a pause, Yi Zhou curiously said, by the way, how are you and Xinyu developing now? At the mention of Xinyu, Xiong Kai's face instantly turned red. He stammered for half a day before whispering, well, Xiaoxin is not still owed a few $1,000s. I just thought. Anyway, I now have so much money. A breath of money cannot be spent. So, just help Xiaoxin to pay back the money, but also by the way to give her some money. Let her take her father to see a doctor. Originally, I wasn't going to let her return it to me, but Xin insisted on writing an IOU with me, or else she said she wouldn't come out with me in the future. Yi Zhou heard it and called out to the good guys. I didn't realize that this kid, Xiong Kai, had a real knack for getting girls. Doesn't this ruthlessly take Xinyu down? So, are you and Xinyu together or not? Xiong Kai squirmed. Still, not yet. I think Xin likes me, but she won't say so, so I'm not sure. Yi Zhou just finished praising Xiong Kai. This kid has a little something, but the result is to turn his eyes and realize that it turns out to be a decimal point. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're such a 2B. You don't know Xinyu's character? If you want to wait for her to confess to you, you may not even be able to wait until you graduate from college. With the relationship you two have now, as long as you're willing to confess to her, she'll definitely say yes without hesitation. Yi Zhou rolled his eyes and did not have a good mood. Xiong Kai's eyes lit up when he heard that. Really? Ah chow, you're not lying to me, right? Believe it or not. Whether Xinyu's child can be surnamed Xiong in the future depends on whether you grasp the opportunity or not. Looking at the clear-eyed Xiong Kai, Yi Zhou was really a bit unable to resist this simple-minded, four-limbed guy. Turning around, he drove the car he borrowed from Gaofu Shuai, and headed back to Jiatong University. It's Friday, and there's a class at 2 p.m. After the class, the evening is Ye Zhou and their 415 dormitory, and the small neighbor's 311 dormitory fellowship dinner. On the way back to school by car, Yi Zhou rubbed his chest while waiting for the traffic light, his eyes narrowing slightly. Weird. Ever since I woke up from my morning nap, my heartbeat has often suddenly sped up and my left eyelid has been jumping. I can't believe I'm this excited when it's obviously just a sorority potluck. Chapter 154 Feet in Black Silk. Back to Jiatong University, after parking Gaofu Shuai's car, Yi Zhou looked at the time. There were only 5 minutes left before class. He didn't dare to make any more delays and quickly ran towards the classroom. Even though this is a co-curricular class, the teacher taking this class will take roll call one by one. The worst part was that he would look up when he called a name. Couldn't even get someone else to spot it for me. Jingle bells. Well, in the moment of catching the class bell ringing, Yi Zhou arrived at the back door of the classroom. Quietly sit down next to Gaofu Shuai, Lin Shangyue and her 3 roommates. This time, sat in the row behind Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, what have you been doing? Your neighbors are waiting for you. Xia Ziqing poked Yi Zhou's back and said with a smile. Lin Shanyue's expression was high and cold. Ziqing, don't be ridiculous. I'm not. Xia Ziqing hummed lightly, saying who would believe you. Yi Zhou, on the other hand, lowered his voice to explain to his little neighbor. I made a trip to KU to see Kai Xiong. Ow. Lin Shanyue's surface was clear and cold, but her eyes, which flickered up, betrayed her. Gaofu Shuai, who was sitting beside Yi Zhou, listened to the 3 people's conversation and coldly grunted twice. He said disdainfully in a voice that only Yi Zhou could hear. Old Yi, are both of your mouths so hard? That roommate of Lin Shanyue's is indeed not wrong. When you didn't come, Lin Shangyue sat at the back and kept looking towards the front and back doors. And now she's still saying she didn't look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How do you know if I have a hard mouth? You've kissed me. Yi Zhou disliked back unwillingly, then returned Gao Fu Shuai's car keys to him in passing. The car is quite nice to drive. Young Master Gao is so rich. Give me one in the future. I'm the young master, not your master, because it wasn't a specialized class. Plus the fact that he had been busy for the past few days. Yi Zhou simply lay down on the table, intending to squint shallowly for a while, but since his little neighbor was sitting in the row behind him today, there was no chance to smell her hair. Before, when Lin Shangyue sat in front of him, Yi Zhou would often get playful and deliberately use his hand to take her hair and wrap it around his fingers. After one lesson, Yi Zhou's hands were filled with the scent of Lin Shangyue's hair. When Yi Zhou was about to fall asleep, the bored Xiao Gao student created him with his arm and asked in a low voice, "Old Yi, what time are we going to dinner tonight? I don't know if I'll have time to clean up my hair properly after class later. Young master, I'm going to be the most handsome cub tonight. 7 or 8 o'clock? Specifically, you ask Xia Ziqing. I'm sleepy as hell. I'm going to squint for a while. Call me when the teacher comes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Young master, I'm embarrassed." Listening to Gao Fu Shuai chattering in his ear, Yi Zhou still drifted off to sleep. I don't know how long it took. Yi Zhou felt that under the table, someone was kicking his legs. Yi Zhou's first reaction was that Gao Fu Shuai, this dog, an idle nothing to do, but it was really sleepy, so he was lazy to care about him. But the more Yi Zhou ignored him, the more excessive the kicks under the table became. Yi Zhou finally couldn't bear it and cursed with his eyes closed. Gao, don't you kick me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I have nothing to kick you for. You kid is dreaming, right? Xiao Gao's classmates returned without a good mood, and then also purposely sat towards Feng Yi's side, away from Yi Zhou, because he was busy operating Master Lu Ban. IQ 250. Worship. Remembered to worship. Did not have the time to pay attention to Yi Zhou. It was also after Yi Zhou opened his mouth and said Gao Fu Shuai. The foot that kicked his leg under the table suddenly quieted down. Before Yi Zhou could fall asleep again, that foot came over again. Only this time, Ye Zhou, who was wearing shorts, realized that the feeling had changed. The other guy doesn't seem to be kicking him with his shoe. It seems to be in rubbing his feet against him. Yi Zhou instantly woke up with a start. His body instantly sat up straight and a tingling sensation surged to his brain. There's no mistaking it. Absolutely no mistaking it. This is what stockings feel like. These two voices echoed in Yi Zhou's mind, and he immediately looked down. It was found to be a small foot in black silk, reaching up from behind to be gently kicking his leg. I say kicking, but in reality, it's practically indistinguishable from rubbing. Yi Zhou was slightly stunned and realized that the foot looked awfully familiar. It's the little neighbor's. Realizing this, Yi Zhou jerked back to look, but Lin Shangyue, who was sitting behind him, was sitting upright with a clear and cold expression as she stared at Yi Zhou as if nothing had happened. As Yi Zhou turned back, there was no movement under the table. Yi Zhou looked at his little neighbor suspiciously, thinking that it was hard to be an illusion. As a result, he just turned around and the foot came back. Yi Zhou bent his body, very much confirming that the owner of this foot was Lin Shangyue. But every time Yi Zhou turned around, he could only see her high and cold expression. Hearing his little neighbor's heart, Yi Zhou's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Well, play so exciting is not it? Yi Zhou deliberately bluffed his face and spoke to Lin Shangyue in a deep voice. Listen carefully. Ow. Lin Shangyue nodded, but the movements of her feet didn't stop at all, and it was getting bolder, switching to 2 feet rubbing against his calves. Seeing Yi Zhou keep turning back, Xia Ziqing finally couldn't help herself. She deflated. Yi Zhou, if you can't bear to let go of your little neighbor, let's switch places. It's obvious that you're the one who sleeps in class, and you're the one who urges Shallow Moon to listen well. So what kind of anti-Tiangong are you? Me. Yi Zhou opened his mouth and held his tongue a bit. It wasn't like he could tell Xia Ziqing the truth, that Lin Shangyue was using her black silk-clad feet to keep kicking him for fun, right? Defeated, Yi Zhou could only turn his head away. At this moment, under the table, Lin Shangyue became more and more unrestrained. She seemed to think it was fun to tease Yi Zhou like this. Yi Zhou's sleepiness was completely gone, and his whole body was parched by his little neighbor's kicks. Tickled. Finally surviving until the end of class, Yi Zhou got up at the first opportunity and grabbed Lin Shangyue outside the classroom. Seeing that Yi Zhou had a chance to teach herself a lesson, Lin Shangyue finally revealed a heartfelt expression. She scowled, her eyes fluttering, and then a particularly heartfelt one. Yi Zhou, class is over. I'm going back to the dormitory. Please get out of the way. Yi Zhou looked at her meaningfully. Back to the dormitory? Tell me, what were you doing under the table in class just now? Nothing. Lin Shanyue was not straight and strong, but also deliberately angled her chin, trying to pretend to be high and cool to muddle through. Yi Zhou grunted lightly and looked down at her black silk-clad feet. The stockings are rubbing against the bald skin, aren't they? Next time you do that, I'll be rude. Oh, do you want to dazzle the mouth? Chapter 155, where are we? To the eye line. The stockings are rubbing against your skin, aren't they? Next time you do that, I'll be rude. Oh, do you want to dazzle the mouth? Yi Zhou's mind went buzz down. He stared blankly at Lin Shanyue and froze for a full 10 seconds. How could it have occurred to her that her 36-degree mouth could come out with this nearly 100-degree explosion of a statement? To top it off, she still had that cold dead look on her face. If it wasn't for Yi Zhou hearing it really well, he almost thought he had heard it wrong. Yi Zhou gulped, his eye muscles twitching slightly. Who did you learn this word of tiger and wolf from? Natsuko Haru. She's full of, how can a foot dazzle a mouth? Lin Shanyue cocked her head, her eyes puzzled. But Ziqing said that you boys, you like to eat feet in black silk. Just as Yi Zhou was quickly thinking about how to retort, Xia Ziqing and Zhuang Kai they also walked out from the classroom. They waved to Lin Shanyue. Asajay, it's time to go back to the dormitory. Pack up and have dinner tonight. Ow, here it comes. Lin Shanyue looked at Yi Zhou, then immediately left with Xia Ziqing and the girls. It was only after a moment that Yi Zhou slowed down and looked at the back of Xia Ziqing, the culprit, and was staggered for a moment. Gee, the little neighbor has to learn something good sooner or later when he spends time with her. Old Yi, what are you yakking about all by yourself? Gao Fu Shuai, who came to Yi Zhou's side, sounded puzzled. Yi Zhou subconsciously said, Lin Shanyue wanted to show off the black silk in my mouth. Old Yi, this cold joke isn't funny at all. Who doesn't know that Lin Shanyue is as high and cold as a batch? Not only can she not do this kind of thing, she can't even say it. Gao Fu Shuai had a disdainful look on his face. He thought Ye Zhou was just sleep-dazed. Yi Zhou gave a cold snort in his heart. Ha, don't say you don't believe me. I don't believe you, but offhand I actually heard her say it. Old bull. See how cool dude's hair looks? A few people from dorm 415 packed up and sat in the dorm waiting for news from the girls. Gao Fu Shuai primped for an hour before coming out of the bathroom, and asked Neo Daxing excitedly if his hair was handsome. The honest ox Daxing just looked at it and exclaimed, it's exactly like my chicken coop. Your mom asterisk. Disappearing Gobi. Neo Daxing's reply made Xiaogao's classmates so angry that they almost fainted. He took several deep breaths before cursing. What do you know? Young master, my hairstyle today is messy and handsome, and it's very popular on the internet now. Neo Daxing and Yi Zhou were not very interested, but Feng Yi's eyes lit up. He hesitated and spoke to Gao Fu Shuai. Old Gao, help me with my entire hairstyle too. After all, I have to eat with Zhuang Kai. It's still old Feng who knows what he's talking about. Gao Fu Shuai joyfully asked Feng to praise him again twice, and then helped him also the whole handsome hairstyle. Feng Yi's compliments today were not the least bit stingy. To the little high school students listening to their mouths curl up in laughter. After giving Feng Yi a flirty haircut as well, the four big boys in dormitory 415 went out en masse, went ahead and waited in front of the school. During this time, Xiaogao students kept shaking their hair, and from time to time, deliberately raised their wrists, showing off their wrist valuable watch. Be as pretentious as you want, but none of the presses were actually looking at him. Yi Zhou looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock. It was Friday, and there were a lot of people gathering outside, both at the night market and at restaurants. If we go any later, there might not be room for 8 more. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou pulled out his phone and sent a message to his little neighbor. Are you guys done? The little neighbor responded almost in seconds. I'm done with Josie. We're already downstairs. Then where did Zhuang Kai arrive with Xia Ziqing? Well, Subaru said, to the eye. Finally, at 7:30. Yi Zhou and the others finally waited for the 4 girls from dormitory 311. Holy, it seems like it's not a waste of time to wait. Usually classes don't see them put on much delicate makeup. Today is also too. Feng Yi was shocked to see Zhuang Kai and the others in full makeup. Even Mr. Ko was caught with a warbler. Unfortunately, of the 4 girls in the 311 dormitory, Josie has an average face, and Lin Shanyue and Zhuang Kai were both Yi Zhou and Feng Yi's dishes again, leaving only one Xia Ziqing. Xia Ziqing was also very good looking, but it was just that Gao Fu Shuai didn't like this type, and so, the little high school students just marveled at their faces. That's all. Lin Shanyue walked over to Yi Zhou in a clear and cold manner, her cherry lips slightly open. Yi Chao, do I look good? Kind of pretty today. Not bad for my neighbor. Yi Zhou didn't mince words in his praise. Immediately afterward, the people from the 2 dormitories stopped the car by the roadside and set off in great numbers towards the place where they were going to eat. The place to eat was a fairly hot barbecue place. Because they came a little late, Yi Zhou and the others queued at the entrance for 20 minutes before going in. Just after entering the box, Yi Zhou received a call from Wan Dong. He greeted the crowd and walked outside the box to answer the phone. Uncle Wan, is something wrong? It's not a big deal. I'm just calling to ask you to confirm the compensation that Zhao Lan and her family gave you. It should all be complete now, right? Ye Zhou sighed in relief. He thought that something had gone wrong with the contract he signed with Xiao Zifei, and Wan Dong only reacted at this moment. It seems to be overstated. So Yi Zhou responded with a smile. Yes, it's all arrived. Thanks to you, Uncle Wan. You're welcome. By the way, 2 days ago I just helped you to see the contract is no problem. I haven't had time to talk to you more. You're planning to use that money to invest in a studio? Well, I'd like to try my hand at entrepreneurship. That's a good thing, but you're starting at a bit too high of a point all at once, and I'm afraid you can't hold your breath. But you've already made your decision. There's no point in talking more. Subsequently, if it still involves anything related to the legal area, Xiao Yi, you can contact me at any time. Good. Thank you, Uncle Wan. Turn around and treat you to dinner. Don't refuse. After ending the phone call with Wan Dong, Yi Zhou returned to the box again. Lin Shunyue and Gao Fu Shui, they had already ordered their dishes. Yi Zhou looked around and realized that it happened to be the seat beside Lin Shunyue that was empty. Obviously, it was all intentional on the part of a few others. Yi Zhou was also not polite at all, sitting on his but next to Lin Shunyue, not at all vain. It was at this moment that Xia Ziqing suddenly proposed. Yi Zhou, all 4 of you boys should be able to drink, right? Why don't? Let's order some more wine. Of course I will. Young master, my drinking capacity, that's really not something to brag about. Gao Fu Shui took the lead and stood out, confidently saying. When Yi Zhou and the others heard this, they cast contemptuous glances. At that dinner just after school started, it was the high-paid handsome who got drunk fast. Okay, then we'll take 2 cases of beer blah blah. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Xia Ziqing called out to the waiter to order 2 more cases of beer. Ye Zhou had no particular emotions about this. He was about to turn his head sideways to ask his little neighbor if he could drink when he ended up just turning his head to find him staring at him, his eyes full of anticipation. Yi Zhou, you drink more later. Chapter 156, Your uncle spoils her. Later, I drink more? Are you sure you're not asking me to drink less? Ye Zhou was more or less unresponsive. People couple. Ahem. It's neighbors. Don't other neighbors advise their neighbors to drink less? How come Lin Shunyue advised him to drink more? In the face of Yi Zhou's doubts, Lin Shunyue's expression was high and cold, pursing her lips and not explaining. Her don't talk, act cool style is carried out to the end. Wait, I know, Yi Zhou subconsciously said, his face full of indistinctness. Seeing him in this manner, Little Face bluffed and looked nervously at Yi Zhou. Damn, he's not going to find out, is he? Yi Zhou grunted lightly, even though he didn't wear glasses on his face. He followed the example of a Shinigami schoolboy and pretended to push down the frames of his glasses, which then reflected white light with a look of seeing through the truth. Ha, I remember. The last time I got drunk. You snuck. Sneak what? Lin Shunyue's hands clenched her skirts tightly, her eyes very nervous. Could it be that after the lapse of half a month, Yi Zhou had finally remembered? But in the next second, Yi Zhou's words made her instantly relieved. You secretly used lipstick and smeared it all over my lips. It must be because you didn't dare to take a picture last time, and this time you realized that I really wouldn't react when I was drunk, so you plan to do it again and take a picture this time. After a pause, Yi Zhou had a smug look on his face. He, but your little plan is going to fall flat. Last time I drank white wine, this time it's beer. It's impossible to get drunk by drinking beer. Ya Chao, it's good that you're happy, Lin Shunyue said silently. Yi Chao, you big dummy, but Ye Zhou didn't think so, thinking he was smart as hell. Directly recognizing Lin Shunyue's trick in seconds. Soon, the ordered dishes and wines were delivered to the box by the waiter. The crowd first raised their glasses and clinked them before starting to move their chopsticks. At first, except for Yi Zhou, the other 3 boys in dormitory 415 looked a bit shy, not too bold. On the contrary, the girls, Xia Ziqing, were not at all restrained. What to talk about? After a few glasses of wine, Xiao Gao, a student with extremely poor alcohol consumption, was so strong that he talked a lot. You guys shouldn't know yet. The young master came to school in a Mercedes-Benz. I had planned to drive you guys to dinner today, but there were a little too many people. Next time you guys have something to do, feel free to look for young master me. I'll personally drive you. The corner of Yi Zhou's mouth pulled and he hurriedly glared at Niu Dixing. Niu Daxing understood, and sitting next to Gao Fushai, He hurriedly tugged Gao Fushai under the table and whispered, "Lao Gao, you come on. This is not in the dormitory. Don't poop anywhere. It's embarrassing." But Gao Fushai was clearly on top of his game and wouldn't listen to advice at all. A few girls laughed and laughed as they listened to Gao Fushai blowing his load. Xia Ziqing, in particular, thought that Gao Fushai was quite humorous. And even though the jokes were a bit too obvious, they still livened up the atmosphere quite a bit. It was only when Gao Fushai went to the restroom in the middle of the day that Xia Ziqing said with a smile, "Yi Shou, your roommate Gao Fushai is quite interesting," deliberately describing himself as a second-generation rich man and then amusing everyone with some pompous words. Ha ha, right. Yi Zhou exchanged a glance with Niu Dexing and Feng Yi, and they all couldn't help but dryly laugh twice. Good guy. No wonder no one thinks Xiao Gao is pretending too much. It's Xia Ziqing and the others. They all think he's deliberately teasing everyone. I've seen a deadbeat brother pretend to be a rich kid, but I've never seen a real rich kid say he's a rich kid, only to be treated like he's making fun of everyone. Meanwhile, during the meal Feng Yi was trying to think of topics to strike up a conversation with Chuang Kai Kai. Despite all of Chuang Kai Kai's responses, it was obvious to all that it was only out of politeness. Feng Yi gradually gave up even after a few efforts. He was a bit silent and just kept clinking glasses with Niu Dexing and Yi Zhou. Old Yi, touch one. Come. Yi Zhou drank it all in one go, followed by Xia Ziqing who wanted to clink glasses with him. With that, Ye Zhou was in charge of drinking, and his little neighbor sitting next to him was in charge of pouring for him. And every time, he poured Yi Zhou's cup full, as if he was afraid that Yi Zhou would not drink much. After drinking several cups in a row, Yi Zhou finally realized the end. He looked at Lin Shangyue suspiciously. "How afraid are you that I won't drink much today if you pour me this much?" "I didn't." "Then why do you pour me so full every time?" Lin Shangyue narrowed her eyes and said crisply, "I'm afraid you're thirsty." "That's an impeccable reason." Yi Zhou glared and said in a bad mood, "You don't drink. Just let me drink. Do you know that you can't get drunk by drinking beer? But you'll be stretched out." "Ow, then I'll have a drink too." Perhaps Lin Shangyue also felt that it was a bit too blatant for her to keep persuading Yi Zhou to drink like this. So she, who hadn't been drinking, was going to have one. That way you can continue to persuade Yi Zhou to drink. Halfway through the meal, the little neighbor noticed that Yi Zhou had clearly drunk 3 bottles of beer, all without any signs of intoxication, not even much red in the face. Finally, she believed that you can't get drunk by drinking beer, so she puffed out her fragrant cheeks and gave up the idea of getting Yi Zhou drunk, then shifted his weight over the roast. Just now, he was so focused on filling Yi Zhou with wine that he didn't even bother to eat. "Ye Zhou, I want to eat that." "Well, I'll bake it for you." Yi Chao went along and helped her little neighbor roast the original cut of plum meat she wanted to eat. "A few times before that, we went to eat hot pot or go to the night market for kebabs or something. Whatever the little neighbor wanted to eat, he passed it along. So now when she eats barbecue meat, Ye Zhou has gotten used to helping her hold or grill it." But this gave Xia Ziqing and Zhuang Kai Kai and the girls a blank stare. Hey, 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 and all without avoiding people. "Yo, Yi Zhou, didn't you say you were neighbors with my family? Shallow Moon? Why are you still helping your neighbor roast meat?" Yi Zhou was very calm. "We are all neighbors. It's not too much to help roast a meat, right? Even if they are ordinary friends, it's normal to help roast it." "Really?" Xia Ziqing raised her eyebrows and deliberately flirted. "Then you can help me bake one too." "That's right, old Yi, I want some too." Gao Fushai, who had already drunk his head, also said to Yi Zhou with a red face, "You two have arms and legs. You can't be spoiled. Bake your own." Xia Ziqing giggled and sputtered for a while. Yi Zhou, just spoil Lin Shangyue. My uncle favors her. It has nothing to do with me." Yi Zhou calmly abashed, eyeing the original cut of plum meat roasted, rushed to pick up chopsticks to clip to the small neighbor. The little neighbor's eyes lit up. Then he took a small bite. A table of people feel that Ye Zhou invincible. Are so damn. Still clean and good neighbor? Xia Ziqing rolled her eyes, her tone very certain. "You too, you're definitely using us as a part of your play." Chapter 157, Sit hard. Toward the end of the meal, the crowd wasn't eating much, basically talking and drinking. At that moment, there was a sudden snap that startled a few people. Looking around, he realized it was Gao Fushai who had fallen head over heels in unconsciousness on the table. His mouth was still chanting "I'll pay for the whole show tonight, young master," giving several people a blank stare. Yi Zhou was looking directly dumbfounded. Is there really someone who gets drunk on beer? Fomi and Neo Daxing covered their faces as soon as they were faced with a few girls who were a bit embarrassed. Ahem. I'll make you laugh. Hey, said the drink is very good. Drink not as much as a girl like me. Zhuan Kai couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the drunken Gao Fu Shui who had fallen on the table. And the drunkenness of Gao Fu Shui made the little neighbor who had given up on getting Yi Zhou drunk suddenly brighten up. She immediately picked up the bottle of wine and once again Cuckoo poured wine into Yi Zhou's glass. Yi Zhou, come on, let's drink. I'm not drinking. The little neighbor tensed her little face with a very serious expression. No, you're already thirsty. Drink quickly. Eventually, Ye Zhou was forced to pour 2 more bottles of wine under the constant trickery of his young neighbor. Even though you can't get drunk on beer, 6 or 7 bottles a night makes your head more or less spin. Most of all, the stomach is so big. This kind of light drinking without vomiting, to Yi Zhou's support is really difficult. He waved his hands repeatedly. No more, no more. I can't drink anymore if you keep fooling around. My stomach will explode if I drink anymore. Ow. Okay. Lin Shangyue sighed and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Gao Fu Shui can get drunk, but Xiao Yi Zhou can't. It must be because I'm not trying hard enough. Yi Zhou couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he heard his little neighbor's heart. What the hell is this living hell? 10:30 at night. Yi Zhou and the others walked out of the barbecue restaurant after eating. Under the night, Neo Daxing and Feng, 2 people, jointly held up the already drunken Gao Fu Shui. At this moment, Gao Fu Shui kept muttering something in his mouth, causing a few girls to burst into laughter. Fomi held his forehead and laughed bitterly. So what? We'll both take Lao Gao back first. Ah, fine. Xia Ziqing answered and watched the 3 of them get into the car and leave. Only after they left did Xia Ziqing narrow her eyes at Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue. We now have 5 other people. Hey, a car certainly cannot sit, but let Ye Zhou himself alone in a car is not appropriate. So, Shallow Moon, you and Yi Zhou ride in one car, the 3 of us ride in one. Oh. Before Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue both responded, she quickly stopped a cab and pushed Zhuang Kai and Xiaoxi into the car. Then their cab, too, disappeared into the night. When only Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue were left, Lin Shangyue then looked at Yi Zhou, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yi Zhou, are you drunk? Stop being paranoid. Only a high-paying handsome can get drunk on beer. Yi Zhou deflated, always convinced that his little neighbor was just waiting for him to get drunk and then find the right opportunity to mess up his lipstick again. After receiving Yi Zhou's negative answer, the little neighbor nuzzled her mouth, obviously disappointed. Finally, the 2 men waved for a cab again and returned to PTU. After entering Jiaotong University, Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue walked towards the direction of the girls' dormitory building against the night color. But the little neighbor followed Yi Zhou and walked slowly. The 11 o'clock campus road was filled only with the occasional chirping of cicadas. Under the sound of cicadas, the moonlight stretched the silhouettes of the 2, longer and longer. Even though the little neighbor didn't say anything, it was obvious that he didn't want to go back to his dorm so soon. Yi Zhou, who saw through Lin Shanyue's thoughts, laughed lightly and said deliberately, I'm not drunk from the beer, but I'm still a little woozy, so as a neighbor, it's not too much to ask that you accompany me for a walk around the playground to sober up, right? Not too much. Xiao Yezhou, this is you taking the initiative to invite me. Oh. The corner of Yezhou's mouth gently rose, saying that you obviously want to go with me too, but you just don't say it. It is necessary for me to be the villain who seems to have the intention of not neighboring. The lights in the playground had all been turned off, and only the faint moonlight spilled onto the ground, and occasionally a few couples could be seen coming out of the grove. This time, it was Lin Shanyue who took the initiative to speak. Yezhou, what have you been up to this week? I invested in a self-media studio created by a junior senior, and I've been busy signing contracts this week when I'm not in class. By the way, incidentally, I also sold that account we made up together, in Liangshan, with Xiong Kai. Ow, no wonder you don't walk your neighbors at night. Lin Shanyue's voice was clear and cold, sounding a bit lonely. How could Ji Zhou not see it? He put his hands behind his head and pretended to be careless. But with all the contract stuff out of the way, you can come for a walk later in the evening when there's nothing else to do. When I turn around and get acquainted with those seniors and sisters in the studio, you can also come to the studio to find me. There happen to be computers there as well, so when no one is around, I can play games with you. Oh, there's Hokage. Yi Chao stared and straightened up. Isn't the focus on the studio? Why is your focus on the schoolmarm? Eventually, Yezhou and his little neighbor turned around and passed by the grove several times. Even though it was already after 11 o'clock, Jiaotong University didn't have a door lock at night, so there were still quite a few couples smooching inside at this late hour. The sound of kissing was pop, pop, pop. This gave Yi Chao a hot body to listen to and filled his head with thoughts of not neighboring. He coughed dryly. Ahem, it's getting late, let's get you back to your dorm. When she arrived at the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Lin Shangyue suddenly pointed at a wooden chair not far away and faintly said, "Yi Shou, my feet hurt a bit, I want to go over and rest." "Hey, it's just a few steps to the dormitory, and you're still wearing a skirt, sitting there will feed the mosquitoes." Lin Shangyue was silent, only looking at Yi Zhou with watery eyes. Unable to resist her silent style of petting, Yi Zhou immediately said, "No problem, sit hard." Looking at Yi Zhou, who was quickly walking towards the wooden chair, Lin Shangyue looked like she had made some sort of determination, and her breathing subconsciously intensified a bit. After adjusting her breathing, she gently licked her lips, then hurriedly followed Yi Zhou's footsteps. "I'm taking a day off tomorrow for something. The day after is the episode everyone is most looking forward to. Chapter 158 No More Innocence. What a lip friendship." Under the night, Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue sat on the wooden chairs next to the girls' dormitory building. There were no other sounds around except some occasional cicadas. Lin Shangyue gently took off her shoes and swung her feet in the air, a serene expression on her face. The old high spirits had all but dissipated. At first glance, Yi Zhou only thought that she was a very pretty girl next door, without any high and mighty schoolgirl or Lin family's daughter's status to add to it. Looking at Lin Shangyue's side face, Yi Zhou's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, and the eyelids of his left eye blinked continuously. From the moment he first woke up this morning, Yi Zhou had already noticed the abnormality, but the whole day was about to pass and he hadn't figured out what was going on. In a moment of silence, Lin Shangyue suddenly spoke. "Yi Chao. What's going on?" Yi Zhou calmed his rapidly beating heart and looked at Lin Shangyue suspiciously. Lin Shangyue pursed her lips and quietly stared at Yi Zhou, revealing a shallow smile. "Neighbor, couple, what's the difference between those two relationships?" Yi Zhou didn't expect his little neighbor to suddenly ask about this topic that was, between them, somewhat sensitive. The difference between a neighbor and a couple? To others, the two relationships are not related. The difference is even more vast. But hearing Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue, it didn't seem to be as outsiders perceived it. Yi Zhou thought about it and replied seriously. "There is a big difference, and it can be said in many ways, but the simple fact is that neighbors are close enough to each other that they can be the best of friendships. Couples, well, what's involved is love. There's no like factor present between clean neighbors, but couples like each other. So that's the big difference, right? Like this? Aha, why are you asking all of a sudden?" Lin Shangyue gently shook her head and didn't say anything. The smile on his face still hasn't dissipated. She braced her hands on the wooden chair, letting her feet dangle and swing around. Yi Zhou couldn't guess what she was thinking right now, and he couldn't even hear her heart. At a very early stage, Yi Zhou realized that he could only hear Lin Shangyue's heart in contrast to her own outwardly high spirits, not being able to hear any of her heart at any time. After a few more minutes of silence, Lin Shangyue asked again, "Yi Zhou, if one day you meet someone you like very, very much, what will you do?" Hearing this question, Yi Zhou's heart jolted. He looked at his rambunctious little neighbor, unsure of how to respond. How? Ye Chao examines the past few months. What did he do? It was as if, with the exception of confessions and stiff upper lip, he had done everything and yet nothing. Seeing that Yi Zhou froze and didn't know how to answer, Lin Shangyue wasn't angry. She just gently moved towards Yi Zhou's side again, and the scent of her body quickly flooded into Yi Zhou's nostrils. She swung herself onto her feet, then looked up at the moon hanging in the sky. The soft moonlight shining on the young girl's face was breathtakingly beautiful. Yi Zhou stared blankly at Lin Shangyue, his heart beating faster once again. After a long time, Lin Shangyue slightly sidled her head, looked at Yi Zhou, and said softly, "If I meet someone I like very, very much, I want to hold on to them." At this time the night wind blew and the leaves rustled. Just when Yi Zhou thought that in the next second, Lin Shangyue would say with a straight face the four words that made it impossible for him to escape any longer. She just stopped swinging her legs. Then her toes pointed on the shoes that she took off. Then she looked sideways at Yi Zhou with smiling eyes. "Yi Zhou, are you drunk?" Yi Zhou has been a bit mute, dumbfounded back. No, I said the beer drink not drunk. But, I'm drunk." "Well, you drink. Yi Zhou's eyes instantly widened, and the rolling heat coming from his lips instantly made his brain blast blank. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Lin Shangyue closed her eyes. Her slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and the breath exhaled from her nose was clearly audible to Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou only felt that the world had lost its voice, leaving only the sound of his thunderous heartbeat. Lin Shangyue's kiss was gentle and hot, with the bravery and shyness of a young girl. How could Yi Zhou not expect that Lin Shangyue, who was as cold as an iceberg in the eyes of outsiders, would, without warning, take the initiative to kiss him? Wait, come to think of it, Yi Zhou's thoughts turned over like a tidal wave. and those overlooked details surfaced one by one at this moment. He finally remembered. On the night he got drunk half a month ago, he wasn't actually sent back by Lin Shangyue in the first place. He was helped by Lin Shangyue to sit on the public wooden chair across from the boys' dormitory. The lipstick on his lips that night wasn't actually what he thought it was at all either. Lin Shangyue had deliberately taken the lipstick and smeared it all over his lips. Instead, it was like now, a real kiss on his lips. It was no wonder that Lin Shangyue was very stubborn. The first kiss tasted like wine, because that night, Yi Zhou he had been drinking, and his mouth was full of the strong flavor of alcohol. The original. They've long since stopped being good neighbors with clean slates and really lit friendship. Well, as Yi Zhou was shocked, the young girl had already left his lips. Then slowly she opened her eyes, a little breathless, with a touch of a moving blush on her face. Watery colors began to swirl in her eyes. Yi Zhou stared at her in a daze, the residual warmth left by Lin Shangyue still on his lips. His voice trembled a little. I'm not drunk tonight and I won't forget this time. Lin Shangyue pursed her lips and smiled like a flower. Yeah, I know you're not drunk, but I can't wait for the next time you're drunk. Chapter 159, I am your girlfriend. An unspeakable warmth and emotion surged in Yi Zhou's heart. He felt like he was dreaming, but everything around him was all too real. Doesn't look like a dream. So it's all true. It seemed that from now on, he could no longer say that he and Lin Shangyue were neighbors in the future. Is that why you always say that first kisses taste like wine? Well, Lin Shangyue, who had already taken all of her courage out, seemed to have turned into a cautious kitten at the moment. The eyes were particularly weak. Yi Zhou took a deep breath and laughed. Then we won't be clean neighbors anymore. Yi Zhou, you're a bad person. I've kissed you and you still want to be my neighbor. Hearing his little neighbor's heartfelt words, the corners of Yi Zhou's mouth rose. It's the boyfriend who boinked his mouth. Hey, so girlfriend, let me have another kiss. Well, before Lin Shangyue could react again, Yi Zhou's face suddenly came down, then reached out and wrapped her arms around her waist. Lin Shangyue looked at Yi Zhou's near face and felt her eyelashes getting heavier and heavier, as if she was about to be unable to open them. Her heartbeat was in turmoil, her breathing disorganized. In the next second, Yi Zhou took the initiative to kiss on her small mouth whose lipstick was already a bit spent. The kiss just now was sort of a sneak attack by the little neighbor who wasn't Marshall, and neither one of them actually tasted anything in particular. But this time, it was by no means Yi Zhou sneaking back, because he said hello before he moved his hands. Oh no! His mouth. First kiss tasted like wine? No, that was Lin Shangyue's answer. And Yi Zhou's answer is, the first kiss is sweet. A sweetness that belongs only to young girls. Yi Zhou wrapped his arms around Lin Shangyue's slender waist and quickly realized that her body, which was taut at first, was getting softer and softer, and if it wasn't for his support, he was afraid that she would have to slide off the wooden chair. Only after a long time did Yi Zhou separate from Lin Shangyue. Both were panting, their eyes a sticky mess. Immediately afterward, Yi Zhou looked at his pretty little neighbor in front of him, and filled his mind with her soft heartfelt voice. Yi Zhou kissed me. Yi Zhou kissed me. Yi Zhou, am I your girlfriend now? I'm your girlfriend. Xiao Zhou, don't lose me. Old Yi, back so late? Did you guys go somewhere else to play after we left? Feng Yi had just walked out of the restroom when he saw Yi Zhou who pushed the door back to the dormitory. Ye Zhou shook his head, then raised his hand to wipe his mouth again. Ahem. No no no. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You, what's with the lipstick on your ing mouth? You kissed Lin Shangyue? Feng Yi immediately discovered the Chinese point, and his pupils were 10 levels of earthquake. His exclamation of surprise also drew the attention of Niu Dexing, who was already lying in bed. Niu Dexing also hurriedly poked his head out of the bed and looked at Yi Zhou with a reddish color around his mouth and his eyes grew big. Old Yi, didn't you say that you and Lin Shangyue were clean and good neighbors? Pure friendship? Why do you two start boinking when you drink? Ye Zhou bared his teeth. He tried to play it cool, but he couldn't keep the corners of his mouth down. Not at all. Grass. Who would have guessed lipstick was so delicious? What an abomination. Yi Zhou gave a dry cough and looked at the sleeping Gao Fu Shui. Shu, keep it down. Let old Gao know that Lin Shangyue and I aren't neighbors now. He'll have to explode in place. Feng Yi gulped and lamented. I'll go. You're with Lin Shangyue? Ah, please don't call my girlfriend by her first name. Squeak dash. Women's dormitory building. 311 dormitory door was gently pushed open. Lin Shangyue thought that the three housemates had all drunk at night. Plus it was almost 12 o'clock at this moment. The housemates should have washed up and rested early. But pushing the door open gently she found the lights of the dormitory still on. There wouldn't have been anything to push the door open normally, but it was just that she did it carefully, causing the three men, each sitting in their own seats, to cast curious glances at her. Lin Shangyue's pretty face collapsed when she realized that all three of her housemates were not asleep. As expected, Xia Ziqing immediately sensed that something big seemed to be happening and was the first to come over to Lin Shanhua's side. Eyes narrowed in an interrogative tone. Shallow Moon, what were you and Yi Zhou up to just now? So worried about us finding you back? Lin Shanhua was a bit vain, her eyes fluttering. She pursed her lips and continued to put on her high and mighty demeanor. Went for a walk with Yi Zhou to the playground. Anyone who goes for a walk in the playground at this hour is a couple. And most of them aren't even walking properly. As far as I can tell, they're supposed to be kissing in the moral puddle in the playground grove. After a pause, Xia Ziqing looked straight at Lin Shanhua's rosy little mouth. You and Yezhou went to the grove to kiss, didn't you? No. Lin Shanhua rationalized. There was no weakness at all to Xia Ziqing's suspicion. Because it's true that she and Yezhou didn't kiss in the grove. We were kissing on a wooden chair next to the girls' dormitory building. What does that have to do with the playground grove? Xia Ziqing didn't believe it and stared at Lin Shanhua's mouth for a long time. When Lin Shanhua saw Xia Ziqing staring at her mouth, she wasn't at all vain. Even though Yi Zhou tasted her lipstick, she quietly made up for it before returning to her dorm. Xia Ziqing definitely couldn't tell. But soon, Xia Ziqing's originally narrowed eyes gradually widened until her pupils contracted to a magnitude 10 earthquake. Xia Ziqing covered her mouth and said incredulously, Shallow Moon. You really kissed Yezhou at night? Ha? At first, Xia Ziqing only intended to flirt with Lin Shanhua and didn't think that she would actually kiss Yi Zhou. It was true that she knew that Lin Shanhua and Yi Zhou were not clean and good neighbors at all, but it was limited to some behavior that was above friends and before lovers. After all, the two did have an unconfirmed relationship, and it wasn't enough to cuddle and kiss like that. But now, Xia Ziqing didn't feel the same way, because she noticed that Lin Shanhua's lipstick looked like it was freshly replenished. If she hadn't done anything with Yi Zhou just now, why did she have to touch up her lipstick before going back to the dormitory? As expected, seeing Xia Ziqing's certain look, Lin Shanhua finally panicked a bit. Ziqing, I don't have. If you two really didn't do anything, why did you have to fix your lipstick just now? Isn't it because you're afraid that we'll find out that you've been boinking with Yi Zhou? Detective Natsuko Haru. Lin Shanhua was slightly stunned, not realizing that her own little cleverness had instead become the point of exposing the truth. Seeing that she couldn't hide the matter, Lin Shanhua blushed and whispered, Just a kiss. One bite or a billion. You even said pure friendship before, but it's actually lip friendship, right? You'd better be frank and lenient. When exactly did you date Yi Zhou together? Xia Ziqing crossed her arms and began to interrogate fiercely. Xiaoxi and Zhuang Kai on the side couldn't help but come over when they heard that Lin Shanhua was actually really with Yi Zhou. All of them are full of owies. Aha, we're ready to start stoned. So you start talking. Chapter 160, Sitting at a Table with a Dog. When the other three girls in dormitory 311 confirmed that Lin Shanhua and Yi Zhou's relationship had evolved from the status of clean and good neighbors to the status of kissing and hugging couple, there was a look of satisfaction on their faces that said, I've got it. Humph. I knew you always poured Yi Zhou's wine glass so full at night. You must not have good intentions. Xia Ziqing wrapped her arms around herself, and although she said so on her lips, she was ecstatic on the inside. Finally together. Now it's time to knock them out fair and square. Lin Shanhua nuzzled, but Yi Zhou wasn't drunk. Drunk is not good Lu. Tonight this kind of slightly drunken feeling is the best. Otherwise, even if you have your way, tomorrow Yezhou wake up in case you do not remember how to do? Fair enough. Lin Shanhua's pretty face was stunned. She immediately remembers the last time Yezhou woke up drunk and completely failed to remember being kissed by her. In that case, it's still a good thing Yezhou didn't get drunk at night. Another happy smile couldn't help but appear on his face as he thought about it. Xia Ziqing and the girls could rarely see Lin Shanhua smile so sweetly. Another whole knock to it. It turns out that Lin Shanhua is not so high and cold, only that there are no things and people that made her melt before. So, Xia Ziqing said with a smile, he, I always said you two before. I didn't realize that you're really two now. This gave Lin Shanhua, who was beside her, extremely pleasant eyes as she listened. Thanks to the fact that Xia Ziqing wasn't an employee of the Lin family. Otherwise, Lin Shanhua had planned to personally tell the finance to give Xia Ziqing a hard raise this month. The next day was Saturday. Plus, last night, all four of the older boys in dorm 415 had been drinking. Not having to go to the early 8, they all turned off their alarm clocks and all slept in one breath until they woke up naturally. Yi Zhou, in particular, because he had tasted his first kiss last night, was lying in bed late at night, inexplicably excited and tossing and turning. Couldn't sleep for a long time. So, very heavy sleep in the morning. But Mr. Ko, because he got himself drunk before 10 o'clock last night, was the first to wake up in the morning. Seeing that the other three are still asleep, I turn on my computer and make a call to Suburban County. Half an hour later, by 10 o'clock or so, Feng and Niu Dexing also woke up one after another. Feng smiled and teased. Yo, old Gao, you're awake? Your drinking capacity is really not something to brag about. You can get drunk even with beer. Awesome, awesome. Shut the up. Gao Fushuai's old face was red. He himself didn't think that he could get drunk on beer. Never again will I brag about my ability to drink. What a shame. Niu Dexing was also mocking at Gao Fushuai, stating that the likes of Gao Fushuai were not even worthy of sitting at a table with children in his old home. Got to sit at the table with the dog. This gave the little high school student the chance to jump up and down in anger. However, seeing that he had moved so much and Yi Zhou had not yet woken up, he was instantly energized. And then get cocky again. Why are you mocking me? Isn't there an old G who's even drunker than me? Although I can't drink well, I wake up fast. But it's not the same with old G. He can't hold his liquor, and he can't wake up for half a day. And every time he wakes up later than me. Feng and Niu Dexing cast their eyes towards Yi Zhou's bed and realized that Yi Zhou was indeed still awake. And the three of them were talking loudly now. And they hadn't woken up until now. So they were obviously sleeping heavily. Last night, Gao Fushuai fell asleep and had no idea what happened to Yi Zhou later. But Feng and Niu Dexing know. The two of them guessed at once that Yi Zhou was still awake at this moment. Most likely because he was so excited last night that he couldn't sleep. And stayed up until very late before finally falling asleep. Humph. I knew that the one with the worst drinking ability in the dormitory would definitely not be young Master Me. Seeing that both of them were silent, Gao Fushuai felt that he was the one who had taken hold of the handle. Start chattering. Indicating that he's at most sitting at a table with a child. Ye Zhou is the one sitting at a table with a dog. Niu Dexing really couldn't listen anymore. He whispered, Lao Gao. In fact, Lao Yi wasn't drunk at all, and you're the only one who gets drunk on beer. Nonsense. If he's not drunk, why hasn't he woken up until now? Is it hard to admit that young master I can drink better than him? Niu Dexing wanted to say something, but finally decided to tell Gao Fushuai the truth. Actually, old Ji was officially with Lin Shangyue last night, and the two of them seemed to have kissed, so I guess he was agitated in the middle of the night until he fell asleep very late. Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue are together? They even kissed? Too excited to sleep? Gao Fushuai stood in a daze, his brain buzzing. Obviously they were all in Chinese, so why couldn't he understand them when they were combined together? Grass. It's not ing real. Gao Fushuai forced out a smile, but it was obviously a far-fetched smile, then looked at Feng Yi on the other side, his voice trembling slightly. Old Feng, you told me. Old Bull is lying to me, right? That is indeed true. Gao Fushuai let out a sharp popping sound before falling to his knees in despair. No matter how deeply Yi Zhou slept, he was still woken up by Gao Fushuai's scampering monkey-like shout. Holy, who yells anywhere in the dorm in the morning? Yi Zhou sat up from the bed cursing and found Gao Fushuai kneeling on the floor in despair. Feng Yi and Niu Dexing were looking at him with sympathetic gazes. Holy, what's wrong with you, Lao Gao? Although it's true that it's embarrassing to get drunk on beer, but it's not as if you're remorseful like this. It's actually cute to have a small amount of alcohol. Old Yi, I hate you. Yi Zhou was a bit confused, then looked at Feng Yi and Niu Dexing in confusion. Feng Yi laughed bitterly twice. He also knows about you being in a relationship with Lin Shangyue, and seems to be a bit unable to accept it for a while. Oh, Yi Zhou laughed, thinking that he thought it was something big. Still, when I think back to those 2 kisses with my little neighbor last night, it's a bit evocative. It was just that what Yi Zhou didn't expect was that in fact, half a month ago, the little neighbor had already kissed him. But he was naive enough to think that it was just his little neighbor messing around with lipstick on his mouth that night. Wait, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Straight from the mouth. Like that counts as coding? Yi Zhou was slightly stunned and called out to Lin Shangyue that she was a resourceful person. No wonder she didn't feel guilty at all when asked. At this moment, Gao Fushuai was still kneeling on the ground, his face full of grief. Old Yi, how could you? We agreed to be single together, but you secretly took off. Young master, I haven't found a girlfriend yet. When he finished washing up, Yi Zhou then took out his cell phone. Found out that the little neighbor had messaged him about an hour ago. Ye Zhou, are you up yet? Yi Zhou quickly replied. I just woke up. What are you doing right now? He thought it would be a while before he got a reply, but he didn't realize that his little neighbor just seemed to be waiting in front of the phone all the time. Almost seconds back. Well, I wanted to call my boyfriend to join us for breakfast at that moment, but now Uncle Lee is driving me back to the manor, and Dad's coming to Northam. So girlfriend, lunch together? Your girlfriend doesn't go back to school until the evening. Yi Zhou looked at the chat box and couldn't help but laugh a little. Before in Lin Shangyue 2 people are very subtle. Now together. Hate to always emphasize the boyfriend and girlfriend identity. I heard that she didn't go back to school until the evening, so Ye Zhou had no choice but to call it quits. Well then, girlfriend, We'll have dinner together again tonight. Chapter 161. I'm the one who's good at getting girls. Miss, you seem to be in a particularly good mood today. I haven't seen you this happy in a long time. Uncle Lee drove the car, and from the rearview mirror inside the car, he saw Lin Shangyue, who had a smile on her face since she got on the car. Remembering the last time, a few months ago, he helped the lady rent the house next door to Yi Zhou's house. The day the lady found out, she was very happy. Yes? Lin Shangyue looked up and asked with a smile. Yes, miss, you seem to be in a really good mood today. Is there something happy with young Master Yi? Uncle Lee, as long as I stay with Yi Zhou, I'm happy every day. Yes, ma'am. Uncle Lee froze, and being half 100 years old, he quickly guessed what was going on, and a hint of relief flashed among his eyes. Before, even if the young lady was in a good mood, as long as she was returning to the manor to see the master and the second wife, her expression would not stop being cold. But today, even though the master and the second mistress were both at the manor, the smile on the young lady's face never disappeared. Apparently today was different than usual. It seems that Miss has finally gotten what she wanted with young Master Yi. Oh, no. To be precise, it's the aunt from now on. When he was still a few kilometers away from the Lin family manor, Uncle Lee deliberated for a moment and slowly said, Miss, the things you ordered me to do earlier have been investigated clearly. It was one of the servants in the manor who inquired about something from Ahu. That maid is the second mistress's person, and there's no way for me to fire her outright, which would upset the master. However, I've asked the head butler to transfer her elsewhere. After a pause, Uncle Lee continued, Ahu, I also let him go home to reflect for a month and find him 3 months' salary. If you, miss, intend to no longer bring Ahu around, I will turn around and do it. For this answer, Lin Xianyue wasn't that surprised, though usually she showed the servants as well as the bodyguards in the house. All of them were high and cold and in different images, but she was as clear as a bell in her mind. Already had my own guess before I asked Uncle Lee to investigate. Lin Xianyue sighed slightly. It's okay, Uncle Lee. A month of introspection is fine. Don't dock his salary for 3 months. But miss, this, Uncle Lee had thought that Miss would be soft-hearted, but he didn't realize that she wouldn't even be willing to be ruthless in her punishment of Tiger. Just as Uncle Lee was about to persuade something, Lin Shangyue spoke again. But in the future, don't let Aaron and Tiger be personal bodyguards. Now that I'm in college, I'll rarely be outside. There's also Yi Chao and you, Uncle Lee, so let Along and Ahu stay in the manor like the servants. Lin Shangyue looked out the window, her eyes twinkling. She'll go soft, but can't accept betrayal. Uncle Lee was slightly stunned and eventually nodded his head gently. I know, miss. I'll refine the new bodyguard who will replace Aaron and Tiger later. Uncle Lee, I said it's enough with you. This time, Uncle Lee shook his head, rarely vetoing his own young lady's order. Miss, if we put it more than 10 years ago, only I followed you, this is no problem. Now that I am in my 50s, my body has long been inferior to when I was young. Without a bodyguard following you around, it's just too dangerous. Lin Shanyue's willow brows furrowed. Since I was a child, nothing special has happened. It's fine to not use a bodyguard. A hint of hesitation flashed in Uncle Lee's eyes as he opened his mouth and felt that what he wanted to say was inappropriate. It might even be a handle to get him sacked. But when he thought of the young lady's safety, he hesitated for just a few seconds before he righteously said, It's true what you said, miss, but it's not like it used to be. What's the difference? The second mistress is pregnant. Hearing Uncle Lee's words, Lin Shanyue pursed her lips and finally looked out the window at the rapidly flashing scenery and chose to remain silent. PTU cafeteria. Yi Zhou ate with his 3 roommates while flipping through the copywriting book Xiao Zifei gave him, and Xiao Gao's student's face remained dark, and every now and then he glanced at Yi Zhou with an extremely resentful look. This dog thing, what makes you find a girlfriend before me? The young master I'm the one who gets the girls. Old Yi, I'm not convinced. Yi Chao didn't even lift his head and asked carelessly, Disobedience to what? Not convinced what makes you get a girlfriend before me. I'm clearly the master of getting girls in dorm 415. Oh, from the beginning of the school year to now. Not even a girl who asked you for contact information. You're still a master of the girl. Inviting laughter speech, right? It's that they don't know what they're talking about. Gao Fu Shui remained unconvinced. Yi Zhou deflated his mouth. Okay. I really don't play girls either. It's Lin Shanyue who took the initiative to move next door to my house and kissed me first, and only after that did the two of us establish a relationship. So what? Not much. I don't get girls, but I have a girlfriend. Grass. The more Gao Fu Shui thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't even eat his meal. At this time, Fawny pushed down the frames of his glasses and looked with some curiosity at the copywriting book Yi Zhou was flipping through. Old Yi, what are you reading? It seems like you've been watching this all week. It's not much. I invested in a studio run by a junior and his sister. Here's the copybook. I have to give some suggestions for improvement, and do a bit of back planning along the way. Feng Yi was very surprised to hear that, because the word investment is a bit of a far cry for college students. He sounded surprised. Old Yi, are you planning to start a business? Pretty much. Looking at Yi Zhou's bashful appearance, Gao Fu Shui hummed lightly. Old Yi, investment risk is great, especially investing in this kind of student who hasn't graduated yet. My old man said, you can't invest in anyone but college students. There's a chance you won't even get your principal back in the end. But it's okay. You should have only invested a few thousand, 10 or 20,000 at the most, right? Well, not much, just $250,000. Hiss. Gao Fu Shui's two eyes went black, and he couldn't wait to ruthlessly slap himself twice. Grass. I almost forgot that Yi Chao, the dog, made a lot of money over the summer. 250,000. You call that not much? Holy, old Yi is awesome. 250,000 dollars. I suddenly feel that the young master of our dormitory is not Lao Gao, but you. Feng Yi was also surprised. Their monthly living expenses are also between 1,200 to 1,500. The same dormitory. Ye Zhou even took out 250,000 for investment. Isn't this more like a young master than a high-powered marshal? Also, even though Gao Fu Shui's family has money, it's only his family's money and it doesn't have much to do with Gao Fu Shui. Especially Hai Fu Shui, a month living expenses is actually only slightly more than them, so $1,000 or $2,000. The family control is still very strict. Yi Zhou let out a light laugh. This is considered all I have. If you want to talk about money, you have to look at our young master Gao. Ha ha. Old Yi, you finally said something to make young master me happy. Aha. Then young master, this meal is on you. Gao Fu Shui froze, then immediately gave Yi Zhou a bird's eye view. It's not primed to be a dog anymore. That's a live dog. Chapter 162, Casting of Actors. After lunch, Ye Zhou went to the 405 of the Jianni building with the copybook. Pushing open the door, he saw Yu Hongye and the less talkative Rendong, each sitting in front of their own computers with very focused eyes. Hearing the commotion, both of them thought it was Xiao Zhe coming. Yu Hongye didn't turn around, but just said while tapping the keyboard, Fei, those two script editors came by at 3 in the afternoon, and they said they'd already written the script for the first video. Ahem, Red Leaf Senpai. It's me. Eh hey? Only then did Yu Hongye stop what she was doing and look towards the door. After realizing that the visitor was Yi Zhou, he immediately squeezed out a smile. It's schoolmate Yi. I thought it was Fei who came back. Has Senior Shaw gone out? Yi Zhou was a bit puzzled. Every one of the first few times he'd come to the studio on weekends, he'd seen Shaw Zephyr in. It was obvious that Xiao Zifei was very attached to the studio. It's the weekend, and instead, I didn't see Shaw Zephyr. Rendon, who rarely spoke, slowly opened his mouth this time. Boss was busy all night in the studio last night, and only returned to the dormitory after 8 o'clock in the morning, so he should still be resting at this moment. Yi Zhou was even more surprised after hearing this. I didn't realize that Xiao Zifei had fought for his life to this extent. Standing in Ye Zhou's shoes, though, put him more at ease. If the boss of a studio is this committed, then the odds are that the team won't be bad. Senior Shaw is too hardworking. Yi Zhou lamented. Yes, he's the one who values the studio the most out of the few of us. He was worried about funding before, but with your investment, the funding problem has been solved. Here, the newly recruited script editor will be coming by later with a written script. Now all that's left is the actors who will star in it, yet to be finalized. Well, sisters, I don't know if Senior Shao has told you, but not only am I the investor of the studio, I will also be responsible for the market content survey. Yu Hongye nodded. Aha, Fei told us. Good. Actually, I came here today to discuss with Senior Shao and determine the actors who will be involved in future video shoots. Hearing Yi Zhou's words, Yu Hongye was a bit surprised. I didn't realize Yi Zhou had already found the actors involved in the video shoot. She subconsciously said, Brother, where did you find this? Are you a student of Jiaotong University? Aha. Yi Zhou didn't rush to say the answer, stating that he would wait until Xiao Zifei came. Not long after, Xin Fan, who was also acting as a shooter in the studio with Rendong, also came to the studio. The last time he signed a contract with Xiao Zifei, he had already met Xin Fan once. Xin Fan is very handsome and belongs to the kind of person who is easily asked for contact information by girls in school. At first Yi Zhou stereotyped that Xin Fan should be the most perfunctory one in the studio. As a result of that day's contact, it was found that Xin Fan's degree of devotion to the studio was no less than Xiao Zifei. Yi Zhou is here again? Quickly sit down. You are the biggest shareholder of the studio now. Thanks to you, the boss didn't have to worry about funds so soon. And now the equipment and props he bought are basically all on their way. Qin had a lively personality and smiled as she spoke to Yizhou. Yizhou smiled. Senior Qin doesn't need to be so polite. Geez, don't call me that. It's weird. Just call me by my name. Yizhou wasn't pretentious, but he didn't really call Qin by his first name, but called him Brother Fan. It was almost 2 o'clock when Xiao Zefei finally came to the studio. The dark circles under his eyeglass frames were clearly visible, and it was indeed like what Renton said, that he had stayed up all night last night. Fei, don't work so hard in the future. Although it's true that it's tough at the studio's starting stage now, you can't deplete your body like that. You're the head of the studio. If anything happens to you, the studio will still be in business. Yu Hongye said angrily. Randong and Qin also chimed in. It could be seen that all three of them were very concerned about Xiao Zefei's physical condition. And for that, Xiao Zefei himself doesn't look like he cares. He rubbed his temples, then first looked at Yu Hongye. Red Leaf, how are you communicating on the script editor's end since I went back to rest this morning? Well, at 3 o'clock, editors Chen and White will come together, and the first script has been written. Xiao Zefei nodded. Then the filming equipment and scripts are now complete. Only the actors are to be decided. Yes, but just now, Schoolboy Yi said that he had already chosen the actors. Oh, Xiao Zefei was a bit surprised. Originally, he was planning to grab 2 professional short video actors to come over in the next few days. I didn't realize that Yi Chao was ready for this session now. Seeing all 4 people looking at him, Yi Zhou smiled. Well, now that we're all here, let me give my insight. Well, I've been reading this paperwork that Senior Xiao wrote out over the past few days, and I don't think there's any major problems with some of the planning and decision-making on it. Of course, this copybook was written by the older siblings. A couple of you, all of you are in the field and have more experience than I do. Also, we're about to do a plot field account, so I've been looking at tons of accounts in that field these days. The big classification can be divided into 2 kinds. The first is the kind of drama video, 1 episode after another. This kind of end of each episode will leave a reversal or a strong sense of anticipation hook. The netizens will be very much looking forward to the next episode, so the rate of catching up is very strong. Secondly, it's the kind of thing where one person plays multiple roles. One copy of an episode like that, where the before and after videos basically won't have any plot relevance, but the persona is the same. As Yizhou said this, Xiao Zefei nodded approvingly. Immediately afterward, Yezhou continued. The first one, though, is very strict on scripts, and it's absolutely essential that you don't immediately give up on that long script just because the video you made one time got poor airplay. It's very account destroying. But to actually shoot the full script, the cost and the time stretched out is long. A lot. And that's not good for us in the early days of the studio. We don't have that much money or time and it tends to drain the enthusiasm. As for the second type, since it's a model of 1 video for 1 copy, it doesn't matter even if a particular video gets poor airplay. The next one will be a completely new stunt or plot anyway. Personally, I think studios need to go with this model to start numbers initially. At the same time, this kind of account needs to be a permanent fixture of actors because it's a small number of actors in multiple roles. After a pause, Yizhou stated his casting choice. So, I don't think there's a need to purposely hire actors. Let Red Leaf Senpai be in charge of the occasional female lead, and Van come as the frequent male lead. This not only saves the studio upfront costs, but also makes it easier for us to communicate anytime we have questions about the characters and plot. Chapter 163. Never let her see her little neighbor. When a few people heard Yizhou name the cast members, their first reaction was surprise. Yu Hongye exclaimed, Senior Yi, are you sure you're not joking? Yizhou shook his head. Of course not, because if you're going to hire actors, you have to let them appear for a long time. If it's a student found on campus to be an actor, even if they're offered a high enough job, they don't have the same determination as our studio's own producers, and maybe halfway through, something comes up and they choose to quit. If you are recruiting professional video actors from outside the university, you will have to sign a long contract to ensure that they will keep filming with us for a long time. But the studio, at this stage, simply can't afford the salaries that would need to be paid for such a long contract, so by having you and Van as actors, there's no question of what I'm talking about. The crowd listened and fell silent. Of course they knew that Yizhou had uttered these questions, but they let Yu Hongye and Qin be the actors. The biggest problem faced was that the two of them had no experience at all in appearances. Yizhou could see the worries of the crowd and he smiled easily. I know you guys are worrying about the whole no experience on camera thing, but weren't all those internet celebrities on Shakeology vegetarians before this? Besides, we're plot-oriented and it's only a short video and not a professional short movie or web series, so we don't need to have superb enough acting skills. Indeed, Yezhou is right. Xiao Zifei also slowed down from his surprise and responded seriously, then gave his opinion based on what Yi Zhou had said. In the end, after much deliberation, Yu Hongye and Xin Fan were allowed to give it a try first. It's the beginning stages anyway. There's always trial and error. Even if 2 videos don't run, it doesn't matter. Just immediately change your account and shoot a new script. Immediately afterward, by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Zhou and Xiao Zifei, among others, met the 2 editors who wrote the script together. Some more discussion and modifications were made to the content of the first script. Phew, it's so tiring. This is even more troublesome than I thought at first. I always thought that I only needed to shoot according to the script and then edit it. I didn't realize that a script is already so troublesome when it's finalized. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Having successfully finalized the first complete shooting script, Yu Hongye slumped towards the sofa and grumbled quietly. Xiao Zifei sent the 2 script editors away, then said seriously, "Since everything is ready now, let's start shooting the first script tomorrow. This script is a school drama. I'll apply with the teacher in charge of school logistics tonight to borrow a classroom for us to shoot. Hey, it's not easy to take a weekend vacation and not have to go to class only to end up having to work." Xin Fan couldn't help but sigh as well. But when the work is your hobby, it doesn't seem so torturous when you think about it. Looking at the several people who were full of energy, Yi Zhou couldn't help but smile. Now everything is ready for the first video to be shot and edited and then uploaded to Shakeology. If you can run, then the first step in starting your own business is a success. It was at this moment that Yi Zhou's cell phone vibrated. It was a message from the little neighbor. "Boyfriend, I'm on my way back to school. Oh, I'm in Studio 405 in the Construction Arts building at the moment. Let me know when you're almost at the school and I'll come find you." The entire corner of Yi Zhou's mouth was turned upwards when he messaged with his little neighbor. This scene happened to be seen by Yu Hongye. She narrowed her eyes and immediately came over to Yi Zhou's side. The smell of perfume on her body continuously surging into Yi Zhou's nostrils as she smiled. "Yo, who are you messaging with so happily?" Girlfriend." Rao Yi Zhou already knew from Xiao Zifei that Yu Hongye was not interested in boys at all. Still, he was a little uncomfortable, and moved very slightly to lean to the side. Speaking of which, this was the first time Yi Zhou had admitted it to someone else in a big way after confirming his relationship with his little neighbor. Yu Hongye ruffled her hair. "Yeah, you have a girlfriend? Do you have a photo? Show me. I'll help you check it out. Help me with the gatekeeping? Laugh it up. If I didn't know you liked girls, I'd almost believe it. Ahem, just got together. No pics yet. I don't believe it. You don't have a photo together even if she doesn't usually take selfies? My girlfriend really doesn't like taking pictures much. You're so petty. Yi's schoolmate." Yi Zhou smiled awkwardly and was silent. He suddenly realized that staying in the studio with a schoolmate like Yu Hongye, the little neighbor could indeed rest assured that Yu Hongye would not pose any threat to her. But new problems have come. Yu Hongye will be a threat to Ye Zhou. If Yu Hongye knew the face value of his little neighbor, what would happen? Thinking of this, Yi Zhou secretly resolved that he would never let Yu Hongye see his little neighbor. After Yu Hongye left from Yi Zhou's side, Xin Fan came to his side at the first opportunity. He looked at Yu Hongye who was not far away, then pulled Yi Zhou to the side and lowered his voice very low. "Yi Zhou, you'd better never bring your girlfriend to Red Leaf to get to know her. She has 3 roommates, 2 of them have been bent by our studio, but whoever has a female friend, do not dare to give the Red Leaf to see, otherwise it will be miserable." Hiss, Red Leaf senpai is so exaggerated? Yi Zhou stared at Xin Fan incredulously. If Yi Zhou was just worried just now, then now it was completely fearful. Xin Fan nodded heavily. You should never underestimate how obsessed Red Leaf is with girls. Yi Zhou gulped and looked at Yu Hongye, who was sitting in front of him and was playing with his cell phone with his head down, with long burgundy hair, and couldn't help but tremble. Luckily, what he had just told his little neighbor on his cell phone was for her to send a message when she was almost at the school, and not for her to come to the studio looking for it. Yi Zhou then discussed with Xiao Zifei about the scripted persona, and another 20 minutes passed. Just as Yi Zhou was planning to take a break and ask his little neighbor where he had gotten to, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xin Fan got up to open the door, and in the next second, his puzzled voice came. "Gee, who are you looking for, beautiful?" "I'm looking for Ye Zhou." Hearing that familiar voice, Yi Zhou's pupils suddenly contracted, and a magnitude 10 earthquake immediately struck. Maru Spice. Chapter 164, we're a couple now. It's not too much to hold hands, right? "I'm looking for Ye Zhou." Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Zhou's heart thumped, fiercely looked toward the door. Fruity, Lin Shanyue stood there playfully, her face high and cold as a thief pulled a high and cold. Seeing that the person who opened the door was a strange boy, he also took a slight step back. Xin Fan froze, his eyes filled with astonishment. Is this the girlfriend Yi Zhou was talking about? Holy, this kid eats so well? This is at least a courtyard flower. Oh no, it's a school flower level existence. Ahem. Van. Looking for me. Yi Zhou took advantage of the fact that Qin Fan had not opened the door completely, and that Yu Hongye could not see Lin Shanhua's face from that position for the time being, and immediately scurried to the door. Can't let Yu Hongye see what his little neighbor looks like. Absolutely not. Qin Fan smiled knowingly at Yi Zhou, then covered the door. Yi Zhou, you quickly take your girlfriend away, but don't let Red Leaf see it. Otherwise, with this face value of your girlfriend, you have to charm Red Leaf to death in minutes. Okay, I'm taking her away. Yi Zhou was sweating for a while, then Qin Fan left. Afterward, Yi Zhou said to Lin Shanhua, why did you come straight to the studio to see me? I thought I told you to tell me at school soon. Told you. You didn't get back to me. Lin Shanhua nuzzled her mouth, her tone carrying a hint of resentment. Hey? Yi Zhou froze and pulled out his phone to take a look, and sure enough, he found that 10 minutes ago, his little neighbor had already sent him a message. Coincidentally, he wasn't paying attention to his cell phone at that moment. His attention was on the discussion with Xiao Zifei, didn't even feel the phone vibrate either. So when the little neighbor saw that he didn't reply to the message, she searched for herself based on the location of the studio that Yi Zhou had told her earlier. Before Yi Zhou could say anything, the little neighbor narrowed her eyes and asked with an unknown emotion, Yi Zhou, why did that person just say that he couldn't let Red Leaf see me? Is Red Leaf the schoolmate of your studio? Yes, but, hey, it's a long story. Let me get you out of here and explain it to you later. Lin Shanhua gently shook her head and stood in place rather stubbornly. There was no desire to leave at all. Yi Zhou, only just got together and you're hiding from me with other schoolmates, are you? Hiss. Hearing his little neighbor's heartfelt words, Ye Zhou's head exploded for a moment. Sure enough, it was still misunderstood. It's not what you think. It's mainly Red Leaf Senpai she. What happened to me mostly? A slender hand suddenly rested on Yi Zhou's shoulder, and a soft and charming voice came out leisurely. Yi Zhou trembled and said that it was completely over. In the next second, Yu Hongye opened the door that Yi Zhou had deliberately covered up, while muttering, Yi school brother, your girlfriend is here. Why don't you bring her in to sit? Wow. Elementary school sister, you are actually Yi school brother's girlfriend? Before Yu Hongye could finish his words, he saw Lin Shanhua's face. A whole lot of people froze. For a moment, her eyes flooded with a million little pink hearts. Yi Zhou, your girlfriend is so pretty, screaming voice. While Lin Shanhua was still a bit stunned, Yu Hongye went forward and took the initiative to hold her hand as if she was a female nymphomaniac. Schoolgirl, come on in. Come on in. This is our studio. Feel free to sit down. I've seen you on the road a few days ago. I thought you were super pretty at that time. I didn't expect you to be schoolmate Ye's girlfriend. It's not a coincidence. Yi Zhou. This. Lin Shanhua was somewhat overwhelmed by Yu Hongye's enthusiasm and looked at Yi Zhou with a look of help. In response, Yi Zhou only laughed bitterly. I told you to get out of here. This is great. Can't walk away. Can't walk away at all. At this time, Xiao Zifei and Rin Dong in the studio were also stunned when they saw Lin Shanhua's looks, but none of the reactions were as big as Yu Hongye's. What's your name? Schoolgirl? In which dormitory building? Add a contact with school sister. Yezhou busy what? School sister can go out with you to play That's right. Sister will also read poems. Give me your hand. Sister will help you look at it. The smile on Yu Hongye's face grew stronger. Such a scene caused Yi Zhou's scalp to tingle. Sure enough, when Yu Hongye saw her little neighbor, she couldn't walk straight away. Hanging out with the little neighbors while I'm gone? You can read poems? Isn't this the usual way of digging for others? But the problem is, this should not be a boy's skills. How can you a girl also know? The worst thing was that Yu Hongye was topping the identity of a girl, so she didn't have to worry at all about being torn apart by outsiders or anything. What's wrong with girls shopping and reading poems? Ahem. Red Leaf Sr. My girlfriend has a rather indifferent personality. It's a bit hard to get used to you being so enthusiastic. Yi Zhou made an excuse and hurriedly pulled his little neighbor back from Yu Hongye. The little neighbor's eyes were a little blank. She always felt something wasn't quite right. Just now was still jealous of Yi Zhou, did not want her to meet with this Red Leaf school sister. How this school sister after seeing her? A whole person is the same as those colorful devil boys? Senior Yi, I advise you that it's best not to mind your own business. Yu Hongye narrowed her eyes and revealed a very ambiguous smile, but the tone was full of murderous intent. Ye Zhou trembled, thinking that this is my girlfriend. I do not care. That shall not become your girlfriend? This inversion of the Big Dipper must not be allowed to happen. I'm taking my girlfriend to dinner. Bye-bye schoolmates. I'll come back to you tomorrow for the shoot. After saying that, Yi Zhou pulled on his little neighbor's hand and hurriedly left the studio. Yu Hongya reacted and chased after him from the studio, still using an ambiguous voice. Sister, I'll inquire about your dormitory at night. I'll go to your dormitory to look for you. Yi Zhou, that school's sister she likes girls, Yi Zhou resentfully said. In the future, do not come to the studio to find me, so that she will not mooch off you again. Damn you Hongye, I haven't held my little neighbor's hand yet. You touched it before I did. Ow. Lin Shanhua playfully nodded her head, knowing that Yu Hongya actually liked girls. Her indifferent expression just now was gone. At first, when she heard Qin fans whispering with Yi Zhou, she thought it was because Yi Zhou purposely didn't want her to meet with her senior sister. Original. It's Yi Zhou who's afraid she'll be cheated by her schoolmates. Come on, let's take you out to dinner. I want to eat in the cafeteria. Yi Zhou was puzzled. Although our school meals are not bad, they are not as good as the ones outside. Just want to eat at school. Lin Shanhua narrowed her eyes, her voice clear and cold. And want to go for a walk in the playground after eating. Wants to hold hands. It's not too much to ask to hold hands when you're a couple, is it? Chapter 165 Lin Shanhua's small mind. The bag is not excessive. It's all been boinked before when they were clean and good neighbors. Now that we're a serious couple, how can we not hold hands? Ye Zhou nodded. Let's eat in the school cafeteria then. Lao Gao. It's Saturday. Why do you have to come to the cafeteria to eat? Why don't you go out and eat something the school doesn't have? You don't have time to eat out during the week. Feng Yi and Niu Dexing reluctantly followed behind Gao Fu Shuai and couldn't help but complain. They had planned to go out to eat, but Gao Fu Shuai insisted that Yi Zhou was not in, and it happened to be mealtime. If they ate at a restaurant near the school, it was highly likely that they would run into Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua, a couple who had just confirmed their relationship. He didn't want to be ruthlessly bared in Yi Zhou's face again. When Lin Shanhua was mentioned, Feng Yi would subconsciously think of Zhuang Kai Kai. Through that meal last night, he managed to add Zhuang Kai Kai's contact information. Just after going through friends, from last night until now, Feng Yi had already taken the initiative to find several topics, but Zhuang Kai Kai's replies were all salty. Combine that with the fact that at dinner, Zhuang Kai Kai didn't show much interest in him. Feng Yi then knew that he was most likely not Zhuang Kai Kai's favorite type. Feng Yi is not the kind of dead skin, and even more mindful of the quotes left by previous seniors that he saw in the dormitory on the day of reporting. So, he gave up pursuing Zhuang Kai Kai. Since people don't like it, then it would be rude to love again. At this moment, looking at Gao Fu Shuai who was full of vigilance, afraid of being bared by Yi Zhou, Feng Yi grinned. Old Gao, I suggest immediately turning off campus for dinner now, or you're likely to run into old Yes too. Nonsense. The two of them have only just gotten together and are a new couple. These kinds of couples who are just getting together usually choose restaurants to eat, only the kind that have been together for a long time, or during the week, they choose the cafeteria. Gao Fu Shuai's expression was very confident. He was adamant that Yi Zhou must be eating off campus with Lin Shanhua. Now the probability of meeting both of them outside the school is 80%, but the probability of meeting them inside the school is 0%. Feng Yi deflated and said silently, Old Gao, you can't look at old Ji and Lin Shanhua the way you would look at an ordinary couple, even though they just got together. They've been neighbors for quite a while before this. The two of them claim to be clean and good neighbors to each other. But, if they are clean or not, the whole world knows it, and they are the only ones who are pretending to be confused. Hearing Feng Yi's words, Gao Fu Shuai fell into an extremely long silence. Yeah, Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua as a couple. It simply cannot be viewed in a normal light. Thinking of this, Gao Fu Shuai's face suddenly changed, and he immediately had an ominous premonition. He even smelled the smell of the shampoo that Yi Zhou often used, so he joined Niu Dexing and Feng as if he was on guard. Not good. Old Feng and old ox. I think I smell old Ye's doggy odor. Retreat. Feng Yi's face stared, and he was instantly happy. Gao. It's too late. Gao Fu Shuai was slightly stunned, and in the next second, he was tapped on the shoulder. The sound that made him feel as if he were a ghost rang out with it. Yo, old Gao, why did you come to the cafeteria to eat? It's Saturday. As the young master don't go out for extra food? Hearing Yi Zhou's voice, Gao Fu Shuai's body froze. Then the neck turned back very stiffly and slowly. Sure enough, it was none other than Yi Zhou who stood behind him with a smile on his face. Behind Yi Zhou, there was also Lin Shanhua, who had a high and cold face. But Lin Shanhua, who used to be like the flower of the high ridge, today's aura was obviously not like the usual absolute zero. Gao Fu Shuai swallowed hard, squeezed out a very ugly smile, and laughed dryly twice. Ha, 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 old Yi, what a coincidence. Yi Zhou nodded carelessly. Indeed, but I won't eat with you guys today. I'm with my girlfriend. I'll go first. Saying that, Ye Zhou sidled up and took his little neighbor's hand, turning toward the window where the food was being punched. Looking at the backs of the two men and women, Xiao Gao's classmates felt like they were having trouble breathing. Holy, Lao Gao, are you alright? Why is your face so ugly? Not so much, not so much. Good thing Olji didn't bear you. Just said hello. Phony was startled to see Gao Fu Shuai's pale face and trembling lips. Nice guy. Is this a two-legged stomp through? Gao Fu Shuai's voice trembled slightly. He held Lin Shangyue in front of me and I felt him bear me. And it's the thieving ing thick kind. Did you come to eat in the cafeteria just to purposely try to let everyone know that you're my girlfriend now? After playing the meal, Yizhou sat face to face with Lin Shangyue on the seat. Yezhou narrowed his eyes and examined his small neighbor. Before hitting the dishes just now, the little neighbor first saw Gao Fu Shuai and the others with his sharp eyes. Even though she asked Yizhou if she wanted to go over to say hello with a high-flying face, the small gestures she showed clearly meant that she wanted Yizhou to go over. Immediately after, while fighting for food at the window, he saw Xingyu, who was in the next line in line. Then, she took the initiative to greet Xingyu again. This couldn't help but make Yizhou dawned on him. Was the little neighbor's insistence on coming to the cafeteria to eat just to let the crowd know that the two of them were already together? Lin Shangyue narrowed her eyes, her expression high and cold. Yizhou, I'm not that high profile. Ooh, that's how you let Sayazu figure it out. Ha! The corner of Yizhou's mouth pulled lightly. I thought, you're being a little too obvious, aren't you? It's in the middle of dinner. It was then that Ji Chao had the opportunity to ask what her father and stepmother had said about her little neighbor's return to the manor today. At the mention of this, the little neighbor's mood visibly dropped a few notches. But still, he answered Ji Chao. Dad said he won't be coming back to Bayan anytime soon after he and his stepmother go back to Shanghai this time. She pursed her lips and continued, until the stepmother finished having the baby. Well, Yizhou listened and was silent for a moment. It was evident that Lin's father's focus was not actually entirely on his work before. As he had previously had work in Bayan on occasion, he would still occasionally take time out from work to return to the manor to see Lin Xianyue. But since Lin Xianyue's stepmother became pregnant, Lin's father first moved his focus of work to Shanghai. And then now, for the sake of Lin Xianyue's stepmother, he simply gave up the opportunity to visit Lin Xianyue, who originally didn't visit her much, and planned to live in Shanghai for a long time. It was clear that Lin father's focus was not on his work or Lin Xianyue right now. Instead, it was entirely on Lin Xianyue's stepmother and his soon-to-be-born child. As a daughter, how could Lin Xianyue not feel sad? The same as Lin Jindong's biological child. But her younger brother, sister, was not even born yet, and already received the father's love that she does not have now. And, it also made it clear to her that daddy didn't have no time to love her. Just simply don't love her. Chapter 166, Young Master Gao's spring has come? It's okay, it's all in school for the rest of the year. We can see each other every day. Yizhou could see his little neighbor's sadness, and his tone was pretending to be relaxed. Good boyfriend. Lin Shangyue narrowed her eyes, then lowered her head and took small bites of her meal. Just the sound of her heart kept pouring into Yezhou's ears. Silly Yizhou, I'm not as unstrong as you think. Now that I have you, I'm starting to feel more secure. Phew. Walking out of the cafeteria, Gao Fu Shuai let out a long breath, and his originally tense spirit was finally relaxed. Ever since he met Yizhou and Lin Shangyue in the cafeteria, he clearly didn't want to focus all his attention on them inside, but the eyes were always uncontrollable, going in the direction they were sitting. Especially when he saw the two people talking and laughing, Gao Fu Shuai's eyes went red. It was only now that he walked out of the cafeteria that Gao Fu Shuai felt a large amount of relief. Phew, it's great to be without ye dogs. Hearing Gao Fu Shuai's exclamation, Niu Dexing fought for Yizhou. Lao Gao, don't always think that Lao Yi is bearing you. I think you are just too heavy on climbing. In fact, many times Lao Yi doesn't want to show off at all. It's you who are too sensitive. Indeed, there's nothing wrong with what the old cow said. Phony pushed down the frames of his glasses, very much recognizing Niu Dexing's statement. To this, Gao Fu Shuai was very disdainful. You two don't understand, because only old Ji and I are of the same kind and naturally know if he's trying to bear me or not. It's happening right now. A girl with long hair and a shy face wearing a gray JK skirt with a white shirt on top walked straight towards high-paying Marshall. Seeing this scene, Gao Fu Shuai glared. Here it comes. Here it comes. Young master, my spring has finally come. Gao Fu Shuai lowered his voice and forced his inner excitement to say, Look, 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 the girl at 12 o'clock in front of me. The bag is coming over to ask for my contact information. Pull back Lao Gao. From the beginning of the school enrollment to now, this is something you have said no less than 10 times. Those girls, which time is not over to ask Lao Yi for contact information? Phony didn't believe it at all. The girl in front of her, you could tell right away from her temperament that she was definitely a sophomore or even a junior. None of the freshmen asked Gao Fu Shuai for WeChat. Phony couldn't believe that there were still blind people in the upper grades. However, this time, The result was a shock to Feng Yi and Niu Dixing, only to see that girl walk straight to Gao Fu Shuai, her face slightly red, but without the kind of youthfulness of a freshman girl. She pursed her lips and whispered, "Hello classmate, I'm a sophomore in the College of Engineering and Management. Can I add your WeChat?" Feng Yi and Niu Dixing's eyes were wide with disbelief, and at that moment, Gao Fu Shuai was loaded, deliberately putting on a difficult expression. He hesitated. "Sister, I'm a freshman, it's not good to directly add the WeChat, right?" "Ah, schoolmate, you misunderstood. I just want to make friends with you." Realizing that Gao Fu Shuai misunderstood something, the girl's face turned even redder and her voice stuttered a little. Seeing that the desire to escape was almost over, Gao Fu Shuai then sighed in embarrassment. "Well, since we're making friends, it's no problem. Yes, thank you schoolboy." After the girl got the contact information of the high-paying handsome, she snickered and ran away. Afterwards, Gao Fu Shuai immediately raised a smug smile and looked at Niu Dixing and Feng Yi with a dark expression. "Ha ha, see, young master, my charm is unstoppable. Look at this. Sophomore sisters are coming to ask me for WeChat. There are a lot of girls who ask Lao Yi for WeChat, but they're all freshmen. But I'm a sophomore, eh?" Niu Dixing and Feng Yi froze in place for a long time before reacting. "Really let the dog get loaded." Niu Dixing scratched his head. "Hey, old Hai really didn't brag this time." Feng Yi pushed up his glasses and also showed a hint of surprise. "Young Master Gao is also open. Count yourself in. What is the highest recognition among men?" It was the sigh through clenched teeth and then the count your blessings after the lustful words. Gao Fu Shuai proudly pulled out his cell phone and found that the sophomore girl's friend request had already been sent over just now. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly and he waved his cell phone at the two men. "Here, learn from young Master Me. We can't go through the application in the first place, or it will look like we are very unpromising." Intentionally leaving her out for a while, then adding her at night before bedtime so that she's definitely the last one I talk to before she goes to bed will deepen the impression quite a bit. There's also a cold knowledge. Girls are sensual and will only become more so at night, so when the time comes to talk about something with deeper meaning, you'll soon be addicted to young Master Me. Feng Yi sneered twice. The heart says that the theoretical knowledge set does sound sensible, but it really doesn't feel like much. It's not as bad as Yi Chao before. At least there are so many girls who ask Yezhou for WeChat. Yezhou is not one added. This Sigma man behavior is nothing short of awesome. Let's go. I'm happy today, young master. I'll treat you two to a delicious meal. Gao Fu Shuai waved his hand and led Niu Dixing and Feng Yi towards the school's snack street. Even if you've just finished dinner, it's hard to add to the two. Along the way, Gao Fu Shuai kept talking about how charming he was, while Niu Dixing and Feng Yi were flirting from time to time. But to add to the meal, they all called out that young Master Gao was the most damn handsome. 10 o'clock at night. 4:15 the door to the dormitory was pushed open by a red-faced Yizhou. Squeak dash. At this moment, Yizhou was not only blushing, but there was also still a light red color around his mouth. Before the crowd could open their mouths to speak, Yizhou took the initiative to come to Gao Fu Shuai's side and bared his teeth as he smiled. "Grommet, how did you know I kissed?" Gao Fu Shuai was slightly stunned and was about to open his mouth to scold Yizhou, "You old dog," when he suddenly thought of something. So, just a little bit of anger and rage. The expression quickly returned to normal and the tone was relaxed. "Oh, it's normal for couples to kiss each other. That's something." Seeing Gao Fu Shuai's reaction, it was Yizhou's turn to be confused. "Something's not right. I can't believe he wasn't bared?" Gao Fu Shuai smiled confidently when he saw Yizhou's dumbfounded expression. "Old Yi, you did not bear me, but it's my turn to bear you. Ao. Night, there is a sophomore sister asked me for WeChat, but also wearing a JK skirt. Thieves pull cute kind." Yizhou raised his eyebrows and subconsciously said, "So the school teacher is blind? Asterisk 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 off. I'm normal, and I'm pretty, and you can't stand me, can you?" Gao Fu Shuai almost went red warm. However, Yizhou didn't believe it at all and instead looked at Feng Yi and Niu Dixing. Only the two nodded and affirmed this as well. Now, Yizhou finally revealed a surprised expression. "Yo, young Master Gao Kana, bring me the cell phone and let me see what you guys have been chatting about." "Humph. Young master, I don't care to add her, so I haven't agreed to the friend request yet. But," Gao Fu Shuai paused and continued, "but since you want to see young master me perform, then I'll show you." After saying that, Gao Fu Shuai took out his cell phone in front of the three people, passed the girl's friend request. "Hello schoolmarm, memo Gao Fu Shuai. I'm a freshman in the School of Finance. On the train, writing on my cell phone for hours. Dizzy. Woohoo. VA little gift to get me to pay full price for a $10 boxed lunch." Chapter 167 Young Master Gao's Code for Getting Girls. "Hello schoolmarm, memo Gao Fu Shuai. I'm a freshman in the School of Finance." Gao Fu Shuai quickly edited this message and sent it out in front of Yizhou's trio. Then with a smug expression on his face, he looked at the three of them and said with a very high and mighty stance, "Just add friends. Never say too much. And do not put the posture very low, otherwise in the girl's mind your bit will immediately be downgraded. The first rule of the girl code, be sure to keep a higher place in the girl's mind at all times, so that she always have a sense of mystery to you, because girls are always very curious creatures. If she loses the mystery of you, it is equivalent to her loss of freshness to you," Gao Fu Shui explained while holding the cell phone and waiting for the other party's response. The chesty look made the three of Yi Zhou, for a time, have an illusion. This guy is the master. Soon, the girl, a sophomore, also replied to the message. "Hello senior, my name is Chang Miaocheng. I'm a sophomore from the College of Engineering Management. Nice to meet you." Naughty tongue out, emoji. Seeing the other party's very proactive reply, Gao Fu Shui's mouth was almost grinning to his ears. That's right, that's me, young Master Gao, the real script. At the beginning of the school year, although he was suppressed by Yezhou for a period of time, it didn't matter. "Young master, my pussy, is late but arrives." Niu Dexing touched his nose and asked curiously, "Gao, what should we go back to now?" "Not back," Gao Fu Shui said lightly and looked at the chat box with Chang Miaocheng, with absolutely no intention of replying. In response, Yi Zhou lightly grunted. "Lao Gao, just pretend a little bit. People give you such a message back. If you do not reply, maybe the opposite side will feel that you actually do not have much intention to chat with her. Be careful to be single deleted." No. Small, old Yi, your pattern is small. In the face of Yi Zhou's questioning, Gao Fu Shui still had the same chesty look. After a pause, he unhurriedly pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it for himself. Narrowing his eyes, he took a drag and exhaled the smoke slowly, saying, "This theory of yours can only be applied based on the fact that both male and female students are equal, but it doesn't apply to my current relationship with Sister Chang. First of all, she asked me for my contact information, and I showed resistance and hesitation, but she insisted on choosing to add my contact information. From that point on, we were no longer on equal footing. She had unconsciously become the one on the lower side of the scale. Secondly, after I sent her a message just now, her reply wasn't exactly cold, and she even added a little emoticon. Obviously, she was afraid that her reply would be too cold and cause me to pick up the conversation, so purposely using a tone that is easier to pick up on, but also not leaving a new rhetorical question, shows that she's still a bit torn up inside and is debating whether or not to take the initiative to open up a new topic with me again. Speaking of this, Gao Fu Shui snapped his fingers and slowly said, 2 minutes have passed since she messaged me, and she's hesitated for about as long as she should have. I concluded that in a minute at most she would stop obsessing and hesitating and initiate a new conversation with me again." Gao Fu Shui's theory gave the other three boys in dormitory 415 an earful. This well-reasoned and very logical judgment made the three of them have a new perception of Xiao Gao, who was usually a very pretentious student. Feng Yi's mouth opened slightly and froze for a few seconds before he said rather dismayed, "Old Gao, where did you learn all this? It always feels like it's really dry stuff." "Sorry, young master, I was born with it. I would have been able to show you the true strength of young master me a long time ago, only to be slightly suppressed by old Yi. But even though it's late, it's not too late now. If you want to learn, young master, I'll teach you by hand later." So what if it's not like your analysis?" Before Feng Yi finished questioning his words, he saw a new message in the chat box between Gao Fu Shui and Chang Miaocheng. Chang Miaocheng really couldn't help herself and once again took the initiative to send a message to Gao Fu Shui. "Senior, are you busy at the moment? Returning messages is so slow." With such a scene, even Yi Zhou looked dumbfounded. Holy, and really let the high-paid marshal take it, right? Holy, Lao Gao, are you for real? Yi Zhou's jaw dropped. Looking at the reactions of the several people, Gao Fu Shui was secretly pleased for a while, and his mouth was almost curling up to the sky. He took a drag on his cigarette to calm himself down, then pretended to be calm as he picked up his cell phone and replied to Chang Miaocheng. "Sorry senior, I didn't mean to reply so slowly. I was just polishing my car at the school garage and now I'm back in my dorm." After sending this message, Gao Fu Shui sent the photo he took some time ago, in the school garage. His operation made several people in Yezhou call out the dog thing. Yi Zhou rolled his eyes and was a bit speechless. "Old Gao, your kid really doesn't want to let go of any opportunity to pretend." "That's just it." Feng Yi and Niu Dexing agreed. But Junior, high student didn't care at all. He said smugly, "The car is mine. And the photo was indeed taken by me after I wiped it down the other day. Just a little lie about the timing. Besides, doing so is to reveal young master my charms inadvertently. You three don't stand still. Quickly take notes. This kind of top-down operation must be silky smooth enough not to make the girl feel that it is something that you are deliberately leading up to. Look at young Master Me, how silky smooth the leading is now. Just after Gao Fu Shuai's words fell, Chang Miaoqing sent another message. Wow. You still have your own car, Mr. Gao. I recognize it. It's a Mercedes-Benz. Yes. The first time I saw you in the evening, I thought your outfit was great. And you look like you have a pretty good family. Chang Miaoqing's tone was a bit worshipful. This made Xiao Gao's entire classmates flutter. With such a scene, the three of them, Yi Zhou, were really a bit unable to look at it. Usually he was enough of a pretender, and this time he really let him get to it, and it was even more of a straight-up mouthful. Just as the three were planning to disperse, Gao Fu Shuai suddenly let out a ******, which again drew the three to look over curiously. Only Gao Fu Shuai clutched his cell phone tightly, his eyes glaring. In the chat box, it was a message from Chang Miaoqing. Hokage, the dress you wore at night is a niche Japanese brand, right? Gao Fu Shuai pointed at the message and laughed. This Chang's senior sister, absolutely just now on the internet deliberately searched for the brand of this dress on me. This brand is too niche. Basically the general public will not know. It was obvious that Sister Chang had already begun to understand me from all aspects and wanted to take the initiative to create a conversation. If I'm not wrong, it's highly likely that she'll take the initiative next and ask me to purchase one for her as well, to deliberately make me think that she and I share the same interests, and the substitute needs to wait for several days. These days she can completely use the excuse of where the logistics have arrived every day. To find me chatting, the segment is not low. After finishing all this with the Yi Zhou trio, Gao Fu Shuai immediately replied, yes, this brand is not sold in the country. You know this brand too, senior sister? Aha, can you buy one for me too? Chang Miaoqing's second reply instantly caused the pupils of Yi Zhou, Feng Yi, and Yo Dixing to have a 10-magnitude earthquake. The next second, the three said ***** in unison. Old Gao, you're so good at math? The corners of Gao Fu Shuai's mouth rose, with an expression of young master. I am like this. Then give Chang Miaoqing a quick reply. No problem. What size do you wear? Senior sister. I'll contact my substitute in Japan for you right now. Well, XL I guess, because the boy I like has a birthday at the end of the month and he kinda likes this brand. I'm going to give him this dress, as a birthday present. Chapter 168, the biggest number in poker. The top pillar in Joker. Well, XL I guess, because the boy I like has a birthday at the end of the month and he kinda likes this brand. I'm going to give him this dress, as a birthday present. See the words, Mr. Xiao Gao was first stunned, and then a weak, slowly rose from his heart. Next, he felt his nose growing larger and was turning red at a rate visible to the naked eye. So, I'm the biggest number in poker and the top dog in Joker, right? My favorite boy. He likes this brand. I'm getting him a birthday present. These eye-catching words seemed to have all turned into invisible swords and stuck them in Gao Fu Shuai's chest. Gao Fu Shuai felt that his body had become incredibly stiff, and the smile on his face had frozen. Po ha 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 ha. Seeing the message sent by Chang Miaoqing, Yi Zhou's trio also reacted after a brief moment of stupefaction, completely tensed. Then at the same time, to Haifu Shuaipo's Donnie Yen refers to people laugh action, and then slap the thighs of the sky laughing wildly. Nice guy. Just now, they all felt that Gao Fu Shuai's analysis of Chang Miaoqing was simply justified and logical. At one point, I even thought that Mr. Ko was really something. Now it seems that all of this was just wishful thinking on the part of Xiao Gao's classmates. Chang Miaoqing not only didn't have the slightest interest in Gao Fu Shuai, but she even had a favorite boy a long time ago. Feng Yi's tears were sliding down her cheeks, and she hardened her stomach, which was already hurting from laughing, and patted Gao Fu Shuai's shoulder. Gao, you're the craziest in Gotham City. You're the busiest in the circus. You stand guard in front of McDonald's, and you're the biggest king in poker. Yi Zhou also pursed his lips and patted Gao Fu Shuai's other shoulder with his hand. Ahem. It's okay, old Gao. Even though your analysis is slightly off. It's okay. You're not a master at getting girls, but you're definitely a very talented actor. After a pause, Yi Zhou said with a serious expression. Some people think Heath Ledger is the best Joker. Some people think Joaquin Phoenix's Joker is better. But all three of us know that you, my good housemate young Master Gao, you're the best clown ever. Listening to his roommate's mockery, Gao Fu Shuai felt his chest ache. Is this Chang Miaoqing sick? There's a boy I like, and he puts on a shy stance like that when he adds me. Don't I want to lose face? Young Master Gao? He silently pulled out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. The light in his eyes completely gone. Forget it. This young master is quite meaningless. But when he turned his eyes, he saw that Niu Daxing was just laughing. Not like Yi Zhou and Feng Yi who were laughing while saying words that mocked him. Young Master Gao's heart was touched. Sure enough, at times like this, it was still Niu Daxing, an honest man. Who would be the most considerate of his feelings? Old ox, you're still the best. Unlike these two dogs, laughing isn't enough. You have to be sarcastic about old me. Unexpectedly, Niu Dixing frowned and took 2 steps back, dissatisfied. My old ox just doesn't have as many stocks as old G and old Feng, and I also think you're a clown. Gao Fu Shui was slightly stunned and shed tears of heartache. Do you listen to people? After making a fuss for a while, Gao Fu Shui was also considered to have completely lost his heart. A person sat in a chair with a cigarette in his mouth and played with the computer, and he no longer replied to Chang Miaocheng's messages. It feels like the soul has been lost. Yi Zhou's 3 people didn't care. They all knew that young Master Gao's mentality was still very firm. It only takes a moment to take a hit, and you'll be back in full blood later. After Yi Zhou washed up, he found that in the group of Flying Star Studio, Xiao Zifei was talking to Yu Hongye and other people about the shooting tomorrow morning, so Yi Zhou joined in to explore it. That's when the little neighbor sent a message. Yi Zhou, I just finished washing up. What are you doing? I've just finished washing up as well, and I'm in the group right now talking to Senior Xiao and Sister Red Leaf and the others about tomorrow morning's shoot. Ow, you go ahead then. Looking at the message sent by his little neighbor, Yi Zhou couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising. He was discussing it with Xiao Zifei and the others in the group, but his mind was filled with images of the evening after dinner, holding hands with his little neighbor and walking around the playground, especially after only 2 laps. The little neighbor squinted her eyes, said her legs hurt, and dragged Yi Zhou to the small forest next to the playground. The grove is, quite literally, the biggest moral depression in the entire school. Ye Zhou didn't miss out on lipstick when the two walked in. At this point, Yu Hongye said in the group, Fei, tomorrow is the weekend, and it's also the day when all the clubs in the school will be recruiting new members. Can you apply for a certain classroom to be the venue for our shooting? It shouldn't be a problem. I've already contacted Mr. Chen from the school's logistics in the evening, and he said he'll give me an answer by 9 tomorrow morning. That's good. I'll have to make a trip over to my club as well when we're done filming. After looking at the group that had finished chatting about tomorrow's shooting, Yi Zhou also chose to remain silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to get closer to Yu Hongye and the others. The main reason was that Yi Zhou was well aware of his current status in the studio, and he was currently the most vocal person in the studio. If the relationship with Yu Hongye and others is too close, then in the future to make some kind of decision and the crowd is different, based on the work outside and the private have a very good relationship, it's very dangerous. This kind of work-based camaraderie is likely to make decisions wrong. Ye Zhou initially chose to join the Flying Star Studio as the purpose of entrepreneurship, money, so in order to carry out this principle from the beginning to the end, as much as possible, he intended to maintain only a close working relationship with Yu Hongye and Xiao Zifei and the others, as well as an ordinary friendship. A little closer than that, there's no need for it. It's not conducive to entrepreneurship. Is this what you get when you give? Yi Zhou lay on the bed and let out a bitter laugh, feeling that such behavior, well, was a bit unlike himself. He sighed slightly at the thought, although a bit uncomfortable with this, for the sake of entrepreneurship and small neighbors. It's nothing really. Whirling around, he intended to send a message to his little neighbor. However, just after exiting the chat box of Flying Star Studio, Feng Yi, who was sitting down, suddenly said, Brothers, I just saw on the posting bar that starting tomorrow, our Jiaotong University's club's new activities for this semester will be officially launched for 3 days. I've heard that many clubs in our school are quite good. There are so many pretty sisters and seniors with strong connections in them, so choosing a good club might be beneficial. Gao Fu Shui, who originally already had dull eyes, suddenly brightened up when he heard the pretty schoolmate. Quick, old Feng asked around, which club has the most pretty schoolgirls? I want to sign up. Seeing Xiao Gao's classmate's appearance, Yi Zhou smiled. As expected, the young master is the young master, and after suffering a setback, he resurrected in less than an hour. At that moment, the cell phone Yi Zhou held in his hand vibrated. It was a message from the small neighbor who hadn't waited half a day for Yi Zhou to finish his work. Yi Zhou quickly tapped into the dialogue box with his little neighbor. Breathing suddenly stalled. Well, Yi Zhou, are you done? A pair of big round eyes blinked mischievously. Her small nose unconsciously wrinkled, her long curly hair draped, lighting her petite body very softly. Her small pink fists unconsciously pinched the lace of her pajamas tightly, nervously waiting for her boyfriend to return the message. Chapter 169, The Society's New Year's Day. 311 Girls' Dormitory. Lin Shanyue's eyes flashed as she looked at Xia Zicheng with some confusion. Zicheng, sending a message like this over. It's not good, is it? Xia Zicheng said with a smile. If you send it every day is definitely not good. This kind of both do and TT words. See, too many boys will feel sick, but you're usually so high and mighty. Suddenly sending something like this to the one in your house. His first reaction will definitely be surprise, then unspeakable excitement, and ultimately he'll think you're especially cute. Why? Lin Shanhua didn't understand. This kind of words that were just a few short words in itself. Xia Ziqing had to add a bracket after it and then attach a bunch of strange action adjectives. Why does this make Yezhou feel cute? Seeing Lin Shanhua's blank eyes, Xia Ziqing patiently explained. This is called a sense of contrast. No one would expect you to say such a thing with your high and cold personality. After the reaction for a while, Yezhou will surely know how much you miss him. Cute and cuddly, how nice. Ow. Lin Shanhua was still half convinced by Xia Ziqing's claim, but thinking about some of the methods that Xia Ziqing had taught her before, it did catch Yezhou almost as a warbler. So, Lin Shanhua sent the message that she had already edited and sent it over. Seeing this, Xia Ziqing's eyes had already flushed with small pink hearts as she muttered to herself. Geez, it's so much fun watching you two fall in love. I've thought of the child's name for the two of you. If it's a male baby it'll be Yi Yaolin. If it's a female baby, it'll be called Yi Wangyu. My heart is budding at the thought that your baby is going to call me Ziqing's sister-in-law in a milky voice. Ooh, you two hurry up and have a baby. Lin Shanhua blinked and whispered. Ziqing, Yezhou and I just got together. How could we have a baby? It's okay. Jimei, I'll teach you tips on how to have a baby fast in no time. Looking at this large string of messages sent by Lin Shanhua, Yezhou's brain went down for several seconds. This, really words that could come from a little neighbor? Yezhou stared blankly at the cell phone screen with a wonderful expression on his face. There was surprise, doubt, and more than anything else, an indescribable elation. What is it about statements that are obviously a bit outrageous that he finds a bit cute? Yezhou's finger unconsciously slid gently on the screen, as if he wanted to confirm the authenticity of this message once again. It took a while for him to catch his breath. Ahem, done with the hustle. Ow, so you're going to the studio tomorrow morning? Looking at his little neighbor's message, Yezhou was about to respond by saying yes, but combined with the news just now, he quickly reacted to something. Delete the typed yes and re-edit the message. Tomorrow is a script shoot, which basically has nothing to do with me. I just need to go over and look at it and there's nothing more to it. Just now I heard my roommate say that tomorrow is the start of the school's club's orientation day, so I'll take you there and maybe you'll come across some fun clubs. Yeah. Seeing this rather cheering reply, the corner of Yezhou's mouth rose. Then a solo call was made. The next morning, Yezhou woke up at 8:30, while the Gaofu Shuaifu were still huffing and puffing. Yezhou looked at Xiaogao's red pants and expressionlessly pulled out his cell phone to take a picture, then clicked on the studio's group, and found that Xiao Zifei had indicated 10 minutes ago that the shooting classroom applied for from the logistics teacher had been approved, and that he would gather at the studio at 9 o'clock. After seeing the news, Yezhou also hurriedly got up and washed up, made it to the studio by 9 o'clock. Yu Hongye was still dressed hot today, her long burgundy hair draped over her shoulders, very sexy. When she saw that Yezhou had also come, a surprised look appeared on her face before she smiled and walked over to him. You're here, Senior Yi? Actually, you don't have to come for the shooting. These are all our technical work. Although I can't provide technical help, I can be half a producer and director. Haha. Yu Hongye narrowed her charming eyes and whispered. Then you call your little girlfriend to come too. After the shooting, I'll treat you two to a meal at noon. Cough cough cough. So what, Fan, I'm telling you, later when you guys are filming. Hearing Yu Hongye's words, Yezhou hurriedly looked for a topic to bolt. When everyone was together, Yezhou followed Xiao Zifei and the others, took the script and the props and equipment to be used for the shooting, and went to the classroom where the shooting would take place. Yezhou saw almost 10 o'clock from the side before he messaged his little neighbor. Up and about? I'll take you to breakfast and then go around the school. All those clubs have set up booths near the playground for new students. Aha! The little neighbor returned the message in seconds, causing Yezhou to freeze. Looks like the little neighbor woke up a long time ago and has been waiting for his message in front of his phone. Thinking of this, Yezhou spoke to Xiao Zifei beside him and left the classroom where the shooting was taking place, almost to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Yezhou saw Lin Shanhua standing at the door waiting for him from a long distance away, but there was a figure that preceded Yezhou and reached Lin Shanhua first. Such a scene caused Yezhou to pause in his steps. Hiss, boys? Chapter 170, A Friend Born Out of Nothing. Seeing the boy in front of Lin Shanhua, it made Yezhou's eyes narrow. It's strange to say the least. Before, when Yezhou hadn't officially been in a relationship with Lin Shanhua, he wouldn't have thought anything of it when he saw a boy asking his little neighbor for contact information or striking up a conversation, because it would be subconsciously assumed that with an unbelievably high-strung character like the little neighbor to outsiders, there is absolutely no hesitation to refuse or respond with indifference. But now after really falling in love with the little neighbor together, and then encountering such a thing, Yezhou's heart unexpectedly flooded with an unspeakable feeling. I think it's jealousy and possessiveness? These thoughts appeared in the middle of Yi Zhou's mind almost instantly. He paused in his footsteps just a little, then whirled around and walked up quickly. Happened to overhear what the boy was saying to his little neighbor. This student. I have a friend who wants to add your contact information, but he's too embarrassed to come over. Lin Shanyu shook her head expressionlessly when she heard the boy's words. No plus. Don't reject it so dryly. My friend just wants to make friends with you, nothing else. So, come on, add mine. I'm a bit strict at home. I only give her half an hour a day to play with her cell phone. If you want to make friends, add my contact. I'll make friends with your friends. Before the boy could finish his words, Yi Zhou's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. A cell phone was handed to the boys immediately after. The boy froze, turning back in dismay. He saw a 1.8 meters, rather sunny and handsome looking boy standing behind him, and was staring at him with an unkind expression. It was as if they were looking at prey. Such a scene made the boys shiver. Bad. This girl had a boyfriend and happened to let someone else's boyfriend bump into her. Ahem. Sorry. I didn't know she had a boyfriend. Sorry about that, bro? The boy said awkwardly and left in a cloud of gray. Looking at his back, Yi Zhou cursed. Obviously you want to add it yourself. And you're still saying you have a friend. I'll be damned. No friend in the middle, right? What a dog. Lin Shanyu didn't care about that boy just now. She just looked at Yi Zhou. Her eyes weren't so high and cold anymore. Instead they were all soft. Yi Zhou, you weren't even like this before when someone asked me for my contact information. Ahem. Before we were clean and good neighbors, but now we're not. So of course we can't do what we did before. Yi Zhou touched his nose. His face as usual. It doesn't come with a heartbeat at all. It's true. Now that the status of a clean and good neighbor is faded, the waist is straightened by the thieves who say anything. Hearing Yi Zhou's reply, Lin Shanyu hummed softly before muttering in a small voice. Obviously long gone are the good clean neighbors. Nonsense. All the time. But very early on you were touching my legs and looking at my black silk. You never admit it. Lin Shanyue's heartfelt words caused Yi Zhou's heart to jerk. Bad. It turns out that all along, the little neighbor knew everything. However, it was good that these were only her heartfelt words and not directly said them in front of Yi Zhou. So Yi Zhou hurriedly held his little neighbor's hand and then changed the topic. Ahem. Let me take you to breakfast. And then we'll hang out at one of those club's orientation places. Ow. Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyu came out of the cafeteria after breakfast. And it was already 10:30. By now there were already quite a few students on the school road. Most of them were freshmen, though, and they all already knew that today was club orientation day. Lin Shanyu looked at the people coming and going and said in a clear and cold tone, Yi Zhou, there are so many people. Well, because each club has a limited number of new recruits. Once the slots for this year's recruits are filled, the recruits will stop immediately. Coupled with the fact that before the new recruitment, many freshmen who have a little bit of connections will find the person in charge of the new recruitment of a certain club in advance, and give some benefits to facilitate their absolute ability to join in. That's why it's caused some of the popular clubs to have half the number of spots already before they even start recruiting new members. Lin Shanyu blinked her eyes and looked at Yi Zhou in confusion. How do you know so much? Aren't you, like me, going to college for the first time? It's the first time I've been on right. I know all this cold knowledge from the internet, and the ones in our dorm. They like to ask about this stuff. Ow, I like to hear it too. Tell me more. On the way to those clubs' new setup registration points, Yi Zhou told his little neighbor quite a few interesting unspoken rules in the university. Yi Chao also found out. Since being with Lin Shanyu, her personality seemed to be more outgoing than before. Yi Zhou remembered that the last time he felt like this was a few days after he became neighbors with Lin Shanyu. After a few months, I didn't expect that the once unapproachable, high-cooled as an iceberg schoolgirl Lin had not only become more outgoing, but had even become his girlfriend. Put a few months ago, this is Ye Zhou in any case cannot think, and dare not think. The registration points for new clubs are basically all set up near the playground. At the entrance of the playground, there were dazzling club registration points, all kinds of banners, publicity boards, and even clubs such as the Anime Club and the Hanbok Club, with special people wearing cosclothes and hanbok. What the Maiko schoolgirl version of the Rabbit Girl? Female Emperor Hancock, Gong Sun Li. That picture is simply not beautiful. Hiss. Looking at these, Yi Zhou couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Noticing the look in his eyes, the little neighbor tugged on Yi Zhou's coat with some dissatisfaction. As such, Yi Zhou then hurriedly withdrew his gaze and coughed lightly. Ahem. Don't worry. I don't like to read these. I just have a friend who does. And I'm more curious about what he usually likes. A friend from nowhere. The little neighbor sounded sultry. Yi Zhou touched his nose awkwardly and glanced at the enrollment points of these several clubs in passing. Sure enough, it was packed and most of the people who signed up were boys. They didn't really like KOS or Handbox much, simply because these clubs had more good-looking and pretty older sisters than other clubs. But anytime you can abduct one, it's blood money. Senior, join our Go Club. Every month our club will hold an internal tournament. As long as you can take first place, you'll get a very generous prize. Come to our skateboard club. Even if you don't have a skateboard, it's okay, just join. We provide free skateboards to play with, and there are quite a few schoolmates. Come join the movie club. The club watches free movies every day. Anyone want to join the literary society? Some of the less popular clubs, where the sign-up point sits for new members, are yelling extremely hard. Every year, there are requirements for new club members, because every year in the club, there are students who graduate and leave school, and once those people are gone, the next semester they have to recruit at least 2/3 of the number of people who leave the club. Otherwise the number of associations will dwindle, until there was absolutely nothing left. If the number of people in the club falls below the standard set by the school, the club will be disbanded. Therefore, during the days of new recruitment, these cold clubs went out of their way to use various means to recruit new members, to make sure that their number of new members was not so miserable, or at least to allow the club to survive. As a result, on the scene of the new recruitment, Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua witnessed several times the scene of several clubs frantically snatching new students from each other. Lin Shanhua pursed her lips and looked playfully at Yi Zhou. Ye Zhou, let's pick a club too. It looks interesting. Chapter 171 Double Room. Ye Zhou, let's pick a club too. It looks interesting. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhou nodded his head. It's a rare occasion when a young neighbor will offer to join an activity or club at school. It is important to realize that while there are no more clubs in the senior year, the school takes into account the mental and physical health of the seniors. Occasional educational and relaxing activities are still organized, but these are activities that the little neighbor has never participated in, never even showed a hint of interest. This shows that she is not a fan of these group activities at all. Now that he was able to take the initiative to bring it up, Yi Zhou was of course 100% in favor of it. Okay, so which club do you want to sign up for? First look. Lin Shanhua squinted her eyes and looked around at the surrounding club registration points. There are a variety of registration points here, and at a glance, there are at least 20 to 30 clubs that are looking for new members. For all of this, Yi Zhou actually didn't have much interest. He's not quite the same as the average college student because he's now joined Flying Star Studios. Except for the time spent in class and with my little neighbor, the rest of my mind is spent in the studio. Participating in club activities was really a bit of a waste of time and energy for Yi Zhou. The club registration points were set up on both sides of that road at the entrance to the playground, and the center was filled with new students coming and going. Lin Shanhua, on the other hand, followed beside Yi Zhou, gently grasping the corner of his coat with one hand as she looked around. The people in charge of recruiting new members at the registration point of the game club this time were the vice president, Feng Yu, and Jia Hao. By all rights, the gaming club should be a very popular club, at least in many other schools. It is. But the game club at PTU has far fewer people coming to sign up to join each year. Most of the members of the club, in particular, are from the previous senior class. So after this school year, the members of the game club were cut in half at once. And if we don't recruit more than 40 people this year, it's hard to say whether the game club will still exist next year or not. Thinking of this, Jahua let out a heavy sigh. Brother Feng, the animation club, guitar club and these basic people are all full. Our game club has only one person to sign up so far. Vice President Feng Yu deflated. It can't be helped. Look at this. The anime club is full of girls in sea-suits, and they're all trolling for those freshmen to be warped. What about the guitar club? There are indeed masters teaching in the club, and this guitar is capable of getting girls if you learn it well. Our gaming club, all of them are big men not to mention, and the most powerful game playing can only be online dating. There must be not many people. But Brother Feng, aren't the game clubs of other schools all popular clubs? Why is our school's gaming club so cool? Is it because of our club's management problems? At this question, Feng Yu gave a bitter laugh. This one doesn't really have half as much to do with the management of the association, the rules or even the composition of the staff. The root cause is out of the schools. Because our Jiaotong University is a double first-class university. Which one who can get here is not a school bully, and there are only very few schoolmasters who would like to play games, so it has caused the current situation. Those clubs with hot game clubs are all heavy at most, followed by basically general education and specialties. The situation of the game clubs of other double first-class schools should be similar to ours. Alas, if we can't recruit anyone, won't our game club be mailed? It's a pity that there aren't many beautiful women who like to play games. Otherwise even recruiting in as a mascot would attract a lot of people to sign up. Jaho sighed again. While this was going on, though, The people from the board game club and the 3D printing club across from them seemed to be arguing over which club a freshman couple should join. Hey, should you guys be so overbearing in the board game club? The two of them were seen by our 3D printing club first, and they were all ready to sign the sign-up sheet. So what do you mean by running over to poach them? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did the underclassmen have to fill out a registration form? Besides, they don't count as members of any club until they fill it out. So why can't we come over? I'll be damned. You really think there are too many of you in the board game club? This schoolmate, you judge, who actually approached you first? Don't pay any attention to him. Schoolboy, listen to me and come to our board game club. The two heads of the club's new recruiters were bickering, neither of them wanting to let go of the two freshmen in front of them. And these two new students were none other than Yizhou and Lin Shanyue. At this moment, such a scene made Yizhou a bit of a dilemma. In fact, he and his little neighbor actually had no intention of joining either of the two clubs. It's all wishful thinking on the part of these two club leaders. Yizhou lowered his voice and said, let's find a chance to bugger off. It feels like the board game club seems kind of interesting. So let's take another look. So it's the board game club? Lin Shanyue gently shook her head. Not necessarily, there might be more interesting clubs. Seeing that she was wavering, Yizhou was not in a good position to directly take her away. One can only watch the heads of the two clubs fight. It was at this time that a boy whose short sleeve print was zombies came in front of Yizhou and Lin Shanyue. He first smiled at Yizhou before opening his mouth to Lin Shanyue. Hello schoolgirl, my name is Zhao. I'm the head of the game club's newcomers. Our gaming club has a special computer room, and the computers in it are all very well configured, and can perfectly run all kinds of popular 3D masterpieces on the market. And every once in a while, there will be an internal game tournament. And if you can win, you can also represent your school in the college league of the game in question. Zhao came up and directly introduced the advantages of the game club to Lin Shanyue in one breath. It went straight past Yi Chao, and the act of crossing over the boy in front of him and speaking directly to the girl was something Fengyu insisted on asking him to do. Lin Shanyue raised an eyebrow. Hearing the game club at first she was still a bit interested. However, after listening to Zhao's introduction, his face faded once again. Seeing that he was going to be rejected, Zhao hurriedly continued. By the way, when you join the gaming club, you can always come to the club's computer room to use the computers, and the double room kind. Aha, double room. The sound of a whirring heart suddenly drifted into Yizhou's ears. He immediately glared, then realized that some switch had been flipped in the little neighborhood. Fruity. The little neighbor's eyes lit up and immediately returned. I want to join the gaming club. Chapter 172, No Hee-ha. Unsurprisingly, Yi Chao, when Zeshou uttered the words that not only could the gaming club use the computers in the computer room at any time, but there were also double rooms, the little neighbor just couldn't walk anymore. Really? Then, schoolgirl, then come over here and fill out the enrollment form. Once you've filled it out you can't back out. Aha! Zhao was very excited. I didn't realize that the other party was going to refuse, but I didn't realize that my last sentence, there are double rooms, had turned things around. Seeing that his little neighbor had already made a decision, Yizhou smiled helplessly, then said to Zhao, that, just senior, I also want to join the game club. Can I? Of course there's no problem. Afterwards, Zhao brought the two to the enrollment point of the game club and brought the enrollment form from Fengyu's hand and handed it to the two. He watched the two men sign and then his hanging heart finally dropped. At this time, Fengyu, who was the vice president, took out a club publicity brochure and handed it to Yizhou and Lin Shanyue. Hello guys, I'm Fengyu, the vice president of the game club. This is the club's publicity brochure. You can take a look at it first. There's no need to leave in a hurry. Lin Shanyue received it with interest, then stood to the side with Yizhou and flipped through it. Taking this opportunity, Zhao hurriedly came to Fengyu's side and lowered his voice to ask, Brother Feng, how did you just calculate that as long as you can get this girl to join the gaming club, her boyfriend won't hesitate to come in as well? Even couples don't necessarily join a club in most cases, right? And, aren't the double rooms reserved for you and the president? Why should I promise to use it for them? Fengyu let out a light laugh. It's true that, like you said, even couples don't always join a club. But have you noticed? The guy had been watching his girlfriend just now when the people from the board game club and the 3D printing club were fighting for two people to join one of the clubs. It's already obvious that the boy must want to join a club with his girlfriend. After a pause, Fengyu said meaningfully, it's just a double room. Just give it out. This girl's face value is a mess. Even the anime club and the Hanbok club's club flower don't have such a high face value. We just need to lure this girl into joining our club. Just by having her stand here, we can attract more people to join the gaming club. You know, a lot of the people who sign up to be involved in the club come for the pretty girls. Holy, Zhao came to a sudden realization. Before he could say any more words of praise, there were indeed a few freshmen who had been wandering around, hesitant to make their choices. Who came over? Hello, we would like to join the gaming club. What are the requirements for joining? Just fill out a registration form. Zhao was very excited and couldn't think of anything else, so he hurriedly brought the enrollment form and handed it over. It's kinda like what Feng Yu said. This girl with a superb face can attract a lot of people to join the club just by standing here and doing nothing. And Yi Zhou didn't care what the vice president of the game club and Zhao were planning. He just accompanied his little neighbor to look at the promotional brochure of the game club. Lin Shanhua looked at the picture of the double room on the brochure, her eyes bursting with pleasure. Ye Zhou, you can play games in school from now on, and it's a double room. The corner of Yi Zhou's mouth twitched and couldn't help but say, the computer configuration of this double room is nothing less than the one you have at home, which is supposed to be the best peripheral in the whole gaming club. The two of us use this peripheral, but play 4,399 small game. It's more or less against the grain. The little neighbor angled her chin and grunted softly. So what? Double room. Whenever there's no class, you can go play with Sayazu. Listening to Lin Shanhue's heartfelt words, Yi Zhou said nothing. That's just it. Little neighbor plays his feelings despite his gameplay rookie, like a Tonto generation. The first official weekend of college passes. On Monday morning, the crowd was once again seated in the early 8 classes. Many people have been slowly adjusting to college life, but there were also existences like Gao Fu Shuai, who had gotten used to living as a young master during the summer vacation, and even after a week had passed, he still felt that he had been duped. Since I was a kid, my parents and school teachers instilled in me the idea that I'd be very free when I went to college. I think college is not as free as they say it is. Phony yawned and leaned over the table absently. Be satisfied, our school is already humanized. I saw in our high school class group last night that some colleges have morning and evening study halls. It's pretty much the same as high school except you don't have to get up at 5 or 6 in the morning. What's the difference between that and not being able to disprove Hawking's theories, but being able to disprove his wheelchair? The high-paying marshal had a bout of crickets. He then changed his words and suddenly tossed his hair and smiled. Right. I didn't get a chance to tell you guys yesterday, but I signed up for the dance club, and there's a good chance I'll pass muster. Yi Zhou looked at Gao Fu Shuai suspiciously. Gao, since when are you interested in dancing? Not interested. The main thing is that the president of the dance club Gaga beautiful. You guys are not seen. That president dyed burgundy hair, body thief hot, and wear also thief cool. After a pause, Gao Fu Shuai also said to Feng Yi with a cheap smile. Old Feng, the president of the dance club, should be the one you like. I like a big glass, packing a big one, eyeballing at least AD. Well, if you didn't say so, is it too late for me to sign up? Feng Yi's eyes glared, nonetheless saying that Gao Fu Shuai was not interesting enough. I can't believe I didn't bring him along yesterday when I had this good thing going. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yi Zhou's eyes narrowed. I always feel that the president of the dance club in the mouth of the high-paying handsome. How does it feel so much like Yu Hongye? However, Yi Zhou didn't generate much interest in this topic, and in accordance with the usual practice, he took out his cell phone and secretly flipped through the messages in the studio group. Yu Hongye, at all members. The video is almost finished editing. I don't think any of you have classes this afternoon, right? Come to the studio to see the finished product. At Ye Chao, Yi's schoolmate, you can bring your girlfriend along. He. Yi Zhou's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes, then he silently typed. No he. Chapter 173, You Old Husband Slave. Given that Yu Hongye was always hitting on her little neighbor, Yi Zhou quickly changed the topic in the group. Red Leaf Senpai, aren't you the president of the dance club? Seeing this message, Yu Hongye quickly replied in the group. How do you know? Is it your girlfriend who wants to join the dance club? Although my club is now full, but if your girlfriend wants to join, I can quietly cross off a registration form. Oh, we have this relationship through the back door, of course, no problem. After confirming that Yu Hongye was really the president of the dance club, Yi Zhou looked at Xiaogao's classmates with sympathetic eyes. LOL. Whenever a student of Ko has a girl in his sights, he either has a crush or a boyfriend. This time it was hard to meet a Yu Hongye who didn't have a favorite and didn't have a boyfriend. Results. Hey, she's not interested in boys. Yi Zhou quickly replied in the group. Ahem. It's fine. I have a friend who thinks you're pretty good looking and ran to you to fill out the sign-up sheet for the dance club. Is it a boy or girl? If it's a girl, you give me her name and she gets in 100%. Boys, then tell me the name too, and I'll promise not to let him in. Looking at Yu Hongye's reply, Yi Zhou cried and laughed. Putting away his cell phone, Yi Zhou silently said to Gao Fu Shuai beside him. Old Gao, I suggest that you should not join the dance club. You're not interested in dancing at all, so there's really no need to force yourself to join so much. Unsure of what he was doing, the young high school student was confused. It's true that young master I wasn't interested in dancing before, but now that I know that the president of the dance club is a hot schoolgirl, young master I'm suddenly unusually interested in dancing. Sometimes you listen to people and eat your fill. Old Yi, I think you're just jealous that I filled out the registration form for the dance club ahead of time, and now it's too late for you guys to even think about filling out the registration form. When buddies succeed in joining, then I'll give you guys a picture of the president of the dance club. All buddies. Looking at Xiao Gao's student's excited face, Yi Zhou really couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Eventually there was just a small sigh. Forget it. Respect for the destiny of others. Shallow Moon. Yesterday was our school's club orientation day. Kai and I signed up for the dance club yesterday. Xiao Qiao likes reading novels and signed up for the literature club. Do you want to enroll in a club? Jiaotong University many clubs are quite good at. You so long legs do not dance a bit of a pity. It was almost time for the early 8 class to end, and the teacher at the podium had already covered the entirety of the class. Then homework was assigned, and the remaining few minutes were essentially reserved for students paddling around on their cell phones. Taking this opportunity, Xia Ziqing looked at Lin Shangyue with interest. Before Lin Shangyue could open her mouth, Zhuang Kai said in a puzzled tone, Ziqing, wasn't there already an older sister in the newcomers group last night? Saying that the dance club's newcomer registration form had already been filled up? Even if we let a Seijai enroll now, it should already be too late, right? In response to this question, Xia Ziqing waved her hand. Then he wrapped his arms around himself and smiled. I saw that message in the group, but I've heard privately that the president of the dance club reserves privileges for girls who are good looking. As long as you look good enough, you can break the rules and let join the club. With a face like a Seijai's, there's absolutely no need to fill out an enrollment form. As long as she's willing to do so, she can just find the president of the dance club and say so. Hearing the conversation between the two, Josie, who usually didn't talk much, had a worried look on her face. She hesitated before speaking weakly. Ziqing, Kai, if it's a privilege for pretty girls, this dance club president shouldn't be. Xiao, you think too much. Dance club. The president of course is a girl. Certainly not what perverted boys president deliberately recruit good-looking schoolgirls kind of. Scared the hell out of me. Hearing Xia Ziqing's reply, Josie then patted her chest. Relief for the two. Only then did Xia Ziqing look at Lin Shangyue again. Seijai, how about it? Do you want to join the dance club with us? I've signed up for the club. Lin Shangyue pursed her lips, thinking that she and Yi Zhou had already signed up for the game club. He couldn't help but have a light smile on his face. She was already looking forward to being in the double room of the gaming club with Ye Zhou, playing games. I heard that Lin Shangyue had already signed up for the club. All three girls were very surprised. Xia Ziqing was stunned. Seijai, what club did you sign up for? Games club. Yeah, the three of them froze. No one expected Lin Shangyue to not only take the initiative to sign up to join a club, but also to be in the gaming club. You know, usually game clubs are for guys to sign up for, and I've heard that the gaming club at Jiaotong University is not a popular club at all, and has even been at risk of disbanding. But Xia Ziqing only froze for a second and immediately reacted. She narrowed her eyes and smiled ambiguously. Oh, I see. Isn't it true that Ye Zhou signed up for the game club? So you were signing up with him? Lin Shangyue angled her chin and said somewhat smugly. It's Ye Zhou who signed up after me. The vice president of the game club said that they have double rooms there, so I can play games with Ye Zhou at school from now on. The three men listened. A sigh of relief. Xia Ziqing nuzzled her mouth, her tone grudging. Worthy of being a husband slave. Even the society has to report one with your family. Ye Zhou, you two stick together. Count. If Ye Zhou is willing, I can. Of course. Xia Ziqing and the others couldn't hear Lin Shanyue's heartfelt words. If Ye Zhou was here, he was afraid that he would be staggered again by his little neighbor's heartfelt words. Ding 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 ding. Soon, the bell rang for the end of class. The four girls in dorm 311 grabbed their books and headed for their next classroom. Just walked out the back door of the classroom. A rather handsome-looking boy stepped in front of them. The boy was none other than Lee Hyuk-jae, the South Korean who had previously had a one-sided relationship with Lim Sangwoo and had asked for her contact information and had been rejected. Lee Hyuk-jae handed Lim Sangmoon the breakfast he had bought in advance in his hand. Lin student, we meet again. I heard that your Finance 2 class is early 8 on Monday. I guess you didn't have time to eat. There are a lot of people going to the cafeteria to buy breakfast after class at this moment, and the line will take a long time. So I went ahead and got in line and got you breakfast. Seeing Lee Hyuk-in, Lin Shanyue's willow brows furrowed slightly. She remembered that the last time this boy hadn't known her last name as well as what major she was in. This time, he's already got all this information? Lin Shangyue disliked this feeling of being inquired and investigated behind her back, just like Xiao Ran's investigation of her. However, out of politeness, Lin turned down Li Hyukjae in a high-handed manner. Thanks, but I already ate this morning, so please don't make these again. Chapter 174, You're not allowed to ask Yizhou for subterfuge. Thanks, but I already ate this morning, so please don't make these again. Lin Shanyue's tone of refusal was a bit cold, but her attitude was still polite. Sure, in terms of rejection, Lin Shanyue was definitely considered an expert. At that time in her senior year of high school, when she had just transferred to Bayan No. 1 middle school, a lot of boys were still not sure that her character was a high-cool iceberg, so they are not afraid of social death to take the initiative to ask Lin Shanyue for contact information, and there are even bold ones who directly go up to confess their love. Without exception, all of them were ruthlessly rejected by Lin Shanyue. Facing Lim Sang-moon's refusal, Li Hyukjae didn't feel embarrassed. He said softly with a very comforting smile, "It's okay if you've eaten. These three should be your roommates, right? Hello, my name is Li Hyukjae and I'm currently enrolled in the public administration program. Since Lin has had breakfast, if any of you three haven't, I think she'd be happy to share it with you." Xia Ziqing's few people were all still a bit dazed. It wasn't like they hadn't encountered boys who had confessed their love or asked for contact information for Lim Sang-moon before. Like Li Hyukjae, it's the first time I've seen one that has already been explicitly rejected, but still manages to stay in place without changing his face. Xia Ziqing was the first to react. She shook her head at Li Hyukjae. "No need, classmate. We all go to the cafeteria together for breakfast in the morning. It doesn't matter. In any case, whoever eats it is fine. Anyway, this is what I gave to Lin. No matter who eats it, it is actually Lin who gave it to." Before Li Hyukjae could finish his words, he suddenly felt that the breakfast he was carrying in his hand seemed to have been tugged by someone. Then he felt empty-handed. Yezhou had appeared beside Li Hyukjae. He quickly untied the knot of the plastic bag, then took a bite of the donut with a satisfied expression. "Yo, it's still donuts and soy milk. That's a good pairing. It just so happens that I didn't eat in the morning, and it tastes pretty good. ACI bar. Who are you to take away the breakfast I bought?" Li Hyukjae stared blankly, confused by Yi Chao, who had suddenly appeared beside him. Where the did this guy come from? So no sense of boundaries. Yi Zhou's eyebrows suddenly stood up as he chewed on a donut in his mouth. It seems to be a little dry. So he stuck the straw into the soy milk and took a hard swig before resuming his satisfied expression, then continued to eat as he returned. "Weren't you the one who just said it's okay for anyone to eat it?" said Yi Zhou, looked at the direction where the small neighbor stood, deflated, and said, "Then they do not eat. Give me to eat. Cannot waste it is not. But, Ash, it's okay for you to eat, but can you give me a heads up?" Li Hyukjae had planned to break into a rage, but when he thought of Lin Xianyue and her roommates were still nearby, he swallowed a series of ACI bar. Shiba Wu Ma hard to the edge of his mouth, and deliberately squeezed out a very gentlemanly smile, trying to show Lin Xianyue his most gentlemanly and polite side. Yi Zhou nodded his head, full of disinterest. He continued to eat as he said, "Oh, please, fellow stickman, may I have this breakfast? Eat up, you've already eaten anyway. I've really never seen you so abstract. Now that you've taken your breakfast, get out of here and get out of our way." Li Hyukjae is annoyed with Yi Zhou, because he felt that the boy in front of him, who was a little bit handsome, was not in the least bit weaker than his face. If Yi Zhou was allowed to remain here, he might not be able to steal his thunder in front of Lin Xianyue. However, Yi Zhou had no intention of leaving at all. He drained the last mouthful of soy milk and then shoved the uneaten donut back at Li Hyukjae. "No more. A little full. You can have the rest back." When he finished, he took his little neighbor's hand very naturally and spoke in a relaxed tone. "Let's go. I've asked Gao Fu Shui and the others to go to the classroom in advance to take up seats. We'll sit together in the next class." Lin Xianyue, who originally had a very high and cold expression, her expression instantly became gentle after seeing Yi Zhou, especially since it was the first time Yi Zhou took the initiative to hold her hand in front of so many people. Lin Xianyue's eyes brightened even more. She gripped Ye Zhou's hand tightly, then also pressed closer to his side. Never looked at Li Hyukjae again. Such a scene gave Xia Ziqing the look of high blood sugar. After holding his little neighbor's hand, Yi Chao looked at Li Hyukjae, who was in the way, and frowned. "This stick, please move over. I'm going to class with my girlfriend." Li Hyukjae stared blankly at Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue's departing back, his eyes blank and complicated. ACI bar. Lin Xianyue has a boyfriend? And she bought her own breakfast and let her boyfriend eat it? ACI bar. You hoo hoo. I didn't expect Yizhou to be so possessive of our family Asajai. Just now you had that attitude towards Li Hyuk-jae. You couldn't swallow him in one bite. Xia Ziqing deliberately flirted with Yizhou in a conspiratorial tone. In response, Yizhou held his little neighbor's soft hand and snorted disdainfully. Who wants to eat that stick? It smells like pickles and is sour and salty. For this Li Hyuk-jae, it just so happens that last night, while walking around the playground with my little neighbor, I heard it mentioned. I didn't expect to bump into her today when I purposely slipped out the back door a few minutes early to pick up my little neighbor from her classroom. Bringing my girlfriend breakfast? ACI bar. Who allowed it? Xia Ziqing Gusi laughed, then said, Yizhou, I heard from Asami Moon that you recently joined the studio of a senior at our school? Well, the ones in charge of making self-publishing accounts and making some drama videos. You should have all swiped similar ones on Shakeology. It wasn't a secret. And Yizhou admitted it with a big smile. After hearing this, Xia Ziqing snickered. Then let me have a supporting actress role or something sometime. Yes, I can let you experience it when the account is made up later. At this time, Zhuang Kai also said with a smile. Why does it feel like Ziqing you're like an unknown little actress looking for a director to take a role? Is this considered subterfuge? Subterfuge? Zhuang Kai's words caused the pretty face of her little neighbor who had been staring at Yizhou to suddenly collapse. Then he nuzzled his mouth and looked at Xia Ziqing with a scared face of seriousness. Ziqing, you're not allowed to go when looking for Yizhou to subvert. Goose. I think my little vinegar bowl has tipped over. Xia Ziqing laughed extraordinarily happily. I'm just teasing you. I don't want to go to the shoot. In case I'm seen by acquaintances it's embarrassing. Seeing that both of her housemates were deliberately teasing her, Lin Shanhua puffed out her fragrant cheeks, her eyes rather grudging. With that, a few people talked and laughed all the way to the classroom for the second lesson. Lin Shanhua's eyes flashed with anticipation as she asked softly, Yizhou, when are we going to play in the double room of the game club? Ahem, don't always emphasize double rooms so much. Let's wait for the group to notify us. We just filled out the sign-up form for the gaming club. It'll be Thursday and Friday at the earliest. Okay. Lin Shanhua pouted, always feeling that the people in the game club were so inefficient. If it was an employee of her family, she would definitely have to ask Uncle Li to rush it, so I can go play with Yizhou earlier. Xia Ziqing, as the #1 kowtowing scientist of the Chao Moon CP, had been perking up her ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two. Try to extract sugar from it to satisfy yourself. She sighed slightly at the sound of the game club. Asajay, are you sure you don't want to go to the dance club with Kai and I? You must be very beautiful when you dance with your long legs. Ha? Hearing about the dance club again. Yizhou's eyebrows stood up. He looked at Xia Ziqing incredulously. You guys signed up for the dance club too? Chapter 175, I'm Flying Star. This was the second time today that Yizhou had heard that someone close to him had joined the dance club. It's actually normal. Yu Hongye's hot body, as well as her super high face value, could indeed attract quite a few freshmen like Gao Fuzhuai, who went straight to Yu Hongye. It was people like Xia Ziqing and Zhuang Kai who were truly interested in dance and chose to join the dance club. Thus, Yizhou inquired tentatively, do you guys know who the president of the dance club is? I know. I heard it's a particularly pretty schoolmate. If you hadn't already snubbed Asajai for joining the game club, Kai and I would have tried to find a way to bring her along to join the dance club. Even now that the dance club's recruitment is over, there's a rumor in the dance club that if a girl's face is high enough, she can break the rules to get in. Yizhou heard it and called out to the good guys. Worthy of being Yu Hongye, you use your position to benefit your harem, right? It was no wonder that she refused to give up her position as president of the dance club when she already had a job at Flying Star Studios to keep her busy. So it seemed that Xia Ziqing and Zhuang Kai didn't know Yu Hongye's true sexual orientation yet. Out of kindness, Yizhou still chose to remind. I suggest you weigh your options before deciding whether or not you want to join the dance club. What is there to consider? Join the dance club not only can learn to dance, but also can look at the pretty schoolmates. How nice. Looking at the uncertain Xia Ziqing, Yizhou secretly sighed. But on second thought, Xia Ziqing and Zhuang Kai's face values weren't low, so if they did succeed in joining the dance club, if Yu Hongye found out about these two treasure girls, maybe his mind wouldn't be on his little neighbor? Thinking of this, Yizhou suddenly turned his words around and said silently, fair enough, I'm all for you guys joining the dance club, but just don't drag my little neighbor to the dance club. Asajay, look at your husband oddly, Xia Ziqing muttered. But Lin Shanhua's attention wasn't even on whether Zhuang Kai and Xia Ziqing were going to join the dance club or not, but all her attention was on Xia Ziqing's Fraser husband. Zizi is a good person. She has to be the most vocal one in the bridesmaids group. He. Listening to his little neighbor's heart, Yizhou's heart trembled slightly. This ninny, I can't believe I'm already fantasizing about getting married. I'm afraid I've even thought of a name for the baby. Yezhou didn't have class on Monday afternoon. According to what Yu Hongye said in the group, the people of Flying Star Studio, collectively, went to the studio in the afternoon to watch the video that was shot based on the first script. Qin Fan and Ren Dong had already done the post-editing of the video and it was basically a finished product. As soon as everyone reads it in the afternoon and thinks it's okay, you can post it on Shakeology. Yikes! Why didn't you bring your girlfriend? You're not good. Yu Hongye, who arrived at the studio very early, pouted in dissatisfaction when she realized that Yi Zhou had come alone. Yi Zhou touched his nose in embarrassment. At this time, Xiao Zifei didn't have the good sense to say, Hong Yi, you've almost got it. I won't say anything if you like someone else, but Yi Zhou is a member of our studio. Don't hit on his girlfriend in the future. Yu Hongye spat out her tongue mischievously, then ruffled her burgundy hair and muttered in a small voice, if you don't fight, you don't fight. And anyway, I heard from my vice president that there are quite a few good-looking schoolgirls who signed up for our dance club this year. Yezhou wiped the sweat off his face. I'm afraid, Xia Ziqing and Zhuang Kai were among them. Immediately after, Yi Zhou and Xiao Zifei, several people, gathered in front of the computer and watched the edited video. Qin Fan and Ren Dong's skills were very good, and the editing came out to the crowd's satisfaction. Just a few minor points with suggested changes. Renton made changes on the spot. Afterwards, Xiao Zifei also directly took out the new account that he had already registered in the morning. Account nicknames. I'm Flying Star. Regarding nicknames, I've been looking at quite a few accounts of the same type, and basically they're all named directly after the female or male protagonist. I'll simply use our studio name as a nickname. Or if you guys have any better suggestions, you can mention them. Yezhou and a few others have said that the nickname is not a big deal, and that whether or not it will run will depend largely on the content of the video. Seeing the crowd have no objection, Xiao Zifei took a deep breath, and then on the cell phone, the first video edited, uploaded to the I'm a Flying Star account. Once the video was sent out, the entire Flying Star studio, including Yi Zhou, was extremely nervous, especially Yu Hongye. She averted her head and tensed. Let's not look at it for a while. Let's look at the data every few hours. It's so uncomfortable to keep staring at it and waiting for the results. Well, let the video run on its own for an hour or two first. Wait and see the numbers afterward. And if it runs great for a couple hours, then pitch shake plus increase exposure. Xiao Zifei nodded, then put his cell phone away. No one left the studio, even though there was nothing else going on for a while. Even if you are sitting on the couch playing on your phone, you refuse to leave, all waiting quietly for the results in 2 hours. In the meantime, Lin Family Manor, a white BMW slowly drove out from the manor. Sitting in the car was none other than Lin Shanyue's stepmother, Xiao Ran. Chapter 176, Xiao Ran's Plan. Xiao Ran sat in the back seat of the car, her comportment very dignified despite the fact that her stomach was already slightly bulging. At a glance, it's that noblewoman attitude. At that moment, the middle-aged driver opened his mouth to inquire, his tone very respectful. Where are we going? Ma'am, go to the Ritz. The driver was slightly stunned. He searched the location of this hotel and found that it was far away from the Lin family manor, driving at least 2 hours away. Considering that Mrs. was now pregnant, the driver cautioned, Ma'am, this hotel is located very far away, and it will take at least 2 hours if there is no traffic or other accidents coming on. Would it make you uncomfortable to take such a long ride now that you're pregnant? Shoren shook her head. I have my own measures. Just do your part. After a pause, she reminded, also, remember to clear the record of your trip there when you come back today, especially if you don't let his lordship know about it. The driver realized what was going on. He just nodded silently and said nothing more. Nowadays, he was able to become the second mistress's exclusive driver precisely because he had gained her trust. It became like a heartbeat. Even though everyone employed in the Lin family group is subject to a code that prioritizes the chairman of the board, but the driver carries very clear, he is not the chairman of the heart. Then since the second wife so trust and value him, of course, cannot fail the second wife. Secondly, he now knows a lot about the second wife's personal affairs. If he turns back to the chairman of the board of directors again, afterwards, the second mistress would definitely find a random excuse and then dismiss him from the Lin family. After all, even if he himself was no matter how loyal he was to the chairman, the second wife was after all the chairman's pillow. He's just an insignificant driver, a presence that can be replaced at any time. Besides, who in the entire Lin family now didn't know about the second mistress's thunderous tactics? More than 2 hours later, the car stopped steadily in front of the Li Shui Hotel. The driver was a little surprised to see the decor of this restaurant here, because this place was very different from the gilded hotels that the second mistress used to frequent. This seemed to be a private hotel. The decor isn't exactly luxurious, but it's comfortable to look at. Shoran held her back and stepped out of the car. A few minutes later, two middle-aged men immediately came out from inside with smiles to greet Xiaoran. One of the men, with little gray hair, took the lead. Mr. Xiao, this place is a bit far away from the Lin family manor, but this is also for the sake of the safety of our cooperation. I hope you don't mind. The other man echoed the cry. Tough on you, Mr. Xiao. It's okay, understand. Xiaoran returned with little emotion, then turned his head to the driver. Cho, why don't you go ahead and park the car, then wait for me in the car and I'll call you when I'm done here. Yes ma'am, you can reach me anytime. The driver nodded, then turned in his car and left. It was only when he was about to disappear from sight that his pupils finally couldn't help but tremble slightly. He knew those two people just now. They were both executives of Jindong Group and had a significant position in the group. It wasn't strange for them to appear here, but the problem was that before coming here, the second mistress had specifically instructed him not to allow this trip to be revealed to anyone, especially the chairman of the board. This suggests that the second mistress came to meet with these two executives without the chairman's knowledge. They deliberately chose this hotel in a relatively remote location in order to cover their ears. Jindong Group. It seems like the sky is about to change. Driver Cho sighed darkly. He knew very well that he couldn't be on the wrong side at this time no matter what. Mr. Xiao, according to the plan we discussed before, we can already start implementing it during this time. That time 3 months ago, our actions have already frustrated the chairman's side. And even if we continue to do so next, the chairman will only think that something went wrong in some other part of the process, and will definitely not associate it with the truth behind it. In the private box of the Li Shui Hotel, the executive with a bit of gray hair just now opened his mouth. He was called Xin Jiaoliang. It is one of the senior executive patriarchs of Jindong Group. In addition, another executive sitting next to him, named Shen Zhang, was not a patriarch of Jindong Group though, but because of their very outstanding abilities, they have also been ranked among the top executives. Xiaoran sipped her water, her slender fingers tapping rhythmically on the desktop. It was half a moment before she said slowly, I'm over 4 months pregnant and the program is a little tougher than I thought it would be. Mr. Xiao, this is unavoidable. After all, Jindong Group is so huge. It's not something that can be achieved overnight with the three of us. In a short period of time, the corner of Xiaoran's mouth tugged lightly as he coldly grunted. Since there's no way for the three of us to do it, then we'll find a way to get more people to join in. Mr. Xiao, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. The more people there are, the easier it is for the chairman to notice. So what? Within the group, it's not like there hasn't been anything like this before, but Lin Jindong all thinks it's just a digging tactic by a rival company. So how could it be suspected to be on our heads? Xiaoran's words caused Xin Jiaoliang and Shen Zhang to fall into silence. Xiaoran wasn't in a hurry about this and just waited quietly for their reply. Finally, after a moment of silence, Xin Jiaoliang made up his mind and said, I understand what you mean. This time when we go back, I'll go with Chen Zhang to gather some of our close friends to join the program, so that we can achieve our goal as soon as possible. Well, as soon as possible. Xiaoran nodded, then reached out and touched her already bulging belly, her eyes flashing up with a doting look. At least complete the first phase of the program by the time my baby is born, or else, none of us, will have a good time. Shen Jiaoliang and Chen Zhang glanced at each other, both understanding what Xiaoran meant by these words. There has been such a rumor among some of their executives. Xiaoran's children. It's not Chairman Lin Jindong's. Of course, very few people knew about this news, and even fewer dared to spread it to Lin Jindong's ears. Right now, though, Xiaoran was willing to go through with the plan. The truth of this rumor seems to be becoming intriguing. Subsequently, the three sat in the booth, eating and discussing the details of the plan they were going to undertake. It was over an hour before Xiaoran called the driver. Cho, come pick me up in front of the hotel. Soon, Xiaoran got in the car, had the driver return to the Lin family estate. The car had just started when the cell phone in her purse suddenly vibrated. She raised an eyebrow, as the phone was not one that was used at work, and was usually only contactable by people whose relationship was very close to her. Thinking, Xiaoran pulled out his cell phone, found out it was a text message. Auntie Xiao, it's Xiong. I might be returning home early. Xiaoran was slightly startled, then a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Just what I need. Lin Shangyue, now that dear Zion is back, how are you and your little boyfriend going to cope? Chapter 177, Chosen Naruto's Punishment. Holy holy holy, it's blowing up. The video is blowing up. 6 o'clock in the evening. Xin Fan, who was sitting on the sofa and swiping short videos, suddenly shrieked. The whole thing jumped straight up from the couch in excitement. The crowd inquired looking puzzled by Yi Zhou. Van, what popped? Of course it's our video exploding. Ah. It's only been less than 2 hours. It's already 6,000 likes. There are more than 3,000 favorites. I estimate that the broadcast volume is at least 80,000 or more. Qin Fan was holding his cell phone and was unusually emotional. Hearing his words, Xiao Zifei frowned slightly as he was puzzled. How do you know? Our account is logged in on my phone. How do you know this data? Qin Fan took a deep breath as he pointed at his cell phone. His tone still agitated. I've just been swiping Shakeology probably because I usually do it to learn how other video bloggers edit in our field. So Jitterbug's algorithm pushes me videos with similar content. So when I swiped just now, I naturally swiped to our account. 6,000 likes. The whole 6,000 likes This moment has only passed how long? This is already on the rhythm of the popular Yi Zhou and the others were also excited when they heard Qin Fan's words. Xiao Zifei, on the other hand, was the first to open Shake Shack on his own phone again, and several people put their heads together at the same time. True to form, I found that the likes, comments, and favorites in the background showed 99 plus. Clicking to the home page again, it is indeed what Qin Fan said. The likes have exceeded 6,000 and with each refresh, the number is found to be growing, and the amount of airplay shown in the background directly exceeded Qin Fan's prediction. Press is more than 80,000. It's over 100,000 now and is growing towards 110,000. A few people froze slightly. The next second, all let out a cheer. Fantastic! We really did it! Yu Hongye shouted excitedly, her eyes glued to the cell phone screen, as if the flashing numbers had endless magic. Xiao Zifei's face was beaming with pride, and his hand unconsciously gripped his cell phone tightly. This is the result of all of our hard work. From topic selection to filming to post-editing, we put our heart and soul into every aspect, and success is actually inevitable. After saying that, several people's eyes flashed with excitement and fervor. Yi Zhou, on the other hand, was relieved. How couldn't stop the smile on his face? In fact, before this, he was also worried that the first video would be due to the immaturity of all the technology and experience, leading to a mistake in some part of the process, resulting in the video not being watched by many people at all. So Yi Zhou actually didn't expect much from a video. After all, it's the first one, and it's actually quite normal to fail. What I didn't realize was that the first one actually worked. In just over an hour, the video ran to over 6,000 likes. This is directly beyond expectations. This means that all they have to do is continue to come up with scripts, shoot videos and edits in the direction they are going now, and then make a few minor changes to the foundation, and the initial starting number stage will be considered a success. Phew, the money, it didn't go down the drain. Yi Zhou was secretly relieved to invest in Flying Star Studio. For him it was a big gamble in itself. A few minutes later, Yi Zhou and others also slowed down from the excitement and joy. Xiao Zifei showed immediately recharged 2,000 pieces of Shaking Plus into it. Let the video hit a higher traffic pool. It was something they had all talked about before. Immediately after that, a few people opened the comments section to find those netizen comments that made an analysis of the video content, persona, and hot stems, and quickly recorded these. These are very useful. And in the next video, Yi Chao and the guys will make targeted changes based on these suggestions. A few people worked for another hour or so, going through most of the reviews and summarizing the shortcomings. At this point, the video has also gone up to 8,000 likes and 200,000 plays straight through. Red Leaf, you might have to stay up late tonight. Grab the script editor's side and give them new ideas for a new script to be written in 2 days. Now the amount of fans in the background. There are already more than 2,000. If not unexpected, tomorrow morning should be able to break 10,000. We have to strike while the iron is hot and release the second video as soon as possible, which is very important in the starting number phase. Aha, I understand. Yu Hongye nodded heavily, having long since put away her usual cheeky attitude. He was busy until 9 o'clock in the evening before Yi Zhou left from the Flying Star Studio. Over the next half a month, Flying Star Studios sent out several more videos one after the other. Each video has run to over 1 million plays, and the number of followers has risen to 100,000 in just half a month and continues to grow. In order to be able to make the account content more high quality, Ye Zhou naturally does not dare to be idle. Except for the time he spends in class and with his small neighbors, he spends almost all of his time studying and analyzing the content of those videos posted by video bloggers in the same field, trying to distill the essence and the selling points that netizens like. In addition, the Game Club also passed Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue's enrollment forms, and Feng Yu, the vice president of the Game Club, kept his promise at the time and allowed the two to use the double room of the Game Club. Ye Zhou took the little neighbor to know. The original Game Club actually only a double room at all. Even those who joined the club for 1 or 2 years of the old members are not qualified to use. It was a Friday. After Yejo finished his last afternoon class, he took his little neighbor with him to the game club double room. Sitting on the computer chair, Yejo had just clicked on Death vs Naruto when Lin Shanyue angled her chin and her tone was very high and cold. Yi Chao, you're not allowed to pick Naruto again. It's very roguish. Then you're not allowed to choose either, or I'll lose out. No, you have to give in or be punished. Xiao Yi Chao, if you don't let me, I'll punish. Dazzle your mouth. Hearing his little neighbor's heartfelt words, Yi Zhou's eyebrows rose. Okay, 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 okay. But you're heartfelt enough to say what you're going to dazzle my mouth with. If it's black silk, then make sure you reward. Punish me like this. And so it was that Yejo squinted and chose the role of Naruto despite the strong objections of his little neighbor. A displeased expression appeared on Lin Shanyue's pretty face as she nuzzled her mouth and spoke in a sultry tone. Yi Zhou, you did it on purpose. Ahem. Hand slip. Yi Zhou's eyes fluttered. Oh, the package is intentional. Ah. Lin Shanyue hummed lightly and suddenly put her head in front of Yi Zhou, so close that her breath could be smelled kind of thing. Before Yi Zhou could react, suddenly warm lips kissed up, but again, they quickly parted, the eyes of their little neighbor cool and cold. That's what you get for picking Naruto. Yi Zhou's eyes were a bit blank, and there was still residual heat and fragrance on his lips. But a moment later, Yi Zhou looked as if he had repented of something and had a pained look on his face. Then, he picked Naruto again. Little neighbor, I still want to experience what happens when you pick a Naruto. Chapter 178, You're pooing me. Abominable. If I'd known this was the punishment, I'd have picked Rock Lee, Ichigo Kurosaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. I played Naruto to death. Watching Yi Zhou repeatedly choose Naruto as his game character, Lin Shanyue pursed her lips and said in a clear and cold manner, Yi Zhou, your intentions of not neighboring the heart are a bit obvious. Neighbor or not, we're not good neighbors anymore, okay? Yejo narrowed his eyes. So there was more than just the sound of games being played in the double room. There was also the occasional boing sound. Yi Zhou also finally knew why she did not hesitate to join the game club after Zhihao told her little neighbor that the game club had a double room. Where is this a game double room? It was simply a new moral depression for Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue. Following the playground grove and the wooden chair opposite the boys' dormitory building. Buzz buzz buzz. Oh, no more kisses. Someone called me. Yi Zhou gently pushed Lin Shanyue away and took out his cell phone from his pocket. Obviously you kissed me. The little neighbor's voice was muffled. Her eyes were disgruntled, and she wanted to make a high-flying expression in response to Yi Zhou. But the blush was really strong, making the usual high-flying expression look a bit dopey at the moment. Yi Zhou answered the phone. It was Xiong Kai calling. Zhou, do you have something to do tonight? If not, let's have dinner together. We haven't gotten together for a long time since we went to college. Ha, you still have the nerve to say. Once you're on vacation you're always looking for Shinyu. When did you ever think of me? Hey, I didn't take the initiative to ask you out today. Kumkai laughed nervously on the other end of the phone. Originally, Yi Zhou had planned to have dinner with his small neighbors in the evening and then go for a walk in the playground. However, thinking about the Flying Star Studio side, recently there has been a considerable upturn. Also really should take the time to talk to Xiong Kai about this matter. After all, Xiong Kai is also considered a shareholder of the studio. When he pulled him to invest $50,000 to come. Thinking of this, Yejo said, okay, a little later then. I'll meet you there at 8. Success. Hanging up the phone, Yejo looked at his small neighbor again. Xiong Kai asked me to have dinner with him tonight. Do you want to come with me? Lin Shanyue gently shook her head. Ziqing said that she wanted to go shopping at the mall in the evening and wanted me to join her. That's okay. Yi Zhou didn't say much. During this period of time, the little neighbor's high-flying personality had indeed diminished quite a bit, and would often join Xia Ziqing and the others. That's what Yejo wants to see. In the past, the small neighbor didn't have many friends, but now with Xia Ziqing and the others as housemates, life was quite rich. Yi Zhou asked tentatively, pointing to the computer. So 2 more games and we'll pull out? Lin Shanyue didn't respond, just pursed her lips, held the mouse, and chose the character of Naruto for Yejo again. Then his eyes watered as he looked at Yi Zhou. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Yi Zhou held his little neighbor's hand and left from the game club, then sent her back to the girls' dormitory downstairs. Immediately after that, he hoofed it back to the dormitory and asked Gao Fu Shui for his car keys. Gao Fu Shui, who was playing a hacking game with Feng Yi, reluctantly took out the key and handed it to Yi Zhou. his voice muffled. Old Yi, I realized I brought my car to school. I don't even drive it a few times myself usually. And you're running out of gas for the car. You say this? The car is left for a long time without driving. It is very bad for the engine. I am not for you to share your worries. Besides, you're such a rich young master. You're still short of a few dollars for gas? Gao Fu Shui had long been immune to Yi Zhou's deliberate words of praise for him, and he deflated his mouth. Pull back. I might have been fooled by you saying that before, but now I'm immune. I seriously doubt that you're PUAing me. Don't doubt it. I'm just CPUing you. Damn. You're a real dog. Despite cursing on his lips, Gao Fu Shui still gave Yi Zhou the car keys, but in reality, every time he finished using Gao Fu Shui's car, Yi Zhou would also fill up his car with gas. Both of them are just going through the motions, and neither one of them is bad at anything. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yi Zhou was at the main entrance of the section and met Xiong Kai. Xiong Kai's entire body froze when he saw the Mercedes C driven by Yi Zhou. Ah chow. You bought a car? No, it's my roommate's, a rich kid. I borrowed it to drive. Hearing that the car was not Ye Zhou's, Xiong Kai then patted his chest in relief. What's that saying? I'm afraid that my brother is having a hard time. And I'm afraid that my brother is driving a Land Rover. Yi Zhou drove his car and took Xiong Kai to the nearby night market. The two had just sat down when Yi Zhou looked at Xiong Kai and said silently, "Say, what's it to me? Hey, don't be silly. I've told you before, we're so close to growing up in the same pants. I still don't know what you're like. Today, Friday, if you're not doing anything, you're definitely going to look for Xinyu. So how could you possibly take the initiative to look for me?" When Xiong Kai called and took the initiative to ask for dinner, Yi Zhou had already guessed that Xiong Kai must not be so simple to find him for a meal. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Fruity. After being dismantled by Yi Zhou, Xiong Kai scratched the back of his head and hemmed and hawed. It was a long time before he stammered. In fact, there is nothing special big thing. Today do not look for Smolshan. Mainly because her roommate birthday. Go out to eat. I timed this as empty well. After a pause, Kumkai's face grew red. That. Ah chow. Xiaoshin and I are officially in a relationship together. Already holding hands kind of. Just last night. That's it? That's it. Yi Zhou rolled his eyes and directly crossed his legs. I thought it was something big. So you're just showing off to me that you have a girlfriend. Hey, that's true. Even though dude isn't as handsome as you, he's one step ahead of you in the relationship thing. How did you know I was kissing my little neighbor? Chapter 179, Xiong Kai's twin children. Xiong Kai looked at Yi Zhou with unbelievable eyes and even wondered for a moment if he was hallucinating. However, he realized that Yi Zhou's expression did not mean to joke at all. So says, it's true. Thinking clearly about this, Xiong Kai to break the silence. Ah chow. You're a hooligan. Usually you say that you and Lin are good neighbors, but now you dare to come for real. After a pause, Xiong Kai palpitated. You are really not afraid of being known by Lin's schoolgirl's old man, and then looking for someone to quietly click you off. Hearing Xiong Kai's words, Yi Zhou's face darkened. What's all this nonsense? I mean, Lin Shangyue and I fell in love one step faster than you and Xinyu. Oh, if it's a relationship with schoolgirl Lin, then this is nothing but. Wait, what the hell? You're with schoolgirl Lin? Xiong Kai suddenly reacted. His eyes glazed over. This news was even more unbelievable to him than Yi Zhou kissing Lin Shangyue. He circled around Yi Zhou twice, looking up and down and mumbling, "Ah chow, you're good. I didn't expect to really get together with a girl like schoolgirl Lin who can only be seen from afar. Don't be so mean. Don't talk so much." Xiong Kai deflated his mouth and smiled. Then why are you still working so hard to engage in the studio? You slightly less hard. You have to go back to be a flunky. In short, you have to cherish Lin's school flower that is how many people's white moonlight. If this is in high school, this instantly became the public enemy of the whole school boys. Minutes on the boys' assassination list are. Ye Zhou nodded. Before he could speak again, Xiong Kai scratched his head and laughed nervously twice more. That. Ah chow. Mentioning the studio. There's actually something else I want to talk to you about today. Xiong Kai pursed his lips, hesitated, and said, I haven't gotten much else from your side since the last time I listened to you and pitched $50,000 to that Flying Star studio at your school. I just want to ask you if there's anything I can do to help over there. Or else this way I'll just put in my money and do nothing. Even if I end up making a profit and giving me a cut, I don't think it'll have much to do with me. It's all about investment. You join the studio as an investor. Being an investor means that you just need to provide the capital and then sit back and wait for the project to make a profit and then take a cut. So in the end, if it's profitable, it's not nothing to do with you as you understand it. On the contrary, without your investment, the studio pressed for money to start up. Talk about subsequent profitability and success. Yejo patiently explained to Shionkai. He kind of wondered if Shionkai didn't think too highly of Flying Star Studios and now wanted that investment money back. Unexpectedly, Shionkai was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, and then spoke again. Okay, Chow. I'm not going to hide anything from you. I'll be honest. You say, I'm not with Shin now, so I thought, since the studio invested money, then it is a formal studio. Or let Shin see me working hard to earn money. Although what you just said should all be correct, but after all, you didn't create this studio. You may think so, but others in the studio may not be like you. I'm afraid that in the end, I'll be kicked out. After Shionkai voiced his concerns and thoughts, Yijo came to a realization. In fact, it is normal for Shionkai to have this worry, and it is also true that it is not possible to guarantee that Yu Hongye and Xiao Zifei do not see Shionkai in this way. Thinking of this, Yijo thought for a moment, then told Shionkai about the news that Flying Star Studio had already had several videos running into millions of views over the past half-month, as well as the breakdown of the work that each person is responsible for in the studio. Shionkai's mouth dropped open as he listened. I throw. 1 million plays? This is even more impressive than that selling account we made back in the day. How much money does this account have to make? Apparently Shionkai had some misunderstandings about plot accounts, and Yi Zhou shook his head. No, this kind of account is not the same as the one we were making at the time. It's not going to be profitable that quickly in a short period of time, but at the rate we're going, we're just a foot away from making money. I'm also telling you this because I want you to know what everyone in the studio is responsible for, even me. Those technical jobs in there have no way to intervene at all, and can only do some market research and content suggestions. I understand where you're coming from right now, but we don't have that kind of editing and filming skills, and we really can't help much in the studio. These words sounded a little autistic to Kumkai. After that, he opened his mouth several times, but nothing came out. In the end, he just let out a dark sigh and depressedly picked up a kebab and ate it with his head down. Seeing Shionkai's lost look, Yizhou also completely understood his thoughts. Thinking about it, he said, it's not that there's nothing for you to be able to do. It's just that at this stage, there really isn't. But Flying Star Studios has a very specific model, and that's what's happening with the various self-publishing studios at the moment. Generally speaking, this kind of studio development is very rapid, and the internet, especially the most unique algorithm of the moment, Shakeology, can really realize the possibility of making some self-publishing studio rich overnight. So, the studio will expand rapidly, and when that happens, there will be more spin-off work, and you'll definitely have your hands full at that point. Really? Aju, you better not be comforting me. You must be real. Just only believe Shin US. Do not believe my right? Yizhou rolled his eyes. Seeing Yizhou's attitude, the lost expression on Shionkai's face was only swept away. After discussing this issue, Shionkai also finally stopped dwelling on it. Talking about him and Shinyu, the corners of his mouth stayed raised and never loosened up. Shionkai dazzled several strings in a row. Excitedly. Chow. To be honest, in fact, after being with Xiao Shun last night, I was so excited that I didn't sleep for the whole night. I even thought of the name of our future child. You boys are exaggerating. You've only just gotten together. After a pause, Yizhou let out a light laugh and teased. Is it the name your kid thought of? Or is it the twin kind? How do you know? Kumkai was very startled. Did Chow put a camera in my head? Unexpectedly, Yizhou just faintly picked up the drink and took a sip, silently saying, guess so. And I'm also guessing the first one is called Bear and the second one is called Bear. Get out. Chapter 180. Women. Saturday morning. It was raining lightly, and the entire sky of Bayan was extraordinarily gloomy. Saturday. Rainy day. Quiet dorm room. Curtains hidden. Cell phone fully charged. None of my roommates awake. At the moment, the buffs are stacked super full, making it feel safe. Even Yizhou, who didn't like to sleep much on weekends, slept until 11 o'clock today. Yezhou opened his eyes and poked his head out of the bed. It was found that Gaofu Shui and Feng Yi were still awake, and the only one who was lying on his side on the bed playing with his cell phone was Niu Dexing. The faint light emanating from the cell phone screen illuminated his face very clearly. The corners of Niu Dexing's mouth couldn't stop rising, and his fingers kept sliding on the phone, getting happier and happier the more he looked at it. Yizhou asked in a low voice, Old bull, what are you looking at? You're grinning from ear to ear? Hey, reading a novel, urban romance text. It's too troublesome to fall in love on my own. I just like to watch other people fall in love sweetly. What weird fetish. Yizhou muttered in a small voice before getting dressed and getting up. Brush your teeth in the bathroom while checking the messages on your phone. Flying Star Studios group chat. Red Leaf. Sheen fan. The latest script has been written. After lunch you guys come to the studio, communicate the details of the script content Tomorrow morning we have to shoot. A good neighbor with a clean slate. Yi Chao. It's raining today. I can't go out to play. I want to go to the game club to play games. You choose Naruto. Looking at the message sent by his little neighbor, the toothpaste foam in Yijo's mouth almost sprayed out. Then dumbfounded. Ha! Women. I don't even want to tear you down. Do you go to the game club to play games? It's obvious that you're craving my body. But the message had been posted by the little neighbor over an hour ago. It was nearing lunchtime, and it was definitely too late to go back to the game club. Yijo dried his hands and replied. I didn't set my alarm in the morning. The dorm was too quiet, and I accidentally slept through it. So I'll take you back to the game club this afternoon. Ow. The little neighbor just came back with one word. By the time Yijo finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, Gaofu Shui and Feng Yi had also woken up. Feng Yi sat on the bed and played with his cell phone, also with a faint smile on his face. Heard about. When this kid was playing the game, he met a girl 2 years older than him inside the game, and had already been in her circle of friends, having seen the full-body photo. Coincidentally, this girl also went to college in Northam, at KU. Yijo asked casually, Old Feng, since that girl is from KU, why don't you two meet offline for a dinner date? We're not there yet, we're still in the stage of getting to know each other, but based on my analysis of Orange's photos, she's definitely my kind of girl. Feng Yi pushed down the frames of his glasses and the corners of his mouth rose again. That girl's name is Orange? Let's take a look at the picture and see what's going on. Gaofu Shui sat on the bed and said as he put on his pants, and Feng Yi was not ambiguous, posting the photo directly to the 411 dormitory group. The three of them opened it and all subconsciously held their breath. Immediately afterward, in unison, asterisk 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 is ing huge. Gaofu Shui stared at his eyes. Old Feng is worthy of being Yua, although the photo did not show his face, but just this scale. TSK, your kid is really specialized, but you can't see anything slightly smaller. Hey, after chatting about Feng Yi, Gaofu Shui also went to the bathroom to quickly wash up. When he came out after washing up, he set his cell phone up on the table and started playing the dance instruction video and practiced in his dorm room. The corner of Yijo's eye twitched slightly as he watched Xiaogao's classmates' dance moves that were comparable to those of a human machine and spat. Lao Gao, you're really planning to get good at dancing, aren't you? Not really. At that time to join the dance club is actually to run to the president of the dance club. As a result, I went to participate in the club activities a few times before I realized that only those who are very good at technical dance skills can usually be in a dance room with the president. At that time, I was going to give up, but I was fortunate enough to have seen Yu Hongye, the president of the dance club, once, and that face value. TSK, young master, I decided to make a slight effort to strive to go to that dance studio of President Yu. Saying that, Gaofu Shui revealed a resolute expression. It looks like it's really made up its mind. Yi Zhou gulped, really wanting to tell Gaofu Shui the truth, but looking at Xiaogao's fighting spirit, he was a little bit reluctant to do so. Forget it, people have to have some thoughts, right? He's always a 3-minute man anyway, and with this man-machine action, I don't think it's possible for him to practice dancing with Red Leaf Senpai. Yi Zhou thought darkly. He then went to the cafeteria to eat, and after eating he headed straight for the Jenny building, intending to go to the studio to check out the new scripts before taking his little neighbor to the gaming club. Yi Zhou, coming? Xiao Zifei was sitting on the studio couch with his laptop on the coffee table. Well, I saw the message you posted in the group, Senpai, and came over to check out the new script. In addition, Senior, I think we can now start to appropriately receive some advertising and promotion. We now have almost 200,000 account fans, and it's also guaranteed that within 24 hours, with 700,000 plus plays in 1.5 million plus within 72 hours, it's already considered a premium content account. Regarding picking up ads for this, I've already started contacting some brand PRs last night, and am now looking for the right products to make their appearance in the video content as unobtrusive as possible, Xiao Zifei said, pushing the laptop on the coffee table down in front of Yi Zhou. Above is exactly the chat box he had with some brand PR. Seeing this, Ye Zhou nodded lightly. That's fine then. You can just take care of this matter, Senior. I'll stay out of it. In fact, what Yi Zhou himself intended was that he would be in charge of this matter. After all, he has experience working with brands. But thinking that Xiao Zifei is the boss of the studio, Yi Zhou, he has only just joined the studio not long ago now. Even with the capital into the group, it is not good to be so direct. Anyway, it's pretty much a matter of who talks about it. Soon, at 1 o'clock, Yu Hongye and Xin Fan successively came to the studio as well. The two went through the script in its entirety and made a few targeted suggestions before confirming the script. New video shoot tomorrow. Halfway through, Yu Hongye's cell phone suddenly rang. Hold on, I'm going to take a call. When Yu Hongye went out to answer the phone, Yi Zhou looked over the revised script and then glanced at the time, also ready to get up and leave to find the little neighbor. Senior Xiao, then I'll leave first. Let me know when you've finalized the ads you want to work with on your end. I need to take a look. Xiao Zifei raised his eyebrows lightly before nodding. Okay. Leaving from the studio, Yi Zhou sent a message to Lin Shangyue. Girlfriend, where are you? At the dance club. Watching Ziqing and Kai Kai and the girls practicing. I've been working 3 times a month in October, so I'll be back to 2 chapters a day in November. But I'll be adding more from time to time. Also, a new pit has been opened, and the new pit is guaranteed 2 chapters starting tomorrow as well. Whisper bleep. The new pit is better than this one. See, schoolgirls can screw up bottle caps, but they can also screw up my skull cap. Chapter 181 Brother of the Year. Little neighbor in the dance club? Yi Zhou's first reaction to hearing this news was horror, and subconsciously wanted to immediately tell her little neighbor to leave from the dance club immediately, because that was Yu Hongye's territory. If Yu Hongye, the head of the colorful group, found out about the little neighbor, what's the big deal? However, Yi Zhou turned to think that Yu Hongye was still in the studio before he left, so the dance club is still very safe at this moment. Ye Zhou sighed in relief at the thought, then made a phone call to his little neighbor. Lin Shanyue's soft and somewhat high-cooled voice came from the other end of the phone. Ye Zhou, well, where's the dance club located? I'll meet you there. It's just downstairs from the game club. After learning the location of the dance club, Yi Zhou headed that way. Although it's not as hot as it was at the end of September, the afternoon sun can still make it a bit muggy. After thinking about it, Yi Zhou went to tea language first, bought 4 milk teas with ice, besides his and Lin Shanyue's. The remaining 2 cups were naturally Xia Ziqing and Zhuang Kaikai's. Arriving at the floor where the dance club was located, Yi Zhou realized that the dance club's venue was ridiculously large. There were enough for 3 dance studios. Soon Yi Zhou found the dance studio where his little neighbor was, and there were quite a few boys and girls practicing inside. The little neighbor, on the other hand, stood by the side with a high-flying face, quietly watching Xia Ziqing in front of her as she practiced. At this time Yi Zhou realized that the original most beautiful women is not at all what animation club and Chinese dress club, but Yu Hongye's dance club. Yi Zhou swept over with a glance, and those boys were automatically blocked out. But where a girl, the face value is absolutely not low, which there are a lot of the kind of put in the class, are the class flower level existence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where is this dance club? This is not pure Yu Hongye's harem. Well, Yi Zhou staggered a sentence. Sort of completely understand Yu Hongye's reason for not being willing to give up her identity as the president of the dance club when she was already too busy over at the Flying Star studio and still had to attend classes during the week. That's not something anyone would be happy to give up. Yi Zhou walked over to Lin Shanyue and handed over the milk tea. Here, got you some milk tea. Lin Shanyue raised her head and saw that it was Yi Zhou who had arrived. First she froze, then her cool eyes suddenly flashed brightly. Immediately after that, she angled her chin again, took the milk tea Yi Zhou gave her, and said in a clear and cold manner, "Thanks boyfriend. Where's Xia Ziqing and Zhuang Kai? I brought milk tea for both of them as well." There. Lin Shanyue reached out and pointed ahead, but Yi Zhou only saw Xia Ziqing and not Zhuang Kai's figure. And Xia Ziqing, who happened to enter a short break, saw Yi Zhou in her afterglow. She spoke to the senior sister who was teaching the dance moves beside her, and then walked towards Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue's side. Yi Zhou smoothly handed over the milk tea. Xia Ziqing was doubly surprised. Oops. There's still a share for me? Well, here's another one for Zhuang Kai. Isn't she in this dance studio? Yi Zhou looked around. He was sure that Zhuang Kai was most likely not in this dance studio. Otherwise, with Zhuang Kai's very conspicuous size, in the dance studio is definitely the most conspicuous existence. There is no possibility that Yi Zhou missed which corner did not see. Fruity, Xia Ziqing explained after inserting the straw into the milk tea and taking a sip. Yeah, at first, Kai was with me and a Seijai. But just a few minutes ago, an older sister came over and took all of us in this dance studio who had a basic knowledge of dance before we joined the club to the next dance studio. I've heard that those who can be chosen by that schoolgirl will be able to practice with the president of the dance club afterwards. The president's skills are amazing, and he's won a lot of provincial championships. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhou instantly revealed a surprised expression. I didn't expect Yu Hongye to be so powerful. In that case, Yu Hongye is a bit all-powerful. Not only was she able to get into North Jiaotong University, but she was also very knowledgeable in video creation. And now Yi Zhou has also learned that Yu Hongye has actually won a number of provincial championships in dance. This woman. Any more downsides? It seemed like a simple mess to try to bring about a distortion of some girl's orientation if she wanted to. Thinking about this, Yi Zhou was even more convinced that the idea of letting his little neighbor come to the dance club in the future could not be taken lightly. This one day bad luck. Really let Yu Hongye meet. Then pill spicy. Xia Ziqing took another hard suck on the milk tea, then handed it to Lin Shanyue to help hold it, and then said, "You and a Seijai wait for a while. I'll practice one more time and then I'll almost be done. And later the three of us will go find Kai Kai together." After saying that, Xia Ziqing returned to the position she was in just now and continued practicing dance with her schoolmate. Yi Zhou sipped his own milk tea and lowered his voice. "Try not to come to the dance club anymore. It's dangerous here." The dance club isn't dangerous for me at all. It's dangerous for you, Sayashu. Lots and lots of girls here. We can't let Yi Zhou come back in the future. Yi Zhou couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard his little neighbor's heartfelt words. Sure enough, she hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. Yi Zhou had a serious expression. "The president of the dance club is Red Leaf Senpai. Remember I told you before that she likes girls? She's always hitting on you, so don't come around in the future." "Oh, but I don't like girls. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking of me. Anyway, it's better if she doesn't see you and does as she's told." Lin Shanyue's eyes narrowed. "Then I'll promise you if you pick Naruto later." "No way. I'm not the kind of person who sells out his manhood so easily." "Then I'll come back." "I'm sorry, I do seem to be an easy sellout." Yi Zhou lost the battle, while the little neighbor angled his chin with a satisfied smile. In response, Yi Zhou laughed bitterly. "Got it. It's really easy to turn the other cheek when it comes to your little neighbor." After 10 minutes, Xia Ziqing finally finished practicing. She wiped the sweat on her forehead with toilet paper, then led Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue toward the dance studio next door. While walking, "Our president is super pretty. I like it when a girl looks at her. I don't know which senior will be cheaper in the future." "Oh, it may not be cheap for the seniors yet." The corner of Yi Zhou's mouth tugged, speaking meaningfully. However, Xia Ziqing didn't know Yu Hongye's true orientation yet, so when she heard Yi Zhou's words, her expression was a bit confused. If it's not a senior, is it possible that it's a junior? Look at the president of the Red Leaf looks. Does not seem to be a person who likes the younger brother under the year. Strange. Chapter 182, Yu Hongye's one-on-one teaching. When the trio arrived at the dance studio next door, they caught a glimpse of the oversized Chuan Kai Kai. This dance studio, which was much less filled with boys than the one earlier, was mostly filled with girls, because as Xia Ziqing had said, this dance studio was either filled with people who had a basic knowledge of dance or troupe members who had a great talent for learning. "Yi Zhou, why don't you give me the milk tea? I'll go get it for Kai Kai." "Aha." Yi Zhou handed the milk tea to Xia Ziqing. It was also at this time that a voice with a surprised tone came from behind Yi Zhou. "Hey, old Yi, why are you here?" Gao Fu Shui looked at Yi Zhou in dismay, completely not expecting Yi Zhou to appear here. Hearing Gao Fu Shui's voice, Yi Zhou also turned around in surprise. Sure enough, I saw Ko-san, who had primped his hair in a very flirty way. "Zhuang Kai Kai and Xia Ziqing are also in the dance club. I came over here to look for my little neighbor." After a pause, Yi Zhou asked suspiciously, "Old Gao, isn't this dance studio only for those who are good dancers, and your boy's man machine dance posture can be chosen to come in?" When Gao Fu Shui heard this, his face changed. He hurriedly reached out to cover Yi Zhou's mouth and whispered, "Holy, Lao Yi, you kid, keep your voice down. I sneaked in here. No one knows I'm a bad dancer yet. I heard that president you would be coming over today, so I wanted to stay here a little longer." Yi Zhou's face changed when he heard that Yu Hongye was coming over. He thought that at this moment, Yu Hongye had already finished her work at the studio, and might be on her way to the dance club. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou couldn't be bothered to greet Gao Fu Shui. He hurriedly took his little neighbor's hand and said, "We should go." However, Yi Zhou had only just taken Lin Shanyue's hand and hadn't even had time to take 2 steps when he smelled a familiar scent in his nostrils. Immediately after, Yu Hongye's charming and enchanting voice came from behind. "Aya, Yi's schoolmate, so you are also in my dance club, and elementary school sister. You're there too?" Hearing Yu Hongye's voice, Yi Zhou's heart thumped and his scalp tingled. "I'm sure you did, but I'm still here." Looking back, Yu Hongye, who had burgundy hair, was standing there with a smile on her face. She narrowed her eyes and surveyed Lin Shanyue with a smile on her face. It appeared to be an appreciation of Lin Shanyue's beauty, but Yi Zhou, who was a boy, really knew it too well. This is not appreciation. This is naked visual rape. At this time, a few other girls around them also reacted, and they all greeted Yu Hongye with great respect. "Hello, President Hokage, President Red Leaf." Yi Zhou swallowed his saliva and forced out a smile to Yu Hongye. "Red Leaf's senior sister. What a coincidence. So what? My girlfriend and I have something else to do, so we'll leave first." "Don't." Later, Yu Hongye pulled Yi Zhou's arm. This scene was watched by Gao Fu Shui and Xia Ziqing several people, and they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Yi Zhou actually knew Yu Hongye, the president of the dance club? Xia Ziqing's eyes condensed, and she immediately held her breath, as if President Red Leaf and Yi Chao are still on good terms? Gao Fu Shui swallowed hard and had the feeling of being bared by Yi Zhou's mess again. The president you that I practiced so hard to see. Old Yi even knows. Then Lao Yi, you damn guy. Why didn't you say it earlier? Young master, do I have to do such human behavior? Why don't I just get down on my knees and beg you? Yi Zhou hurriedly pulled his arm out of Yu Hongye's hand. Ahem. Senior sister. You're the president of the dance club, and there are so many people waiting for you to teach right now, so don't waste your time with us. It's okay, I have all day today. Yu Hongye shook her burgundy-colored hair, then looked at Lin Shangyue with a smile. Schoolgirl, it's been a long time. I didn't get to know your name last time. Lin Shangyue. Although she knew that Yu Hongye liked girls, seeing that she had just grabbed Yi Zhou's arm, Lin Shangyue was still a little less than happy. So when he introduced himself to Yu Hongye, his expression returned to its usual high spirits. Oh, what a nice name. Sister Lin, do you like dancing too? I'm the president of the dance club. If you want to join, I can give you a small lesson anytime. One-on-one kind of thing. Yi Zhou was shocked when he heard this. Never let Yu Hongye go one-on-one with her little neighbor. He hastily rejected Yu Hongye for his little neighbor. No need, sister. My girlfriend doesn't like dancing. She's just accompanying her roommate here today. Housemates? Yu Hongye was slightly stunned, and only then did she realize that there were two other girls standing with Lin Shangyue. Take a closer look. Wow. Nice looking too. Thus, Yu Hongye looked at Xia Ziqing and Zhuang Kaikai with another smile. You guys are Lin's schoolmates' roommates? In that case, since Lin's schoolmate doesn't like dancing, I'll have a one-on-one teaching lesson with you two later. Saying that, Yu Hongye's eyes gradually moved towards Zhuang Kaikai's chest, her eyes constantly glowing, and Zhuang Kaikai and Xia Ziqing didn't know the truth at all. Instead, they were immersed in the joy that Yu Hongye was going to teach them one-on-one lessons. Really, President? Then I'll trouble you. Hey, no trouble. Trouble for you guys, to be exact. Yu Hongye a whole happy to live. It's just that since I can't get Yi Zhou's girlfriend, his girlfriend's two roommates are not bad either. Yi Zhou was listening to a vicious chill beside him, and hurriedly held his little neighbor's hand, intending to bid farewell to the crowd and leave the dance club. But Yi Zhou and his little neighbor had just left the dance studio when they were chased by Gao Fu Shui. Old Ji. No, Father Yi, wait. Yi Zhou was a bit confused, then said with a face full of vigilance. Old Gao, don't yell. The little neighbor probably doesn't want to have you as a righteous son. Don't take advantage of her. Get lost. One size fits all. Gao Fu Shui froze and cursed without a good breath before showing a pleading expression once again. Righteous father, I didn't expect you to know our president and have such a good relationship. Not much else to say. As a good brother, you help the kid a yard. Let President you also give me a one-on-one lesson. From now on, I, Gao Fu Shui, will absolutely look up to you. Old Gao, listen to my advice. Give up. You have absolutely no chance with Sister Hongye. How can you be so sure? Why don't you let me try? Young master, I've never begged you. You're the first. Looking at Gao Fu Shui's sincere face, Yi Zhou was also in a difficult situation. However, things had already developed to such a point that Yi Zhou could only tell the truth. It's not that I won't help you. The main thing is, Hongye senpai, she likes girls. It's true that you guys can have a scene. Chapter 183. Is it a serious game? It's not that I won't help you. The main thing is, Hongye senpai, she likes girls. It's true that you guys can have a scene. You fart. Old Yi, you are also too petty. If you don't help, just help. Why do you think of such an abstract reason to fool me? Gao Fu Shui vetoed it immediately. He didn't believe what Yi Zhou said at all. Yu Hongye likes girls? What a joke. Seeing that Gao Fu Shui didn't believe it, Yi Zhou let out a bitter smile. What am I doing lying to you for nothing? If you really just want to learn dance skills from Red Leaf senpai, I'll tell her you're my roommate and she'll more than likely give you one-on-one teaching lessons as well. But if you're running after Red Leaf senpai, then I can only say, don't waste your efforts. It really isn't possible. Forget it, don't ask you. I'll take it at my own pace. Gao Fu Shui waved his hand, very distrustful of Yi Zhou. Just when he was about to go back to the dance studio, there was a pretty-looking girl who had been standing at the entrance of the dance studio and heard the entire conversation between Yi Zhou and Gao Fu Shui. Seeing that Gao Fu Shui didn't believe what Yi Zhou said, she laughed lightly, then stepped forward to block Gao Fu Shui. This student, you did misunderstand your good friend. He didn't lie to you. Red Leaf does like girls. It's useless for you to pursue her anymore. Gao Fu Shui froze, still refusing to believe it. He bristled. How do you know? I won't believe anything without proof. Because I'm Red Leaf's ex-girlfriend. The girl's words not only made Gao Fu Shui's eyes whiten instantly, Even Yizhou and Lin Shangyue opened their mouths slightly and looked at her in incomparable surprise. Good lord! Ex-girlfriends are showing up? Afraid that Gao Fu Shui still didn't believe it. The girl also took out her cell phone from her pocket and rummaged for a photo to hand it to Yizhou and Gao Fu Shui for them to see. Only to see the girl displaying a photo of none other than her and Yu Hongye, the two of them face to face, each with a love heart half painted with lipstick on their faces. The two are pictured interlocking their fingers. Such ambiguous gestures are hard to make even between girlfriends. Seeing this, Gao Fu Shui swallowed hard and his eyes instantly became hollow. Seeing such a scene, Yi Zhou looked at Xiaogao's classmates with pity, then held Lin Shanyue's hand and quietly left. The world has shattered another pure love warrior. Yi Zhou, aren't we going to the game club? Why are you taking me farther and farther away? Lin Shanyue's agitated nose couldn't help but wrinkle as she realized that she had been taken out of the building where the game club was located by Yi Zhou. The tone was a bit disgruntled. It felt like Ye Zhou had gone back on his word, when he'd promised to take her to the game club and to pick Naruto. Yi Zhou but smiled faintly. The game club can go and play during the week too. It's the weekend now. There's no need to still go to that place. Northam is so big. It's not like that's the only place to play. After a pause, Ye Zhou tightened his grip on his little neighbor's hand. Besides, forget about always playing games together before. That's because we were both just doing things that are actually only done between couples under the guise of being neighbors and game hitchhikers. Now that we're a proper couple, it's time to do what proper couples do. Listening to Yi Zhou's words, Lin Shanyue's eyes flashed. Her pretty face began to quietly redden. Where are we going? When you're not a couple with Sayazu, playing games at the hotel. Now that they're a couple with Sayazu, they're still playing games at the hotel. The second sentence of the little neighbor's heart gave Yi Zhou an eye roll and his heart couldn't help but speed up a few points. Hey. I mean, we should go to date places that normal couples go to as a couple. What made you think of a hotel in a heartbeat? Also, you're playing the game in this second sentence. Is it a serious game? Why does Xia Ziqing keep teaching this to her little neighbor? Ahem. Of course. Teach more if you can. Yi Zhou first calmed his emotions and then said, go to Lowe's City. I'm sure you've never been there. What is that place? Looking at his little neighbor's blank little eyes, Ye Zhou narrowed his eyes. You can search online at. Come on, let's get you back to your dorm. You go ahead and change your skirt into pants. Then we'll head out. Doesn't this dress look good on me? Lin Shanyue puffed out her fragrant cheeks and looked down at her small plaid skirt. A few days ago in public class, she sat in the back row seat of Ye Zhou and clearly saw Ye Zhou repeatedly swiping a video in which the girl was wearing a skirt similar to this. So that evening, she ordered the dress directly online. So, what Ye Zhou likes to see is not this dress. What he likes is actually the girl in the video, right? Thinking of this, Lin Xianyu's expression was stunned and her eyes flashed with a strange emotion. Yi Zhou was slightly stunned and instantly realized that Lin Shanyue had misunderstood. He waved his hand and hastened to explain. That's a great dress. I'm asking you to change your dress, not because it's not nice, but because it's not convenient to wear a dress when we go to Lihua City. Lin Shanyue seemed to understand, and said doubtfully, but there are still safety pants underneath the skirt. Not even with safety pants. Oh, okay. Seeing Yi Zhou's insistence on letting her change out of her skirt, Lin Shanyue finally obediently agreed and then went back to the dormitory to change her pants. In between trips up the stairs, she pulled out her cell phone and searched for what exactly Lavala City was. Staring at the results of her search, Lin Shanyue's eyes brightened up more and more, and the corners of her mouth all began to gradually rise. She also finally realized why Yi Zhou was so insistent on letting the dress on her body be changed. Because it's a roller coaster themed ride. Yeah, Lin Shanyue had been to an amusement park once when she was very young, before her mother passed away and her father still came home often, but only once. Since then, she's been in both elementary and middle school. Whenever she hears her class mention Disney, or so-and-so amusement park, or so-and-so roller coaster, or whatever, she is very eager, even though there was nothing on the surface. When I went back, I would unknowingly reveal to my dad that I wanted to go to Disney, or a regular amusement park for that matter. Each time, my father would say he didn't have that much free time. You can ask Uncle Lee and the bodyguard to take her along, but that's okay, because today, Yi Chao is taking her there. Thinking about this, Lin Shanyue always had a smile on her face. She rummaged through her closet for the shirt and pants that felt best, but flipping through them, I don't think any of them are worthy of today. Chapter 184, Going to the Playground. Yi Zhou stood downstairs and waited for more than 10 minutes, and finally saw his little neighbor walking modestly from the building. Not only did she change out of her dress, but she also changed out of the dress she was wearing earlier in the process. At the moment, she was wearing a simple white t-shirt with blue jeans, rounded and curved small but is really a little bright. See Yezhou a little cannot move the line of sight. Yi Chao. Depart. Well. Yezhou withdrew his gaze with difficulty, then nodded heavily. With that, he took his little neighbor's hand and headed for the school gates. Since it was Saturday, there were quite a few couples coming and going on the school road, and couples with such a high face value as Lin Shangyue and Yezhou were still very rare in the school, so the two attracted the attention of many students along the way. The crowd was awestruck by these two of them with their super high face value and temperament. I just sent a message to Uncle Li to wait in front of the school. He'll send us to Lihua City. That's fine. Was going to just call a cab over there. Yezhou didn't say much either. Uncle Li does have to get out and do some work. 2 days ago, his old man even sent a special text message to Yezhou. Young Master Yi, why don't you bring the young lady out for a spin when you have time? Old me hasn't seen the young lady for more than 10 days, and I'm out of work this month, adding up to not even 5 hours. This month tens of thousands of dollars in wages. The old man to take is really a little bit of heart uneasy. Soon, the two of them were at the entrance of the school and met Uncle Li, whom they hadn't seen for many days. I don't know if it's an illusion. Yezhou suddenly felt that Uncle Li's hair. A few more gray hairs? Uncle Li, it's only been 10 days since you've seen your young lady, and you're getting gray hairs from lawning? When Uncle Li saw Lin Shangyue and Yezhou, he immediately revealed a kind, universal smile. Miss, young Master Yi, it's been too long since I've seen you guys. Ahem. I'll bring my little neighbor out more often in the future. You are a good man, young Master Yi. Uncle Li chuckled, but after Yezhou heard it, the corner of his mouth pulled slightly. Uncle Li was no less than a dedicated chauffeur for his little neighbor, even learning her mantra of the highest praise for a person. Lin Shangyue couldn't wait to go to Lihua City, a roller coaster-themed amusement park, and she angled her chin, clear and cold. Yezhou, get in the car. Without delay, Yezhou immediately got into the car, and Uncle Li also stepped on the gas after navigating the location of Lihua City, the entrance to Lihua City. Holding the tickets she had just picked up, Chenshir stood at the door waiting for the boy she had arranged to go to Lihua City with today. She glanced down at her watch and realized that it was 5 minutes past the time they had agreed upon. Chenshir's eyebrows furrowed as dissatisfaction sprouted in his heart. Personally, she was very uncomfortable with this kind of tardy behavior. Just as Chenshir was about to take out her cell phone and send a questioning message to the boy, a figure appeared in front of her. I'm sorry Chenshir. I'm late. Because I thought it would be disrespectful to you not to bring a beautiful bouquet of flowers on our first official date. So I took some time to get this one. Saying that, Li Hyukjae took out a bouquet of tulips from behind him and handed it to Chenshir. Chenshir, who already had a grudge against Li Hiji in his heart originally, upon seeing the bouquet of tulips that Li Hyuk had taken out, he immediately showed a surprised expression. She covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes surprised for a moment before she glared. We're not a couple yet. This isn't a date. It's just good friends hanging out together for the weekend. In the face of Chenshir's words, Li Hyukjae wasn't angry. Girls like Chenshir, he had seen too many of them but all of which he ended up taking with ease. Li Hyukjae smiled gentlemanly. You're right, but in our country, good friends hanging out together is also called dating. Li Hyukjae isn't at all vain. It's not like these girls are really fully aware of their Korean customs anyway, so no matter what is said these girls will subconsciously choose to believe it. After a pause, Li Hyuk was continuing. Originally I wanted to buy a bouquet of flowers. After all, this is more sincere than a bouquet, but considering that we're going to go into Lihua City to ride roller coasters, jumping machines, and so on, it would be inconvenient to hold a bouquet that's too big, so I bought just one bouquet. I'll make up a bigger, prettier bouquet for you when we next see each other. Chenshir nodded sheepishly. She wasn't stupid and naturally knew Li Hyukjae's true intentions. By saying that, Li Hyukjae was already setting the stage for their next meeting. Although it was a bit too purposeful, Chenshir didn't resent it at all, because Li Hyukjae's behavior was just too comfortable for her, and his looks were already at the top of the list of Chenshir's many suitors. This made Chenshir think that Yezhou was no better when he thought of him again. And Li Hyukjae is also a student at BJU, and he's not worse than Yezhou at all. Humph. Yezhou, don't think I can't find another boyfriend from Beijia University besides you. Chenshir lightly hummed, then filled with joy took the tulips that Li Hiji had given him and walked with him towards the interior of Lihua City. Miss, young Master Yi, we're here. Uncle Li parked his car across the street from the main entrance of Lihua City. Yezhou and Lin Shangyue got off the bus and looked at the bustling entrance of Lihua City, and their moods couldn't help but be pleasant. Lin Shanyue's eyes were bright and full of anticipation for the upcoming excursion. Here, wait here for a minute. I'll get the tickets. Aha! Yezhou took 2 small steps and went to buy the tickets. After getting his ticket, he took his little neighbor's hand and went straight through security and into the gate. Just inside, there were all these carts selling those headdresses. Rabbit ears, cat lace-made hair bows and so on. After Lin Shanyue saw it, her eyes lit up and she couldn't walk at once. She tugged on Yizhou's coat, her eyes narrowing into slits. Yeah, chow. Want to buy? Yezhou looked at it without much thought, both holding the hands of their little neighbors and walking to the side. These hair bows are usually out there, and they sell for $10 or $20. This was in a playground, after all, and the price tripled or quadrupled all at once. But since it was the little neighbor who liked it, Yizhou didn't care so much about the price. He looked sideways at his small neighbor. Buy it, pick whichever you like. But Lin Shanyue shook her head slightly as she looked at those cute hair bows. Hey, wasn't it you who just said you wanted to buy it? Well, want to buy it. Then pick one you like. Yizhou rather had a feeling of being unable to understand what was going on. Lin Shanyue withdrew her eyes from those hairbands, then looked straight at Yizhou with a curved smile. Pick whichever one you like me to wear. Chapter 185, Couple's Photo. Hearing Lin Shanyue's words, Yizhou's heart was instantly filled with softness. His heart fluttered slightly, and then he surveyed the hair bows thoughtfully, his eyes lingering on one of the lovely embellishments. This rabbit ears one is cute, although it's a bit out of tune with your high-strung appearance. The contrast is still nice. Yizhou picked up a rabbit ear hairband and compared it to his little neighbor's head. Lin Shanyue didn't say anything, she just quietly looked at Yizhou, as if she was waiting for him to continue picking. Yizhou picked up another lace-edged maid's hairband. This one is not bad either, but it doesn't always feel good to wear this outside. The little neighbor cocked her head slightly, her smile widening. Yizhou pondered for a moment and finally handed the rabbit ear hairband to his little neighbor. Just this one. Lin Shanyue nodded gently, then took the hairband and put it on her head. Her cold, white face looked more and more delicate under the rabbit ears. Yizhou didn't think much about it, and immediately prepared to pay with the boss. But my little neighbor, who was already wearing a rabbit-eared hairband, grabbed another cat-eared hairband from the booth. She stood slightly on her tiptoes and put this cat ear hairband on Yizhou's head. Looking at the rather dumbfounded Yizhou, the little neighbor let out a playful laugh, her voice soft, good-looking. The way the little neighbor was happy. Yizhou's heart melted. Solely do not take it off, and even bought this hairband on his head together. After paying the money, the two were about to leave when the owner of the hairband seller suddenly called out to them. Wait. Yizhou looked at the boss suspiciously, only to see the middle-aged boss hemmed and hawed and took out a camera-like object from his bag. He jogged 2 steps and came in front of Yizhou and Lin Shanyue. If you guys don't mind, why don't I take a picture of you with this Polaroid? You two's face value is just a bit too high. In all my years of selling things, I've never seen a couple as well matched as you are. Young man, this girlfriend of yours looks like an actress. I didn't say anything just now, and kept wondering if she was some recent up-and-coming actress. Ahem. Not really. Yizhou touched his nose and looked at his little neighbor. Indeed, she was just a little bit unrealistically beautiful. When she first transferred to Bayan No. 1 middle school, Yizhou was also stunned. Yizhou never thought that one day, Lin Xianyue would become his girlfriend. At that thought, Yezhou looked sideways at his small neighbor. Shoot. Aha. Lin Xianyue nodded slightly, her eyes glittering with eagerness. Previously, in order to have a photo with Yezhou, she had a small thought on the day of the graduation photo. At that time, if Yezhou hadn't taken the slightest initiative, maybe it wouldn't have been filmed. That group photo wearing class uniforms. Lin Shanyue took leave that night to let Uncle Li take her to a photo developing store and developed 100 identical photos. Seeing the little neighbor agree, Yezhou also nodded at the boss selling hairbands. Okay, let's shoot then. This Polaroid, it's a picture that comes out immediately after you take it, right? Exactly. The boss responded. Then he held up his Polaroid and took a few steps backward, addressing Yezhou and Lin Shanyue. You two hold hands and then come a little closer. Yes, that's it, little girl. You turn a little sideways again. Smile. Don't be so high and mighty. As her boss's movements guided her, Lin Shanyue's gaze stopped looking at the camera. Instead, he slightly raised his head to look at Yizhou, and the corners of his mouth subconsciously hooked into a smile. In that instant, the owner pressed the shutter. Just a click and the picture was frozen in this wonderful moment. A few moments later, the Polaroid spit out the photo, and the owner took it and flung it around twice, looking at it with a pang of emotion. It's so good looking. I didn't even use professional equipment to shoot it and it came out looking this good. The boss then walked over with the photos and handed them to Yizhou and Lin Shanyue. The two of them on the photo, Yezhou wearing a cat ear hairband, looking at the camera with a big smile, while Lin Shanyue wearing a rabbit ear hairband, looking up at Yezhou, her eyes full of love, and the smile at the corner of her mouth as bright as a flower in spring. Holding hands together seemed to speak of endless sweetness and happiness. Lin Shanhua looked at the photo with a touching gleam in her eyes. She stroked the photo gently, as if remembering something, her eyes watering. Only after a long time did she look up and look at the hairband owner with seriousness. "Boss, you're a good man, and your business is bound to sell." The boss laughed. "No need to praise me so much. I sell this stuff here just enough to feed my family. The big sale is not yet." After a pause, he saw that there were new visitors coming to see the hairbands, and he waved his hand at Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua. Well, I'll leave you two to go in and play. I've got business coming up on my end. Just keep the pictures. Bye, boss." Lin Shanhua very rarely took the initiative to wave goodbye to this boss. She stood still and contemplated the picture for a few seconds, then carefully tucked it into her small purse. Spinning around, he took out his cell phone again, and his slender fingers typed a few words on it to send out. Although Yezhou didn't see the content, it wasn't hard to guess what the little neighbor had done. He looked deeply at the owner of the hairband seller. Yezhou was well aware that this boss had unintentionally widened his path. What the little neighbor had just said to this boss, that his business would surely be a big seller, was actually not a polite remark at all. "I'm afraid there's more to this owner's business than just big sales. The first roller coaster in the park is the flying boat surf, and you have to buy a raincoat before you get in line." "Yeah, chow. Want to play this? How about a different one? There's a chance you'll get wet sitting in this one." Lin Shanhua pursed her lips and pointed to the end of the line. "There's a raincoat seller in front." "Okay, then let's line this up first." It was a Saturday, so there were still quite a few people in line, but at least it wasn't of the 4th of July or May Day variety. You have to wait in line for an hour for just about any item, with popular items starting at 2 hours kind of thing. While the two were in line, the young neighbor's cell phone rang. She was slightly stunned, took out her cell phone and looked at it, then spoke to Yi Zhou at the first opportunity. "It's Siharo calling. Pick it up." Ow. Because of the close proximity to his small neighbor, Yi Zhou could vaguely hear Xia Ziqing's voice on the other end of the phone. "Shallow Moon, where did you and Yi Zhou go to play? Why did you go back to the dormitory to change your clothes?" "Lihua City." "What?" When Xia Ziqing heard this, she let out a sharp popping sound. "I can't believe you two sneaked out to the playground behind my back. Why don't you take me with you? Why don't you take me? Couples go to the playground together. It's the best to bump." "Aha, I want to bump." Chapter 186, Can You Hear the Heart Exposed? In the end, after Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua promised to go back and show Xia Ziqing the pictures they took and what happened, Xia Ziqing reluctantly let them go. Hanging up Xia Ziqing's phone, Yi Zhou burst into a bitter smile. This boys and girls are really different. If Gao Fu Shui knew that he came to the playground to play with his little neighbor, he would have been so angry that he would have cursed his mother, and would have said that Yi Zhou had bared him again. However, Xia Ziqing must see Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua fall in love with each other with her own eyes. Not saying that everything is kowtowed can still make her nutritionally balanced. It wasn't long before it was Yi Zhou and Lin Shanhua's turn in the flying boat surfing. I bought 2 raincoats to change into, then deposited my cell phone and bag in a nearby locker, then got on the roller coaster. Yi Zhou looked at the facilities in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little weak. To be honest, he'd been a little afraid of heights since he was a kid, and this was the first time he'd ever ridden this roller coaster thing, so he didn't know what he'd feel like later. He glanced sideways at his young neighbor and noticed that the other man had absolutely no fear on his face, and even looked very expectant. Yi Zhou swallowed hard and asked in a low voice, "Have you sat in this before?" Lin Shanhua gently shook her head. "No." "Then why do you feel that you're not afraid at all? The one in front of us is very high. We're going to rush down at the highest point." "I know, but I feel so excited. It feels so good to rush down from the highest point holding hands with Kobayashi." Yezhou couldn't stop gulping again when he heard his little neighbor's heartfelt words. Sure enough, but anything that was exciting, Lin Shanhua found interesting. The roller coaster slowly started, and Yezhou's heart lifted. As the roller coaster gradually climbed higher and higher, Yezhou's tension grew stronger. He gripped the handrail tightly, his eyes squeezed shut, hardly daring to look at the sight of the overhang on either side. Lin Shanhua, on the other hand, looked around excitedly, her eyes filled with anticipation. When the roller coaster reached its highest point, the brief pause made Yezhou's heart hang in his throat, and the feeling that he was about to experience weightlessness made his heart beat violently faster. Just when he was so nervous that he didn't know what to do, Lin Shanhua suddenly reached out and held his hand tightly. Yi Zhou felt the warmth of his little neighbor, and the fear in his heart was slightly alleviated. Immediately afterward, the roller coaster rushed down like an arrow off a string. The intense weightlessness caused the crowd on the roller coaster to scream at the top of their lungs. And experiencing this falling weightlessness, Yi Zhou, his eyes instantly jumped, and a loud asterisk broke through the air. But Lin Shanhua smiled happily and held Yi Zhou's hand tightly. "The wind is whistling in our ears and the water is splashing. The roller coaster rushes down the track and hits the bottom with a thud, making huge waves as it hits the water. All the water that fell from the air hit the surface of the raincoats on the crowd. Who dash? Yejo let out a long breath. He could almost hear his heart beating. Turning sideways to look at her small neighbor beside her, she noticed that her bangs were still a little damp from the water, and were wet against her forehead, and her face still had the faint blush from the excitement, and her eyes were bright. She pursed her lips, her expression cool. Yeah, ciao. This is fun. Still want to play? Let's play another one. This raincoat can only be used once, and you'll have to buy it again to play again. This is an appetizer. Lightning and Dragon's Ridge are the most exciting. Ow. How does Sayashu know so well? Have you brought another girl here before? This heartfelt twist of Lin Shanhua's voice almost made Jizhou's waist twist. He touched his nose. Subconsciously. I know so well from searching the internet for tips before I came here. When she heard Yizhou's voice, Lin Xianyu's expression changed and her willow eyebrows were raised. I didn't ask you that. How do you know what I'm thinking? Hiss. Yizhou immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he felt that for a moment. His body turned stiff. It's over. It's over. Because she was in too much of a hurry just now. She was afraid that her little neighbor would misunderstand and give her heart directly to the words she said. Yizhou's brain raced, trying to find a reasonable explanation. He nervously looked at Lin Shanhua and stumbled. That. I guessed. See, you just said you still wanted to play. And then I thought you might not find this exciting enough. So I mentioned Lightning and Dragon's Ridge. And then I guessed that you might be wondering how I knew so much about it. And if I'd brought another girl here. So, Lin Shanhua narrowed her eyes, obviously not quite believing Yizhou's explanation. She stared closely at Yizhou, as if she wanted to see a break in his face. Yizhou's heart went straight to his head, thinking that if this let Lin Shanhua know the truth, what's wrong? In order to be able to convince her completely, Yizhou did the opposite. He scratched his head and laughed. Otherwise, is it hard to believe that I am able to hear your heart? As expected, Lin Shanhua's face eased slightly when she heard these words. She raised her chin slightly and said, Okay, so let's get to those 2 roller coasters you were talking about. Yezhou nodded his head in a hurry and shrugged his shoulders as if he was relieved. However, this scene was still captured in Lin Shanhua's eyes. Her pretty eyes narrowed, unsure of what she was thinking. Chen sure, let me go buy you some water to drink. You just rode the roller coaster and shouted too loudly. It's not good for your voice. Ah, thanks. Chen sure nodded his head, appreciating Li Heiji more and more, because he was just so detail-oriented, which was more than many of the guys who had pursued her before. Chenshur had always felt that girls were the most detail-oriented creatures in this world. If a guy can take care of these details, it's definitely a plus presence. Of course, first of all the guy has to be good-looking and have at least a little bit of money. Otherwise adding a few points won't do much good. Li Hyuk, after smiling softly at Chenshur, walked towards the nearby store that sold drinks. Hello, 1 iced American and 1 room temperature. While the waitress was making it for him, it just so happened that his housemate called him. Hyun Jun, I'm outside with my sister at this moment. What's the matter? Nothing much, just asking if you'd be back tonight. Said we'd go to the bar together. The corners of Lee Hyuk-jae's mouth turned up slightly as he looked at the iced Americano and room temperature Americano being made by the waiter in front of him. This? I'll give you an answer in 10 minutes. I'm getting iced drinks. Let's see if this chick will drink it. If she can drink ice today, I'll take her to a room tonight. The bar will be good for another day. Chapter 187, Is Xiao Yezhou not good enough? Lee Hyuk-jae, who got 2 glasses of 1 ice and 1 room temperature Americano, paid and immediately returned to Chinshur. He didn't just hand Chinshur the glass of cold Americano, because in that case, if Chinshur couldn't drink ice today and he gave Chinshur ice instead, then there would be a situation where Chinshur rejected him. Lee Hyuk-jae is aware that while this makes sense, psychologically speaking, it's a big no-no in dating. Even if you've done nothing wrong and are just acting out of good intentions or unintentional behavior. But once rejected, the other party will subconsciously have a sense of resistance to you, even if it is so small that the other party does not realize. But this sense of resistance has been printed in the subconscious. So the right thing to do in the middle of a date is to think from all angles before you do anything, and to do as much as possible without giving the other person any chance to reject you. Lee Hyuk-jae, who had familiarized himself with psychology books, naturally understood this very well. It was the knowledge that these psychology books brought him that made him successful in taking a number of girls. In addition, one could not take a cup of ice and a cup of room temperature and directly ask Chinshur which cup he wanted to drink. Because the internet is so advanced these days, too many people know the stun of testing a girl's convenience today with an iced drink. Thinking of this, Lee Hyuk-jae took the initiative to pass the glass of room temperature Americano in his hand to Chinshur. Chinshur, you're American. Ah, thanks. Chenshur had just extended his hand, and before he could finish his words of thanks, Lee Hyuk-jae suddenly and abruptly put back the glass of room temperature Americano. Lee Hyuk-jae was full of apologies. Oops, sorry. I'm used to the taste of Americano because I drink it so often, with or without sugar. Considering that you should rarely drink Americano in general, I purposely asked the waiter to add sugar, but he seemed to have added the wrong sugar packet to this iced one. The room temperature one is unsweetened. After a pause, Lee Hyuk-jae narrowed his eyes and said with an imperceptible tentative statement, Chenshur, why don't I go back out and get you a sweetened Americano? Chenshur was only slightly stunned and shook his head with a smile. Thank you for being so sweet and thinking of me and everything, but it's okay, no need to go through so much trouble. Let's both swap. You drink room temperature and I'll just drink that cold one. Can I have a cold one? Lee Hyuk snickered in his heart, but on the surface, he was still very calm and didn't look happy. Okay, then you can drink the cold one, but it's best to drink it slowly. Drinking the cold one too fast will upset your stomach. Confirming that Chenshur didn't have her period today, Lee Hyuk-jae rubbed his hands together and was already planning exactly how he was going to trick Chenshur into not going back to school tonight, but spending the night outside. Sure, there were many means for him to do so, but after chatting and getting along with Chenshur in the past few days, Lee Hyuk can clear that Chenshur was different from those ordinary silly white sweet girls in the past. She's a segmented girl, and she's got her own fishbowl, so a reason that was too clumsy would definitely be recognized by Chenshur. At that time, there would be no more chances for Lee Hyuk-jae to be able to take down Shinshi, the very best of the best. Realizing this, Lee Hyuk was constantly thinking of a sound and reasonable set of reason logic in his mind. No, it won't work. Not there really. Please, I really can't top that. My legs are shaking now. I'm definitely going to have to pass out again. Yi-jo held onto the wall and waved his hand repeatedly at Lin Shanhua. After playing 2 top roller coasters with her in one breath, Yi-jo felt like his whole body was bad. However, Lin Shanhua was like a person with nothing. Looking at the other those who have not yet played the pirate ship the jumper and the big swing hammer and so on, her eyes are all eager to try the color. Looking at how Yi-jo couldn't support himself, Lin Shanhua nuzzled her mouth, her tone dissatisfied. But it's almost dark, and many of the programs can't be played after dark. Why don't I wait for you down here and you go up and play by yourself? Lin Shanhua shook her head. I don't like being alone. Is Xiao Yezhou not working? If it's too much to ask, then forget it. I can't? Hearing this voice from his little neighbor, Yi-zou's bent waist instantly straightened up. A whole lot of good sense was instantly aroused. Anything can work, but a man can never work. Especially since the little neighbor hadn't said this outright, but had whispered it to himself. This made Yi-jo feel even more humiliated. So, with a determined face, he held Lin Xianyu's hand and walked in the direction of the jumper. Go! We have to do all these exciting programs today. Shortly after, sitting on the jumper Yezhou non-stop, the feeling of weightlessness that came back and forth made his heart stop, until he came down from the pirate ship again. Yi Chao's eyes were lifeless, with an expression of I've been played out. Seeing that Lin Shanhua wanted to lead him to play the jumper again, Yi-jo bitterly smiled and pulled her arm. His voice had gotten a little hoarse from all the yelling. It's not too early now. When the queue reaches us, it is estimated that the jumper will stop operating. Let's go to eat. After playing all afternoon, we should be quite hungry? Unexpectedly, Lin Shanhua shook her head. I'm not hungry yet. I'm hungry. I'll walk you to dinner then. Lin Shanhua laughed out, then stretched out her hand for the first time and took the initiative to hold Yi-jo's arm like any other ordinary young couple. Her body also pressed closer to Yi-jo's side. Feeling a burst of warmth and that indescribable softness, Yi-jo first froze, then a smile also surfaced on her face. It's such a good feeling to be depended on and needed. If he tried harder and harder, he might actually be able to have a home with this girl in the future. Many roller coaster facilities in Lihua City stop operating at night. After all, these super high rides are prone to safety hazards after nightfall, so the playground was much less crowded at night. But while many of the facilities were out of service, there were many more light displays and live action shows at night. You can even take pictures with these staff members who play NPCs. Yi-jo and Lin Shanhua were in the amusement park, looking for a place to eat, and then chose an outdoor location to sit down. At the end of the day, Yi-jo did have his legs already shaking after playing with these super exciting devices. It hadn't slowed down by this point. Seeing this scene, Lin Shanhua softly said, "You sit down and rest for a while I fetch the meal. Then this time it's hard for you." Yi-jo let out a bitter laugh. Damn. I didn't think that he, Mr. Mighty, would have weak legs caused by playing with things like roller coasters and jumpers. Not as good as a girl in the little neighborhood. As it was mealtime, there were many people coming to eat, so the seats outside the store and the store were basically full. The tables at this restaurant are so big, though, that with a little leaning to the side, a table can seat 4 people. So some of the later patrons were looking for couples who had been seated in pairs to share a table. Just then, a familiar figure, who sat down opposite Yi Zhou, asked politely, "Hi, can I share a table with you guys please?" "Hey, Yi Zhou?" Yi Zhou looked up and his face instantly changed as well. "Chen Shi?" Chapter 188 Matchmaking with Chen Shi. Seeing Chen Shi in full makeup, Yi Zhou was surprised. It seemed like after that graduation party, he and Chen Shi never seemed to see each other again. Originally, he thought that he and Chen Shi should not have much chance to meet again in this life. "I never thought that I would meet again in such a way." At this moment, Chen Shi was also surprised in a million ways after realizing that the owner of this table was Yi Zhou. She looked at Yi Zhou in a daze, and then spun out laughing. "I said just now to see how your back looks so familiar. So it's you, Yi Zhou." Saying that, Chen Shi looked at the bench opposite Yi Zhou and placed a Chanel-branded bag on it. She immediately realized that Yi Zhou should have come with Lin Shangyue. "It's just as well. Since we're acquaintances, we can all share a table together. And I'm only 2 people. Yi Zhou frowned, thinking who the hell is an acquaintance with you? He had wanted to drive Chen Shi away, but after looking around, there were indeed no other vacated spots indoors or outdoors now. With Chen Shi's character, Yi Zhou knew very well that if he were to directly drive her away now, she would most likely stick around and say nothing, refusing to leave. It wouldn't be realistic to call in the merchants and negotiate with Chen Shi. So Yi Zhou got up, intending to go to his little neighbor and take her to a different restaurant for dinner. As a result, he had only just gotten up when Lin Shangyue had already returned with the fetched meal. The first time she saw Chen Shi, her willow eyebrows also subconsciously frowned, then turned instantly. Lin Shangyue first placed the dinner plate on the table, then smoothly picked up the bag that was placed on the bench opposite Yi Zhou, and then playfully sat down in the seat beside Yi Zhou. She looked at Yi Zhou quietly. Then the next second, heartfelt voices poured into Yi Zhou's ears. "What's this bad woman doing here?" Hearing his little neighbor's heartfelt words, Yi Zhou also rushed to explain the current situation. "I happened to run into Chen Shi just now, and she said that there are no other empty seats in the store right now, so she wants to share a table together. I was going to yell at you to eat at another restaurant and forget about it, but it turns out you've already picked up your food." Lin Shangyue, who had learned the truth, gently nodded her head without showing any dissatisfaction, her tone indifferent. "Together, then." However, she didn't even glance at Chen Shi since the beginning. Lin Shanyue's condescending attitude like this made Chen Shi very upset. "What's the point of pretending? You were like this in high school and now you're still like this in college? High and mighty for whom? It's annoying to look at the heart." Chen Shi muttered a few times in his heart, then wrapped his arms around his chest and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, isn't this our Lin Daifa? How to fall in love after so humble obviously is $1,000 miss. How to eat outside. Are you to help Ye Zhou to bring the food over I say, Yi Zhou, you're too ungentlemanly now. Have you conditioned our Miss Lin to be like this?" After a pause, Chen Shi revealed a smug expression. "Unlike me, my boyfriend always tells me to wait while he goes and gets it. Since they haven't officially gotten together with Li Hyuk-jae yet, the two are just friends for now. But in order to make Lin Shangyue suffer, Chen Shi simply couldn't care less." Before Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue could speak, Li Hyuk-jae, who had gone to get the meal, finally returned. After he saw that the people sitting opposite Chen Shi were Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue, his entire body froze in place. "ACI, how come it's both of them?" Li Hyuk gave a thump in his heart and was embarrassed. Chen Shi also noticed that he had returned and angled his chin at Lin Shangyue and Yi Zhou before pulling Li Hajuan over and introducing him. "This is my boyfriend Li Hyuk-jae, a Korean. Oh yeah, he's also a student at your North Jiaotong University. Very gentlemanly, much more attentive than Yi Chao." Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue exchanged glances as they both recognized Li Hyuk-jae. However, both of them very tacitly didn't mention the last time Li Hyuk was delivering breakfast to Lin Shangyue and then was intercepted and eaten by Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou grinned. "Yo, so it's the Oba from the stick country. Hello hello hello." Seeing that the two men didn't poke holes in him, Li Hyuk-jae smiled awkwardly and said, mud is good, and sat down. There was absolutely no sense of joy that Chen Shi had admitted to outsiders that he was her boyfriend. Then, Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue ignored Chen Shi and Li Hian and ate in silence. Li Hyuk-jae, who was afraid of letting Chen Shi know that he had pursued Lin Shangyue, didn't really dare to squeak and also buried his head and grabbed his food. He couldn't wait to finish eating and immediately take Chen Shi away. But among the four, Chen Shi was the most restless. It was so hard for her to have a chance to make Lin Shangyue suffer. How could she let it go so easily? So she renewed what she had just said. "Senior schoolgirl Lin, what I said just now is all true, right? Otherwise, why don't you refute me?" If this matter were to let the people in our original bay in first middle school know that the goddess in their hearts was so lowly to a boy, I'm afraid that their filters would have to be shattered all over the place, right? Listening to Chen Shi's words, Lin Shanhua remained expressionless. She didn't care in the slightest about going toe-to-toe with Chen Shi. Even though Yi Zhou knew the character of his little neighbor and had great disdain for clowns like Chen Shi, but as his boyfriend, it would be unreasonable for him not to make a counterattack at this time. Besides, he had never been a vindictive person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out something that happened more than 10 years ago and then made Zhao Lan's family so miserable. Yi Zhou looked at Chen Shi with icy eyes. Can't you even get your mouth shut? Yi Chao, whose mouth are you saying stinks? Chen Shi instantly reddened her face. She did not expect Yi Zhou to directly soar with profanity. But Yi Zhou just laughed lightly and sneered. If you don't speak, who knows your mouth stinks? You. Chen Shi was so angry that his body was trembling, stretching out his finger to point at Yi Zhou's nose, a whole gas shaking cold. On the side of Li he in itself do not want to start a positive conflict with Yi Zhou, but at the moment such a scene, he did not stand out to help Chen Shi to speak. Then I'm afraid there's no home run tonight. Thinking of this, Li Hyokjae also put down his chopsticks and cursed. Ashy it. How are you talking to Chen Shi? Yi Zhou's eyes narrowed. He was too lazy to line up against this stick, and he didn't even want to get too entangled with Chen Shi. AT0. He thought of the saying that if you want to disintegrate an enemy force quickly, you have to do it from the inside. Yi Zhu remembers that when he was recording a video with his little neighbor on his phone in the afternoon, he happened to record a scene where Li Hyokjae was getting coffee and was on the phone with his roommate. So Yi Zhou pulled out his cell phone and found that video and put it on the table. Immediately after that, the conversation that Li Hyuk had on the phone with his roommate in the afternoon gradually spread out. Chapter 189, Joker 2, 2 for the money. Hello, 1 iced Americano. 1 room temperature. Hyun Jun. I'm outside with my sister at this moment. I'm getting iced drinks now. Let's see if this chick will drink it. If she can drink ice today, I'll take her to a room tonight. The bar will be good for another day. At that time, Li Hyuk was standing at the place where coffee was sold in the video of the phone call. Yi Zhou played it out to Chen Shi in its entirety. There are just so many coincidences in this world. At that moment Yi Zhou and his little neighbor happened to be shooting a video next to each other, and Yi Zhou happened to see Li Hyuk in. Originally Yi Zhou was going to delete this video because Li Hyuk-jae appeared in it and his voice was very obvious. Turns out the little neighbor was in a hurry to take him to his next project at that moment and didn't have time to delete it. Who would have thought that surprisingly this unassuming video would come in handy? When Yi Chao released the video in its entirety, Li Hyuk-jae's face changed drastically. Assy bar, turn it off for me. Saying that, he stepped forward and was about to snatch the cell phone from Yi Zhou's hand. However, his height is only 1 meter 75. And Ye Zhou is 10 centimeters difference. The size difference is there. It is impossible to take it from Ye Zhou's hands. That's all. Chen Shi's entire face darkened after hearing Li Hyuk's frivolous words in that video. Seeing the reaction of both Li Hyuk-jae and Chen Shi, Yi Chao was satisfied. He let out a soft chuckle, stifling a laugh in a serious manner. Ahem. I definitely didn't mean to break you two up, haha. Trust me. Absolutely not. On the contrary, kinda like the idea of you two polar opposites lasting forever. So don't let anyone off the hook. And don't go oohing and awing over the other good guys as much as you can. Showing you this video was also simply thinking that since you two are already together and so in love, you should know all about each other. And I'm just stopping by to help you out. Yi Zhou's words were like an invisible slap on Chen Shi's face. The entire body of Chen Shi, who was still high and mighty, began to tremble slightly. She totally didn't expect that Li Hyuk-jae, who was a very gentlemanly person in appearance as well as in all kinds of behaviors, was such a disgusting downwardly mobile boy in his true colors. Chen Shi couldn't care about retorting Yi Zhou, and the first time he looked at the already confused Li Hyuk-jae with a pair of reddened eyes. Li Hyuk-jae, you, so all of your actions and words are deliberately feigned? You're a bottom-headed man who only thinks with his lower body. And that moment when you said something about adding the wrong kind of sugar to an iced Americano, you were actually just testing to see if I could have an iced one, right? Yuck. I didn't realize you stick men were so disgustingly nasty. I'm going to expose all your disgustingly nasty behavior on your school walls and postings. Being scolded by Chen Shi for these many sentences in one breath, Li Hyuk-jae was also anxious. It was true that he had flopped before like today, but everyone was out to have fun, and the most they could do was to fall apart when they were torn apart for their little hearts. But Chen Shi was obviously not that nice. She went so far as to expose him on PTU's posting boards and major confession walls. If this was known to the other girls on Jiaotong University campus, how could he get girls in Jiaotong University in the future? And Bayan University students' circle is so big, by the time a rumor spreads, Li Hyukin knowing that he was then not only in Jiaotong University, I am afraid that in the entire Bayan University circle's reputation will be stigmatized. So, Lee Hyuk-jae explained to Chenshur in a hurry. Chenshur, listen to my explanation. This video is Yizhou and Lin Shangyue taken out of context. The complete video is not like this. You have to believe me. However, before Lee Hyuk-jae could finish, Chenshur's face changed once again. She stared at Lee Hyuk-jae with glazed eyes. How do you know what her name is? I don't seem to recall mentioning her big name in front of you just now. Do you? No, I've actually heard of her at school lol. Lee Hyuk-jae froze and felt his heart miss half a beat. This was followed by a tingling of the scalp and then a sweaty feeling of something extremely bad. As expected, Yizhou simply didn't give Lee Hyuk-jae a chance to finish his explanation. Yizhou laughed contemptuously, then held Lin Shangyue's hand, then looked at Chenshur with a smirk. Oh, I forgot to tell you. This stick chased after my girlfriend before and bought breakfast for it, but I ate it all. Lee Hyuk was chased after Lin Shangyue? Lin Shangyue nodded slightly, her tone clear and cold. Well, I think it was before he was with you. I hated him, a very boundaryless person. As if Chenshur had heard some heavenly news, his mouth slightly opened and his entire body was frozen in place, head buzzing. When she reacted, her face instantly rose to a pig's liver color at a speed visible to the naked eye. A red mess. What Lin Shangyue meant when she uttered those words, wasn't she saying, Chenshur, Lee he chased after me first, but was driven away by my boyfriend Yizhou, so he backed off and chose you because he couldn't chase me, and you're always using things that I can't see. And in the beginning just now, Chenshur introduced Lee Hiji as her boyfriend to both Yizhou and Lin Shangyue subsequently. The two of them definitely recognized him at the first time, but instead of choosing to break it down, he quietly watched her perform. Thinking about this, Chenshur felt that since the beginning, he was just like a clown in front of Yizhou and Lin Shangyue. She's just the next meal for a young couple? Realizing this, Chenshur's eyes went black and he felt that he couldn't even stand up. That's what happened at the last graduation party, when she ended up as a clown. Short for clown, debut. I thought I could fight back today, but I didn't realize that I had staged a Joker 2, mayhem. Aha! Lee Hyuk-jae, you bottom-headed man. Chenshur was so infuriated that she screamed and raised her hand to slap Lee Hyuk-jae's face over. Chenshur slapped very hard, and the slap on Lee Hyuk-jae's face was crisp and loud. Many of the people around them who were eating threw over their gazes in surprise. Ashy. Lee Hyuk-jae was also confused by the slap and started cursing at once. Chenshur was also not willing to show weakness and directly cursed with Lee Hee-jin. Seeing such a scene, Yizhou laughed before quietly pulling his little neighbor's hand and preparing to leave. The result was that before he could take a few steps, his little neighbor stopped in his tracks. Yizhou looked at her suspiciously. Why don't you go? The little neighbor narrowed his eyes, then looked with interest in the direction where Chenshur and Lee Hyuk-jae were arguing. Look again. I like to see the bad woman arguing with the lower head man. Chapter 190, you obviously like me wearing black silk. In the end, it was the security personnel patrolling the park that pulled Chenshur and Lee Hyuk-jae apart, because if they don't pull away, both of them are probably going to fight. Seeing this, Yizhou also just held Lin Shangyue's hand and left. Lin Shangyue's face was still filled with an unfulfilled expression, as if she was sorry that Chenshur and Lee Hyuk-jae didn't end up fighting between the two. Hiss. I didn't realize that underneath this high and cold exterior of yours, you're still hiding a bad embryonic heart. Are you particularly hoping to see the two of them at each other's throats? I didn't. You're the one who thought so. Lin Shangyue angled her chin, her eyes thievingly high and cold, not acknowledging it at all. Due to what happened with Chenshur and Lee Hyuk-in, the two of them, Yizhou and the little neighbor, didn't even have a chance to eat their fill. So, they rerouted to a new fast food restaurant and reordered their food. After dinner, they held hands as they walked through the evening playground. The amusement park at night was brightly lit, like a dream. Yizhou and Lin Shangyue held hands and strolled through the bustling crowd. Feeling the romantic atmosphere, the breeze was light. Lin Shangyue's hair fluttered with the wind, and her eyes shone with a little light. Yizhou looked at her, his heart filled with tenderness. Seeing the merry-go-round with only a very few couples lined up under the colored lights not far away, the little neighbor pointed over there with a light smile. Yizhou, let's go ride the carousel. Finally, a less exciting choice. Yizhou smiled and snickered. It was also at this instant that it dawned on him. Between other couples, there were usually terms of endearment, and Yizhou was no exception to Lin Shangyue. She likes to be called little neighbor or little rich girl, but it seemed that ever since Lin Shangyue had moved next door to him, both on her lips and in her heart, she liked to call him by his first name. The word small is added at most to the heartbeat. Even if there were no other terms of endearment, Yizhou never felt that Lin Shangyue calling him by his first name would be unkind. On the contrary, the little neighbor called him Yizhou in every breath. which made him feel especially at ease. It was a feeling that no one else calling him by his first name could bring. Subsequently, Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue each got on the carousel, which rose and fell with the rhythm of the music. Lin Shangyue smiled happily. At this moment, it was as if she had forgotten all her troubles. Forget all those scenes as a child when I was left out in the cold by my dad. Looking at this appearance of his little neighbor, the corners of Yi Zhou's mouth also subconsciously rose slightly and murmured, "Now the studio has been officially launched. The first account is considered to have completed the initial starting stage. About advertising cooperation has also been in the talks. Once the revenue starts, a second, third or even fourth account will come crashing in as well. And as long as you can stabilize the traffic you have now to wrestle with a million-liked video, then a qualitative leap can be accomplished. One step closer to a small neighborhood, and one step closer." 9 o'clock at night, Yi Zhou and his little neighbor walked out from Lihua City, while Uncle Li had already driven a Maybach and was waiting for them across the road. "Miss, young Master Yi, it looks like you guys are having fun today." Uncle Li also had a smile on his face. Lin Shangyue smiled faintly and lightly. "Well, Uncle Li, I did have a good time today. It's good that the lady is happy." With his mouth full, Uncle Li was feeling inwardly again. The lady has laughed more in the last few months than she has in the last few years. Young Master Yi is truly a man of God. But I heard that young Master Deer is coming back, and at that time, I don't know if there will be any repercussions between Miss and young Master Yi. Uncle Li didn't choose to find a chance to tell his own young lady about this. He felt that the later he let her know about this matter, the better. Immediately afterward, Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue sat on the Maybach and the car slowly started, driving back to school. Outside the car window, the lights of the city twinkled as if telling a story. This time Lin Shangyue was no longer sitting on one side of the backseat of the car with Yi Zhou like before. Instead, she sat on the side of Yi Zhou with a smile on her face. Perhaps too tired from today's fun, she slightly closed her eyes before leaning on Yi Zhou's shoulder. Before long, her breathing became more even, and she seemed to be asleep. Noticing this, Yi Zhou didn't move any further, only tilting his shoulders slightly towards his little neighbor's side as he slightly tilted his shoulders towards his little neighbor's side, trying to make her more comfortable. Immediately afterward, Yi Zhou looked sideways at the rapidly flashing night scene, and happiness that had never been seen before surfaced on his face. A few months ago he would have been struck by the loneliness that would quickly creep over his body when he saw all those lighted windows on the road, none of which were lit for him. But now, it seems like it will never be the same again. By the time we got back to the entrance of the Jiaotong University School, it was almost 11 o'clock at night. Due to the fact that they were exhausted from playing today, both Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue didn't have the strength to go to the moral puddle and study what lipstick really tasted like. Therefore, Yi Zhou sent his little neighbor to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory and was ready to go back. Only just turning around, Lin Shangyue suddenly ran over again. All at once, he jumped into Yi Zhou's arms. That said, it was the first time the two had ever formally embraced. Yi Zhou first froze, then felt the warmth radiating from his little neighbor's soft body. His heart was beating so fast it was almost as if it was pounding in his chest, especially when he had an indescribably soft mass against his chest leaning down, near his stomach. Lin Shangyue said softly, "Ye Zhou, I like being stuck with you all the time like this. Well, we can go out on dates more often in the future. No lying to me." Yi Zhou smiled. "When have I ever lied to you? You obviously love me in black silk, but you have to lie to me every time and say you don't like it at all." Ye Zhou held his breath. Oops, this woman, she seems to know everything. This night, the 311 girls' dormitory. Xia Ziqing sat on the bed, listening with a serious face to Lin Shangyue's story about everything that happened between her and Yi Zhou in Lihua City today. He also showed Xia Ziqing the one of her and Yi Zhou, taken with a Polaroid. Xia Ziqing listened and looked again. Her whole face was red, but her eyes were getting more and more satisfied, as if she was a silly big orange cat. The two of you actually used a husband and wife martial soul combination technique to explosively kill that little green tea in Little West 8. Sweet, sweet, sweet. It's just so sweet. I'm bursting at the seams with sugar intake tonight. On the other side, for 15 boys' dormitory, Gao Fu Shui was forced to the corner of the bed, covering his ears with a pained face, not wanting to listen to Yi Zhou tell everything that happened between him and Lin Shangyue in Lihua City at all. But Yi Zhou must let him listen to it, and give Xiao Gao students to listen to the whole person is red warm. The eyes are getting desperate, as if they are played with a bad husky. Old G you dog, I don't want to know anything about what happened to you too. It's just bared me. I can't ing sleep tonight with it bared. Chapter 191 Alternative Ways to Play Part-Time Jobs. Because he was too tired from taking Lin Shangyue to Lihua City yesterday, Yi Zhou slept in one breath until 12 noon before getting up. Yezhou had expected to wake up to a lot of news about her little neighbor yelling to take her out when she went to sleep. Unexpectedly, after opening the cell phone, finding out that his little neighbor hadn't sent as many messages as he thought he would. Just 2 short messages sent 2 hours ago. Yezhou, today I'm going to the library with Ziqing and the girls to study, so I won't be looking for you. Here's Uncle Lee's contact information. So if you need to go off campus to work on something, you can ask Uncle Lee to drive you. Looking at these 2 messages, Yezhou, who had just woken up from sleep, was still a bit unresponsive. Strange. I'm surprised my little neighbor isn't clamoring for me to take her to the double room at the game club today. I don't think I got a chance to taste what lipstick tastes like yesterday. Weird. Really weird. Yezhou was staggered for a moment. Without thinking too much about it, he jumped out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. It was only when I brushed my teeth that my mind came back to life, and I also suddenly reacted to something that instantly warmed my heart. She has been very attentive in class every day. Even some people who don't pay much attention in class and don't go to the library voluntarily to study. Not to mention someone like my little neighbor who listens very carefully in class and takes notes. So, she was just clear that Yezhou accompanied her outside for the whole day yesterday, during which she barely looked at her cell phone to deal with the work on the studio. So she was very understanding and took the initiative to tell Yezhou today that she had her own things to do, so that she could let Yezhou devote herself to her own things. At first Yezhou was not sure about this guess of his, but then he thought about the second message from his little neighbor, and he was sort of 100% sure that he hadn't been thinking about it wrong. Otherwise, the little neighbor had never told him about Uncle Lee's contact information before. So why would he suddenly tell him Uncle Lee's contact information today and say that he could put Uncle Lee at his disposal at any time? Thinking of this, Yezhou's eyebrows were filled with smiles and touches. Cootie. Well, obviously you could have just told me all this. You had to be high-strung and twist things around so much, Yezhou muttered, but did not resent Lin Shanyue's behavior like this at all. Instead, I thought it was really kind of cute. After washing up, Yezhou walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Yezhou, Gao Fu Shui immediately put on his headphones to look at the computer screen. Last night he was bared hard by Yezhou and didn't sleep for half the night, and he was still having a hard time to this day. Gao, why do you see me like the plague? For God's sake, roll. You're more scary than the plague. I invited you to mess with you last night to be so bared me. I aggrieved. Xiao Gao's classmates had cigarettes in their mouths and cursed. Since learning that Yu Hongye liked girls, Gao Fuzhuai also completely gave up the idea of going to the dance club. Sitting in my dorm room being a nerdy, disheveled mess again. Originally, he wanted to play the game with Fengyi in a double row, but it turned out that Fengyi said that he had to play in a sweet double row with his orange sister, so he couldn't play with him. Poor Mr. Ko, bared again. Yezhou let out a light laugh. Okay, I won't tease you. You don't just want to fall in love. You're sitting in the dormitory playing games like this. It's definitely not going to work out. Unless you can also accept long distance, cross school, or even online love like old Feng. Gao Fu Shui deflated. You think I haven't interviewed outside? It's so hard to get a girl's contact in college these days. And it seems like a lot of people don't have a relationship in mind. It's not that college students don't have relationship ideas. It's just that you're a cutie when you go up and ask for people's girls' contact information. It's all known that you're headed straight for a relationship. This kind of purposefulness is so strong that even if you're slightly better looking, the odds are that they won't give it to you. TCH, you've said it all. Since I can't play the game and I can't do it offline, where else am I going to find one? Yezhou narrowed his eyes and cupped his chin in thought. Then he said to Gao Fu Shui, I'm not saying it's not okay offline. I'm just saying that you seem too purposeful when you ask people directly for a girl's contact information. So change your tactics. Change the way you ask for contact information so you're less purposeful. Such as, I see that our school's milk tea store tea language is not recently recruiting part-time workers, 12 hours a week during the week, and 8 hours on the weekend 2 days respectively. You're idle on the weekends anyway, and when you're not in class during the week you're either sleeping or eating and beanbagging, so why don't you try a part-time job? First of all, there are girls who work part-time at the milk tea store, and you can absolutely add the contact information of those girls on the grounds that we're all part-time employees of the same store. Secondly, you can totally create a group on your own and then tell those customers who are drinking at the store that they can add to the group every time they help serve milk tea to them. When there are discounts in the store in the future, they will be notified inside the group at the first time. So don't they have to add you as a friend before they can be pulled into the group? Their contact information is not at hand? Listening to Yezhou's words, Gao Fu Shui's jaw dropped. The whole group listened in awe. Part-time jobs and this kind of play? Crooked day. Old GU kid has something It feels like this solution you're talking about. It's really feasible. Give it a try. Even if you don't end up adding a few girls, at least you'll still be making a couple $1,000s on the side. Gao Fu Shui waved his hand. I don't care if it's money or not. Young master, I'm not that bad about this $1 or $2,000, said. Haipei Handsome directly unloaded the headset off the computer, asked to the bathroom to wash his hair. I was ready to interview with T-Talk right away and couldn't wait to get started that day. Seeing this, Yizhou smiled and went out to the Flying Star studio in the Jianyi building, because we're shooting a new scripted video today, so Yu Hongye and Qin Fan and others, all not in the studio, are out in charge of shooting. Only Xiao Zefei, who is not responsible for the technical aspects of support, is in the studio. Xiao Zefei sat on the sofa, holding his cell phone in his hand, the interface still stuck on the page where he hung up the phone. Seems to have just gotten off the phone with someone. Xiao Zefei saw Yizhou arrive and slightly showed a surprised look. Yizhou, why are you here? Today, Red Leaf and the others are all filming and not in the office, so you can go over to the filming site and take a look. Ha ha, I'm just like you, senior. I can't offer much help in terms of technology, and going to the scene won't be of much use. Xiao Zefei was stunned and subconsciously said, so you came here specifically to see me? Aha. Yizhou directly opened the door. Senior, there's less than a week left before the National Day. When the vacation is over, the short video platform will definitely usher in a traffic explosion period. And at this stage of releasing videos, the traffic will definitely be quite a bit higher than our usual. This I know. So now I've instructed Red Leaf and the others to make sure that the filming and editing have to be completed within a day, so that the cycle of video release can be shortened during the National Day. In response, Yizhou shook his head and laughed. Senior, about the video cycle I'm sure everyone will think of it. I'm here today, mainly to ask you how the talks about advertising cooperation are going. Chapter 192 on advertising cooperation. By the National Day, as I just said, the traffic of short video platforms will have a big explosion. So at this time, we have implanted advertisements in our videos, or we have received advertising cooperation. Then the amount of exposure to the advertisers we work with will increase. And taking advantage of this opportunity, we can then ask for higher advertising costs afterwards. Advertising cooperation. Shah Zephyr drifted off. He then raised the cell phone in his hand towards Yizhou and said, I've thought about what you said, and was just on the phone with a couple of advertisers over there. Saying that, Xiao Zefei paused before continuing. However, our accounts are just starting out, and it's difficult to realize traffic cash for these accounts in the drama field. So many advertisers are actually less willing to choose to work with accounts like ours. But once we have a partnership, we make more money because our videos are several times longer than many of those 10-second video bloggers in the funny field. Yizhou said indifferently. At this, Xiao Zefei nodded approvingly. That's right, but it's still hard to find cooperation in the first stage. However, my family has contacts in this area. I asked my sister-in-law to help me find a relationship, and finally asked for the contact information of the project team manager of an advertisement placement and marketing company, which coincidentally is also in Bayan. This is good then. You don't even have to communicate online. You can just invite this manager for a meal offline, and you can reach a cooperation. Yizhou's eyes also revealed a look of delight. However, Xiao Zefei let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, I've just called and asked, but the person who answered the phone was his assistant. His assistant said that he needed me to communicate with him privately before deciding whether or not to report this to the manager. The assistant said that lately he's only free tonight, otherwise it'll have to wait until next week. But my girlfriend has a minimally invasive surgery today. My side is really, ugh. Right now there's not even a week until the 4th of July, and I've got a huge headache at the moment. Hearing this, Yizhou finally understood. Why had he just pushed the door into the studio and found Xiao Zefei was a sad face now? He pursed his lips, his tone relaxed. Senior, it's actually not that entangled. Why don't you go directly to accompany your girlfriend for the minimally invasive surgery, and take charge of talking to that assistant about the cooperation? So give me his phone number and I'll go. You go? Xiao Zefei hesitated for a moment before dwelling on it. Yizhou, you're thinking too simply about talking about cooperation. These old greaseballs in society love to cheat students like us, who have never been in the world before. I myself have little certainty. All must be cautious again and again, cautious to not be pitched. You're only a freshman now. Your social experience isn't as good as mine, so you might not be able to hold on if you go. With that said, he let out a small sigh, followed by an expression of relief. Why don't we forget about it? In fact, we don't necessarily have to catch up with this windfall of the National Day. I do think that our video content is very over the top now, and we can still get up more numbers in the future, so it's not a big problem to earn less. Xiao Zefei originally thought that after he said this, Yezhou would be like him and voluntarily give up the opportunity of the National Day. The traffic explosion period. Unexpectedly, Yezhou shook his head with very determined eyes after hearing this. He spoke to Xiao Zefei in a solemn tone. Senior, I can understand you thinking this way, but you've overlooked a very crucial place. This account of ours does run, but whether the shake video can run or not is all based on the algorithm of big data. If the next new account we start doesn't run, then the scripts we paid for from the script editor become a sunk cost. Also, if we start a new number, we definitely won't be able to keep Red Leaf School Sister and Brother Fan in the role. Otherwise the account persona and content will be severely homogenized, and the effect will definitely be far worse than our current account. So based on that, we'll definitely have to spend money on new video actors when the time comes, and hire more filming crews and editors. And then going back to what I was saying earlier, if it doesn't run, not only do you lose money on the script, but you have to not be able to make back the money you spent on hiring the actors, and the salaries of the rest of the crew, for a short period of time, for us to start the account now and run it up. But if we don't, we need to resist the huge financial pressure in a short period of time. If we don't resist, then perhaps our entire Flying Star studio will die directly on the step of starting a second or third account. Speaking of which, Yizhou took a deep breath. So senior, no matter what, we have to seize this wave of opportunity of the National Day and get the first revenue from the advertisement as soon as possible. Otherwise we will definitely be delayed for a long time if we start another account. I know you're worried that I'm going to get screwed by going to talks, but don't forget that before this I and my hair little K Kumar were making an account, and at that time we had picked up a lot of branding partnerships, which we negotiated on our own. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you senior, I know a very powerful lawyer. Even if I have to sign a contract by then, I can totally ask him to take a look for me. Xiao Zefei quietly listened to Yizhou's words, his brows slightly furrowed as he fell into deep thought. He knew that Yizhou had a point. This National Day opportunity was too important for Flying Star Studio, and could be a key turning point in determining whether the studio could continue to develop smoothly. After a while, Xiao Zefei slowly spoke. Yizhou, I understand what you're saying. It's just that I really don't want to get you into any trouble because of this cooperation. But since you're so determined, I'll give you the phone number. But you must be careful. If you end up being really reluctant, you can give up on this opportunity. The big deal is that the studio is slowing down a bit. Yizhou nodded vigorously, his eyes revealing confidence. Elder, don't worry. I know what's in my heart. Xiao Zefei sent his assistant's phone number to Yizhou, and after a few more words of advice, he hurried to the hospital to accompany his girlfriend. Looking at Xiao Zefei's departing back, Yizhou let out a slight sigh. Slower studio development? Maybe Xiao Zefei and the others could accept this result, but Yizhou he couldn't. He needed the studio to grow faster and faster. Chapter 193, The Lying Little Neighbor. Getting that assistant's phone number, Yizhou didn't make any delay and dialed the phone over it the first time. The appointment with the other party was at 8 o'clock in the evening at a restaurant almost 8 kilometers away from the school. After ending the call, Yizhou looked at the time. It was just under 3 o'clock. It's still a couple hours till 8 p.m. Thinking of this, Yizhou narrowed his eyes and took out his cell phone to send a message to Lin Shanhue. Good clean neighbor. What are you doing? Lin Shanhue quickly replied to the message. First, there was a small expression of fury. Then said, Yizhou you scum. Kissed me and still said it was clean and good neighbor. Hey, just kidding. I'm in the school library with Ziggy. Oh, quite a good boy. At that moment, Yezhou happened to walk out of the Jenny building. He was about to say something else, but on second thought, it would be better to surprise his little neighbor. Thinking about it, he went straight to Tea Talk and bought 3 cups of milk tea before heading towards the library of Jiaotong University. Speaking of which, school has been in session for over a month now. He has not been to the library once. It is a bit sorry that he is the identity of the university students. The way to the library happened to pass by the girls' dormitory building where Lin Xianyue lived. Yizhou glanced over with his afterglow and saw someone who couldn't possibly be downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Xia Ziqing. Isn't she in the library with her little neighbor? At this moment, Xia Ziqing, who was standing downstairs in the girls' dormitory, was wearing pajamas, her hair was messy, and she looked like she had just woken up from a nap. There was also a delivery boy in yellow standing in front of her. It was basically certain that Xia Ziqing should have just woken up from her nap, and then came straight downstairs in her pajamas to get the takeout. Yizhou's eyebrows wrinkled, and he realized something at once. He didn't call out to Xia Ziqing to ask for a clarification, but instead accelerated his pace towards the library. When I entered the library, a different kind of serenity came over me, even though it was the weekend. The library was packed and there were few empty seats. The students sitting inside are basically looking down at their books or studying, and it's hard to see people who are groping around here pretending to be something they're not. Gee, it's not bad for Jiaotong University. I've always seen it on Jitterbug before. A lot of college students use the library as a dating place as well. Yizhou secretly sighed. then searched around for his little neighbor. Not finding it on the first floor, he went straight up to the second, taking a serious look around. He didn't seem to see his little neighbor's figure on the second floor either, which made Yi Zhou wonder, is the little neighbor really in the library? It was also just when Yi Zhou was all set to go to the third floor to look for more. He finally saw Lin Shanyue's high and cold back at that position in the most corner of the second floor. He hadn't been able to find it in the first place just now, and it turned out to be because Lin Xianyue happened to go over to the bookcase to get a book. The body happened to be blocked by the bookcase. Yi Zhou specifically did not move from the other side, circling around behind his little neighbor. Instead of going up immediately to speak to his little neighbor, he stood behind her for a few moments of silent observation. Just as Yi Zhou expected, Lin Shanyue lied. Xia Ziqing wasn't even in the library. She was the only one in the library since the beginning. She sat alone in this corner seat, leaning quietly back in her chair, a not too thick book in her hands, her face serene as she watched. It was as if a fairy had stepped out of a painting. It's just easy to see that she's a little lonely. Seeing this, Yi Zhou's heart was a bit complicated. Yi Zhou knew very well why Lin Shanyue lied to deceive him. Because she had suffered from too much coldness and broken promises from her father in the past, as well as a childhood with almost no friends, causing her to get used to this kind of loneliness a long time ago. At the same time, she knew very well that Yi Zhou had her own work to be busy with, so after Yi Zhou had accompanied her, she would be very understanding and take the initiative to leave time for Yi Zhou. She would even tell a good lie to deceive Ye Zhou so that Ye Zhou wouldn't worry about her. She's just a little too knowledgeable and understanding for her own good. At this moment, the softness in Yi Zhou's heart was constantly being hit. There's not that much empathy in the world, but he does manage to be completely empathetic when it comes to the matter of loneliness. He pursed his lips and stopped continuing to stand behind his little neighbor. Carrying the milk tea in her hand, she slowly walked over to Lin Shanyue and sat down. There was suddenly an extra person beside her. Lin Xianyu was startled and subconsciously leaned over to the side. But then he saw that the person sitting beside him was Yi Zhou, and was slightly more at ease, but a trace of panic then flashed in his eyes. But in a flash, she quickly returned to her high-flying demeanor as she put down the book in her hand and spoke softly. What brings you here? Yi Zhou didn't answer, but just looked around and asked knowingly, didn't you say you were in the library with Xia Ziqing? Why are you alone here? In the face of Yi Zhou's questioning, Lin Xianyue did not move, her face clear and cold. She was still there when you just messaged me, and it wasn't long before Subaru got a message from the dance club, and she went to the dance club. Really? Aha. Looking at the small neighbor who had no cracks in his lies, Yi Zhou couldn't help but tisk. If it wasn't for the fact that on the way here he had witnessed Xia Ziqing in her pajamas, downstairs in the girls' dormitory getting takeout, I'm afraid that he would have really been blindsided by his little neighbor. Yi Zhou also no longer hesitated, staring straight into his little neighbor's eyes and softly said, I know that Xia Ziqing didn't actually come here at all today. You were actually the only one in the library since the beginning, but you don't have to be like that in front of me. You can just tell me if you miss me, or if you want to meet up. You've never had the highest priority with me. Listening to Yi Zhou's words, Lin Xianyu opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Several times the desire to say something. She hadn't imagined that her lies would be so easily demolished by Yi Zhou, nor could she have imagined that Yi Zhou would say something like this. So, she just looked at Yi Zhou somewhat handily, her eyes glistening and flickering. It wasn't long before his eyes finally reddened slightly. She bit her lip gently, trying to hide her emotions as she whispered, Yi Zhou, I just don't want to disturb you. You have your own things to do. I don't want to always because of me let you have no more time for yourself, or become your burden. Yi Zhou also disregarded the fact that there were still many people around who were reading and studying. He reached out his arm and gently wrapped it around Lin Shanyue's shoulders. Cootie. Well, you've never been anyone's burden, and you won't be anyone's burden going forward. You were born to be a bright and shining girl, and you will always have privileges with me in a relationship. From now on, you will not be allowed to lie alone. If you miss me and want to meet, you will tell me in a big way. Chapter 194, as long as it's to marry me, but every second you're not around, I think about you. Can't keep telling you I miss you, miss you, miss you. These two heartfelt words slowly drifted into Yi Zhou's ears. Without waiting for him to say anything else, Lin Shanyue sniffled, her fluctuating emotions having calmed down a lot. She let out a soft hm before whispering, but don't you have to go to the studio today to get busy? I've already been there a while ago. I don't have much to do today. I'm going out to dinner tonight to talk about an advertising partnership. Yi Zhou looked at Lin Xianyu's appearance and smiled helplessly. And you seem to be missing a very crucial point. I'm so attached to the studio solely for your sake. You are the Lin family's eldest daughter. If I don't have some real strength in the future, how can I fall in love with you? Lin Shanyue angled her chin. I can adopt you. Yi Zhou did not make any rebuttal to this. He just smiled. All the more reason for me to work hard. Then, or I'll have to go back to being a flunky if I'm not careful. As long as he marries me, it doesn't matter if he's a son-in-law. Listening to his little neighbor's inner mutterings, Yi Zhou's eyes changed and his heart trembled, but he acted so calmly that he didn't let her notice anything. That's all. Yi Zhou accompanied Lin Shangyue in the library for the entire afternoon. This couldn't help but remind him of the last time he was in the library with Lin Shangyue, which was still before the college entrance exam. He remembered that at that time, Lin Shangyue had deliberately said that it was a chance encounter. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes and propped his head on one hand to look meaningfully at Lin Shangyue. Little neighbor, ask you a thing. Before still in high school that time, I was in the library to review. You suddenly also sat across from me, but also took out a card said that the library membership card. In fact, at that time you were lying to me, right? The one in your hand is not a membership card at all, is it? It's a membership card, but it really isn't for that library. Lin Shangyue also stopped pretending and looked up at Yi Zhou with a smile. Yi Zhou grunted lightly when he heard this. I knew it. You've been harboring unneighborly thoughts about me for a long time. It's been unneighborly since I moved in next door to your house. The little neighbor grunted and looked to be in a very good mood. It was the first time she'd ever admitted to something she kept hidden in the past. Seeing that the words had already been said, Yi Zhou's heart moved and asked tentatively. I've always been kind of curious though. We barely spoke in class before you moved to Maple Leaf Court. So why would you treat me? But before Yi Zhou could finish his words, Lin Shangyue suddenly pointed out the window. Ye Zhou, someone is eating cotton candy. I want to eat it too. Yi Zhou looked out the window. There were indeed a few young couples all holding cotton candy in their hands. And at this time Lin Xianyu suddenly said this. Yi Zhou was not stupid, naturally knew that she did not want to talk about this matter yet. Eventually, he didn't press the issue and took his little neighbor out of the library and went downstairs to ask where the couples got their marshmallows. 7 o'clock in the evening. Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue were going to say goodbye after they finished eating at the school cafeteria. Lin Shangyue pulled on his arm, puffed out her fragrant cheeks and said, have Uncle Li drive you there. I've asked him to wait for you in front of the school. Ugh, there's really no need to bother Uncle Li so much. Ye Zhou sighed, but since Uncle Li was already waiting in front of the school, there was no need to get so entangled. After bidding farewell to the small neighbor, Yi Zhou quickly walked towards the school entrance, and sure enough, he saw the visually stunning black Maybach parked on the side of the road from a long distance away. Yi Zhou was almost approaching when Uncle Li got down from the car with that perennial smile on his face. Young Master Yi, Miss has already instructed me. I'll send you there now. Ahem. Uncle Li, why do you always feel like you look especially happy every time you get to work? Yi Zhou touched his nose and realized that the smile on the face of Uncle Li was not a professional habit at all, complete with a heartfelt laugh. Uncle Li smiled when he heard it. Of course. Being able to serve Miss and you, young Master Yi, is the happiest thing in the day for me. Old me. After getting into the car, Yi Zhou told Uncle Li about the location he was going to. About 40 minutes later, Yi Zhou arrived at the hotel on time. That advertising agency manager's assistant is called Zhang Jianhong. He said on the phone that he already knew what Ye Zhou and their Flying Star studio wanted, and that he would discuss it in detail at dinner tonight. To the downstairs of the hotel, Ye Zhou realized that this hotel looks like the consumption will not be very low. He was slightly surprised, not expecting this Zhang Jianhong to value him so much. After being surprised, Yi Zhou dialed the phone to Zhang Jianhong again. Mr. Zhang, I'm already downstairs. Oh, come on up then. I'm in box 206. Talk to the waiter and tell him to bring you over. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Yi Zhou's eyebrows furrowed, because he heard more than just Zhang Jianhong's human voice on the other end of the phone. Beside him, there seemed to be others, about 2 or 3 of them, but didn't he say before that he and Zhang Jianhong were the only 2 people at night? With doubts, Yi Zhou still let the waiter bring him to box 206. As soon as he pushed open the door, a burst of smoke came to his face, choking Ye Zhou so much that he didn't hold back several coughs. As he entered the box, a middle-aged man with a big belly got up and laughed. Yi Zhou, right? Come on. Originally I said that there would be just the 2 of us tonight, but I thought about it. Isn't your studio looking for advertising cooperation? I thought about it for a while, so I called these 2 friends of mine, who are also from the advertising agency, to introduce them to you to get to know each other. And in the end, even if you don't choose our company, there are other options, aren't there? With that, Zhang Jianhong greeted Yi Zhou and sat down beside him, then introduced him to the 3 people sitting opposite him in turn. After the introduction, Yi Zhou thanked Zhang Jianhong. Thank you Mr. Zhang, for your trouble. Don't call me Mr. Zhang, just call me brother. Subsequently, Zhang Jianhong asked the waiter to get a bottle of Mao Tai. and then began to yell and drink. In itself, Yezhou does not want to drink, but there is a request for Zhang Jianhong. This business occasion does not drink is not good, so he drank hard. In the end, the meal lasted for 2 hours. Yezhou drank his head off, but about the advertising cooperation, no one had ever mentioned it. Whenever he took the initiative to mention it, it would be taken away by Zhang Jianhong with the excuse of drink first and then talk about it. Until after 10 o'clock when Yezhou stumbled to go to the toilet, he received a call from Uncle Lee, asking for a small gift. I should be up to LV4 by the 14th of this month to send out my draft fee, and this time, I'm going to send out everything I've got. Chapter 195 To spend the night outside with Yezhou? Yezhou, who was just about to go to the restroom, looked slightly surprised when he saw the caller ID on his cell phone. I didn't expect Uncle Lee to take the initiative to call. On second thought, though, I guessed it would have been the little neighbor who had commanded it. Hey, Uncle Lee, what's up? Young Master Yi, I'll be waiting for you downstairs at the hotel. You can contact me anytime when you're done on your end. If you end up being inconvenient to come down from the top by yourself, I can go up and pick you up. Ah, I'm fine. I'll be fine on my own. I should be almost done on my end. So tell your little neighbor not to worry about my end. Unexpectedly, Uncle Lee's side was smiling slightly. Young Master Yi, you misunderstood. Miss should not know that you are drinking. This is my unauthorized initiative to call you. I'm afraid that you can't carry this kind of occasion alone. Yezhou was very shocked. This is even Uncle Lee himself calling on his own initiative? But at this point he was already a bit on top of things, and didn't have the heart to ponder so much. In the end it was just a matter of talking back to Uncle Lee. Okay, Uncle Lee, I know. Then I won't bother you. Young Master Yi. After hanging up the phone, Yezhou looked at the phone and froze for a few seconds before grabbing the toilet then returning to the box. At this time, Zhang Jianhong several people had already eaten and drank to their heart's content, and sat down in their seats to pick their teeth with toothpicks. Xiaozhou, find the waiter to settle the bill. I did not expect you to drink quite well at such a young age. In the future, Zhang, I will bring you to know more about some big brothers. By the way, you and these 3 bosses exchange contact information. Hearing Zhang Jianhong's words, the 3 middle-aged men across the street were not ambiguous and gave Yezhou their contact information. Yezhou looked at Zhang Jianhong and ultimately said nothing. Although there was no particular progress today regarding the studio's cooperation, through Zhang Jianhong, he had met 3 other bosses in this industry. This will definitely be very helpful for Flying Star Studios afterward. However, Yezhou is also very clear that it was not negotiated today, but it must be negotiated before the National Day. So, he took the initiative to ask Zhang Jianhong about it. Brother Zhang, then about what our studio said to you earlier. Do you think there's still time in the next few days? Our studio is in a rather special situation right now, so I still hope that this cooperation can be reached on the National Day. What if you're still free in the next few days? Let's set up a time to talk about it in more detail, and then you can submit the project to the manager for a look? Zhang Jianhong almost didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Don't worry, old man. Wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll talk about this. Yes. With Zhang Jianhong's promise, Yezhou's hanging heart was released. Subsequently, Zhang Jianhong and the other 3 successively called a chauffeur, and then left from the hotel. Yezhou was naturally the last to leave and then settled the bill for the meal. A total of more than $5,000 were spent, and Yezhou's flesh hurt a lot. $5,000 was at least a whole semester's worth of food for him in high school. After coming out of the restaurant, the evening breeze blew, and Yezhou, who was originally not much drunk, his head instantly fainted. He wobbled forward a few steps and the sky swirled before him. Vom dash. The feeling of emptying his stomach hit him, and then he held onto a tree on the side of the road and threw up. Immediately afterward, he felt someone patting his back and then handing him toilet paper and a bottle of mineral water. Young Master Yi, drink some water to suppress it. Yezhou looked sideways with difficulty and realized that it was Uncle Lee standing beside him. Lee, Uncle Lee, tough for you. Young Master Yi, your peers are obviously enjoying their university life at this time, but you have to go out into society to eat and talk business with these people. Ha ha, so you know all about it. Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee nodded his head gently. Miss will occasionally tell me a thing or two. Yezhou was not surprised by this. He knew that besides himself, Uncle Lee was the closest person to his little neighbor. There were many things that Uncle Lee probably knew more about than he did. For example, why would Lin Shangyue take the initiative to move to Maple Leaf Court? Only when Yezhou had vomited more or less, did Uncle Lee help him into the car. In order to prevent Yezhou from being too uncomfortable, Uncle Lee purposely slowed down the speed of the car, avoiding harsh braking and other operations that could easily make people carsick. Sitting in the car, in just a few moments, the sky spinning in front of Yezhou's eyes had gotten worse. He closed his eyes and was drunk in no time. Uncle Lee saw the drunken Yizhou in the rearview mirror, pondered for a while, and finally decided to call his lady. Uncle Lee, have you received Yizhou? As soon as the phone was connected, Uncle Lee heard the urgent and concerned voice of the lady. Uncle Lee let out a bitter smile and replied, Miss, young Master Yi he drank a lot of wine during the evening meal, and just now he got into the car after vomiting and got drunk. Yi Chow, he's drunk? Well, miss, why don't I not send young Master Yi back to school? I'll take him to my residence. Young Master Yi is drunk like this, even if he goes back to the dormitory, I'm afraid he'll still throw up at night. At my place, I can take care of taking care of young Master Yi. Uncle Lee had thought that Miss would simply agree, for it was a very good suggestion indeed, not to mention that he himself was the one whom the lady trusted the most. As a result, on the other end of the phone, Lin Shangyue was very resolute. No way, you're not allowed to take Yizhou back. Uncle Lee froze slightly and asked tentatively, Miss, that, you take Yizhou back to the entrance of Jiaotong University first, I'll pick him up. Okay miss, young Master Yi and I should still be back in 20 minutes. 311 Girls' Dormitory. Lin Shangyue had already finished washing up and was obediently lying in bed ready to sleep, but when she hung up the phone, she immediately got up and got out of bed, then took off her pajamas and started to change. At this moment, Xia Ziqing, who was applying a mask, looked at Lin Shangyue, who was clattering to and fro in the dormitory, and couldn't help but wonder, Asaj, it's so late, are you going out? Aha! Lin Shangyue nodded, still not stopping her hand movements. After getting dressed, she knelt down again to get ready to put on her shoes, but when she saw her socks, she pursed her lips and thought about it, and finally took them off. Then he re-pulled out a pair of stockings that would wrap around his calves and put them on, before he was content to put on his shoes. Ziqing, I may not come back tonight. The other three girls in dorm 311 froze for a few seconds before responding. Xia Ziqing's face was puzzled. What's going on? After Asajai answered a phone call just now, she suddenly winded up going out, and she's not coming back at night? This is to spend the night outside with Yizhou? Zhuang Kai exclaimed with wide eyes, but Xiao she slightly shook her head. I don't think so, right? Shallow Moon shouldn't have gotten to that point with Yizhou yet. If she was spending the night outside with Yizhou, then after the two of them went to the amusement park yesterday, they actually could have gone back to the dormitory without having to go back to the dormitory at all. With that said, the three girls fell silent once again. Then what on earth could make Lin Shangyue, who was usually so high-strung, unable to hold her tongue in an instant? Chapter 196 Yizhou. Kiss. Uncle Lee drove the car and brought Yizhou back to the entrance of the North Jiaotong University School. From a long way away, Uncle Lee saw the young lady standing at the entrance of the school looking around. Uncle Lee parked the car, then got down from the car and opened the backseat door. At this time Yizhou was sleeping quietly in the back with a light frown. Miss, young Master Yi should be drinking white wine at night. Lin Shangyue angled her chin and grunted. I know, white wine. Of course, he won't get drunk on beer either. Miss, do you still want to take young Master Yi back to school? If that's the case, then let me help you hold young Master Yi. It should be quite far from the school entrance to the boys' dormitory. Lin Shangyue shook her head slightly. No need. That. Uncle Lee, it's time for you to get off work for the day. Lin Shangyue narrowed her eyes and interrupted Uncle Lee. Looking at his own young lady in this state, Uncle Lee was shocked, then nodded his head. Yes ma'am, then feel free to contact me if you need anything. After saying that, Uncle Lee didn't say another word, and after helping Yizhou down from the car and handing it over to Lin Shangyue, he immediately drove away. Only after the Maybach completely disappeared into the night did Lin Shangyue look at Yizhou, who was practically plastered on top of her. A smile filled her brow, and her eyes constantly flickered with cunning. Sayazu, this is your own drunkenness. Tonight, a queen room. The hotel receptionist looked at the unspeakably beautiful girl in front of her, holding up a drunken boy, her eyes full of surprise. When it came to the front desk ladies, she'd seen almost all kinds of people in her day. Seen some old men with big bellies holding up young girls who are already drunk and unconscious in a room. Seen the super handsome little brother for money come to a room with a woman older than his mom. I've also seen couples where the guy isn't anything out of the ordinary, but the girl is unbelievably pretty come to the room. I've even seen some super high-value celebrities quietly come here to get a room, but in all her years of practice, she just hadn't seen anything like this before her. Such a pretty girl, assisting a drunk boy to get a room. Is it possible that the legendary body pickup has boys being picked up as well? Damn it, where is male safety? Hello, a king room. Seeing that the receptionist lady was slow to respond, Lin Shangyue thought that she hadn't made herself clear and repeated herself again. The front desk lady who was brainstorming in her own self finally came back to her senses and hurriedly revealed a professional smile. Okay. I'd like to see some ID for you and this gentleman, please. Lin Shanhua sharply took out her ID card from her bag and handed it to the receptionist. But her eyes kept falling on Yizhou with some tension and anticipation. The front desk lady quickly checked in, her eyes glancing at Lin Shanhua and Yizhou from time to time. She sighed in her mind. The image was just too much of a story. I can't even wait to share this with a few of my little sisters right away. Gatherers, you can never imagine what I see when I go to work at night. After the formalities were completed, Lin Shanhua took the room card and effortlessly helped Yizhou towards the elevator. Yizhou's body was limp against her, smelling of alcohol and heavy, making her strain a bit. However, Lin Shanhua's eyes didn't have the slightest complaint. Instead they were filled with tenderness and determination. Entering the elevator, Lin Shanhua gasped softly and looked at Yizhou's quiet sleeping face, the corners of her mouth gently rising. Finally arriving at the room, Lin Shanhua carefully placed Yizhou on the bed and removed his jacket and shoes for him. She sat on the edge of the bed and rested with a soft gasp, then reached up and wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Quietly, she looked at Yizhou with love in her eyes. She reached out her hand and gently stroked Yizhou's face, feeling his temperature. Big dummy, you cannot have to work so hard. With or without money, I like you all. Although Yizhou was already drunk at this time, a truly drunk person was not actually a heavy sleeper. It's still easy to sense when there's movement in the outside world. So Yizhou was caressed by Lin Shanhua's face like this, and subconsciously reached out and tugged haphazardly. All she felt was a rush of softness, followed by a wooing sound. The next moment, a familiar smell flooded his nostrils. The scent was so reassuring that he subconsciously hugged the thing in his arms a little tighter. Groping, Lin Shanhua's pretty face was slightly flushed, but she was already held in Yizhou's arms. She pursed her lips, a hint of shyness and joy flashing in her eyes. Lin Shanhua gently struggled a little, but found that Yizhou was holding her tightly, and she couldn't break free at all. She sighed helplessly, but there was not the slightest bit of displeasure in her heart. Speaking of which, this seemed to be the first time she and Yizhou had hugged so intimately besides kissing. Lin Shanhua quietly lay in Yizhou's arms, listening to his steady heartbeat, her heart filled with warmth. Can't help but think of the little moments when they met. It's just that time is a little far away and you don't remember it anymore. Lin Shanhua murmured softly, then rubbed herself in Yizhou's arms again, very satisfied. After a moment of silence, she suddenly puffed out her mouth, dissatisfied with the status quo. Then she struggled a bit and finally pulled herself out of Yizhou's arms. She helped Yizhou up from the bed, then brought mineral water and fed it to his mouth. Sayazu, open your mouth. Ah, well, Yizhou didn't wake up, but sniffed and found nothing, then frowned, looking resistant. Lin Shanhua narrowed her eyes. Be obedient. Open your mouth. This time, Yizhou actually did open his mouth, took a couple sips of water and swallowed. Lin Shanhua finally revealed a satisfied smile, and then once again helped Yizhou lie flat on the bed. Immediately afterward she took off her shoes as well and tiptoed to turn off the lights in the room. Taking advantage of the moonlight, re-drilled into Yizhou's arms, and then moved up. Looking at Yizhou's face, good-looking eyes almost narrowed into a slit. Oi issue. Kiss. The next morning, Yizhou was woken up by urine and subconsciously had to get up. As a result, after moving just a little bit, I realized that I couldn't feel my left arm at all. Tickle. Broken arm? Yizhou was so shocked that he opened his eyes instantly, only to realize that he was lying on his side, while a young girl's head was pressed on his left arm. Little neighbor? Yizhou froze and suddenly had a bad feeling. When I looked down, my pupils were in a magnitude 10 earthquake. Where are my clothes? Chapter 197, Something's hurting me. Yizhou's mind went blank, trying to remember what happened last night, but there were only some vague fragments. He remembers that he and Zhang Jianhong a few people finished eating, and after coming out of the restaurant, he held the tree at the entrance and vomited for a while. Immediately after that, he was helped into the car by Uncle Li, and he had no recollection of what happened after that. Now how did he end up in a hotel with his little neighbor and in a bed? Holy, it can't really be that bloody, can it? Uncle Li dropped me off in front of the school, and then she kindly came to pick me up, thinking that there might be no one to take care of me back at school, so she helped me to the hotel. Itself was just helping me towel off my body. Then I suddenly had an animalistic outburst and went straight to asterisk 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 asterisk. Yizhou's heartbeat instantly accelerated, and he was already sweating a bit. But on second thought, I don't think I'd be so far off the mark, would I? Besides, they're drunk out of their minds. Not to mention doing something, probably can't even speak clearly. After a while of scaring himself, Yizhou then recalled that last night he vaguely felt as if someone had fed him water. It also seems to have eaten something soft and flavorful. Thinking of this, Yi Zhou gently moved his body in an attempt not to disturb Lin Shangyue, but found his heart beating as violently as a drum. Fortunately, at this time, Lin Xianyu was sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly like a quiet butterfly. He carefully drew out his arm that was being pressed by Lin Shangyue, and an aching sensation instantly spread throughout his body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't that how it's done in those TV shows? Why don't those male piglets feel so bad? Yi Zhou secretly spat out. Immediately afterward, he lifted the covers again and looked toward the inside. Oh, it's just that the shirt's off and the pants are still on. And the little neighbor who slept next to him had nothing off, except that she had black stockings on her legs. Those long and slender legs were restlessly resting on top of Yi Zhou's calves at this time. Yi Zhou's heart was agitated again. Move your legs slightly. Slippery and itchy. This was a completely different feeling from the last time Lin Shanyu had directly kicked his leg with her stocking-clad foot. However, Yi Zhou realized that it was the same as what was said on the internet. It was true that when girls sleep, they all like to use their legs to hold something. Clip quilts with quilts, dolls with dolls, boyfriends with. Just as Yi Zhou was holding his left shoulder with his right hand and moving his arm, Lin Shanyu, who was sleeping next to him, gave a cry and then opened her eyes without warning. Just like this, Yi Zhou and her looked at each other, and a charming atmosphere suddenly spread out in the room. Seeing Yi Zhou sitting in front of her, her cheeks were instantly colored with a layer of scarlet. She opened her mouth slightly, but didn't know what to say. Yi Zhou also froze, his hand still resting on his shoulder, and for a moment the atmosphere was so frozen that it was as if he could hear the sound of their heartbeats. After a while, Yi Zhou cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly. That morning, Yi Zhou's voice was a little dry. Lin Shanyu pursed her lips, her eyes slightly drooping, and softly said, "Good morning." The room was so quiet that it was a bit uncomfortable, and Ye Zhou scratched his head, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. "So, last night, why are we here?" The scarlet redness on Lin Shanyue's face still hadn't dissipated, so the high and mighty expression she had displayed wasn't as temperamental at this moment. Her cherry-moist red lips were slightly parted and her tone was calm. "You were drunk last night, and I'm afraid there's no one to take care of you if I send you back to the dorm." "Oh, so, how did we end up in the same bed? Did you sneak something again?" In the face of Yi Zhou's questioning, Lin Xianyu immediately recalled her experience of moving her hands and even her mouth on Yi Zhou last night after turning off the lights, and her expression immediately became a bit odd. But in a flash, she shook her head and held her chin high. "You're the one who suddenly yanked me into your arms. You wouldn't let go no matter how much I struggled. How could I, a girl, fight you?" When Yi Zhou heard it, he called straight in his heart. It shouldn't. Last time he was drunk, he even got videoed by Feng Yi to come. He'd seen the video himself, and the whole thing in the video of him drunkenly falling asleep was very quiet, and not moving in any other way at all. "Wouldn't even say anything in my sleep. How is it that you were with your little neighbor last night and got drunk and moved around? What a coincidence." Quickly he thought of his little neighbor's style of doing things and looked at her suspiciously. "No, it's not right. It can't be that you purposely got right into my arms and then wickedly. After all, I'm undressed by you, because your clothes smelled like booze and it was awful, and I took them off for you when you first came into the room." Then after a pause, Lin Shanyue's eyes twinkled as she said, "Besides, we're a couple now. Is it too much to cuddle and sleep together? Big dummy." Hiss. "Yeah, now that we're a couple, there's nothing wrong with cuddling or sleeping in the same bed, right?" Yi Zhou touched his nose in embarrassment. "Ahem, that makes some sense." Seeing Yi Zhou awkwardly standing there, the scarlet on Lin Shanyue's cheeks also finally gradually dissipated. She hadn't the slightest intention of getting out of bed, though. She first took her arm out of the quilt, then narrowed those eyes that were like bright stars and gazed hotly at Yi Zhou. In the middle of the day, she suddenly unfolded her arms towards Yi Zhou, her eyes curved in a smile. "That, cuddle again." Yi Zhou's heart melted as he looked at Lin Xianyu's look with anticipation. Then he slowly bent down and gently embraced Lin Xianyue into his arms. The two were so close that they could feel the warmth radiating from each other's bodies. "Last night, that's how you cuddle to sleep," Yi Zhou thought, feeling that his face was already slowly becoming hot, and his heart was beating faster and faster. Lin Shanyu leaned against Yi Zhou's chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat, a happy smile spreading at the corners of her mouth. She tightly wrapped her arms around Yi Zhou's waist, as if she wanted to keep the warmth of this moment forever. That's all. The two lay quietly in an embracing position in the somewhat dimly lit room. I don't know how long it took, but as if the little neighbor sensed something, her face changed and her agitated nose wrinkled slightly. "Yi Zhou, it seems like something is choking me." Before Yi Zhou could say anything, her little neighbor's willow eyebrows had already furrowed, and with that, she reached her hand towards the quilt. Chapter 198, Don't Crave My Body So Much. Not there. Seeing that Lin Shanyue's hand had already reached under the covers, Yi Zhou immediately got up and jumped off the bed. This sudden move gave the little neighbor a fright. She stared at Yi Zhou in a daze. What's wrong? It's fine. Yi Zhou looked down and returned resentfully, his face a blushing mess. Damn, it can't be suppressed. It can't be suppressed at all. Why is Sayazu so agitated? What the hell is that thing that just hit me? Hearing Lin Shanyue's heartfelt words, Yi Zhou's face turned even redder. He silently grabbed the clothes he had set aside and put them on, then walked into the bathroom to wash up. The heart couldn't help but murmur. Couldn't it be the excited little Yeju? Yi Zhou went into the bathroom and took a shower in passing after washing up. When she came out from inside, Lin Shanyue had also gotten up from her bed. Seeing Yi Zhou come out, she pursed her lips, got up and walked in to wash up. And it was only at this time that Yi Zhou had the time to pull out his cell phone and look at it, realizing that it was already 10:30 in the morning. There were a dozen missed calls on his cell phone. Most of them were from Gao Fu Shuai and Feng Yi and Niu Dixing, and only 2 were from Xiao Zefei. Bad. It's Monday. All classes in the morning. Yi Zhou saw these missed calls before he suddenly remembered the time, and his body instantly shook. He hurriedly unlocked the screen and tapped into WeChat. Sure enough, I saw that Gao Fu Shuai had been messaging him since last night. Old Yi, it's already 12:30. Why aren't you back yet? Holy, it's 2 o'clock big brother. Are you staying out tonight? It's 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Yi Zhou, you're out of luck. Today's 8 a.m. teacher's roll call is especially strict. You're dead. Well, just now intentionally scare you. For the father I just now has been for you point to. But you kid in the end to do what went. The message is not back. It will not be GA in the outside, right? Hello, old leaf you almost got message not return phone not answer. With us play cold violence right? You are busy over there. Hurry back to a message. Do not let a few brothers have been worried about you Looking at these messages sent by Gao Fu Shuai, Yi Zhou's heart warmed. He immediately messaged Gao Fu Shuai back over. I had dinner with an advertiser yesterday, drank a little too much, and slept at the hotel at night. So don't you 3 worry about me? I'll be back at noon. Okay, Gao Fu Shuai quickly replied, saying hello to this side. Yi Zhou then walked to the bathroom, where his little neighbor happened to have just finished brushing his teeth at this moment. It's Monday, and your class has all the classes in the morning, and it's after 10 o'clock, so the classes should have all been missed. Lin Shanyue nodded slightly. Well, but just now when you were taking a bath, I already explained the situation to the teacher already. I said that I wasn't feeling well today, and that I was taking a leave of absence. Hearing this, Yi Zhou was quite relieved. It would be a real sin if the little neighbor ended up flunking out because of taking care of him. Yi Zhou looked around the room to make sure he hadn't left anything behind, and then suggested, well, let's go down to breakfast. Wait, Lin Shanyue suddenly spoke out, and Yi Zhou looked at her suspiciously, only to see her expression was very cold. Staring at Yi Zhou and angling her chin, she said in a clear and cold manner, here, there's no one else. Of course, in the hotel room. There surely won't be anyone else but the 2 of us who opened the room. So we're here to get a room. Yi Zhou was about to say this I know. As a result, his mouth just opened, instantly associated with something, and then looked at his little neighbor with a surprised face. Without waiting for him to ask, his little neighbor standing in front of him stood on her tiptoes and kissed him with her eyes closed. For a long time, the 2 of them slowly separated, and Lin Shanyue's cheeks were colored with a touch of moving redness. She reached out and took Yezhou's arm, smiling. Alright, let's go eat here. Yi Zhou and Lin Shanyue were near the hotel and found a random restaurant to eat. That's what brought us back to PTI. Almost to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Yi Zhou's footsteps paused for a moment and looked at his small neighbor and said, you slept with me last night. You are responsible for me, do you know that? The little neighbor subconsciously nodded her head, but then her eyes became a bit blank as she reacted. It doesn't seem right. In the end, Lin Shanyue angled her chin and said in a high and cold manner, alright. If you feel at a loss, you can always sleep back. Yi Zhou was delighted when he heard this. You want to do it again, don't you? Nice guy. Now it's not even on his back. When I first moved in next door to my house, well, at least it was in the back of my mind. It's so open and shut now? But thinking about it, Yezhou was also in a bit of a trance. I didn't expect that Lin Shanyue's heartfelt words at the beginning would really become reality a few months later. Yi Zhou still clearly remembers those 2 words from the day Lin Xianyu moved next door to his house. Yi Chao, I've finally moved next door to your house. The next step is to move into your bed. Gee, it does move into my bed now. Staggering in his mind, Yi Zhou then reached out his hand and ruthlessly rubbed his little neighbor's hair messily. No craving my body like that. Drinking in the future is determined not to let you know. You're smelling it here. After bidding farewell to his small neighbor, Yi Zhou walked towards the dormitory while taking out his cell phone to call Xiao Zefei back. Hello? Yi Zhou, you're awake? Hearing Xiao Zefei's words, Yi Zhou was a bit surprised. How did you know I was drunk, senpai? You didn't answer the 2 calls I made to you last night, so I was worried if something had happened to you. So I called Assistant Zhang. He said you guys had been drinking at night and you were probably drunk, so I didn't call after that. So it is, Yi Zhou answered, thinking that Xiao Zefei was worthy of being older than him. The first thought was to call Zhang Jinhong. Xiao Zefei continued, because you were the one who talked to Assistant Zhang last night. I didn't have the heart to ask more on the phone. So, how is the situation now? I basically didn't talk about that matter with Assistant Zhang last night, and he introduced me to 3 more people from other advertising agencies during the dinner. But Assistant Zhang and I made another appointment to meet again today, and based on my observation of Assistant Zhang's attitude, it shouldn't be a problem. With Yi Zhou's affirmative answer, Xiao Zefei on the other end of the phone was finally relieved. He was silent for a few seconds before resuming. It's like this. Originally my girlfriend, this surgery is very small. No big risk. But maybe it's because she caught a cold. She started to have a fever in the middle of the night last night. I'm afraid I won't be able to get away to go back to school for a few days. And I can't take care of the studio side for the time being. It's fine, senior. Leave it all to me. I'll be at the studio for the next few days. There won't be any problems. If anything goes wrong, I'll call you first to discuss it. Okay, then I'm relieved. After ending the phone call with Xiao Zefei, he happened to return to the dormitory as well. At this time, the 3 Gaofu Shui hadn't gotten out of class yet, and there was only one person in the entire 415 dormitory, Yi Zhou. As he sat on the chair, he couldn't help but think of the image of lying in bed with Lin Shangyue in the morning, and his heart couldn't help but flutter. Chapter 199, Toward the Young Woman. Yi Zhou sat alone on the bench in the dormitory and reminisced for a while. Soon, the corridor outside the dormitory gradually resounded with the chatter of students returning from classes and lunch. As for Gaofu Shui and the 3 of them, they are usually a few minutes away from the end of class. Then they would sneak into the back door spot when the substitute teacher wasn't looking and wait quietly to go to the cafeteria immediately after class to dry out. In fact, there is absolutely no need to do so when you get to college, because there is more than one cafeteria in Jiaotan University, and it's almost hard to encounter the kind of situation where you go to the next class and don't have a place to sit. However, the high payer beautifully said that the dry rice is not positive thought problem. So usually the other students have just arrived at the cafeteria to get their meals, and the 4 boys in dormitory 415 have already finished eating and are lying on their dormitory beds. Yi Zhou didn't eat with them today, but a few of Xiao Gao's classmates remained unexceptional. It hadn't been long since class had ended, and he was already back in his dormitory. Squeak dash. As the door of the dormitory was pushed open and saw Yi Zhou sitting on the chair, Gaofu Shui stopped in his tracks. Yi Zhou looked up and burst out laughing. Old Vaughn, old bull, old, aha, Yi dog, take your ing life. Before Yi Zhou finished his words of greeting, Gaofu Shui suddenly shrieked, and then reached out his hand to come over to pinch Yi Zhou's neck. Looking at that stance, it seemed like he had to strangle Yi Zhou today. This gave Yi Zhou such a fright that he jumped up directly from his chair and then ran in the direction of the balcony. Feng Yi and Niu Dixing, who were standing next to him, also reacted and hurriedly hugged Gaofu Shui's waist. Yi Zhou glared and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Haiyu kid guilty of what disease? Come up here and want to strangle me. What kind of hatred and what kind of grudge? In the morning I really did simply believe the ghost story that your kid got drunk eating out last night and that's why he didn't come to class. As a result, the second class was a public class between our class and finance too, and Lin Xianyue didn't come to class either. After a pause, Gaofu Shui glared and continued in a very resentful tone. I just asked Xia Ziqing and the girls in passing, and they all said that Lin Xianyue suddenly went out last night and didn't come back afterward. My first guess is that your brat was definitely with Lin Xianyue last night. Yi Zhou rolled his eyes. So what? I'm staying with my girlfriend. What's wrong with that? Awa. I don't care. You're not even in the ING dorms, bear with me. Temperance. Yesterday, didn't I teach you? Go to apply for a part-time job in a milk tea store. The package can add the girl's contact information. Hearing this matter, Gaofu Shui also finally calmed down. He grunted softly before pulling out a cigarette and lighting it for himself. At first, I didn't really expect much, because part-time jobs like this milk tea store, which is also open on campus, are usually crowded with applicants. As a result, when I went there, I realized that there weren't many applicants, and I passed in a flash. People said I should get a health license and then complete a little bit of their T-Talk internal exam and training, and then I could start working part-time. After a pause, Gaofu Shui hemmed and hawed. Because the person in charge of interviewing me is the store manager. And this store manager is still particularly young. And looks like he just graduated from college. On the pretext of having to contact each other afterward, I've already added the store manager's WeChat, which is old and pretty looking. When they heard Gao Fu Shuai's words, Yizhou's three people all said asterisk 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 in unison. Yizhou directly gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Now that schoolgirls and schoolmates can't even look at each other, they're heading straight for the direction of young women, worthy of being young Master Gao. Before putting it in, Gao Fu Shuai might even come back with a laugh and a curse. As a result, this time, when he heard Yizhou say this, instead of retorting, he even revealed an embarrassed expression. After blowing off some serious steam with the Gao Fu Shuai trio, Yizhou went to the balcony and flipped through his cell phone. He realized that the three people he had added at the dinner party last night had all passed their friend requests. Yizhou then called Zhang Jianhong on the phone. Brother Zhang, this is Yizhou. It shouldn't be disturbing to call you at this moment, right? Of course I'm not disturbed. It's Monday and I go to work at 8 in the morning. Listening to Zhang Jianhong's bright laughter, Yizhou also asked in a respectful tone. Brother Zhang, you're really great. I didn't send you guys off last night for a while before I broke down and woke up at almost noon. By the way, yesterday I made an appointment with you, Brother Zhang, to talk about the cooperation about our studio today. Do you see when you have time today? Let's do it tonight. I get off work at 7. We'll find another place to have a drink and talk about this. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Yizhou was finally relieved. He was worried just now that Zhang Jianhong would forget what he said yesterday. After all, in a drinking game, if many words were not honored in a timely manner, then the words might not still count after drinking. After noon, Yizhou went to the Flying Star studio and discussed with Yu Hongye and Qin Fan about the recent account direction and the background data. By the time it was more than 6 o'clock, Yizhou once again took the initiative to send a text message to Zhang Jianhong. After agreeing on a location, he set out at the first opportunity. When they arrived at the place, Zhang Jianhong had already arrived, and to Yizhou's surprise, the three people from last night were still there. However, today, including Zhang Jianhong, they all wore formal attire, and it was obvious that they had all just gotten off work and came straight over. Since it's in a night market, you eat skewers and drink all the beer. Yizhou originally thought that Zhang Jianhong would take the initiative to talk to him about the cooperation. After all, Zhang Jianhong is not the final clap. Only if he felt that there was no problem with the cooperation would he report it to his boss. And Zhang Jianhong was just an assistant. But a box of beer are finished. Yezhou did not find Zhang Jianhong have any intention of mentioning cooperation, so he volunteered. Brother Zhang, about the cooperation, I brought the information that our studio has organized. You can read it while eating at this moment. If you think it's okay, I still want you to give him to your bosses as soon as possible, because I want to complete the docking on this side before the National Day. Zhang Jianhong pretended to take it over and casually flipped through it, then waved his hand. I don't think there's any problem. I'll go to the office tomorrow and talk to our boss about this. Come on, drink. Seeing that Zhang Jianhong agreed, Yizhou was finally relieved. He also smiled and accompanied Zhang Jianhong and the four of them to drink. When it was almost 10 o'clock, Zhang Jianhong burped and then said to Yizhou, Elder brother Yi, go and settle the bill. My cell phone is out of battery. I'll mention your matter to our boss tomorrow. Good. Yezhou got up and went to pay, but when he came back, Zhang Jianhong and those three had their backs to him, and none of them noticed Yizhou coming back. Thus, Zhang Jianhong cursed, our dog boss, stingy, I've been his assistant for several years, but still take this little money. If not for the old man clever can earn some extra money, a month cannot earn a few sun. The other flirted, aren't you his assistant? You can secretly look through some advertising cooperation contracts, memorize those party B information. After that you find other advertising agency people, negotiate a lower price than your boss, and then contact party B. Won't you be able to earn a commission from it? I've been wanting to do that for a long time, but that dog reads contracts to death, and I don't usually have much access to them, so I'll try again tomorrow when I'm done. Chapter 200, Strawberries. Listening to Zhang Jianhong's conversation between those three, Yizhou was a bit stunned. I didn't expect Zhang Jianhong to say this about his boss behind his back. But he didn't bother to think about what happened between Zhang Jianhong and his boss. He only cared about whether or not Flying Star Studio could reach a cooperation. After eating, Yizhou went straight back to the dormitory. After asking Lin Shangyue to take a few walks around the playground, he took her straight into the moral depression that was the grove. Boo dash. Hiss. Yizhou sucked in a breath, and then pinched his little neighbor's face from the chin upwards with one hand. Then you. His face was extremely serious. You've learned to sip strawberries. Honestly, who did you learn it from? Zaharu. The little neighbor's eyes were particularly clear and cold, and there was some small satisfaction in looking at Yezhou's neck. Aha! Her masterpiece. Yezhou's eyebrows stood up when he heard this. Her again? Lin Shangyue nodded seriously. Well, Ziqing is a good person, always teaching me things that can catch you into a warbler. Yi Chao straightened up and called out the good guys. Now the little neighbor has even learned the word warble. Xia Ziqing is a bit of a powerful teacher. At this time, Lin Xianyu stared at Yizhou's neck that had red marks on one side and no red marks on the other. Willow brows furrowed slightly, and a touch of dissatisfaction surfaced on her pretty face. She pursed her lips and her watery eyes looked at Yizhou. Yezhou, your neck is asymmetrical. Yizhou wrapped his arms around her and hadn't reacted to what it meant yet, so he just said without caring, asymmetry is asymmetry does. And it's not like you're some kind of obsessive-compulsive anyway, so do you want to suck on another strawberry just to make my neck symmetrical? Hearing this, Lin Shanyu pouted and whispered, Yezhou, I seem to be a bit obsessive-compulsive. Without waiting for Yizhou to react, there was a burst of warmth on his neck. A tingling sensation went from the soles of his feet straight to the sky. Old Yi, why are you pulling your collar up so high? It's only the end of September. It shouldn't be that cold at night, right? The three of them, Gao Fu Shuai, who were playing cards in the dormitory, saw Yizhou come back and pull his collar up especially high, so Xiao Gao couldn't help but ask. However, in response, Yizhou waved his hand. Don't ask. Kids stay out of grown-ups' business. But the more Yizhou was like this, the more curious Gao Fu Shuai became. So he put down the cards in his hand and told Feng Yi and Nyodaxing, you two wait for me a little bit. I'll see what's wrong with this neck of old Yez. After saying that, he got up and walked towards Yizhou. Old Yi, all buddy, don't hide anything. Let me see. Don't! Yizhou cried out in horror and backed up. Gao Fu Shuai closed in step by step, and had forced Yizhou into a corner position. He smiled disdainfully. Ha! Back off. You go ahead and back off. Let's see what else is behind you that you can back off from. Saying that, Gao Fu Shuai stretched out his hand one by one and went forward to pickpocket Yizhou's hand that was tugging the collar of his coat to death. It looked like Yizhou was about to be unable to resist and be peeled away from Gao Fu Shuai's hand. Sitting on the chair Feng Yi as if reacting to something, eyes shook, secretly screamed not good, and then hastily turned his head sideways. He didn't even forget to reach out and cover Niu Dexing's eyes. Niu Dexing still didn't understand what was going on and asked in a frozen voice, Old Feng, what are you covering my eyes for? I also want to see what happened to old Ye's neck. Don't look, the dog's eyes will go blind. As soon as Feng Yi's words fell, Gao Fu Shuai also happened to break Yizhou's hand that was tugging on his collar. He laughed maniacally and looked at Yizhou's neck. Upon seeing the two red marks, the smile froze on his face and his eye muscles twitched. In the next second, he let out a pig-killing scream. Ah, old Ji you dog, bearing my ing face again. The scheming Yezhou coughed lightly before pulling his collar up again in a very low-key manner. Then a helpless sigh. You see, I told you as soon as I got back to keep the grown-ups out of it. And look at that. You've been bared, haven't you? It's really not my fault. I'm afraid that you were bared. Deliberately covered my neck. You have to see. Yizhou's tone was tinged with smugness. In fact, he simply did it on purpose, because showing off directly would not achieve such an effect instead. Gao Fu Shuai covered his chest, his face full of suffocation. Exasperated, he pulled out his cell phone and Cuckoo sent a message to the beautiful store manager, stating that he wanted to work at the milk tea store tomorrow. At that moment, Niu Dexing also came to a sudden realization. He gratefully glanced at the prescient Feng Yi and whispered, Old Feng, how did you recognize old Ye's scheme? Feng Yi pushed down the frames of his glasses and said silently, Old Yi-bared people's wiles are so varied that they cannot be judged in the same way one would view normal people. So one needs to stand and observe the behavior of the dog to guess, so that one can become enlightened. The next morning, Yizhou followed a few people to the morning 8. When it was time for the combined class, Xia Ziqing couldn't wait to get in front of Yizhou. Pink peach eyes after seeing those two red marks on his neck. Knock on wood, knock on wood. I've been chanting this bite for a long time. It's so pure. Yizhou skimmed his lips. Those who don't know would think you're knocking on something. With that, he took his little neighbor's hand and admonished her. Learn from her on the good ones, not on the bad ones. Good girl. Ow. It was 9 o'clock when Li Nian woke up from his nap. He glanced at his cell phone and realized there were no messages on it. Couldn't help but sigh. It seems that today, the lady should have no tasks assigned to him again. Alas, ever since Miss and young Master Yi went to university, it's as if I'm living in early retirement here. Li Nian washed up and was about to go to dinner when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Could it be Miss? Li Nian joyfully took out his cell phone, only to see the caller ID. His face instantly changed. Second mistress. It's Shorin. Li Nian hesitated before picking up the phone. Ma'am, Uncle Li, You should be fine at this moment, right? It's okay, ma'am. Then you'll be at Northam Airport in an hour to pick up someone for me. Lin Yan agreed. Yes, ma'am. May I ask who he is? You don't have to care who it is for now. Just wait until you get to the airport and hold up the Lin family sign. He'll see you and will go over to you on his own. Yes, ma'am. Then I'll move over there. After ending the call with Xiao Ran, Lin Yan quickly packed up and then hoofed it to the airport in his car. Chapter 201, Don't blame me for being unrighteous if you're unkind. Lin Yan parked his car in the parking lot and then stood waiting at the terminal pickup location with a pickup tag. Based on the arrival time of the flight that Xiao Ran had sent him, Lin Yan calculated that the person he wanted to pick up should already be coming out at this point in time. Soon, a handsome familiar face appeared in Lin Yan's line of sight. The handsome young man's looks were simply too handsome, and many passers-by's gazes were attracted to him. If it weren't for the fact that there weren't any hordes of rabid fans holding up pickup signs here, I'm afraid these passers-by would have thought this was some niche 18th-tier male celebrity. That youth seemed to be long accustomed to such scenes. He didn't look any different, but instead looked around forward with one hand in his pocket and his suitcase in the other. Immediately afterward, he saw Lin Yan standing in the middle of the receiving crowd, and a smile finally surfaced on his face. Wearing a trench coat, he quickly came to Lin Yan's side with a rather respectful tone. Uncle Li, it's been 5 years. Looking at the dear Zion in front of him, Lin Yan sighed in his heart. Sure enough, just as he had guessed on the way, it was young Master Deer who had returned. Lin Yan also smiled gently at dear Xiang. Young Master Deer, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to remember so well. Of course it's clear. Since I went to study abroad, I've been counting the time every day, and it's really a bit bad to not be able to see Xiaoyu. Upon hearing dear Zion's intimate address to his own young lady, as well as the expression of excitement displayed on his face, Lin Yan's heart sank again. It seems that young Master Deer is still the same after all these years. It hasn't changed at all. Thinking about this, Lin Yan couldn't help but sweat for Yi Zhou. Afterwards, Lin Yan took the initiative to take over the luggage in dear Xiang's hands. Young Master Deer, this way. You should be tired after such a long international flight. I'll take you to eat first and then arrange for you to check in. Dear Zion shook his head, a little dissatisfied with Lin Yan's performance. He waved his hand and said with a big smile, Uncle Li, like Xiaoyu, I don't even consider you as the Lin family's driver, but rather as a very close friend and elder. I also hope that you won't stop saying you one after another in the future. It's really unseemly for an elder to call a junior you. Young Master Deer, you are joking. One size fits all. After all these years, I still refer to Miss as you. Lin Yan had a smile on his face, putting aside the reason that dear Zion might become Yi Zhou's rival. Uncle Li still liked dear Zion very much, because dear Zion gave off the impression that he was always the kind of fluttering gentleman. There was none of the dude-like posturing of the other rich kids. Seeing that Lin Yan was so stubborn, dear Xiang didn't force anything in the end and followed him to the parking lot. When he got in the car, Lin Yan opened his mouth to ask, Young Master Deer, you've just returned home. What would you like to eat? Dear Zion thought for a moment, then laughed. Is the wonton store that was my and you's favorite before still open? If it is, take me to eat there. All these years abroad, there's basically not much of a chance to be able to eat wontons. And even if I do, the flavor is far inferior to the one Xiaoyu and I ate at. Okay, but that place is slightly far from the airport. It's okay, I've waited 5 years anyway. It's not like it's going to take more than a couple hours. Kagome finished and leaned back in her seat to close her eyes. It wasn't long before he spoke again. Uncle Li, what is Xiaoyu doing now? Well, Miss should be in class at this time. Miss won't be done with all her classes until after 4 this afternoon. Now Xiaoyu is also in college. According to Aunt Xiao, she went to Bayan Transportation University, right? Yes, Master Deer. Kagome nodded and slowly opened her eyes. The eyes were filled with a look of anticipation. After 5 years, it was finally time to see the woman who meant the most to her again. Only 5 years ago, when dear Zion was close to leaving the country, he took the initiative to make an agreement with Lin Shanyue to break off all contact during the period he was abroad. Although Lin Shanyue was puzzled, she still respected dear Zion's choice, and the reason why dear Zion did this, he just wanted to see if he was as important to Lin Shanyue as the boy she had in mind. Thinking of this, dear Zion spoke again. Uncle Li, Xiaoyu she is not with that person now? Lin Yan's pupils shook. Still coming? Yes, young Master Deer. Now Miss and young Master Yi are in the same school, and they, dear Zion interrupted. There's no need to say anything. I'll ask the rest to Xiaoyu myself after I see her. Well, Lin Yan had very complicated emotions, but it was not good to show them on his face. An hour or so later, the Maybach pulled up in front of a ravioli store. Before getting out of the car, dear Zion turned his head to Lin Yan. By the way, Uncle Li, I have no way to contact Xiaoyu right now, So help me tell her that I'll have dinner with her this afternoon after she finishes her class. Yi Shou, who had finished his noon meal, called Zhang Jianhong at the first opportunity. It's already Tuesday and only the last 4 days left until the 4th of July. Regarding the advertising partnership, it can't be put off any longer. After all, docking takes at least 2 days, which means another day of filming and editing. That means that tomorrow is already the deadline. When the phone was connected, Zhang Jianhong's voice came from over there. Elder brother Yi, what's wrong? These words made Yi Zhou's heart sink, but he still forced himself to ask in a light tone. Brother Zhang, yesterday you said that you would tell your boss about our studio's cooperation with your company today. What did the boss say on his side? Oh this Yi old brother, it's not that brother I don't try my best. It's mainly because as you know, near the National Day, our boss is especially busy these days. I haven't had much chance to talk to him about this matter. So you see, how about tomorrow? Hearing this, Yi Zhou's heart completely sank. He is not a cutie. He has invited Zhang Jianhong and his 3 friends to dinner twice. Every time at dinner, Zhang Jianhong promised to be good. But whenever Yi Zhou called again the next day, Zhang Jianhong would have a new excuse. Combined with Zhang Jianhong's drunken blabbering yesterday, it let Yi Zhou know that in reality, Zhang Jianhong was very dissatisfied with his boss. Yi Zhou suddenly realized that he might have been fooled by Zhang Jianhong, which is very likely to use him as a free meal ticket to make him call, and then cross the river and break the bridge at the critical moment. However, Zhang Jianhong this line, after all, is Xiao Zifei's family to help matchmaking. Ye Zhou is not willing to Zhang Jianhong think so bad. So, he still said with the last glimmer of expectation trying, in that case, that's fine, tomorrow is tomorrow. But brother Zhang, I got a bottle of good wine from my friend. Are you free tonight? Let's have a drink together. Good wine? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianhong instantly became interested and immediately returned. No problem. I'll call up Mr. Li, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Bai and the others, and we can let you know more about the insider information of our industry during dinner. Don't you think so? Yi Zhou sneered in his heart. Oh, it seems that Zhang Jianhong this is really like what he thinks. The roots are ing broken. Just now Yi Zhou deliberately emphasized. Said we brothers drink together? But Zhang Jianhong took the initiative to bring those 3 people. Yi Zhou had already sort of completely understood that these 4 guys, looking at his young age, did not take him seriously from the beginning. Realizing this, Yi Zhou already had a new plan in his mind, so he returned without moving. Okay brother Zhang, then it's the usual time, I won't see you tonight. Ha ha, see you there. After ending the call with Zhang Jianhong, Yi Zhou held his cell phone and contemplated for a while with a sinister face. Damn, you're unkind. Don't blame me for being unrighteous. Yi Zhou then called Xiong Kai. Xiong Kai, whether you have something to do tonight or not, free up your time for me. And by the way, call out Mubai. There's action tonight. Chapter 202 Dear Zion. Xiong Kai, whether you have something to do tonight or not, free up your time for me. And by the way, call out Mubai. There's action tonight. Xiong Kai, who received the call, before he had time to speak, heard Yi Zhou's serious and earnest tone. He had known Yi Zhou for so many years, and rarely could he hear this tone from Yi Zhou. He, who was originally playing the game, also backed out of the game at the first opportunity, and his expression became solemn. I know Zhou, but what happened? Can't I be alone? Even Xiao Bai has to be called? This matter is a long story, but there's no need to re-explain it again. In short, it's about Flying Star Studio. Didn't you always feel uninvolved before? It's your turn to make an appearance this time. About the studio? Okay, I see. So when are we meeting? Yi Zhou thought for a moment, then said, I get off class at 4 p.m. I'll be on my way to your school for an hour. You wait for me at 5 p.m. In front of the school, and then we'll go look for Mubai. Okay, I'll call White later and let him know. After ending the call with Xiong Kai, Yi Zhou turned his head to look at Gao Fu Shui again. Old Gao, I remember you brought 2 cell phones with you when you came to school, right? That spare phone lends me a hand at night. Oh, take it. Without thinking too much, Gao Fu Shui took out his spare phone from the drawer and handed it to Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, who was ready for everything, sat on the chair with a gloomy expression. I thought that Zhang Jianhong was an ordinary assistant, but I didn't expect that this mind was heavy. It was no wonder that before this, Xiao Zifei was always emphasizing that college students like them, who didn't have any social experience yet, were the group of people that those social veterans liked and loved to cheat the most. Not only must we finish the cooperation today, but we must also make that spit out all that he has eaten in the past 2 days. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Zhou went to the classroom with a few people from Gao Fu Shui. Unfortunately, this was not a co-curricular class and there was no way to join my little neighbor. Classes had just ended at 4 o'clock. and Yi Zhou had planned to take the bus directly to Xiongkai. But when I think about how late it might be to go back to school tonight, I'm afraid I won't be in time to find my little neighbor at night. So Yi Zhou called Lin Shangyue. Is class over? Where are you? Well, almost at the bottom of the dormitory. Oh, then you can wait for me downstairs for a while. Good. 10 minutes later, Yi Zhou was downstairs in the girls' dormitory and met Lin Shangyue. She was wearing a light blue dress today, the hem of which fluttered gently with the breeze, as if the ripples of a tranquil lake. A head of long, shiny black hair was draped softly over her shoulders, and a few strands of hair danced mischievously beside her cheeks, further accentuating her skin's whiteness like snow. Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes and laughed. Wearing that today? It looks good every day. Lin Shangyue angled her chin, her expression clear and cold, but the happiness in his eyes still overflowed when he was praised by Yi Zhou. I probably won't take you for a walk around the playground tonight. I have some business to take care of with Xiongkai in the evening. Good. Ye Zhou pulled his little neighbor and went into the moral depression that is the grove under the girls' dormitory to get tired for a while. Then he wrapped an arm around her kiss-to-softness body and whispered, I'm off. Then, well, the humongous blush on her little neighbor's face was a bit tempting, and now there was no high spirits at all. She added softly, don't drink so much again or you'll get your neighbor again. Ha 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 ha. It's good to let you have your way. Yi Zhou laughed, and then immediately ran towards the school entrance to catch a ride to Xiongkai's KU. Yi Zhou had just left, and Lin Shangyue straightened her messy, broken hair and was about to go back to her dormitory when she received a call from Uncle Li. She was a little surprised, because usually if there was nothing urgent, Uncle Li wouldn't take the initiative to call her. At most he would send a text message. Lin Shangyue frowned slightly and picked up the phone. Are you busy at the moment? Miss? Just got out of class. Okay, miss, it's like this. This morning, the second wife called and asked me to go to the airport. Then I received young master dear. He wants to have dinner with you. Young master dear. Lin Shangyue was slightly stunned, and her cool expression appeared to change not a little. It's Kagome who's back. Lin Shangyue mused for a moment before speaking in a light tone. Okay, Uncle Li, you come pick me up now. Yes ma'am. Lin Shangyue subconsciously wanted to call out to Yi Zhou to join her, but on second thought, she thought that Yi Zhou had only just left. He has his own things to do at night. Count on it. Then we'll bring Sayazu to meet him another time. 6 o'clock in the evening. Uncle Li drove the Maybach and parked in front of a restaurant called Jinyi Gu, which was considered the most imposing and luxurious restaurant in Bayan. Uncle Li, who had never taken the initiative to ask something he shouldn't have, finally couldn't help himself today and asked Lin Shangyue before she got off the bus. Miss, you came to see young master dear. Does young master Yi he know? Lin Shangyue shook her head slightly. He has something going on tonight. I haven't told him yet. Then will young master Yi he be afterward? Speaking of this, Uncle Li dared not say any more. Lin Shangyue wasn't stupid. She could see at a glance what Uncle Li was worried about. Her eyes twinkled, and she seemed a little pleased. She shook her head gently, a nice smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Uncle Li, I'll tell you anything, but there's one thing you never knew. Uncle Li froze and wanted to pursue the question, but realizing that the young lady didn't seem to have any intention of telling him, he eventually chose to remain silent. Eyes on the lady as she enters the restaurant. No, why do you think so badly of the fawn? I'll apologize to fawn tomorrow. Chapter 203, People Change. After Lin Shangyue entered the restaurant, she told the waiter about dear Zion's name. Immediately after that, the waiter took her up the elevator to the second floor. Soon Lin Shangyue stood at the door of the box called Long Time No See. Each box in this restaurant has its own name, such as Long Time No See, Family Harmony and Growing Old Together. Depending on the purpose of the customer get-together, there are a wide range of private rooms to choose from. Lin Shangyue looked at the Long Time No See nameplate on the door of the box and revealed a shallow smile. She took a soft breath and pushed the door open. The door was pushed open and the light inside the box was soft and warm, while Kagome was already sitting there. Seeing Lin Shangyue come in, a smile appeared on his face. He got up at once and welcomed Lin Shangyue by unfolding his arms and hugging her gently. An easy laugh followed. Luna, long time no see. Lin Shangyue nodded slightly and sat down across from dear Xiong, clearing her head. It has indeed been a long time. This restaurant has a lot of character, and the name of each box has a different meaning. Kagome always had a smile on her face, and then he pressed a certain button device placed on the table, signaled that it's time to start serving. I haven't seen you in 5 years. You've grown prettier and prettier. He should think so too, right? Lin Shangyue's willow brows furrowed slightly. Seeing this, dear Zion lightly laughed. Well, I asked Uncle Li, and he told me that you're in a university with him now. Yes, a few months ago, I had Uncle Li find out where he lived and moved in next door to him. Hearing this, A look of surprise finally appeared on Dear Zion's face. He froze for several seconds before he gasped. My God, you actually moved next door to his house? Wouldn't this be good for Uncle Lin if he knew about it? Dad isn't paying that much attention to me anymore. My stepmother is pregnant, and now even her work focus has moved all the way to Shanghai, so for a long time Dad shouldn't be coming to Bayan anymore. Auntie Shaw is pregnant? Dear Zion, who was already very surprised, was even more surprised to hear this news. Although it was Xiao Ran who first learned of this news before returning to China, the other party did not mention her pregnancy at all. After a moment of silence, the surprise on Kagom's face finally dissipated quite a bit. In its place was a look of hesitation and complexity. He whispered, Xiao Yu, you should know what Aunt Xiao's pregnancy means. When I learned from Uncle Li that you were in the same university as him, I was quite curious about how you convinced Uncle Lin and Aunt Xiao, but now it seems that there should be a push from Aunt Xiao. Lin Shangyue pursed her lips and didn't say anything, defaulting to Kagom's statement. With that, neither spoke again until the waiter had served the entire meal. Until the waiters had all served the meal, when only Dear Zion and Lin Shangyue were left in the box once again. It took Kagome a moment to break the silence, but it's good that it gives you and Yezhou a chance to be in the same college. Lin Shangyue didn't express any thoughts on this statement. She just faintly said, Stepmother can't be that kind. I don't suppose she contacted you much before you returned home? Well, exactly what you guessed many years ago. Dear Zion sighed slightly as he looked at Lin Shangyue, a heartache welling up in his heart. Now there were many things that Lin Shangyue had predicted a few years ago. Although Dear Zion was 4 years older than Lin Shangyue, he considered himself far less mature than Lin Shangyue. But it's normal to think about it. She suffered a family change at such a young age. What followed was not a doubling of Dad's concern, but rather endless estrangement and coldness. Coupled with her status as a young lady, everything around her is forcing her to grow up fast. It is not a difficult thing to understand that the mind is much more mature than its peers. Auntie Shaw did contact me frequently before I returned home, and her intentions were clear. She wanted me to take her side on some things. A hint of complexity flashed in Lin Shanyue's eyes. She is nothing more than wanting to use you to consolidate her position. To be precise, is hoping that you can come to Bayan and put a gap between Yizhou and me. Speaking of which, Kagome's eyes narrowed. It took a long time before he laughed out loud again. Speaking of which, I have to bring up the decision I made 5 years ago when I was out of the country and insisted on cutting off any contact with you. After a pause, Dear Zion continued. At that time, you were always jealous of your emotions towards Yizhou. He obviously only spent so much time with you for such a short period of time, but he left a thick brushstroke in your heart. But I've known you for so many years, and I've never been able to compare to him. I was thinking of trying to see if you would miss me as much as you missed him if I was like him and didn't have any contact with you at all for so many years. Hearing this, Lin Shanyue's cool expression always changed. She sipped her water and ranted. Why are you making this boring comparison when you know you two aren't even the same? It's not boring at all. It's important to me. Lin Shanyue helplessly laughed softly before picking up her chopsticks to clip the food, and then slowly asked. So, what do you think now? Kagome sighed. Obviously, Yizhou is much more important than me in your heart. Even as a baby, when I asked you to have dinner together, you didn't even want to bring him along. I'm really curious as to what a boy who can make your heart beat so hard is like. Even though you described him to me, that was a long time ago, and people change, so that doesn't mean he's the same now. Well, you're right. People change, just like Dad. Lin Shanyue's eyes dimmed, but in an instant, they twinkled up and smiled. But Yezhou won't. He's still like that. Then why didn't you bring him along to see me? Could it be that you were afraid to let him know that I was a threat to him? Dear Zion looked straight into Lin Shanyue's eyes with a very serious expression, facing Dear Zion's gaze that rarely carried aggression. Lin Shanyue's emotions did not have any ripples. She ate several mouthfuls of food to herself before she reared her head to look at Dear Zion, displeasure finally showing on her pretty face. What threat do you pose to Yi Chao? If we must stand on this, shouldn't I be the one to bring Yizhou to see you? You're a bigger threat to me? Kagome, can you stop putting on a show for yourself? When Dear Zion heard this, his taut expression disappeared in an instant. He hemmed and hawed and laughed out loud. Hey, at least it's been 5 years since we've been in contact. So Suki, don't you have the slightest doubt that I'll change my orientation and like girls now? Chapter 204, The Hongmen Banquet. No doubt. After saying that, Lin Shanyue blankly glanced at Dear Zion. Kagome pretended to be sad. Xiao Yu, you're so desperate. But seriously, don't you really want me to meet Yizhou? After coming back this time, I can clearly feel that you're more outgoing than in the past. I'm sure this should all be due to Yizhou, right? I'm too curious as to what charm he has to make you change so much. It's not that I won't let you see him. He had something to do tonight and I couldn't bring him along. Well, That's for another time when we have time. After a pause, as if he thought of something, Dear Zion hurriedly asked, by the way, I just heard that you two are in the same college now. What's your relationship now? Lin Shangyuan narrowed her eyes. Lip friendship. Brother Chow. Brother Xiong. Aren't we going to do something big? Why did we come to such a grand hotel? Mu Bai received a call from Xiong Kai in the afternoon, saying that he should make sure to free up his time in the evening. Yezhou needs help with something. Getting this news, Mu Bai responded without saying a word. As a result, after being received by Yezhou and Xiong Kai in front of the school, the place where they hoofed it was the Jinyi-gu restaurant, which is considered the most elegant in Beian. Xiong Kai's expression was also a bit confused. Looking at the incomparably lavishly decorated restaurant in front of him, he turned his head to look at Yezhou. Ah Chow, what's the situation? Are you deliberately holding back a big one? Planning to treat my brother and I to a big meal? Yezhou smiled faintly. Almost. Anyway, later into the box. Want to eat what you want to order. Don't care how much money. Order it. Holy, is it really fake? I just heard from someone who came out of there that a plate of mapo tofu costs more than $100. If we order according to what you said, this meal will probably cost tens of thousands of dollars, right? It doesn't matter how much it costs. Yezhou waved his hand, then brought Xiong Kai and Mu Bai into the Jinyi pavilion. Entering the box, Yezhou first let the waiter serve a bottle of Mao Tai. After all, the reason for asking Zhang Jianhong to come to dinner today was that he had gotten a bottle of good wine. If Zhang Jianhong comes later without any wine, it's possible that he'll reveal himself. Yezhou then called Zhang Jianhong. Brother Zhang, have you arrived? Almost there. The road is slightly jammed at this moment, but at most 20 minutes, we guarantee to arrive. If it doesn't work, ye old brother you order first. No need to wait for us. That won't do. Brother Zhang, I definitely have to wait for you guys to come before ordering. Oh yeah, I've also brought two friends. They're both from my studio. Is that okay, Brother Zhang? Okay, no problem. Zhang Jianhong agreed very quickly. After hanging up the phone, he drove with one hand while talking to his three buddies sitting in the car itself. This stupid kid, he brought his own people here and still had to tell me. Anyway, how much he ate and drank at the end of the day. It was all at his expense. Look, he invited us to dinner and thanked us afterward. Worry flashed under Li Chen's eyes. Old Zhang, we've already eaten that guy's meals for nothing twice before. Did you do what he asked you to do? That's nonsense. It's definitely not done. If I had reported this to our heartless boss on the first day, where would we have had the second and third meals yesterday and today? Besides, that studio project of theirs I've read about. It's indeed considered a good direction for cooperation. If I let my boss invest in such a good opportunity, won't he make a lot of money? I wouldn't be happy to see him make money. I've been hanging on to that kid's surname G, and when I turn around and he realizes something's wrong, I'll just tell him that I told my boss about the project, but the boss didn't look at it, so he'll just have to eat his words. Zhang Jianhong's expression was very relaxed and he could not see any guilt at all. Once upon a time, when he was new to society, he had been fooled like this by the older members of society. Cooperation and cooperation did not reach, the favor did not fall, but on the contrary, to invite people to dinner, drink, massage their own back a lot. Now, at last, there's an ungrateful, stupid boy who takes the initiative to deliver himself. Zhang Jianhong decides that he wants to find everything he lost in the past in him. Oh, I'm kind of giving that kid a lesson. And compared to him being screwed over for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars by those even more shady capitalists in the future, my tuition of a few $1,000s isn't expensive at all. Li Chen wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he opened his mouth. Old Zhang, I think you've almost got it. Tomorrow it's best to report the cooperation of that kid's surname G to your boss for a look. You should not know. This kid today invited us to eat the place is Jinyi-gu. In Beian belongs to the kind of top 3 senior restaurant. A box of low consumption are $99.99. When Zhang Jianhong heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Obviously, he also did not expect the place where Yezhou invited him to eat to have such a high consumption. But it was soon released. So what? It's not like I forced him to pick such an expensive place. And the more this happens, the more it shows that he values this opportunity to work together. Which is why he invited me to go to a higher-end hotel over and over again. You three can rest assured. This kid looks like he should be quite rich, otherwise a college student. How could he have money to start a business in college? It's only $1 or $2 million. It can't eat him poor. Saying that, Zhang Jianhong's car had already driven to the entrance of Jinchi Pavilion restaurant. After parking the car, he took Li Chen and the other three, and walked directly towards the private room Yezhou had told him about. Yezhou, Xiong Kai and Mu Bai waited in the box for Zhang Jianhong and the others to arrive. Xiong Kai was still puzzled and couldn't help but ask Yezhou again. Ah, Chow. What's going on that's so big? You're being too mysterious. Is it possible that the boss is treating us later? Yi Zhou shook his head slightly, a cold smile on his face. It's too late to explain it to you guys. Anyway, later on, both you and White will just watch my face. Mu Bai and Xiong Kai glanced at each other and had a vague guess in their hearts, but neither of them spoke again, just sitting quietly by Yi Zhou. Not long after, the door of the box was pushed open, and Zhang Jianhong walked in with Li Chen and 3 others. Yi Zhou hurriedly got up to greet him, with a warm smile on his face. Brother Zhang, you guys finally came. Quickly sit down, quickly sit down. By the way, to introduce to you, these 2 are my friends, called Xiong Kai and Mu Bai. Zhang Jianhong saw the Mao Tai on the table. His eyes lit up and smiled. Elder brother Yi, you're really something. This wine is good. At this point, Zhang Jianhong is a hobnail in Ye Zhou's eyes. Listening to his words, Yi Zhou sneered in his heart. Not bad at all. Later, I hope you can say it's good too. Chapter 205, No More Pretense. Showdown. Yi Zhou smilingly responded to Zhang Jianhong. It's good that brother Zhang likes it. Let's sit down and chat while we eat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianhong then greeted the other 3 to take their seats as well. Afterward, the people were seated. Yi Zhou pressed the button on the table, and the waiter outside the door quickly entered the box with the menu. Yi Zhou did not hesitate, very respectfully handed the menu to Zhang Jianhong and continued. Brother Zhang, you guys order first. You don't need to look at the prices of the things on it. Just order whatever you want. Today's meal is specifically to thank you for taking care of our studio. Hey, Yi old brother, what are you talking about? Speaking of which, I haven't been able to get you and our boss to meet above in the past few days. And old brother, I'm anxious and a bit on fire right now. You don't worry. Tomorrow I absolutely rush our boss. This matter is wrapped up in my old brother me. Well, then old brother, I will not be polite. A few of us ordered first. Okay. Zhang Jianhong was also not polite and ordered a few dishes that cost a lot. After ordering, he even glanced smugly at the 3 buddies he brought with him, as if to say to them, look at this. I didn't get anything done for this stupid kid and he has to keep thanking me. Immediately after that, he also handed the menu to his 3 buddies. Oldly, you 3 also look at the menu. If there is anything you want to eat, just order. Ye old brother is a fast person. Then we do not be so polite. Each other are family members. Oh yeah, 3 bosses, you guys order too. Ye Zhou echoed with a cry. There was a smile on his face from start to finish, and he didn't show any displeasure or heartache at all. By acting like this, he left the other 3 without any mental burden. Maybe this Ye Zhou really, like Zhang Jianhong said, the family has a little money. Just went to college, family sponsored him to start a business in the school. Otherwise, the meat dishes on the menu basically start at 4 figures. What with abalone, lobster, king crab and all that, the prices are even higher to make people's eyes jump. Honestly, their monthly salary is not enough for such a table. But Ye Zhou made them light up and didn't change his face the whole time. This shows that this kid Yi Zhou is a very powerful rich second generation. Well, that's all. Zhang Jianhong waited for the other 3 to finish ordering and handed the menu back to Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou took it without even glancing at it, and then backhanded it to Xiong Kai and Mu Bai. Here, you 2, see if there's anything you want to eat that you haven't ordered yet, and order it by the way. Ah, Chow. This, Kum Kai was a little hesitant, because he had just heard the entire conversation between Yi Zhou and Zhang Jianhong. He also basically understood that Yi Zhou should have begged Zhang Jianhong, and this meal was formed by Yi Zhou, hoping that through this meal, he could draw closer, or even reach some kind of cooperation. In other words, the person who paid for this last meal was simply Yi Zhou. Xiong Kai looked at the dishes on the menu that had been ticked off, and he roughly calculated that it was close to $15,000, and with such fancy hotels, there are usually very high service charges, as well as taxes and so on. It's almost a little over $20,000 now that I've done the math. If you order it again yourself. Xiong Kai didn't dare to think any further. He lowered his voice. Ah, Chow, why don't we just leave it at that? It's better for Bai and I not to order. If I'm not mistaken, this meal should be your treat, right? Yeah, Chow. Enough ordering already. Xiong and I won't order anymore. Mu Bai chimed in with a worried look on his face. But Yi Zhou saw the attitude of the 2 and insisted. If I tell you 2 to order it, then I'll order it. What's with all the nonsense? If you 2 don't order it, then I'll order it. This, okay. Xiong Kai and Mu Bai looked at each other and finally listened to Yi Zhou and added 4 more dishes up. Now that's over $20,000 just for the food and drinks ordered. It gave Xiong Kai a look that made his eyes pop. Although his old man is a businessman and often invites various partners or other bosses to dinner, and even took Xiong Kai with him to dinner when he was a child. But Xiong Kai had only seen a potluck bill of close to $10,000 at most. But right now, This meal had just surpassed the $20,000 category. Yi Zhou saw that Xiong Kai and Mubai were no longer moving, and took the menu and asked, "Finished ordering? Well, that's it. You can start serving straight away." Yi Zhou handed the menu to the waiter without any waves of emotions. It's as if this $20,000 plus meal was like no harm, no foul to him. After the waiter left the box with the menu, the atmosphere in the box was a little subtle for a moment. Zhang Jianhong looked at Yi Zhou with appreciation in his eyes. "Elder brother Yi, really bold. There aren't many young people like you nowadays." Yi Zhou smiled slightly. "Brother Zhang is too kind. This is all proper. On my side, I still need you to help me put in a good word in front of your boss, so that we can reach a cooperation." Zhang Jianhong nodded, but in his heart, he was calculating how to continue to obtain more benefits from Yi Zhou. Previously, he had already planned to abandon Yi Zhou after this meal, but now that he realized that this kid was even more atmospheric than he thought, he was a bit reluctant to give up this meal ticket. Xiong Kai and Mubai, on the other hand, sat on the sidelines, both worried and admiring Yi Zhou's atmosphere in their hearts. It didn't take long for the dishes to be served. An exquisite dish with a tantalizing aroma that whets the appetite. Zhang Jianhong and the others were not polite and began to feast. Yi Zhou didn't rush to clip the food, but personally picked up the bottle of wine and left his seat, coming to Zhang Jianhong's side and slightly bending down to pour him a drink. "Brother Zhang, drink. I'll fill you up." After pouring for Zhang Jianhong, Yi Zhou poured a glass for himself, and then when he clinked glasses with Zhang Jianhong, he purposely pressed the glass very low, so that the other party would be a head above himself. For this attitude of Yi Zhou, Zhang Jianhong was simply satisfied to the point that he couldn't be satisfied anymore. The mouth was grinning from ear to ear. For a moment, he even really wanted to hand his boss the plan that Yi Zhou and his studio wanted to cooperate with tomorrow. But on second thought, if we really let Yi Zhou succeed so easily, then his side won't be able to eat for nothing next. So, Zhang Jianhong still decided to deliberately hang Yi Zhou. "By the way Zhang, you'll ask your boss for me tomorrow, right?" Zhang Jianhong said vaguely with food stuffed in his mouth. "Well, don't worry. Oh, okay, no more work talk then. Drink drink drink." Saying that, Yi Zhou bumped Mubai and Xiong Kai with his arm, signaling the two of them to go up and toast as well. The two of them were slightly stunned, but they also hurriedly squeezed out a smile and went up to drink with Zhang Jianhong. "Brother Zhang, just call me Kai. I'm also from Flying Star Studio. Brother Zhang, I'm Bai. I'll drink to you." In this way, Zhang Jianhong drank several glasses of wine in a short while under the rainbow farts of Yi Zhou's trio. The whole person was blushing and spoke with a bit of a lisp. "TSK, Laoli ah, I tell you, our boss that is really not a thing. Today and ING get me a bunch of documents. Damn, I'm a few years older than him, so I'm kind of his brother in terms of seniority, and the dog still keeps calling me out for nothing. It's just that people like them have a good life and become bosses at a young age. But if I have their kind of life, I'm definitely 100 times more powerful than him. Sooner or later, I'm going to make this dog Zhou Wenba plant his head." As Yi Zhou expected, the alcohol-addled Zhang Jianhong instantly turned on the mode of abusing his boss. Yi Zhou remained motionless, only focusing on his own dishes and drinking. Occasionally, Zhang Jianhong was poured another full glass of wine. Almost an hour and a half later, the crowd was full. Zhang Jianhong burped and smiled. "Elder brother Yi, then you settle the bill now. I had a great time eating today. Let's get together again next time when we have time." However, Yi Zhou didn't get up and instead pushed his chair back. Seeing that the time had come, he simply stopped pretending and planned to show his hand. So, Yi Zhou directly crossed his legs and looked at Zhang Jianhong with a smile and said, "Brother Zhang, you've got it wrong. Shouldn't you be the one paying for this meal?" Chapter 206, I'm a good person. I pay? Hearing Yi Zhou's words, Zhang Jianhong was instantly confused. He thought he was drunk and gave it a wrong hearing. But when he saw Li Chan and the other three beside him, all looking at Yi Zhou with dismayed eyes, he was instantly certain that he hadn't heard wrong. What Yi Chao did say was that he was told to pay for it. The smile on Zhang Jian's face instantly froze and he looked at Yi Zhou with a sullen face. "Elder brother Yi, what do you mean by that? Didn't we agree that you'd treat us?" Yi Zhou, however, gave a relaxed cry and said in a light tone, "Brother Zhang, you're drunk, aren't you? Since the beginning, I didn't say the words that I'm treating you. Moreover, most of the dishes today were ordered by you and your three friends, and you guys basically drank the wine, so I don't see any problem with letting you pay for it." Zhang Jianhong's face became very ugly. He did not expect Yi Zhou to come with this hand. He said angrily, "Yi Zhou, what do you mean, kid? When you called at noon, weren't you the one who said you wanted to have a drink with me at night? How come you have this attitude now?" "Yeah, I was talking about the two of us drinking, but I didn't say there was someone else." Since you're bringing someone else, the nature has changed from my treat to your treat. Since it's not your treat, what gives you the right to bring someone without authorization? Didn't I bring them to help you expand your network? Do you really think I did it for myself? Yi Zhou remained unmoved, but his address to Zhang Jianhong had changed. Mr. Zhang, I invited you to dinner out of respect for you, because you are Boss Zhou's assistant, and any cooperation has to pass through your eyes as an assistant before being handed over to Boss Zhou. But I found out that you ate my meal and read my planner, but had absolutely no intention of reporting it to Boss Zhou, and even treated me as a brainless meal ticket. After a pause, Yi Zhou glanced at Li Chen's trio and let out a light laugh. Even your own white whoring my meal is not satisfied, but also to bring your 3 fox friends over, and told me they are some kind of Mr. Li, Mr. Zhao. You really take me for a douchebag, right? Asterisk 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 you. Do you know what kind of you're talking about? Of course I know. Then you give obediently go and pay for this meal. The old man, once happy, tomorrow sober up and forget about this matter. We'll also report your studio cooperation. Zhang Jianhong stared at his eyes, and his face, which was already red from drinking, became even redder at this time. But Yi Zhou had absolutely no intention of getting up, and he smiled disdainfully. Assistant Zhang, do you think I'll still believe your words? You have no intention whatsoever of helping me submit the project to your boss. You're just using me as a meal ticket. It's not so much that our studio program is so bad. Rather it's because our studio is so good that you don't want to report it because you personally can't see how good Boss Chow is. I'm guessing that your original plan was to purposely hang on to me like this, and when I found out about it simply give me the reason that you reported it to the boss, but the boss gave you a reason to refuse to cooperate, right? Zhang Jianhong was shocked in his heart, not realizing that Yi Zhou had seen through his small mind. When it came down to it, he simply stopped pretending. Okay, since you kids see it, then I don't pretend anymore. Indeed. I pressed no intention to report. The old man just white whoring your rice. What? What can you put me? TSK, Laoli ah. I tell you, our boss that is really not a thing. Today an ING get me a bunch of documents. Damn. I'm a few years older than him. How in the seniority is considered his brother? The dog thing alright still keep calling me. Sooner or later, I'm going to let Zhou Wenba this dog plant a heel. However, before Zhang Jianhong could finish his words, he was interrupted by a recording. That's right. This is exactly the spare phone that Yi Zhou borrowed from Gao Fushui's hands. He turned on the recording function in advance, and recorded the entire words of Zhang Jianhong scolding his boss during the meal just now. Hearing this, Zhang Jianhong's pupils shook as he looked incredulously at Yi Zhou. You kid record? Oops, what about accidentally letting you hear it? Assistant Zhang? Well, then I won't pretend anymore. I'll show my cards. I did record it, Yi Zhou said with a smile, and his tone instantly sobered up Zhang Jianhong. Zhang Jianhong was about to break into a rage, but then he thought of something and arrogantly said, What? You want to go tell on surname Zhou? Without my report, you can't even meet him, so what are you going to report? Yi Zhou had expected him to say this and just smiled faintly. You seem to have misunderstood one thing. In the beginning, our studio didn't even learn about your company through official channels, but through acquaintances, and the other party, out of respect for Boss Zhou, so they gave us the contact information of Boss Zhou's assistant, which is your phone number. Since this is now out of the way, the big deal is that when we turn around, we'll just ask that acquaintance to trouble us with Boss Zhou's phone number again. Of course Assistant Zhang, you can choose to believe that I'm bluffing. After all, I'm just an idiot college student in your eyes, don't you think? Said Yi Zhou deliberately shook his cell phone at Zhang Jianhong, indicating that there is this recording. As long as I can contact the Boss Zhou, then you will have to suffer the old crime. Fruity. Hearing this, Zhang Jianhong's face changed in passing. He quickly stepped forward, intending to snatch the phone from Yi Zhou's hand and directly smash it. As a result, he had just reached the edge of Yi Zhou, when the tall Xiong Kai stood forward and stared at him with an icy expression. Seeing this, Zhang Jianhong finally reacted to the fact that these two guys brought by Yi Zhou might not be from any studio at all. Instead, he got help. Damn, the 3 little brats are still playing the sociopath thing? Old Li, old Zhao, old Bai, don't ing freeze. As Zhang Jianhong's words fell, Li Chen's trio finally reacted, hurriedly stepped forward and prepared to help Zhang Jianhong snatch back the recording. At least they have 4 people, while Yi Zhou and there are only 3 people, and one of the boys called White, looks thin and small, even less than 1 meter 7. What kind of fight can there be? However, just as Zhang Jianhong's few people surrounded him, the thinly built Mubai moved, only to see Mubai reach out and grab Li Chen's wrist, casually wrenching it. A click was heard. Ah! Li Chen immediately let out a miserable scream and broke out in cold sweat from the pain. Not waiting for the other few to return to their senses, Mubai again grabbed the arms of the other two and yanked once more. Two more crisp thuds. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Jianhong was so scared that he backed up, not expecting this most unassuming little man to have such good hands. Yi Zhou frowned at the sight. Assistant Zhang. Xiao Bai was in the martial arts school. Why are you guys messing with him? Look at him. His arm and hand are dislocated, right? After saying that, Yi Zhou pursed his lips and finally got up from his seat, also putting away the smile on his face. His voice was icy cold. Pay for this meal. Then immediately report our studio's project to Boss Joe tomorrow morning. Oh yes, 2 days ago I invited you guys to dinner and spent a total of $6,391. I'm a relatively kind person, so I'll give you a zero. Well, just transfer me 7,000. Good news. Back to level 4. So I can post pics tomorrow. QAQ. Come on, righteous fathers. Smite me with gifts. Chapter 207. Why is the little neighbor here? $6,391. And you're telling me it's $7,000 after you wipe out the zeros? What the are you doing, reverse wiping zero with me? When Zhang Jianhong heard Yi Zhou's words, he almost didn't spray out a mouthful of blood in anger. The few times he had dealt with Yi Zhou before, he hadn't realized that this college student would act so decisively and roguishly. Only now did Zhang Jianhong react. 2 days ago, Yi Zhou was simply trying to cooperate, always suppressing his nature and trying to please him one by one. The real Yi Zhou was simply a hungry wolf with great ambition. Hearing Zhang Jianhong's unconvincing tone, Yi Zhou shrugged his shoulders. Assistant Zhang, do you think you have a choice now? I've already counted myself as kind by not asking you for more. I'm just asking you for what your brothers and sisters ate 2 days ago. It's a couple hundred more bars, but it's my time I'm wasting by eating with you guys. Saying that, Yi Zhou couldn't help but mutter in his heart. I even almost lost my virginity after the first dinner. Zhang Jianhong had been gasping for air even though he had been exasperated by Yi Zhou. But it's so much better than the 3 best buddies he has around him, because all 3 of them either had their wrists or arms dislocated by Mubai's yanking. Sitting in the chair winced in pain, Zhang Jianhong clenched his fists, his forehead filled with cold sweat. How could he not expect that he, a jungle veteran, would one day be set up by a college student? Damn it, I admit it. I'll pay for this meal, and what I ate from you before will be returned to you. Yi Zhou shook his head and said indifferently. Also, go to work at the company tomorrow and immediately hand over our studio's cooperation plan to Boss Joe. Then you'll have to give me the recording. Or what if your boy sells it to me again after it's done? After seeing Yi Zhou's true colors, Zhang Jianhong no longer dared to take things lightly in front of him, because the slightest bit of inattention, one could be caught up in being pitched to death by Yi Zhou. However, Yi Zhou had absolutely no intention of giving him the recording. Instead, he directly put the recording phone back into his pocket. That won't work. I'll give it to you. Then what if you flip out again? No way. TSK, don't be so convinced. Assistant Zhang, since we met, you have been fooling me from beginning to end. You are still like this. I have no way to believe you? It's really not my fault. It's your own fault for treating your own words like farts, leading to the fact that now I can't afford to have any trust in you yet. Yi Zhou said with a smile. In short, you only have one choice now, and that is to do everything as I say. Otherwise, just wait for this recording to appear in front of Boss Joe. Hearing this, Zhang Jianhong's face completely lost its blood color. He sat bolt upright in his chair, his eyes a little listless. It was a long time before he asked ruefully. Okay, I'll do as you say, and I hope you'll keep your promise to delete the recording when it's done. Oh, don't worry, I'm not someone like you. Yi Zhou smiled, then gave a wink to Mubai. Mubai would understand, then stepped forward and said to Li Chen with an expressionless face, hold back, don't scream. What do you mean? Ah. Before Li Chen could react, Mubai pinched his arm without warning and then helped him twist his arm in a very strange position. The next second, click sound came. Li Chen pain on the forehead of the cold sweat straight up, but the next thing he knew, he was staring at his dislocated arm with a stunned look on his face, not realizing that in one fell swoop, the bone had been reset by Mubai. Mubai then walked towards the other two. In the same way, they were helped to reset their dislocated wrists and arms. All of them. This gave Zhang Jianhong, who was sitting on the side, a grimace as he watched, an unspeakable mood once again flooding his heart. In the end, he finally couldn't help himself and looked at Yi Zhou with a complicated expression. Yi Zhou, you should just be a senior this year, and you won't graduate until next year, right? The means are surprisingly so ruthless. No, I just started my freshman year in September. It's still early for graduation. When he heard that Yi Zhou was only a freshman this year, Zhang Jianhong's eyes instantly widened, and his mood could no longer be described as shocked. That is to say, a few months ago, this Yi Zhou, who has now played him in the palm of his hand, was actually still preparing for the college entrance exam inside the middle school? Realizing this, Zhang Jianhong could not help but let out a bitter smile. Sure enough, there are gaps between people. I'm completely convinced this time. Only a freshman, and you have such a decisive mentality and meticulous means. In the past few years, besides you, the only college student I know who can be like you would be Summer, the big boss of today's fiery nationwide tea language. If I remember correctly, Summer was also a freshman when he first created the brand Tea Talk, and even before he graduated, Tea Talk had a prohibitively high market capitalization. Boss Xia? Yi Zhou murmured. Although he had met Summer once himself, Ye Zhou never felt that he could compare himself to Summer. If it was Summer, I'm afraid that after one dinner with Zhang Jianhong, he would be able to perceive what kind of person Zhang Jianhong really was. Pressing wouldn't have brought things to this point. However, Yi Zhou didn't explain anything more to Zhang Jianhong, just took out the collection code and handed it to Zhang Jianhong. Here, 7,000 bucks. Sweep it over. Ugh. Zhang Jianhong sighed heavily and gave the money to Yi Zhou in front of his three best buddies. After receiving the money, Yi Zhou also dropped the idea of staying here and turned back to Xiong Kai and Mubai. Let's go. Let the four bosses stay and eat a little longer. After all, this is a dinner of more than $20,000. If they don't eat until they can't hold out completely, I'm afraid they can't go back, right? Oh whoa. Xiong Kai froze, and hurriedly dragged on Mubai and left the box with Yi Zhou. Coming out of the box, Xiong Kai finally couldn't help but say, Ah Chow, you kid just now really handsome. Facing those four old hobnail meat, not the slightest bit of stage fright. Luckily I didn't have to say any lines, otherwise I would have definitely stuttered in my speech. Chow, it turns out that you were bringing brother Xiong and I to support the scene. If I had known that I was going to have to let them pay for that meal just now in the end, I should have ordered all the dishes on the menu with brother Xiong. Mubai was a little chagrined. If he had known that, he would not have collected. Just now and Xiong Kai ended up adding only 4 dishes, purely out of concern for Yi Zhou. Just now let you 2 point or not, I have implied so obvious. You two are also naive. Usually I'm such a frugal person. Can I pay out of my own pocket to eat more than 20,000 a meal? Yi Zhou rolled his eyes and said that these two guys had no understanding with himself at all. Mubai and Xiong Kai scratched their heads and hemmed and hawed. Just then, Yi Zhou suddenly had a burst of urination and then said, Why don't you two go back to school? I'm going to take a piss. Okay. Xiong Kai and Mubai went downstairs first, while Yi Zhou went to the restroom to use the toilet. Just as he was washing his hands by the sink, his afterglow caught a glimpse of a compartment door opening on the left side, and a man and a woman stepped out from it, and the back of the girl in it was incredibly familiar to him. In an instant, Yi Zhou's heart sank, and his chest was a bit stuffy. Little neighbor, what's going on here? Chapter 208, Don't get angry or I'll show you black silk. Suddenly seeing Lin Xianyu appear here, Yi Zhou's mood instantly became complicated. Though it was not unusual for a young lady like her to show up at a high-class hotel like this. But what made Yi Zhou's mood complicated was that the one who came out of the box with her was a boy. And only one boy. There was no one else in the box. Also, the name of the box is Long Time No See. Yi Zhou subconsciously pulled out his cell phone, thinking that he should be the one who was busy with Zhang Jianhong earlier and missed the trip report message sent by Lin Xianyu. But when he unlocked the screen, he realized that there was not a single message in the press. In other words, it seemed that Lin Xianyu didn't want him to know when she came here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen such a high-class restaurant and in such a private and highly private box. Well, maybe I'm overthinking it, Yi Zhou muttered to himself, soothing himself. Even though they were now a couple, they still had to keep their personal space from each other. But looking at the little neighbor, walking with that boy, even talking and laughing, Ye Zhou was a bit hard to accept. He was too curious as to what the boy's identity was. To know, Lin Xianyu that high cold character, simply not ordinary boys can ask out, even if it is a male friend. Also, no, in Yi Zhou's opinion, she should not have any male friends with a good relationship. If there really was, Yi Zhou couldn't believe that he had known Lin Xianyu for such a long time, but she hadn't mentioned it once. So, after Yi Zhou thought for a while, he chose to take the initiative to follow him. Yi Zhou carefully followed behind Lin Xianyu and the boy, keeping a safe distance so that he wouldn't be discovered but could also observe their movements. They seemed to be talking about something interesting, and a smile appeared on Lin Xianyu's face every now and then. Such a scene made the doubts and uneasiness in Yi Zhou's heart grow stronger. He kept guessing at the boy's identity. All sorts of possible scenarios flashed through Yi Zhou's mind, but they were dismissed by him one by one. He didn't believe that Lin Xianyu would do anything to betray or hide from him, but the scene in front of him made it impossible for him to let go easily. Along with their footsteps, Yi Zhou arrived at the lobby of the hotel. Lin Shangyue and the boy took a seat in the lounge area of the lobby and continued to talk. Yi Zhou found a hidden corner and quietly observed them. Supposed to be waiting for Uncle Li to pick it up? Yi Zhou murmured with a frown. Feeling a little strange again. Because if the little neighbor didn't want any to see her meeting with this boy, it was logical that she shouldn't have been so casually waiting in the lobby for Uncle Li to come and pick her up. So it seems like it's really just a casual friend. Only the meeting was too sudden to tell me? Or maybe it's because you know I'm busy at night and that's why you didn't bother me with a message. Ready to talk to me when I'm done? All sorts of thoughts raced through Yi Zhou's mind. Just then, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Yi Zhou nervously took out his cell phone, fearing that it was a message from Lin Shangyue. However, it wasn't Lin Shangyue, but an unrelated push notification. Yi Zhou sighed and put his cell phone back in his pocket. However, just as he looked up again, he was shocked to find that the boy sitting next to Lin Shangyue had taken the initiative to grab Lin Shanyue's arm with a smile on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhou finally couldn't help himself. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the hidden corner, walking quickly towards Lin Shangyue and the boy. As he approached, Lin Shangyue and the boy also spotted him. Lin Shanyue's face showed a surprised expression, obviously not expecting to meet Yi Zhou here. Yi Chao? And when that boy heard Lin Shanyue's words, his pupils contracted slightly and he looked at Yi Zhou in surprise. Yi Zhou squeezed out a smile, and in as calm a tone as possible, he opened his mouth to his little neighbor. Why are you here? Lin Shanyue's reaction wasn't slow at all. Even though Yi Zhou had concealed his emotions very well, he was still seen through by her at a glance. The corner of her mouth hooked slightly upwards, and although she did not speak, her heartfelt voice was transmitted into Yi Zhou's ears. Humph, I knew it. Sayazu is jealous. Hearing his little neighbor's heartfelt words, Yi Zhou first froze, and then that dissatisfaction intensified. So, you knew I'd be jealous, and you still came to dinner with this unknown boy? Just as Yi Zhou was about to use a questioning tone and open his mouth to the boys, Lin Shangyue finally spoke. Yi Zhou, this is my friend Dear Zion. He just returned to China today. Well, I was going to tell you, but you were busy and planned to tell you later. Saying that, Lin Shangyue took a step forward and stood beside Yi Zhou from Dear Zion's side, and he also took the initiative to extend his hand and took Yi Zhou's arm, smiling lightly as he introduced himself to Dear Zion. Dear Zion, this is Yi Zhou, the boy I most heartfelt boy. Dear Zion narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Yi Zhou. Only after a long time did he squeeze out a sentence. Not bad, quite handsome. It's the one I like. Saying that, he smiled and extended his hand to Yi Zhou. Hello Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou was still a bit unresponsive, but still subconsciously put his hand out and shook Dear Zion's. Dear Zion? That's not right, is it? Is the plot supposed to be like this? The young neighbor had a heterosexual friend named Kagome. Why was that never mentioned? Just as Yi Zhou's brain thoughts were in chaos, the hand he held with Dear Zion subconsciously used force. This is the most usual method of rivalry between boys, without confirming whether the other is friendly or malicious towards them. However, Yi Zhou had thought that Dear Zion, a boy who looked to be about the same size as him, should have also increased the force of his hand when he felt his gradually harder hand, but the other party didn't press hard at all. Only the expression on his face became suddenly somewhat ambiguous. Even the next second, Kagome kinda rubbed his hand? This scared Yi Zhou so much that he hurriedly let go of his hand, and at that moment, the ambiguous expression on Dear Zion's face disappeared, and there seemed to be a bit of loss in his eyes. Yi Zhou looked at him in horror and had a bad feeling inside. Nima, should he be? Ciao, it's nice to meet you, but I don't have time to get to know you properly today. I'll come back for you and you some other time. Dear Zion smiled, then walked towards the special car that had already arrived outside the hotel's door. 11 o'clock at night. Yi Zhou and Lin Shangyue both went back to their respective dormitories. He had just sat down when he received a message from his little neighbor. Yi Zhou, you didn't even hug me at night, and you're still angry that I never told you about Dear Zion. No, I'm not mad, Yi Zhou quickly replied. In fact, he really wasn't angry, just a little uncomfortable inside. Yi Zhou always felt that he and Lin Shangyue were already boyfriend and girlfriend, but there were many things about her that he didn't know. While Yi Zhou was depressed, the little neighbor sent another message. Only this time, there was a photo attached. Boyfriend, no getting mad. I'm going to force myself to show you that black silk you don't like anymore. Picture information. Chapter 209, he likes guys? Picture information. Yi Zhou stared at the chat box, the picture sent by Lin Shangyue, and his pupils contracted in bursts. A feeling of suffocation hit me. Holy. She was seen sitting sideways with her legs together in the middle of a photo sent by her little neighbor, wearing a black pleated skirt that fell down between her legs. Each pleat just right, paired with the black silk that was so seductive to Yi Zhou. delicately outlining her slender leg lines. A mature and sexy charm was constantly teasing Yizhou's visual impact. On the other hand, the feet are wearing clean white socks with delicate black shoes, like pure clouds dotted on top of a black canvas, forming a strong visual contrast with the black silk. Gollum. Yizhou could never take his eyes off the photo and swallowed hard. Damn little neighbor, can you pinpoint me so precisely now? Yizhou secretly said in his heart and subconsciously wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Thanks to his current appearance, he couldn't be seen by his little neighbor with his own eyes, or else she would definitely be a super cool on the surface. Heart a humming kind of thing. Yizhou pretended to be calm and replied, "Don't test the cadres with this kind of photo. I believe any cadre can withstand such a test." Well, want to meet again then? What do you mean? You failed to bribe me with photos online, and you want to bribe me again offline? Yizhou, put my words here. This is absolutely impossible. I won't allow my bottom line to be challenged like this. Don't you want to touch it? It's nighttime, close to 12 o'clock. The Jiaotong University campus was very quiet, and the cicadas had disappeared as we approached October, especially at this point in time. Even the most mushy little couples have already gone back to their respective dormitories. The stickier ones will go back to their dorms and lay in bed on their cell phones and make video calls just after they've been separated. However, at this time, in the grove below the girls' dormitory, Lin Shanhua looked at Yizhou's hand that kept groping around on her leg and couldn't help but bite her lips lightly and rant. "Yizhou, give it a rest. Don't touch it. Finished inside. Beautiful eyes are full of sultry, didn't you say? Your bottom line can't be challenged. Well, that's true, but my bottom line is flexible and fluid," Yizhou said in a serious manner. His hand had absolutely no intention of retracting from his little neighbor's leg. What a joke! Which cadre can withstand such a test? I was called to meet up, and surprisingly, I came in black silk. I'm sorry. Then, as the saying goes, one has to go crazy once for something one couldn't get when one was young. For example, poor kids usually compensate themselves for a while after they become financially independent, feasting and buying all sorts of toys that they didn't get as children. Another example is the child who was brought up with the idea that he should study hard and that games are electronic drugs, who, after succeeding in getting into the university of his parents' choice, locks himself up in a private room of an internet cafe and plays games for several nights in the middle of the night. So on this day, Yi Chao decided to generously feast on his younger self, and his not-so-young self, touch a handful of black silk hard. After all, I never touched one as a kid. Listening to Yizhou's words, as well as looking at his always squinting eyes and how he never got tired of it, Lin Qianyue's lips hooked. So after seeing and touching, are you still mad? I told you, I'm not mad, not angry. Why did you deliberately pretend to be asleep and not talk to me on the way when Uncle Li drove us back to school at night? Yizhou returned with a straight face. Because I drank white wine before meeting you and your friend named Kagome and got slightly dizzy. Lin Qianyue stared carefully at Yizhou for half a day, and finally let out a light hum. Cheat. This time Yizhou didn't say anything else. While he really wasn't angry, he was also really unhappy. It was at this time that Lin Qianyue pursed her lips, gently took off the small black leather shoes on her feet, and simply sat her entire body sideways on the bench. Then she turned to Yizhou and placed her entire legs in Yizhou's arms, her eyes flickering with a gentle look. I didn't mean to keep Kagome's existence from you. It's just that I didn't know how to ask you. He's 4 years older than me, and he went to study abroad for 5 years before I transferred to Northam First High School. Hearing his little neighbor take the initiative to talk about Dear Zion, Yizhou also withdrew his hand and listened attentively. In fact, he really wasn't worried about what Kagome had with her little neighbor. If there really was something between them, it wouldn't have waited until now at all. But that's the thing about relationships. Even if you know that the other person doesn't have any intentions for your significant other, you still can't help but feel suspicious and uneasy. Yizhou asked, are you and Kagome close? Well, Dear Zion's family is also in business. And he and Dad are also business partners, so we've known each other since we were very young. Yizhou laughed and couldn't help but snicker. So you guys are, like, childhood friends, right? A childhood friend? Upon hearing this word, Lin Qianyue's eyes briefly blanked out, but it was fleeting. She smiled and shook her head. Doesn't count. After a pause, Lin Qianyue continued. My stepmother would love to see Kagome back, and Dad is interested in me and Kagome being together. Well, expected. Yizhou didn't have much of a ripple of emotions. It was because he had just heard that Dear Zion's family was also in business, and after being partners with the Lin family, Yizhou had already guessed that this was the result. Oh, because in TV shows, isn't that how it's done? Just different from the dog blood drama. That above is usually, Dear Zion. This kind of returnee status belongs to the heroine's youth at some stage of the White Moonlight, and the two families in the household, both parents are very hopeful to see them together. but it would be for some reason that the two people would have a grudge against each other. And he, Yi Shou, would in turn be the later. In reality, Dear Zion only does not have Lin Qianyue's white moonlight layer of identity. Other than that, exactly the same as in the drama. Yi Zhou sighed in his heart. TSK, sure enough, life is the most dogged drama. Seeing Yi Zhou a bit deflated, Lin Qianyue didn't choose to comfort as she continued. But you want to say that Dear Zion actually treats you as his sister since he was a child and doesn't mean anything to you at all. So I shouldn't worry, right? I actually understand all of this. But you look so pretty. But any boy with a normal sexual orientation can't possibly not mean anything to you. What's more, he's kind of your childhood friend, even if he's a few years older than you, and both of your parents think it's a good match. So maybe it won't be long before it might be. However, before Yi Zhou could finish his words, Lin Qianyue interrupted him with a surprised look on her face. How do you know that Kagom's orientation is not normal? Ye Zhou looked blankly at his little neighbor, his brain briefly down. Stoop. What the hell? Dear Zion. Like men? Chapter 210, Her Ambition. So, Kagome likes boys? Yi Zhou looked at his little neighbor in a daze and asked in an incredulous tone. The next second, the little neighbor nodded slightly. Admitted it. After learning about Dear Zion's true orientation, Yi Zhou reacted violently. No wonder when he shook Dear Zion's hand at night, the other party did not exert himself at all to fight him secretly, and even rubbed Yi Zhou's hand with a rubbing-like technique. When he thought of this, Yi Zhou had a vicious chill. No wonder at that time, after Dear Zion was released by himself, he still showed a hint of a lost expression. Oh yeah, and the line that Kagome uttered at that time when she got a good look at his full face. Not bad, quite handsome, my favorite one. Yi Zhou did not hold back and cursed grass. At that time, he thought that Dear Zion was referring to his personality and appearance, which matched the expectations in his mind for the boyfriend that Lin Qianyue was looking for. Unexpectedly, in fact, is simply literal. Ye Zhou is his favorite male choice of spouse standard. Thus, Yi Zhou's mind floated to Dear Zion with a fierce and pouty expression on his face, and then stretched out his orchid finger to point his shoulder and said, Hate it Xiao Ye Zhou, you're a good judge of character. Yi Zhou was instantly struck by a vicious chill. Seeing Yi Zhou's expression change unpredictably, Lin Qianyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. This matter, before only I know, even Uncle Li, is not clear about this matter. So, the stepmother's small mind is going to fall through. Yi Zhou finally snapped out of the shocking news that Kagome actually liked boys, then looked at his little neighbor in confusion. What do you mean? Your stepmother's little mind? Well, according to reason, Dear Zion has not returned to China for 5 years. In reason he should first go back to Shanghai Dear family a trip. After all, how good my relationship with him. That is only friendship. How it cannot compare to the importance of family love. Not only have I not seen him for 5 years, but his family has as well. But Dear Zion still came to Bayan first. It was my stepmother's intention, and it was she who moved a little to make Dear Zion come to Bayan first. So, Yi Zhou was still a bit confused, not quite understanding what exactly it meant. Speaking here, Lin Qianyue pursed her lips and her expression became serious. The next words uttered also caused Yi Zhou to be stunned for a moment. Actually, my stepmother already knew about you a long time ago. She knew that I moved to Maple Leaf Court in the last few months of my senior year of high school for you, and she knew that I stayed in Bayan for college for you. At first, Dad didn't want me to go to college in Bayan, and it was only because my stepmother knew this reason and purposely pushed behind it that Dad agreed to let me come over and go to college. Ha! Yi Zhou's eyes widened with shock. He never expected that his affair with Lin Qianyue would already be known by her stepmother, and, also, knew everything that had gone before. In addition, this was the first time Yi Chao had heard his little neighbor admit in person that she had moved to Maple Leaf Court from the very beginning just for him. How does she know? Yi Zhou asked with a frown. Lin Qianyue sighed slightly. This is not important. The reason why the news reached my stepmother I have already solved it. But she did it because she knew of your existence, and then purposely had Dear Zion come over to make trouble out of it. It's just that she doesn't know that Kagome and I were actually just friends who made friends from the beginning to the end, without any other feelings. Yi Zhou frowned as a wave of uneasiness welled up in his heart. With Lin Qianyue's stepmother knowing full well of his existence, nothing else to stop him appeared. He even made a point of helping his young neighbor, who came to Northam to attend college. From this incident, it seems that the stepmother of the little neighbor is on the side of the little neighbor, but now it was deliberately allowing Dear Zion to come to Bayan, and was standing in a way that would allow Dear Zion to come between him and Lin Qianyue. If it wasn't for the fact that this was all from Lin Qianyue's own mouth, Yi Zhou would have a hard time believing that both of these things were operations carried out by her stepmother behind the scenes. So, what is Lin Qianyue's stepmother's real position and thoughts? Is it going to set them up or break them up? Seeing what Yi Zhou was thinking, Lin Shanyue faintly said. My stepmother wants me to be bound to Beian by these things, so that I have no intention of pulling out of Beian and returning to Shanghai at all. Her tone was very flat, stating her suspicions about her stepmother. But Yi Zhou was not a little cutie. He naturally heard the real meaning behind the words. Lin Shanyue's stepmother wants her to stay in Beian as long as she doesn't go back to Shanghai, so she won't be a threat to her or her child. Coupled with the fact that Yi Zhou had heard before that Lin Shanyue's stepmother had also meddled in many of the Lin family's business collaborations, it was clear that she wasn't a woman who simply climbed up the ranks of the rich and powerful, and that she had her own greater ambitions. Now she was using all sorts of means to bind Lin Shanyue to Beian, just to realize her ambitions in Shanghai. Her children, even, could be nothing more than a ploy to fulfill her ambitions. Otherwise, she and Lin Shanyue's father had been married for years, so why did she have to wait until this time to have a child? If you really want it, shouldn't it actually be more appropriate to do it a few years earlier? Wait, obviously already Lin Jindong's legal wife. She is completely unnecessary to personally hand in power, even if nothing can be done to enjoy the glory and wealth of the name. But how she? Yi Zhou's pupils suddenly contracted when he realized this. He had a wild guess at once. He jerked his head up, just in time to meet Lin Shanyue's cool and flat expression, her eyes light and shallow. Yi Chao had only just learned of this news the first time he had this guess, and he didn't believe that his little neighbor who had known about this news for a long time would not be able to think of it. She was born into such a family and was born more sensitive to such things, but Ye Zhou didn't see any other emotions in his little neighbor's eyes at all. So he asked tentatively, so now that dear Zion didn't accomplish what your stepmother expected, you're going to surprise her and go back to Shanghai? Not back. But I won't let anyone know what Kagome and I are really up to either. But wouldn't that be good for your stepmother? However, before Yi Zhou could finish his words, Lin Shanyue put her finger in front of his mouth, signaling him not to continue talking on this topic. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Yi Zhou's neck, then angled her chin and said somewhat condescendingly, Yi Zhou, do you want to eat strawberries? Chapter 211, 4th of July Climbing Plan. When Yi Zhou returned to the dormitory again, it was already almost 1 o'clock at night. I thought that all 3 of my housemates were already asleep, but I just pushed open the door and realized that the dormitory lights had indeed been turned off. But Gao Fu Shuai, Feng Yi, and Niu Dixing were all sitting on the edge of the balcony, and one of them had a cigarette between his fingers, and then gulped clouds towards the moon. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You 3 are collectively out of love? Big night, do not sleep nor play games, all sitting on the balcony side of what to do. The 3 of you finished your cigarettes individually and agreed to take a leap of faith together. Buddy, I don't want to be bailed out of graduate school so easily. Yi Chao staggered and spat. The result immediately ushered in a blank stare from Gao Fu Shuai, who viciously inhaled a mouthful of smoke and spat it out, faintly saying, you people with girlfriends don't understand the sorrows of us single people, so quit beeping and go to sleep. TCH, can't sleep at this hour. Tell me what you 3 are worried about. Yi Zhou also came to be interested, and simply moved his stool to the trio as well, although he would not smoke. But the atmosphere is here. Want to quickly integrate into the high-pay handsome 3 of them, not accompanied by one is really a bit unable to say. So, after saying that Yi Zhou directly smooth hand from the cigarette case placed beside the high-pay handsome, took out a cigarette in his mouth. This gave the little high school student a fun look, and he was quite excited. Old Yi, you know how to smoke? No, but it's just cigarettes. What's not to know? If you can light it, you can smoke it. Ye Zhou said casually, do not think there is this thing of cigarette will smoke and will not smoke. Seeing him being so brave, Gao Fu Shuai and Feng Yi glanced at each other and both saw excitement in each other's eyes. As the saying goes, an old smoker's favorite thing to see is a white guy who doesn't know how to smoke, smoking in front of them. Next, all it takes is for the veteran smoker to suggest that you have to pass through the lungs to smoke and the novice will subconsciously ask what passing through the lungs is. This makes for a really interesting picture. As expected, after Ye Zhou lit a cigarette and inhaled a mouthful and spit it out, his face suddenly showed a strange color. It doesn't feel like much. It doesn't even choke very much. I don't know why you guys smoke so much every day. Feng Yi pushed down his glasses and said without moving, you have to pass through the lungs to smoke. You didn't pass through the lungs on this one, so of course you don't feel anything. What's an overlung? Yi Chao asked frostily. This one does involve a blind spot in his knowledge. Without waiting for Feng Yi to speak, Gao Fu Shuai grinned and grabbed the first reply. This is easy. Once you learn and get used to overlunging, even if you know how to smoke, you take a drag on the cigarette, then open your mouth and take another breath. That's overlunging. Oh, when Ye Zhou heard it, he thought that it wasn't so hard to pass the lungs. It's just a matter of taking an extra breath. Thinking about it, he took another drag on his cigarette, and then listened to Gao Fu Shuai's words and opened his mouth to inhale again after he finished his cigarette. Hiss, cough cough, Cough cough cough. However, when Yizhou took this breath, he choked and the whole person was not well, and tears were choked out of his eyes. Coughing frantically, his brain was suddenly foggy. When the three of them, Gao Fu Shui, saw this scene, they all laughed out loud. Obviously they had expected Yizhou to be like this. Yizhou coughed for half a day before slowing down. He wiped the tears that spilled out of the corners of his eyes and cursed. The three of you are real dogs. So lie to me, is it? Just now that bite. Almost let me see me too milk. Niu Dixing hemmed and hawed and explained naively. Old Yi, we didn't lie to you. Over the lungs indeed. But you haven't smoked, so you can't take such a big breath at once, even if you're an old smoker. If you pass the lungs so hard at once, your head will surely be dizzy. TSK. Yizhou stomped out his cigarette, no longer having the desire to smoke. However, given that Yizhou had taken such initiative, Gao Fu Shui didn't continue to hold back and told Yizhou what the three of them were discussing. Old Yi, there are still 3 days to go before the National Day mini vacation, and the three of us are discussing where to go after the vacation. After Yizhou heard this, he raised his eyebrows. You all don't go home on the National Day? Especially you two, Lao Gao and Lao Niu. You two in our dormitory are from outside the province. If you don't go home on the National Day, then the next time you want to go back, you'll have to wait until the winter vacation. Why go home? Home. Nothing to listen to my parents nagging. In the dormitory on vacation want to sleep until what time to sleep? This is not then at home a lot of fun? Gao Fu Shui had a disinterested look on his face. Niu Dixing scratched his head. Embarrassed. I actually want to go back, because of the 7-day vacation, but also can go home to help my parents do work. But the round-trip ticket is too expensive, and the National Day ticket is not good to grab. I decided not to go back, but also can save a lot of money. Lu Feng Yi, on the other hand, shrugged. My house is close enough that I can go back any weekend. And besides, the 4th of July has 7 days off, so it's not always 7 days of fun. If I have a few days left by then, I can make time for a trip home too. Listening to the three people's respective reasons, Yizhou opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a while. He's in a bit of a trance. Before that, he wouldn't go back to Zhao Lan's house every time he went on vacation in high school. I'd rather spend all my vacation time working part-time. But in reality, Yizhou still wants to go home very much in his heart. He didn't have a home many years ago. Even though he had a rental house in Maple Leaf Court, a house without any family was not a home at all. Yizhou froze for a moment before laughing. So, have you guys thought about where you're going to hang out? There's really nothing particularly interesting in Bayan. Most of them are very old-fashioned tourist attractions, and just hearing the name doesn't give you much desire to go. But after thinking about it, I realized that a few of us haven't climbed a mountain yet when we've grown up. So we tentatively decided that we'll go on a night climb of Mount Hua on the 1st. Climbing Mount Hua? Yizhou was slightly stunned, instantly remembering the summer vacation, when he and his small neighbor also agreed to climb Mount Hua together. Only the rain delayed it, and then the little neighbor went back to Shanghai. The plan to climb Mount Hua has been completely shelved since then. Yizhou thought about it and narrowed his eyes. That's a pretty good plan. Take me with you. When Gao Fu Shui heard this, he instantly became alert. Aren't you taking Lin Shangyue on a trip for the National Day? I considered it, but the studio was busy on the 4th of July and I really couldn't go that far away, so I had to hang around. So, you're climbing Mount Hua to take her with you? Hey, it's wrapped. Gao Fu Shui was about to break into a rage when Yizhou directly interrupted his spell casting. Don't bark. When the time comes, Lin Shangyue will definitely not be the only one. There are also her friends. Che, it's not like I don't know the 3 girls in her dormitory. Although they all look pretty good, they are all unattached to me, so it's useless to bring them along. Yezhou narrowed his eyes and smiled. Of course it's not Xia Ziqing and the others. The 3 of you don't go home, and the other little girls are definitely going home for their little long vacation. So, is it Lin Shangyue's other friends? Is it good looking? Is it the one I like, buddy? Yizhou nodded his head and said meaningfully. There's no mystery in saying too much. All I can say is that he likes boys. Old Yi, it's true that you're still buddy enough. Since that's the case, then young master, I'll allow you to carry your family members on this climb. If possible, maybe young master, I'll be able to take this friend of Lin Shangyue's in one fell swoop on this National Day trip to Mount Hua. Ha, come on. Yezhou rubbed his nose and laughed. He said that if young master Gao can really take him, then, quite impressive indeed. Chapter 212, Cooperation reached. Since Yizhou had made Zhang Jianhong choose to go soft yesterday, the matter about Flying Star Studio getting the advertising cooperation had finally come to a close. At 10 o'clock on Wednesday morning, Yizhou received a call from Zhang Jianhong. Yi, old brother. Ahem. Yizhou, I've already given our boss a look at your studio's cooperation proposal. He has a great interest in your studio. do you have time to come to our company this afternoon? Hearing Zhang Jianhong's answer on the other end of the phone, Yi Zhou's hanging heart was finally released. The original news, 2 days ago, would have been a sure thing. However, because of Zhang Jianhong's deliberate delay, it was not until today that it could be implemented. Yi Zhou let out a long breath and said in a flat tone, "Sure, okay, I'll tell our boss right away." After Zhang Jianhong finished speaking, he fell into silence without speaking again. Yi Zhou waited for a few seconds. Seeing that the other party did not seem to have the intention to speak again, he immediately prepared to hang up the phone. Just as he was about to press the hang up button, Zhang Jianhong finally spoke again. Yi Zhou, according to what we agreed yesterday, I just need to do everything you say and you will delete the recording. Now that I did it, are you also? Don't worry, Assistant Zhang. Yi Zhou, am not someone who crosses the river. But it's too early to delete the recording now. I'll at least delete the recording only after this cooperation is perfectly over. After all, your character is really a bit hard to praise. Who knows if you, the assistant, will still make trouble out of it when our studio cooperates with your company? Zhang Jianhong instantly became anxious after hearing this, and he said in an agitated tone, Yi Zhou, you promised me. Yes, I promised you, but you also promised me before, didn't you? But with your 2 promises, I didn't get what I wanted either. If it wasn't for my timely reaction, I'm afraid I'd still be played by you as a monkey at this moment. Zhang Jianhong was disliked, letting Yi Zhou have this attitude right now, but he couldn't do anything about it. But if he had any other little thoughts right now, Yi Zhou sensed that something was wrong and would definitely give the recording to his boss Zhou Wenba to listen to immediately. At that time, Zhang Jianhong he lost his job is considered light. In serious cases, with boss Zhou's influence in the industry, it was enough for him, Zhang Jianhong, to not be able to find a next home in this circle. After all, the act of badmouthing one's boss behind his back, or even affecting his boss's ability to make money, is already a big no-no. No boss wants such assholes to exist within their company. Zhang Jianhong took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, and eased his tone. Yi Zhou, I know that I did wrong before, but I really know it's wrong now. I promise that in the subsequent cooperation, I definitely won't engage in any small maneuvers again, so just trust me this time. Yi Zhou sneered. Assistant Zhang, your assurances don't have much credibility with me, but don't worry, as long as you are peaceful, I will naturally delete the recording when the cooperation is over. After saying that, Yi Zhou no longer gave Zhang Jianhong a chance to speak and directly hung up the phone. He was never a good person. Elementary school students know that an indecisive character will only suffer, and killing is the way to go. You screwed me over once? Okay, I didn't realize that. It's on me. You screwed me over twice? I'm sorry I found out. Then you're done. You think you can just apologize and be done with it? Sorry, the grudges and retaliation are just beginning. After class at noon, Ye Zhou went to find a small neighbor to go to the cafeteria to eat together. He caught a glimpse of the red mark on his little neighbor's neck and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. TSK, so I was that hard last night? Ye Zhou, resentful shrinking neck, said the next sip of strawberries have to be a little lighter? Even if you cannot help it must be restrained. Doesn't the internet always talk about sipping strawberries between young couples, causing blood vessels to rupture and die or something? The 2 men hit the table and sat opposite each other. Yi Zhou absently opened his mouth to Lin Shangyue and asked, what are you going to do with the 4th of July vacation coming up? Want to play games? What about 7 days of vacation? You can't play games all the time, can you? And all you play are small games. Not to mention 7 days, playing 7 hours is too tiresome, Yi Zhou said with a frown. But Lin Shangyue was clear and cold and angled her chin. I won't get tired of it. It's only been 7 hours. TSK, you want to play the game? I don't even want to break you down. 7 hours, mouth can kiss swollen. Yi Zhou couldn't help but spit out, humming, obviously you're too chicken to do anything else. Why else would you just kiss swollen mouths? Yi Zhou's body trembled as he jerked his head up to look at Lin Shangyue, his pupils shaking. Doing other things? Like what? Yet he didn't dare to ask it outright. After all, it was the heart of his little neighbor. He could only pretend that he knew nothing about it, and continued to lower his head and take a bite of his meal. At that moment, Lin Shangyue spoke again, but it was impossible to hear what emotions she was feeling. I don't know. Before the 4th of July, I stayed at home, mostly reading and studying. Well, occasionally, I would let Uncle Lee take me to the movies. Yi Zhou was slightly stunned and a bit surprised, but on second thought, it didn't seem out of the ordinary, since she really didn't have any friends. And Kagome, her only friends, was out of the country. There didn't seem to be anything in particular for her little neighbor to do, even on vacation. Realizing this, Yi Zhou then spoke. If you don't have anything to do on the national day, let's go climb Mount Hua. It was delayed by rain that summer vacation. And then you went back to Shanghai and didn't end up going. Yes. Lin Shanhua barely hesitated and immediately chose to agree. The quiet eyes glistened and flashed, and the icy coldness on her pretty face faded a lot. Seeing this look on her face, Yi Zhou smiled and added another sentence. Shout Kagomon along by the way. Hey, in the afternoon, Yi Zhou came to the company where Zhang Jianhong was on time. In the conference room, he finally met Zhang Jianhong's boss, Zhou Wenba. Zhou Wenba was a shrewd and capable middle-aged man with a very well-managed body, unlike Zhang Jianhong who had a small belly, while his eyes revealed wisdom and decisiveness. Mr. Yi, I've heard a lot about you. I've read your studio's cooperation proposal. It's very creative and promising. It's hard to imagine that all the members of your studio are still studying, Zhou Wenba said with a smile. Ye Zhou responded politely as well. Boss Zhou is too kind. And our studio is also very much looking forward to working with your company. Next, the two sides carried out in-depth discussions and consultations on the specific details of the cooperation. During the entire process, Zhang Jianhong has been sitting silently next to him, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. Meanwhile, during this period, he felt more and more that Yi Zhou, a guy who had only just started college, was not at all as simple as he appeared to be. After several hours of negotiations, the two sides finally reached a cooperation agreement. Yi Zhou and Zhou Wenba signed the agreement respectively, marking the official start of this cooperation. Walking out of the company building, Yi Zhou was in an exceptionally comfortable mood. Phew, he let out a long breath, one step closer to his goal. At last, where is the teenager who can hear the heart of the schoolgirl? There's just the fantasy of being cheated out of his parents' pension and dying suddenly at work before his senior year. Skinny. Also, to publicize the new book, the schoolgirl can screw a bottle cap. And she can screw me too. God good looking. You guys can move to see if you're interested. Be sure to catch up on the latest chapter. Catch up on the reading data is very important to Nozomi. There will also be a cameo by Yi Chao and Little Neighbor later on.